In the Interstellar era, Feng piloted the last human warship to perish alongside the enemy. He awakened reborn decades into the past before the mobile game Galaxy Era began materializing warships into reality. In the game, warships would materialize into reality in exact numbers. Feng went insane with excitement, spending his entire fortune to buy warships. A top-tier silent beast carrier cost only 100,000. A level 4 civilization would exhaust all resources to build even one such vessel. A flawless Nebula star cruiser cost only 10,000, while neighboring level 5 civilizations wept with envy. The most firepower-heavy wandering sanctuary battlecruiser cost only 2,000. The galaxy-leading fearless sawfish destroyer cost a mere 1,000. While ordinary wealthy players roamed space with fleets of only a handful of warships, Feng had already forged an entire armada sprawling across star systems. One day, when the solar system filled with countless ships, everyone realized they had missed an entire era. The solar system, humanity's sole habitable cradle. Inside a high-rise apartment in Dahai City, a young man lay slumped over a desk clutching his phone. Feng forced open his heavy eyelids, slipped from the chair onto the floor, the phone tumbling after him. He froze for a moment, then reflexively picked up his phone. The glaring date displayed before his eyes. June 1st, 2035. This is... Feng gasped, hurriedly scanning his surroundings, realizing this was his home from 15 years ago. Had he truly returned 15 years into the past? He swiped up on his phone, facial recognition unlocked it, revealing a game interface. The game featured a starry sky backdrop with a central dock holding a single spaceship. Feng's pupils contracted. Galaxy Era. A mysterious game that appeared from nowhere, set in the Milky Way, depicting interstellar exploration and starship warfare of a grand pioneering age. Initially, no one paid the game any attention. Until one day the warships within the game materialized into reality, and every player who owned ships truly possessed vessels capable of sailing through space. Moreover, the count was 1-to-1, the warship's performance was in no way diminished. Whatever firepower, jump drives, power plants, and armor the in-game warships possessed, the real-world ships possessed identical configurations. Almost overnight, solar system civilization leapt from being incapable of crude deep space travel to the age of interstellar exploration. Those players who owned warships suddenly became prizes coveted by nations. Scientists began envisioning interstellar colonies on nearby habitable worlds thanks to humanity's newfound fleets, even the exploration of extraterrestrial civilizations. But just as everything seemed to flourish in the boundless darkness of the cosmos, powerful civilizations watched and coveted. Those civilizations were astonished to discover that overnight a weak, lesser civilization had suddenly acquired a considerable number of warships far exceeding its own technological tier. Those vessels were treasures even they coveted. After prolonged probing confirmed no higher civilization backed the solar system, an alliance of multiple species invaded the solar system. Humanity relied on those warships to endure for a considerable time, but facing enemies dozens of times their number, they were eventually slowly cornered and suffocated within the solar system. But when Feng thought he had already died, he unexpectedly returned 15 years into the past. At this time, Galaxy Era had not yet begun its materialization. The date of warship materialization is... Feng suddenly considered a crucial question. 1 month from now, July 1st, 2035. He remembered this date clearly. Which means... Feng abruptly opened the in-game shop. Silent beast carrier, flawless Nebula star cruiser, wandering sanctuary battlecruiser, fearless sawfish destroyer, anti-gravity, frigate, barracuda shuttle. The dazzling shop displayed comprehensive combat vessels, attack ships, and engineering ships across all tiers. Within the same ship class, warships ranged from Tier 1 at the lowest to Tier 10 at the highest. But currently most ships in Feng's shop appeared grayed out, because he lacked blueprints and his premium tier was insufficient to unlock them. In Galaxy Era, players could freely construct shipyards and warships conquering star systems. But the items within were extremely expensive. Decent shipyards and warships cost hundreds, while truly top-tier warships cost thousands, or even tens of thousands. And those were just the prices for a single ship. To assemble a proper fleet, investing over $1 million was commonplace. Although Feng was not short on cash, being a self-made first-generation rich, he had not developed extravagant spending habits, and had not spent much money in Galaxy Era. Moreover, what initially attracted Feng most about the game was its high autonomy and minimal restrictions. One could slowly stockpile materials, explore worlds to collect blueprints, construct corresponding shipyards, and use materials to gradually build warships within them. He enjoyed this process of building from 0 to 1. Feng had only spent a few thousand in Galaxy Era, mostly on accelerating material gathering and constructing shipyards. The ship in his dock interface was his very first prototype. It was also the only warship he had ever completed before rebirth. Before the second ship could be built in the shipyard, the materialization began, and shortly after it ended, Galaxy Era vanished from everyone's sight. But now things were different. He would build a fleet at the fastest speed possible, cranking out as many ships as he could. Watching the upgrade progress stuck at 3%, Feng casually tapped instant upgrade. Instant completion of the shipyard upgrade requires 189 star coins. Confirm spending 189 star coins. Glancing at his balance of just over 300 star coins, Feng pressed yes, without hesitation. The shipyard upgrade progress rocketed upward, but stalled again at 50%. Insufficient materials for subsequent upgrade. Required materials can be purchased directly, costing 72 star coins. Confirm purchase with star coins. Without furrowing his brow, Feng tapped yes directly. Mechanical arm X16 purchased. Transmission device X27 purchased. Production robot X34 purchased. Your shipyard has been upgraded to level 2. You can now produce Tier 2 warships in the shipyard. The shipyard production line has added one slot, allowing simultaneous construction of 2 warships. After upgrade, your shipyard base can now simultaneously maintain 20 Tier 2 or lower warships and dock up to 200 Tier 2 or lower warships. That means 2 Tier 2 warships can be built simultaneously. So if upgraded to a Tier 10 shipyard, one shipyard could have 10 production lines running. Shipyards are also necessary supporting facilities. Having ships without logistical support would not work. But Feng did not immediately start manufacturing. His target was not Tier 2 warships. Glancing at his current premium tier, having spent a few thousand, his account premium tier was level 4. Tier 4, neither high nor low. But for the current him, it was far from sufficient. Without the slightest hesitation, Feng topped up 100,000 into the game, converting it all to star coins, totaling 100,000 star coins. His premium tier shot from level 4 all the way to level 8. At the same time, the shop unlocked purchase permissions for Tier 8 and below warships. 100,000 only brings the premium tier to 8. So how much would it take to reach Tier 10? He opened his mobile banking and checked his balance across several cards, totaling roughly 10 million. I refuse to believe 10 million isn't enough. Feng tapped back into the game, opened the top-up interface, and typed in the number 10 million. 10 million, this should definitely be enough. Congratulations, your premium tier has reached Tier 10, the maximum level. Excess funds will no longer count. You have unlocked Tier 10 warships in the shop. It seemed 10 million was more than enough with surplus to spare. Feng opened the store. The store was filled with a dazzling array of warships, all restored to full color, and the top-tier level 10 warships were now fully accessible to him. However, there was still one final step before directly purchasing a level 10 warship. He needed a blueprint for the corresponding vessel. Feng opened the player exchange. The player exchange was a direct trading platform between players, allowing them to trade all kinds of items, blueprints, warships, stocks, materials. As long as someone was selling it, he could buy it. Feng first scanned the listings to see if anyone was selling level 10 warship blueprints. There were many items in the exchange, but most were low-level warships and materials. At first glance, he didn't see anything related to level 10 warships, so he opened the filter and selected only level 10. Notice level 10 warship, Fearless Orca class destroyer blueprint. The strongest destroyer, no contest. Only one available, first come first served, great price, welcome big spenders. Notice the cheapest Fearless Orca class destroyer blueprint in the entire network. Without the blueprint, you can't buy the level 10 warship. Wealthy friends take note. He immediately spotted 2 sellers offering level 10 warship blueprints. The first one sold for 11000, while the second one charged 15000. Feng directly clicked on the first seller's blueprint and selected purchase. The Fearless Orca class destroyer itself cost only 1000, making it the cheapest among all level 10 warships. However, its unlock threshold was extremely high and many players couldn't reach the level 10 spending tier, so they had to slowly upgrade their docks and collect blueprints and materials to build the Fearless Orca class destroyer. Furthermore, the drop rate of level 10 warship blueprints was very low, causing the blueprint price to be over 10 times the cost of the warship itself. But for those wealthy players willing to spend to reach level 10, this blueprint cost was nothing. After deducting 110 star coins, the Fearless Orca class destroyer blueprint was in his hands. He glanced with satisfaction at the cross-sectional diagram of the ship's structure, then checked the exchange for any other level 10 warship-related items. But unfortunately, level 10 warships were the absolute pinnacle of Galaxy Era, accessible only to a very small number of players. Either they were veteran players who had played the game for over a decade and grinded out a level 10 dock, or they were million-spending whales. Therefore, the supporting market around level 10 warships was not very large. Few merchants specialized in the level 10 warship business. Apart from these 2 merchants selling the Fearless Orca class destroyer blueprint, the others mostly sold level 10 materials. Finished level 10 warships were rarely seen for sale. Even if one appeared occasionally, its price was several times higher than that in the game store. For Feng, that was not a good deal. So he stopped thinking about buying warships in the exchange. After purchasing the Fearless Orca class destroyer blueprint, Feng left a message for the seller. Message: Brother, do you have blueprints for the Silent Behemoth class carrier, the impeccable Nebula class cruiser, and the Wandering Sanctum class battlecruiser? If you do, save me a copy. Price is negotiable. No reply came. Feng was not in a hurry, so he turned to open the store. Level 10 warship, the best performing and most versatile destroyer, the Fearless Orca class destroyer. Selling price 100 star coins per ship. Looking at the sleek, elegant hull of the Fearless Orca, Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The performance of the fearless Orca-class destroyer, even when placed among the coalition that once invaded the solar system, was top tier. Who would have thought? Such a warship could now be bought for just 1,000. The largest fleet in Galaxy Era now was the Star River fleet. The Star River fleet had a total size of 1,000 ships. It was built by a super-rich second generation who loved sci-fi space battles, spending tens of millions. In that fleet, the fearless Orca-class destroyers accounted for half, with a full 5,000 ships. It was said that the rich second generation, for a stronger sense of immersion, even hired an entire team to act as a command system, renting them apartments and paying salaries, as if commanding a real fleet. All just to experience the feeling of being a fleet commander. It was precisely thanks to those 5,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers that humanity was not crushed by the coalition's numerically superior fleet and managed to hold out for a long time using the solar system's defense perimeter. This was enough to demonstrate the superior performance of the fearless Orca-class destroyer. Feng muttered, 1,000 per ship. If those civilization commanders saw this, they'd probably go mad. He recalled how those beings would invade a civilization just to seize a powerful warship. With their nature, seeing the current store price would drive them insane. System, you have the fearless Orca-class destroyer blueprint. You can now purchase the fearless Orca-class destroyer. Submit purchase quantity. Feng clicked on the fearless Orca-class destroyer in the store, and a prompt appeared asking for quantity. Feng directly clicked the max button on the right side of the page. The next second, the quantity jumped to 9,999. Are you sure you want to purchase 9,999 fearless Orca-class destroyers? Confirm. But after purchase, the system jumped out with a new prompt. System, you currently do not have a dock capable of housing level 10 warships. The 9,999 fearless Orca-class destroyers you purchased will be temporarily docked in deep space. Please upgrade your dock as soon as possible. If your warships remain in deep space for an extended period without effective maintenance and supplies, their wear rate will increase sharply. Once the wear reaches the limit, the warships will be scrapped and cannot be repaired. In the game, there was a wear system. According to the setting, warships would carry some engineering personnel for maintenance during cruises, but this maintenance could not completely solve the overall upkeep. They still needed to return to dock for regular maintenance. Moreover, the in-game time flow was far faster than reality, measured in years. A long period in the game could mean hundreds or thousands of years. After such a long time, it was normal for warships without proper maintenance to be scrapped. Feng's gaze returned to his own dock. Inside the dock, the level 1 warship was still parked, but outside the dock, in the vast starfield. Against the starry background, densely packed elongated warships were neatly stacked layer upon layer. It looked like a giant star cluster where every twinkling star was a powerful warship. Looking closer, each fearless Orca-class destroyer was 1,000 meters long. The hull was equipped with dense firepower, hundreds of laser cannons, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser point defense turrets. Also the most advanced shield generators and hyperspace jump engines. Thinking that in 1 month all the warships in the game would appear in the real sky above, Feng couldn't help but clench his fists and tremble. These warships, all of them were his. It was something he had never dared to imagine before. System, the number of warships under your command has reached fleet level. Please form your fleet and name it. Feng noticed a new fleet formation option on the main interface. He entered it, and a list appeared before him. It listed the docks he owned and the warships belonging to them. 1 level 2 dock, with its level 1 warship, and 9,999 level 10 warships not docked. So he removed the existing level 2 dock and its level 1 warship from the formation and grouped the 9,999 fearless Orca-class destroyers into a single fleet. After thinking for a moment, Feng slowly typed the name Reverse Blade in the name field. The fearless Orca-class destroyer, compared to other level 10 warships, had the lightest and most agile performance and speed. A fleet composed of fearless Orca-class destroyers would be an extremely sharp blade capable of executing many special missions such as penetration encirclement and counter-encirclement. During the time he was surrounded by the coalition, what Feng learned most was that the form of space warfare was completely different from ground warfare. The vastness of space with its additional vertical dimension made depth an even more important weapon than on the ground. In this scenario, the fearless Orca-class destroyer was undoubtedly the unique T0 choice, and the name Reverse Blade was well deserved. After organizing the Reverse Blade fleet, the most urgent task now was to upgrade the shipyard to level 10. Feng had no idea how much it would cost to build a level 10 shipyard, but given the nature of this game, without $1 million it would be impossible to complete in a short time. Feng had already poured all the money in his card into purchasing warships, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. As a self-made tycoon, his assets were far more than just 10 million. The high-rise apartment he currently lived in, located in the Sea View No. 1 of Dahai City, was worth over 75 million. To offload it quickly at a low price, he could easily get 60 million in hand. Beyond that, the bulk of his wealth came from the company he founded from scratch, an AI unicorn enterprise named XAI. Since its launch, XAI's AI products had defeated numerous domestic internet giants and academic AI products, claiming the top spot with absolute dominance. It was even dubbed by busybodies as the domestic version of OpenAI, likened to the A country's OpenAI. Its valuation exceeded 7 billion yuan. It was an undisputed unicorn enterprise. Just a few months ago, this company, which countless people saw as promising, went public. Its market capitalization skyrocketed past 10 billion yuan immediately after listing, and it was still climbing. Feng held 51 of the company's shares. With XAI's momentum, he could easily sell them for over 5 billion yuan. If given more time, the shares Feng held would undoubtedly fetch an even higher price. At least by his estimation, surpassing 10 billion was no small matter. But the problem was that he no longer had the luxury of time. 1 month was not very long, and to be safe, he had to sell the shares now. Feng opened his phone and notified the direct high-level group chat, then immediately rushed to the company building. The building was not far from his home, and within minutes he arrived at the company. As soon as he entered the company, before his car had even stopped, his secretary approached him. President Liu's several executives are already waiting in the conference room. Feng nodded, got out of the car, and headed straight for the conference room. Minutes later, the moment he stepped in, he was surrounded by people. Someone asked excitedly, "Feng, have you really decided to sell all your shares? Our company has only been listed for a few months. We're still on the rise. Doing this could severely impact the company's development strategy. Feng, we're all brothers who started this business with you. Now that we have a big enterprise, it's not like the old days when the company was small. You need to be cautious." Earlier, Feng had informed these people in the group chat about his intention to sell shares, and coming to the company for a meeting was to formally notify them. Feng waved his hand, signaling them to calm down. "Selling the shares is certain. Based on the current stock price, I'm informing you not only because you are the company's executives and founding partners, but also shareholders. However, it's merely a notification. There's no need to persuade me otherwise. The purpose of today's meeting is mainly to find a more suitable way to transfer the shares. With so many shares, I'll need a proper buyer. I know many of you are backed by various capital groups. These institutions have ample funds and can take over all my shares. So what I want to say is contact your respective capital parties, see who is interested, and have them submit offers. Fair competition based on the bids. Apart from that, I have only one requirement: the funds must be in my account within 1 week after the transaction." As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 rows of executives sitting below could no longer contain their murmurs, and the scene instantly erupted. Many of them, disregarding decorum, immediately pulled out their phones and called in front of everyone. After all, XAI was a leading high-tech enterprise in the country with immense future potential. According to many institutions, XAI's future market value could easily surpass 100 billion or even 1 trillion. Therefore, among numerous investment institutions, XAI ranked at the top of the priority list. In the past, Feng had deliberately controlled the scale of capital infusion to prevent losing control of the company, ensuring that XAI, the empire he built with his own hands, would not fall. As a result, many institutions had money but couldn't invest. But unexpectedly today, Feng suddenly announced that he would sell all his shares. Whoever obtained Feng's shares would gain complete control of XAI. In an instant, the capital institutions of Dahai City, and even the entire country, went into a frenzy. Everyone saw in Feng a golden opportunity to make a fortune. On the top floor of the building next door to XAI's headquarters, Dunan, a renowned domestic investment mogul, heard the news from his phone and couldn't help but burst into laughter. In recent years, the internet economy has been sluggish, but the AI industry is thriving. The most famous 1A country's OpenAI is already valued at 100 billion. The future era definitely belongs to AI. Feng, I wanted to invest more in exchange for shares before, but you refused. Now you're going to sell everything. Thinking of this, the smile on Dunan's lips was uncontrollable, but after laughing, his expression turned slightly serious. He didn't doubt the authenticity of Feng's intention to sell. There were plenty of people like Feng who cashed out after their company went public, and cases with larger amounts than Feng's were also common. What worried him wasn't whether Feng would really sell this time, but the selling price. Although AI's development was surging and this investment would never lose money, a lower price meant higher profits. More money earned could be invested in more enterprises, generating even greater returns. Thinking this, Dunan decided to call a few old rivals to discuss. Although these old rivals were competitors on this matter, they could slightly cooperate. By communicating in advance, they could control the bidding price and set an upper limit. Otherwise, if the bidding escalated, the price would be driven too high, leading to mutual losses and benefiting only Feng. With this thought, and knowing that the future belonged to the AI era, Dunan couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. Feng, you've missed an era. This express train of the times will no longer have a seat for you. Feng had no idea about the thoughts of behind-the-scenes big shots like Dunan, but even if he did, he would probably just smile and say, "You're celebrating too early. When warships appear above human heads, the existing order, including the economic model, will be completely disrupted. Many existing enterprises might survive, but they would no longer have their original scale." So Feng simply didn't care about the shares he owned. Only converting them into cash quickly would be of the greatest help to him. Although handing over the company he built with his own hands was a bit reluctant. After all, there were years of emotional attachment. When he thought about the warships from the mobile game that would appear above his head in a month, his resolve instantly hardened. A partner who had a good relationship with Feng came over and asked with concern, "Hey Feng, I don't know if something's happened to you. If you have any difficulties, you can tell us, the partners who've been through it all together. We'll do our best to help you. You don't have to sell all your shares. Although the business world is ruthless, Feng felt a warmth in his heart at the concern of his founding partner. He shook his head and opened the game Galactic Era on his phone. Although it might sound unbelievable, before he could finish, the partner interrupted him, staring at him with a bewildered look. The partner frowned at the game interface on Feng's phone. "Hey Feng, don't tell me you're selling your shares for this game. If you don't want to tell me the real reason, you don't have to brush me off like this." Under the partner's astonished gaze, Feng said nothing more, calmly turned off the phone screen. The words he had meant to say were left unsaid. In fact, this scene had already been anticipated by him. Even if he told others the entire truth, he would be regarded as making excuses or even as a madman. The partner, seeing Feng put away his phone in silence, felt that he had punctured Feng's excuse and thus gained the upper hand in momentum. This would be more conducive to the persuasion that followed. He put on a look of grief and regret. "Since you have made up your mind, I won't ask further. Feng, this company was founded by the two of us. We've built up feelings over the years. Neither of us would want an outsider to take control of the company. I can secure funding, $5 billion. It can be transferred within 2 days. As long as you say the word now, the cash will be in your account in 2 days. The company won't fall into outsiders' hands. Oh, everything can remain as it is. Feng, if you want, after selling the shares, you can stay in the company anytime. You can go to any department you like. I'll arrange it." Feng listened to every word. When he finished, Feng interrupted his partner. "Let's talk about it tomorrow." He had already confirmed that the bidding date was tomorrow, right here in this office. With that, Feng turned and left, ignoring his partner's calls behind him. In the business world, there might indeed be some feelings, but such trivial sentiments become worthless in the face of interests. On the other side, in the top-tier Riverview Villa district of the Great Sea City, inside a luxurious mansion with an independent dock, Wang Zhuo was soaking in the pool. He casually opened a game called Galaxy Era on his phone. On the main interface, a 10-level dockyard as massive as a small asteroid was densely packed with warships. Hidden in the shadows like colossal beasts were aircraft carriers, but their numbers were scarce, only 10. There were also cruisers radiating splendor like Nebula and battlecruisers covered with firing channels. At the outermost periphery of the dockyard were dazzling destroyer squadrons like a cluster of stars. This was Wang Zhuo's proudest fleet, the Galaxy Fleet. Having been fascinated by sci-fi movies and dreaming of space exploration since childhood, Wang Zhuo stumbled upon this realistic interstellar warship game and became hopelessly addicted. The game's realism lay in ship construction and combat. He had spent tens of millions to forge his strongest fleet. 1 million for a 10-level dockyard. 1 million for 10 10-level aircraft carriers. 5 million for 500 cruisers. 9 million for 4,500 10-level battlecruisers. 5 million for 5,000 10-level destroyers. To fully simulate the feeling of commanding a fleet, he had even recruited over a dozen top players from among those who loved this genre to control his massive purchased fleet. These top players were like tree trunks extending from him, obeying his commands and unifying the 10,000 warships into a whole. And he was the emperor at the center of this whole. Wang Zhuo enjoyed this feeling. Every time he led his mighty fleet out, he felt a sense of overlooking the world. On the fleet count leaderboard, he ranked first, undeniably first. The total number of warships from the 2nd to the 10th place on the entire leaderboard didn't even match his, and their quality and personnel allocation were inferior. But just as Wang Zhuo was immersed in the fantasy of leading his fleet through the stars, a commander of one of his destroyer squadrons sent him a message. "Boss, there's a new fleet that popped up." Wang Zhuo waved his hand. "Don't bother me with such things. No one in the world can outspend me on fleets. They might spend tens of millions on a sports car, but unless they're a space enthusiast like me, they wouldn't sink tens of millions into a small warship game." But someone actually did. Wang Zhuo suddenly perked up, sat up from the water, and quickly switched the game interface to the fleet leaderboard. Ranked first was still his Galaxy Fleet. But the 2nd place was no longer the American guy with over 1,000 10-level warships. Reverse Blade Fleet. 9999 10-level fearless killer whale-class destroyers. Wang Zhuo looked again. It was still domestic. Where did this guy come from? The domestic interstellar warship circle is small. I know everyone who's anyone, but none of them would invest so much. The game had no high-profile tournaments that would let rich second generations show off. Nor did it have the social systems of online games that attracted crowds. To truly play and understand the game, one had to learn a lot of knowledge. When it came to fleet-level battles, it was no different from real military campaigns. Quite hardcore. This guy is probably some foolish rich second generation, the kind who enters a game and must be number one. After playing for 2 days and losing interest, he might regret spending so much money on a bunch of iron shells he can't even operate. Wang Zhuo sent this back to his subordinate. He had a feeling that this guy was going against him. His own fleet was just over 10,000, all 10 level, and this guy bought 9999 10-level ships to show off his deep pockets. No one understands this game better than me. Wang Zhuo thought confidently, considering whether to find a chance to clash with this guy and make him understand what a systematic command structure and combined operations meant. Buying 9999 of the cheapest 10-level ships. What's there to show off? But Wang Zhuo vaguely felt something was off. If he had money, why not buy a few more 10-level ships? Adding a dozen more would surpass his fleet and claim the top spot. And they were all cheap, fearless killer whale-class destroyers. According to the temperament of such foolish rich second generations, they would buy the most expensive and best. Perhaps this guy was planning to buy even more ships. After thinking it over, Wang Zhuo couldn't help but frown. If you have the guts, slap 10,000 silent giant class carriers in my face. I would never lose unless I'm face raped by carriers. After leaving the company, Lu Feng did not go home first. Instead, he went to the real estate agency outside his residential complex. As soon as he entered, someone recognized him. President Lu. Most residents of this community were influential figures. Naturally, the agency situated here was no ordinary one. They had thoroughly investigated the background information of all residents and distributed the files so that every employee could review them in their spare time. To prevent them from inadvertently offending an unassuming big shot and causing immense trouble for the agency, Lu Feng stated his purpose directly. I want to sell a house in Haijingyihao. The agency staff escorted Lu Feng into the VIP room, and soon the manager also arrived. The manager, dressed in a women's suit, looked extremely professional. She bowed slightly to Lu Feng and said, President Lu, are you referring to the house under your name valued at 75 million? Lu Feng nodded and asked, how soon can it be sold? President Lu, this property is in a good location and easy to sell. We'll immediately contact our buyer network and estimate it'll be off the market soon. Lu Feng shook his head slightly. I don't want soon. Give me a specific time. The manager was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered and put on a professional smile. President Lu, this would be considered an urgent sale. The fastest we can complete is within a week, but the price would be lower and may not meet your expectations. I don't care about the price. I have only one requirement, the faster the better. Ideally, the transaction and fund transfer happen on the same day. Alright, we will do our utmost to find a quality buyer. After saying this, the manager immediately waved over several staff members and instructed them to drop everything and contact potential buyers. This attitude pleased Lu Feng. No procrastination, no formalism. They focused on practical service. The downside was that the commission fee would be quite high. But Lu Feng was about to sell shares worth at least 5 billion, so he didn't care about this small amount. The most important thing was to quickly and securely convert his current assets into cash. Just as Lu Feng was about to go home, an agency employee who had just left returned. He held up his phone excitedly and said, President Lu, a client expressed great interest in your property and would like to see it first. Do you have time to arrange a viewing? Oh, someone wanted to see the house so soon. Efficient. Lu Feng was satisfied and immediately nodded. Alright, I'll wait here. Tell that person to come over and I'll take them to see the house. Okay. The employee responded a few words on the phone, then hung up and left under the manager's gesture. Your clients are quite good. Lu Feng smiled and chatted with the manager to pass the time. The manager returned a professional yet slightly proud smile. Thank you for the compliment, President Lu. Not long after, the client seemed to live nearby, and soon a Maybach stopped at the agency entrance. A middle-aged man got out of the car. He seemed to recognize Lu Feng. Upon seeing him, he first showed surprise, then immediately called out, Brother Lu, and embraced him. Lu Feng had a vague memory of this man. They had met once at a financial circle tycoon's gala, but it was merely a brief encounter. Brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be the seller. Since it's you, just name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy it immediately without even looking at the house. The middle-aged man was extremely straightforward, seeming to trust Lu Feng completely, and waved his hand as he spoke. Lu Feng, however, found it somewhat baffling. Although they had met once, their friendship was nowhere near this level. But since the other party had said so, and with the day of the warship's arrival only a month away, he wasn't worried about any hidden schemes the other might have. Any schemes would have to get past his fleet first. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Let's go with the market price of 75 million. Lu Feng stated his price directly. When there's free money, not taking it would be foolish. The middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. After both parties submitted the required documents, the agency manager led Lu Feng and the middle-aged man through the proceedings. The process took an entire day. When the city lights came on and night fell, the money finally arrived in Lu Feng's account. After deducting various fees, Lu Feng looked at the newly added over 72 million yuan in his account ecstatic. The sold house had virtually nothing worth taking. He just packed up a few things. Then he directly checked into a hotel. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Feng eagerly opened his phone and logged into Galactic Era. The first thing he did was to transfer the entire 72 million plus yuan still warm from the card into the game, converting it into star coins. Star coins 720 with star coins. Lu Feng turned his attention to the dockyard, which was currently only level 2. Upgrade. Insufficient materials for upgrading dockyard to level 2. Materials required for this upgrade can be purchased directly, costing 300 star coins. Would you like to use star coins to purchase the required materials? Purchase. You have purchased mechanical arms 50. You have purchased transmission devices 120. You have purchased production robots 180. Your dockyard is upgrading. Current progress 1. If it were according to Lu Feng's previous nature, he would have waited slowly for the progress to reach completion. But now there was no need to wait. He directly clicked upgrade now. Completing the dockyard upgrade immediately costs 500 star coins. Are you sure you want to spend 500 star coins to upgrade the dockyard? Lu Feng impatiently clicked confirm. After this confirmation, no further prompts appeared. The level 2 dockyard had upgraded to level 3. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 3. You can now produce level 3 warships in the dockyard. A new production line has been added, allowing simultaneous construction of 3 warships. After the upgrade, your dockyard base can now simultaneously maintain up to 50 warships not exceeding level 2. It can berth a maximum of 500 warships not exceeding level 3. In the starry background, the dockyard that had been berthing a single level 1 warship expanded once again. Lu Feng let out a satisfied chuckle and continued to select the dockyard, clicking upgrade. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 4. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level V. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 6. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 7. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 8. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level 9. After who knows how long, just as Lu Feng was numbed by repeatedly clicking confirm, he realized he had reached the final step, upgrading the level 9 dockyard to level 10. This step alone cost him 300 star coins just to purchase the upgrade materials. You have purchased multi-joint mobile mechanical arms to 000. You have purchased gravity magnetic dual mode switching transmission devices 400. You have purchased modular multifunctional production robot 6000. Your dockyard is upgrading, current progress 1. At this point, Lu Feng felt inexplicably excited. He slowly clicked the final step. Upgrade now. Completing the dockyard upgrade immediately costs 400 star coins. Are you sure you want to spend 400 star coins to upgrade the dockyard? 400,000 star coins. Adding the cost of materials, upgrading from level 9 to level 10 costs 700 star coins. All previous upgrades combined didn't cost as much as this one. Although 400 star coins was a lot, Lu Feng didn't feel a pang of regret. After clicking confirm, the prompt that appeared made a heavy stone lift from his heart. Your dockyard has been upgraded to level X. You can now produce level X warships in the dockyard. A new production line has been added, allowing simultaneous construction of 10 warships. After the upgrade, your dockyard base can now simultaneously maintain up to 2,000 warships not exceeding level X. It can berth a maximum of 20,000 warships not exceeding level X. Finally, his inverted blade fleet had a place to dock. Lu Feng checked his star coin balance. 71 million star coins remained. A tier 10 dry dock had cost him 1 million. To Lu Feng, this was hardly anything. He even thought it rather cheap. He promptly ordered all the inverted blade fleet that had been drifting in deep space to dock at the sole tier 10 dry dock available. The gleaming silver dry dock resembled a flattened giant island with 10 massive structural extensions spreading uniformly in all directions. Each structure functioned like a pier where warships could berth. The even more colossal main body of the dry dock was covered with countless entry and exit points of varying sizes, accommodating different types of warships. Some entry points were large enough to swallow an asteroid dozens of kilometers in diameter. One could only imagine how immense the warships passing through them must be. With Lu Feng's order to dock the inverted blade fleet at the tier 10 dry dock, silver-white inverted blade class destroyers gathered toward the dock like schooling fish. Before the massive dry dock, each inverted blade class destroyer appeared as minuscule as a speck of dust. Only when nearly 10,000 inverted blade class destroyers gathered together could one perceive this river of warships forming a galaxy along the dock's edge. As Lu Feng admired this scene, he noticed a red dot flashing in his message panel. Someone had sent him a message. It was the merchant from whom he had previously purchased the inverted blade class destroyer blueprint at the player exchange. The merchant's message read, "Brother, tier 10 warship blueprints are especially hard to come by. The inverted blade class destroyer blueprint took me tremendous effort to obtain." Reading this message, Lu Feng sensed acutely that the man had not claimed to have no blueprints. He was merely saying that obtaining blueprints was particularly difficult. It seemed he indeed had more tier 10 warship blueprints. Lu Feng replied, "As long as you have tier 10 warship blueprints and the price isn't unreasonably above market rate, name your price. I won't bargain." Over 1,000 kilometers away in some small county town, Su Jinxiang stared at his phone screen, waiting for a reply. Upon seeing Lu Feng's response, his expression filled with joy. He had said it that way initially simply to raise the price a bit. So he typed his reply, "Brother, I'll be frank with you. I do have another blueprint, one for a flawless Nebula-class scout cruiser, but..." His fingers paused at this point, and he hesitated before continuing. He sent a barrage of messages explaining the full context, but this blueprint was originally reserved by a foreigner. "I obtained this blueprint through extraordinary luck. It's one of those blueprints that command premium prices and are rarely found at the exchange. Based on my understanding of market conditions, a flawless Nebula-class scout cruiser blueprint can fetch at least 1500 with a premium of around 500 or more, assuming one is even available. That foreigner reserved my blueprint for 1700. So you see, brother, selling to a fellow countryman instead of a foreigner makes more sense. Besides, he hasn't paid yet. My price to you is a sincere 16000. I won't rip you off." After typing this, Su Jinxiang waited anxiously for the other party's reply. Generally, blueprint prices were about 10 times the warship's value. 4 inverted blade class destroyers priced at 110 each. The blueprints could sell for over 10000. 4 flawless Nebula class scout cruisers at 1110 each. Blueprint prices should normally be around 1000. But tier 10 warship blueprints were in constant short supply. Whenever a flawless Nebula class scout cruiser blueprint appeared on the market, it would be snatched up immediately. This was why prices had risen to at least 1500. Such prices for merely one blueprint. Now Su Jinxiang had added another 1000 on top of the 15000, which seemed considerably above market price. However, given the scarcity and premium demand, this price was actually not expensive. Had Lu Feng posted a purchase request himself, he might have had to spend even more. Lu Feng barely noticed the extra 1000. Such a sum meant nothing to him. He only felt fortunate that he had asked whether there were more tier 10 warship blueprints. Otherwise, he would have missed this flawless Nebula class scout cruiser blueprint entirely. Who knew when the next one would appear at the player exchange? Deal? Send the trade request. Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. Immediately a trade request arrived. A blueprint depicting a colossal warship appeared before Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng entered 1600 star coins meeting the trade conditions. The next moment the blueprint was his. On the other end, Su Jinxiang stared at the 1600 star coins now in his account. He was stunned for a long time. He was not a professional merchant, merely an avid player who had been playing this game for many years. He was practically among the first generation of players. The stars had captivated him since childhood, and the moment he saw this game he fell in love with it. Unfortunately, his family was not wealthy, and he didn't have much money to spend on the game. To progress in the game, he devoted nearly all his energy. He grinded materials every single day. Through sheer persistence, he upgraded his dry dock to tier 10 and constructed tier 10 inverted blade class destroyers. For this tier 10 dry dock and tier 10 destroyers, the effort he expended could only be described as grueling. Only heaven knew how many mechanical arms, transmission devices, and robots were needed to upgrade from tier 9 to tier 10. Only heaven knew how many materials were required to construct tier 10 warships without purchasing them. He knew it all. His family called him crazy, said he was addicted to gaming, and didn't know what was good for him. But he knew. He simply believed that since he couldn't explore the stars in reality, he would realize this wish within the game. It was precisely because he grinded materials so obsessively that he had the chance to obtain a tier 10 warship blueprint. In a small county town like his, a family could only earn 600 to 700 yuan per year. And now these 1600 star coins were 1600 yuan, more than 2 years of his family's income. Combined with the over 1000 yuan from selling the inverted blade class destroyer blueprint earlier. Finally, he could use this to prove that he wasn't wasting his time. His efforts had paid off. With this honest mindset, he chose not to sell the blueprint to the foreigner who offered more. His education wasn't high, but he believed that compatriots were ultimately more reliable. Just then Lu Feng sent him another message. What is the current scale of your fleet? Though Su Jinxiang found it somewhat strange, he honestly answered. 300 tier 1 warships, 300 tier 2 warships, 200 tier 3 warships, 200 tier 4 warships. 10 tier 10 warships, the inverted blade class destroyers. The moment Lu Feng saw the fleet configuration and numbers, he surmised that this fellow must have grinded his way up. The composition of the warships was so eclectic. Though the composition was mixed, the numbers were not insignificant. At the very least, once the warships descended gathered together, they would form a formidable fighting force. He must not be a nobody. Lu Feng thought to himself. He didn't mean a nobody in the present, but before his rebirth. So he asked again, what's your name? Let's get acquainted. Perhaps we can maintain long-term trade. Su Jinxiang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, I'm not a professional trader. I use all the materials I salvage for myself, otherwise I simply wouldn't have enough. These 2 blueprints, one I already have, the other I can't build, so I decided to sell them. After saying this, he felt it was a bit impolite, so he added, my name is Su Jinxiang. Getting acquainted is fine. Upon hearing the name, Lu Feng was stunned for a moment, then his mind recalled the situation before his rebirth. After the warships descended, the initial owners were overjoyed, each becoming an unruly tyrant. They became the targets of competition among nations who employed every conceivable means to attract them to their side. Thus the warship owners were granted many privileges. During that period, everything on the ground became chaotic. Everyone was shaken by the sudden impact of the warships. It wasn't until the establishment of the combined fleet. Several major fleets absorbed smaller and medium-sized ones, forming multiple combined fleets and creating a situation of mutual deterrence. Su Jinxiang was the leader of one of these combined fleets. Most of its members were former commoners, and its scale was relatively small, earning it the nickname, the Commoners Faction. But it was precisely this Commoners Faction that was the only combined fleet to hold its ground after the alien civilization's allied forces broke into the solar system. They fought to the last moment until every single warship was destroyed. No one became a surrenderist or a defector. They could be said to be humanity's last line of defense at that time. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng replied, my name is Lu Feng. If you're ever free, come to the high city, and I'll show you around. Sure thing, thanks boss. Su Jinxiang grinned. This boss seems like a decent person. By the way, mind telling me where you got all these blueprints? I'm willing to pay for that information. No need to pay. Consider it a favor between friends. It's no trouble to share a bit of information. Su Jinxiang declined, saying, based on my years of experience, there are a few star sectors where the drop rate for Tier 10 materials and blueprints is higher than elsewhere. Subsequently, Su Jinxiang marked all these star sector locations and sent them to Lu Feng, exploring planets in these sectors, assaulting military installations, destroying enemy fleets, and killing star beasts. All these can drop blueprints. Thanks. Lu Feng noted down the coordinates and transferred 500 star coins to Su Jinxiang. These were the fruits of years of experience and countless attempts. Buying them for 500 star coins was already a bargain. Su Jinxiang initially refused to accept, but Lu Feng insisted, so he finally accepted the transaction. Su Jinxiang expressed his gratitude repeatedly and insisted on treating Lu Feng to a meal. Lu Feng smiled and didn't take it to heart. After closing the chat window, he finally had time to focus on the blueprint in his hands, the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. The flawless Nebula-class star cruiser was the strongest comprehensive warship. Warships in Galactic Era could be divided into three major categories: comprehensive warships, attack warships, and engineering warships. Among the Tier 10 warships, the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier, the Wandering Sanctuary class battlecruiser, and the Fearless Orca class destroyer all belong to the attack warship category. Only the flawless Nebula class star cruiser was a comprehensive warship. Being comprehensive meant that a single ship was a fortress, a super supply depot, and an entire support legion. It had no shortcomings in firepower, supply, or support. It could cruise for extended periods without docking, hence the name Star Cruiser. A single ship of this class was enough to deter an entire planet or even a star system. Store price 10000 star coins per ship. You already own the blueprint for the flawless Nebula class star cruiser, so you can purchase it. Enter the purchase quantity. Lu Feng directly entered 5,000, buying 5,000 flawless Nebula class star cruisers. Are you sure you want to purchase 5,000 flawless Nebula class star cruisers? Confirm. In the next moment, 5,000 massive warships neatly arranged appeared outside the dockyard Lu Feng owned. Each flawless Nebula-class star cruiser shimmered with a resplendent nebula-like radiance. The exquisite smooth armor formed a seamless whole, flawless in every way. From a distance they indeed looked like pristine nebulae, vast and magnificent. By Lu Feng's estimation, each of these flawless Nebula-class star cruisers exceeded 10 kilometers in length. That was more than 10 times the length of a Fearless Orca-class destroyer. The completeness of its onboard configuration far surpassed that of the Fearless Orca-class destroyer. Not only was it equipped with firepower such as laser cannons, homing missile arrays, and defensive laser point defense systems, but it also had exceptionally powerful shield generators. The shields it could generate not only enveloped its own hull, but also extended to cover nearby ships. In addition, it carried onboard combat, drones, transport ships, and medical vessels. Inside the ship, an arsenal, a carrier-based aircraft production line, and everything else were fully equipped. A single flawless Nebula-class star cruiser was a mobile star fortress. 5,000 neatly arrayed flawless Nebula-class star cruisers stood in the starry void, while nearly 10,000 Fearless Orca-class destroyers formed a galaxy, escorting them around. From afar, it looked like schools of fish swimming around a whale. Even just in the game, Lu Feng was already mesmerized by the sight. He could hardly imagine what a magnificent scene it would be when these warships appeared in real space a month later. Meanwhile, on the fleet leaderboard, the Star River fleet, previously ranked first, had dropped to second place. In its place, the Reverse Blade fleet had taken the top spot with a total of 15,000 warships, 99 Fearless Orca-class destroyers, 5,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, and one Tier 1 warship. Amidst so many Tier 10 warships, a single Tier 1 ship looked quite ironic. That was exactly what Wang Zhuo, the boss of the formerly top-ranked Star River fleet, was thinking. What a travesty! Although the rich second generation behind the Reverse Blade fleet hadn't slapped 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers in his face, Wang Zhuo still felt his face stinging. Those were 5,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers. That was 10 times what he owned. He had more of them than his own Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and as many as his Fearless Orca-class destroyers. But a Fearless Orca-class destroyer was just a 1,000-coin destroyer, while a flawless Nebula-class star cruiser was a 10,000-coin cruiser. These were big boys. Their combat power was in no way comparable to destroyers. If those 5,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers were thrown at him, they could level his dockyard and fleet without any micromanagement. What a travesty! Which rich brat doesn't know the value of money and just buys ships recklessly? If it were him, he wouldn't be willing to spend 50 million just to buy 5,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers. The most crucial point was that he could tell these 5,000 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers weren't even the guy's limit. Wang Zhuo felt that this extravagant rich kid intended to buy every type of Tier 10 warship. First the Fearless Orca-class destroyers, then the flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, and next would be the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. It was just that there were no blueprints available on the market, which was slowing down his progress. Sigh. Forget it, I won't compete with you for first place. Wang Zhou calculated that based on the number of warships this extravagant rich kid had bought so far, once he maxed out all 4 types of tier 10 warships, the total size of the reverse blade fleet should reach between 20 and 30,000 ships. Well, that's fine, it's only 2 or 3 times my size, still acceptable. Wang Zhou kept comforting himself. Although in terms of real assets he could afford such sums, he couldn't possibly pour that much money into a game. So he had no choice but to give up. Crazy, absolutely crazy. After purchasing the flawless Nebula class star cruiser, Lu Feng admired it in the game for a long time before closing the game with satisfaction. Before closing the game, he also placed purchase orders for the Wandering Cathedral class battlecruiser and the Silent Leviathan class aircraft carrier with 50,000 and 2 million star coins respectively. They were now displayed in the most prominent position of the player trading exchange. The prices he offered far exceeded the market value, all in order to secure the blueprints as soon as possible and avoid any unexpected complications. He wondered how long it would take to get them. Turning off the phone screen, Lu Feng strolled to the window and gazed at the dazzling riverbank scenery and the magnificent skyscrapers outside. The appearance of Su Jinxiang inevitably reminded him of certain matters. Humans are truly a diverse species, even having such beings as the descentists. The descentists were those who willingly submitted to the coalition of alien civilizations, hoping they would descend and rule over humanity as soon as possible. Because of their existence, they secretly carried out small maneuvers, breaching humanity from within, leading to the tragic defeat of the several joint fleets. Otherwise, with the performance of the 10-tier warships in the Galaxy Era, humanity could have held out much longer. This was also why Lu Feng did not issue warnings to the nations. First, there was a 99.9 chance he would be taken as a madman. Second, perhaps some countries could be trusted, but the people within those countries were not trustworthy. What Lu Feng could do was only invest all his funds to expand the scale of his fleet. The key to expanding the fleet lay in tomorrow. Tomorrow his shares would be publicly auctioned. How much the shares worth over 5 billion could sell for would depend on tomorrow. The next morning Lu Feng rose early, washed up, and went to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. While eating, he scrolled through his phone. In the commentary section, he saw a news article from a financial media outlet. According to unconfirmed inside sources, Lu Feng, the head of XAI, announced yesterday that he would sell his shares. It is reported that Lu Feng holds over 50 of XAI's shares. Based on XAI's current stock price, these shares are worth at least 5 billion yuan. There were many comments below. Another capitalist who cashes out as soon as the company goes public. I used to say Lu Feng was a true entrepreneur with a dream in technology, but I take back my words. He is just one of the capitalists. Many were hurling insults, and such comments had exceptionally high numbers of likes. The moment Lu Feng finished reading the news, he understood that this was likely a deliberate leak by some capital institution. He opened the stock price app, selected XAI, and tapped it. Sure enough, XAI's stock price was falling, and the decline started around the same time that news article was released. Those devils who devour people without spitting out the bones. Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. They have so many petty tricks. Those who controlled the capital institutions sat at the top of the social pyramid. They would scheme against each other for profit. Little did they know that soon, when the warships appeared above humanity, the immense wealth they possessed would vanish in an instant. Those who once stood at the pinnacle of the pyramid would become no different from ordinary people. Lu Feng looked forward to that day. Turning off his phone, he hastily finished his breakfast, hailed a taxi on the street, and headed to the company. As soon as he entered the company gate, Lu Feng spotted a familiar figure. It was the middle-aged man who had bought his house yesterday. From their conversation yesterday, he learned the man's name was Ling Xingfa, and Lu Feng called him Boss Ling. Seeing Boss Ling, Lu Feng paused involuntarily. What? Is Boss Ling also interested in the bidding? Ling Xingfa, upon seeing Lu Feng, greeted him cheerfully with a hug, calling him Brother Lu. I've been following Brother Lu for a long time, so naturally I'm interested. Did you purposely come to buy the house yesterday? Lu Feng asked curiously. In truth, he didn't care who bought his house. But he found it hard to imagine anyone could be so well informed. If he delved deeper, it would be chilling to think about. No, that was pure coincidence. Ling Xingfa waved his hand hastily. To be honest, I was also startled when I saw Brother Lu last night. Ling Xingfa's words were not false, and Lu Feng could tell, so he didn't dwell on the topic of the house. Instead, he turned to the main event of the day. No wonder Boss Ling was so straightforward last night. Could it be that you wanted to gain an advantage in today's bidding? Lu Feng joked half seriously. Boss Ling waved his hand grandly. Haha, Brother Lu, what are you saying? Everything should be based on the principle of fair competition. Then I naturally welcome Boss Ling. Let's go in together. Just like with the house, it didn't matter who bought his shares, as long as the money was in place. At this moment, the meeting room on the top floor of XAI was already full of people. Apart from the company's senior management, there were also many representatives of the capital institutions behind the top executives. These representatives from capital institutions sat clustered around their respective bosses, giving the impression that they were quite at odds with each other. As soon as he entered, Lu Feng noticed the bosses of these capital institutions, all well-known figures. With a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips, he sat in the center and said directly, Since everyone is here, let me state the only condition for purchasing my shares: the full payment must be transferred to the designated account within 1 week. He looked around. Any objections? No one spoke. Very well, then I declare the bidding begins. 45 billion. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a capital institution from Guangxing raised the price to 45 billion. Even if XAI's stock price fell, it wouldn't drop much. The shares in Lu Feng's hands were still very valuable. Everyone present knew this well, so they skipped the low price offers. 46 billion. A capital institution from Dahai City called out a price. 47 billion. 48 billion. The first bidder from Guangxing raised the price again, then said to the others, XAI's stock price has already taken a dip this morning. Based on Mr. Lu's shares, any price above this would be a bad deal. Hearing this, Lu Feng gave a contemptuous smile. This capital institution was deliberately saying that. Ostensibly addressing the other institutions, it was actually directed at Lu Feng. It was also a signal. Sure enough, after the Guangxing institution's statement, no other institution made a bid for several minutes. These people were all incredibly shrewd. Lu Feng's public auction was simply an attempt to make these institutions compete, driving up the selling price of his shares. They naturally saw through this, so they would inevitably not let Lu Feng have his way. Although XAI had excellent prospects, that was just a prediction. What if the shares bought at a high price ended up being a total loss? The market was never short of companies with great potential that collapsed overnight. The once famous little yellow bike was a classic example. Without tangible benefits in hand, these institutions would not act rashly, so they had to push the price down. Thus the bidding turned into a psychological battle. A psychological battle between Lu Feng and the capital institutions. It all depended on who would lose their composure first. Let me add another 50 million. Dune, in the head of a long-standing capital institution in Dahai City, spoke up. This broke the several-minute silence. Mr. Lu requires the funds to be transferred within a week. Selling shares under such conditions typically requires a discount, and with XAI's stock price declining, our offer is already quite sincere. Dune sounded confident, even giving the impression of certain victory. Mr. Lu, do you accept this price? If you agree, we can sign the contract right here and now, and the funds will be transferred within 5 days. Lu Feng merely glanced at him without uttering a word. This price fell far short of his expectations. Every 100 million less meant thousands, even tens of thousands fewer warships. The future value of these warships could not be measured by a single 100 million. He would never let slip any opportunity to raise additional funds. Neither Lu Feng nor the heads of those capital institutions spoke. Nobody was willing to yield an inch. The atmosphere in the conference room grew suddenly still. At that moment, a voice from the back of the conference room broke the silence. 5,500 million. The price made everyone in the room stop breathing for a moment, especially the heads of those capital institutions. 5,500 million was their agreed-upon final bottom line. Who was this person abandoning all convention, pushing the price straight to the limit? They had been on the verge of closing the deal at around 4.8 or 9 billion with a bit more pressure. And now someone came along to disrupt everything. Everyone turned around to see who had called out the price. Ling Xingfa sat at the back of the conference room, smiling warmly at the people present. Greetings, distinguished bosses. I am a merchant from Guangxing. I recently purchased a residence in Dahai City and plan to settle here long-term. He bowed to the assembled guests. Instantly, the capital institutions present began whispering among themselves. Lu Feng noticed a senior executive of XAI standing beside Ling Xingfa. Clearly, he had been following XAI for some time. Unexpectedly, this boss Ling was so interested in his company that he was willing to pay this price for shares. This was actually a tremendous help to him. With this price announced, the deadlock was broken. The subtle maneuvers those capital institutions had devised beforehand all instantly became useless. If they truly wanted to acquire his XAI shares, they would have to act with real conviction. Dune no longer maintained his earlier composed demeanor and appeared somewhat frustrated that his plans had been thwarted. Now it might cost an additional several, even over a dozen 100 million. This Ling Xingfa. He knew him, a businessman who had built his fortune from scratch by constructing factories in Guangxing. He was not part of the capital institution circle. At first he had not taken him seriously at all, because apart from capital institutions like theirs, ordinary industrial companies would find it exceedingly difficult to produce so much cash all at once. Unexpectedly, this Ling Xingfa had become a disruptive third party halfway through the game. I think Boss Ling may be joking. He should not be able to produce that much capital. I believe Mr. Lu should verify this. Although Du Nan's words sounded playful, his gaze was extremely sharp as he stared at Ling Xingfa. Ling Xingfa remained unfazed and continued smiling. I naturally have the money. Rather fortunately, several years ago, I invested in Chengdu AI. After Chengdu AI went public, it multiplied several times over, and I sold at its highest stock price, earning quite a substantial sum. I am very bullish on XAI now. Would you kind bosses please make way? His response was only a cold snort from Du Nan. 5,600 million. Ling Xingfa replied calmly. 5,700 million. 5,800 million. Du Nan and Ling Xingfa were now locked in a bidding war, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew thick with tension. But Lu Feng was delighted to see this situation. With every price each of them called out, his joy blossomed like a flower within his heart. 100 million was enough for him to purchase an additional 100,000 Wuwei Noji-class destroyers. Even for the Qinma Jusho-class aircraft carriers, he could afford 1,000. 5 billion, 900 million. Ling Xingfa continued to follow. Upon hearing the number 5 billion, 900 million, an unnamed fury stirred in Dunan's eyes. This price had already far exceeded the market value of XAI's shares. Every additional 100 million he spent meant taking on more risk. If XAI failed to reach new heights in the future, all this money would be lost. He also began to wonder why Lu Feng was suddenly selling his own shares at this very moment. Was there some undisclosed internal matter within XAI? Had certain unfavorable signs emerged that would affect the company's subsequent development? This was what had prompted Lu Feng to consider cashing out early. Suddenly this notion took root in his mind like an ancient tree with interlocking roots, making him somewhat wavering. He glanced at Lu Feng sitting there motionless and saying nothing, and he seriously doubted whether Lu Feng's composure at this moment was merely an act. But except for the faint twitch at the corners of Lu Feng's mouth, which seemed to be suppressing a smile, he found not the slightest trace of feigned calmness. Finally, he steeled his resolve and made his last bid. 6 billion. At this point, apart from Ling Xingfa, all the other capital institutions had chosen to wait and see. There was still hope of securing the deal at 6 billion. If Ling Xingfa bid again this time, then he would walk away. Fortunately, this time Ling Xingfa remained silent. He simply bowed to Du Nan, his meaning clear without words. Du Nan then looked at Lu Feng, who nodded in agreement. This made Du Nan breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He had acquired a 51% stake in XAI at a premium of 1 billion yuan. Although the risk was considerable, this investment still held certain value. Once he obtained control of XAI, his first priority would be to investigate whether there were any hidden dangers within the company. As long as there were no major issues, he could still earn back this billion yuan. Du Nan kept comforting himself in his heart. I must believe in my own judgment. The next era would inevitably be the age of AI. XAI's market value would surely surge to hundreds of billions, even trillions. The current 60 billion would become 600 billion, 6 trillion. The signed contract underwent double checks by both the legal department and Lu Feng himself. Once confirmed there were no issues, Lu Feng and Du Nan signed their names on the contract. A heavy burden lifted from both their hearts simultaneously. After signing the contract, Du Nan patted Lu Feng on the shoulder. Lu Feng, have you considered continuing to work for XAI? I will offer you excellent terms. Lu Feng merely shook his head. No thank you. I have my own affairs to attend to. His heart was now burning with excitement, eagerly awaiting the funds to arrive, so he could immediately invest in Galactic Era to purchase warships. Hearing this, Du Nan could not help but frown, and said earnestly, Lu Feng, as someone who has been through this, I have more experience than you. This AI industry could very well be the key to the next great technological explosion. You must not miss an entire era. Lu Feng shook off Du Nan's hand from his shoulder and said calmly, you need not concern yourself with that. Because he knew exactly where the key to the next technological explosion lay, and he also knew precisely when it would occur. With the share transaction finalized, just as Lu Feng was about to return to the hotel, boss Ling called out to him. Brother Lu, I'd like to invite you to my home. My home is your home, or rather your former home. Boss Ling rubbed his hands together, an expression of long-awaited anticipation on his face. Lu Feng felt something off about the look in Boss Ling's eyes, and combined with the invitation to his home, a chill ran down his spine. He stepped back half a pace. Boss Ling, I've been rather busy lately, I don't have time. When Boss Ling saw Lu Feng's reaction, he realized the misunderstanding and immediately slapped his forehead, beginning to explain. Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Actually, someone at my home is your fan and has always wanted to meet you, so. Lu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the head of a major corporation, it was only natural that he would have admirers. I'll visit if my schedule allows. I have some matters to attend to these days, and we can stay in touch by phone. After all, the man had done him a considerable favor, helping him secure an additional billion yuan. Visiting wouldn't hurt. Very well, we'll keep in touch by phone. You're heading back now, I assume. I noticed you didn't drive when you arrived. Let me have my driver take you. Lu Feng accepted the offer without hesitation and returned to the hotel in the middle-aged man's Maybach. Upon arriving back at the hotel, Lu Feng immediately opened his phone and logged into Galaxy Age. Starting from last night, he had already begun exploring the coordinates Su Jinxiang had provided. He had divided his fleet into 10 squadrons, each comprising 500 flawless Nebula-class patrol vessels and 1,000 fearless Trident-class destroyers. Leidenstar District. As the most chaotic region in the game, it was also the most dangerous. The source of the chaos lay in the countless space beasts lurking within its deep void. A seemingly ordinary asteroid could transform into a gaping beast at any moment, devouring passing ships. Yet alongside such extreme danger came extraordinary rewards. Deploying the fleet into Leidenstar District for exploration yielded substantial quantities of materials each time, along with a certain probability of obtaining blueprints. But the prerequisite was the ability to slay those terrifying space beasts. Typically, a single space beast required 100 warships of the same level to eliminate. The higher the tier of the space beast, the more warships were needed for its destruction. Those without substantial resources who ventured into hunting space beasts would easily suffer heavy losses. But for Lu Feng, none of this was a problem. Lu Feng had deployed no fewer than 5 squadrons here, constantly patrolling the Leiden Star district and delivering overwhelming firepower strikes against any space beast that emerged. Each squadron commanded 1,500 tier 10 warships, their firepower so formidable that those space beasts were often reduced to ashes the moment they revealed themselves. You have slain a tier 7 space beast and obtained mechanical arm 14. You have slain a tier 8 space beast and obtained tier 8 warship blueprint 1. You have slain a tier 10 space beast and obtained tier 10 warship shield generator fragment 1. You have slain a tier 8 space beast and obtained tier 8 warship armor 29. You have slain a tier 9 space beast and obtained tier 9 warship cannon 1. These notifications had been coming non-stop since last night. However, the majority of beasts slain were tier 7, tier 8, and tier 9 space beasts, with tier 10 ones being rare. And tier 10 warship blueprints could only drop from tier 10 space beasts. At this moment, a particular kill notification caught Lu Feng's attention. You have slain the tier 10 space beast Hilton and obtained an information-containing audio fragment. It actually has a name. Among the dozen tier 10 space beasts he had slain previously, none possessed individual names. They were only identified by the title of tier 10 space beast. This indicated that the slain tier 10 space beast Hilton was considerably special, and its kill reward was equally extraordinary, an audio fragment. This was a completely unprecedented reward, and nothing similar had ever been seen elsewhere. Lu Feng immediately took great interest and rummaged through his warehouse until he found the audio fragment. Its icon was simply a wavy line. Upon opening it, the description appeared. An information-containing audio fragment, but the audio has been damaged. Collecting 3 such fragments can restore it into a complete audio. With the complete audio, one might be able to locate the source that sent it. Lu Feng couldn't help but ponder. 3 audio fragments. It seemed there should be at least 2 more special entities like the tier 10 space beast Hilton hidden somewhere within the Leiden Star district. I wonder if this audio is unique. If someone else had beaten him to it, that would be quite troublesome. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng decided to relocate all his warships to the Leiden Star district, accelerating the sweep speed. His goal was to locate the remaining 2 special tier 10 space beasts hiding within the Leiden Star district as quickly as possible. Once the deployment order was issued, the 5 squadrons far from the Leiden Star district immediately turned around and headed toward it in full formation. As each massive warship shimmering with radiance entered hyperspace at its original position, the next moment brought forth an enormous fleet stretching thousands of kilometers in length, appearing within the Leiden Star district. The fearless Trident-class destroyers surrounded the flawless Nebula-class patrol vessels like schools of fish darting between them, their deep blue afterimages painting breathtaking trails across the deep void. There were 9 such fleets in total. Each fleet conducted systematic sweeps star system by star system. The sweeps continued for an entire day, with the 10 fleets slaughtering an uncountable number of space beasts within the Leiden Star district. Lu Feng glanced at the thousands of materials in his warehouse and estimated that they had killed at least 1,000 space beasts. Yet among those 1,000 space beasts, not a single special tier 10 space beast bearing a name had appeared. Whether it was simply bad fortune or whether the remaining special tier 10 space beasts had detected the danger and actively avoided confrontation, Lu Feng had failed to obtain a second audio fragment. However, Lu Feng had reaped an unexpected windfall. A blueprint had appeared in his warehouse, the blueprint for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Reviewing his kill records, Lu Feng discovered that in the afternoon a detached fleet had obtained this blueprint after slaying a tier 10 beast. You have slain a tier 10 beast and obtained the tier 10 warship Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser blueprint 1. Lu Feng did a quick calculation. Out of nearly 100 tier 10 space beasts he had slain, only 1 blueprint had dropped. The drop rate was approximately 1, shockingly low. And this was only achievable because he possessed 15,000 tier 10 warships at once for sweeping operations. For ordinary players, it would be nearly impossible to accumulate so many tier 10 warships to hunt tier 10 space beasts, and thus they could never match his efficiency. With the blueprint secured, Lu Feng first put aside the Leiden Star district sweep operations and opened the shop. Among the 4 tier 10 warships displayed at the very top of the shop, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser had finally lit up and was officially available for purchase. Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser price, 200 star credits per unit. Lu Feng glanced at his star credits balance. Over 20 million remained. He clicked purchase. You possess the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser blueprint and may now purchase the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. Enter purchase quantity, 10,000 units. When 10,000 gray-black warships were arrayed outside the dry dock, the spectacle was truly magnificent. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser measured 5 kilometers in length. Compared to the fearless Trident-class destroyer, its displacement was magnitudes greater. Positioned ahead of the battlecruiser, a series of mechanically interlocked rings assembled into a colossal planetary cannon. The cannon's aperture alone could accommodate an entire fearless Trident-class destroyer. As a planetary siege weapon, its maximum yield could pierce straight through a planet's crust to its core, triggering total structural collapse. In addition, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser carried 10 superorbital laser cannons and 40 orbital laser cannons. These were heavy-caliber weapons entirely absent from the fearless Trident-class destroyer. Densely distributed across every facet of the hull, they targeted all 6 spatial vectors, up, down, left, right, forward, and aft, capable of unleashing massive saturated strikes at any moment. Beyond these conventional armaments, such as laser turrets, tracking missile arrays, and defensive laser point defense matrices were outfitted in quantities more than tenfold those of the fearless Trident-class destroyer. It stood a full tier above the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser. Though inferior in size, its firepower was undoubtedly supreme. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser was engineered solely as the ultimate weapon of war. Every system aboard was optimized in service of its batteries. After surveying the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, Feng restrained the impulse to open fire immediately. He then assigned the 10,000 vessels to the reverse blade fleet docked within the dry dock. With the existing 15,000 ships added to his roster, Feng now confronted a pressing logistical dilemma. His sole tier, 10 dry dock, was simply inadequate. It appeared he would need to construct a second tier, 10 dry dock. However, his stellar credit balance had dwindled to merely hundreds of thousands, while a single tier, 10 facility, demanded millions. He would have to shelve the project until the anticipated 6 billion credits were received. Feng did not let the 10,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers remain idle. They were immediately deployed to the Laden Star sector, where they were integrated into the original 10 subflotillas. Each of those 10 subflotillas expanded to 2,500 warships, swelling the overall fleet's operational scale by more than half. Scattered across the starry expanse, they still formed a vast, unbroken armada stretching thousands of kilometers. Boss checked the fleet rankings. Wang Zhuo had been staring blankly at the ceiling. At his subordinate's call, he weakly raised his phone and glanced at the #1 spot on the leaderboard, the reverse blade fleet. Oh, another 10,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers added. 20 million credits. Trivial. To that fellow, it must be pocket change. He numbly set his phone aside and resumed gazing emptily at the ceiling. Like a middle-aged man suddenly stripped of all vitality, he fell into a state of profound digital apathy. Wang Zhuo no longer wished to log into Galaxy Age. Seeing him in such a despondent state, his subordinates could not contain themselves and burst out shouting, "Boss, do not lose heart. Steady yourself. Even if their final strength reaches 30,000 ships, we still have a chance to close the gap." "I have run the simulations," the subordinate pressed on. "Only if our Galaxy fleet doubles its current scale, adding 500 more aircraft carriers. Provided that young master lacks tactical acumen, relying solely on the agility of carrier-based fighters and combined arms coordination. With our command architecture and micromanagement precision, we can defeat his 30-ship armada." A faint spark gradually returned to Wang Zhuo's eyes. "Really? I can guarantee it," his subordinate nodded vigorously. "I received intelligence that the reverse blade fleet was led by that young master to Laden Sector to hunt cosmic leviathans. From my observations, he only executes rudimentary maneuvers, distributing all vessels evenly across 10 subflotillas and driving them forward in a single mass rush. He has likely not hired a fleet admiral like you, boss. He is probably commanding such a massive armada entirely on his own. Controlling a fleet of this magnitude single-handedly makes fine tactical execution nearly impossible. That presents our tactical opening." Wang Zhuo pondered silently. If his subordinate's assessment proved correct, he genuinely could defeat a 30,000 ship force with only 20,000. A textbook victory through numerical disadvantage. As for why he should engage, Galaxy Age inherently encouraged player conflict. Skirmishes and full-scale naval engagements between factions were commonplace. Why refrain from a battle one could win? He did not play merely to nurture warships gathering dust in dry docks. Moreover, since the reverse blade fleet usurped the Galaxy fleet's throne, he had enjoyed neither restful sleep nor peace of mind. The resentment still burned within him. For years he had reigned as the undisputed overlord, only to be overtaken in a short span by a sudden troublesome rich heir. What a nuisance, and still what a nuisance. Wang Zhuo could no longer endure the stagnation. Running the figures in his mind, expanding his fleet to double its current size would require 10,000 tier 10 warships. This included 500 Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers, plus 9,500 of various other tier 10 vessels costing roughly 70 to 80 million credits. That sum would consume 1/5 or 1/6 of his total liquid assets, a steep, immediate outlay. Yet he knew exactly where to secure the capital. Wang Zhuo thought of his father, who had always despised his gaming habits. When Wang Zhuo had invested 20 million credits in Galaxy Age, his father had branded him a prodigal son and nearly disowned him. That old man was filthy rich. It was time he squeezed out a few extra credits. At 10 o'clock that evening, just as Feng's sweeping operations reached the final star system of the Laden sector, he finally spotted a second named Tier 10 Cosmic Behemoth. This beast differed fundamentally from all others. Upon sighting Lu Feng's fleet, it actually altered course and fled. Previously encountered cosmic leviathans, regardless of their tier, would invariably reveal themselves to attack any moving formation. Without exception, it seemed hardwired into their programming. But this one, identified as Shi-Er-Ta, did not hesitate upon sighting Lu Feng's detached squadron. Its obsidian body coiled like a colossal serpent as it sprinted toward the system's periphery. A named NPC is indeed distinct. Lu Feng chuckled. The detached fleet that had discovered Shi-Er-Ta closed in at a leisurely pace, utterly unfazed by the creature's desperate retreat. Meanwhile, 9 other squadrons of identical strength converged on the star system from multiple vectors. Slowly they formed a colossal tactical encirclement. The ring of steel continued to tighten, with Shi-Er-Ta at its focal point. Initially oblivious, the beast soon recognized its predicament and halted its flight, holding position. Its serpentine frame, immense and sinuous, was armored with golden eyes. Now every single one of those luminous orbs fixed upon the surrounding fleet. It appeared to await the impending engagement with calculated calm. Such distinctly anthropomorphic behavior confirmed to Lu Feng that its artificial intelligence was remarkably advanced. It also deepened his curiosity regarding the origin of that audio fragment. Once all 3 fragments were collected, their source could be precisely triangulated. What or who would it reveal? Lost in thought, Lu Feng watched as the battle between Tier 10 cosmic behemoth Shi-Er-Ta and his fleet commenced. Shi-Er-Ta's combat prowess far exceeded that of ordinary Tier 10 beasts. By Lu Feng's estimation, it equaled the combined firepower of at least 500 Tier 10 warships operating in unison. Unfortunately for the beast, it had crossed paths with Lu Feng. The 2,500 Tier 10 warships formed a closing kill net. In an instant, 1,000,000 laser beams converged from every angle upon a single target. The brilliance produced temporarily eclipsed even the local star's radiance. When the searing white flash faded, only scattered blackened residue remained at the epicenter. You have slain the Tier 10 cosmic behemoth Shi-Er-Ta and obtained an audio fragment containing encrypted intelligence. When everything settled, Lu Feng examined this audio clip in the warehouse. An audio clip containing information, but it was damaged. Collecting 3 such clips would allow them to be restored into a complete audio, which could then be used to trace the source of the transmission. Its description was identical to the first one. With 2 audio clips in hand, Lu Feng needed only the last one to restore the complete audio and pinpoint its origin. But where was the last special level, 10 Behemoth? After all, his 10 subfleets had already swept through dozens of star systems within the latent sector. Only 2 special level, 10 Behemoths had been discovered. That left 2 possibilities: either the third one was still hiding within the latent sector, or it had escaped to another sector. Considering both scenarios, Lu Feng split his 5,000 Intrepid killer-class destroyers and 5,000 wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers into 100 small-scale flotillas. Each flotilla consisted of 50 Intrepid killer-class destroyers and 50 wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers. These flotillas would continuously patrol the latent sector, searching for the third special stellar behemoth that might still be hidden there. He deployed the remaining 15,000 warships to the second target, the Labarco scrapyard. Located not far from the latent sector, it was another coordinate provided by Su Jinxiang. The scrapyard was piled high with all kinds of debris: warship wreckage, discarded rockets, mutilated corpses, a veritable public dump. Exploring among the rubbish might yield unexpected discoveries, such as blueprints. Compared to the latent sector, the Labarco scrapyard was eerily quiet. In the latent sector, Lu Feng would occasionally see others hunting stellar behemoths. But here there was almost no one. Few knew that rummaging through trash could yield loot. Even if someone knew, the efficiency was too low compared to hunting behemoths. Thus vast stretches of junk piles lay in darkness unvisited. Few people meant Lu Feng could have it all to himself. Seeing the screen filled with trash and the prompt destroyable, he was delighted. He loved setting off fireworks. He commanded his 15,000 level 10 warships to advance directly toward the endless scrapyard. Each ship unleashed saturation firepower on the nearest junk pile. Beams of light illuminated the once dark scrapyard, making it look like 2 great fleets were exchanging fire. Despite the vastness of the Labarco scrapyard and the mountains of trash, Lu Feng's 15,000 warships were formidable. Their sheer numbers and quality ensured a swift advance. What would be tough for ordinary players was just a single volley for a wandering Sanctum-class battlecruiser. If one volley wasn't enough, a second would do. Nothing that cannons couldn't solve. A devout follower of the truth cannon, Lu Feng believed so. But as the relentless darkness of the Labarco scrapyard was gradually illuminated by the glow of cannon fire, a behemoth stirred from the depths of the junk. It leaped from the debris still shrouded in darkness and charged toward the light on the horizon. The creature's body was half the size of a moon, resembling an alien monster with countless tentacles and golden eyes covering its form. Its 1,000-kilometer-long body smashed through the junk piles in its path, carving a 100-kilometer-wide gap. With unstoppable momentum, the behemoth reached the outer edge of the scrapyard, facing the fleet, clearing the debris. It rammed straight into a flawless Nebula-class cruiser, shattering its shields with its jaws and then biting half the cruiser into pieces. But the fleet was no pushover. The moment the behemoth appeared, Lu Feng reacted, ordering all ships to converge on its location and concentrate fire. The nearest hundreds of wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated their forward planetary cannons. After charging, hundreds of thick beams struck the behemoth, obliterating nearly half of its tentacles and golden eyes. The behemoth roared in pain, thrashing in the aftermath of the planetary cannons, seemingly terrified. But more warships joined the fray, pounding it with volley after volley. Tentacles were severed one by one. The glow of laser cannons and orbital laser cannons never ceased. Soon the creature fell silent, its massive mangled corpse drifting in the vast starry void. The charred marks on its body testified that it had provoked the wrong opponent. You have slain the level 10 stellar behemoth Hilder, gaining an audio clip containing information. You have collected all 3 audio clips. They can be restored into a complete audio. Restore. 2 consecutive messages filled Lu Feng with joy. This behemoth was indeed the third named special level 10 stellar behemoth. All 3 audio clips were now collected. He immediately clicked restore. The next moment, the 3 clips vanished from his storage, replaced by a complete audio. Lu Feng eagerly opened it, wanting to hear what information the complete audio contained and what its source was. As he operated, the interface of the Galaxy Era was replaced by a fluctuating line. A voice gradually emerged alongside the undulating line. It was an eerie sound, its hollow and desolate background instantly sending chills down one's spine, evoking a deep-seated coldness. It felt like being in the deep ocean and hearing a sound that humans could never normally perceive. The sharp cry of a whale, a primal fear, and an overwhelming sense of inaccessibility. This audio seemed to have been emitted by some creature in the cosmos, then received by those 3 special level 10 stellar behemoths. Was this another special level 10 stellar behemoth? Or perhaps the birthplace of stellar behemoths? Curiosity burning, Lu Feng clicked the locate button that appeared after listening to the full audio. A coordinate appeared before him. This region was far from active player areas, nearly at the edge of the map. Their empty, dead, dark space dominated, with only the occasional star emitting heat and light. And there something existed. Lu Feng did not rush to order the entire fleet to jump to that coordinate. He felt that no matter what that thing was, it would certainly not be as easy to deal with as the 3 10th level space behemoths, Zyrd, Zerda, and Zyrd. The game, Galaxy Era, does not have the conventional quests commonly found in traditional games. However, players may collect all sorts of strange and unusual items within it. Behind these items there may well be a hidden storyline. Following the storyline, one can uncover many behind-the-scenes aspects that are not revealed to most players. These behind-the-scenes aspects often allow players to gain some unique benefits. It is said that a few years ago a player's ship accidentally entered a black hole and survived. Inside the black hole, he discovered the ruins of a civilization. The ruins still contained the wreckage of many warships. Among the wreckage, the player found one intact warship. Relying on the ship that survived the black hole, that player activated and took control of the intact ancient warship. The ability of that ancient warship was extremely special. It could carry ships within a certain range into a completely unobservable state. Unobservable means that it cannot be detected through any medium. Optical observation, acoustic echo detection, hyperspace detection, gravitational detection. All methods could not locate that warship. In other words, it entered a state of true invisibility. After that player emerged from the black hole with this warship, an alliance dispatched a coalition of tens of thousands of warships to explore the black hole again. But not a single ship passed through the black hole, all became part of it. Therefore, Lu Feng could not afford to be reckless out of luck or arrogance. He needed to make thorough preparations first. Moreover, he had no need to rush. He was the only player who had collected all 3 audio clips, and the first person to know this coordinate. There was no need to hurry over. In a few more days, the 6 billion funds would be in his hands. He need not be impatient for these few days. With this thought, Lu Feng selected the few warships damaged in battle and sent them back to the dock for repairs. The rest continued scavenging the garbage in the Lebalco junkyard. Furthermore, the 10,000 warships from the latent sector were also reassigned by Lu Feng to scavenge in the Lebalco junkyard. After doing all this, Lu Feng turned off his phone, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a full 25,000 warships spent the entire day clearing garbage in the Lebalco junkyard. You destroyed Trash Heap X7, obtained Trash X32. You destroyed Trash Heap X6, obtained Trash X54, Level 3 Warship Jump Engine X1. You destroyed Trash Heap X9, obtained Trash X71, Level 6 Warship Blueprint X1. The rewards from scavenging garbage can hardly compare to killing space behemoths. What you get from scavenging is often garbage. The less garbage, the more garbage. While thinking this, Lu Feng destroyed all the garbage in the warehouse. He had to clean up every hour or two, otherwise the warehouse would not be enough. All day, he kept an eye on his phone, occasionally checking for good items while clearing out garbage. Late at night, Lu Feng tallied up the day's gains. Although the drop rate from scavenging was 10 times lower than from killing space behemoths, it couldn't be helped that Lu Feng's fleet scavenged an enormous amount of garbage. He obtained a large amount of materials and blueprints below level 9, and even a blueprint for the fearless Orca-class destroyer. These gains were decent, but none of them were what Lu Feng needed. Looking at the junkyard with more than half of the trash piles remaining, Lu Feng could only hope for some gains later. But on the third and fourth days, even after the entire fleet had scoured the junkyard, the expected harvest never appeared. Instead, Lu Feng's warehouse was stuffed full of all kinds of materials. The Lebalco junkyard could no longer be called a junkyard. The star region, once piled with space debris, had been completely restored to dark, deep space. Countless trash piles were completely cleared in just 3 days under the relentless bombardment of 25,000 warships. What remained were only scattered fragments of no great value. There was nothing left here to attract Lu Feng. He had to turn his attention to the next target. Just then a text message interrupted him. The text message was from someone at a capital institution. The 6 billion funds had been deposited into 6 accounts under his name as requested. Boss, the funds have arrived. The subordinate excitedly looked at the extra 80 million star coins in the account, turned around, and shouted to Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua was not at all surprised by this expected event. He waved his hand, signaling to his subordinate that this was just a small matter. If it weren't for the old man's tight control, I'd not just charge 80 million. I'd show you 800 million. After saying this, Wang Zhua felt a bit guilty. He really wouldn't be willing to spend 800 million. It was just a game. Not worth 800 million. Wang Zhua didn't dwell on this for long. He had put on a show of face in front of his subordinates many times. He was used to pretending. Now he just wanted to immediately expand the fleet scale. Then go fight that damned rich second-generation heir. As long as he could win once, even if he ended up second on the warship leaderboard, he would be satisfied. He would be the strongest second, the number one in actual strength. Looking at the extra 80 million in the account, Wang Zhua twitched his fingers and purchased 500 Silent Giant-class aircraft carriers, 2,000 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 2,500 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, 5,000 Fearless Orca-class destroyers. He purchased at an extremely fast speed. As long as he bought fast enough, the pain of spending money would not catch up to him. Just 1 minute later, the fleet on his phone interface had undergone a tremendous change. A full 10,000 additional warships were lined up outside the dock. The scale of the entire Star River fleet had doubled, and its elite quality was far beyond the previous 10,000 warships. Those 500 Silent Giant-class aircraft carriers were the absolute mainstay. He had confidence that under his command the new fleet's combat effectiveness would be 2 or 3 times that of before. It would definitely beat that damned rich second-generation heir to a pulp. Away, is that guy still in the Lebalco junkyard? Yes, boss. Very well, have everyone in position and command their respective sections well. Wang Zhua watched the fleet on the screen swarm out of the dock like a school of fish leaving the sea, assembling in the starry space beside the dock. A fleet with the most powerful combat capability in the history of Galaxy Era was about to embark on an expedition. Their supreme commander would achieve the most glorious victory of his life today. At this thought, his heart was instantly filled with pride. Star River fleet set out. Target Lebalco junkyard. We'll make everyone understand a truth. Money is not omnipotent. At the Lebalco junkyard, the reverse blade fleet, which was about to call it a day and head for the next target, assembled in a patch of space. Just as Lu Feng was inputting the warp coordinates, countless flashes of warp light appeared around the gathered fleet. One after another, colossal warships materialized as the light faded. The Fearless Orca-class destroyers emerged first, followed by the even larger Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and the flawless Nebula-class planet rangers. Finally, behemoth-like vessels appeared surrounded by squadrons of carrier-borne fighters. These were the Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers. Looking around, these uninvited guests were also all Tier 10 warships identical in composition to his fleet. Moreover, they possessed the Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers, which he currently lacked. All the ships emerged in formation clusters. Each cluster centered on a 30-kilometer-long Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carrier, with 10 flawless Nebula-class planet rangers evenly distributed around the carrier. Each flawless Nebula-class planet ranger carried several Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Fearless Orca-class destroyers, sheltering them under its protection. This formation resembled an onion ring, one layer encircling another, forming a defensive perimeter. There were about 500 such clusters across the entire battlefield. Each cluster was positioned at intervals, and though outnumbered by the reverse blade fleet, they managed to surround Lu Feng's fleet. At first glance, it looked highly professional. Those familiar with the game Galactic Era would know that such precision could not be achieved by a single person or a single player. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned by these obviously hostile clusters, then quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the fleet rankings, where the Star River fleet had suddenly swelled to 20,000 ships, and smiled knowingly. He's really gotten cocky, hasn't he? Those surrounded Lu Feng remained unruffled and canceled the warp operation he had been about to execute. He even watched the battle-ready fleet clusters with keen interest. He had heard that this guy had spent a fortune hiring a command team. So this was what a fleet under refined command looked like. The battle-ready clusters, when facing a large fleet, were not numerically superior individually. But when hundreds of such clusters entered the battlefield, the effect was incomparable to a rigid, synchronized volley formation. It was indeed a clever tactical concept. Just as he was pondering, a message popped up on the game interface. Star River Fleet Commander, commander of the Reverse Blade Fleet, as the two strongest in Galactic Era, a duel between us is inevitable. Come on, let's see who is the true overlord of these stars. Reading this, Feng couldn't help but chuckle. How old was this guy, still so childish? Still, he was polite enough to greet before battle. Since etiquette demanded reciprocity, he might as well send a little gift. Feng tapped the recharge button and quickly entered a number. After double-checking the zeros, Feng confirmed the payment. In the next instant, the star coins in his account skyrocketed. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Like an old-fashioned counter, the digits on the balance whirred frantically. In the rapid rotation, each digit carried over to the next level, driving the higher digits into a frenzy. 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions. The faster the digits advanced, the quicker they spun. Finally, the spinning slowed when it reached the 100 million level, stopping at 3. The lower digits gradually returned to 0. Except for a few 100,000 and change. In just 10 seconds, Feng's star coin balance had reached 3 billion. He glanced at it, and without hesitation, opened the store. His eyes immediately fell on the 4-tier, 10 ships at the top. Hope this little gift doesn't scare you, he murmured. I may not be able to achieve such refined control, but I know one thing. When poor, use tactics. When rich, just move everything. He clicked on the 3 types of ships with illuminated icons. You already own the blueprint for the Fearless Orca-class destroyer, so you can purchase them. Enter purchase quantity. 100. You already own the blueprint for the Wandering Temple-class battlecruiser, so you can purchase them. Enter purchase quantity. 500. You already own the blueprint for the flawless Nebula-class planet ranger, so you can purchase them. Enter purchase quantity. 100. You are purchasing too many ships. Are you sure? Confirm. The next moment, the expected fleet did not appear. The game screen froze for a while, then resumed after more than 10 seconds. Insufficient shipyards, insufficient shipyards, insufficient shipyards, insufficient shipyards, insufficient shipyards, insufficient shipyards. Like an error report, his game interface was flooded with notifications. Feng ignored them and looked at the starry sky behind the messages. The sight stunned him for a long time. After a long silence, he uttered 2 words. Holy crap. The starry sky could no longer be described as such. The sky was now filled with countless overlapping ships like a sea of stars. Yet upon closer inspection, each ship was still arrayed in an orderly formation. Vast, yet not chaotic, the endless procession of ships stretched beyond sight. No matter which direction you looked, there was always another layer stacked. 1,000,000 warships stood like soldiers awaiting inspection, silent in the tranquil void. From their silver-white and gray-black hulls, a chilling aura of slaughter emanated. This could truly be called a sea of warships. Even Feng, who had seen great spectacles, felt his heart surge at the magnificent scene. Just gazing upon it was already overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. It was hard to imagine the sight of 1,000,000 ships descending overhead. Feng slowly issued orders to all his 1,000,000 ships. Warp La Balco junkyard. Why hasn't he replied? Isn't he supposed to say, this is our destined duel? If I'm the only one sending messages, won't I look childish? Wang Zhuo stared at his phone, waiting anxiously, but no reply came from that guy. Boss, take a quick look at the rankings. His subordinate, Wei, spoke with a strained voice. It was a voice filled with disbelief, confusion. Am I seeing this right? Has the world gone mad? Is it a bug? And a mix of other emotions. Wang Zhuo instinctively opened the rankings. In the next moment, his eyes froze. This. His voice also became strained like a Wei's. This. How many? He leaned in disbelief, hoping to see the numbers more clearly. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. When he finally counted them, he, in a way, fell into an endless silence. At the same time, a single thought crossed their minds. Money isn't everything. It's just that you haven't spent enough. Beyond the 2 opposing fleets, the dark expanse of space was slowly undergoing a transformation. The tranquil void began to warp, and within the observable realm, ripples spread across contiguous regions. This phenomenon occurred only when an excessive number of objects simultaneously transitioned from hyperspace to the same region. The game had rendered this with remarkable authenticity. The ripples extended across an area of approximately 0.1 light-years, the entire region rife with anomalies and unceasing turbulence. Behind the ripples, an endless fleet seemingly filling the cosmos gradually materialized. Millions of warships had simultaneously jumped to the Rebarco scrapyard. An operation of this scale was so immense that even players active several light-years away detected the anomaly. Some players engaged in routine fleet missions noticed a sudden distortion in the distant stars, which then returned to normal. Other players attempting hyperspace jumps in the vicinity were astonished to find that they could no longer initiate the jump. The game repeatedly displayed the prompt jump failed. Some players also noticed an exceptionally conspicuous number on the fleet leaderboard. 1625000. The total number of warships had reached the millions. Even if every vessel in Galaxy Age were combined, it might not match this figure. Some quick-thinking players immediately linked this fleet number to the anomaly near the Rebarco scrapyard. What happened at the Rebarco scrapyard? The Inverse Blade fleet was apparently scavenging there for 3 days, and then its numbers skyrocketed. How much money did that cost? The Galaxy fleet also went there, and its size doubled. Hilarious doubled. The Inverse Blade fleet expanded 80-fold. The entire world channel of Galaxy Age became consumed with discussions about the Rebarco scrapyard and the Inverse Blade fleet. Wang Zhuo rotated the game perspective 360 degrees, but in every direction there were endless warships. His 500 fleet clusters were at the center of an encirclement of infinite vessels. This was a true encirclement, impenetrable without gaps. Amid such a surrounding of countless warships, he felt a profound sense of powerlessness and insignificance. These 500 fleet clusters among the million vessels were like a single leaf adrift in a vast ocean swept along with the current, unable to stir even a ripple. A mere twitch from the million-strong fleet could capsize his tiny boat. It was like facing the dazzling stars while he was but a firefly. Insane. Insane. Truly insane. Wang Zhuo stared blankly at the million warships on his screen, seized by a powerful urge to find the person who had spent enough to purchase a million vessels, and ask if he had lost his mind. Now he understood why that person hadn't had time to reply. Damn it, he had been busy making his deposit. As his thoughts churned, the million warships began to move. The first laser was fired, signaling the opening shot. The next second, the million warships were replaced by a screen full of lasers and beams. Seconds later, when the lasers and beams dissipated, not a single one of his own ships remained on the screen. Those 500 fleet clusters had been annihilated in the first volley. They hadn't even mounted the slightest resistance. In Wang Zhuo's mansion, the silence was so profound that only the sound of the Yellow River's waves could be heard from outside. Wang Zhuo's subordinates, those in the command chain, hadn't even had time to execute their orders before being wiped out in the first clash. So-called command tactics were nothing but a joke in the face of a fleet that had achieved a qualitative leap in numbers. Silence and defeat permeated everyone's hearts. Wang Zhuo silently opened the dock list, staring at the dark warships marked severely damaged awaiting repairs. 20,000 ships, all without exception. Wang Zhuo logged out of Galaxy Age and stared at the game's icon on his phone, a warship soaring toward a star. He looked for a long time. Finally, without a word, he deleted the icon. I hope you like this gift. Feng smirked with a touch of mischief. In truth, he felt neither fondness nor strong dislike for Wang Zhuo. Wang Zhuo was merely a wealthy second-generation enthusiast of sci-fi stars and warships, naive enough to trust unconditionally the subordinates he hired. Even after the ships descended, he continued to delegate authority to his men, oblivious that some of them were already members of the surrender or dissent factions. This led to the main fleet defending the solar system being completely wiped out at Jupiter's defense perimeter due to internal rebellion. A lamentable outcome. But he had no such subordinates, so he had no such concerns. Aside from money and ships, he had nothing. Now, with a million ships arrayed at the Rebarco scrapyard, his gaze held nothing but satisfaction. He grew ever more eager for the day of the ship's descent. What a sight it would be when this magnificent million-strong fleet appeared in the solar system. He also noticed that the world channel was buzzing with talk about his million ships. After the Galaxy fleet was destroyed in the first strike, news of the battle at the Rebarco scrapyard spread. It seemed that witnesses from within the Galaxy fleet had released information which circulated through the Galaxy Age community. The Galaxy fleet had attempted to ambush the Inverse Blade fleet with 20,000 ships against 25,000, but the Inverse Blade fleet angrily spent for 1 million warships, and the Galaxy fleet's 20,000 vessels were destroyed in a single volley. This summary of the entire event quickly reached every online player. Someone even compiled a list of the greatest battles in Galaxy Age history. The Battle of the Rebarco scrapyard was ranked first. Some busybodies calculated that even if the million ships were all the cheapest level 10 warships, the Dreadnought killer-class destroyers, it would still cost nearly $2 billion. Anyone with such cash flow could not be unknown. Many speculators were already guessing the identity of the million fleet owner. They kept mentioning domestic tycoons on the World Channel, discussing the possibility that one of them was the owner of the Inverse Blade fleet. Feng even saw his own name among them. This didn't surprise Feng, or rather he didn't care. Even if he were recognized, he would still choose to invest all his funds into Galaxy Age. This might arouse curiosity and attention, even investigation. But in just over 20 days the ships would descend. When that day arrived, all the old orders would have nothing to do with him. Everything people were doing now was futile. Time to head home. Feng swiped across his phone screen for a long while before finally selecting all the warships. He set the target as the dockyard and initiated a collective jump. The moment the scene shifted back to the dockyard, the prompt "dockyard insufficient" appeared in an endless stream. Out of the million-strong fleet, only a meager 20,000 ships could return to the dock. The remaining warships stood in perfect formation in the starfield outside the dock, a spectacular sight, yet it was far from ideal. Feng felt a headache coming on. Given that a single level 10 dock could accommodate 20,000 ships, he would need at least 80 more level 10 docks. That meant 80 million credits. The sum wasn't enormous, but acquiring these docks wasn't as simple as a one-click purchase. Recalling his previous experience of upgrading a dock to level 10, Feng winced. Even hitting the confirm button had left his finger numb. He suspected that no one in the game Galaxy Era had ever bought 80 level 10 docks at once, hence the absence of such an option. But Feng couldn't exactly contact the official customer service to request an overnight feature for bulk purchasing level 10 docks. It was even questionable whether the game's developers were human. Since he started playing, Feng had never seen any activity from accounts bearing official tags. The team behind Galaxy Era remained remarkably enigmatic. Left with no choice, Feng began creating new level 1 docks one by one, then upgrading each of them individually. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level 3. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level 4. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level 8. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level 9. Your dock no. 2 has been upgraded to level X. After spending nearly 1,000,000 credits and a few minutes, dock no. 2 reached level 10. Once dock no. 2 appeared alongside dock no. 1, another 20,000 of the million warships could dock within it. The dock, measuring 300 kilometers in diameter, was quickly filled to capacity. Gazing at the seemingly undiminished fleet of warships in the starfield, Feng let out a long sigh. The road ahead was long and arduous. He turned his attention to constructing and upgrading dock no. 3. Your dock no. 3 has been upgraded to level 2. Your dock no. 3 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 10 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 20 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 30 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 40 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 50 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 60 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 70 has been upgraded to level X. Your dock no. 80 has been upgraded to level X. Feng lost track of time, only remembering that he clicked until after endless clicking he finally had 80 docks built. Oh no, that's not right. I need 2 more, so it should be 82. Seeing the remaining 25,000 warships in the starfield, Feng realized he had almost missed building 2 docks. With practiced ease, he finished building the last 2 docks in a few minutes, and at last every warship had its home. Not a single vessel drifted aimlessly in space. The 100 million star coins Feng had deposited before construction now dwindled to just over 10 million. Adding to that, the balance in his account still stood at 2,900,000,000. His disposable funds amounted to over 2,910,000,000. Feng pondered how to allocate the remaining resources. First and foremost, the most critical item was the only level 10 warship he had yet to unlock, the Silent Beast class aircraft carrier. Why in the age of interstellar travel with shield technology and laser cannons would carrier-based aircraft still be necessary? Feng had contemplated this question long ago, but he later found the answer. The shields mounted on all warships were not omnidirectional barriers. The existing shields were counteractive shields. When confronted with energy weapons like lasers and beams, these shields could neutralize the damage to the hull by outputting energy of equal power. This type of shield functioned like a field. Once an external energy source it recognized touched the field, the shield generator inside the warship would output energy of the same magnitude. That was why warships in Galaxy Era kept growing larger. More volume allowed for more shield generators to be linked together. Thus, in many battles between 2 ships, the outcome hinged on which side had greater energy output. If one side's attack energy exceeded the other's defense, it could naturally break through the shield and easily pierce the hull. If the defense energy consistently surpassed the attack, then no matter how the enemy struck, they could not breach the shield, leaving the defender invincible. When both sides had roughly equal energy output and were locked in a stalemate, the introduction of a third force could easily tip the balance. The kinetic weapons mounted on carrier-based aircraft represented that third force. Once launched, kinetic weapons were difficult to intercept without solid physical defenses, unless the escort ship's rapid-fire laser cannons could directly hit the projectiles. Thus, the electromagnetic cannons and concussion bombs on carrier-based aircraft could easily bypass the shield's field range and approach enemy vessels. Ultimately, they could change the course of battle. However, for carrier-based aircraft to fire their weapons at close range, the aircraft carrier needed to close in on the enemy first. Otherwise, in an interstellar battlefield spanning thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers, the operational range of carrier-based aircraft was far too long. To achieve this goal, coordination with other warships was required. Feng believed that the fleet configuration of the Xinghe fleet already embodied this concept. The formation was quite reasonable. Unfortunately, faced with his million-strong fleet, the combat capabilities of the formation were swept away before they could even be unleashed. In the face of absolute power, the most rational tactics were mere child's play. The blueprint for the Silent Beast class aircraft carrier hasn't dropped in the Lidun sector or the Laberg scrapyard. Feng checked his purchase request on the player exchange again. He had offered 2 million star coins for the Silent Beast class aircraft carrier blueprint, but no one had responded yet. He couldn't tell if it was genuinely rare or if the price was too low. So far, the only place Feng had seen a Silent Beast class aircraft carrier was with the Xinghe fleet. I'll have to farm more and hope to get the blueprint soon. With over 20 days left, his luck couldn't be so bad as to fail to obtain a single blueprint in all that time. Just as Feng was pondering where to farm blueprints, a message popped up. It was from Su Jinxiang. Boss, are you still buying finished warships? Su Jinxiang's words caught Lu Feng off guard, making him think that his bulk purchase of warships had led others to believe he had a massive shortage. But what Su Jinxiang said next immediately changed Lu Feng's mind. I have a friend who owns a very special warship. Because his family fell on hard times, and he urgently needs money, he wants to sell it, but he hasn't found a suitable buyer. As he spoke, Su Jinxiang sent a screenshot from the game. It was a small warship whose style was completely different from the current Tier 1 to X vessels. The warships currently sold in the game store had sleek, futuristic designs, integrated hulls, and streamlined shapes reminiscent of modern high-rise buildings. This small warship, however, was covered in angular armor with external turrets, weapons, and observation towers. Compared to modern skyscrapers, it was like a medieval Gothic fortress. This piqued Lu Feng's interest, and he quickly replied, "What's so special about this ship? Have you heard of that guy who accidentally wandered into a black hole region a few years ago and survived a?" Lu Feng understood immediately. "You mean this is the warship that guy brought out from the black hole? The one capable of area stealth?" "Exactly, so you've heard of it too." Lu Feng thought, what a coincidence. He was very interested in this warship. In the game, this warship might just be a bit special, possessing a unique area stealth ability. But once that ability is applied to reality, the implications would be unimaginable. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the role this special warship played. The dissentionists hidden among humanity secretly orchestrated a coordinated attack that led to Earth's fall. One of the two trump cards they held was this very warship. It led an elite fleet of an alien coalition, bypassed all monitoring systems in the solar system, and appeared directly above human nations. It became one of the final two straws that broke humanity's back. Unfortunately, back then Lu Feng hadn't seen what this warship looked like, so he couldn't recognize it at first sight. Thinking of this, Lu Feng grew more cautious and casually asked, "After all these years, has the warship been in its discoverer's hands all along?" At this, Su Jinxiang became hesitant. "Well, because he's asking a bit too much. And in the game, this ship doesn't really boost combat power much, so it hasn't sold." When the topic of price came up, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. "How much is he asking?" 1 million. I tried to persuade him, setting such a high price for just a stealth-capable small warship. Nobody would buy it. But his family is in trouble, and he wants to make a big buck. He's a bit obsessed. Su Jinxiang let out a sigh as he spoke. Lu Feng, however, understood. So the future dissensionist was Su Jinxiang's friend. Those who become dissentionists often have extraordinary experiences that ordinary people lack. "Alright, I'll take it." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Feng accepted the deal. 1 million wasn't much after all. Lu Feng felt the deal was quite a bargain. Buying a warship that could evade all detection, essentially absolute stealth, for just 1 million was nothing. Boss, I was just asking, didn't expect much." This time it was Su Jinxiang's turn to be stunned. Although he knew that the boss opposite him, the owner of the Inverse Blade fleet, the absolute victor of the Labarco scrapyard battle, the #1 player in Galactic Era, was a wealthy man. But he never expected that for a seemingly useless warship 1 million would be spent in the blink of an eye. He had even planned to dissuade Lu Feng from being a fool. After all, he had only agreed to help because he couldn't refuse his friend's pleas. Thinking about it, Su Jinxiang regretted having let it slip earlier that he knew the behind-the-scenes boss of the much-talked-about Inverse Blade fleet. If he hadn't slipped up, this friend wouldn't have come to him begging for help marketing the warship. Well, maybe think it over. But as he sent the dissuading words, Su Jinxiang realized that he was projecting his own mindset onto the In his own perception, 1 million was a lot, enough to buy 2 houses in a small county town. No matter how rich someone was, they wouldn't treat 1 million as nothing. But perhaps in the eyes of the truly wealthy, that 1 million was no different from 100. The person opposite him had spent billions on warships. If he'd already spent billions, why would he care about this 1 million? Then I'll tell him to list the ship on the player exchange, and you can check it yourself. Su Jinxiang said no more and went to contact that friend. Lu Feng didn't wait long. Soon he spotted a peculiar warship listed on the player exchange at a price of 1 million star coins. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng clicked buy. Almost the very second the strange warship was listed, Lu Feng completed the purchase. Although no one was likely to compete with him, he still acted quickly just in case. A small warship whose design clashed with those around it appeared in Lu Feng's dock. It was named Shadow of the Void. Unlike other warships that could be renamed at the owner's whim, this special ship had a fixed designated name from the start. Shadow of the Void. The name fits its nature well. Lu Feng was very pleased with the warship, liking it more with each look. He also took the opportunity to test its capabilities. When selecting the Shadow of the Void, the interface changed drastically from that of other warships. A special glowing blue option appeared: activate invisibility field. Lu Feng tentatively clicked the option to activate the invisibility field. Instantly, the Void Shadow entered a transparent state enveloped in blue light. The blue light outlined the silhouette of the Void Shadow and spread outward. Centered on the Void Shadow, a spherical domain was delineated around it. This spherical domain was the Void Shadow's invisibility field. Everything within the field would enter an invisible state, just like the Void Eye. Lu Feng made a rough estimate using the 10-kilometer-long Flawless Nebula-class cruiser as a reference. The radius of this sphere reached 10 kilometers. just enough to fit one flawless Nebula-class cruiser. The range actually reaches 10 kilometers. This already exceeded Lu Feng's expectations. On a cosmic scale, 10 kilometers was not much, but Lu Feng was already quite satisfied. He had originally thought the Void Shadow's invisibility field could at most fit a warship like the Dreadnought Killer-class destroyer. Unexpectedly, even a behemoth like the flawless Nebula-class cruiser could fit. After all, although the flawless Nebula-class cruiser was only 10 times the length of the Dreadnought Killer-class destroyer, the actual volume comparison was several times greater. One flawless Nebula-class cruiser had a volume equivalent to 100 Dreadnought Killer-class destroyers. Lu Feng then tested how many warships could be placed inside the Void Shadow's activated invisibility field. He hurriedly maneuvered the warships, packing them into the small sphere of the invisibility field like sardines in a subway, leaving only tiny gaps between ships. The warships that entered the invisibility field were also wrapped in transparent blue light, just like the Void Shadow, leaving only a blue outline in Lu Feng's view. Of course, to enemy units, they were completely invisible. One after another warships entered the invisibility field. First tested was the flawless Nebula-class cruiser, followed by the wandering Temple-class battlecruiser and the Dreadnought Killer-class destroyer. The final test revealed that the Void Shadow's invisibility field could accommodate 20 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, or 200 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, or 2,000 Dreadnought Killer-class destroyers. The tiny Void Shadow was surrounded by behemoths far larger than itself. This rather comical sight made Lu Feng burst into laughter. He could already imagine the scene of the Void Shadow appearing behind enemy lines with an entire fleet suddenly materializing alongside it. That million was well spent. After spending some time calming down, Lu Feng began to mull over an idea. Special warships like the Void Shadow, though rare, were not unique. He could simply buy them from their owners, just like today. After all, he still had nearly 3 billion left. He didn't believe a single special warship could cost more than 3 billion. As long as he offered a high enough price, there was no warship he couldn't buy. Acting on his thought, Lu Feng first searched online to see if there were cases similar to the Void Shadow. Using keywords like Galactic Era and Hidden Reward, Lu Feng searched the internet and indeed found quite a few cases. However, not all of them involved warships as hidden rewards. Some people had obtained blueprints or rare materials. After a round of searching and screening, Lu Feng ultimately determined that only 3 cases of special warships as hidden rewards had occurred in recent years. Among them, one was the Void Shadow. The Void Shadow was the most widely known of the 3. Simply because of its original owner's incredible luck, he had managed to enter a black hole and come out again, discovering an ancient civilization's ruins and an ancient special warship. Before that, no player had ever been able to enter a black hole. The remaining 2 cases compared to the Void Shadow were far less famous. But they were also special warships. Lu Feng decided to do everything in his power to acquire those 2 special warships. However, how could he contact their owners? The dilemma before Lu Feng troubled him slightly. Post a buying request in the player exchange. Shout out in the World channel. Doing this felt too inefficient. What if the other party hadn't played Galactic Era in a long time and missed it? But he had no better alternative. As he was racking his brains, Lu Feng suddenly remembered an old player from whom he had just learned of the Void Shadow's existence. That was Su Jinxiang. Having played this game for so many years, Su Jinxiang's network was definitely broader than his own. So he contacted Su Jinxiang again, briefly summarized the matter, and expressed his intention to purchase special warships. Finally, Lu Feng emphasized that if the deal went through, he would give Su Jinxiang a commission as the intermediary. Although Su Jinxiang repeatedly declined, Lu Feng didn't reply, clearly ignoring his protests. Thinking of this, Su Jinxiang couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy is really ridiculously wealthy. But then, Su Jinxiang reconsidered. Lu Feng had come to the right person. His deep understanding of the game was second to none in the entire Galactic Era community. After grinding Galactic Era for so many years, he knew everyone who was even slightly famous. As it happened, the owners of those 2 special warships were acquaintances of his. Since Boss Lu came to me, I must handle this matter well. Su Jinxiang recalled the 50,000 yuan information fee Lu Feng had transferred to him last time. He did not take advantage of Lu Feng's generosity to fleece him. Instead, he felt he must not betray Lu Feng's trust. I will help Boss Lu negotiate the price down to the minimum. Perhaps he was just an insignificant nobody, but even a nobody like him could play a role in unexpected places. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Su Jinxiang's eyes. After entrusting the matter to Su Jinxiang, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone to handle things for him was quite nice. This way he wouldn't need to be distracted by searching for the owners of those 2 special warships. Lu Feng turned his focus back to the main path. He still needed to continuously improve his strength. To that end, he could not afford to relax for even a moment during these 20-plus days. At present, he planned to go to a certain place. In Galactic Era, hidden rewards, like the Void Shadow, were not uncommon. Only a small fraction of them had been discovered by players. So far, there were only about a dozen cases in total, with only 3 being special warships. But that didn't mean there were no more hidden reward trigger points in Galactic Era. At present, he already had a location that was very likely to trigger a hidden reward. The 3 audio clips dropped by the 3 named level 10 giant beasts. They originated from a coordinate. That coordinate was located at the very edge of the player explorable map, where it was empty and desolate with stars and planets extremely difficult to find. In such a region, what could exist? Feng was very curious. Previously, he dared not rashly charge in fearing the unexpected. But now with a fleet that could line up across an entire planetary system, and a special warship capable of entering an invisible state, he possessed ample strength to probe the mysteries of that place. With such a colossal armada, Feng felt confident enough to investigate the truth. After selecting all the warships docked in the shipyards, he chose to initiate a jump. Please input jump coordinates from the eerie audio he had heard earlier. He had pinpointed the coordinates. Simple enough. After entering them accompanied by spatial fluctuations, the vast fleet vanished from the dockyard. Feng's game perspective shifted to a dark, desolate starfield. Unlike the brilliant starry regions, the stars here were dim and sparse, affecting even his vision. Such an environment made Feng instinctively heighten his vigilance, steeling himself with caution. Fortunately, interstellar navigation did not rely solely on sight. On his map, this region was named Forgotten Edge. Forgotten Edge, an intriguing name, he mused. Feng glanced at the star map. The nearest celestial body was a solitary star drifting in the void. Within dozens of light years, there was no other planet or planetary system. After a moment of deliberation, he decided to send a fleet to explore the vicinity of that star. But not the entire armada. First, his current fleet was too massive, making maneuvering cumbersome. Second, he feared potential risks. Thus, Feng selected 2,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers and the Void Shadow, activating its stealth field. A blue light spread and the 2,000 destroyers along with the Void Shadow vanished into invisibility. Only then did Feng feel relieved, guiding the small fleet slowly toward the star. As he drew nearer, a colossal star with an orange-yellow body emitting eerie blue flames became increasingly prominent in his view. From his game screen, the blue flames rippling gently on the star's surface extended from within and looped back like countless long ribbons drifting over the star. Feng had seen similar phenomena on the sun, solar wind high-speed particle streams like ribbons. But the ribbon-like flame streams on this star were far more massive and magnificent. The azure ribbon flames spanned half the star's diameter, flowing slowly and ethereally. Against the orange-yellow backdrop, it seemed both uncanny and strangely harmonious. This spectacle sparked Feng's curiosity. Blue stars and orange stars exist in the universe, but a star with both colors, he had never seen one. Trusting the Void Shadow's stealth capabilities, Feng maneuvered the fleet closer to examine the star in detail. As the Void Shadow neared the ribbon-like flame streams, Feng faintly heard a peculiar high-pitched audio, similar to the complete 3-in-1 audio he had previously encountered. The eerie sound pierced through the silent void, resembling the calls of a whale in the deep sea. A surge of panic and an overwhelming sense of dread rose in his heart, but he quickly suppressed it with rationality. This star is abnormal. He raised his alert level to maximum, scrutinizing every detail of the star for clues. On the yellow-blue star's surface, the ribbon-like flames undulated slowly. After staring for a long time, Feng realized that the flames seemed to pulse in rhythm with the star's regular expansion. This discovery sparked an incredible thought: this star is alive. As he gazed at the close-up yellow-blue star, the eerie sound from his phone grew louder. The originally steady, elongated calls turned short and urgent, as if some creature had awakened from slumber. Feng noticed a nearby irregular asteroid drifting toward the star. The asteroid had one smooth side and one rough side, resembling a fragment of a shattered planet. Captured by the star's gravity, it drifted closer. As the fragment approached, the eerie sound became more active. Feng was now certain that the sound originated from within the star. He stared at the screen, watching what would happen when the fragment reached the star. Soon the fragment drifted near the star. But in the next instant, a massive crack split open on the star's surface. The crack, like a giant mouth, swallowed the entire fragment. As it closed, a high-pitched cry echoed through the dead cosmos, penetrating eardrums and reaching the soul. Satisfied after a meal, Feng muttered, a wry smile on his lips. In that brief moment, he had understood. This star was not a planet at all, but a colossal creature. Perhaps the mother of the 3 special level 10 beasts. This thought spawned another bold idea: the scarcity of planets and stars here might be not only due to the map's edge, but also because, perhaps, the rest of the planets had been eaten by this creature. Feng rotated the camera to get a full view of the behemoth. The 2,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers with the Void Shadow were mere specks in its presence. He estimated its diameter to be around 10 million kilometers, roughly 10 times that of the sun. What kind of hidden reward is this? Do I have to kill it? Feng pondered. The coordinates from the audio had led him here, so there must be a reward, likely requiring him to slay this colossal being. After all, his fleet was indeed powerful enough for the task. As he thought, he began maneuvering the distant massive fleet, arranging a formation so every ship could face the giant directly. Then launch a saturation strike. Thank goodness I brought the fleet bought for 3 billion, though otherwise the initial 20,000 level 10 warships wouldn't even be a snack for this giant. Lu Feng felt immensely relieved that he hadn't acted recklessly. He ordered the Void Shadow and the 2,000 destroyers to silently withdraw from the behemoth's vicinity. After considerable effort, he deployed over 1,000,000 ships into a spherical formation far away, then slowly contracted the sphere around the giant. When they approached a certain distance, a game prompt appeared: "You have awakened the ancient beast Zilakexisai." The instant he saw the message, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yet his mind remained icily calm as his fingers pressed the focus fire key. 500,000 wandering sanctuary-class battlecruisers simultaneously activated their colossal forward planetary cannons, unleashing a barrage of thick energy beams in perfect unison. Preceding the planetary cannons were various railguns, laser cannons, and ray arrays, their searing light lancing from nearly every corner toward the colossal orange-yellow sphere hovering at the center. The brilliance of the combined salvo dwarfed the glow of the giant orb. It was as if a far more violent star had erupted right there. Such firepower was enough to annihilate a true star of equivalent size, to scour a planet barren 1,000 times over. Even this behemoth before them would be no exception. Lu Feng was extremely confident. But it was only then that he noticed another notification nestled beneath the "You have awakened the ancient beast Halaxis" prompt. You can now hire the ancient beast Halaxis for 1,000 star coins per use. Damn. Wait. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Lu Feng finally realized this thing wasn't meant to be killed, it was meant to be hired. This creature was indeed the hidden reward itself. But the endless lasers and rays had already slammed into the ancient beast Halaxis. It let out an even more piercing roar, its eerie cry echoing through the void as its colossal body began to break apart. Now it was Lu Feng's turn to be dumbfounded. Was this thing going to die just like that? Perhaps the designers of Galactic Era never imagined anyone would spend 3 billion on a fleet and actually manage to kill the ancient beast Halaxis. Thinking about it, Lu Feng felt even more frustrated. He had fallen into a mental trap. As the orange-yellow sphere crumbled into fragments, its ethereal blue ribbon-like flames dispersing into the cosmos, as if on the verge of extinction, an invisible ripple burst forth from within the colossal beast Halaxis. Everything the wave touched seemed to freeze in place. Even Lu Feng's game screen froze at that moment, completely unresponsive. But this state lasted only briefly. The next instant, everything returned to normal. Lu Feng looked back at the ancient beast Halaxis in the arena, only to see an intact, unbroken orange-yellow giant sphere floating serenely, with several streams of blue flame encircling it like ribbons. Several new notifications popped up in the information log. He quickly looked at the system messages. You have slain the ancient beast Halaxis. The ancient beast Halaxis has reverted its own state. You can now purchase the ancient beast Halaxis for 1,000 star coins. The moment he read this, Lu Feng's heart felt like it skipped a beat. Then came sheer ecstasy. He clicked the purchase button without a moment's hesitation. Setting everything else aside, that ability to revert alone was worth the billion. With the bank card deducted by 1 billion, Lu Feng received a notification. You can now control the ancient beast Halaxis. Seeing a new special unit in his control list, he quickly tapped to inspect it. Stellar Colossus. Ancient beast Halaxis. Stellar Colossus is its race. Ancient beast is its title of reverence, and Halaxis is its name, Stellar Colossus. At the sight of the name, Lu Feng was taken aback. He had heard of the Stellar Colossus before. The legend had come from the alien coalition that invaded Earth. According to the legend, there were 3 great exotic beasts in the universe. These beasts lived in the depths of space, incredibly immense in size, subsisting by devouring planetary matter. Each type of beast possessed its own unique and strange abilities. The Stellar Colossus was the ultra-rare leader among these 3 great beasts. It was said that 7,000 years ago a Stellar Colossus was discovered near the galactic center of the Milky Way. That Stellar Colossus voraciously devoured the stars at the galaxy's core, drawing the attention of a Type 5 civilization. They immediately dispatched an interstellar fleet to eliminate it. But not a single ship from that interstellar fleet ever returned to its civilization. Instead, it drew the Stellar Colossus's attention. The Colossus transformed into a superstellar entity, journeyed to the civilization's homeworld, and swallowed the entire planetary system. With their homeworld lost, their other territories were not spared either. One planetary system after another was devoured by the Stellar Colossus, becoming fuel for its growth. By the time a higher Type 6 civilization discovered it, this Type 5 civilization had been almost completely annihilated, with very few survivors left. And that Stellar Colossus was extremely cunning as well. It did not clash head-on with the Type 6 civilization, instead vanishing into the endless deep void, eventually disappearing without a trace. From then on, that Type 6 civilization issued a galaxy-wide broadcast edict. Anyone who discovered traces of a Stellar Colossus was to issue a galactic-wide announcement immediately. Thus the reputation of the Stellar Colossus spread far and wide. And now he had one in his grasp. Moreover, in 20 days, could it also descend into reality alongside him? At this thought, the look in Lu Feng's eyes towards Halaxis changed even more. From certain unique perspectives, this single Stellar Colossus was worth more than his entire fleet. Halaxis's control interface, besides its basic functions, offered 2 forms to switch between. One was stellar form, and the other was colossal beast form. Lu Feng understood the stellar form. Currently Halaxis was in that state. But the colossal beast form piqued his interest greatly. In stellar form its volume reached tens of millions of kilometers. Could the colossal beast form also achieve such immense size? He pressed the button for the colossal beast form. In the game screen the massive orange-yellow star began to flow like a molten metallic sphere. It shifted between the forms of a pitch-black ferocious tentacled beast, a burly humanoid monster, and a draconic creature with 12 wings and 9 heads. It seemed it had no fixed colossal form, or perhaps it could assume any colossal form it wished. These colossal beasts, each with a wingspan or size in the tens of millions of kilometers, were overwhelming, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Even if you placed the sun before them, it would merely be a small fireball they could toy with in their hands. Seeing this, the smile at the corners of Lu Feng's mouth was impossible to conceal. The anticipation in his heart grew ever deeper. Glancing at the sky outside the hotel window, he saw it was already very late, so he first maneuvered his fleet back to the shipyard. As for Halaxis being too conspicuous, it had to be left there for now. In the blink of an eye, the dense fleet surrounding Halaxis all entered hyperspace and vanished. And Halaxis reverted to its colossal stellar form, floating serenely in space, radiating its own light and heat. After finishing all this, Lu Feng turned off his phone and went to take a hot shower. After bathing, he draped on a bathrobe and stood before the hotel's large floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the dazzling city lights below. He hadn't even had the 6 billion for a day, and he had already spent 4 billion. The money hadn't even warmed his pockets yet. Later, when he obtained the blueprints for the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carriers, he would need to spend another billion on the carriers themselves. The final billion would be needed to supplement some accompanying engineering vessels. After all, one couldn't have only warships without logistics support. Calculating it, there was very little leeway left in that last 2 billion. However, Lu Feng was not anxious. With his current fleet strength, it was already more than sufficient for him. With a total of 1,600,000 powerful warships fully deployed, they could cover more than a single solar system. Not to mention the unexpected bonuses like the Void Shadow and the Stellar Colossus Halaxis. With this level of power, he had the confidence to challenge not just the civilized coalition that invaded the solar system, but even the pinnacle Type 6 civilizations of the Milky Way. By the most prosperous area of Dahai City along the Pujiang River, where financial institutions clustered, at the top floor of a building, Dune and the boss of a capital institution meticulously scrutinized every report and internal secret of XAI. There's nothing wrong. Everything is heading in a favorable direction. Based on the information these materials reveal, XAI will break through the 20 billion mark within the year. Dunan couldn't fathom why Lu Feng would hastily sell his shares when the company was in such a rising phase with excellent conditions. By year-end, Lu Feng's shares would double in value. Such a simple calculation couldn't be beyond anyone. Although Dunan had bought over half of XAI shares at a premium of 1 billion after reviewing everything, he no longer felt it was a loss. By year-end, his shares would be worth 2 billion, netting a profit of a full 4 billion. What was that premium of 1 billion compared to that? He couldn't help shaking his head, half mocking and half regretful. Hey Lu Feng, what trouble have you run into? At that moment, his secretary knocked on the door, and he called out, "Come in." A secretary entered carrying a bank statement. President, do this is today's transaction record for Lu Feng's account. They had obtained it through internal bank connections. Give it to me quickly. Dunan eagerly grabbed the statement. The first entry was an incoming transfer of 6 billion. Dunan checked the time. It matched the moment he had made the payment. But soon after, there was a deduction of 3 billion. Dunan was slightly startled, glancing at the timestamp. The deduction occurred shortly after the 6 billion arrived. So fast, he really needed this money urgently. Dunan looked at the payee. The field was empty. He turned to the secretary. What's going on with this payee? A 3 billion transfer can't have no recipient. Dunan then examined the subsequent deductions, 80 million, 1 million, 1 billion. All of them flowed to this same empty payee. The secretary's face showed signs of difficulty. President, do we have no idea who this payee is? We couldn't trace it. It's a secret account and the bank shows it as blank. Dunan frowned in displeasure. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a secret account leaves some clues. Keep investigating. Yes. The secretary turned to leave, but soon returned. President, do we found something? Someone heard a shocking piece of news in a game. A game? Dunan couldn't immediately see the connection. Yes. A wealthy player made a massive in-game purchase in a game called Galaxy Era, estimated at around 3 billion, which matches this deduction, and the timing also aligns. Even for someone as wealthy as Dunan, the news stunned him. In a game, he spent 3 billion. Is he insane? Dunan shook his head again. This Lu Feng has gone astray. What a pity. He simply couldn't fathom anyone spending 3 billion in a game. And that wasn't all. There was another 1 billion later. That added up to over 4 billion. He muttered under his breath, idle pleasures ruin ambition. Then he dismissed the matter. Since XAI was sound, his next focus would be restructuring its top management. Except for the core technical staff, all other executives needed to be replaced with his own people. At the thought that in a few years his 6 billion investment would multiply several times, or even dozens Nan couldn't help smirking with pride at his own astute judgment. The next morning Lu Feng rose early and logged into Galaxy Era. Today he planned to dispatch all his fleets to farm the final blueprint. In units of 10,000 Lu Feng divided his fleet into over 100 subfleets. For several key star sectors he assigned more than 10 subfleets. For less critical sectors, he also sent a few subfleets. Thus throughout Galaxy Era, that day almost every player witnessed massive subfleets bearing the reverse blade, mark rapidly sweeping across star sectors. A veteran player was commanding his few dozen ships, engaging a nearby pirate fleet. The pirate fleet's AI was not high, by simply arranging his formation properly, he could defeat the level 7 pirate fleet with minimal losses. Defeating a level 7 pirate fleet with only about 50 or 60 ships was a feat worth boasting about. Without a profound understanding of the game and command skills it was impossible. But as he fought he suddenly noticed a level 9 pirate fleet emerging from behind the level 7 one. A level 9 pirate fleet was far beyond his capability. Yet the level 9 fleet charged straight at him, joining with the level 7 fleet to cut off his escape. The veteran player sighed. What rotten luck today. The downside of hunting pirate fleets was that there was a chance they would call in higher level reinforcements. Just as he was about to give up he saw an endless fleet of ships warp in above his own. Its scale stretched across dozens of phone screens. No matter how he turned his view, he couldn't see the end. The veteran player's mouth twitched. A fleet of this scale. Too absurd. He felt his phone, which cost a few hundred, heating up, threatening to explode. Could this be that reverse blade fleet with money to burn? The veteran thought of the fleet that had been making waves recently. A fleet counted in the millions. He had never dared to dream so big. The fleet above ignored his ships. Only some of the outer fearless Orca-class destroyers activated their weapons. With one salvo the level 7 pirate fleet of dozens of ships, and the level 9 fleet of over 100 were reduced to scrap metal without a fight. Then the massive fleet continued toward the pirate-dense region ahead. Like fish, the fearless Orca-class destroyers escorted the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and among those battlecruisers were fortress-like immaculate Nebula-class cruisers. Every enemy encountered along the way was annihilated in a single volley. The veteran watched with envy. If he had a fleet of this size he wouldn't be stuck grinding level 7 pirates. You have destroyed a level 7 pirate fleet gaining 1,200 Imperial Merit Points. You have destroyed a level 9 pirate fleet gaining 1,800 Imperial Merit Points. You have destroyed. Lu Feng watched the constantly incoming Imperial Merit Points. Every second, he received several such notifications. Eliminating pirate fleets yielded not only materials and blueprints, but also Imperial Merit Points, which could be exchanged for player-needed items in the Wade Empire. However, Lu Feng checked the exchange list. Most items were common. Rare ones like level 10 ship blueprints were not available. Though he couldn't exchange for them, Lu Feng still sent 10 subfleets to clear pirate fleets. Pirate fleets had a good drop rate. The coordinates Su Jinxiang had given him included this area, and one of his fearless Orca-class destroyer blueprints was obtained here. The Wade Empire, the largest neutral NPC faction in Galaxy Era, governs several star sectors, each comparable in size to the Latent sector. These star sectors are where pirate fleets are known to roam. As a recurring mission, all players can hunt down pirate fleets to earn Imperial Merit Points. Locating a pirate stronghold and destroying the pirate base yields even greater merit rewards. This is the Duoan sector under the rule of the Wade Empire. As the most remote sector governed by the Wade Empire, this region boasts the highest concentration of pirate fleets, including many high-level ones. The higher the level of the pirate fleet, the exponentially greater the challenge to overcome. Consequently, few players venture into the Duoan sector. Most players prefer to grind low-level pirate fleets in safer sectors. But today the Duoan sector is anything but peaceful. 17 planetary systems within a 50 light-year radius churn like a boiling cauldron, crisscrossed by laser fire and littered with wreckage of warships. Under Lu Feng's command, 3 formidable branch fleets surge from 3 directions toward the central planetary system of the Duoan sector. As they pass through each planetary system, they immediately disperse to hunt down pirate fleets, unleashing relentless full-power barges to annihilate every pirate vessel within. Whether low-level or high-level fleets of grade 8 or 9, they all prove equally vulnerable before a fleet of this magnitude. Within one planetary system, just as Lu Feng's branch fleet finishes off a grade 9 pirate fleet numbering 1,000, a grade 10 pirate fleet of 2,000 ships, double the size, emerges from the asteroid belt ahead. Although the branch fleet boasts 10,000 grade 10 warships, including 500 fortress-like, flawless Nebula-class planet cruisers providing relentless shields and support, it still suffers significant losses. Yet, through successive rounds of battle against pirate fleets, the toll of war continues to mount. Especially this grade 10 pirate fleet of 2,000 ships, by narrowing the gap in individual ship quality, inflicts even heavier casualties on the branch fleet. After wiping out this grade 10 pirate fleet, losses and damaged vessels in the branch fleet approached 1,000 ships. The mounting casualties draw Lu Feng's attention. He now notices that this branch fleet dispatch to the Duoan sector has lost nearly 1,000 warships. He also checks the tally. The fleet has destroyed roughly 40 to 50,000 pirate vessels. The loss ratio reaches an astonishing 40 or 50 to 1. Although losses are heavy, the battle achievements are equally remarkable. In comparison, the other two branch fleets in the Duoan sector have far fewer kills. Lu Feng can't help but wonder why this particular fleet has such a high kill count, almost equal to the other two combined. He examines the battle logs and spots an anomaly. Typically, pirate fleets number anywhere from a few dozen to 100 ships. Even grade 10 fleets rarely exceed 1,000. But multiple pirate fleets within this planetary system number over 1,000. These oversized fleets have caused considerable trouble for the branch fleet. As Lu Feng continues reviewing the battle logs, another pirate fleet emerges from the asteroid belt ahead. A grade 8 fleet numbering a full 5,000 ships. Its grade is not high, but its numbers nearly match the current branch fleet. Something is amiss within the asteroid belt. Lu Feng realizes this immediately. He intends to venture inside and investigate. But before that, Lu Feng's gaze locks onto the pirate fleet that has just emerged from the vast belt. Then in the control interface, he directly selects 30 branch fleets. Selection complete. Immediate jump. Target the asteroid belt. As the maneuver executes, shimmering glows appear above and below the asteroid belt, as well as around the pirate fleet. 30 brilliant patches of light suddenly illuminate the dark void. Massive star-like planet cruisers raise their shields, enveloping the surrounding battlecruisers with their heavy cannons and the agile fish-like darting destroyers. Hundreds of star-bright warships converge together, illuminating each patch of space. Combined with the 3,000 wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and 6,000-plus Dread Orca-class destroyers, 10,000 warships spread across the void in a breathtaking display. Having summoned 30 branch fleets, Lu Feng casually initiates free attack mode. Instantly, countless lasers and artillery fire erupt across the deep void, igniting even brighter flashes. The pirate fleet of 5,000 vessels barely emerging from the asteroid belt is reduced to ash and debris in a series of explosions. You have destroyed the Grade 8 Pirate Fleet 100. Imperial Merit Points 1500 inch. Seeing the system notification, Lu Feng is taken aback. This fleet of 5,000 pirate ships was not a single fleet, but 100 Grade 8 pirate fleets. This nets him a 100-fold merit reward, a full 150,000 points. Now Lu Feng is even more intrigued by what lies within the asteroid belt. Once he confirms the annihilation of the Grade 8 pirate fleet, Lu Feng orders his 300,000 ships to encircle and advance into the asteroid belt from all directions, heading toward the source of the pirate fleets. Though vast, the asteroid belt poses no great challenge to search for a force of 300,000 warships. About a third of the Dread Orca-class destroyers spearhead the charge into the belt, their laser cannons shattering threatening asteroids into fragments. This vanguard clears several wide passages for the main force following behind. The asteroid belt, like a sponge absorbing water continuously, draws the warships deeper within. Soon the belt reaches full saturation, unable to accommodate more ships. But at the same time, Lu Feng's fleet discovers what he sought within. A sprawling complex of massive dry docks and factories. These colossal structures are built upon enormous asteroids, with pirate warships continuously emerging from within. They gather before the cluster of structures. Indeed, this is a pirate base. But never before has such a large-scale pirate base been discovered. A rough count suggests at least 100 asteroids-bearing structures, and with the buildings floating in the gaps between asteroids, the total number is even greater. No wonder the pirate fleets emerging from here were counted in the thousands. They must have been forces dispatched to other planetary systems, or even other star sectors. Unfortunately for them, they were all intercepted and annihilated at the doorstep by Lu Feng's fleet, which also led straight to the discovery of the base. Without hesitation, Lu Feng issues the order for total destruction, and a battle of annihilation commences within the asteroid belt. A massive planetary cannon shot streaked across the interstellar void, and a thunderous explosion erupted on the dock, reducing even the meteorite base of the dock to rubble. Countless laser beams pierced the structures of docks and factories. Some warships not yet deployed suffered the same fate, pierced through along with the factories themselves, reduced to scrap metal. You destroyed a pirate dock and received 100 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed a pirate dock and received 900 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed a pirate armory and received 800 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed a pirate armory and received 500 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed an unformed level 10 pirate fleet and received 120 Imperial Merit Points. You destroyed an unformed level 9 pirate fleet and received 100 Imperial Merit Points. System notifications appeared one after another, and Lu Feng could only see his Imperial Merit Points skyrocketing. The merit points, originally in the hundreds of thousands, quickly rose to 1 million and were still climbing. Directly wiping out pirate bases yielded far faster gains than hunting down pirate fleets everywhere. Soon the vast pirate base was reduced to ruins in a series of explosive firestorms. Lu Feng also received a notification from the system. You destroyed 14 of the main pirate base, received 100 Imperial Merit Points, and obtained 14 of the Neutron Star Warships Activation Core. The first part only made Lu Feng smile slightly, feeling that the gains were good. But the last sentence gave Lu Feng a direct shock. A neutron star warship. Really? Could it be that the lowly pirates actually possessed the activation core of a neutron star warship? A neutron star is a celestial body formed when a star reaches the end of its life and undergoes gravitational collapse. It is also the densest celestial body except for black holes. A neutron star typically has a diameter of only a few dozen kilometers, yet the matter within those kilometers weighs billions or even tens of billions of tons per cubic centimeter. The total mass of such a tiny neutron star is comparable to that of an entire sun, even heavier. This alone is enough to illustrate its immense power. If other characteristics of the neutron star were also exploited, corresponding weapons could be developed. The mere name, neutron star warship, sent chills down Lu Feng's spine. Such an existence is absolutely a galaxy-level superweapon. But that such a superweapon had its activation core in the hands of pirates. Lu Feng was puzzled by this. He quickly opened the warehouse and searched for the item called the activation core. Finally, his eyes fell on a sphere that was only 1/4 complete. The quarter sphere emitted a silvery white glow with clean and smooth cuts on both sides. It was clearly just a part of the complete core. He opened the item to inspect it. Neutron Star Warship Activation Core 14. An activation core passed down from an unknown era capable of safely entering and activating the neutron star warship. It has been split into 4 parts and is held by the former imperial family of the Wide Empire, now the pirate group. Along with the activation core, a star chart marking the location of the neutron star warship was also passed down, but the star chart has been hidden by the current Wide Empire, and its whereabouts are unknown. After reading the description of this activation core, Lu Feng roughly understood the situation. The pirate fleet they were now opposing was actually the ruling family that once controlled the entire Wide Empire. But later, perhaps due to rebellion or internal family division, this group of pirates lost control of the empire. Perhaps out of unwillingness, or perhaps to reclaim what was lost, these losers never gave up their struggle against the current empire, and thus became a roving pirate group. The ancestors of the pirate group somehow obtained 2 things: a neutron star warship activation core, and a star chart showing the location of the neutron star warship. The pirate group only managed to take the activation core. The remaining star chart was still with the current Wide Empire. Then, for safety or some other reason, the pirate group split the neutron star warship activation core into 4 parts and stored them. And then one part ended up in his hands. Lu Feng, following the description of this activation core, filled in the entire story. It was very reasonable. In Inha Shirdai, there were no so-called missions. All there was fragmented storytelling. Through items like this core, the fragmented stories were told, requiring players to fill in the gaps themselves. Then there were no guides or objectives. Players were simply left to decide their own actions in this vast world. For Lu Feng, although the system didn't explicitly state anything, he was already clear about his goal. That was to obtain the complete neutron star warship activation core and the star chart marking the location of the neutron star warship. Then in the remaining 20 days, find the neutron star warship and finally bring it back to the real world. With this thought, Lu Feng directly opened the control interface. In the fleet list, he scrolled from top to bottom. All branch fleets were ordered to enter the Duoan Star sector. The remaining 3 pirate main bases were most likely in the Duoan Star sector. He would turn the Duoan Star sector upside down to find these 3 pirate main bases. With the command issued, the massive fleet of up to 1.6 million ships converged on the same star sector again. Every branch fleet outside the Duoan Star sector dropped what they were doing and entered hyperspace jump. Their target was straight for the Duoan Star sector. A few players remaining in the Duoan Star sector were astonished to find that in their star system, 7 or 8 fleets of tens of thousands of ships had suddenly jumped in. These fleets formed a net-searching crisscross across the entire star system. Wherever they passed, no pirate ship could escape such a dense encirclement. The 17 star systems of the Duoan Star sector were all witnessing the same scene. The lingering players felt in a daze that this place was no longer the pirate stronghold, but the stronghold of the Nerean fleet. The high-level pirate fleets that they had to spend tremendous effort to deal with were merely playthings in the hands of the Nerean fleet. Thus, the Duoan Star sector once again became a hot topic on the World Channel. Last time it was the Labarco scrapyard, this time the Duoan Star sector. The gathering of a million-strong fleet in one place was enough to attract attention. But Lu Feng had no time to pay attention to the buzz on the World Channel about his fleet. He had just learned of a place suspected to be a pirate main base. A large number of pirate fleets had gathered there, and one of his branch fleets was engaged in combat with them. Every second, a considerable number of warships were damaged or destroyed. He once again mobilized 30 nearby branch fleets to provide support. Within a planetary system lies a planet so distant from its star that it barely qualifies as part of the system. Far from the star's warmth, the planet's surface glows an icy blue, blanketed almost entirely in snow and ice. Yet upon that endless ice plain, closer inspection reveals numerous black dots. Magnified, these dots appear as towering antennae reaching toward the sky, monitoring all traffic passing through space. At this moment, the space beyond the planet has just concluded a battle. Over 10,000 pirate vessels, outgunned by enemy warships dozens of times their number, have been reduced to scattered debris. A fleet marching in perfect formation, ship after ship has encircled the planet in an impenetrable blockade. Approximately 100,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers have trained their massive planetary cannons on the frozen plains below. The immaculate Nebula-class planetary cruise ships, magnificent and towering like interstellar ramparts, extend vast shields behind the fleet, constructing a watertight defensive line. Above the ice plain, apart from the occasional red blink atop the antennae, there is not the slightest movement. But before long, dozens of sections of the ice plain crack open simultaneously. Massive steel gates drag the covering snow and ice apart to either side, revealing the underground hangars beneath. Thunderous rumbling echoes through the hangars, filled not only with the roar of warships, but also with the sounds of factory operations. Pirate warships gather within the hangars, waiting for the gates to open. The instant they do, all of them surge out from the underground depths, charging toward the blockading fleet beyond the planet. Yet facing a blockade fleet many times their size and firepower, these pirate warships are often shattered into fragments by hundreds of laser cannons from who knows where the moment they appear. They cannot even mount the slightest effective resistance. This is a pirate stronghold base. The pirate fleet originally stationed in orbit around this planet has been completely wiped out by the reinforcement squadrons that came to the rescue. Feng gazes upon this planet wrapped entirely in ice plains. From his observations, the pirates have transformed the planet's underground into their weapons factory. Its scale far exceeds the pirate stronghold base in the asteroid belt. But Feng does not rush to destroy this pirate stronghold. If he wanted to destroy it, it would be simple. The wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser cluster could simply activate their planetary cannons and target the planet. 100,000 of them firing in unison could destroy this planet 1,000 times over. But he does not do this. He only orders 300,000 warships to blockade this place. Whenever new pirate ships appear, they are eliminated. The reason is simple. After he concentrated all his fleets in the Yuan sector, his imperial merit points began rising at an absurdly rapid rate. It quickly reached the 10 million level. Once his imperial merit points crossed 10 million, Feng received a system notification. The wide empire had unlocked the exchange for hidden items for him. Now when he opens the imperial merit points exchange interface, the available items are entirely different. Neutron star warship coordinate star map. Exchange cost 100 million imperial merit points, 50 billion star coins. The first icon, shimmering with golden light, makes Feng's gaze unable to look away. He could directly exchange for the Neutron star warship's coordinate star map. But this exchange price leaves Feng somewhat overwhelmed. A full 100 million imperial merit points and 50 billion star coins. Looking at his mere 10 million imperial merit points, less than a tenth of the requirement, Feng cannot help but calculate how long it would take to reach 100 million. After calculating, Feng realizes that simply sweeping through the pirate fleet in the Yuan sector might not be enough. This requires cultivation. He cannot rush to destroy all the pirate stronghold bases. As for the 50 billion star coins, Feng contemplated for a long time. He still has approximately 20 billion, still 30 billion short of 50 billion. He needs to find a way to obtain these 30 billion. Thinking of this, Feng actually thought of someone. Seeing that there was nothing to do in the game for now, Feng continues having the fleet blockade this place. The remaining 1,300,000 warships continue sweeping pirate fleets and searching for pirate stronghold bases throughout the Yuan sector. Exiting the game, Feng stretches, loosening his stiff body. He glances at the hotel's floor-to-ceiling window casually. Outside, the sky is already filled with crimson clouds. He had been operating his fleet in Galaxy Era since morning, and apart from when the hotel delivered lunch at noon, he never stopped. Feng walks into the bathroom and sees his disheveled hair in the mirror. He cannot help but lament how insane these past few days have been. To improve his fleet's strength as quickly as possible, he hasn't relaxed for a single moment. Most critically, he spent 40 billion. This might be the biggest and most worthwhile purchase he has ever made in his life. Feng splashes water on his face, tidies his appearance briefly, then changes into a suit and leaves the room. Right next to the hotel is the residential complex where he once lived. Feng skillfully finds the entrance and walks toward a building facing the sea. Soon Feng arrives at the building. He takes out his phone and dials a number. Boss Ling, it's been a long time. Ling Xingfa on the other end sounds somewhat surprised. Old Lu, what brings you to call me? Got some free time. I'm right downstairs at Boss Ling's place. Before he could finish, the other side hung up. Then shortly after, Feng sees a familiar figure walking out of the building. Old Lu, you're actually here? Ling Xingfa is overjoyed to see Feng laughing heartily as he comes forward for a hug. Feng also exchanges polite pleasantries, then they walk into the building together. As they walk and chat, the topics revolve around XAI Company and the 6 billion Feng sold it for. Ling Xingfa seems quite regretful that Feng left XAI. Feng just smiles. For some things he cannot say much, can only hint cryptically that this world is about to change dramatically. But Ling Xingfa fails to notice this. As they chat, they reach the elevator. When the elevator doors open, one could consider it entering this nearly 400 square meter luxury residence. Feng is very familiar with everything here. But the moment the elevator doors open, Feng cannot help but freeze. Although everything else remains as it was, sitting in the very front is a little girl in a wheelchair. The girl is only 8 or 9 years old, wearing an oversized shirt. Most striking are her eyes. Her eyes are covered with a piece of blue cloth which passes through her flowing hair, draped behind her, and ties in a bow at the back of her head. Lu Feng stares at this strange little girl for a long time. He feels a strong sense of incongruity. Is this playing hide and seek? Sensing the atmosphere growing awkward in the silence, Lu Feng is the first to break it. Ling Xingfa's expression dims at this moment. He shakes his head as a response to Lu Feng, then gently calls out to the little girl. Xiaoya, this is Uncle Lu Feng. Say hi to your uncle. Hello, Uncle Lu Feng, the little girl chimes crisply. The little girl made no move, yet her wheelchair automatically advanced and stopped before Lu Feng. She raised her head covered with a blue cloth as if looking at Lu Feng. But in reality, the direction she tilted her head toward was the large vase behind Lu Feng, brushing past him. Lu Feng also noticed that behind the girl's head, hidden beneath her long hair, were some slender cables. Those cables hung down from the back of the girl's head, connected to the wheelchair. A trace of peculiarity flickered across Lu Feng's face. It seemed that something had happened to this little girl named Xiaoya. Ling Xingfa, fearing that Lu Feng might be displeased, quickly stepped behind the girl, beckoning Lu Feng inside, while pushing the wheelchair toward the house. Brother Lu, I'm so glad you could visit. Xiaoya and I are both delighted. Afraid it might startle you, I covered Xiaoya's eyes with the cloth. It's fine. Lu Feng shook his head and followed Ling Xingfa into the house. The interior was much the same as before he left, basically unchanged except for a few items that belonged to the new owner. Ling Xingfa pushed the wheelchair to a round table, invited Lu Feng to sit, and set the table full of desserts. Brother Lu, you came so suddenly that I only had time to prepare these. As he spoke, Ling Xingfa brewed a cup of tea for Lu Feng, treating him with considerable warmth. After finishing, Ling Xingfa sat down at the round table as well. I came to trouble you, Boss Ling, because of some matters. Not at all, not at all. Brother Lu, your visit makes me happiest. Whatever you need, as long as I can manage it, I'll make sure it's done to your satisfaction. Although I'm from Ganqing, I do have some connections into High City. Lu Feng did not rush to bring up the main issue. Boss Ling, your fervent investment in AI companies isn't just because of high returns, is it? The device on Xiaoya should be a brain-computer interface previously released by XAI. Ling Xingfa chuckled and didn't conceal it. As expected of an expert, you recognized it at a glance. This project was one I personally led and developed, from the cable materials to the software and hardware. I know it inside out. The moment Lu Feng saw those cables behind Xiaoya's head, he felt a sense of familiarity. Then he recognized it as a unique innovation that XAI had previously launched, accessing AI through a brain-computer interface. But because this technology was far beyond the prevailing ethical concepts of the time, the project was halted after only a few prototypes were made. It never reached the mass market. However, Lu Feng knew that many prototypes had circulated into the market, becoming samples for reverse engineering by major companies and research institutes. The device on Xiaoya now was likely one of those prototypes that had leaked out. Although he knew it was his own company's product, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at Boss Ling's audacity, daring to use an unfinished product on his own loved one. Even when they conducted primate experiments back then, they were terrified with every step, knowing that a single misstep could easily cause damage to the biological brain. In the end, they stopped the project after comprehensive risk assessment. Otherwise, XAI would have undoubtedly become a symbol of epic-making change, the beginning of the third technological revolution. May I take a look? Lu Feng glanced at Xiaoya, then at Ling Xingfa. He was referring to what was under the cloth band on Xiaoya's face. As soon as he said this, before Ling Xingfa could react, Xiaoya immediately clasped her hands, nervously rubbing them restlessly on her lap. Ling Xingfa was silent for a moment, then nodded. He held Xiaoya's hand and comforted her. Xiaoya, it's okay. Xiaoya hesitated for a while before slowly nodding. She looked in the direction where Lu Feng had spoken earlier and whispered, Uncle Lu Feng, after you see me, don't be scared of Xiaoya. Hearing her childish words, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. He ruffled Xiaoya's hair and said, I won't. He then reached for the bow at the back of Xiaoya's head, gently tugged it, and the blue cloth covering her eyes slid off from one end, revealing what lay beneath. It might have been the most terrifying eyes Lu Feng had ever seen. Hollow. That was a literal term, not a description. After just one glance, Lu Feng silently covered Xiaoya's eyes with the blue cloth again. It was my negligence. Ling Xingfa across from him muttered, head bowed. Those Southeast Asian smugglers who came to Ganqing are the most reckless. For money, they would do anything. Dad, it's okay. Xiaoya doesn't hurt anymore. Xiaoya comforted Ling Xingfa in return. Hearing this, Ling Xingfa's eyes reddened. If I could make Xiaoya recover, I would give up everything. Lu Feng remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. What happened to those people later? All those scum, including the mastermind. I had them chopped up and thrown into the sea. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists as if even that wasn't enough to vent his anger. Lu Feng nodded. And then you came into contact with XAI. At this point, Ling Xingfa got up and took out a helmet with numerous neural contact points from a room. A few years ago, a friend brought us a set of brain-computer interface equipment that had leaked from XAI's internal stock, saying it might help Xiaoya. We didn't have much hope, but after Xiaoya used it, she said. Ling Xingfa clenched his fists again, closing his eyes. She saw light. Although it still couldn't let Xiaoya see things, she could vaguely perceive the outside world. That was the only connection she had to interact with the outside. After hearing this, Lu Feng finally understood why Boss Ling had been so enthusiastic with him, even willing to spend a fortune to acquire XAI. He couldn't help but comfort him. Boss Ling, perhaps Xiaoya still has hope of seeing the world again. He pondered for a moment, considering whether the technology after the arrival of the warship could achieve limb regeneration. No mere limb regeneration might not be enough. After all, the eyes involve the neural connections of the human brain, always the most difficult part to conquer. He couldn't guarantee it. I can't guarantee it, but I can say there is hope, and it will come in a month. Lu Feng decided to tell Ling Xingfa, Boss Ling, I have an investment here. But before he could finish, he noticed a name engraved on the side of the helmet. Lingya. Damn, I should have thought of that. Lu Feng's memory was suddenly awakened. He abruptly changed the question and asked Ling Xingfa, what is Xiaoya's full name? Lingya. Ling Xingfa was taken aback. Those two words stirred a storm in Lu Feng's heart. It was the second secret weapon hidden among humans by the descending faction, a super biological weapon called the Fairy War Maiden. Fairy War, Maiden 001, Human Identity Lingya. Among the invading coalition of civilizations, one civilization selected suitable humans and sent them for modification. After modification, these humans showed no difference in ordinary times. Only in combat state would they transform, unleashing overwhelmingly powerful combat capabilities, turning into emotionless killing machines. It was the Fairy War Princess coordinated with the Void Shadow that directly shattered humanity's last line of defense in the solar system. Together, they became the final two straw that broke the back of human civilization. 1,000 thoughts churned within Lu Feng's heart, but eventually he regained his composure. The Fairy War Princess's formidable individual combat prowess was the most powerful he had ever witnessed. It was said that a civilization capable of transforming suitable individuals also relied on legendary relic facilities left behind by a fallen empire. This fallen imperial civilization had come to deeply realize that flesh was weak in the cosmos, unsuitable for a civilization that had already reached the interstellar age. Thus they decided on the mechanical ascension of their entire race. But shortly after this decision was made, when a neighboring civilization's ship entered their territory, they found that every person from the empire had vanished as if they never existed. No one knew whether they had succeeded or failed. Only desolate planets and vast quantities of unattended facilities remained behind. That legendary relic facility not only possessed transformative capabilities, but also had the function of repairing biological tissue. Lu Feng still recalled this crucial detail. After all, the renowned Fairy War Princess type 001 appeared no different from an ordinary person. If she still looked like Xiaoya currently did, no one would ever describe her as normal. In other words, Xiaoya could potentially recover her eyesight. With this thought, Lu Feng felt somewhat reassured, though he knew the specifics would have to wait until he could see that legendary relic facility with his own eyes. Mr. Ling, this isn't merely hope. It's an extremely high probability that Xiaoya can recover. Lu Feng stared firmly at Ling Xingfa. However, to achieve this probability, I need substantial funding. Lu Feng revealed the true purpose behind seeking out Ling Xingfa. It was the liquid assets under Ling Xingfa's control. Ling Xingfa gazed at Lu Feng in disbelief, while Xiaoya turned to him with hopeful eyes. You might find this hard to believe, but the most direct evidence will appear within a month. Lu Feng didn't specify exactly what it would be. This is an investment opportunity, Mr. Ling. If you trust me, the return on this investment will surpass any case you can imagine. Lu Feng's voice instinctively dropped. This will be a disruptive transformation beyond the imagination of human civilization. Ling Xingfa didn't press for further details, instead locking eyes with Lu Feng for an extended moment. Lu Feng met his gaze without hesitation. After a long silence, it was Xiaoya who broke it. She tilted her head as if listening to something, then spoke. I can sense that Uncle Lu Feng isn't lying. He truly believes my eyes can recover. I understand. Upon hearing this, Ling Xingfa simply nodded without a trace of doubt, then resumed his usual warm smile. How much capital does Brother Lu need? Even if it's my entire fortune, I'm willing to invest it all in Brother Lu. He understood Lu Feng deeply. He had always placed his hopes on Lu Feng's XAI and had thoroughly investigated him long ago. So he had never once suspected Lu Feng would deceive him into investing. Put another way, even if Lu Feng were to trick him into investing, he would do so willingly. A man like Lu Feng who created XAI was worth investing in. This conviction only strengthened after his daughter spoke. Though she had lost her sight, her auditory senses had become exceptionally sharp. A person's tone, breathing, heartbeat, all of these reveal much. Yet she hadn't sensed any tendency from Lu Feng to conceal or deceive in these areas. If Lu Feng truly had confidence, then she would accompany him in this madness just once. Lu Feng nodded. I don't need Mr. Ling's entire fortune, only liquid funds. If I'm not mistaken, you have around 6 billion in liquid assets on hand. Last time the XAI shares were publicly auctioned, Dunan successfully acquired them for 6 billion. It was precisely that price that prevented Ling Xingfa from bidding higher. Not that he was unwilling, but he genuinely had no more funds available. Otherwise, given his daughter's condition, Ling Xingfa would have gone to any lengths to secure XAI shares at any price. Ling Xingfa nodded without surprise. The cash on hand is indeed 60 billion, but I could raise more if given a month's time. No need, 60 billion is sufficient. 60 billion in investment will yield returns beyond your imagination and restore your daughter's sight. Sitting across from Lu Feng, Ling Xingfa couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. To be honest, I still find it hard to fully believe, wouldn't dare to dream such things. But since you say the most direct evidence will appear within a month, I'm happy to wait and see. Lu Feng also grinned. Indeed, I never imagined in my dreams that this world would become so crazy. He was referring to the warship's arrival. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes and been reborn, he would have dismissed it as an impossibility. He never would have imagined investing 4 billion into a game. Beyond this 4 billion, another 8 billion was waiting to be invested in the game. 1.2 billion, a figure certain to send everyone into a frenzy. With business concluded, Lu Feng didn't linger further. He rose to bid farewell to Ling Xingfa and Xiaoya. But as he was about to leave, Xiaoya gently tugged at the corner of his clothes. Uncle Lu Feng, could you sign something for me? Holding the helmet she'd purchased from the black market in her other hand, Lu Feng offered a faint smile and agreed, signing his name on one side of the helmet. The signature of Lu Feng was bold and extraordinary, radiating sharp confidence. It perfectly reflected his current state of mind, filled with boundless ambition, ready to make his grand move. Though Xiaoya couldn't see, hearing the scratch of the pen, the corners of her mouth curved upward. She too began to look forward to the future Lu Feng had spoken of, one where she could see the world again. Upon returning to the hotel barely the next morning, Lu Feng received a deposit notification. Ling Xingfa's 60 billion had arrived. Lu Feng sprang directly from bed and opened Galaxy Age. The Imperial Merit Points redemption list appeared. Neutron Star Warship Location Star Chart redemption required 100 million Imperial Merit Points and 5 billion star credits. The item icon shimmering with golden light still occupied the top position in the list. The 5 billion star credits were already secured. Now he only needed the 100 million Imperial Merit Points. After a night of clearing enemies, Lu Feng's Imperial Merit Points had increased by over 10 million. At the current pace, he could earn 10 million Imperial Merit Points every 12 hours. The remaining 80 million points would take 4 more days to accumulate. Boss, there's a new remittance in Lu Feng's account. At that moment, on the top floor of a financial skyscraper by the bund, Du Nen heard his secretary rushing in and shouting, "Don't panic. It's perfectly normal for his account to receive a remittance." Du Nen frowned at the secretary's rash demeanor. After all, for someone of Lu Feng's caliber, there were many channels to acquire funds. What could be the problem with a small sum coming in? It's 60 billion. Du Nen stood up abruptly. How much? 6 billion or 60 billion? Speak clearly. See for yourself. The secretary placed a thin sheet of paper before Du Nen. Du Nen scrutinized the paper with a frown. It was the bank transaction record of Lu Feng's account obtained through internal connections. It showed that this morning Lu Feng's account had received a full 60 billion. A fund of 60 billion couldn't have been sent by an unknown source. Have you identified the remitter's account? This time the secretary didn't shake his head, he nodded. It's an account under Ling Xingfa's name. Ling Xingfa. Lu Feng doesn't have any more XAI shares to sell. How did Ling Xingfa end up transferring 60 billion into his account? It can't be that he talked his way into it with empty hands. Du Nen pondered deeply. He could never quite grasp the logic behind Lu Feng's actions. During this period, he had conducted various business simulations. Whether it was speculating on the warship market in a game called Galaxy Era, washing funds, or using the guise of top-ups to cover tax evasion and transfer money, he found none of them realistic. Ever since he saw Lu Feng top up 30 billion in one go, the world had seemed bizarre to him. Even his spending on yachts and private jets hadn't been that extravagant. Could it be that Ling Xingfa gave Lu Feng this 60 billion for him to spend on the game? Du Nan's entire face twisted into an indescribable expression. That most improbable thought clung to his mind like a stubborn piece of mucus deep in the nose, impossible to dislodge. His intuition told him that this might very well be the purpose behind Ling Xingfa's transfer to Lu Feng. But his experienced mind told him that Ling Xingfa was likely unaware, and Lu Feng had simply exploited Ling Xingfa's favor and trust. He recalled the last auction. If not for Ling Xingfa's sudden intervention with a bid of 55 billion, he wouldn't have had to pay 60 billion, 10 billion more for XAI shares. Although XAI was now running smoothly and thriving, the extra 10 billion still rankled Du Nan. Trying to be a nuisance, huh? Du Nan had an idea. He had only lost an extra 10 billion, but Ling Xingfa might have just lost an extra 60 billion. He called his secretary. Through discreet channels spread the news that it was likely Lu Feng who spent 30 billion in one go on the game last time. And make sure to add that Lu Feng might spend even more money on the game. Yes, I'll see to it at once. After the secretary left, Du Nan thought for a moment, then called him back in. Get some people to study the game Lu Feng plays. Each person can spend up to 10,000 on in-game purchases, reimbursable. Don't go overboard. If anyone gets addicted like Lu Feng, the company won't cover the extra costs. Watching the secretary close the office door, Dunan mused. 10,000 per person should be enough to figure out a game. He refused to believe that 10,000 wouldn't even make a ripple. Just as Lu Feng was waiting for his imperial merit points to reach 100 million, Su Jinxiang contacted him. Boss Lu, I've negotiated with the owners of those 2 special warships. They're willing to sell them to you. Oh, all settled. What about the price? Su Jinxiang chuckled and typed quickly on his phone. Rest assured, Boss Lu, I've secured an excellent deal. An absolute bargain, one for 1800 and the other for 2300. Lu Feng was startled by the prices. They were indeed incredibly cheap. The total was only 4000, less than half the cost of the Void Shadow. A great deal. Alright, have them list the ships on the player exchange. After sending the message, Lu Feng opened the player exchange, waiting for the 2 special warships to appear. It didn't take long. A special warship priced at 2300 was listed. It appeared at the very top of the first row, quite conspicuous. Lu Feng bought it immediately. You have obtained the special warship, Reconstructor. The name caught his attention as soon as the ship was in his possession. Reconstructor sounded like an engineering vessel. Opening its detailed interface, Lu Feng's guess was confirmed. The Reconstructor could rapidly construct anything for which a template had been previously saved. In simple terms, it was a 3D printer on a warship scale. Its special hull configuration enabled this function. To build defensive fortifications or permanent strongholds in space, one simply loaded the preset blueprints and let the Reconstructor build according to the template. But that wasn't its most unique feature. Other engineering warships could do that too. What truly set the Reconstructor apart was that its construction materials didn't come from within the ship. Instead, they could be drawn from any designated external location. In other words, as long as enough materials were piled up in one place, the Reconstructor could use them to build something elsewhere. It had a hint of creation ex nihilo. Having acquired such a special warship for just 2300, Lu Feng was quite satisfied. This would be the main workhorse for future construction. He turned his attention back to the player exchange, waiting for the second special warship to be listed. Soon a special warship priced at 1800 appeared at the top of the first row. He clicked to buy. 1800 stellar coins were deducted. You have obtained the special warship, Saint Spring. This was an ultra-large engineering vessel. Its primary function was to deploy a field that could heal allied ships within its range. The field's radius was enormous, 10 times larger than that of the Void Shadow, spanning a full 100 kilometers, enough to cover an entire level 10 dock. When a ship's hull, key instruments or systems were damaged within the field, the Saint Spring could repair them. The field could also be switched to a biological mode, healing living beings within its range. After reviewing the Saint Spring's capabilities, Lu Feng was extremely pleased. Though these special warships seemed somewhat surreal, their abilities were undeniably powerful. Having received 2 special warships, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He transferred 500 stellar coins to Su Jinxiang. These coins could be exchanged for real-world money on the corresponding market. After acquiring the 2 special warships, several days passed in the blink of an eye. Within these few days, Lu Feng had thoroughly scoured the Duan Star district, locating the remaining 2 pirate main bases along with numerous other pirate strongholds. Almost all pirate bases had been eradicated by Lu Feng's overwhelmingly massive fleet, leaving only 3 final pirate main bases. These 3 primary strongholds were like dairy cows being penned and nurtured by his fleet. They exploited the mechanism by which these bases continuously produced pirate warships, systematically eliminating the pirate fleets. Even so, the imperial merit points Lu Feng accumulated grew progressively smaller toward the end. It began at a rate of 10 million merit points every 12 hours, gradually diminishing. The time required to amass 100 million imperial merit points was now clearly extending beyond the initial 4-day estimate. Meanwhile, Lu Feng also noticed that news had begun circulating from somewhere unknown. The former CEO who had sold his XAI shares, Lu Feng, had actually invested all his funds into a game, pouring a staggering 4 billion into it. On one occasion, he had injected an astonishing 3 billion in a single transaction. These reports immediately captured public attention and thrust Lu Feng into the spotlight. Every day, countless people gossiped about whether Lu Feng's extravagance stemmed from generosity or folly. He remained completely unfazed by such rumors, knowing they posed no threat to his grand vision of expanding his fleet. Moreover, he harbored no fear about an influx of players drawn to Galactic Era once its fame spread. Besides, only 20 days remained. Even if ordinary players had ample time to immerse themselves in Galactic Era, obtaining their first warship without spending a dime would demand extraordinary effort. Time was only one factor, the other involved gathering materials and preparing warship blueprints. In today's fast-paced era, very few could sustain such dedication. More often than not, once the initial fervor faded, the game gathered dust on their phones. As for those with modest means, Lu Feng felt no concern. Pouring tens of thousands into Galactic Era would not even make a ripple. Advanced warships remained entirely out of reach. The mere requirement of 1 million just to access a Tier 10 shipyard alone was enough to deter the vast majority. Even those willing to spend heavily, like Wang Zhua of the Xinghe fleet, with his barely 20,000 warships, amounted to nothing compared to Lu Feng's forces. Though he could not identify who orchestrated these schemes from the shadows, he knew none of their machinations would derail his plans. Another 5 days elapsed. At noon, Lu Feng sat beside his phone as his Imperial merit points approached the 95 million mark. A shortfall of roughly 5 million remained. This time Lu Feng abandoned his strategy of preserving the 3 pirate main bases and instead ordered his fleet into direct assault. On the ice-blue planet orbiting the outer reaches of the Yuan star district, vast frozen plains periodically disgorged newly manufactured warships through massive steel gates. Beyond the planet's atmosphere, the warships, orbiting in formation, stirred from their silence. Nearly 100,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers activated their massive forward cannons in unison. Planetary artillery charging. In the next instant, brilliance erupted across this remote planet like a stellar explosion. An entire ice-blue world became engulfed in hellish flames as quakes tore through every corner. Widening fissures split the planet into shattering fragments. The vast underground pirate foundries were laid bare. Enormous metallic structures collapsed into magma-filled chasms amid the explosions and tectonic ruptures. Ultimately, the entire planet was consumed by cascading collapse. Even so, Lu Feng had deliberately constrained the planetary cannon's power, striking with minimum force. Otherwise, a catastrophic planetary explosion could have endangered the orbital fleet. You eliminated the pirate dockyard, earning 10,500 Imperial merit points. You eliminated the pirate arsenal, earning 10,000 Imperial merit points. A cascade of system notifications caused Lu Feng's Imperial merit to surge nearly 1 million at once. At the end of this series of notifications came one that brought a broad smile to Lu Feng's face. You destroyed Pirate Main Base 2 of 4, gaining 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtaining the Neutron Star Warship Core 2 of 4. Opening the warehouse, he discovered a spherical fragment comprising only a quarter identical in appearance to the previous piece. Only 2 more pirate main bases stood between him and a complete Neutron Star Warship Core. Eliminating this base instantly boosted Lu Feng's merit points by 2 million. The efficiency far exceeded anything before. Upon destroying the second main base, Lu Feng immediately switched the game display. The third pirate stronghold was a floating space station, more accurately described as a space city. Expanded over countless generations, its scale had grown to span nearly half a continent. Lu Feng had stationed a fleet of 300,000 to blockade this location. Yet now such measures were no longer necessary. The moment the attack was triggered, waves of laser fire pummeled the space city's shields like relentless rainfall. The metallic framework beneath the laser barrage melted instantaneously. The entire space city resembled metal being roasted over an inferno, its temperature rising relentlessly until the structure liquefied into glowing red molten iron. Against such overwhelming dominance, the vast space city stood no chance of resistance. You eliminated the pirate dockyard, earning 10,000 Imperial merit points. You eliminated the pirate arsenal, earning 10,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed Pirate Main Base 3 of 4, gaining 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtaining the Neutron Star Warship Core 3 of 4. Another 2 million merit points instantly credited, bringing Lu Feng within 1 million of the 100 million mark, enough to redeem the position star chart for the Neutron Star Warship. The Neutron Star Warship Core had similarly assembled 3 fragments, forming a sphere with only 1 piece missing. Just 1 final quarter sphere remained to complete it. The final pirate stronghold was a base constructed upon an enormous meteorite. At its center stood a massive antenna structure surrounded by sprawling military facilities. Pirate warships streamed endlessly from those facilities into the void. Now, however, the meteorite's exterior, vast as a small planet, was encircled by a formidable fleet arrayed in precise formation. The fleet lay motionless in the deep void, laser cannon barrels fixed upon the meteorite's surface. A single synchronized volley from this mighty armada would be enough to vaporize the entire asteroid. Lu Feng redirected his game perspective to this pirate stronghold, studying the antenna positioned at its heart, shielded by concentric layers of military infrastructure. From the moment he first laid eyes on this stronghold, he recognized its distinct design differed markedly from the other 3. The colossal antenna bore little resemblance to a weapons platform. Instead, it appeared designed for astronomical observation. Though the unusual nature of this pirate base gave Lu Feng pause, it did not prevent him from issuing the attack command. After a prolonged gaze at the antenna, he ultimately selected the attack option on his control interface. Upon activation of the attack order, the massive fleet positioned around the meteorite unleashed a devastating strike capable of obliterating the entire asteroid and its installations. You eliminated the pirate dockyard, earning 20,000 Imperial merit points. You eliminated the pirate dockyard, earning 15,000 Imperial merit points. You eliminated the pirate arsenal, earning 12,000 Imperial merit points. You eliminated the pirate arsenal, earning 18,000 Imperial merit points. You destroyed Pirate Main Base 4 of 4, gaining 1 million Imperial merit points, and obtaining the Neutron Star Warship Core 4 of 4. You have eliminated all pirate group main bases. The wide empire has been restored to peace, and no further pirate factions will emerge. You earned 10 million Imperial merit points, obtained the discovery of pirate group's achievement, and acquired the Super Starport construction blueprint. In addition to the rewards he should have received, Lu Feng also received a few extra system prompts. Oh, eliminating all main bases also gives extra rewards. Lu Feng counted, half surprised and half delighted. 10 million merit points. Adding the original merit points, his total merit points reached a staggering 111 million. It was more than enough to exchange for the directional blueprint of the neutron star battleship. Moreover, besides gathering the startup core, he also obtained something called Discovery of the Pirate Group and a construction blueprint for a super starport. This trip's harvest was undeniably abundant. Just as Lu Feng thought that was enough, a mechanical female voice devoid of emotion appeared across the entire game map, ringing through all online players' phones. Pirate main bases and pirate fleets within the Wide Emperor's Empire have been eliminated by the Reverse Blade Fleet. Pirate Group-related content will no longer appear in the game. Players should obtain various materials and Empire merit points through other channels. Is this a server-wide announcement? This was the first time Lu Feng had heard a server-wide announcement in Galaxy Era. He had always thought that the game, Galaxy Era, didn't have such a thing. Boss Lu, you've done amazingly. This is the first time I've heard this game issue such a notification. Just then Su Jinxiang also sent an excited message. From his tone, he had never heard Galaxy Era issue a server-wide announcement either. Lu Feng couldn't help but form a speculation. Perhaps it wasn't that the game didn't issue server-wide announcements, but simply that no one had previously met the conditions to trigger them. Eliminating 4 entire pirate main bases was simple for Lu Feng's current strength. But in reality, even if the Star River fleet with 200 warships were brought in, it would be utterly impossible. If he hadn't appeared out of nowhere spending billions to directly create a million-level fleet, perhaps even after 100 years, Galaxy Era would never issue a server-wide announcement. It was exactly this kind of major event that could trigger a server-wide announcement, which could yield higher hidden rewards. Thinking of this, Lu Feng suddenly understood. If not for his rebirth, he might have been kept in the dark for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng calmed his emotions and opened the warehouse to check his gains this time. First was the startup core of the neutron star battleship. The 4 pieces, each a quarter of a sphere, had been gathered. Lu Feng casually clicked on one of them. Immediately a prompt appeared on the interface. You have gathered all 4 pieces of the neutron star battleship startup core. Do you wish to synthesize the complete neutron star battleship startup core? Lu Feng quickly clicked confirm. The next moment, the 4 fragments disappeared, replaced by a smooth sphere of silver-white color made of an unknown material. Neutron star battleship startup core. A startup core passed down from an unknown era capable of safely entering and starting the neutron star battleship. With the startup core in hand, Lu Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his heart full of anticipation. With this thing, the neutron star battleship was as good as his. After admiring it contentedly for a long time, Lu Feng turned his attention to the other items in the warehouse. An item called Discovery of the Pirate Group and a construction blueprint for a super starport. Discovery of the Pirate Group. The stars have lost their original positions. Their guidance is invalid and chaotic. Oh gods, are we the abandoned people? The description of the first item, Discovery of the Pirate Group, left Lu Feng confused. Why was the Pirate Group's discovery so cryptic? Since it was a fragmented narrative, it meant this was part of some story, perhaps the beginning of the next tale. Lu Feng couldn't help but speculate, but currently there were too few clues to support a definite conclusion, so he had to give up. Silently memorizing this description, Lu Feng looked at the next item, the construction blueprint for the super starport. After farming pirate fleets and bases for so many days, Lu Feng had obtained plenty of various blueprints. Even blueprints for level 10 warships like the impeccable Nebula-class star cruiser, the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser, and the fearless killer whale-class destroyer had dropped quite a few. Now he had obtained yet another new construction blueprint. But the only one missing was the blueprint for the Silent Beast-class aircraft carrier. This made Lu Feng a bit frustrated, wondering whether his luck was bad or the card dealer was deliberately opposing him. Did he think that because he was too rich he didn't need luck? Super Starport Construction Blueprint. A super starport with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, equipped with comprehensive weapon defense systems and massive shields, and also equipped with the largest hyperspace jump engine in history. Internally, it can simultaneously maintain 2 million warships, accommodate up to 20 million warships, and its production line capacity can reach a maximum of 10,000 warships simultaneously. Damn, this super starport. After reading this description, Lu Feng exclaimed subconsciously. This data was explosive. This super starport was exactly what he needed now. He must build this super starport. With a radius of 2,000 kilometers, the area is over 10 million square kilometers larger than the entire continent of Europe. Lu Feng clicked his tongue, imagining the day when the people of Europe would look up and see not the moon or the sun, but his starport. After reviewing the gains in the warehouse, Lu Feng was ready to prepare the main course. The startup core of the neutron star battleship was already in hand. Next, as long as he obtained the directional star chart, he could find the location of the neutron star battleship. He wanted to get the neutron star battleship early to avoid any unexpected trouble. First, he directly topped up a full 5 billion star coins into the game. Watching the star coin balance in his account, Sir Lu Feng felt an indescribable pleasure. but this money was about to be spent. Lu Feng opened the merit exchange interface of the Wide Emperor's Empire and directly clicked on the first item, glowing with golden light. Neutron Star Battleship Directional Star Chart. Exchange required 100 million Empire merit points, 5 billion star coins. Confirm exchange. Confirm. The next moment the merit points in his account were directly deducted by 100 million points. The previously topped up 5 billion star coins were also deducted in one go. The directional star chart was also in hand. You have obtained the Neutron Star Battleship Directional Star Chart. Lu Feng opened the warehouse with excitement. The first item in the warehouse was the Neutron Star Battleship Directional Star Chart. Lu Feng opened it, but no expected introduction or coordinates appeared. What appeared before Lu Feng was a download button. Feeling a bit strange, Lu Feng clicked the download button. Subsequently, his phone displayed that he had downloaded a file to his phone. A file? What does that mean? Shouldn't it be an in-game coordinate? Lu Feng increasingly felt something was wrong. He found the file on his phone. Upon opening it, it was a dazzling star field distribution map with a white dot marked at the very center. What is this? Lu Feng couldn't help but frown as he examined this star chart. Was he supposed to find the neutron star warship by studying this map? He pulled out the star map from Galactic Era, constantly switching screens to compare with this star chart. The star map in Galactic Era, when zoomed out to its minimum, was a galaxy-level map similar to the Milky Way. Lu Feng swept his gaze across this map, then looked at the star chart again. He couldn't find any similar shapes. Lu Feng pondered, this star chart has no names marked or any distinctive landmarks for positioning. It seemed he'd have to zoom in on the Galactic Era map and compare each region one by one to see if any parts overlapped or resembled this star chart. Using his phone for this task wasn't convenient, so Lu Feng went to the hotel front desk to request a laptop. As a monthly tenant of the luxury suite at this 5-star hotel, such a small request could certainly be accommodated. As a computer professional, Lu Feng checked the laptop's network environment, confirmed everything was fine, then formatted all the hard drives and reinstalled the system. After completing all that, Lu Feng transferred the star chart file to the laptop and opened it. A much clearer star chart filled the entire computer screen. On the larger computer screen, as Lu Feng looked at this star chart, he somehow felt that those tiny stars were flickering. As if this wasn't just a flat map, but an animated image that was playing and demonstrating itself automatically. Lu Feng stared at the star chart for a long while, but with his limited astronomical knowledge, he couldn't extract any more insights, so he gave up. He opened Galactic Era and, using the zoomed-in map of Galactic Era, began comparing each region to find areas that overlapped or resembled this star chart. This comparison continued from afternoon until the early morning of the next day. Brilliant sunlight was replaced by the night sky, which was then illuminated by dawn. When the hazy, faint morning light shone through the floor-to-ceiling window onto the desk, Lu Feng suddenly realized he had stayed up the entire night without knowing it. His spirit suddenly relaxed and exhaustion rushed in. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, his thoughts never ceasing to churn. The workload of this task was truly enormous. Comparing a galaxy-level map piece by piece to find a location that might only occupy several planetary systems was truly complicated. The Milky Way has a diameter of 2.0 light-years and contains over 200 billion stars. Even if the precision of the Galactic Era map was less than 100 millionth of the Milky Way, it would still be an enormous amount of work. He had only completed less than half of the map search work through the night. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder if there were other methods to replace manual searching. Hiring someone to help search the map. This wasn't reliable. Who knew if there were people from other companies monitoring him, or even possible people from the state? What if the location of the neutron star warship was leaked, and someone got there first? That would be the end. Although this was a low-probability event, low probability doesn't equal impossibility. This risk couldn't be taken. If humans wouldn't work, could machines? Suddenly an idea struck him. Right, AI could do it. Since humans use AI to assist in batch-generating papers and various articles. Those repetitive tasks in the past, no matter how many as long as within AI's computing capability, could be perfectly completed. So this kind of image comparison task could also be handed over to AI. The first thing Lu Feng thought of was his own XAI. Even though he was no longer the head of XAI, it didn't matter. For comparing two specific items, images, complex AI functions weren't needed. He just needed to borrow some of XAI's computing power plus some code he would write himself for this special task. With this in mind, Lu Feng downloaded several software tools that were only for internal XAI company use, then used the backdoor he had left to enter XAI's internal servers. Although his location wasn't determined to be at the XAI building, these internal software would normally not allow access if they couldn't identify the correct address. But the backdoor solved this problem, ensuring his access would be extremely covert, wouldn't trigger any alarms, and wouldn't leave any traces. Lu Feng's thoughts raced as he wrote a simple program on the fly. The function of this program was to connect to Galactic Era on one end, pulling up the Galactic Era map, while on the other end comparing Lu Feng's file with the map through image analysis. Finally, the AI would use its massive computing power to calculate a degree of fit, giving the most likely locations of overlap or similarity, and marking them on the Galactic Era map. After completing this work, Feng looked at the lines of code floating on the screen before him and entered the file location of the star chart on the laptop. Then he pressed enter. As the lines of code rapidly changed, XAI's search proceeded at lightning speed. It didn't take long for Feng to wait, just 1 minute, before XAI gave the final result. The possible overlapping or similar locations, the degree of fit, was 0. Feng stared at the number 0 at the bottom line frozen in place. A fit of 0. This meant that on the Galactic Era map, there was no place that could possibly overlap or resemble that star chart. Feng's brows knitted together tightly. This was impossible. If the neutron star warship's hiding place wasn't on the Galactic Era map, could it be outside the map? Like the black hole where the void shadow was hidden, a place normal players couldn't reach. Then what was the purpose of giving this positional star chart? The neutron star positional star chart, worth 100 million merit points and 50 billion star currency, was unlikely to be a place that couldn't be reached by normal means. This didn't match Galactic Era's usual style. But suddenly these words struck Feng's mind like lightning. Consistent style. Galactic Era was not a game that acted according to consistent style. Who would have thought that half a month later a fleet army would descend upon their heads? Those players, could they have imagined they'd leap to the top of society overnight? Plus, when downloading this star chart, it was downloaded as a file. But he had been too eager to find the neutron star warship to notice this. Now that he thought about it, this was very unusual. If the neutron star warship wasn't on the Galactic Era map, then it must be somewhere else. Feng's brows gradually relaxed, staring at the number 0. His lips curved upward, his eyes extremely bright. That was a madness mixed with enlightenment. Feng suddenly remembered the discovery of the pirate group he had obtained just yesterday. It read as follows. The stars have lost their original positions. Their guidance is invalid and chaotic. God, are we the abandoned ones? At first he thought it was just nonsensical ravings, but now Feng was gradually beginning to understand. It seemed it truly wasn't in Galactic Era. A crazy yet perfectly reasonable answer emerged in Feng's mind. When you eliminate all impossible answers, the remaining single answer, no matter how unbelievable, no matter how hard to accept, would be the correct answer. He raised his head to look out the floor-to-ceiling window. The dim sky, the sun, not yet risen, a bright crescent moon hung in the air with only a few visible stars beside it. The neutron star warship was here. Impressive. Feng's gaze was fixed on the vastness of space beyond the floor-to-ceiling window, murmuring softly to the game designer of the galactic age who might or might not exist. To be honest, when the thought first struck Feng, his heart seemed to stop for an instant. A strange and uncanny shock sent a cold sweat down his spine. But after a few minutes, having accepted the answer, Feng found it immensely intriguing. Everything about the neutron star warship, upon reflection, now seemed imbued with an inexplicable resonance. I suppose. Feng closed his eyes and massaged his temples. The neutron star warship, though its true power remained unknown to him, was something even the 6th-tier civilizations at the pinnacle of the galaxy were unworthy to possess. It might very well symbolize a mark of a higher-tier civilization. Feng glanced once more at the star map on the laptop screen. Though it was a flat two-dimensional chart, when he looked at it with his naked eyes, it seemed as if the stars were truly drifting and shimmering before his gaze. As if it were a live, dynamic image of the starry sky. Suddenly Feng snapped the laptop shut and stuffed it into a backpack. He also gathered a few changes of clothes and shoved them in as well. After securing his phone and charger and confirming he had left nothing behind, Feng slung the backpack over his shoulder and walked straight out of the room. Mr. Lu, good morning. Would you like your room cleaned? As soon as he stepped out, he encountered the dedicated service team emerging from the luxury suite across the hall. Feng shook his head. I'll be away for a while. Don't let anyone into the room during that time. He paused, then added to the staff, I'll purchase the laptop I borrowed from the front desk. Inform your manager to deduct the cost from my room charges. Without waiting for a response, Feng headed downstairs. As he walked, he booked the earliest high-speed rail ticket to Dying City. His destination was the Purple Mountain Observatory, one of the top 3 astronomical institutions in the nation. There he had acquaintances from his time at Huaqing University. Exiting the hotel and settling into a taxi, Feng first sent a text message to a number, then closed his eyes to rest. Having gone all night, without sleep compounded by the sudden revelations, his mind was teetering on the edge of overload. He desperately needed rest. At the Purple Mountain Observatory, a young student in a white lab coat burst into the early morning office. At the desk, the only one with a lit lamp, sat an elderly man with silver hair. The elder was academician Chen Jinwen, a titan in the domestic astronomy field. The student who barged in was his new doctoral candidate, Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, ecstatic, waved the A4 paper he had just printed. Professor, the European Observatory has confirmed our results. It means our suspected Dyson sphere discovery is likely real. In other words, we've found traces of an extraterrestrial civilization. Calm down. It's just an alien civilization. Our astronomical community has seen such findings before. There are over a dozen suspected Dyson spheres across the entire galaxy. Academician Chen Jinwen remained composed, scolding the student lightly, while continuing to examine the documents in hand. Though his eyes were on the papers, he still offered words of encouragement to his student. But don't be discouraged. Achievements in astronomy require years of dedication and patience. You need to rigorously verify your results, craft a convincingly airtight paper, and settle this conclusively. Only then does it become a solid accomplishment. Otherwise, if a single flaw is exposed, your reputation in this field will be ruined. Oh, I understand, Professor. Zhou Xian replied, sheepishly, knowing Chen Jinwen's temperament well. Academician Chen Jinwen was renowned in the academic world for his meticulousness. He never made hasty conclusions without absolute certainty. This very nature had forged his monumental achievements. But the recent discovery was far too significant, important enough to etch their names in history, which explained Zhou Xian's heightened excitement. Zhou Xian poured himself a glass of water, calmed down, and then rambled on. Professor, I suspect the massive object that vanished near the Dyson sphere left through a portal or warp jump. That suggests the civilization's technological advancement is extremely high. Hearing the student's speculative words again, Chen Jinwen couldn't help but frown. Though such irresponsible speculation felt overly sci-fi, it did indeed explain the recent observations. They had observed an inexplicable change in a star not too far from the sun. A star that had been perfectly unobstructed suddenly lost a portion of its light. Like a solar eclipse, the star's radiance was gradually obscured, until it vanished entirely. After waiting several months, the star remained unchanged. Logically, if an object had drifted between the sun and that star by chance, it should have moved away after some time. Yet the obscuring object showed no signs of leaving, as if it were permanently fixed around that star. This immediately sparked speculation. The most credible hypothesis was a Dyson sphere, a structure built by a civilization far more advanced than ours, completely enveloping the star. This would allow the civilization to harvest the star's entire energy output. Following this hypothesis, the observatory compared images and data from several months prior. They found that during the gradual obscuration, a massive object had disappeared and reappeared. This aligned perfectly with the theory of a spacecraft constructing a Dyson sphere near the star. To confirm, Chen Jinwen instructed Zhou Xian to contact European observatories, asking them to compare their current and past images and data. The goal was to see if the two sets of observations differed. The final result was complete agreement. This strongly indicated the star was indeed enveloped by a Dyson sphere. Moreover, the entire process had been observed and recorded by humanity. It was a historic first. Once the paper was published, the Purple Mountain Observatory and all those involved would become legends. While Chen Jinwen was lost in thought, Zhou Xian suddenly shouted with excitement. A Lu Feng is coming to our observatory. Lu Feng? Which Lu Feng? Chen Jinwen, who rarely kept up with outside affairs, was puzzled. Lu Feng, you know, the famous head of XAI. He was my undergraduate roommate at Huaqing University. He just texted me saying he wants to visit our observatory to ask about something. Oh, Chen Jinwen nodded thoughtfully. He had heard of XAI, which seemed quite impressive. Recently, many in the astronomy field had advocated for integrating AI into astronomical research. The combination of AI and astronomy indeed held significant potential. Then let him come. Exchanging ideas with such outstanding talent would be beneficial. As soon as Lu Feng settled into his business class seat on the high-speed train to Dying City, he drifted off to sleep. A night without rest, coupled with a succession of mental shocks, had stretched his nerves taut. Now that he finally relaxed, exhaustion overwhelmed him. Having booked a business class seat that afforded ample privacy, Lu Feng felt no concerns about anything going awry. So when he awoke, he had already arrived in Dying City. A flight attendant gently shook Lu Feng awake. Sir, we have arrived at our destination. Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes and glanced out the window where the noon sun blazed fiercely. He had traveled from early morning until midday. Checking his backpack to ensure nothing was missing, he rose from his seat. The train was nearly empty. Lu Feng stepped off through the deserted exit, pulling out his phone as he walked. He noticed that his old classmate Zhou Xian had sent him numerous messages and missed calls. Lu Feng could not help but smile wryly. He had slept too soundly. He immediately called Zhou Xian back. Hey Feng, you're a busy man, ignoring my calls and messages. Zhou Xian's impulsive nature remained unchanged. He spoke loudly, as if afraid no one would hear him. Hearing that voice, Lu Feng felt a surge of playful criticism. Yet despite the teasing, the familiar voice stirred a sense of nostalgia. It was as if he had been transported back to his days at Huaqing University. You haven't changed a bit. You're a PhD now. Can't you be a little more dignified? Lu Feng shot back with the same casual banter they had shared in the dormitory. Hey, that's exactly what my advisor says. Don't be so harsh. I'm a big shot PhD, I need some face. After saying this, both of them burst into laughter. The distance that had grown over the years melted away instantly. Zhou Xian, still chuckling, cleared his throat to adopt a more serious tone. All right, I know you have your own matters. I'm not holding it against you. Have you had lunch? We've prepared a welcome banquet for you, and also to celebrate our latest discovery at the observatory. Quite a few young colleagues are eager to meet the famous star. Lu Feng smiled lightly and did not refuse. Sure, I've just left the train station. Send me the address, and I'll head over right away. Ending the call, Lu Feng received the address from Zhou Xian. He strode briskly toward the station exit, hailed a taxi, and headed to the given location. Half an hour later, Zhou Xian stood at the entrance of a large restaurant. Beside him stood a white-haired old man. As Lu Feng stepped out of the taxi, Zhou Xian enthusiastically embraced him. I can't believe that in just a few years you've become the head of XAI, the top AI company in the country. That's something to brag about. Lu Feng shook his head with a smile, pulling away from Zhou Xian. I've already sold XAI. What? So those rumors in the media are true? I always thought they were just gossip. It's complicated. I'll explain later. And this is A. Lu Feng looked at the elderly man beside Zhou Xian. Oh, this is my advisor academician, Chen Jinwen, from the Purple Mountain Observatory. Professor, this is Lu Feng. Hearing the introduction, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. It was indeed the right decision to seek out Zhou Xian. The old man extended his hand warmly. Many young comrades at our observatory admire and even look up to you. When they heard you were coming, they specially prepared a banquet to welcome you. Welcome to Dying City, and welcome to the Purple Mountain Observatory. Lu Feng grasped the old man's hand with both of his. I came to see Zhou Xian because I have some matters to consult about. Oh. Chen Jinwen could not suppress his surprise. The former head of an AI company seeking advice in the field of astronomy. Chen Jinwen assumed that Lu Feng might be looking to expand into new business directions and had come to Zhou Xian, or even to curry favor with him. Many enterprises had used academicians as gimmicks for publicity, sometimes even without the academician's knowledge. A single quote from years ago could later become the basis for a company's product promotion. This irritated Chen Jinwen. While he was not opposed to commercialization, his personality recoiled from dealing with the hypocrisy of the business world. Moreover, Zhou Xian was impetuous. If his old college friend with whom he had a good relationship swayed him, Zhou Xian might become restless and abandon his studies to start a venture. Zhou Xian was a promising talent, but he still needed long-term cultivation to develop the temperament expected of an astronomy researcher. Too much external interference would not be beneficial. However, years of discipline kept Chen Jinwen from showing his displeasure on his face. He merely nodded faintly. Zhou Xian, oblivious to his advisor's subtle change, pulled Lu Feng and walked straight inside. Let's go in first. Many of my colleagues are your fans and loyal users of XAI. Lu Feng, however, sensed the old man's slight shift, but paid it no mind. As long as someone could help him uncover the secret of that star map, it would suffice. If Chen Jinwen refused, there were plenty of others at the vast Purple Mountain Observatory. If not, he could go even further to the National Astronomical Observatory. Zhou Xian had booked a large private room filled with members of Chen Jinwen's group, associate advisors, researchers, and graduate and doctoral students studying at the observatory. Many of them were young faces. As Lu Feng entered the room, he was greeted with enthusiastic applause, and several young students rushed to take photos with him. The scene briefly descended into chaos. This disorder, which clashed with Chen Jinwen's love for order and stability, caused him to furrow his brows slightly. Had there been no outsiders, he would have begun to scold. But in front of guests, he restrained himself and said nothing. Ignoring the commotion, he took his seat at the head of the table, silently waiting for the room to settle down. Eventually, Lu Feng noticed the old man sitting alone at the table, seemingly sulking. He calmed the noisy crowd and asked everyone to return to their seats. Lu Feng's seat was arranged next to Chen Jinwen. He sat down without hesitation. As Zhou Xian called the waiter to serve the dishes, Lu Feng glanced at Chen Jinwen. The old man sat motionless with an expressionless face, his white hair lending him an air of scholarly dignity. Lu Feng quietly opened his phone and pulled up the star map file. He extended the phone toward the old man. Academician Chen, could you take a look at this for me? Chen Jinwen, a man of quick temper, was initially dismissive, thinking to himself, what could it possibly be that you want me to see? He merely glanced sideways and then averted his gaze. But the next moment, as if only just registering, he whipped his head back around to stare at Lu Feng's phone. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the image on the screen, his head creeping closer and closer. Whatever was on Lu Feng's phone seemed utterly captivating. The more he looked, the more engrossing it became. This isn't a composite. Having examined it thoroughly, Chen Jinwen turned to Lu Feng as if seeking confirmation, completely devoid of his earlier composure. Lu Feng, uncertain of the answer himself, could only offer an ambiguous response. This shouldn't be a fake. Chen Jinwen's expression became extraordinarily complex, a mixture of disbelief, uncertainty, astonishment, and a hint of fascination and captivation. He abruptly rose from his seat, and without regard for whose phone it was, grabbed Lu Feng's device and strode purposefully out of the private room. Chen Jinwen's sudden actions left everyone else at the table bewildered. Some of the quicker thinkers shouted "Professor" and scrambled to follow him out. What could the professor, renowned as the most composed person at the observatory, have seen that would cause such a dramatic reaction? Throughout his decades in the field, the old gentleman had weathered countless events, yet even matters of national significance had never shaken him so visibly. Zhou Xian, who had just returned from the main hall, saw his teacher striding out and called out, "Professor, aren't we finishing the meal? Eat, 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 all you know is eating. Eat your head." Chen Jinwen snapped back with such intensity that Zhou Xian flinched. Even in past reprimands, his teacher had always managed to convey authority calmly, perfectly fitting the phrase, inspiring awe without anger. What was wrong with him this time? He seemed like he'd consumed gunpowder. Who could have provoked him to such a degree? Suddenly a thought struck him. Damn it, Feng, you haven't gotten yourself into trouble, have you? Zhou Xian hurriedly looked towards the private room only to see a large group of people rushing out in a chaotic stream. Spotting him, they asked in return, what happened to the professor? Zhou Xian was now even more confused. He spread his hands. You were all in the room and you don't know what happened either. It couldn't be that Feng just said nothing and managed to drive the professor away. That would take years of skill. At that moment Feng emerged from the private room, and upon seeing Zhou Xian, he patted his shoulder. Zhou Xian, handle things here. Academician Chen and I are going to check this out. This matter is very important to me. Without further explanation, he followed the direction Chen Jinwen had taken. For Chen Jinwen to be this shaken, there must be a discovery. That star domain distribution chart was indeed related to this universe, not the map from Galactic Era. Hey, then what about the food? Should we pack it up? Zhou Xian shouted after them, but no one answered. This was great. His mentor was gone. The main person had left. Maybe he should just stay and eat with the others. After pondering, Zhou Xian turned back towards the main hall. Waiter to go boxes. It was midday, and he was starving. He couldn't let all this food go to waste. Chen Jinwen had been in a daze ever since seeing the image on the phone. His sole focus was on returning to the observatory. There were specialized instruments there to help him authenticate it. He couldn't give a conclusion based on his naked eye alone, because the conclusion was simply too staggering. It had the potential to completely overturn the current academic world and public consciousness. At the roadside, Chen Jinwen hailed a taxi and promptly sat in the front passenger seat. Purple Mountain Observatory, and hurry. The rear door suddenly opened, and Feng unceremoniously sat down in the back. Chen Jinwen glanced at him in the rearview mirror, but said nothing, simply urging the driver to go faster. The unsuspecting driver started the car and sped off towards the Purple Mountain Observatory. At the Purple Mountain Observatory, Chen Jinwen walked straight past the security guard, while Feng following behind was stopped. Chen Jinwen turned and said directly, "He's with me." The guard recognized him. After all, who at the Purple Mountain Observatory didn't know the renowned academician Chen Jinwen? Then please register and sign. I'll give you a visitor's pass. But before the guard could finish, Chen Jinwen pulled Feng inside. Forget the damn registration. Don't waste my time. Let's go. If you have a problem, tell the director to come find me. The guard stood frozen as he watched Chen Jinwen usher Feng inside. Was this really the affable and composed academician Chen Jinwen? Why did he seem like a completely different person? Forget it. What does it matter if he brings someone in? With an academician vouching for him, what could possibly go wrong? The guard decided it was better to let sleeping dogs lie and pretended not to see anything. Dragged and pulled into the office, Feng could only offer a wry smile. If he'd known the old gentleman would be so easily overstimulated, he would have waited longer before showing him that star chart. Who would have thought that a star distribution chart obtained from a game could with a single glance stimulate the old academician to such an extreme? Although this star chart indeed concealed a great secret, but Feng was certain that what the old academician saw was definitely different from what he saw. The old academician couldn't possibly know the real secret of this star chart. Where did you get this thing? The old academician put on his reading glasses and leaned close to the small phone screen to examine it, seemingly trying to bury his eyes into it. Honestly, I'm not sure about its origin myself. I can only say I obtained this image under quite unexpected circumstances. Seeing how straining it was for the old man to look, Feng took out his laptop from his backpack. He opened the laptop and pushed it towards Chen Jinwen. Chen Jinwen looked up at the screen, finally returning the phone to Feng. This precision, this scale, this lifelike starlight. Chen Jinwen was utterly entranced, engrossed in every detail of the star chart, caressing the screen as if stroking a lover. And most importantly, this image has been processed using a technique that doesn't belong to any known school of thought. Highly skilled, transforming the pale, uninteresting star field into a breathtakingly beautiful image resembling a brilliant galaxy. Even look, these stars are moving. After a long silent observation, Chen Jinwen finally reached a conclusion. If this image is real, then it is definitely not the product of human beings. Even Chen Jinwen himself was startled when he said those words. The ever-composed man who prided himself on his steadiness had actually uttered such speculative, irresponsible words. Not a product of humanity. Hearing this, Feng's heart skipped a beat. This old gentleman Chen Jinwen had indeed detected some clues. A hint of peculiarity involuntarily appeared on his face. Chen Jinwen paid no attention to Feng's expression, instead gazing at the image for a long time before finally asking, as if with emotion, "Do you know how long it will take for humanity's farthest spacecraft to exit the solar system?" Feng shook his head. Such knowledge was not within his repertoire. 30,000 years. Chen Jinwen's expression wavered inexplicably. Then he continued to narrate. The first interstellar spacecraft, Voyager 1, is now over 20 billion kilometers from our planet, but even at this distance it is estimated to take 300 years to exit the Kuiper Belt, and another 30,000 years to completely leave the solar system. Our spacecraft still needs 30,000 years to step out of the solar system. Many of the astronomical data we can observe are not real-time. They could be images from decades, centuries, or even millennia ago. These materials, including data and images, are all obtained from within the solar system. No probe beyond the solar system can provide data on viewing the universe from outside the solar system. Our mapping of the universe relies on these temporally outdated materials supplemented by physical deductions, thus forming a universe that humanity sees. This is the universe we can currently comprehend. But these materials and data, no matter how precise and accurate, still suffer from an issue of perspective, a perspective constrained by a limited viewpoint. It's like how people in ancient times thought the world was flat and square. But later someone could ride a rocket into space and see with their own eyes that our planet is round and the sky is infinite. This is the second perspective of viewing the world. And this image is likely the second perspective of viewing the universe, a perspective completely different from the one we have from within the solar system. Although this perspective may not overturn our current understanding of physics and astronomy as dramatically as the shift from flat Earth to round Earth, it is undoubtedly of equal significance to humanity. As he spoke, Chen Jinwen squinted at the image mesmerized. This image is an unparalleled treasure in the field of astronomy worthy of being recorded in history. Lu Feng, seeing him like this, feared that Chen Jinwen might take his star chart and never return it. Although he could understand Chen Jinwen's excitement at seeing such an image beyond his cognition, after all, this image was his own, and he had come here for something larger and more important. Ahem. Just as Lu Feng was about to indirectly inquire whether Chen Jinwen had detected any location information hidden in the image, he heard Chen Jinwen suddenly exclaim in surprise. Here. It seems somewhat familiar. He pointed to a contiguous region of stars in the upper left corner of the star chart. The stars connected in his eyes vaguely, forming a familiar shape. A transverse stream of stars, two slightly concentrated clusters, and closer, and clearly part of a larger galaxy's spiral arm. Chen Jinwen's mind continuously compared against the knowledge base he had accumulated over a lifetime, trying to find the source of that familiarity. Hearing Chen Jinwen's muttering, Lu Feng's heart skipped again. The most crucial part had arrived. Could it be that old Mr. Chen Jinwen had really seen the most critical information, the location? If so, then this trip to the Purple Mountain Observatory would not be in vain. Once he could know the location in the image, even just a rough range, it would be well worth it. Can you determine a more specific location? Lu Feng asked hurriedly. Can you tell which constellation or galaxy it is? Chen Jinwen shook his head. No rush. I need more rigorous comparison and confirmation. This image appears complex at first glance, but upon closer inspection the information it contains is vast beyond measure, enough for me to study slowly for a dozen years. With that he turned back and immersed himself in the star chart, gazing at everything with obsession. Truly as if he intended to study this star chart for a dozen years. Seeing Chen Jinwen in such a spellbound state, Lu Feng grew anxious. How could he let him study for a dozen years? In another half-month the warship would arrive. Even though he already possessed a million-strong fleet, the stellar beast Heraxis, the shadow of the void, the reconstructor, and the spring of sacred chant, such overwhelming combat power. He still wanted to know where the neutron star warship was as soon as possible. After all, according to his speculation, the neutron star warship was likely a symbol of becoming an advanced civilization. Even a level 6 civilization could not possess a neutron star warship. It must contain technological secrets far beyond level 6. The value of a single neutron star warship was absolutely no less than a million-strong fleet. The star chart for the neutron star warship's location alone was worth 5 billion. Academician Shun. Lu Feng shook Chen Jinwen. Don't really study it for a dozen years before giving me the result. But Chen Jinwen just stared at the star chart, his oblivious demeanor making one wonder if he could even hear others. Lu Feng looked at Chen Jinwen, thought for a moment, and came up with an idea. He said loudly, "Then I won't disturb you, Academician Shun. I have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Lu Feng snapped the laptop shut and pretended to stuff it into his backpack. Chen Jinwen, who had been looking at the laptop, suddenly lost his view and looked up in confusion. Seeing Lu Feng like this, Chen Jinwen immediately became anxious. He also stood up abruptly. "Oh, my young man, don't be so hasty. I mean, it's enough for me to study for a dozen years, but I didn't say I would study it for a dozen years." Lu Feng said nothing, just looked busy, leaving muttering, "I have acquaintances at the National Astronomical Observatory. I plan to go ask there." At these words, Chen Jinwen not only grew anxious, but his face flushed red and his eyes also reddened, as if he had a mortal feud with the National Astronomical Observatory. National Astronomical Observatory. What level can those people achieve? Although my Purple Mountain Observatory may seem inferior on the surface, our actual strength is far superior. You must not go. Chen Jinwen pointed at Lu Feng, his hand trembling, and said breathlessly, "That star stream spanning the upper left corner should be the Magellanic Stream. The two bright clusters beside it should be the large Magellanic Cloud and the small Magellanic Cloud. The location where this image was obtained should be outside the Milky Way, in the vast space between the large Magellanic Cloud, the small Magellanic Cloud, and the Milky Way." That's more like it. Hearing this, a smile involuntarily appeared on Lu Feng's lips. He knew of the large Magellanic Cloud and the small Magellanic Cloud. These were the two largest satellite galaxies of the Milky Way, akin to the relationship between the solar system and the black hole at the galactic center. However, their relationship with the Milky Way far exceeded that of the solar system to the galactic center. The Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud were hundreds of thousands of light-years away from the Milky Way. The Solar System, on the other hand, was only 30,000 light-years from the galactic center. And in the vast space of hundreds of thousands of light-years between the Large Magellanic Cloud, the Small Magellanic Cloud, and the Milky Way, was that where the neutron star warship was located? Lu Feng pondered as he took out the laptop again and looked at the star chart. In the upper left corner of the star chart, there was a faint star stream running through. Beside the faint star stream were two slightly concentrated star clusters, one large, one small. That faint star stream must be the Magellanic Stream Chun Jinwen mentioned. The two clusters, one large and one small, were the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. In the lower right corner was a brilliant galaxy only showing a corner, which according to Chun Jinwen should be part of the Milky Way. And in the very center, a dark vastness with only a few star points, lurked a neutron star warship. Now Lu Feng finally understood this star chart. He couldn't help but marvel that if he hadn't obtained this star chart, the NPC Wade Empire and pirate groups in Galactic Era might never find the location of the neutron star warship. For the pirate groups, their stars were merely a fictional world. No matter how much they compared with this star chart, they could never locate the direction of the Milky Way. Thus the stars in their eyes were naturally chaotic and ineffective, and they certainly couldn't get the correct guidance. Just as Lu Feng was gazing at the star chart with emotion, Chun Jinwen also leaned in. This is just my current speculation. Because I am familiar with the Milky Way, the Large Magellanic Cloud, and the Small Magellanic Cloud, they look familiar. But it does not mean that the location of this image is definitely between the Milky Way, the Large Magellanic Cloud, and the Small Magellanic Cloud. We must be rigorous, understand. As he said this, Chun Jinwen still looked worried that Lu Feng would snatch the laptop away again. There was no trace of the dignity of an academician left. He now resembled a student eager to obtain precious materials, staring at Lu Feng with yearning eyes. I also need to borrow instruments and programs to perform more precise positioning. Chun Jinwen said what he wanted to say. It will take about 2 or 3 days. Afraid Lu Feng would disagree, Chun Jinwen added. You can observe from the side as long as you don't disturb me. Lu Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, he had used the tactic of playing hard to get to make Chun Jinwen blurt out his speculation in urgency. But the speculation about the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud was not entirely accurate. No one knew if there were similar satellite galaxy structures elsewhere in the universe. To be safe, it was necessary to let Chun Jinwen perform more precise positioning. As for whether Chun Jinwen would leak the location represented by the star chart, Lu Feng didn't care. First, this technology beyond the control of a level 6 civilization, the neutron star warship, certainly could not be controlled casually. The activation core of the neutron star warship was in his hands. Even if the location was leaked and another civilization accidentally discovered the neutron star warship, Lu Feng believed that they would at most obtain a neutron star warship as useless as an empty shell. An undrivable neutron star warship should not pose much threat. Second, Lu Feng possessed a massive fleet of premium ships, as well as stellar beasts and special warships. There was also the super starport he planned to build in the future. These were all his confidence. No matter which civilization got the neutron star warship first, he was confident he could defeat any civilization seize it, and then activate it using the core. Therefore, Lu Feng dared to show the complete star chart to Chun Jinwen, and even let him perform precise positioning. Seeing Lu Feng nod, Chun Jinwen's face instantly became ecstatic. He didn't care how many times he had lost his composure today. He patted his chest and assured Lu Feng, although I don't know where you got this image, I will definitely keep it confidential and only use it for private research. My reputation as an academician for so many years is enough to guarantee this. Even if it's Zhou Xin and the others, I won't let them know a single thing. Lu Feng nodded indifferently. Although academicians meant little to him, in half a month a million-strong fleet awaited his command, and if he wanted he could have as many academicians as he wished. But Chun Jinwen's words showed his attitude, which was somewhat reassuring. Moreover, during this time of interaction with Chun Jinwen, he found that the old gentleman was a man of true temperament without much pretense. He was a researcher worthy of the name. Seeing Lu Feng silent, Chun Jinwen thought Lu Feng didn't believe him, so he grabbed a few A4 sheets from the desk and handed them to Lu Feng. Although it's nothing compared to this image as an exchange, let me show you a top-secret document. This document has just been verified with the observatories in Europe. Its authenticity is absolutely reliable. Once published, it will shock the entire human society. Chun Jinwen, as if forgetting how he had scolded his students that morning, spoke with a confident tone, completely ignoring his own lack of rigor. All just to make Lu Feng believe that this was an extraordinary document, and thus earn Lu Feng's trust. This can be considered indirect evidence of the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization, and it is less than 100 light years from the solar system. This means that within 100 years an alien civilization has been active near humanity. Hearing this, Lu Feng immediately became interested. Indirect evidence of an extraterrestrial civilization, less than 100 light years away. He knew that extraterrestrial civilizations truly existed, but according to the timeline, humanity, at this time, should not have come into contact with them yet. So he curiously looked at the A4 sheets. The title on the topmost one read, report on the Purple Mountain Observatory's detection of the suspected complete construction process of a Dyson sphere device. Dyson sphere. These words struck Feng like a thunderbolt, making him involuntarily shudder. A Dyson sphere. That was already a symbol of the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization. Humanity had even observed the complete construction process of a Dyson sphere. Was humanity already beginning to encounter the traces left by extraterrestrial civilizations at this time? Feng carefully reviewed the report. Though he couldn't fully comprehend all the data within it, he was essentially certain. The large mass object that had vanished near this suspected Dyson sphere structure must have departed through the Stargate. Constructing a Dyson sphere capable of enveloping an entire stellar surface within mere months would fundamentally not be accomplished on-site. If the Dyson sphere components were manufactured elsewhere and subsequently transported for assembly, not only would the implementation be far more convenient, but it would also illuminate why an advanced civilization capable of constructing a Dyson sphere had failed to detect the nearby solar system and establish contact with humanity. After all, not every civilization possesses the means to bear the burden of Dyson sphere construction. Even some lower-tier civilizations have such needs. From what Feng understood from his past life, there exist specialized enterprises throughout the cosmos that provide precisely this service. Should a civilization require a Dyson sphere, they can furnish the requisite materials and tools, transport the prefabricated components to the designated location, and assemble them with precision. These enterprises are none to be underestimated. Behind each stands the formidable backing of Level 4 and Level 5 civilizations. According to Feng's knowledge, civilization classification within the Milky Way does not follow the Kardashev scale. Instead, an entirely novel classification system has been adopted. The Kardashev scale classifies civilizations based on the total energy they are capable of harnessing. According to this scale, a Type 1 civilization commands all energy resources of an entire planet and its surrounding satellites. Humanity currently resides below this threshold, classified as a 728 level civilization. A Type 2 civilization, however, undergoes a quantum leap capable of collecting and controlling the energy of an entire stellar system. A Type 3 civilization advances yet again, directly harnessing energy at a galactic scale. The disparities between Kardashev levels prove astronomical. The gap between Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations amounts to a staggering 10 billion-fold. Between Type 2 and Type 3, this difference swells to an incomprehensible 100 billion-fold. Consequently, this classification method proves unsuitable for categorizing civilizations within the Milky Way. An entirely new standard has been adopted instead. Within the galaxy, civilizations like humanity that have yet to fully escape their home planet are classified as Level 1. Those capable of breaking free from planetary gravity and conducting large-scale free navigation within their planetary system are deemed Level 2 civilizations. Level 3 civilizations are those capable of faster-than-light travel, transcending the light-year distances between stars to reach other planetary systems. Regarding the higher-tier civilizations beyond, Feng's understanding of their specific classification criteria remains limited. However, he knew that perched at the apex of the Milky Way were a select few Level 6 civilizations. Yet from the mere classification of levels 1 through 3, one can discern that the galaxy's established hierarchy uses operational range as its standard. A cursory examination reveals planetary range signifies Level 1 civilization. Planetary system range indicates Level 2. Reaching a second planetary system qualifies 1 as Level 3. This operational range pertains to the ability to conduct large-scale, normal daily activities, not merely launching a probe or two. By this measure, constructing a Dyson sphere independently would require, at minimum, a Level 3 civilization. Even an ordinary Level 3 civilization would be insufficient. Only those with complete technological trees or quasi-Level 4 status might achieve such feats. However, this does not imply that all Dyson spheres must originate from Level 3 or higher civilizations. Lower-tier civilizations seeking accelerated development and greater energy resources to liberate their productive forces could grant licensing agreements ceding their home systems star to those major enterprises for Dyson sphere construction. The precise contents of such agreements, the costs involved, remain unknown to all outside these transactions. This reasoning explains the phenomenon observed by the Zygentian Observatory. A Dyson sphere-building civilization existed within 100 light-years, yet had made no contact with humanity. Because this civilization, too, is a lower-tier civilization. Should it be a Level 3 civilization, one capable of constructing a Dyson sphere no less, its operational range would have long since spanned multiple planetary systems. Within 100 light-years, discovering the solar system, a realm harboring life, would prove trivially easy. Yet a third possibility exists. This could indeed be a Level 3 civilization that discovered the solar system long ago and made contact with the truth suppressed by various governments. Feng deemed this possibility exceedingly remote. Were this third scenario true, upon the warship's descent, this Level 3 civilization would immediately expose itself, becoming widely known to humanity. But this had not occurred then. Therefore, he dared conclude this was a lower-tier civilization. Having resolved this, Feng silently marked the civilization's coordinates. This would serve as his inaugural direction into the stars. Watching Chen Jinwen dash toward a cluster of instruments fiddling to pinpoint the location on the stellar map with greater precision. With nothing to occupy his time, Lu Feng settled into Chen Jinwen's former seat and opened Galaxy Era on his phone. He had previously obtained a blueprint for the superstar port, yet had not constructed it. Seizing this moment, he would bring the superstar port into existence. Opening the warehouse, the first blueprint displayed was that of the superstar port. He tapped on the blueprint. The superstar port blueprint revealed itself. A superstar port with a radius spanning 2,000 kilometers, equipped with comprehensive weapon defense systems and formidable shields, bearing the largest hyperspace jump engine ever constructed in history. Its interior could simultaneously maintain 2 million warships, accommodate up to 20 million vessels at anchor, with a production line ceiling allowing concurrent manufacturing of 10,000 warships. Below appeared an option: construct. Lu Feng tapped it directly. Constructing the superstar port requires 1,000 tier 10 shipyards along with 20 million multi-joint movable mechanical arms, 40 million gravity-magnetic dual-mode switching transmission devices, and 60 million modular multifunctional production robots. Do you wish to construct? Gazing upon the materials required for construction, Lu Feng received a shock. First, he meticulously counted the string of zeros. Holy, everything starts at 10 million. He ventured into the warehouse to inspect. These advanced materials had been dropping frequently before. There should be considerable reserves. Even so, upon recounting in the warehouse, aside from the modular multifunctional production robots barely exceeding 10 million units, the other two advanced materials numbered only in the millions. Moreover, his tier 10 shipyards proved insufficient. A mere 82 existed. The gap to 1,000 shipyards remained enormous. Lu Feng couldn't help but recall the torment of upgrading shipyards to tier 10 before. Now facing a demand for 1,000, truly unbearable. He could only attempt to click confirm construction. Your materials are insufficient. Constructing requires consuming 918 billion star coins to purchase 918 tier 10 shipyards and 300 billion star coins for the remaining materials. Proceed with purchase using star coins. As expected, it worked. Seeing the system directly display the star coin consumption prompt, Lu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If it could be solved with money, it was no trouble at all. He had spent 3 billion purchasing 1.6 million tier 10 warships, 1 billion acquiring the ancient beast Zilikisis, and 5 billion buying the neutron star warship coordinate star chart. At present, he still retained over 2.9 billion remaining. As Lu Feng tapped to confirm the purchase, his remaining 2.9 billion dwindled to a mere 1.7 billion. Yet an edifice of monumental proportions materialized where the shipyards once stood, a colossal superstructure of unprecedented scale. Through the screen, Lu Feng could only glimpse a fragment of it. A vast grayish-black metal wall was studded with countless numbered entry and exit ports arranged in a honeycomb pattern. Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers streamed into these ports like birds returning to their nests. Before this colossal grayish-black metal wall, these 5-kilometer-long warships appeared no larger than insects. This was merely one corner of the entire megastation. No one could fathom how many similar entry and exit points the complete megastation possessed. Lu Feng gazed in awe at its grandeur while zooming out the view. Only then was his perspective liberated from the megastation's corner, gradually revealing its full extent. A structure resembling a Class 10 shipyard magnified 1,000-fold dominated the center of the screen. However, it was not simply an amplified structure. The megastation possessed far more intricate details than a Class 10 shipyard. The thick, grayish-black armor inspired immediate confidence and safety, while semi-concealed close-in defense laser cannons and fixed rail-mounted laser cannons dotted its surface. At regular intervals, missile arrays counted in hundreds and dense defensive laser point matrices became visible. When magnified further, slender thread-like structures appeared on the outermost armor of the station. At this scale, these slender structures were clearly discernible, and their true dimensions must rival the length of a wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser. They were rotating planetary cannons. Converted from the main guns of wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, each was the size of an entire battlecruiser, supported by elevation and rotation mechanisms for targeting enemies. Within a 4,000-kilometer diameter area of the megastation's surface, these massive rotating planetary cannons numbered a full 100,000. This was no longer merely a megastation, it was a megawar fortress. Lu Feng then activated the megastation's shields. Immediately, the surface of the megastation became shrouded in a layer of faint starlight-like blue radiance. This blue glow expanded outward as the megastation's massive shield generator arrays powered up one by one. Eventually, it completely enveloped the megastation and an area extending 500 kilometers beyond. By volume, the megastation's shielded area exceeded that of the moon. The moon's radius measures only 1,700 kilometers, yet the megastation's body alone has a radius of 2,000 kilometers. Its enormous size allowed the megastation to house a staggering quantity of shield generator arrays, whose output power far surpassed those installed on warships. Indeed, the 500-kilometer range surrounding the megastation was not the limit. If some defensive output power were sacrificed, the shields could be expanded even further. Such a megastation could already be called a mobile planet. Although Lu Feng's million-strong fleet spread across the starfield could fill an entire planetary system, that kind of overwhelming spectacle paled in comparison to witnessing a planet-sized mechanical construct materialize before one's eyes. After gazing at the colossal megastation for a long while, Lu Feng reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Opening the megastation's detailed interface, he saw it already bore a name: Silver Star City. Like those unique warships, these one-of-a-kind vessels and structures all possessed their own exclusive designations. This spared Lu Feng the trouble of coming up with names himself. Gazing at Silver Star City, Lu Feng felt the word city was remarkably fitting for the megastation. Perhaps in the era of grand interstellar travel, cities would be as vast as megastations. In another half-month, Silver Star City will descend into the real world. Lu Feng couldn't help but lift his gaze toward outer space. These past half-month had been nothing short of fantastical. He had already spent over 10 billion in Galaxy Era. But this would not be the most surreal part. After half a month, an even more fantastical era would begin. Jiang Jinxiang had just finished commanding his fleet in besieging a 10th-level cosmic leviathan. He wiped the sweat from his brow. For his ragtag fleet, assaulting a 10th-level cosmic leviathan was no easy feat. Each time required tremendous effort to precisely control the fleet to minimize losses, lest the repair costs give him a splitting headache. However, looking at the spoils from slaying the cosmic leviathan, Jiang Jinxiang was quite satisfied. Numerous 10th-level materials had dropped. At that moment, someone sent him a message. Jinxiang, I heard you're collecting special warships everywhere, and you're doing it for that generous boss of the inverted blade fleet, right? Is that true? This person was an acquaintance Jiang Jinxiang had added long ago, also a veteran player. Jiang Jinxiang didn't hide anything and directly confirmed the other party's inquiry. The reconstruction vessel and the Holy Spring of Chant were purchased directly by Lu Feng from the player exchange. Those with motivation could trace the information. He had also inquired among many friends about any leads on special warships, so everyone in his circle knew he was acquiring them. Moreover, he was collecting them for Lu Feng, the mysterious benefactor behind the million fleet that had taken the world by storm. Anyone following Galaxy Era these days knew that the inverted blade fleet was the XAI chairman Lu Feng's 30 to 40 billion credit investment. I have a lead on a special warship, and it's, how should I put it? It's a very, very special kind of special warship. Hearing this, Jiang Jinxiang couldn't help but furrow his brow. He knew about all 3 special warships in Galaxy Era. What special warship could possibly warrant being described as special? How do you plan to handle this? Jiang Jinxiang had already vaguely sensed his friend's intention. He wants to sell information, presumably. But he didn't ask directly. That would hand the initiative to the other party, which would be disadvantageous for negotiating the price later. He had promised himself he would help Lu Feng get the lowest possible price. I want to sell the location of that special warship to that Lu Feng. Can you ask him for me? Give me an expected price first, or I won't have anything concrete to tell him. 10 million. When he saw this price, Jiang Jinxiang's first reaction was that this guy had lost his mind. 10 million for a piece of information. His second reaction was that this guy was treating Lu Feng like a fool. Jiang Jinxiang immediately became irritated by this outrageous asking price. If he'd quoted a reasonable price, they could have negotiated, but this blatant extortion was plain daylight robbery. No matter how wealthy someone is, their money doesn't come from the wind. Just as he was about to respond, the other party sent another barrage of messages. Jinxiang, forget about the price issue. That boss is so rich he couldn't care less about price. If we close this deal, I'll split a portion with you. Contact Lu quickly, otherwise that special warship might disappear before we can act. He urged Jiang Jinxiang to contact Lu Feng immediately, appearing extremely urgent. Jiang Jinxiang immediately sensed something was off. At that moment, someone else contacted Jiang Jinxiang with a similar message. They also had intel on a special warship and wanted to sell it to Lu Feng. And they too appeared exceedingly anxious, as if afraid someone else might beat them to it. Jiang Jinxiang suddenly understood. It seemed the news about this special warship wasn't limited to just one person. Adhering to the principle of saving money for boss Lu, Jiang Jinxiang didn't reply to these two and instead directly inquired among his closest few brothers. Sure enough, one of them had heard something. Near the outermost borders of the Wade Imperial map, someone had spotted a golden-hued massive warship. By proportion, its length exceeded 500 kilometers. But strangely, no one could approach that golden warship. A golden warship, you say? It does have a high probability of being a special warship. Jiang Jinxiang directly forwarded this free intel to Lu Feng. Upon seeing this message, Lu Feng, without hesitation, transferred 100,000 star credits to Jiang Jinxiang as compensation for gathering intel. What he didn't know was that Jiang Jinxiang had saved him a full 10 million. This time, Jiang Jinxiang didn't make a show of refusing. He accepted the 100,000 star credits, planning to give a portion to the brother who provided the intel and convert the rest through a merchant into real cash. Then he sent Lu Feng an approximate location. Upon receiving the coordinates, Lu Feng glanced at his operation list. At the top of the list sat the megastation Silver Star City. This meant Silver Star City could perform warp jumps. Lu Feng entered the approximate coordinates of the target location, selected Silver Star City, and the full Million Fleet docked within it, initiating a simultaneous jump toward those coordinates. Silver Star City's warp jump differed from that of warships. Even warships dozens of kilometers long could quickly enter hyperspace. Silver Star City began to dematerialize from one end like a bubble, and only when the ethereal effect reached the other end did the entire Silver Star City enter hyperspace. The next moment Silver Star City completed its warp. The surrounding starfield transformed, and ahead a dazzling point of light perpetually radiated golden radiance. It was strikingly conspicuous. Lu Feng understood in his heart this was the golden warship Jiang Jinxiang had described. At this moment he was not alone in the vicinity. There were some scattered fleets as well. When Lu Feng's Silver Star City appeared, it nearly scared everyone present out of their wits. What the hell? Scared the life out of me. What's this thing? Someone immediately screenshot and posted it to the World Channel. A flood of stunned reactions followed immediately. Some sharp-eyed observers noticed the inverted blade fleet insignia on this colossal behemoth. Holy crap, that Lu Feng is seriously loaded. This thing must be another few hundred million, right? I'm submitting this to entertainment media. Lu Feng's pouring another billion into the game. Is this rich guy's brain broken? What's the point of buying this stuff in a game? Can he take it out for a spin in the solar system? Instantly, the World Channel's topic became entirely dominated by Lu Feng's newly revealed megastation. As the massive Silver Star City gradually approached the golden warship ahead, Lu Feng discerned the complete silhouette of that radiant vessel through its dazzling golden light. It was a spacecraft shaped like a colossal spear. From its rear extended several translucent, yet golden glowing light wings, thin as cicada wings, smooth as silk, gently fluttering in various directions through the void. The light wings marked the largest structural section of the vessel's rear. The hull progressively narrowed toward the front, culminating at the bow in a structure with a sharp-pointed prow. The entire ship resembled a massive spear of light. Those light wings, nearly matching the spear-like hull in length, swayed around the massive lance, their brilliance so intense that observers could hardly keep their eyes open. The size of this colossal ship, shaped like a giant spear, was not insignificant even before the superstellar port Inching City. Using a scale ruler, Lu Feng calculated that the ship, not counting the drifting light wings, was about 500 kilometers in length. However, the main body of the giant ship had many hollow structures, and the outer layers rotated around a central pillar that ran through the entire length of the giant spear. Thus, its actual volume was not as exaggerated as it seemed. It was merely the vast area occupied by the outer structures that made the entire spear-like warship appear enormous. What intrigued Lu Feng the most were the light wings extending from around the propulsion nozzles at the ship's stern. The golden light wings drifted aimlessly through the deep void, and upon closer inspection, one could see them absorbing the light emitted by the surrounding stars. As they absorbed more light, the light wings of the giant ship stretched larger and longer, as if growing vigorously. However, the portion of growth was negligible compared to the ship's main body, making it difficult to notice. Seeing this, Lu Feng was certain that this was a special warship. He just didn't know its specific functions or how to obtain it. Lu Feng had no choice but to continue approaching the golden giant ship. As he drew closer, he unexpectedly saw a system prompt. A massive energy absorption source detected ahead, unable to approach. Energy absorption source. Does it refer to this warship? Lu Feng fell into contemplation. Since it was an energy absorption source, that meant the golden giant ship was absorbing the surrounding energy, which was why the system prompted that it could not be approached. Lu Feng stared at the most suspicious light wings, which were still drifting in the nearby space. Within sight, but beyond reach. Lu Feng attempted to move Inching City a little closer. However, as soon as he advanced a bit, he saw that the pale blue shield of Inching City immediately dimmed slightly. Then the shield's range began to shrink gradually. This was a sign of reduced output power from the shield generator clusters. Seeing that even Inching City's energy output could not withstand it, Lu Feng quickly ordered Inching City to retreat to a safe distance. But Lu Feng then noticed that the golden giant ship ahead had grown larger. To be precise, it was not the hull that had grown, but the light wings behind it had expanded by several degrees. The sudden expansion of the light wings was clearly visible to the naked eye. A thought popped into Lu Feng's mind. What would happen if this giant ship were allowed to feed and drink its fill? To what extent would its light wings expand? Glancing at the light wings, which had already grown by more than half, Lu Feng decided to have Inching City try once more. With the full energy output of Inching City, it should not be unable to fill a warship with a volume less than 1/10 of Inching City's. This time, Lu Feng directly ordered Inching City to step into the energy absorption range of the golden giant ship, and it continued to approach the giant ship. The shield light covering Inching City's surface grew increasingly dim, shrinking continuously in the darkness. Soon it shrank from a radius of 500 kilometers to 400 kilometers, 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. At the same time, Inching City grew closer and closer to the golden giant ship until it was near enough to touch the transparent, yet golden glowing light wings. Ancient City automatically adjusted its internal energy supply, redirecting all the energy intended for point defense weapons to the shield generator clusters. The orbital laser cannons and planetary cannons on Ancient City's surface extinguished one by one like a city experiencing a massive blackout, with hundreds of thousands of artillery pieces falling into a brief silence. With the adjustment of energy supply, Ancient City's shield lit up again. The continuously shrinking shield also stopped, sometimes expanding a little, sometimes shrinking a bit, caught in an ebb and flow. And in the next moment, the light wings, having absorbed more and more energy, expanded to their limit. The light wings spread thousands of kilometers in all directions like a gigantic net, illuminating this stretch of starry sky, as if it were a celestial paradise. At the forefront of this giant net was a connected golden hull, which in front of the net appeared as tiny as an ant, looking rather comical. The players who had been watching Ancient City from afar were stunned by this sight. Then they frantically took screenshots and posted them in the World Channel. I thought the main character was that behemoth of the Reverse Blade fleet, but I never expected the protagonist to become this unknown golden warship. It seems that this scene only appeared after the behemoth of the Reverse Blade fleet approached. Could it be that Feng triggered something again? Why do all the benefits go to people like him, who are rich? Some players who were present immediately retorted, "We can't even get close." It was the behemoth of the Reverse Blade fleet that went in and did something to cause the unknown golden warship to change. Don't slander blindly. If you're going to criticize, at least hit the point. Just as the players were discussing more and more heatedly, a server-wide announcement echoed in every player's ears. Special Warship Shimmering Spear has absorbed sufficient energy and appeared at coordinates XXXXXX. The Wei Empire has determined that the Shimmering Spear is an alien invasion entity, threat level X, and has issued a summoning order for players to defeat the Shimmering Spear. With this, the World Channel erupted into greater fervor. Damn, both the first and second server-wide announcements of Galaxy Era were triggered by Feng. Forget about that. From now on, all players should be able to get close. Feng has actually paved the way for us. This should be a special warship. If we snatch it and then sell it to him, we should make a good profit. Don't dream too much, you up there. Look at the number of warships in the Reverse Blade fleet, and look at that behemoth right in front. What do you have to snatch it with? Meanwhile, Feng, controlling Ancient City, stared intently at the golden giant ship before him. After hearing the server-wide announcement of Galaxy Era, a sharp light flashed in Feng's eyes. Here it comes. Another event powerful enough to trigger a server-wide announcement. Facing the Shimmering Spear that was right before him, Feng did not hesitate. The Shimmering Spear, now fully charged with energy, had stopped absorbing energy from Ancient City. Ancient City's energy quickly readjusted. One by one, the dormant planetary cannons and orbital laser cannons rekindled their light and resumed power supply. Feng selected Ancient City and issued a direct attack command against the Shimmering Spear. On the majestic Ancient City, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. A full 100,000 planetary cannons simultaneously entered a charging state, and on the vast floating fortress with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, 100,000 bright spots appeared. The next second, 100,000 colossal laser beams like a meteor shower dominated the vision of everyone nearby. These 100,000 lasers fell upon the light wings that stretched for thousands of kilometers. In an instant, the golden light emanating from the light wings began to dim, and then came the collapse and disintegration of the light wings. The size of the light wings began to shrink rapidly. Finally, they returned to their original appearance. Another server-wide announcement appeared. Special Warship Shimmering Spear has been defeated by the Reverse Blade fleet. This brief announcement stunned all players. How much time had passed since the last announcement? A special warship that the largest NPC faction in Galaxy Era had classified as Threat Level X and issued a summoning order for must be a group boss level entity. But this boss had existed for only a dozen seconds before being taken down by the Reverse Blade fleet. Voices of envy, doubt, and all kinds of reactions immediately filled the World Channel. You have defeated the alien invasion entity Shimmering Spear. You have gained 100 Empire merit points and the special warship Shimmering Spear. Since you have completed the Wei Empire's summoning order alone, the Empire merit points exchange list has unlocked a special list. Feng, preoccupied with these system prompts, paid no attention to the outside commotion. When he saw the second line, joy surged within him. Special warship Shimmering Spear. Feng eagerly opened the warship list to examine the Shimmering Spear's specific abilities. Within a few minutes after Feng had studied all the abilities of the Shimmering Spear, his face showed immense shock. This special warship was actually a living organism. A living biological warship. The light wings behind the Shimmering Spear were a special form of biomass. They could absorb the energy emitted by stars and grow accordingly. No matter how far away, even the faint energy from a star hundreds of thousands of light years away, the Shimmering Spear could capture and absorb it. The absorbed energy could be used by the Shimmering Spear in three ways. First, the shimmering bombardment. Wherever the light of the wings could shine, the Shimmering Spear could perform a shimmering bombardment, striking designated areas with streams of energy impacts. And there was no upper limit. This meant that as long as energy was sufficient, wherever the Shimmering Spear's light shone, the shimmering bombardment would reach. This was essentially a super AoE. Second, the shimmering shield. Once the light wings were fully extended, they themselves could transform into an enormous shield. And most importantly, this shield was an all-purpose shield. That is, whether kinetic weapons or energy weapons, none could penetrate it. This was also the only warship under Feng that could generate an all-purpose shield. Its importance was self-evident. The last aspect, and the one Feng deemed most important. Once the shimmering spear was fully deployed within the range covered by its light wings, it could allocate energy to designated targets. Remember when the shimmering spear's light wings were fully extended earlier, they spanned thousands of kilometers. They had even completely enveloped Inching City. If the shimmering spear could serve as a backup energy source for Inching City, it would mean Inching City would never fall. Energy was undoubtedly the top priority in the interstellar age. A special warship capable of absorbing and storing stellar energy would be an absolute core in Feng's eyes. Having acquired such a special warship, Feng felt immensely satisfied. The security his fleet could obtain became increasingly solid, and his heart grew more at ease. Feng also recalled that defeating the shimmering spear had granted him 10 million Empire merit points. Moreover, the Empire merit points exchange list had unlocked a special list. This made Feng curiously open the exchange list. There prominently displayed were complete blueprints for Tier 10 warships. Blueprints for the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier, the flawless Nebula class starcruiser, the Wandering Temple class battlecruiser, the Dreadnought Killer Whale class destroyer. And a blueprint for a Tier 10 engineering warship that had never appeared before. Tier 10 engineering warship, the Leviathan class engineering ship. A dual-purpose Tier 10 engineering warship for transport and construction. It should be noted that all previously buildable engineering warships were at most Tier 9. There had never been a Tier 10 engineering warship before. This was likely the first and only Tier 10 engineering warship in Galaxy Era. Its value was self-evident. Feng immediately looked at the exchange prices for these warship blueprints. All Tier 10 warship blueprints required 10 million Empire merit points, plus a certain amount of star coins. Among them, the blueprint for the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier cost 10 million Empire merit points, plus 10 million star coins. The blueprint for the Leviathan class engineering ship cost 10 million Empire merit points, plus 1 million star coins. The last eradication of the pirate group had yielded a total of 110 million Empire merit points. Adding the 10 million from defeating the Shimmering Spear and deducting the 100 million spent on buying the Neutron Star warship location blueprint, he was left with exactly 20 million Empire merit points. That was enough for Feng to exchange for these two Tier 10 warship blueprints. As for the star coins spent, they were nothing to Feng anymore. He paid directly. After deducting 20 million merit points and over 10 million star coins, Feng obtained the two missing Tier 10 warship blueprints. You now possess the blueprint for the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier and can purchase the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier. You now possess the blueprint for the Leviathan class engineering ship and can purchase the Leviathan class engineering ship. Feng could not wait to open the store. The 4 Tier 10 warships at the top of the store had now become 5, and all were unlocked for him. Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier, a 30-kilometer-long maximum attack warship. Price 1,000 star coins per ship. Enter purchase quantity 10,000 ships. Feng's account balance plummeted like a waterfall. A full 1 billion star coins were deducted from the 1.7 billion balance. But the starry sky before Feng now had an additional 10,000 Silent Behemoth class aircraft carriers, each 30 kilometers long. The Silent Behemoth class aircraft carriers, as flat and vast as a continent, appeared as sharp rhombuses from above. Each Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier carried 1,000 assault aerospace fighters, 300 special aerospace fighters, and 100 combat deployment fighters, along with several small landing craft. The Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier did not carry many weapon systems. Most of its space was used to house fighters and combat troops. It was not only a mothership for aerospace fighters, but also a carrier and deployer of ground forces. The primary anti-ship combat tasks were left to the other 3 types of Tier 10 warships. Moreover, the Behemoth class aircraft carrier could not only serve as a mothership for aerospace fighters. When empty, its hangars could serve as maintenance facilities for the Dreadnought Killer Whale class destroyers. In Feng's fleet, the number of Dreadnought Killer Whale class destroyers was an order of magnitude 100 times that of the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carriers. They were the fleet's sword-bearing guards and main combat group. Once operating far from starports, the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carriers became the fleet's lifeline of supply. Having purchased the Silent Leviathan class aircraft carrier, Feng turned his gaze toward the next target. The giant whale-class engineering vessel, no smaller in volume than the Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carrier, was an engineering warship measuring a full 20 kilometers in length. 100,000 ships. To maximize cargo capacity, the giant whale-class engineering vessels had sacrificed numerous non-essential systems. The vast majority of their hull space was devoted entirely to cargo storage. Thus, their available volume even exceeded that of the Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carrier. As dual-purpose engineering warships, serving both construction and transport roles, they shared functional similarities with the special warship known as the Reconstructor. When loaded with construction materials, they could construct buildings ex nihilo in the foundation-free void of deep space. However, once their onboard materials were exhausted, they were forced to return to port for resupply, a limitation that set them apart from the reconstructor. A vast procession of 100,000 giant whale-class engineering vessels stood in immaculate formation behind the 10,000 Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers. Their rounded hulls resembled great whales suspended in the starry void. Spending fully 15 billion, Feng completed every missing piece of his fleet. After tallying the grand total, approximately 120 billion, Feng had forged a million-ship fleet. Main assault fleet: 1 million fearless Trident-class destroyers, 500,000 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, 100,000 flawless Nebula-class patrol vessels, 10,000 Silent Leviathan-class aircraft carriers, Special Warship Voidshadow, Special Warship Radiant Lance, Super Starport Silver Star City, Stellar Behemoth, Ancient Beast Zero Lake CC, Logistics Support Fleet: 100,000 giant whale-class engineering vessels, Special Warship Reconstructor, Special Warship Hymn of the Spring, and a mixed fleet of 25,000 vessels assembled during the early stages. Gazing upon such a formidable fleet, Feng felt deeply satisfied, yet his mind began to churn. With the fleet now taking shape, should he consider restructuring it? Feng believed this was highly necessary. Dividing the fleet and assigning each unit its specific function would greatly enhance combat effectiveness. In the present era, all major nations were undergoing military reforms, rapidly adopting combined arms battalion formations to boost their fighting power. Previously, each branch of service operated under separate commands. But within a single combined battalion, all major combat branches were integrated, eliminating the need for cross-branch communication and command, thereby avoiding countless unnecessary complications. It was like squeezing 5 loose fingers together to form a single clenched fist. The results were remarkably significant. Yet reorganizing an army of 1 million souls was no trivial undertaking. It seemed he would need to carefully plan things out. At that moment, Feng heard Zhou Xian's booming voice outside the office and promptly switched off his phone. He had been sitting in Chen Jinwen's office for quite some time. Judging by the hour, Zhou Xian and the others should have returned from the restaurant by now. "Hey Feng, where's the teacher?" Upon seeing Feng, Zhou Xian first asked about Chen Jinwen's whereabouts, then displayed the takeout containers in his hands. Feng offered a perfunctory response, asking Zhou Xian and the others not to disturb Chen Jinwen. "By the way, I'll be staying here for a few days. Could you arrange something for me? Preferably within the observatory." Hearing this, a smile spread across Zhou Xian's face. "No problem at all. Leave it to me." He set the takeout containers on the desk and spread them out, beckoning Feng and the others to gather around the office desk for a meal. Watching Zhou Xian's single-minded focus on food, Feng opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He hadn't eaten since noon, and his stomach began to growl. In the end, he quietly joined the others, sharing the meal at Chen Jinwen's desk. Feng, arranged by Zhou Xian and Chen Jinwen, moved into the dormitory at the Purple Mountain Observatory. The single-occupancy quarters were excellent, and the fact that students and researchers lived there bestowed upon Feng an academic atmosphere he had long missed. Feng's daily routine was simple: logging into Galaxy Age to farm materials, stockpiling as much as possible so that when his warships descended they would not face a barren starting point. Warship maintenance and construction consumed materials. Building various military facilities also required materials. Nothing was ever sufficient. He then spent his remaining 2 billion star coins purchasing level 8 and 9 vessels, landing craft mining ships, and a wide variety of specialized transport vessels. Cryogenic transport ships, mineral transport ships, special-purpose transport ships, gas and liquid transport ships. These could fill certain gaps left by the giant whale-class engineering vessels. All told, he purchased some 300,000 to 400,000 ships. With that, Feng spent every last star coin. The full 120 billion was spent. Strangely enough, with his wealth exhausted, Feng felt lighter than ever, spending his days reading in the library at Purple Mountain Observatory. He would occasionally return to study military fleet organization. When mealtime arrived, he waited for Zhou Xian to come fetch him. Life was quite pleasant. After residing at Purple Mountain Observatory for only a few days, Chen Jinwen brought him news. The exact location of the neutron star warship's star chart had been roughly determined. It lay approximately 100,000 light-years beyond the Milky Way, roughly at the midpoint between the galaxy and the large and small Magellanic Clouds. Feng spent an entire day in Chen Jinwen's office discussing the matter, learning extensive knowledge about navigation in the cosmos. The most reliable method proved to be pulsar-based positioning. Pulsars are a type of neutron star. When massive stars reach the end of their lives, they undergo catastrophic collapse. After a brilliant supernova explosion, they become neutron stars. If the stellar mass is excessively large, the collapse will result in a black hole. Stars with insufficient mass will become white dwarfs instead. Neutron stars occupy the middle ground between white dwarfs and black holes. Certain neutron stars emit radio waves outward. These are pulsars. Through extremely rapid rotation, pulsars continuously broadcast regular electromagnetic signals into the cosmos. This is akin to the rotating searchlight of a lighthouse at sea continuously sweeping around. Therefore, at regular intervals throughout the universe, one can receive signals from pulsars. By utilizing recorded pulsars and triangulating among several of them, one can determine one's position in the cosmos. Using pulsars to locate neutron stars proved to be an intriguing concept. After listening to Chen Jinwen's lesson, Lu Feng couldn't help but think along those lines. Yet the more he learned about neutron stars, the more he marveled at the astonishing power required to transform one into a warship. Though the Milky Way teemed with countless neutron stars, no civilization had ever managed to convert one into a warship. Simply approaching one was already extraordinarily difficult. The extraordinary density of a neutron star made it almost worthy of the nickname mini black hole. Transform a mini black hole into a warship. Lu Feng shook his head. Such a claim might earn him dismissed as a fool by Chen Jinwen, the academician before him. Only science fiction writers might believe such a thing. Watching Lu Feng drift into thought mid-lecture, Chen Jinwen couldn't help but clear his throat, snapping Lu Feng back to attention. Now that I've finished explaining pulsar positioning, I'll walk you through the method for locating positions on the star chart one by one. You must memorize these positional references. Pay close attention. These are several pulsars currently usable as positioning anchors. Dahai City. Dunan, having obtained Lu Feng's latest bank statements, gazed at the new spending records with wide eyes. This guy actually spent all 12 billion. Even he would never dare to spend money so carelessly. Although he had suspected that Lu Feng would pour all his assets into the game, he never imagined Lu Feng would really spend all 12 billion on it. Dunan looked up at his secretary. Did you send people into the game to investigate what's going on? Any results yet? Hearing this, the secretary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. One person has built a Tier 3 warship, while most others have only managed Tier 2. Is this the result of everyone pumping in 10,000 yuan? Dunan was deeply displeased. That's right, sir. It cost a fortune to upgrade to a Tier 10 warship in this game. Just the blueprints for the entry-level Tier 10 alone cost 10,000. Dunan cursed under his breath. Junk game, nothing but a cash grab. Seeing his own people achieve nothing, Dunan lost interest in Galaxy Era. Shaking his head, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected and Ling Xingfa's voice came through the other end. Dunan. Haha, boss Ling, long time no see. How are you and your daughter? Dunan had thoroughly investigated Ling Xingfa, knowing every detail about his daughter. Hearing Dunan speak, thus Ling Xingfa's expression darkened, but he merely replied coolly. We're doing quite well. Dunan snorted coldly. Ling Xingfa, I don't know what you discussed with that kid Lu Feng, but I'd like to know how he spent the 6 billion you gave him. Ling Xingfa paused. Over the past few days he had also heard some rumors from the media, but trusting Lu Feng and pinning his hopes on his daughter's future, he had dismissed those reports as entertainment gossip. What he does with the money is his own affair. I am only responsible for providing the funds. As long as he can fulfill his promise, that was enough for Ling Xingfa. There was a second half to Ling Xingfa's unspoken thought that he would never say aloud in front of Dunan. That was a secret between him and Lu Feng. Hearing this, Dunan let out another scornful laugh. Ling Xingfa, you're a prominent figure in Gongqing, yet now you've been taken in by a mere greenhorn. Did you know that Lu Feng spent all your money on a video game? Ling Xingfa fell silent for a long time after hearing Dunan's words. The weight of hearsay from the media and a pointed accusation from a major capital magnate were worlds apart. Dunan was a respected figure in the circle, unlikely to lie outright. If he wanted to investigate, he certainly had the means to do so. Hearing Dunan say this, Ling Xingfa felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps he was truly suspecting Lu Feng now. Half a month had passed since Lu Feng received the 6 billion, and there had been no contact from him, as if he had vanished into thin air. Back then, Lu Feng had sworn confidently about a disruptive, unimaginable transformation beyond human civilization. Could such a thing really exist? Could it be that even at his age he had been swayed by tales meant for children? Had he been completely bewitched back then? A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Ling Xingfa's lips. What he regretted was not his money, but his daughter. And that Lu Feng has fled to Dying City. Just days after receiving your money he disappeared, clearly running away. Dunan continued stirring the pot. Look at it, hasn't he contacted you once these past days? Ling Xingfa remained unresponsive on the other end, which only fueled Dunan's satisfaction. All the bitterness of overpaying $1 billion in the auction was now swept away. Finally recalling XAI's latest research breakthroughs, Dunan decided to deliver the final blow to Ling Xingfa. XAI operates just fine without Lu Feng. Our latest AI brain-computer interface technology is mature and will be mass-produced soon. Isn't that something you're very familiar with, Boss Ling? Interested, Ling Xingfa, who had been silent, instinctively winced. His daughter was his lifeline. It was XAI's brain-computer interface that had given him hope and led him to trust Lu Feng in the first place. But Dunan, who had taken over XAI, had also made a breakthrough in brain-computer interfaces. Yet Ling Xingfa knew Dunan was not an easy man to deal with. His offer must have an ulterior motive. As the head of a capital institution, they always pursued returns. What do you want? Ling Xingfa bit out. Hearing this, Dunan knew the matter was 9/10 settled, and he burst into smug laughter. In 10 days, bring your daughter and the equity transfer documents for your Gangxing factory to XAI headquarters. I'll have all XAI researchers create a brighter future for your daughter. 10 days remained until the final round of brain-computer physical testing would be completed, at which point the upgraded XAI version 2.0 would give Ling Xingfa a surprise. Dunan's calculations were meticulous. Dunan, don't push your luck. Ling Xingfa's anger flared instantly. The Gangxing factory was his foundation. Taking its shares would sever his very roots. I'll pay you any amount, millions or tens of millions, however much you want. I'll find a way to raise it. But Dunan remained unmoved. Then wait for the market release of the XAI boss Ling. As for whether it works on disabled people, that's something I cannot guarantee. Those words struck directly at Ling Xingfa's weakest point. You were already deceived out of 6 billion by Lu Feng. Can you really care about a few shares now, eh? Dunan pressed on. Ling Xingfa fell silent for a long while, then said gravely, I understand. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Ling Xingfa calmly combed his daughter's hair and tied the blue cloth around her eyes. Xiaoya, today Dad is taking you somewhere. Uncles and older brothers there will improve your brain-computer interface so you'll be able to see more clearly. How does that sound? Lingya nodded obediently. I'll listen to Dad. But she tilted her head and asked, is it Uncle Lu Feng? Ling Xingfa shook his head calmly. Some other uncles and older brothers. Lingya let out a soft, a trace of barely perceptible disappointment crossing her young face. Where is Uncle Lu Feng? Where did he go? Ling Xingfa's expression remained calm. He said nothing more, merely murmuring as though speaking to himself. Who knows? Lingya lowered her head and whispered softly. I think Uncle Lu Feng isn't a liar. This time Ling Xingfa did not respond. He simply pushed Lingya toward the elevator outside the door. After stepping out of the elevator, he lifted his daughter into the car and called out to the driver to XAI headquarters. The sky over Dai City was clear and cloudless today, with excellent visibility, allowing a crystal-clear view of the heavens. Ling Xingfa sat in the car, occasionally glancing upward at the sky. Throughout the journey, he appeared tense and uneasy, caught between anticipation and worry. Soon the car arrived at the XAI headquarters and slowly entered the campus grounds. Dunan had already gathered his new team to await Ling Xingfa's arrival. Seeing Ling step out of the car, Dunan met his gaze with the confidence of a man certain of victory. Boss Ling, welcome to XAI's entry into the 2.0 era. Under my leadership, XAI will become the greatest company in history, and you and your daughter will be witnesses to this transformation. Ling Xingfa's expression remained unchanged as he gazed upward at the boundless sky before lifting his daughter from the car and walking slowly toward Dunan and the others. Let's go inside. Unfazed by Ling's cold demeanor, Dunan turned and led the way with the XAI executives following closely behind. I've already had the laboratory prepared. After your daughter completes a thorough examination, we can install the second-generation brain-computer interface. We will ensure the interface perfectly adapts to her body, guaranteeing she regains the ability to interact with the outside world. Dunan continued explaining as they walked, while Ling Xingfa said little, merely signaling his driver to produce a stock transfer agreement. The agreement has been drafted. Have your people review it, and once I sign it becomes effective. Dunan's heart leaped with satisfaction, signaling the legal director to take the document for review. The legal director examined the agreement against the terms, then returned shortly after confirming everything was in order and only requiring Ling's signature to finalize. Dunan nodded, unbothered by the delay. He understood Ling wanted to verify his daughter's condition before signing. With the legal director trailing behind, Dunan maintained his composure outwardly, though inwardly his satisfaction grew. Regardless of what Ling chose, there was only one path forward. He had no other option. Today Dunan had him firmly in his grasp. Lingya gripped her father's hand tightly and whispered softly, Dad, I'm a little scared. It's alright, I'm here. No matter what, you will recover today. The group took the elevator to a spacious, bright experimental center on the first floor. The space was filled with electronic equipment linked by cables and screens displaying data, while isolated laboratories, enclosed in transparent glass, housed primates used for experiments. One ape stood motionless in its isolated lab, its brain wired with interfaces and cables like a marionette, while another had its spine covered in metallic components pacing in circles within its enclosure. Cables connected the metal strips to a large host machine behind the ape, which continuously output electrical signals through micro-adjusted currents to control its movements. These shocking scenes filled Ling with deep anxiety and powerlessness, yet the busy researchers in white coats scattered throughout the experimental center brought him slight relief. He understood. Without the data from these apes, there would be no technological improvement or progress. Only by implanting interfaces in apes and learning from those experiences could they avoid invasive procedures on humans and switch to electrode patches. From what he knew, this was exactly how Lu Feng operated when he controlled XAI. Walking past these laboratories, they arrived at an isolated lab in one corner of the experimental center. Inside the isolated laboratory, an entire research team, dressed in white coats, had gathered. Dunan introduced the team members to Ling. Most were leading experts in computer science and bioinformatics from prestigious domestic and international universities, with several having previously served as professors at universities and research institutions. A team of this caliber was unmatched on a global scale. Dunan believed these introductions would completely reassure Ling. He then signaled for Ling to bring his daughter inside. Ling hesitated briefly before stepping into the isolated laboratory and placing Lingya on the pristine examination table. After quietly reassuring his daughter, Ling withdrew from the laboratory. Standing before the transparent glass, he checked the time on his phone and watched as the medical team began a comprehensive examination of Lingya. Vital signs, blood tests, brain activity levels. All critical data were displayed one by one on the screen beside the examination table. Based on these results, they would next customize a brain-computer interface perfectly tailored to Lingya's nervous system. While waiting for the results required considerable time, Ling never moved from in front of the glass, his eyes fixed steadily on everything happening inside. He feared even the slightest accident. Dunan waited with remarkable patience, confident in his team. Several hours passed, and soon it was noon, approaching 12 o'clock. The examination procedures were just completing. The team inside the laboratory didn't pause, but immediately prepared for the next phase. They unveiled a complete set of instruments, including cables and extremely fine silver needles. One end of each silver needle connected to the mainframe, while the other featured a specialized razor-sharp design, an instrument seemingly crafted specifically for insertion. An ominous feeling surged through Ling. Given current human technology, the only way to establish an AI connection without damaging the brain was through non-invasive methods like electrode patches. Though invasive approaches exist that penetrate the brain to directly stimulate neural pathways, the risks are enormous, with no way to guarantee the patient's brain remains unharmed. He turned sharply to Dunan. What the hell are you doing? Isn't XAI's brain-computer interface supposed to use electrode patches? Stop immediately. Dunan frowned and explained XAI's brain-computer interface has always offered two approaches. One convenient, but with limited effectiveness, another more involved, but highly efficient and superior. The silver brain-implanted interface is the latter option. Compared to the weak electrode patches, an intracranial implant is what gives your daughter the hope of regaining her sight. Ling paid no mind, cursing angrily. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know how dangerous brain implants are? Lu Feng wouldn't risk it. Dare you apply immature technology directly to my daughter? Dunan snorted coldly. Lu Feng dared not. I dare. Moreover, Dunan continued, staring at Ling. Do you think anything besides this could restore your daughter's vision? Did the first-generation XAI brain-computer interface accomplish that? That single sentence left Ling's rage with nowhere to vent. Indeed, the electrode patch interface could only allow Xiaoya to perceive vague information fed into her brain through AI, creating minimal interaction. But that was far from enough to restore her vision. Was there any other method beyond the implanted interface? Ling subconsciously glanced at the time, 1159. Then he looked again at the sky through the window, his anxiety reaching its peak. Could another method truly exist? As time slowly passed, and Ling gazed blankly out the window, Dunan curiously followed his line of sight. But he saw nothing. Just as he grew impatient and was about to tell the lab team to proceed, the clock struck 12. The once clear sky darkened in an instant, as if the sun were being obscured by something. Everyone inside the experimental center saw the sky grow dark, yet visibility remained remarkably clear with not a single cloud in the way. Someone walked curiously to the window and looked up into the higher sky. Within sight, ships were gradually detaching from their intangible states, materializing as they hovered overhead. Some of those ships gleamed like stars, while others loomed as massive as aerial fortresses, visible in sharp detail even from the planet's surface. Most critically, these vessels were utterly countless. From east to west and south to north across the visible horizon, every patch of sky brimmed with dense formations of ships. It wasn't merely the sky that was affected. The void of space itself was saturated with ships stretching as far as the eye could see. The International Space Station. Its crew stared blankly at the infinite fleet emerging from intangible forms outside the station's hull. These vessels appeared as though conjured from nothing, encircling the station itself. No, the astronauts shifted their gaze outward beyond the planet. Even their world was encompassed. Countless towering warships, appearing as if they came without cost, filled the entirety of cosmic space. Some ships dwarfed the station by several times their size, others dozens of times larger. Still others stretched thousands, tens of thousands, or even billions of times the station's dimensions. Even their view of the sun was blocked by overlapping formations of warships. Considering the sun spans over 1 million kilometers in diameter, blocking it would require an unimaginable number of vessels. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. No, that wouldn't even be close. It had to be millions at the very least. Coming out of their initial shock, the astronauts immediately relayed the findings back to the ground base. But long before they could file their report, nations on the ground had already detected what was happening in the sky. Every country, regardless of size, had activated its wartime response protocols at once. Fighter jets roared to life, scrambling from bases, and aircraft carriers on active patrol. Countless missile silos simultaneously entered alert status, their launch hatches opening, awaiting orders to fire. Missile launcher vehicles were all pushed out from their shelters, erecting towering missiles that faced the unknown visitors hovering high above. Every nation capable of monitoring space had all forces combat ready. Each legion received orders to load their weapons prepared for immediate engagement. Satellites in orbit for the first time in memory shifted their lenses from Earth's surface to the depths of outer space. A Tokyo broadcast network that had been airing anime suddenly switched to emergency coverage. The camera operator aimed his high-definition lens at the ships materializing in the sky. A reporter frantically narrated nearby, while uncontrollable screams erupted around them. Breaking news. The entire sky over Tokyo has been completely filled by these suddenly appeared space battleships. We've just received reports, not just Tokyo but the entire world. Sources from the astronaut center confirm these warships may be occupying all of outer space. Experts estimate the count exceeds 1 million. Self-defense forces and the station's 7th Fleet are already mobilized. Citizens should remain calm and stay indoors. But the screams around the reporter didn't subside, not just nearby, but throughout the entire Tokyo metropolitan area where panic had taken hold. The BBC mid-documentary cut to a solemn anchor. According to observatory reports, an unprecedented event has occurred in space. A massive fleet spanning the solar system has appeared. 99.99% of these vessels bear the same insignia, indicating they all belong to a single faction. Mid-broadcast, a squad of foreign military personnel stormed in. The lead officer ordered the host removed and took his place at the desk. Any information not approved by M country's headquarters is false. Citizens are warned against spreading unverified rumors. The entire nation's internet and television networks will be placed under control. The officer finished speaking and had the broadcast shut down. As the screen dissolved into static, viewers who had been frozen in shock exchanged bewildered glances. But moments later, hackers breached the station's signal and the program resumed. This time the footage showed skies from around the globe. Each location was labeled. Whether in the northern or southern hemisphere, whether near the poles or the equator, the sky displayed an identical spectacle everywhere. Endless ships blotted out the sky, either shadowing the sun or illuminating the night like starlight. The national television of each country cut directly to the leader's office. The bald, golden-haired figure addressed the camera with cold severity. The nation has entered a state of emergency. Military forces will deploy into urban areas. Any act disrupting public order may be met with lethal force at the discretion of local commanders. Citizens need not fear. Our nuclear arsenal is sufficient to defend our sovereignty even against extraterrestrial civilizations. Major media outlets in M country, previously consumed by election debates, suddenly pivoted their coverage entirely toward the sky. Breaking ships have suddenly appeared in the sky worldwide. Is this an extraterrestrial civilization? Friend or foe? One presidential candidate stated he would strive to establish peaceful relations with whatever civilization these vessels represent should he win office. Currently, all nations have entered emergency states. Following the incident, widespread looting and vandalism erupted in western states, with local police stations besieged. Live footage shows armed confrontations. Highways fleeing urban areas are gridlocked and survival supplies on shopping platforms sold out within seconds. A deranged individual took to the streets, randomly firing weapons while screaming that the lizard people have finally returned. He has since been shot dead by another concealed gunman. Due to the incident, military forces have accidentally engaged neighboring countries, prompting declarations of war. These nations are now classified as high-risk zones. Citizens in affected regions are urged to take immediate protective measures. Fleet commands worldwide have been ordered to return to home territories to ensure citizen safety. On social media platforms, traffic surged instantaneously. Nearly everyone was asking, "What's happening?" Some expressed grim satisfaction that the apocalypse had finally arrived. Others claimed their underground bunkers had been completed years ago. But predominantly the feeds were flooded with videos and photographs aimed at the sky documenting those colossal warships. At Twitter headquarters, "Mr. Ma, we can't delete them fast enough." The department head cried out anxiously to Musk as he entered. The platform was generating hundreds of millions of images and videos every moment. Deleting them was impossible. Musk stared at him steadily. "The military asked me to hand over all Starlink privileges, and I did without hesitation. If I tell you to delete something, you delete it, regardless of whether you can finish. If you can't handle it, you're done. Otherwise, wait for soldiers to come in and hold guns to your heads." Receiving an urgent order from the Central Military Commission, the nation has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. The Beihai Fleet is to guard the capital region, the Donghai Fleet is to station in Daihachi, and the Nanhai Fleet is to ensure stability in the Zhejiang region. The Beihai Fleet stationed in Ludao City, the Donghai Fleet stationed in Ningxue City, and the Nanhai Fleet stationed in Jianshui City simultaneously received orders from the highest authority. At this moment, barely a minute had passed since the discovery of the fleet in the sky, and the state machinery had already been fully mobilized. The newly commissioned 1,000-ton electromagnetic catapult nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the Donghai Fleet, originally sailing in the Gonggu Strait, upon receiving the order executed an extremely sharp turn. It traced a large circle on the sea surface. The accompanying dozen or so destroyers, frigates, supply ships, and even the submarines beneath the water all turned in unison. Donghai Fleet, all ships at full speed, target Daihachi. Coordinate with the Eastern Theater Command to stabilize Daihachi and its surrounding areas. The command center on the carrier issued clear orders to the entire fleet. The captain of the Donghai fleet looked up at the massive warships filling the sky, finding them increasingly alarming. Even though those ships were at an altitude of 10,000 meters, their complete silhouettes were still visible from below. If these warships were to approach the surface, how enormous would they be? He added another order. All ships release fire control locks. If anyone obstructs or an unknown target approaches, open fire immediately. With the command given, the 3 100-ton Type 055 destroyers in the fleet immediately activated their close-in weapon systems, and the vertical launch cells entered standby mode. Dahaishi Haidong Airport, on the huge screen displaying the schedule, all waiting flights had been changed to cancelled. People sitting in the waiting hall who had not yet seen the sky rushed to inquire. The entire hall was in chaos. Why? Why are all flights suddenly grounded? Some puzzled gathered near the boarding gates and shouted at the security personnel. The security guards stood in a line with expressionless faces, ensuring order at the scene. I still need to go to Country M to see my wife. The ticket cost 30,000. How can you sell tickets and then not let us fly? As someone complained, holding up his ticket indignantly. Sir, please go over there to get a refund. We have received orders from above. We cannot let you board. It's not just this flight. All flights are the same. The airport staff repeated the same words over and over, trying to calm the agitated crowd. Suddenly, a loud announcement blared. Including Dahaishi, the national airspace has been declared a no-fly zone. The nation has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. All flights are grounded. The airport will soon be under control. All passengers please leave in an orderly manner. For a moment, the announcement drowned out the noise in the hall. But the next second, as if rebounding, an even louder uproar erupted. Suddenly someone shouted, "Look outside." The crowd turned their gaze to the glass wall of the waiting hall. Like a tide sweeping through the previously noisy hall, fell completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky outside the hall. The sky, which should have been clear and unobstructed, was now filled with ships that seemed utterly unlike any human creation. Some ships were so enormous, like stars, that they could be seen clearly from the ground 10,000 meters below. Only then did many people's minds register what was happening, what it meant for the nation to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. At Wuchang Airport near Dahaishi, an entire squadron of J-20s took off in emergency. Self-check complete. Ammunition loaded. Ready for takeoff. The ground crew quickly dispersed from the aircraft. The pilot who received the signal immediately called out, "Tower, I am ready. Requesting taxi." Tower received. You may taxi. First squadron proceed to runway 1. Second squadron runway 4. Third squadron runway 5. Orderly instructions were issued from the tower, assigning each squadron to available runways. One by one, the fighter jets taxied out of the hangars like elephants walking, entering the runways with their canards raised high on both sides. First squadron ready. Requesting takeoff. Runway 1 cleared. You may take off. With the roar of engines, the sleek, silver-white fighters soared into the sky one after another. In the lead aircraft sat the squadron commander. As they climbed higher, he saw the ships above drawing closer. Against the pitch-black backdrop of the cosmos, countless ships emitted a silvery white glow. Some ships like fish guarded the even larger vessels. Some ships had a single enormous cannon at the front. With such a caliber, would its firepower be enough to destroy an entire city? The squadron commander couldn't help but shiver. After all 12 J-20s of his squadron had taken off, he commanded over the channel. All units engage afterburners. Reach Dahaishi in the shortest possible time. The 12 fighters simultaneously engaged afterburners, their engines spewing blue-white flames, breaking the sound barrier in moments. At that moment, everyone in Wuchang heard a thunderous, explosive roar. Amid the deafening sonic booms, the entire squadron sped straight toward Dahaishi in the east. Lu Feng stood by the Pujiang River, hands behind his back. Behind him was the headquarters of XAI Company, its main gate facing the river. He had long since returned to Dahaishi. Gazing at the surging Pujiang, Lu Feng felt as if the days of yore were like the river, flowing endlessly to the sea, never to return. At exactly 12 o'clock, all the ships from Inha Sherdai would appear above the humans of the solar system. After 12, who knew how many people's fates would undergo earth-shaking changes? Some would leap from the lowest rung of society to the very top of the pyramid. Others would instantly fall from the apex to the bottom. The old order would cease to exist. Many things would lose their original value, for example, currency. This would be a devastating blow to related industries. Lu Feng chuckled. None of this mattered to him anymore. He didn't care. Looking up at the warships like stars, he felt no fear, only pride and ambition. All these warships belonged to him. With that thought, Lu Feng glanced back at the XAI headquarters, especially the experimental center on the 7th floor. The experimental center was covered entirely with one-way glass. Although those outside couldn't see inside, those inside could certainly see the changes outside. Lu Feng sighed softly, took out his phone, and dialed a number. With a beep, the call was answered immediately. "Boss Ling, what do you think?" "Was I right?" Lu Feng said softly with a smile. Ling Xingfa on the other end remained silent. Not because he didn't want to speak, but because he was too stunned to know what to say. He opened his mouth, then closed it. A moment later, he opened it again, only to close it once more. After repeating this several times, Ling Xingfa still couldn't utter a word. The people around Ling Xingfa Nan and the XAI executives were all equally stunned, staring at the sky over Daihachi. In fact, he had communicated with Lu Feng a few days earlier. But Lu Feng hadn't said much. He knew that once the seed of doubt was planted, even the most credible words would become pale and powerless. Only seeing the truth with one's own eyes would suffice. Lu Feng had only told Ling Xingfa a time and one phrase: look up at the sky. That was why Ling Xingfa had remained calm all day and kept glancing up at the sky from time to time. Hearing no response from Ling Xingfa, Lu Feng was not in a hurry. He knew that this scene was something many people would find difficult to adapt to at first. Gazing at the dense fleet of warships overhead, he said nothing more to the person on the phone. Instead, he began to maneuver the fleet. As soon as all the ships descended, a simple self-aware AI would automatically generate. It possessed only basic fleet maneuvering functions, much like an operating system in a game. Although the AI's functions were currently rudimentary, those with sufficient skill could naturally upgrade and modify it. The owner of the entire fleet would automatically establish a connection with each ship's AI. They could then operate their fleet through the AI. While other players of Galactic Era were still bewildered, Lu Feng, who had experienced this before, easily connected to his own AI. Your fleet is online. Please issue commands in your consciousness, and I will convert them into signals transmitted to every ship in the fleet. As soon as he connected to the AI, Lu Feng heard its neutral, emotionless voice. Without needing time to adjust, he skillfully issued commands. View fleet list. A list instantly transferred into Lu Feng's consciousness. As if by sudden enlightenment, a complete list materialized in his mind. With a mere thought, he scanned the entire list. Moi. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after reading the list. Several warships were missing. The Superstar Harbor, Silver Star City, the Spear of Flowing Light, the Star Beast Helicrix. These were not included in the list of appeared vessels. After a moment of thought, Lu Feng realized that these ships, or biological entities, shared a common trait: their volume and size were too immense. A thoughtful expression crossed Lu Feng's face. Fortunately, the Void Shadow, the Psalm Spring, and the Reconstructor had all appeared. They hovered tens of thousands of meters directly above Dahai City. Lu Feng smiled softly and issued a command. Under supersonic speed, the J-20 squadron arrived over Dahai City in just a few minutes. Connecting to the early warning aircraft. An early warning aircraft that had been circling high above Dahai City received a message about a new squadron of fighter jets connecting. The crew immediately called out to that J-20 squadron. Airborne warning and control system 2000 is online. I am your guide aircraft. I will identify targets and assign attack objectives. Your mission is to seal the skies over Dahai City and ensure its airspace security. Roger that. The entire squadron responded in unison over the channel. With the mission confirmed, the squadron leader ordered, pair up and conduct constant speed patrols across the city. But just as the command was given, the crew on the early warning aircraft let out a gasp over the channel. The squadron leader quickly asked what was wrong. After a period of silence, the early warning aircraft crew spoke in an incredulous tone. Hitch, those warships are descending. And they're heading straight for Dahai City. The co-pilot of the early warning aircraft shouted, equally filled with disbelief. To his astonishment, the warships were indeed descending toward the surface, directly targeting Dahai City. In his field of view, a warship that had been the size of a small bird was growing larger and larger. The distance between them was shrinking. As it drew closer, he realized the warship was at least a kilometer long. Even the behemoth of the seas, an aircraft carrier, seemed insignificant before this vessel. The combat power of this single ship alone was enough to make a nation disappear. But what terrified him even more was that this kilometer-long warship was the smallest among the descending vessels. This smallest ship, in the presence of the larger ones, was merely guarding around them like a fish. A suffocating feeling welled up inside him. Fortunately, his pilot's mental fortitude was strong, and he quickly suppressed his emotions. Watching the smallest warship enter the atmosphere, gradually blocking the entire sky above the early warning aircraft, the crew decisively chose to descend. At the same time, air raid sirens blared across Dahai City. The 12 J-20s remained stationed above the city, streaking past the buildings at high speed. The fire control systems of the J-20s were activated. Every pilot realized that these warships were likely heading for Dahai City. They were truly going to engage these foes. Dead silence fell over the channel. Oh, everyone understood. Compared to these colossal warships that could hover in the air, their fighter jets were like mayflies trying to shake a tree, utterly outmatched. The squadron leader swallowed hard and said, several group armies in the east are already converging on Dahai City, and the EC fleet will arrive soon. We are not without hope. No one responded in the channel. They all knew the captain was trying to comfort his comrades. In a real battle, the actual chance of survival was zero. Above Dahai City, with the Void Shadow at its core, the outer perimeter was guarded by 5 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers and 1,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers. An entire fleet was descending through the planet's atmosphere, gradually landing. Inside these warships, all operational positions were manned by robots. Commands could be transmitted to all robots in an instant via the fleet AI. Entering the atmosphere. Propulsion engines shut down. Anti-gravity engines activated. This automatic announcement from the fleet AI echoed through all ships entering the atmosphere. The massive, flawless Nebula-class star cruisers with their fortress-like silver hulls shimmered with magnificent, breathtaking colors. These dazzling colors gradually came into the view of everyone on the ground looking up at the sky. Surrounding the flawless Nebula-class star cruisers, 1,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers like fish guarding a whale firmly dominated the skies over Dahai City. Feng did not activate the Void Shadow's invisibility field, as that might have caused unexpected incidents when the fleet entered the atmosphere. He simply let this small fleet approach Dahai City coming before him. The fleet drew closer to the surface. 50,000 meters, 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000. The colossal form of the flawless Nebula-class star cruiser, 10 kilometers long, had already filled the view of everyone in Dahai City. A single flawless Nebula-class star cruiser alone blotted out the sky. 5 flawless Nebula-class star cruisers completely occupied the entire sky above Dahai City, including the undeveloped suburbs. The fearless Orca-class destroyers wove through the clouds around the flawless Nebula-class star cruisers. The semi-concealed laser cannons on their hulls were clearly visible. As they approached, the flawless Nebula-class cruiser and the fearless Orca-class destroyer descended at an ever slower pace. The weapon systems on their hulls showed no signs of activity, merely continuing their descent. Yet even without any movement, the long, metallic gleaming muzzles of those laser cannons exuded a formidable deterrent. Not to mention the 5 colossal ships, even the smaller ones flanking them, each bore over 100 such muzzles alongside laser arrays ready to fire. It was as if a fortress of artillery had been positioned directly overhead. "What do we do, Captain?" Watching this fleet comparable in size to the city of Dahai draw closer, the members of the J-20 squadron grew restless. The squadron leader gritted his teeth, pondering for a long moment before squeezing out a single sentence. "Await orders from the general headquarters. Do not open fire first." He had no idea what this fleet intended by approaching Dahai, but he knew that once combat erupted, their 12 J-20s would be no match. Throughout the city of Dahai, air raid sirens blared incessantly. The streets were already clogged with vehicles, and the expressway leading out of the city was jammed for dozens of kilometers. Curses, cries, and honking horns mingled together. But a roar akin to a dragon's cry echoed through the air as 2 fighter jets swept low over the highway. This brought some relief to the people along the route. "It's our fighters. That's the J-20, our nation's most powerful aircraft." Many looked up at the jets as if seeing hope itself. They slowed their frantic escape from the city. However, before long, someone shouted in terror, Look, those ships are coming down." The ever-growing shadow of the flawless Nebula-class cruiser swallowed their vision. From tens of thousands of meters high, they could only discern its silhouette. But as it drew near, everyone realized how immense these vessels truly were. A single such ship could cover an entire district of Dahai. The smaller ones beside it were each larger than several city blocks. This was beyond what most could imagine. In an instant, the faint hope brought by the appearance of the jets shattered. Curses, cries, and honking grew even louder than before. Almost everyone abandoned their vehicles, scrambling out onto the congested highway and pressing toward the outskirts of the city. At nearly the same time, media outlets worldwide turned their coverage to Dahai. Across the globe, only the warships above Dahai had descended. Satellites from every nation also focused on the city, striving to capture live images of the scene. Although a considerable number of warships hovered overhead, some on-site photos still leaked through the gaps. Breaking news: the warship fleet above Dahai is heading toward the city. They have not yet displayed any offensive measures, and their intentions remain unclear. The first city to be attacked, Dahai. The opening battle of the war. The country's military has been mobilized. A world war may begin from here. On platforms like Twitter, videos and photos of the warship fleet descending over Dahai trended. Comments beneath those posts refreshed by tens of thousands every minute. Unanimously, they expressed terror or fear of which city would be next. Yet amidst these comments, a few people gradually discerned the full appearance of the warships over Dahai. No longer just vague silhouettes from tens of thousands of meters. These few exclaimed in astonishment, weren't these the strongest warships in Galactic Era, the level 10 vessels? But these comments were quickly drowned in the sea of countless others failing to gain enough attention. Eastern Theater Command General Headquarters. The command center was crowded with senior officers. Their faces were a mix of shock and fear. Advisors continuously reported information. All available aircraft from the air and naval bases in Su Province have taken off and are heading to Dahai. Jiang Province as well. These are the two nearest provinces. Ground mechanized units won't arrive in time. Only the Air Force can provide timely support. What about the East Sea Fleet? The East Sea Fleet is still hours away. If a fight breaks out by the time they arrive, Dahai will be nothing but dust. The officers in the room debated fiercely over decisions. To fight or not to fight. That was the core of their argument. Even if we throw all our group armies into the fray, it won't be enough. Then we can't just wait passively, handing our fate over to these unknown visitors. Even if we concentrate the entire nation's military power in Dahai and win, what about the rest? Remember, the whole world has these things above their heads, and in space too. Can we destroy them all? Then what do you propose? Surrender. Oldly, as a soldier, you have no sense of responsibility. The officers split into two factions. The two factions argued heatedly. Finally, the commander-in-chief seated at the head calmed both sides. Stop for a moment. He furrowed his brow, pressing his temple. Let's see the situation on site first. A deep sense of helplessness welled up inside him. He understood clearly that neither conventional nor nuclear forces, even if the entire world united, could stand against these uninvited guests. But he couldn't give up. The large screen in front immediately switched to footage from a high-definition camera mounted on an early warning aircraft. The camera showed numerous warships, each a full kilometer long, passing by. Every one of them exuded an immense sense of oppression. Consider this: the tallest building in Dahai was less than 500 meters, and a 1,000-ton aircraft carrier was under 400 meters. The fearless Orca-class destroyers 2 to 3 times that size were suffocating just to look at. Soon a colossal ship, radiant as starlight, drifted slowly past the camera, descending gradually. The onlookers in the command center hardly dared to breathe. The room felt utterly silent, as if even breathing had ceased. The early warning aircraft wove through the fleet like a tiny insect navigating a labyrinth, seeing warships everywhere it turned. Every vessel bristled with gun muzzles, their calibers far exceeding the artillery of ground forces. The sheer firepower of such a fleet in a simultaneous barrage was unimaginable. The first-person view from the camera created such an immersive experience that everyone in the room broke out in a cold sweat. It truly felt as though they were aboard that early warning aircraft, watching these massive ships glide past. Suddenly no one spoke of fighting anymore. Fortunately, the warships made no hostile moves toward the tiny aircraft that had just passed. The commander-in-chief let out a long, relieved breath. They showed no inclination to attack proactively, a good sign. But another question arose: what were these warships doing? Everyone present was sharp-witted and immediately grasped the implications, staring intently at the screen. The fleet's altitude soon dropped below that of the early warning aircraft. They descended to below 10,000 meters. Under the gaze of all, the J-20 squadron pilots, the citizens of Dahai, the global media, the satellites of every nation, and the commanders at general headquarters. This colossal fleet of over 1,000 warships slowed its descent further and finally came to a gradual hover at 1 kilometer above Dahai. Like a dark cloud, it blanketed the entire area of Dahai. The 5 flawless Nebula-class cruisers all aligned in one direction, while the 1,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers filled the gaps between them, also uniformly oriented toward the same point. That point was the Void Shadow, the flagship at the very center of the fleet. Experienced the suffocating field of view. The unique design of the Void Shadow immediately drew everyone's attention. Its size was even smaller than that of the dauntless Orca-class destroyer. However, its ancient angular appearance with a sense of linear beauty made its style completely different from that of the dauntless Orca-class destroyer and the immaculate Nebula-class cruiser. Their hearts tightened. This was likely the flagship of the fleet. What was this flagship about to do? This question arose in everyone's mind. They noticed that the location of this flagship was precisely the most central and bustling area of Dahai City. Below it was the Pujiang River, along with numerous corporate buildings lining its banks. The uniquely shaped flagship continued to descend, soon breaking through the 500-meter altitude mark. If one stood on the roof of the tallest building in Dahai City, they could already reach out and touch this celestial visitor. It did not stop there. It continued to approach the city below. The 100-meter-wide hull was aligned directly with the broad expanse of the Pujiang River. It seemed as if it intended to park on the surface of the Pujiang River. At that moment, those in the command center noticed through the high-definition camera feed. Right beneath this flagship, on the banks of the Pujiang River, there actually stood a figure. That figure stood motionless by the river, gazing up at the descending flagship with extraordinary calm. Descend altitude, zoom in, the commander quickly ordered. Upon receiving the command, the early warning aircraft crew immediately lowered their altitude, while the camera locked onto the Void Shadow, which was steadily approaching the river surface and the figure on the shore. That person. It looks like Feng, exclaimed a young officer who recognized him. Boss Ling, you can bring Xiaya down now. Feng said softly into the phone that was still connected. On the other end there had been silence for a long time, but his words broke the prolonged stillness. Feng's voice came through the phone. In the quiet research center, everyone near Ling Xingfa heard his words. Especially Du Nan, who stared in horror at the aerial behemoth outside the window, which was drawing closer and closer, while simultaneously hearing the voice from Ling Xingfa's phone in disbelief. He immediately pressed against the window facing the Pujiang River and saw a figure standing on its banks. That figure was all too familiar to him. It was Feng. Feng calmly faced the slowly descending behemoth above the Pujiang River, as if it were not a terrifying, uninvited guest, but a docile and obedient little pet raised at home. Moreover, the behemoth seemed to be directly above Feng. A terrifying thought erupted in Du Nan's mind. Impossible. Right. He felt his worldview of decades completely overturned, and in an instant his mind went blank. Ling Xingfa's breathing, however, became extremely heavy at this moment. Even witnessing so many ships appearing over the city just moments ago had not stirred his emotions as much as now. He vaguely understood Feng's intention. Not only had Feng's words come true, but he was also about to fulfill his promise. That was the promise he had bought with 6 billion yuan. Ling Xingfa tremblingly looked at Lingya, who still lay on the experiment table, clenched his fists, then rushed straight in and picked her up. Xiaya, let's go? Daddy said that no matter what you will recover today. Lingya grasped her father's sleeve and whispered, is it Uncle Lu Feng? Ling Xingfa nodded heavily. Lingya's little face curved into a smile, revealing an extremely joyful expression. Before leaving, Ling Xingfa instructed the bewildered driver who had come with him to take the share transfer agreement. Although the driver's mind was still buzzing, he did not hesitate to follow his boss's orders. Taking the share transfer agreement, Ling Xingfa walked out of the research center without looking back. Du Nan, you're on your own. The fading voice reached Du Nan's ears from the direction of his departure. Du Nan realized with a dazed expression. The 6 billion yuan that Lu Feng had obtained from Ling Xingfa might have played a crucial role. This was what led to the scene before him. He watched the direction Ling Xingfa had left, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly followed. Deep down, he still harbored a last glimmer of hope. Ling Xingfa rushed out of the XAI building holding Xiaoya. As soon as he looked up, a profoundly impactful scene was imprinted in his mind. The enormous aerial battleship slowly came to a halt across the wide Pujiang River. It should be noted that the Void Shadow's hull was about 600 meters long, slightly smaller than the Dauntless Orca-class destroyer. Yet it was still the length of 2 aircraft carriers, and its total volume was several times greater. If 2 aircraft carriers appeared on the Pujiang River, it would be shocking enough, let alone the Void Shadow. Before this angular, power-laden battleship, the skyscrapers on both sides of the Pujiang River appeared exceptionally insignificant. And Lu Feng stood on the banks of the Pujiang River in front of the battleship, looking at him with a smile. As Ling Xingfa approached, Lu Feng spoke. Boss Ling, congratulations. This is the ticket you bought with your 6 billion. Your choice back then was not wrong. Standing in the wind, hearing these words, tears silently welled up in Ling Xingfa's eyes. Ling Xingfa would remember this scene for the rest of his life. Not only because of the awe brought by the Void Shadow's arrival, but also because this day was when Xiaoya was reborn. The people who had come out behind Ling Xingfa also looked up at the awe-inspiring Void Shadow hovering over the Pujiang River. They also gazed at Lu Feng standing before the Void Shadow. Lu Feng gave them a faint smile. This might be the last time they would meet. When his eyes fell on Du Nan, Lu Feng gave a slight nod. Then he turned around and issued a command to the Void Shadow, which appeared enormous to the naked eye. A tractor beam shot out from the side of the Void Shadow. The next moment, Lu Feng, Ling Xingfa, and Lingya vanished from the banks of the Pujiang River. At that, the last shred of hope in Du Nan's heart vanished. Those battleships really belonged to Lu Feng. He looked up again at the dense fleet of warships over Dahai City. Everything was real. He recalled how after acquiring the shares of XAI, he had told Lu Feng that he had missed an era. But Lu Feng at that time had worn an utterly indifferent expression. He had missed a great transformation capable of changing the existing order. But suddenly Du Nan thought of something. He frantically grabbed the collar of his dazed secretary and asked with a ferocious expression, "Where are those people who played Galactic Era?" Inside the command center, through the high-definition camera of the early warning aircraft, everyone present saw what had happened on the banks of the Pujiang River. Although there were still some behind-the-scenes matters they did not understand, they could be certain that the owner of the battleship that had appeared over humanity was likely still human. Everyone present quietly calmed their thoughts. Though no one spoke, they all understood this world was about to change. Investigate everything as soon as possible. I'm going to Dahai City. The commander made a quick decision and immediately walked out of the command center. Meanwhile, a small drone captured the entire scene of the Void Shadow descending and hovering over the Pujiang River. The drone's owner had intended to record this moment that could be called a turning point of the era, but unexpectedly captured something else. For example, why was this battleship hovering over the Pujiang River? Because its owner was human. And that person, many people recognized him. The drone owner, clutching his pounding heart, carefully removed the camera from the drone. Subsequently, a long video quietly appeared on various unblocked forums on the foreign internet. Satellites of various nations could only detect the movements of the Void Shadow, yet remained blind to Lu Feng standing by the banks of the Huangpu River. However, this lengthy video directly filled the missing gap in the information. Despite platforms like Twitter attempting to control the spread of such information, its dissemination was too overwhelming. In just half an hour, it had been viewed by nearly everyone. Some obscure details were thus unearthed. Galaxy Era, the descent of the warships. These were the 2 most critical pieces of information. Yet when people searched for Galaxy Era, they discovered that the game had vanished from the internet, leaving no trace behind. Like a phantom, silent and unseen. Only those who had once played Galaxy Era could serve as proof of its existence. The global panic gradually subsided. At the same time, one name became the most frequently uttered existence. That was the owner of the countless fleets beyond the sky, Lu Feng. Lu Feng had once spent billions in Galaxy Era to construct the largest fleet ever known. Thus, the magnificent spectacle within the solar system was born. His epic feats within Galaxy Era were also spread to the public by some players with ulterior motives. Beyond that, the most attention was drawn to other players of Galaxy Era. Some players flaunted their warships recklessly, while others, imitating Lu Feng, drove their vessels over cities inciting chaos. More players, however, had not yet adapted from their former lives, and felt lost about the future. What would become of them now that they possessed warships? What kind of life would they lead? And a thought would occasionally surface. That Lu Feng was truly terrifying. In Galaxy Era, his name spammed the world channel every day. In reality, one could look up and see his fleet. This made them firmly decide never to provoke Lu Feng. Just as everyone was trying to adapt to the new era, Lu Feng led Ling Xingfa and his daughter into the Bridge of the Void Shadow. The Bridge of the Void Shadow was remarkably spacious, with panoramic windows revealing the endless fleet of warships silently suspended in the cosmos. The Void Shadow and the 1,000 ships had already ascended once more. The Holy Chant Spring had also drawn alongside the Void Shadow. Lu Feng attempted to use the Holy Chant Spring to treat Ling Ya's eyes. Holy Chant Spring deploying healing field. Current mode biological entity mode. The fleet's emotionless voice echoed through the Holy Chant Spring. The biological healing field of the Holy Chant Spring expanded, emitting a faint green ripple that enveloped the nearby Void Shadow. Lu Feng and the others stood together within the healing field. As soon as he was inside, Lu Feng immediately sensed a subtle change in the surrounding space. Within this space, the accelerated recovery of biological entities seemed to become a natural law. It was akin to how gravity on a planet's surface inevitably causes objects to fall, or how positive and negative charges attract each other. It was a natural rule, not an effect caused by some external technological force. This sensation was remarkably peculiar. Lu Feng felt as though his body had become 10 years younger in that instant, with his metabolic rate reverting to that of his teenage years. If even he felt this way, what about Xiaoya? Lu Feng turned to look at Lingya. She had removed the blue cloth from her eyes, and her hollow gaze stared straight ahead, quite unsettling. But around her eyes no visible change had occurred. After waiting for a while, Lu Feng noticed little change in Lingya's eyes, and doubt immediately arose in his mind. Ling Xingfa stayed by his daughter's side, waiting anxiously. He too had felt the transformation in the surrounding space. The ailments caused by years of labor, such as his cervical spondylosis, had miraculously eased within this space. He believed this would surely help his daughter. But after waiting, he saw no significant change in her, and asked with worry, "Xiaoya, do you feel any change, especially in your eyes?" Xiaoya turned her head blankly toward the direction of her father's voice, and shook her head. "I feel a bit uncomfortable," she murmured softly. Hearing this, Lu Feng's brow furrowed instinctively. Was the Holy Chant Spring ineffective? Or was it not enough time? Or perhaps the Holy Chant Spring could not perform the miracle of bringing the dead back to life or regenerating flesh. But he could not answer this question on his own, so he connected to the fleet AI and issued a command in his mind. He ordered it to access the Holy Chant Spring's onboard mainframe and search its database for relevant information to explain the current situation. Almost immediately after the command was issued, the fleet AI responded. After querying the Holy Chant Spring's database, the biological treatment field cannot affect carbon-based entities. The only explanation is the existence of an ascendant. An ascendant, a unique being undergoing transformation from carbon-based to silicon-based life, which can be regarded as a half-carbon, half-silicon life form. Ascendant. Lu Feng's gaze toward Lingya paused. Half-carbon, half-silicon life form. Was this why she was chosen to be transformed into a fairy battle maiden? What about Ling Xingfa? Lu Feng issued a command for the Holy Chant Spring to scan all biological entities within range. The results came back. Only 2 biological entities were detected, yet there were 3 people present, because one of them was not human. This result intrigued Lu Feng greatly, and a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Was Lingya the only ascendant? Her father was not. This suggested that this trait might not be hereditary. After all, the very nature of the species had changed. Perhaps the rules of heredity no longer applied to her. But humans emerged through natural evolution, with the foundation of carbon-based life firmly established. Why would this sudden shift from carbon-based to silicon-based life occur? Perhaps it was an ancient gene passed down through generations, one that remained recessive like in Ling Xingfa. But in some individuals, this ancient gene suddenly became dominant, thus leading to the transformation into an ascendant, as seen in Lingya. If so, wouldn't it imply that silicon-based life also possesses something akin to genes, only with pentacarbon sugar replaced by pentasilicon crystal or a similar substance? If the gene for ascendance was truly inherited from ancient times, then were humans truly the product of natural evolution in that ancient era? Or was it that another civilization had inserted the ascendant gene into the course of human evolution, leading to the emergence of individuals like Lingya? And Lingya, in turn, was chosen by a civilization that happened to invade humanity and was smoothly transformed by the legendary machine of a long-vanished empire. Was all of this merely coincidence? Or had everything been orchestrated from the very beginning? Lu Feng knew these questions could not be answered through thought alone. He felt he might need to visit that long-vanished empire and the civilization that had created the fairy battle maidens. They would be only too willing to share what they knew. What? You refuse? Then I'm afraid my fleet will see to it that you comply. At this, Lu Feng recalled the civilization within 100 light-years of the solar system discovered by the Purple Mountain Observatory. That would be his first stop. Yet before that he still had much to do. Having made up his mind, Lu Feng decided to reveal part of the truth to Ling Xingfa. Boss Ling, regarding Xiaoya's treatment, it is not yet complete. This is merely the first step. Lu Feng kept the information about the Ascended hidden and simply stated that some special equipment was still required. Upon hearing this, Ling Xingfa showed no obvious disappointment. He had already glimpsed the true dawn, a technology far surpassing humanity's current level. Having settled the matters of the Ling father and daughter for now, he arranged for them to stay aboard the Void Shadow. Though the Void Shadow was the smallest among the warships, its vast hull spanning hundreds of meters dwarfed even 10 aircraft carriers combined, and with crew quarters already built in accommodating 2 additional residents posed no difficulty whatsoever. Lu Feng began studying his fleet. While it had materialized at his side, commanding it in reality proved far more complex than any simulation, and he needed to master its operations as swiftly as possible. He continuously issued commands through the consciousness C to the fleet AI, which handled most operations, yet struggled with the finer, more intricate maneuvers. This fleet AI remains far too rudimentary, Lu Feng sighed. Curious, he decided to ask anyway. Why haven't the super starport Yinxing Zhiqing, the stellar behemoth, Shi Air La Kushi Si, or the Lu Guang Ji Mao appeared? I'm unsure what you're referring to. This AI cannot provide an answer. Lu Feng felt foolish for asking such a question of an AI. Pulling out his phone, he checked whether he could still log into Yin He Sure Die. To his surprise, Yin He Sure Die remained installed on his phone, and upon logging in, the game interface was still accessible. But the interface now stood empty. The usual constellations and starlight backdrop had vanished, replaced by an endless, profound darkness. 3 massive objects hung motionless in the void, bringing visible relief to Lu Feng. When he selected them through the control interface, a single option appeared: transfer. I see. Lu Feng smiled, finally at ease. After confirming the transfer, his curiosity drew him to examine the darkness more closely. Yin He Sure Die had become an isolated pocket of void, silent, lifeless, and utterly abandoned. Even the other star regions had vanished, leaving no way to access them. He felt like the last remaining player, adrift alone in an infinite expanse of darkness. Under normal circumstances, Yin He Sure Die would automatically delete itself from every player's device once the warships had materialized, leaving no trace behind. Yet somehow it had persisted for Lu Feng alone. After spending considerable time searching for anything left behind, he finally conceded there was nothing, only the boundless void. He issued a command through the consciousness C, and instantly every ship under his control within the solar system received it. Engage the hyperspace drive. Distance 1 light-year. In reality, unlike the game where ships simply vanished and reappeared instantaneously, the transition was far more complex. From within the warship, Lu Feng watched as space around him stretched and elongated as though all dimensions were unraveling. The maneuver took 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, the entire fleet slipped beyond the inner solar system and reappeared at its outer reaches, having traveled a full light-year. The solar system fell silent once more, its inner reaches emptied save for the warships of other players still holding position above the planets. Far beyond, 1 light-year out, the Void Shadow had entered the true, deep cosmos. At this distance, the sun's nearest stellar neighbor lay 3 light-years away. From this vantage point, the sun appeared merely as a distant star, and not as it was now, but as it had been a year ago, since the light reaching him had departed the sun 12 months prior. An enormous fleet materialized in the boundless void. Lu Feng worked through the mathematics. The hyperspace drive didn't achieve instantaneous transit, instead it shifted the fleet into hyperspace and transported it to another location. The conversion itself required time. At 1 light-year per 30 seconds, the effective velocity approached 1 million times the speed of light. At that velocity, crossing the entirety of the Milky Way would take only a few months. If they punched through the empty voids at the galactic fringe to reach the neutron star warship, the round trip would consume merely a year. Lu Feng now had clarity. He began weighing his strategy. With a hyperspace drive capable of 1,000,000 times light speed, the vast dark expanses between star systems could no longer confine his movements. He could accomplish far more than he'd imagined. Right now, the solar system had just finished materializing the complete fleet from Yin He Sure Die. Within 2 years, first contact with another civilization was expected, and that would invite the greed of countless powers toward the solar system. Though Lu Feng possessed the overwhelming strength to forcibly integrate all the warships into a unified fleet, that was not his desire. What he sought was an army of humanity wholeheartedly devoted to his civilization, not a fractured force that would shatter under adversity. This demanded a thorough selection process, culling the unworthy, discarding the worthless. Lu Feng contemplated silently, his plan already taking shape in his mind. As for whether the nations would descend into chaos resembling the end of days, Lu Feng harbored little concern. With civilian advocates like Su Jinxiang in place, the foundation would hold firm. With that settled, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward the void beyond. He would venture ahead alone to gather intelligence on the civilizations surrounding the solar system. This voyage was merely a test. Having confirmed the results met expectations, Feng adjusted course, steering toward the coordinates and detailed data obtained from the Purple Mountain Observatory. His destination was the civilization 100 light-years away that had constructed a Dyson sphere. This star system had known darkness for a century. Like any other planetary system, it held a central star orbited by several planets. Upon one planet nestled within the habitable zone, a sentient species had emerged, calling their homeworld Chaku. Chaku boasted azure skies, verdant lands, and oceans spanning more than half its surface. Yet 3 celestial bodies, each roughly 1,000 kilometers in diameter, hung, suspended in its heavens. These 3 bodies were evenly positioned across the sky, each radiating light and warmth to mimic the very star that once powered their world. This arrangement ensured that at any given moment one body illuminated half of Chaku, the trio, rotating in perpetual succession. They were artificial suns purchased at great cost after the system's true star had been swathed in a Dyson sphere. Meanwhile, at the outer reaches of the Chaku system on the 6th planet, Chaku 6, explosions erupted without ceasing. A synchronous orbital station encircled the planet. Half the station lay in ruins from the fighting, while the remainder cycled endlessly between warring factions. "Send a transmission to Chaku Prime," the commander of the Chaku 6 guard fleet shouted. "The rebels are on the verge of seizing Chaku 6 station. If it falls, we lose control of the wormhole conduit." A century prior, when every planet in the Chaku system had been cut off from the central star's light and warmth, many Chakuns had refused to accept their fate and rose in rebellion. The Chaku 6 commander could only curse them fools, for within the Chaku system lay a wormhole passage. If they wished to deny greedy outside civilizations the chance to seize the wormhole and enslave the entire system, they had no choice but to accept the rebels' terms. It was a transaction of necessity, power exchanged for survival. The commander couldn't help but recall the scene a century ago when he witnessed civilizations far more advanced than the Chuk race appearing within the planetary system. At that time, the Chuk had just stepped out of their home star. Back then, they could still freely bask in the light of their system's star. Their homeworld Chuk was not yet encircled by the 3 massive companion bodies that now served as artificial light sources. While exploring near the 6th planet of the Chuk system, the Chuk were astonished to discover an anomalous fluctuation in space outside Chuk 6. Every data characteristic of that spatial region was utterly different from normal space. After rigorous research and calculations, the Chuk Academy of Sciences speculated that it was most likely a natural wormhole. What incredible fortune! In a planetary system that had just birthed a civilization. And within that system, right beside a planet, there existed a natural wormhole. The probability of such an event in the universe was lower than winning the lottery. For if this wormhole were utilized properly, it could directly double the Chuk's radius of activity. Otherwise, with their current technology, the Chuk could only operate within their own planetary system. Stepping beyond the system was extremely difficult. The distance from their system to the neighboring one was a full 6 light-years, a chasm still insurmountable. But a wormhole was different. If luck held, the other end of the wormhole might also lie within a planetary system, meaning the Chuk's territory could span 2 planetary systems at once. This would effectively double the Chuk's wealth. With such anticipation, the Chuk dispatched a team to traverse the wormhole. Heaven's favor seemed to smile upon the Chuk civilization. Carefully passing through the wormhole, they were overjoyed to find that the other side indeed opened into a planetary system. It was a supersized planetary system with over 20 planets of various sizes orbiting the star. The resources and minerals on those planets were so abundant that Chuk scientists nearly fainted from excitement. But not long after arriving on the other side, the Chuk discovered a horrifying truth. Their initial assumption that this system had only one star was wrong. The system contained 2 stars, but one of them was entirely encased in dense modular equipment. It was a Dyson sphere built by another civilization. Even though the Chuk quickly withdrew from the system, beyond the wormhole, a trace of their presence was detected. Soon a powerful civilization traced the marks left by the Chuk in that system. Following the trail, that civilization found the hidden wormhole. And so on that day, the Chuk experienced the terror of being dominated by colossal warships. Countless aircraft of unknown design appeared within the Chuk system. Those vessels possessed performance beyond the Chuk's imagination. Their warp drives alone left Chuk scientists collectively stunned. When the warp drives engaged, the ships were instantly enveloped in warp bubbles, accelerating to multiples of light speed. The next moment, they emerged right before the Chuk, appearing and vanishing unpredictably. The flagship at the forefront was several kilometers in length. A single ship dwarfed the entire Chuk fleet combined. Facing such an existence, the Chuk had no means of resistance. The commander of the Chuk 6 escort fleet vividly remembered one scene. The Chuk fleet was pierced clean through by a single laser main cannon from that kilometer-long ship. The laser grazed the edge of his own vessel. A mere deviation would have killed him then and there. In a single encounter, the Chuk surrendered. Then came the Chuk's subjugation and the decision to modify their system star. The flagship of the alien civilization broadcast to the entire Chuk system. Chuk civilization, as determined by the Orion Arm Civilization Circle, is a secondary-level primary civilization. one possessing intra-system navigation capabilities, maximum speed not exceeding 0.05 times light speed, utilizing kinetic weapons and large-yield hydrogen bombs, and obtaining energy through nuclear fission or fusion. According to the Galactic Civilization Convention, the Chuck civilization shall join the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance, and civilizations above its level are prohibited from interfering with its development. However, in view of its strongly hostile behavior during contact in accordance with the detailed rules of the Orion Armed Civilization Circle Convention, within the Orion Arm, the Chuck civilization shall belong to the first civilization that discovered it, becoming a subordinate civilization, and the wormhole passage found in the Chuck system shall belong to its superior civilization. The superior civilization, hailing civilization, a third-level peak civilization, hereby announces this result to the entire Chuck system. The Chuck language had long been deciphered by this civilization. The translated Chuck words echoed over every planet in the Chuck system. Before the Chuck could even understand what the Galactic Civilization Convention and Orion Armed Civilization Circle Convention meant, they had become the subordinate civilization of the hailing. Although in the hailing's world the terms for galaxy and spiral arm were completely different from the Chuck's, they referred to the same entities. After translation, the hailing's language naturally became words the Chuck could comprehend. At this point in his recollection, the escort commander couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. What strongly hostile behavior! It was all just an excuse to better seize the wormhole discovered in our civilization. Fortunately, the hailing civilization at the third-level peak seemed to hold some restraint and did not utterly destroy the Chuck. At the request of some Chuck volunteers, the hailing civilization signed numerous procurement contracts with the Chuck, including a Dyson sphere and 3 massive companion bodies capable of simulating stellar heat and light. This was in exchange for partial autonomy over the wormhole, but the price was undoubtedly enormous. Not to mention the impact of losing a star on the entire Chuck civilization, the procurement contract alone nearly drained the Chuck of all their resources, leaving them skin and bones. The resources and rare minerals used for payment were even arranged in installments, and to this day the debt remains unpaid. And the Dyson sphere once built primarily benefited not the Chuck, but the hailing. A substantial portion of the energy was taken by the hailing civilization. Using the convenient wormhole, this place became a backyard garden for the hailing. Yet after paying such a heavy price, they had managed to retain partial autonomy over the wormhole. But now that autonomy was on the verge of being reduced to ashes by the actions of the rebels, these fools, once the Chuck 6 space station is occupied, the hailing would have the right to revoke our remaining wormhole autonomy on the grounds of threatening the wormhole. Everything our civilization purchased at such a great cost would vanish. All those sacrifices would be for nothing. The commander of the guard detachment could no longer contain his agitation. For a century, they had endured developing in stealth, and the colossal energy harvested from the Dyson sphere had propelled them to successive breakthroughs in numerous technological fields. Particularly in aerospace, their fastest spacecraft had achieved a velocity of 0.05 times the speed of light. According to the Galactic Civilization hierarchy, they were on the verge of transcending a secondary beginner civilization to attain a secondary intermediate civilization. With such patient development, there was still a chance in the future to break free from the hailing civilization and restore their identity as an independent civilization. Yet these rebels had set all those efforts ablaze. Commander, the space station's defensive line has retreated again. The front line cannot hold. Just as the commander of the Chuck 6 guard detachment grew emotional, his adjutant burst in half, his body stained with blood, clearly having endured a fierce battle. Fortunately, the field medic had hastily treated the wound, staunching the bleeding. Dragging his injured body, the adjutant shouted at the commander. The only quantum communication device leased from the hailing civilization has been seized by the rebels. Using conventional means, a message sent to Chuck Prime will take half a galactic hour to arrive. By the time we receive a response from the homeworld, a full galactic hour will have passed, and the rebels will have completely occupied the station. Commander, we must withdraw. There are still a few dockyards under our control. Evacuation ships are waiting there. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The adjutant gasped, urging the commander. The rebel forces were formidable, having gathered momentum. Their assault on the space station had been long premeditated, far beyond what the station guard detachment could withstand. The commander gritted his teeth and pounded the table. He understood the situation all too well. No matter how bitter he felt in his heart, he was powerless. These space station guards were never the main force for its defense. But not long ago, the homeworld had issued an order redeploying the entire primary fleet that guarded the station. Only the guard detachment remained. How could guards primarily responsible for routine security contend with the experienced, long-prepared rebels? The commander seethed with fury at the thought. There must be a traitor on the homeworld. I never imagined their influence could be enough to redeploy an entire primary fleet, 1,000 Vanguard-class warships. The Vanguard class, the most advanced new warship of the Chuck civilization, 200 meters in length with a displacement reaching an unprecedented million-ton level. It was equipped with the latest electromagnetic space artillery, capable of achieving a staggering 100 times the speed of sound in the vacuum of space. Though this was merely a fraction of light speed, it far surpassed any missile or thermal weapon employed by their civilization. In cosmic warfare, such weapons held a distinct advantage over missiles and thermal arms. Recalling the Vanguard-class data, the commander lamented. If only he had 500. No, 100 would suffice. With 100 Vanguard-class ships, the rebels could never have breached Chuck's 6 space station. At that thought, suppressing his rage, he drew his Gauss pistol and looked at the adjutant. Take the wounded to the evacuation ships. I remain. Commander, your staying is pointless. It will only add to our civilization's losses. Conserve our strength. There may still be a chance later. The commander shook his head in silence. You were born after that, weren't you? He asked softly. The adjutant paused and understood what his superior meant by after that. The darkest hour of their entire civilization. The moment the hailing fleet appeared. The commander stroked the Gauss pistol in his hand and continued to murmur. In that battle, the only shot fired by their flagship grazed the vessel I was on. I saw with my own eyes a ship nearby instantly pierced and shattered by a torrent of energy. The whole ship disintegrated. Wreckage charred fragments of limbs. All flew past the viewport before me. I also saw my good friend the navigator of that ship, same position as mine. We often went to that little restaurant on Baudry Street to enjoy the freshest sea fish. He told me the landlady was gentle and had a beautiful smile. His head floated past me, everything below the neck cleanly severed, the cut as smooth as a mirror. From that moment, I vowed that one day our civilization would reach their heights. But I'm old now. I may not live to see that day. The commander patted the adjutant's shoulder. Leave the task of preserving our strength to your generation. I must give an account to the man I was a century ago. He suddenly straightened his chest, as if after speaking these words, he was finally worthy of facing himself anew. The adjutant fell silent. It was the first time he had heard his superior confide such things. The average lifespan of Chuck people was 150 years, especially during the past century of rapid technological advancement. It had risen to 200. Thus many who had witnessed that event were still alive. But the adjutant was of the generation born after. The events of a century ago. He had not experienced them firsthand, only read about them in history books. Though angered, he could hardly grasp the feelings of those who had lived through it. Yet at that moment, he vaguely felt as if he had been transported back a century, witnessing the laser torrent that had pierced the entire Chuck fleet. He looked at the commander, who had straightened his back again and silently rendered a standard Chuck military salute. Commander, may you fare well. The adjutant said nothing more, merely turned and left, but his fists were clenched and drops of crimson blood dripped from them. The commander watched the departing adjutant and smiled faintly. He vaguely saw in him his own reflection facing the hailing fleet a century ago, carrying the conviction of his kin becoming the next pillar to sustain this civilization. The commander saw the last few remaining friendly ships slowly depart the station. The rebels' gunfire grew closer to his command room. He picked up his Gauss pistol and stepped outside the command room. Together with the soldiers who chose to stay, he stood guard at the final line of defense. But the rebels outnumbered them several times over, and the guard detachment lacked heavy weapons, relying only on Gauss rifles to face the enemy. Gradually, the commander emptied his pistol. He looked around. Only a few wounded soldiers remained. He smiled softly. Finally, it's ending. At that moment, he felt an unexpected lightness. But then he saw the boundless deep space above him, filled with a seemingly endless armada of ships. Those ships appeared as if out of nowhere, materializing beside the planet Chuck 6 in an instant. The commander stared at the colossal fleet, utterly stunned, unable to find words. Many of the ships were even larger than Chuck 6 space station itself. These were vessels even more massive than the hailing civilization's flagship. The massive vessel hung outside the space station of Chuck 6, merely a stone's throw away. From the space station, the densely packed weapons on those colossal warships could be seen with perfect clarity. The enormous caliber of the laser railguns was enough to send shivers down the spines of the Chuck people on the space station. How did these warships appear without a sound? Where did they come from? The space station was equipped with warp bubble detection devices acquired from the Halian civilization. If a warp engine vessel approached the space station, would have sounded an alarm. There was no way it could have failed to detect anything. Suddenly, the guard force commander recalled some rumors he had heard from the Halian civilization. It was said that the vessels of some high-tier civilizations were equipped with engines far superior to warp engines. The speed of such engines might exceed that of warp engines by 10,000 times or more. Their appearance and disappearance occurred in a manner utterly incomprehensible to civilizations like theirs. Even the current technology of the Halian civilization could barely scratch the surface of understanding such capabilities. What possessing such engines represented was even more terrifying than mere technological disparity. They were civilizations at the pinnacle of the galaxy. They often ruled over entire spiral arms, their domains spanning tens of thousands of light years. They represented supreme authority. They were the architects of galactic law. Could this fleet belong to one of those high-tier civilizations? An ocean of shock surged in the commander's heart. Not only him, but the rebels nearby also froze in their tracks. The Chuck people's most advanced Vanguard-class warships were what they feared most. Only with the Vanguard-class warships absent had they dared to launch a full-scale assault on the space station. But who could have imagined that just as they were about to completely capture the space station and seize this crucial transit point to the wormhole, countless warships far more powerful than the Vanguard class would arrive. A sky filled with warships had surrounded the entire planet Chuck 6. Some of these massive vessels were likely even larger than the strategic fortresses of the Halian civilization. Even if the Halian civilization itself had come, it could never have commanded such an imposing display. Where in the world did this fleet come from? Such a question welled up in the heart of nearly every rebel. This unexpected turn of events filled the rebel leader with an ominous premonition. The plan might fail. An unforeseen change had appeared. Was this friend or foe? For a moment, he dared not act rashly, abandoning the assault on the final command center. He feared that any misstep might cause this fleet to misunderstand their intentions, leading to engagement. Faced with such an enemy, no matter how they fought, victory was impossible. He then approached the quantum communicator they had already occupied and sent a message to a destination. He transmitted all the sudden changes at the space station to the other party through the quantum communicator. Meanwhile, the guard force commander, who noticed the rebels' movements, immediately saw hope. He rushed back to the command room and began operating. The Chuck civilization had experience contacting other civilizations and knew how to establish communication as quickly as possible. The commander broadcast a message indiscriminately to the surrounding fleet using conventional means along with a Chuck language dictionary database. The so-called dictionary information was a database designed for deciphering writing systems. This database contained extensive Chuck text materials and numerous images along with Chuck language annotations for all these materials. When other civilizations received this dictionary information, they could decode the sender's language based on these materials, thus enabling communication. Given the technological level represented by this fleet, the moment they received the dictionary information, they would certainly be able to decipher Chuck writing. The guard force commander was absolutely certain of this. As for whether this fleet would be willing to honor his request, that could only be left to fate. No matter how slim the chances, he had to try. Feng, standing on the bridge of the Void Shadow, heard the fleet AI's emotionless neutral voice. Unknown signal received. Display it on screen. Feng raised his head to look at the holographic screen at the front of the bridge. However, a string of completely incomprehensible text appeared on the screen, followed by a massive block of textual and image data comprising hundreds of thousands of words. Feng was stunned. This is... Activate the translation function. Display the deciphered message on screen. Feng issued another command instructing the fleet AI to start the translation function that was already built in. This time Feng finally saw what the message actually contained. Respected superior civilization, we are the Chuck civilization, a secondary civilization of the Orion Arm civilization circle. Our space station is under attack by rebels. If you can help us, our civilization shall surely reward you. Sincerely, Solid Commander of the Space Station Guard Force. Orion Arm civilization circle. Feng paused when he saw this. The Orion Arm was a short spiral arm of the Milky Way, also known as the local arm close to the Perseus Arm. According to the latest research from the Purple Mountain Observatory, the Milky Way was composed of the Perseus Arm and the Norma Arm, two major spiral arms extending symmetrically outward. This overturned the previous theory of four major spiral arms. The other spiral arms, the Carina Sagittarius Arm, the Outer Arm, and the Centaurus Arm, along with the Orion Arm, were all branching extensions of the two major spiral arms. Among the civilizations that had invaded the solar system before, quite a number belonged to this Orion Arm civilization circle. Feng couldn't help but recall the names he had heard in his past life. Although the solar system also fell within the Orion Arm's range, it did not qualify to join this civilization circle. The Orion Arm civilization circle sounded like a civilization circle, but it was more akin to a super alliance. Meeting again so soon. Feng chuckled lightly. He remembered all those famous civilizations that had besieged them. As for the rest of the content, after reading it, Feng shook his head. He was not moved. What kind of reward could a secondary civilization possibly offer? He didn't particularly care. He had come here mainly to gather information. To obtain information about the nearby stellar regions, and if possible intelligence about other civilizations in the area, that would be even better. Just then Feng received an automatic warning from the fleet AI. Warning: gravitational lensing effect detected 5,000 kilometers ahead. Wormhole passage discovered. Wormhole passage. Feng was slightly taken aback. He used the equipment aboard the warship to observe the area the AI had warned about. About 5,000 kilometers away, a region of space appeared distorted as if bent. Looking at it, one could clearly see that the starlight bending behind that region was abnormal. And around the wormhole passage, Feng also noticed quite a number of artificial devices in operation. Obviously, the Chuck people had also discovered this wormhole passage. Feng immediately realized that this space station was built for the wormhole passage. This should be a transit station for the Chuck people, with the ultimate goal being the wormhole passage. In other words, the so-called rebels were likely also here for this wormhole passage. Feng immediately issued commands to some of the ships within his consciousness. 1,000 Immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, 10,000 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and 50,000 Fearless Orca-class destroyers clear all armed forces around the wormhole and occupy this side of the passage. After arriving near the Chuck planetary system, Feng had only brought 100,000 ships into the system. The remaining ships were stationed 0.3 light-years away, capable of reaching his position within 10 seconds once they entered hyperspace navigation. Instantly, half of the ships Feng had brought were diverted toward the wormhole. Driven by conventional propulsion, they directly departed from the surface of Chuck 6. Tens of thousands of azure blue exhaust trails left a spectacular sight in the deep void of space. Sha Lin, the commander of the escort fleet, was initially captivated by the magnificent and resplendent scene before him. But once he discerned the direction those warships were heading, he realized instantly. The wormhole passage had been discovered. The rebel leader's expression also turned grim. Thus the mission this time could be considered a complete failure. He issued commands over the rebel communication channel. Everyone evacuate, immediately scatter, and flee toward the surface of Chuck 6. As soon as the order was given, all rebels rushed toward the nearest airships. The rebel leader had never witnessed the true nature of high civilization warships. In his imagination, the hailing civilization's warships were the pinnacle. He believed that if they scattered, they might still have a chance to survive. After all, if they remained in the space station and were captured by that unknown fleet, he had no idea what fate awaited them. He dared not gamble. He preferred to hold his destiny in his own hands. The rebel leader, along with a loyal group of rebels, boarded a small airship. The next moment, 700 or 800 airships of roughly similar size burst out from all directions of the space station, charging toward Chuck 6 from different escape routes. The rebel leader piloted his airship, blending in among them. With his skills, he was confident he could evade attacks and safely return to the surface of Chuck 6. He saw those warships, each many times larger than a Vanguard-class vessel, suddenly sprout hundreds of laser cannons. Then tens of thousands of laser beams rained down around the space station, forming an impenetrable net like a vast web. He was stunned. But he had no more time to think. He only saw a flash of light, and then the entire airship erupted into an explosion. In the end, not a single airship managed to escape beyond the space station, all reduced to fragments scattered in the orbit above Chuck 6. Feng gazed calmly at the scattered debris before him. Originally, he had intended to send a full-frequency message in the Chuck language calling for everyone in the space station to surrender. But now it seemed unnecessary. Now the rebels inside the space station should have all become part of the universe. However, as a precaution, Feng still had the fleet AI send a message. In the Chuck language, it commanded everyone in the space station to surrender, or else it would be destroyed. A radio signal in Chuck was broadcast across all frequencies to every corner of the space station. Then a Silent Beast-class carrier hovering above the space station opened its hangar. From the side of the massive hull, 10 combat deployment shuttles laden with battle robots slowly approached the space station's docking port. The integrated battle robots surged from the deployment shuttles into the space station. Both the Silent Beast-class carrier and the immaculate Nebula-class cruisers carried a certain number of battle robots. These robots were of the same class as the 60 million modular multifunctional production robots used to build the super starport. As modular robots, they could be equipped with either production modules or attack modules. Quite versatile. However, such robots were not a long-term solution for Feng. Moreover, their intelligence was controlled by the fleet AI, and they were all of a low, idiotic level. Without clear instructions, they would only operate according to preset programs. They struggled to execute complex commands thoroughly. Fortunately, their cost was low enough, production was fast, and with mineral resources, they could be mass-produced, making them suitable as cheap expendables. In the future, they would inevitably be replaced by more combat-appropriate units. The battle robots, following orders to clear and capture, inspected every area within the space station. The remaining Commander Sha Lin and other Chuck warriors did not resist and were detained by the battle robots. Only then did Feng, through the devices on the battle robots, see the full appearance of the Chuck people. They were a humanoid race roughly the same size as humans, but with unusually pale skin, somewhat reminiscent of the engineers from the movie Prometheus. They held long, flat-barreled firearms which were identified upon inspection as Gauss rifles. Feng collected the Gauss rifles together and, out of curiosity, established a communication link with Sha Lin in the command post. Honorable Superior Civilization, I am Sha Lin, the commander of the Chuck garrison on this space station. Feng did not show his face, but Sha Lin respectfully performed a strange salute toward the wavy symbols on the screen. This was likely a gesture of respect among the Chuck people. In his first contact with the Chuck, Feng understood that there would inevitably be vast differences between the two races. Did you Chuck people build this space station here for that wormhole passage? Although curious about the Chuck, Feng decided to ask the most pressing question first. His words, automatically translated into the Chuck language, reached Sha Lin's ears. Sha Lin's heart tightened. The wormhole passage was a matter of core interest for the Chuck. It was also to ensure that the efforts of their predecessors were not in vain that he chose to remain with the space station to the end. But now, even without the rebels, an even greater concern had emerged. The civilization represented by this fleet might take an interest in the wormhole passage, just like the hailing civilization. They could be even more domineering than the hailing directly occupying this wormhole. After all, their warships were more advanced than those of the hailing civilization, at least at the level of a 4th or 5th tier civilization. Sha Lin replied bitterly, yes, this is the only transit station leading to the wormhole passage. Originally, there should have been a fleet guarding here, but Sha Lin briefly explained the sequence of events that had transpired here. You said your deputy led a group fleeing toward the Chuck homeworld. Why didn't you go? It goes back 100 years. Sha Lin gave a bitter smile and began his account. From the discovery of the wormhole to the first contact with the hailing civilization. Then the Chuck chose to submit to the hailing, paying a heavy price to obtain partial ownership of the wormhole passage. After listening to Shailin's narration, Lu Feng noticed several key points: the Milky Way Civilization Convention, the detailed rules of the Orion Arm Civilization Circle, the hailing civilization, and the hailing civilization's peculiar attitude toward the Chuck civilization. Although the hailing civilization belonged to the same Orion Arm Civilization Circle, it was not among the civilizations that invaded the solar system. As for the hailing civilization's attitude toward the Chuck civilization, despite having already subjugated it, as a subordinate civilization, it remained remarkably restrained, even allowing the Chuck civilization to exchange for partial ownership of the wormhole. It was likely constrained by that so-called convention. This somewhat surprised Lu Feng. Based on his pre-rebirth experience, he had thought the Milky Way was a world of the strong preying on the weak, where there was no civilization among civilizations. Now it seemed that the invasion of the solar system by many civilizations was likely carried out in secret, bypassing the knowledge of certain higher civilizations. Otherwise, according to the conventions they had established, higher civilizations would not allow anyone to break them arbitrarily. The remaining parts, such as the construction of the Chuck civilization's Dyson sphere, were largely, as Lu Feng had guessed. Given the Chuck civilization's level, a second-level elementary civilization, it was simply insufficient to build such a facility. A third-level peak civilization, the hailing civilization. Lu Feng pondered over this name, feeling it was vaguely familiar. He recalled carefully, there was no hailing civilization among those that invaded the solar system, but right in the later stage of the solar system campaign, a third-level civilization's fleet had already breached the lunar defense line, but at the last moment, it directly turned around and left. Later, after the solar system was occupied, he learned from other civilizations that this third-level civilization had been directly ambushed on its home planet by the newly ascended fourth-level hailing civilization using an unknown method. The hailing fleet directly reduced that third-level civilization's home planet to ruins, and the ruling class residing on the planet were all turned to ashes. More than a dozen habitable star systems and dozens of mineral resource star systems belonging to that third-level civilization all became the property of the hailing civilization. So at this time, the hailing civilization was still at the third-level peak and had not broken through to the fourth level. It seems that the gap between them was only overcome by the hailing civilization in the next dozen years. Thinking of this, Lu Feng turned his gaze to the wormhole channel 5,000 kilometers away. As for what breakthrough in the next dozen years could allow the hailing civilization to reach the fourth level in one fell swoop, it was likely related to this wormhole channel. What technology hidden within the wormhole channel could the hailing civilization dig out? Lu Feng's interest in the wormhole channel increased by another degree. One of the main fleets of the Chuck civilization, the Guardian Fleet. It was commanded by 5 Guardian-class warships with 1,000 Vanguard-class warships as the main force. The Guardian class was the fastest warship built by the Chuck people in a century of technological development. Its enormous interior space could be filled with fuel. Through the nuclear reactor of the Guardian-class warship, it could continuously accelerate in space, reaching a maximum speed of 0.05 times the speed of light. But this was only the theoretical maximum speed of the Guardian-class warship. Reaching this speed would consume the massive amount of fuel stored inside, turning the Guardian-class warship into a powerless iron shell drifting in space. Even so, the Guardian-class warship was the pride of the Chuck people. It was the fastest warship the Chuck had ever built. On the Guardian 1 fleet, Commander Shalak had just received an urgent communication from the home planet. The space station is under attack. Immediately change course, eliminate all enemies encountered, no matter who they are, fight with all your might until the hailing civilization's support arrives, or the Chuck civilization will be destroyed soon. When the quantum communicator on the flagship received this message, Shalak was puzzled. What did this mean again? Not long ago, the home planet had also sent a message ordering the Guardian fleet to set sail immediately toward the home planet, without any explanation. Although Shalak found it strange, he had to obey the orders of the home planet unconditionally, and he followed the command to lead the entire Guardian fleet back to the home planet. During the return journey, the flagship received another communication from the home planet. This time the communication was completely opposite to the return order. Can you confirm the security of the received command? Shalak couldn't help asking the technical officer on board. The technical officer nodded subconsciously. This is a product from the hailing civilization, plus the encryption of quantum communication. It is almost impossible to be forged. In his mind, anything from the hailing civilization meant reliability. He believed that such a super civilization-grade item could not have problems. Under no circumstances? Shalak asked again. The technical officer hesitated a bit. Under most circumstances, no, unless. This command was not issued by the king, but then it's not a problem with the quantum communicator. Shalak waved his hand, not letting the technical officer continue. The quantum communicator on the home planet was installed in the Chuck King's palace, and was personally controlled by the king himself. All fleets abroad could only be commanded by the king or those authorized by the king, ensuring the centralization of military power. If it was a problem on the king's side, he would rather believe it was a problem with the quantum communicator, because this was not something he could speculate about recklessly. Send a signal to Chuck's 6 space station. Shalak's deep voice commanded, and the technical officers immediately sent a confirmation message containing a secret key to Chuck's 6 space station. Multi-segment quantum communication technology could send information to a designated quantum communicator at a speed far exceeding conventional communication. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from Chuck's 6 space station. Instead, it showed communication off. Shalak knew in his heart that something must have happened at Chuck's 6 space station, and immediately the entire fleet surged toward Chuck's 6 space station. When the planet Chuck 6 became increasingly clear in view from a small point of light, the Chuck Guardian fleet spotted several ordinary manned spacecraft. Those spacecraft bore the markings of the Chuck 6 space station guard, and the direction they were flying from was exactly Chuck's 6 space station. Shalak immediately commanded, have the Vanguard-class warships intercept those spacecraft. Immediately dozens of Vanguard-class warships surrounded those few ordinary manned spacecraft. Those manned spacecraft also noticed the fleet of over 1,000 warships, and the deputy officer of the Chuck 6 guard controlling the spacecraft immediately sent a communication request toward the fleet. Seeing the communication request, Shalak immediately connected and saw a familiar figure. How is it you? Where is Shaylin? What happened at Chuck's 6 space station? Shalak was somewhat surprised. Upon hearing Shaylin's name, the deputy officer, who thought he had already perished with the space station, clenched his fists, and his voice became extremely low. Shalaki, have you betrayed our civilization? Why did you leave with the Guardian fleet ahead of time? If not for you, Commander Shaylin would not have died in battle at Chuck's 6 space station. Shalak frowned, sensing something ominous. The space station, something had gone wrong. He recalled the orders sent via the quantum communicator and realized that the instructions were indeed true. Though there were still many doubts, he had no time to ponder. He immediately commanded the fleet. Guardian fleet, advance at full speed toward Chuck 6. Retake our space station. Aboard Chuck's 6 space station, Feng had obtained a considerable amount of information about the Chuck civilization and the hailing civilization from Shaylin. What is the situation beyond the wormhole? Feng casually asked. Shaylin answered without hesitation. Beyond the wormhole, the hailing civilization has deployed extensive armed facilities and a colossal mobile fortress directly facing the wormhole exit. It is utterly impenetrable. They have established numerous structures that our civilization cannot comprehend, and they prohibit our free passage through the wormhole. Only through their rigorous scrutiny can one pass. Judging by his expression, the Chuck people had suffered much humiliation from the hailing civilization over the wormhole. So is this end of the wormhole controlled by your Chuck people, eh? Shaylin nodded. Despite many restrictions, the wormhole's value is unparalleled. Not only the hailing civilization, but our scientists are also studying it tirelessly. They suspect that mastering the technology of the wormhole passage is one of the prerequisites for ascending to a level 4 civilization. Hearing this, Feng nodded, thinking it aligned with his own conjectures. Shaylin then took the initiative to warn, respected superior civilization, if you are also interested in this wormhole, please be cautious of the hailing civilization's immortal warriors. Immortal warriors. Feng was slightly startled when he saw the translation. Yes, immortal warriors. The individuals of the hailing civilization are composed of special particles. Their home planet, covered in a sea of special particles, is said to give birth to each individual. Shaylin continued, when a hailing individual dies, they do not perish like our Chuck carbon-based life forms. Instead, they dissolve into particles and return to the hailing home planet to be reborn. Drawing inspiration from the hailing home planet, the hailing civilization developed a miniature device. When a hailing warrior wearing this device dies, the particles composing their body are still bound by the device and reassemble rather than returning to the home planet. Thus, the immortal warriors gain an additional life, or even several, and can be revived on the battlefield. These miniature devices are extremely difficult to destroy. Unless destroyed, the immortal warrior will never return to the home planet. The hailing civilization exploits this rebirth trait by sending these immortal warriors on infiltration missions, letting them detonate enemy warships from within. Feng was stunned. Such a tactic. Are there any other weaknesses? Shaylin then raised his head, his eyes fixed on the undulating wavy line on the display. Yes, destroy the hailing home planet, obliterate that particle-covered world entirely. He had his own selfish motives. He hated the hailing civilization. He hated how the hailing civilization had robbed the Chuck civilization of its future. How much had the Chuck civilization sacrificed for the hailing? This resentment had been buried deep in his heart, but now he saw hope. Feng understood the implication. You very much want me to deal with the hailing civilization? Shaylin did not conceal his thoughts. He bowed his head honestly. Yes, respected superior civilization. For an existence like yours, eliminating our Chuck civilization or the hailing civilization may make little difference. Please forgive my impertinence. Feng remained noncommittal. This was something happening in another civilization. He could only empathize to a limited extent. He had more pressing goals to pursue. Those civilizations that had invaded the solar system. Lu Feng now needed to find where their civilizations were located. But recalling the solar system before his rebirth, he understood the Chake civilization's current humiliation. He did not dwell on this topic. Instead, he turned his attention to the wormhole, 5,000 kilometers away. Though the hailing civilization's so-called immortal warriors intrigued him, what lay before him was the wormhole passage. This wormhole was well worth exploring. But just then the fleet AI issued an alert. Detected a small-scale fleet gathering outside the wormhole passage. Lu Feng immediately looked over and saw on the holographic display a fleet of about 1,000 ships appearing roughly 10,000 kilometers from the wormhole passage. Moreover, they were steadily approaching, clearly hostile. He instantly issued an order. Order all fleets surrounding the wormhole to prepare for battle immediately. Regardless of the fleet's intentions, he had no intention of relinquishing control of the wormhole. Inside, the Guardian Fleet's flagship fleet commander Shalake received a call from a technical officer. The technical officer's voice sounded panicked, stammering. Commander, the wormhole passage has been occupied by an unidentified fleet. This fleet, I cannot describe it. I think you should see it for yourself. The officer's faltering words somewhat displeased Shalake. As an officer, no matter the situation, one must not lose composure. Bring it to me, he said flatly. At a distance of thousands of kilometers, the naked eye could see nothing in space without instruments. The technical officer hastily handed an image to Shalake. The moment he saw it, Shalaki's eyes widened. What? What is this? He looked blankly at the officer beside him. How could there be such a massive fleet? Is that distorted region of space really our wormhole? Compared to a wormhole with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, those warships are hardly smaller. And the entire fleet has surrounded the wormhole. Shalake could hardly believe his eyes. Even the hailing armada at full strength was not on this scale. In the machine-captured image, the wormhole, with a radius of hundreds of kilometers, looked like a basketball at the center. Around it were clusters of warships completely enveloping the wormhole in three-dimensional space, spanning at least 1,000 kilometers in all directions. In a three-dimensional space measuring 1,000 kilometers in length, width, and height, how many warships could it accommodate? This question suddenly popped into Shalaki's mind. At first he thought he had misread it, but after scrutinizing the spatial units marked on the image and checking repeatedly, he confirmed that he had not made a mistake. Send a message to the home star, confirmed that the enemy is these warships. Although Shalake did not know the origin of these warships nor the exact level of the civilization behind them, he understood that once fighting broke out, the entire Guardian fleet would face great peril. The technical officer who received the order immediately transmitted the images captured here to the home star. Soon after, confirmation came from the home star. Eliminate this invading fleet. These few words carried an unshakable will. Shalake immediately sprang up from his commander's seat. Eliminate this fleet. How is that possible? With the scale of this fleet, merely 1% of their warships would be enough to annihilate the entire Guardian fleet under his command. This was nothing short of a suicide mission. Shalake abruptly turned his gaze toward the direction of the home star. Your Majesty, is this truly your decision? Are you sending one of the main fleets of our Chuck civilization to die? Even if the hailing civilization sends reinforcements, their fleet might not hold out until then. Since he joined the Chuck military, he had never once doubted the king's decisions. Every decision made by the king, even if it meant using force to suppress and purge those who opposed the Chuck civilization, he would execute without hesitation. His hands were stained with countless blood for this. But today his faith began to waver. Shalake fell into a long silence, standing motionless for a long time. But in the end he finally spoke and issued the order. His voice was incredibly hoarse. All Guardian fleet, protect our wormhole passage, avenge our fallen comrades at Chuck 6 space station, and open fire on the invading enemy. He was the commander of the Guardian fleet, and he obeyed the Chuck king, who following orders was his duty. After the order was given, a small-scale disturbance broke out within the Guardian fleet. Some Vanguard-class warships stalled, even showing signs of retreat. The captains of some warships also understood the current situation and questioned his order, which was tantamount to suicide. But Shalake swiftly ordered the inspection teams on those warships to arrest the disobedient captains and have others take over command. After a round of rectification, the Guardian fleet finally headed toward the wormhole at full throttle with all engines at maximum speed. The electromagnetic weapons and missiles on the ships were all ready for launch. Lu Feng also noticed the change in the Guardian fleet. Immediately he gave an order, send a warning in Chuck language to this fleet, telling them not to approach any further and state our identity, otherwise we will engage in indiscriminate attack. The fleet AI translated Lu Feng's words into Chuck and broadcasted them across all frequencies. But no response was received. Instead, the over 1,000 warships continued to approach. The electromagnetic cannons were aimed at the wormhole passage and missile launch ports were opened one after another. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately issued a second order. The Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Fearless Orca-class destroyers around the wormhole are free to open fire, clearing all enemies within a radius of 10,000 kilometers around the wormhole. He did not know why this fleet had assumed an offensive posture from the start. But he certainly could not wait for the enemy to fire the first shot before retaliating. His safety standards could only be controlled by himself. On the Chuck home star, a spacious palace built on a wide metal platform. This was where the current ruler of the Chuck civilization resided. At the topmost floor of the palace, a young Chuck with pale skin and a frail frame gazed intently at the night sky outside the transparent glass overhead. A massive artificial celestial body hung above, emitting deliberately simulated soft light. It was nighttime, and the brightness of the artificial star was adjusted to its minimum. Behind him, a special communication device was glowing, and the holographic projection from the device showed a creature that seemed to be composed entirely of deep blue seawater. This creature had pointed ears and a tail. If Feng could see it, he might exclaim on the spot that it was none other than the legendary sea demon. The young Chuck withdrew his gaze from the starry sky and sighed silently. Every sacrifice comes with a reward. Shalaki, your sacrifice will be remembered by our civilization. Soon our entire civilization, including your family, will be reborn. Go peacefully for the rebirth of the civilization. The order to have the Guardian fleet leave Chuck 6 space station early was issued by him. He was also the one who cultivated the rebels on the planet Chuck 6 and secretly orchestrated many actions. He was the Chuck King's own son, the Chuck Prince, who was supposed to succeed the throne in a few decades. After receiving the message from the rebel leader, he made a decisive judgment and ordered the Guardian fleet to turn around and engage the enemy. For no other reason than to make the entire fleet a sacrifice to achieve his goal. On the holographic projection behind the Chuck Prince, the creature resembling a sea demon flicked its tail, looking as if it were truly present. The Chuck Prince looked at this creature. Empress of Hailing, I have sent the Guardian fleet that was supposed to be stationed at Chuck 6 to fight the inexplicably appeared fleet. I believe it won't be long before the entire fleet is annihilated. When will your fleet arrive? The Empress of Hailing, whose physical body was on the other end of the communicator, chuckled lightly, and the holographic image smiled exactly the same way. The initial plan turned out to be completely unnecessary. Using the rebels you deliberately cultivated to capture Chuck 6 space station, then I would send my direct fleet to fully occupy the wormhole, thereby perfectly avoiding the surveillance of that strict and boring 5th level civilization. Unfortunately, this uninvited guest suddenly appeared halfway. According to your subordinate's description, this fleet might be at the level of a 4th level civilization. A flicker of doubt and wariness appeared in the Empress of Hailing's eyes. But this doubt and wariness lasted only a short time. Although she had not seen the scale of that fleet with her own eyes, she thought that the Hailing civilization was more than capable of dealing with it. So the Empress of Hailing continued, as if unconcerned. But fortunately, this uninvited guest can also be used. The Council has been obstructing me from taking full control of the wormhole. Many of them have been bribed, and some even act as spies for the Overseer civilization. As she said this, a trace of anger appeared on the Empress of Hailing's face. Not for the future of our civilization, but for personal gain. These scoundrels, I will eventually wipe them all out. As long as they exist, our civilization's ascension to a 4th-tier civilization will be delayed by 1 day. Regarding the most critical technology, how long until a breakthrough? Prince Jaka asked seemingly casually. But Empress Hailing merely curled her lips without any emotion. For now, you need not know these things. Perhaps in the near future I can tell you, but now the time has not yet come. Prince Jaka was not disappointed either. He simply nodded. What do you plan to do this time? The initial plan was disrupted by the sudden fleet, but Empress Hailing quickly devised a new plan. Empress Hailing said slowly, this time the Council will receive misinformation. A fleet from a 2nd-tier high civilization has occupied the Jaka civilization's wormhole, attempting to encroach upon it. When the survival of a lower-tier civilization is under an explicit and ongoing threat, upper-tier civilizations must not stand idly by. This is stipulated in the Iron Arm Civilization's Circle Convention rules. Your civilization's 2 main fleets have been reduced to 1. Soon your home star will face a lethal threat. Under these circumstances, I believe the people in the Council will have no reason to refuse sending troops. After sending troops, Empress Hailing smiled meaningfully. The fleets belonging to the Council will be purged while your direct fleet will be preserved, right? Prince Jaka couldn't help but show a mocking smile. You, the majestic Empress Hailing, have been sidelined by the Council members, and now you've fallen to needing external forces to help you deal with the powerful Council. Empress Hailing heard the mockery in his words, but was not angered. She merely smiled faintly. Compared to me, aren't the things you've done to your father even more ridiculous? For 100 years your father exhausted his efforts to extract power from our civilization, only to have it all turned to ashes by you. A century's work gone to waste. Prince Jaka disagreed. The path I chose is different from my father's. That's none of your concern. You just need to fulfill what you promised. Empress Hailing smiled. Rest assured I will do what I have promised. Prince Jaka nodded, not questioning this point. The path he had chosen was beneficial to both sides, so Empress Hailing had no reason to refuse. He asked again, after you dispatch troops, what if you provoke that fleet? Are you really sure that fleet won't come through the wormhole to cause trouble for you? According to Empress Hailing's plan, she was merely using this fleet to trap the Council's fleet. But if she ended up trapping herself as well, it would be a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. He recalled the description his subordinate, the rebel leader, had sent him about that massive fleet. They blotted out the sky and surrounded the entire Jaka 6. The largest warship was like a city-sized giant meteor surrounded by countless escort ships like swimming fish. Even the escort ships alone were several kilometers in size. Although he had not seen the scale of this fleet with his own eyes, such a description alone was enough to instill fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Empress Hailing shook her head. That fleet most likely belongs to a fourth-tier civilization. As for a fifth-tier civilization, it's unlikely. There is only one fifth-tier civilization in the Orion Arm. Mentioning this fifth-tier civilization, Empress Hailing was both angry and helpless. This civilization prided itself as the only fifth-tier civilization in the Orion Arm. After receiving recognition from other sixth-tier civilizations in the Milky Way, it established the Orion Arm Civilization Circle and proposed the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention rules. It itself acted as the overseer monitoring all civilizations within the Orion Arm Civilization Circle. It had a bit of the flavor of an Orion Arm police force. There were things it could do itself, but other civilizations could not. For example, the Hailing civilization's desire to annex the Jaka civilization, no. But becoming a lower-tier civilization, yes. Becoming a lower-tier civilization did not mean that the Jaka civilization had become a complete vassal. The Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention rules provided considerable protections for the rights of lower-tier civilizations. It was precisely because of this that the old King Jaka managed to wrest partial ownership of the wormhole from Empress Hailing. This also gave rise to a new field of study, cosmic politics. However, Empress Hailing also understood that the fifth-tier overseer civilization itself had secretly done many things to violate the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Convention rules. Their oversight was merely to block the technological development of other civilizations, especially third and fourth-tier ones. It was only to ensure the overseer civilization's unique status in the Orion Arm. Everything in the end comes down to strength. The overseer civilization will not allow a second fifth-tier civilization to appear in the Orion Arm. Since this fleet is from below a fourth-tier civilization, there is nothing to worry about. Empress Hailing smiled with indifference. The fortress behind the wormhole, even a fourth-tier civilization's fleet cannot pass through it safely. I have absolute confidence in this. Rest assured, this is probably a fleet from some fourth-tier civilization that happened to pass by. After the deed is done, we can placate them with appropriate benefits in exchange. They won't fight to the death over a wormhole with a quasi-fourth-tier civilization. Hearing Empress Hailing's words, Prince Jaka was somewhat reassured. He responded, "Then everything proceeds according to plan." Empress Hailing said nothing more and directly turned off the communication device. Prince Jaka gazed at the sky for a long time, then sighed. "I hope everything goes smoothly." He felt a lingering unease in his heart, but he suppressed this emotion. Then he walked out of the secret chamber where he had communicated with Empress Hailing, passed through a long corridor, went through over a dozen heavily guarded gates, and arrived at another underground secret chamber. On the metal seat in the center of the chamber sat an old man, also pale, all over, whose appearance was 80% similar to Prince Jaka. The old man was covered in wrinkles and his hands and feet were bound to the metal chair with chains. When he saw the chamber door pushed open, a pair of weary eyes looked at Prince Jaka. "Look, do you still believe the path you chose is right?" The old man's voice was extremely hoarse, and he kept coughing as he spoke, causing the chains to shake and clatter loudly. Prince Jaka stared at the old man before him without speaking. After a long while he shook his head helplessly and said with a pained expression, "Father, do you think it is truly good to sacrifice the freedom and expectations of several generations, devoting the entire civilization's strength to development under the oppression of the Hailing civilization?" Hearing his son's words, the old man became agitated. "That is still better than your delusion of becoming a Hailing person. What you are doing is dragging the entire civilization into the abyss. No, only this can truly bring our civilization into a new era." Prince Jaka shook his head. It seemed his father still could not comprehend their grand vision. Outside Chucknell 6 space station, Lu Feng stood aboard the Void Shadow, watching the transmission from the warships ahead. Those 1,000 warships launched an attack on his fleet from considerable distance. Missiles launched from those warships traced arcs, trailing flames surging toward the Guardian fleet near the wormhole. Their fearless demeanor suggested an abyssal hatred toward Lu Feng's fleet, prompting Lu Feng to furrow his brow. His own warships continued their assault without pause. Before the planetary cannons of the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers could fire the orbital laser batteries on their flanks activated, tens of thousands of laser beams tore through the cosmic darkness, weaving an intricate web of devastating fire. Before the missiles could traverse significant distance, both missiles and warships alike were nearly annihilated in this devastating wave of strikes. Of the remaining intact warships, barely 1 in 10 survived, clearly stripped of any combat capability. Indeed, from the very beginning they possessed absolutely no ability to engage Lu Feng's fleet. Lu Feng also noticed among the surviving warships one of considerably larger proportions resembling a flagship. He selected certain warships and issued specific commands to them within his consciousness network. Disarm the remaining warships and bring them over. Centering around 10 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers with 100 immaculate Nebula-class stellar cruisers raising their protective barriers surrounded by wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and fearless Orca-class destroyers of various sizes. Such a fleet appeared as an absolute titan in the eyes of Shalak's guardian fleet. As the distance diminished, the immense fleet reflected in Shalak's eyes shimmered like stellar brilliance. From afar it resembled a star itself. Shalak couldn't help but reminisce. Indeed, how long had it been since he witnessed their own star? He surveyed his surroundings. This Guardian warship was riddled with damage, severely battered from the enemy's first wave of assault, with urgent alarms blaring everywhere. Further resistance was meaningless. He abandoned any notion of continued struggle. He permitted those massive, majestic warships to approach. Combat robots flooded aboard the Guardian-class warships in transport fighters. Finally, the entire crippled Guardian warship was absorbed into one of those massive warships, as easily as grasping a chick. Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier has completed capture of enemy remaining warships. The fleet AI's emotionless voice resounded once more. All surviving warships on the battlefield were captured without resistance by the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers as combat robots took control of all crew members aboard every vessel. Among them was also a Chuck individual, apparently a fleet commander. Bring them all to Chuck No. 6 space station. Following the order, all surviving Chuck people were swiftly transported aboard a fearless Orca-class destroyer to Chuck No. 6 space station. As the fearless Orca-class destroyer bay doors opened wide, Shalak and the other Chuck people discovered they had been brought to a familiar place. This is Chuck No. 6 space station. Shalak's face filled with astonishment. Yet the person greeting them inside the space station was someone he never anticipated. Saleen, you didn't die in battle at the space station. Shalak couldn't fathom seeing Saleen again, the words spilling out unbidden. Moreover, Saleen appeared entirely free, unbound, nothing like a captive. The great and venerable superior civilization saved both me and the entire space station. Otherwise we would have been destroyed alongside the station by the rebels long ago. Saleen gazed at Shalak without excessive joy, merely remarking coolly, regarding your attack on the superior civilization, I believe you owe a thorough explanation. Not only to the superior civilization, but I also believe your actions are dragging our civilization into an abyss far more terrifying than the sea spirit civilization's rule. He had already learned from Lu Feng about Shalak's fleet launching the offensive. Hearing Saleen address them as the superior civilization, Shalak realized he had committed an astronomical error. This was very likely a civilization's fleet, even more powerful than the sea spirit civilization. Yet he couldn't utter any justification for rebuttal, only stammering I. Under the guard of combat robots, Shalak was led by Saleen to the space station's command center. This was the highest point of the entire space station, capable of overlooking the complete station and Chuck No. 6. Even the tens of thousands of warships docked beyond Chuck No. 6 stretched as far as the eye could see. As Shalak walked, he closely observed the massive warship formations occupying all of Chuck No. 6 orbits. The more he observed, the more his heart trembled. Such a warship formation could annihilate the Chuck civilization in but a single thought. Perhaps he should have adhered to his own judgment from the beginning, never obeyed the Star King's orders. Regret surged within Shalak's heart. Arriving at the command center, Saleen saluted the waveform on the screen. Esteemed superior civilization, the Guardian Fleet's commander Shalak has been brought forth. Lu Feng's deep voice resonated from the Void Shadows Bridge. I believe you owe me an explanation. Shalak also offered a Chuck salute to the waveform on the screen. Though he never witnessed the true appearance of the superior civilization species, he dared not show any negligence. He decided to narrate everything from the beginning, hoping this might yet secure the superior civilization's leniency. We initially received orders from the homeworld demanding we immediately return to the main planet. After Shalak had finished recounting the entire sequence of events, Lu Feng's confusion not only remained unresolved, but grew even deeper. Completely contradictory orders. Lu Feng murmured. Withdrawing this fleet, initially allowing the rebels to capture the space station, was still comprehensible. But then sending such a fleet utterly fragile to us to their deaths. What was the meaning of this? What was the so-called Star King thinking? It seemed he would have to journey to the Chuck homeworld to unravel all this. For Lu Feng's fleet, traveling from Chuck No. 6 to the Chuck homeworld was merely a matter of seconds. Saleen, bring the others, and board the warship Shalak arrived on. Lu Feng decided to bring Saleen and the other Chuck people along as well. Saleen and Shalak raised no objection. They more than Lu Feng wished to return to the homeworld, immediately yearning to discover what had transpired there. We are deeply grateful, benevolent, great, and venerable superior civilization. Saleen expressed heartfelt thanks for Lu Feng's decision. Lu Feng's fleet had not, like the sea spirit civilization, conquered the Chuck civilization by force without question. He neither harmed Saleen nor displayed any desire to conquer the Chuck civilization. Though it might simply be that in the eyes of the superior civilization their civilization was as insignificant as ants. Yet with the sea spirit civilization as a contrast, Saleen remained deeply grateful for Lu Feng's conduct. At this moment Shalak also came to his senses, expressing gratitude with a salute. Had he known the superior civilization was such, perhaps his guardian fleet could have been preserved. Perhaps they might even have broken free from the sea spirit civilization. But his own attack order had destroyed such a possibility. Now the superior civilization's magnanimity in not pursuing his matter was already more than sufficient. He dared not seek anything further. With ulterior motives lurking in their hearts, Feng had no time to dwell on their thoughts. The fleet AI had extracted the exact coordinates of the Chake homeworld from the captured Chake warship's mainframe. After watching the two board the fearless Orca-class destroyer docked at the space station, Feng issued the order to the 50,000 warships stationed near the Chake 6 space station advance on the Chake homeworld. The Chake homeworld, once a planet of cerulean and beauty, now it was shrouded in darkness. The 3 artificial companion stars which had replaced the sun to provide light had fallen silent. We were supposed to have 6 galactic hours of light here. Why is it gone today? I need light. I need light. Many Chake people began to question. The Chake were not originally pale-skinned, they once had normal skin tones. But a century ago, when their star was encased in a Dyson sphere, the Chake lost all sunlight. Their internal balance was disrupted, and their skin grew increasingly pallid. Many fell ill from the lack of light. Fortunately, the situation eased somewhat after the 3 companion stars were constructed. Using controlled nuclear fusion, the companion stars simulated sunlight, allowing the people of Chake to once again experience the long-lost rays. Those who had suffered from light deficiency diseases required daily exposure to adequate light. As the Chake people puzzled over the sudden darkness, the 3 companion stars began to glow again. Light! It's here! Some Chake people rejoiced, but the next moment they stared in astonishment at the colors spilling onto the ground. This time the companion stars emitted a soft, ethereal blue light. Like an ever-expanding azure wave, the radiance grew, spread, and through the 3 companion stars, enveloped the entire Chake homeworld in a pale blue glow. Inside the control facilities built on the companion stars, hailing scientists, who resembled sea sirens, monitored the readings on their instruments. Higgs field amplifiers 1, 2, and 3 are at full power, operating stably. Assimilation field coverage has reached maximum over the Chake homeworld. Assimilation can begin. Reports were continuously relayed by the hailing scientists. On the ground, a massive metal platform spanning the size of a city was packed with Chake people in black robes. Crowded onto the same platform, they chanted in unison toward the blue glowing companion stars. At the forefront, standing before the palace gates with arms outstretched to the sky, was the Chake prince. Hearing the hailing scientist's voice through his micro-earpiece, he shouted with fervor in his eyes, "Begin assimilation." The next moment, the hailing scientists on the companion stars initiated the next phase. Higgs field amplifier 2 begins resonance, initiating assimilation. Higgs field amplifier 1 begins resonance, initiating assimilation. Higgs field amplifier 3 begins resonance, initiating assimilation. The blue light from the companion stars was no longer intangible. It gained substance like streams of seawater coalesced from particles cascading down from the 3 companion stars. First, the city directly beneath a companion star was engulfed. The spreading blue light turned into a tangible ocean of particles, flooding the entire city in a sea of blue. Then, starting from that city, the surging particle ocean expanded in all directions, devouring everything on the surface of Chake. Within the cities swallowed by the particle ocean, protrusions began to rise from the waves like cocoons harboring something waiting to break free and be reborn. 3 points on the planet simultaneously expanded their particle oceans. Higgs field amplifier 1 assimilation progress, 22. Higgs field amplifier 2 assimilation progress, 25. Higgs field amplifier 3 assimilation progress, 19. As the expansion accelerated, the hailing scientists reported continuously global assimilation progress has exceeded 20 and is still accelerating, approaching the irreversible critical point. Some scientists murmured among themselves, "Although this is our first assimilation outside the hailing homeworld, the model calculations are flawless, perfectly matching the predicted model." This assimilation directly consumed 10 years of the Chake Dyson sphere's energy reserve. The energy consumption of the field amplifiers is terrifying. These energy expenditures have little impact on our civilization. According to the agreement, 90 of the Chake Dyson sphere's annual energy output belongs to us, and only 10 was supplied to the Chake civilization, the former Chake civilization. Soon the Chake will cease to exist. By the way, isn't the technology for the wormhole project about to break through? I've heard the core of our civilization is restless lately. The Empress and the Council are at odds. Such matters shouldn't be discussed carelessly. But once that technology breaks through, we will shatter the technological blockade of the Overseer civilization and ascend directly to a 4th-tier civilization, becoming the 19th 4th-tier civilization in the Orion Arm. The chief hailing scientist heard the whispers below. His pointed blue ears twitched, and the particles of his body rippled outward like waves on the surface of water. Receiving a warning signal, the whispering scientists fell silent and resumed their work with focus. The Chake capital lay not far from one of the companion stars. Soon the particle ocean was approaching the capital. The closer it came, the faster and louder grew the chanting of the hundreds of thousands of Chake people. For a moment, a colossal voice like that of a deity echoed over the city. Beneath the palace, the old Cheik king heard the sound of the multitude. He knew the assimilation had begun. He rattled the chains binding his limbs, letting out a helpless roar. Shaluk, you are destroying our civilization. Even if we become another civilization's subjects with our memories intact, it is meaningless. His voice echoed in the chambers, soon drowned by the chanting of the hundreds of thousands. Shaluk looked up at the approaching particle ocean, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is more than one path for a civilization to survive. My choice will be proven right. Father, let us both achieve immortality. His voice grew ever more excited and fanatical as he spoke. On the vast metallic platform, hundreds of thousands of Chark people watched as the blue particle ocean surged toward them. A Chark child held by his parents' hands looked at the blue particle ocean and asked curiously, does this mean we can bask in the sun every day from now on? And will my mother's illness be cured? Yes, my child. When we become part of them, we will regain everything we have lost. The adult merely stroked the child's head. The particle ocean, with an unstoppable momentum, surged forward, gradually engulfing the entire metal platform. Those Chark people within the particle ocean were gradually disassembled into basic particles, yet their faces showed not a trace of pain, but rather anticipation. Ascending from a lower civilization to a higher one, they would no longer need to struggle. Struggling for their lost star, struggling against the society deformed by their pursuit of technological advancement. In Chark civilization, everything was prioritized for technological development. All individuals underwent brain scans in childhood, and only those who met the screening criteria were sent to unified schools for education. Those who failed were immediately designated as labor reserves, deprived of learning opportunities, condemned to a lifetime of low-value repetitive labor. As for those Chark people sent to unified schools, they were made to absorb foundational knowledge in the shortest possible time, then trained in basic research capabilities before being sent to one vast laboratory after another to fill the lowest ranks of researchers. They were forbidden from engaging in any work outside of research. Everyone had only one goal, to become a scientist. And the scientists themselves faced an endless stream of new problems. When they encountered the hailing civilization, they were a low-level secondary civilization, barely able to leave their own planet. But a century later, they had nearly become a mid-level secondary civilization capable of navigating their home star system with ease. They had traversed in 100 years a path that would normally take a civilization 1,000 years. The 10 energy provided by the Dyson sphere was instrumental in this achievement. Though it was merely 10 of a single star's energy, it already surpassed the total energy extracted by Chark civilization over countless millennia. Energy became the cheapest commodity. The immense power removed bottlenecks in many fields, making the costs of materials and experiments infinitely low. But the problem that arose was that the energy of a single scientist was finite. Problems that once could have confounded a scientist for years were now quickly solved. New materials were discovered, new experiments succeeded. Countless fields experienced breakthroughs. When the original scientific cadre could no longer keep pace in all aspects, the old king of Chark forged a new social system to propel the civilization's technological level. Scientists were produced like products on an assembly line, churned out endlessly. Social activities and economic development were severely suppressed under the old king's iron fist. Armed with new power plants, new hull armor, and new electromagnetic cannons, the military grew increasingly dominant. Society had become a twisted shape. But all of this was now at an end. If they could become life forms like the hailing civilization, they would gain infinite life and could do whatever they wished. Society would no longer be oppressive, and they would no longer have to struggle. The vast particle ocean engulfed them, and the entire Chark palace was also submerged, including the old king of Chark, who had never stopped roaring. For Lu Feng, it was merely a matter of seconds before he went from Chark 6 to outside Chark Prime. But what unfolded before him was a strange sight. 3 companion stars floated like 3 small moons above Chark Prime. An ocean of blue particles connected Chark Prime with the 3 companion stars. The blue ocean spread at an astonishing speed, soon covering the entire planet. Through the equipment aboard the Void Shadow, Lu Feng could clearly see countless Chark people on the surface, voluntarily, even running toward the blue particle ocean. It seems something big is about to happen here. Lu Feng immediately issued commands to the fleet AI. Assemble my fleet. Have all ships enter hyperspace and surround this place in a dense formation. The next second, the fleet AI's voice echoed through every ship under Lu Feng's command. Hyperspace engine initiating. Target Chark Prime. Half a minute later, Lu Feng saw countless light convergences around the Void Shadow, gradually coalescing into solid forms. A scientist from the hailing civilization on one of the companion stars watched the planet being gradually covered in deep blue, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He glanced around and noticed the companions staring blankly at the other side of the starry sky. What's over there? That's worth looking at. He followed the gaze, but then he too froze. A fleet larger in volume than the entire companion star system hung abruptly in space. Supermassive warships dwarfing even the flagship of the hailing fleet numbered in the thousands within such a fleet. Surrounding those supermassive warships were 3 other types of vessels of varying sizes arranged in concentric rings. The weaponry on the hulls was so numerous he couldn't begin to count. He stared blankly at the nearby curvature bubble detector. Why had there been no alarm when such a massive fleet approached? But this was only the beginning. As more warships of various sizes blinked into existence around the fleet, the total number continued to rise at an alarming rate. Among them, those supermassive warships increased by the hundreds, while the three types of surrounding vessels swelled by the thousands, or even tens of thousands. The remaining Chark main fleet outside Chark Prime, faced with such a staggering number of ships, barely managed a single attack before being reduced to space debris by a volley of concentrated fire. The hailing scientist stared at the warships materializing as if from the void, his mind momentarily frozen. What is happening? The hailing Empress had not informed the scientists on the companion stars about the fleet that had appeared outside Chark 6. These scientists had their own responsibilities. It was only then that the gravitational detectors on the companion stars registered the presence of the fleet. Warning: space gravity surge detected. Large-scale fleet approaching. Estimated count hundreds of thousands. But the next moment, the detector's warning shifted. Gravity surge intensifying. Fleet size revised. Estimated count 200,000. Revised. Estimated count 500,000. The dense alarm sounds grew more urgent, echoing through all facilities on the three companion stars. What is going on? Where did these fleets appear from? How did these warships silently bypass the warp bubble detectors? The number of these warships continues to increase, already exceeding 1 million. Could it be hyperspace engines? Only hyperspace engines could approach so silently without any warning. This is a level 5 civilization. If it's a level 5 civilization, we may never have the chance to return to the homeworld and resurrect. Did the Overseer civilization discover what we've been doing? Impossible. Even the Overseer civilization doesn't possess 1 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines. The fuel for hyperspace engines is dark matter. Those level 6 civilizations would absolutely never permit the Overseer civilization to extract dark matter on such a massive scale. The fleet scale has already exceeded 1.5 million. We, including Jaka Main Star, are all surrounded. A hailing scientist gazed out in despair. Outside Jaka Main Star, each flash of light meant another warship equipped with hyperspace engines. Those warships condensed into form, gathered together in a dense formation completely surrounding the space around Jaka Main Star. Warning: approaching fleet scale updated. Estimated quantity 1.6 million class. Fleet composition analysis: supergiant warships exceeding 30 kilometers in length, numbering in the 10,000s. Giant warships in the 10-kilometer range, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Large warships in the 5-kilometer range, numbering in the 500,000s. Warships in the 1-kilometer range, numbering in the millions. The latest gravitational detectors from the hailing civilization, along with various auxiliary instruments, meticulously compiled the on-site data and announced every detail to all the hailing scientists. With each announcement, the hearts of those hailing scientists sank a little further. By the end, a chilling dread settled over them all. A full 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines. What they represented far exceeded their apparent combat power. This could only be. Only a level 6 civilization could possess such an immense armada of hyperspace warships. A level 6 civilization had appeared in the Orion Arm. All the hailing civilization scientists fell into a panic. Quickly report what's happening here to the Empress. The hailing Empress had just reached an agreement with the Council regarding the level 2 civilization's invasion of the Jaka civilization. They ultimately decided to have the Speaker of the Hailing Council lead a main hailing fleet to assist the Jaka civilization. Facing this outcome, the hailing Empress slowly curled her lips into a smile. This time she would ensure the Hailing Council Speaker never returned. Just then an urgent signal interrupted her thoughts. Someone was making an emergency connection. She furrowed her brow and accepted the call. The emergency report: 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines have appeared. The hailing Empress, who had been slightly dissatisfied a moment ago, immediately widened her eyes in shock. She urgently questioned her panicked subordinate on the other end of the holographic screen. What? Explain clearly. Where? At Jaka Main Star. Everywhere. Jaka Main Star is completely surrounded. The hailing Empress's expression shifted between gloom and unpredictability. Her heart was in turmoil. 1.6 million warships equipped with hyperspace engines. What did that mean? Even the Overseer civilization couldn't field such a number of hyperspace-equipped warships. Dark matter, the sole energy capable of powering hyperspace engines, was the most strictly controlled resource across the entire galaxy. The Overseer civilization would never dare to defy the level 6 civilizations. Could this be that sudden fleet that appeared earlier? How could there possibly be so many? Such an enormous fleet. A full 1.6 million ships. She could hardly believe this conclusion. Was this a level 6 civilization that had come from another spiral arm? Those lofty level 6 civilizations rarely left their territories in such large scale. This meant an invasion of other civilizations. It could easily cause friction between civilizations. On her deep blue face, expressions shifted restlessly, changing continuously. After intense inner struggle, she immediately ordered her subordinates. Contact Counselor Taysale immediately. Halt all operations. No fleet is to cross the wormhole, not even slightly. Simultaneously order all hailing personnel on Jaka to commit suicide and return to the main star immediately, while this fleet has not yet discovered our civilization's true nature. If we're too late, no one can save them. Seal the wormhole with the fortress. No vessel may pass through the wormhole channel. Cut off all communication channels with the Jaka civilization. Sever all contact with the Jaka civilization. Hearing her say this, her subordinate paused, taken aback by how severe the consequences of this fleet's appearance at Jaka main star could be. Then at Jaka main star, the assimilation seems nearly complete. The hailing empress's face darkened. Even if they complete assimilation, they still fall far short of being our equals. Moreover, before this fleet, they have no chance of survival. Abandonment is our best option now. Outside Jaka main star, Lu Feng's fleet had already assembled. The deep blue planet before them had been entirely transformed into a domain of blue particles. On those 3 companion stars, they remained connected to Jaka main star. In the outer reaches, a million-strong fleet surrounded the area. Under normal conditions, warships maintained tens of kilometers between them. But now the distance between ships had compressed several-fold to mere kilometers. And on the surface of Jaka main star, those cocoons wrapped in blue particles began to gradually unravel. From each emerged sea demons composed of deep blue water, appearing in this newborn world of deep blue particles. Witnessing this process, Lu Feng finally understood what had happened. Those sea demon-like beings were likely the true form of the hailing civilization. All the Jaka people on the entire planet had been assimilated into hailing beings. This sent a shiver of dread through Lu Feng. Gazing at the 3 companion stars connected to Jaka main star by the blue ocean, he issued his order directly: fire the planetary cannons. Destroy them. Immediately, 3 wandering temple-class battlecruisers adjusted their positions toward the 3 companion stars. Planetary cannons activated, charging. 3, 2, 1. In the next instant, 3 massive beams erupted from the planetary cannons on the bow of the wandering temple-class battlecruisers, thundering into the companion stars. As the interior of the companion stars collapsed under the bombardment of ultra-high energy attacks, all 3 began to crumble from within. Molten flames spread across the companion stars. Inside those research facilities, hailing scientists faced their end. Some chose suicide, others turned to ash in the lava, and some fell into unfathomable fissures. Ultimately, all dissolved into invisible particles beyond Jaka main star. The 3 companion stars instantly became fiery hells, casting a crimson glow across Jaka main star. With the destruction of the 3 companion stars, the blue particle ocean spreading from them gradually dissipated. On the surface of Jaka main star, upon the vast metal platform, hundreds of thousands of newborn hailing people had also emerged. Yet these hailing people all had vacant stares, silently floating in the particle ocean where they were. As the ocean vanished, their forms gradually revealed themselves before Lu Feng. At the forefront of the platform, a newborn hailing person, who bore an exact likeness to Chuck Prince Shalak, clutched his head in a frenzy. Memories. The memories bearing civilization. He held his head tightly, feeling countless streams of memory converging into his mind. All the memories of every Chuck person on the entire planet flooded into his consciousness. Why? Our assimilation. It should have been smooth. He gazed at the hundreds of thousands of Chuck people who had already been assimilated, unable to comprehend. Why were their bodies assimilated yet their minds not preserved? He was suddenly drawn to the fiery red glow overhead. What met his eyes was a companion star on the verge of destruction and the colossal fleet. His thoughts were so crowded and chaotic that he could not even fathom how that massive fleet had appeared. Madly, he reached out his hand as if to hold up the blazing companion star, muttering incessantly, Higgs Field. Higgs Field. Still not enough. With his gesture, the hundreds of thousands of hailing people on the metal platform reverted to particle form. In the next instant, a deep blue giant hand coalesced from those countless hailing people, shot up into the sky. It burst through the surface of Chuck main star, grabbing heavily at the collapsing companion star. The companion star, like a scorching fireball, spewed lava from within that sizzled and baked the deep blue hand. The deep blue hand seemed to be constantly melting away, its entire palm gradually flattening. The vanished parts did not return to particles and rejoin the hailing main star, as had happened with the hailing scientists before. Instead, they descended back toward the surface of Chuck main star. Just as Lu Feng was stunned by this sight, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. All the newborn hailing people on Chuck main star disappeared, entirely replaced by a face so vast that it could be seen from space, appearing on the planet's surface. All the hailing people had merged together, forming a gigantic face on the planetary surface. That is, aboard a dreadnought killer-class destroyer, Shaylin and Shalak stared in disbelief at that face. Prince Shalak. The face on Chuck main star was unmistakably their oh-so-familiar Chuck Prince Shalak. Connecting everything that had happened at Chuck 6 space station and the scenes on Chuck main star, a terrifying thought took shape in their minds. It was Shalak who had led the assimilation of the entire planet's Chuck population into hailing people. This was a scene straight out of hell. Shaylin and Shalak simply could not believe it. The colossal face on Chuck Mainstar opened its mouth, uttering disjointed words that made no sense. Like the ravings of a madman, Lu Feng directly ordered a concentrated fire. As the fleet's AI voice sounded, countless laser cannons fired at the giant face. The huge face instantly became riddled with holes. But in the next second it reassembled. Lu Feng recalled what Shaylin had said about the nature of the hailing people. If Chuck Mainstar had become the place where those particles regathered, and these hailing people formed from assimilated Chuck people would recoalesce on Chuck Mainstar after death, then they were essentially unkillable. Or at least conventional means could not kill them. After being attacked and regenerating, the giant face stared eerily at the massive fleet in space. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Huh. I am immortal. It extended another long, slender hand reaching for Lu Feng's fleet. That deep blue hand stretched like rubber, but in the process it was annihilated cleanly by the fleet's concentrated fire before it could reach them. In other words, the coalesced form was a solid material form that could be destroyed. But after destruction it reverted to a particle form, which was indestructible. Lu Feng observed this and thought of something: the Higgs boson, the God particle. Its property was to give mass to other particles. The surface of Chuck Mainstar was likely now covered by a Higgs field. Just then a communication request from Shaylin was sent to Lu Feng by the fleet AI, and Lu Feng accepted it. Honored superior civilization. Shaylin slowly recounted the terrifying thought he and Shalak had conceived. A prince in an act of treason had led the entire planet's population down the path of assimilation into another civilization. Shaylin. Lu Feng sorted out the logic in his mind and said slowly, "Do you wish for these newborn hailing people to be preserved?" Hearing this, Shaylin was visibly stunned. He looked at the giant face of Shalak on Chuck Mainstar below with a complex expression. The maddened giant face kept stubbornly extending its slender giant hand, trying to grab the warships in space like a naive child looking up at the stars and trying to catch them. Among them were people he knew, former family and friends. But now they had all become part of this terrifying tableau. Were they still Chuck people? No. Were they hailing people now? Shaylin did not know. But he felt that at least they could no longer be called his kin. Not only he but every Chuck who witnessed this scene like Shalak silently harbored the same sentiment. Finally Shaylin shook his head no. In truth, the Chuck civilization's settlements were not limited to Chuck Mainstar alone. On many planets within the Chuck planetary system the Chuck had established colonies. For instance, on Chuck, hundreds of millions of Chuck people lived. Thus Chuck Mainstar did not represent the entire Chuck civilization. The Chuck civilization could continue on other planets. According to Shaluk's original plan, once the Mainstar succeeded, every Chuck planet would be assimilated next. But unfortunately, he never had the chance to carry out his plan. Hearing Shaylin's negative answer, Lu Feng nodded. This entity has already endangered the safety of the entire planetary system. Since you have no objections, I will destroy it. Conventional means could not affect these newborn hailing people, but he had unconventional methods. Shaylin said nothing. He had anticipated this outcome. To a superior civilization, perhaps these newborn hailing people could be easily destroyed. Just as Shaylin was thinking this, he noticed that most of the fleet surrounding Chuck Mainstar had disappeared, leaving only a few ships far away. Among them were the Shadow of the Void carrying Lu Feng and the ship carrying Shaylin and the others. Then what happened next was a scene that Shaylin would never forget in his life. A colossal star seemingly manifesting like a deity spewed streams of azure flames as it slowly emerged from beneath Chake's main planet. Sa Lin, who had not witnessed a star in countless years, found himself at a loss for words. The star boasted a fiery orange-yellow surface, yet was adorned with several azure ribbons of high-temperature plasma. The interplay of yellow and blue was nothing short of magnificent. Before this star, Chake's main planet appeared as insignificant as a sesame seed, their volume disparity at least 10 million-fold. By this calculation, the star was likely more than 10 times the size of Chake's own star. Sa Lin was astounded. A star 10 times larger than Chake's star had abruptly materialized beneath Chake's main planet. Whether it was an illusion or not, he now felt not only the ambient temperature rising, but also the main planet slowly descending toward the star under the pull of its immense gravity. A faint ethereal hum seemed to echo from the depths of his soul, sending a chill of dread through his very being. Could this be the method by which a superior civilization obliterates Chake's main planet? Sa Lin trembled almost imperceptibly, scarcely daring to believe it. To him such a means was nothing short of a fantastical myth. He cast his gaze upon the nearby void shadow, his heart brimming with awe. Apart from him, every survivor of the Guardian fleet stared in shock as a supermassive star appeared abruptly below them. Like a sesame seed being devoured, a supergiant star slowly engulfed the entire main planet. The colossal face on the planet's surface struggled helplessly, yet could not prevent the planet from inexorably approaching the star. The surface of Chake's main planet became scorching hot, stones melted into magma, the earth split apart, and seawater vanished in an instant, leaving behind a fiery red planetary crust. Not only the main planet, but the entire Chake planetary system was severely affected. The Chake people on other planets found the pitch-black sky had become blindingly bright. A colossal fireball hung directly overhead. At the moment of its appearance, everyone heard a hum that seemed to spring from the depths of their souls. Involuntarily an image arose in their minds, a nameless colossal beast galloping through the vast silent void of the cosmos. Is that our star? Some Chake people stared at the enormous fireball in confusion and awe, feeling the temperature steadily rise. The elderly Chake who had seen their own star and were over a century old immediately shook their heads. No, that is not our star. It is far more immense and magnificent than ours. That day the blue and yellow behemoth of a star etched itself deeply into the hearts of every witness. They would never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. Lu Feng gazed at the colossal star beneath him, knowing it was in truth a gigantic, aberrant beast. He had chosen to summon Zalaxisi into the real world. When it appeared, he heard a voice in his mind, the voice of Zalaxisi. Though the words were incomprehensible, he understood their meaning. Hello there. The voice was somewhat childish, tinged with the drowsiness of one just awakened from a long slumber. Lu Feng's expression turned exceedingly strange. How could this ancient beast's voice sound like a child's? Why do you sound like a little kid? Lu Feng communicated with Zalaxisi within his sea of consciousness. On a genetic level, a juvenile appearance is more likely to evoke nurturing emotions, thus ensuring the continuation of the species. A juvenile form can minimize others' vigilance and accelerate the building of rapport. If you prefer, I can switch to a different style. Zalaxisi replied in that childish, slightly drowsy voice, but the second half turned into an old man's tone, complete with a Beijing accented drawl. Just stick with the previous voice. Lu Feng felt this creature's vibe was rather unreliable. Anyway, help me devour that planet with a big face on it. Easy. Zalaxisi's voice sounded drowsy, yet it worked with meticulous precision. It aimed at the sesame-sized planet above, and like a gaping maw, a fissure split the star's surface, swallowing the entire planet. The colossal face of Shaluk vanished along with Chake's main planet. Afterwards, Zalaxisi made a sound akin to smacking its lips, as if savoring the act. Hearing that all too human sound, Lu Feng feared it might devour the other planets. He quickly said, "Move away from this planetary system. If you stay any longer, the entire system will be consumed." Zalaxisi's volume and mass were so immense that its mere presence had already disrupted the entire planetary system. Even the star encased by the Dyson sphere had its orbit altered, let alone the other planets. Lu Feng knew that stellar beasts possessed superluminal mobility, and in the vast cosmos there existed a type of aberrant beast civilization. These civilizations followed two evolutionary paths. One was akin to swarm collective, multiplying into vast armies that devoured everything in their path. The other was exemplified by Zalaxisi, pushing individual evolution to its limits, which naturally included the ability to move faster than light. In Zalaxisi's true perception, the world it saw differed entirely from what Lu Feng beheld, and this unique sensory ability bestowed upon it extraordinary capabilities. Having devoured a planet, Zalaxisi was not greedy. It obediently vanished into an unknown realm. The next moment, the Chake planetary system, once illuminated, returned to its former darkness and silence. Only the celestial bodies with their orbits now shifted could testify to the presence of a supermassive object that had once been here. Though Zalaxisi had disappeared, the radiance of its brief appearance remained eternally etched in the hearts of every Chake. At the former location of Chake's main planet, only a void remained, utterly devoid of anything. After observing for a while, Lu Feng, certain that the Neo-Halians had truly vanished, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, combating God's particles required unconventional methods. Silent remained silent for a long time. Lu Feng could understand. After all, anyone who witnessed a behemoth like Zalaxisi would be awestruck. He himself had been stunned for quite a while when he first saw it in the game. Thus Lu Feng was about to cut off the communication when he heard Silent speak. "Supreme, venerable, and great superior civilization, I have a humble request, and I hope you might grant it." Lu Feng decided to hear him out. "Go ahead, what is it? As long as it's not too troublesome and doesn't waste my time. Please grant me just a little time." Lu Feng lingered in the Chake planetary system for half a day. This half-day was primarily spent waiting for Shalin. Shalin had not specified what he intended to do. Half a day later, Shalin once again arrived beside the Void Shadow aboard the Dread Orca-class destroyer. By Shalin's side gathered a group of Chake people. They were the administrative overseers of the Chake colonies on various planets. Shalin led this group in a deep bow toward the wave symbol on the screen. A massive file was also packaged and sent to Lu Feng. Lu Feng opened it to examine. This is controlled nuclear fusion technology, the latest photonic computer composed of 1,000,000 photonic CPUs, carbon-based life extension technology, a series of technologies for the application and storage of light energy, and electromagnetic technologies for weapons such as electromagnetic cannons and Gauss rifles. New materials born from stellar energy, radiation-resistant, and heat-insulating materials suitable for space travel, high-strength lightweight materials for building space elevators, and high-hardness materials for warship armor. Lu Feng immediately realized what this was. The complete scientific knowledge of a secondary-tier primary civilization. All the technological accumulation of the Chake civilization over the years was laid bare before Lu Feng. Lu Feng did not peruse the vast file in detail, but from the translated table of contents alone, he understood that Sha Lin had unreservedly presented the most cutting-edge technologies of the Chake civilization. Supreme respected great superior civilization, though our technology may be beneath your notice, we offer it as a token of our sincerity in seeking your protection, hoping you will accept it. Sha Lin and the Chake colonial administrators beside him bowed their heads. Your actions have unknowingly saved the entire Chake civilization, but the prince's deeds may have been tacitly approved or even supported by the hailing civilization, and we might face their hostility. Please allow me with selfish intent to seek your shelter. I hope our civilization can continue to survive. The Chake civilization wishes to exchange our loyalty for survival. Supreme respected great superior civilization, we have witnessed your might. We sincerely hope you will grant our humble request. Sha Lin slowly uttered the words he had pondered countless times. During this half-day, leveraging the lingering awe of Lu Feng summoning Helaxius to devour Chake Prime, Sha Lin decisively unified the Chake on the remaining planets. The Chake civilization's primary research base was not on Chake Prime, but on Chake 1, the planet closest to the Chake Dyson Sphere. Sha Lin and Sha Laku arrived at Chake 1 aboard the Dread Orca-class destroyer and obtained the highest authority there without resistance. Sha Lin and Sha Laku shared information with the other administrators, learning that Chake Prime, due to the prince's rebellion, had become akin to the hailing homeworld, with all Chake there assimilated into hailing people. The Chake administrators who heard this were all horrified. This was undoubtedly the greatest crisis for the Chake civilization, a crisis of internal dissolution. They were all old Chake who had steadfastly followed the old Chake king through the darkest hours a century ago. Unexpectedly, the greatest traitor came from within. Upon hearing that the superior civilization had summoned a supergiant star to devour Chake Prime, they were all left in a state of mental paralysis. The magnitude of the supergiant star was evident to all, and they had never heard of any civilization capable of summoning such a star at will. After discussing with Sha Lin, these Chake clarified the current situation of the Chake civilization. They unanimously agreed that the best path was not to seek refuge with the hailing civilization again, but to follow the civilization represented by the mysterious fleet. Beyond awe and expectation of this power, there was also a hatred for the hailing civilization. Not only Sha Lin, but nearly every Chake of a certain age harbored deep animosity toward the hailing. If there were any possibility, they would be unwilling to turn to the hailing civilization again. Thus Sha Lin presented the most valuable asset the Chake civilization possessed, all its knowledge. Though their knowledge might be worthless to a higher civilization, it represented their sincerity. They gave everything to exchange for a chance to survive. Lu Feng listened to Sha Lin's unreserved words and sensed his sincerity. Finally, he nodded in agreement. I understand. I accept everything from you. Since the Chake had come to him of their own accord bearing such a substantial gift of goodwill, he could not very well turn them away. Moreover, the Chake planetary system was an excellent base location for Lu Feng. Here a wormhole connected two civilizations not far from the solar system, a veritable transportation hub. In ancient terms, it would be a strategic battleground. Upon hearing Lu Feng's response, Sha Lin and the other Chake showed joy. Thus the threat of the hailing civilization would no longer be a threat. As long as they did not recklessly venture to the other end of the wormhole, the hailing civilization would likely dare not come to this side to trouble the Chake again. Lu Feng continued scanning the materials Sha Lin had provided, and among them, he saw the origin of the Dyson Sphere. Chuck Dyson Sphere. Client hailing civilization. Builder Baburia United Heavy Industries. Only 3 short lines. Seeing the client and builder, Lu Feng let out a soft exclamation. The builder of the Dyson Sphere is not the hailing civilization. Sha Lin answered honestly. Yes, it was another. Well, an enterprise that opened a stargate to build it. It seems. The hailing civilization is not yet capable of such a feat. Originally, the hailing civilization commissioned the builder, and because we could only afford the most basic Dyson Sphere, the fully enclosed fixed type, we lost the light of our star. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed Dyson Spheres also had grades. A higher grade Dyson Sphere might not need to obscure the star's light to collect its radiated energy. I have an idea regarding the Dyson Sphere. Hearing Lu Feng mention the Dyson Sphere, Sha Lin immediately became tense. Now that they had essentially severed ties with the hailing civilization, the hailing could no longer extract the stellar energy accumulated by the Chake Dyson Sphere. This meant the energy available to the Chake civilization increased from 10 to 100, a tenfold boost. What a significant effect this would have on the development of the Chake civilization. However, if the superior civilization required it, they would have to prioritize supplying it. This Dyson Sphere. Dismantle half of it. Ample energy is certainly beneficial for a civilization's development, but sometimes people also need some solace. Just as the sun represents more than just a star to humanity, it is a symbol. If not compelled by circumstances, no civilization would willingly completely enclose the star of its origin. In some science fiction settings, there are restrictions against building Dyson Spheres in habitable star systems. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Sha Lin was momentarily stunned, then found himself fighting back tears. As carbon-based beings similar to humans, their emotional expression also involved tears. In truth, the rebels had fought for the star, but he too had yearned for it, and every Chake deep down felt the same. Yet he had chosen to follow the old king, enduring, biding their time, sacrificing the star's light in exchange for the civilization's future hope. But now there was no longer any need to endure. In that moment, Shaolin surrendered completely, body and soul, to the great being before him, whom he had never met. Yes, merciful, supreme, respected, great, superior civilization, as you wish. Lu Feng could not help but chuckle softly upon hearing Shaolin's repeated changes in addressing him. From his observations, Shaolin and those colonial administrators were already showing signs of rallying around Shaolin. In their eyes, Shaolin was the Xhaka who stood closest to the great existence of the superior civilization. It seemed that the Xhaka civilization would be reunited under Shaolin's leadership. Lu Feng had no intention of meddling in such trivial matters. Since the Xhaka civilization was under his dominion, as long as incidents like the Xhaka prince did not recur, he would not interfere excessively. Moreover, calculating the time, he realized it was time to return to the solar system. When the warships descended, all of them descended together. Before his fleet of absolute numerical superiority, virtually no one dared to make a move. Global order would be firmly in his grasp. Whatever he said would be law. His fleet possessed absolute deterrence. Yet this was not what Lu Feng desired. Beneath this seemingly peaceful order lurked countless surging undercurrents. Those scum who had acquired warships were mingled among the masses. There were also many dissentists with twisted minds whose thoughts differed from normal people. Regardless of how tragic or unjust their pasts might be, Lu Feng had no power to change the past, nor could he indulge them out of pity for their histories. All he could do was strive to shape a new society. He needed to eliminate the hidden currents beneath the surface as thoroughly as possible. He feared no external enemies, but what he dreaded was being embroiled in battles abroad only to have his rear set ablaze by instigation. Thus he needed to screen. The day he left the solar system marked the first screening. Those scum who had leaped from the bottom to wield powerful warships would absolutely be unable to suppress the desires within their hearts. With the deterrent of Lu Feng's massive fleet gone, the world would descend into chaos just as it had before his rebirth. But this time Lu Feng was fishing behind the scenes. Moreover, thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but glance at the vast knowledge of the second-level civilization before him. He had also brought a tremendous technological gift package for human civilization. Before departing, Lu Feng sent a final communication to Shaolin. Shaolin mobilized the most elite legion of the Xhaka civilization. An aircraft carrier will be dispatched to transport them. Hearing Lu Feng's request, Shaolin complied, without hesitation. Though doubts lingered in his mind, he wisely refrained from showing them. Some matters required no excessive questioning, just execution. On the surface of Xhaka 5, wind-blown sand filled the air, stinging eyes until they could barely open. Outside the base, survival was impossible without a protective suit. 100,000-strong Xhaka legion equipped with exoskeleton armor and Gauss rifles stood silently within a colonial base waiting. They had received the highest-level orders to wait here. The orders did not specify what they were waiting for, but Brigadier Shan wisely refrained from asking. He had heard rumors of the changes in outer space, but such matters were beyond the scope of ground forces. He suspected that this highest-level directive was related to the cosmic upheaval. Shan pondered silently. A coup. Troops summoned from elsewhere to suppress. As he mused, a massive shadow slowly approached through the endless sandstorm beyond the base. The shadow descended from the sky, nearly matching the size of the entire base. Given that their base was a city-level installation, that meant the shadow was roughly the size of a city. Shan's pupils dilated involuntarily. What was this? A warship. The most advanced Xhaka warship might not be even 1% of the shadow's size. The shadow drew closer and closer, finally halting like a colossal wall on the sandy plain outside the base. The raging sandstorm was blocked entirely by this wall, allowing everyone to see its true form. It was a gigantic diamond-shaped warship, flat as a continent. Its hull was covered with access hatches with semi-concealed laser weapons embedded between them. As Shan stared dazedly at this land monster of a warship, he received a communication from the newly appointed Xhaka Administrative President Shaolin. Brigadier Shan, as the most elite and loyal legion of our civilization, I order you to lead your troops aboard this warship from the great superior civilization. From now on you will serve under the superior civilization's command. Shaolin announced the new orders solemnly. Only then did Shan realize what they were about to do. He immediately saluted Shaolin. Yes, I will lead my legion to bring honor to our civilization. Good luck, Brigadier Shan. Shan nodded, turned, and began issuing orders to the entire legion. All troops assumed battle readiness and board the ship. The Xhaka soldiers, still in shock, heard the command and immediately regrouped. Armed and orderly, they marched toward the isolation wall at the base's edge. The gate of the isolation wall blinked with red warning lights as it slowly rose. The mountain-like warship loomed before them. Rows of fully equipped Xhaka soldiers with anxiety and excitement advanced toward this giant. Transport vehicles loaded with supplies and reinforcements along with combat vehicles formed a long dragon as they passed through the base's isolation wall. The bottom hatch of the Silent Giant-class aircraft carrier swung wide open. 100,000-strong legion boarded this colossal, unprecedented vessel like an army of ants. Brigadier Shan was the last to leave the base. He walked through the sandstorm-resistant isolation wall made of high-strength materials step by step toward the warship that grew larger the closer he got. He felt his entire body trembling. To follow the superior civilization on a journey through the stars, he had never imagined such a day. His long-dormant blood surged once more. Lu Feng led millions of warships as they vanished from the Jaka star system. Though he had departed, Zirlaxisi still roamed the deep space a few light-years from the Jaka system. Lu Feng had told it to play there not to eat any planets and not to wander off. It must beware of higher civilizations that might capture it for research. Zirlaxisi agreed obediently. With Zirlaxisi present, the Jaka system was likely the safest place in the galaxy. Lu Feng also hinted at this to Sha Lin, assuring him not to worry after his departure. The million-strong fleet entered hyperspace within the Jaka system and appeared at the edge of the solar system about an hour later. Lu Feng ordered the fleet to halt and transferred the 100,000-strong Jaka Legion onto 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers. The Silent Giant-class aircraft carrier was too massive. The Void Shadow could not envelop its enormous size with its invisibility field. Thus, the Jaka Legion had to transfer via ship-to-ship passages. After the transfer was complete, Lu Feng commanded the Void Shadow to activate its invisibility field, leading 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 50 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 500 fearless Orca-class destroyers into an undetectable state. Such a fleet silently entered the inner solar system. As for the hailing civilization, Lu Feng was in no rush. He had already deduced that the key to their ascension to a fourth-tier civilization lay in the wormhole. From his past life experience, the hailing civilization had only succeeded in breaking through to fourth-tier late in the solar system campaign, after which they launched a sneak attack on the homeworld of a third-tier civilization. That was still over a decade away. As for whether they would dare to traverse the wormhole, Lu Feng had little concern. The events on the Chuk homeworld had surely involved the hailing civilization. They were likely already aware of what had transpired. They would hardly dare to venture recklessly into the Chuk planetary system. Even if they did, Lu Feng had no fear. As for dealing with the hailing civilization thereafter, the sheer scale of the Hillar axis meant it could not pass through the wormhole. He would have to devise another plan. The neutron star warship, even at the maximum speed of its hyperdrive, would require over a year to traverse the hundreds of thousands of light years, a straight-line distance, to its current location, and another year to return. This was a theoretical estimate, assuming no complications. In reality, the time would be longer. The immediate priority was to prepare for the coalition of civilizations encroaching on the solar system. Within a few months at the earliest, or a year or two at the latest, given the performance of the Galactic Era warships, those who had acquired such vessels and could not resist flaunting them would inevitably encounter other civilizations. At that point, a meticulously calculated joint invasion would begin. After silent probing and reconnaissance, multiple third and even fourth-tier civilizations would dispatch a combined fleet to encircle the solar system. Through diplomatic aggression and military intimidation, they would tighten the news from outside, while stoking internal conflicts within humanity. Some of their tactics would make even the most shameless human politicians seem amateurish. Thus, Lu Feng needed to complete his screening plan as soon as possible. He could not control the players who had left the solar system, nor did he worry about them. Those civilizations would eventually cross paths, and all he could do was stabilize the rear before that encounter. To minimize the potential for chaos, the Shadow of the Void led this modest fleet deeper into the solar system, arriving beyond Neptune. It was then that Lu Feng noticed the flash of battle in Neptune's orbit. One side consisted of a dozen or so 6th and 7th-tier warships. The other side comprised 3 7th-tier warships. Those 3 could not withstand the combined firepower of the dozen vessels. As their energy shields neared depletion, they chose to activate their hyperdrives amid a hail of laser fire. However, one of the 3 7th-tier ships had its energy shield exhausted during the process, and the entire vessel was consumed in a fiery explosion. The remaining 2 escaped into hyperspace. Seeing their prey flee into hyperspace, the dozen or so warships did not pursue. They lacked the means to track the destination, as they had no way to pinpoint the target's hyperdimensional coordinates. They had no choice but to give up. Having observed the entire process, Lu Feng couldn't help but think even Neptune had become a battlefield. Eyeing the dozen or so 6th and 7th-tier warships, Lu Feng had the Shadow of the Void slowly approach. Hundreds of 10th-tier vessels surrounded them, and only then did he reveal himself. On board one of those dozen ships, their owner, Zhou Heng, glared furiously at the 2 vessels that had just escaped through hyperspace. He had been so close to finishing that bastard off. After finally tracking him down here at Neptune, the man had slipped away again. Thinking of what that scoundrel had done into High City, Zhou Heng gnashed his teeth in rage. When the warships first descended upon the solar system, the entire world fell into a temporary stupor. Especially after a secretly recorded video of Lu Feng escorting Lingya and her father into the Shadow of the Void was leaked, the oppressive presence of Lu Feng's fleet kept all Galactic Era players from making any rash moves. Anyone slightly active in Galactic Era knew of Lu Feng's reputation and his colossal fleet. Hence, during the first hour after the arrival, there was no major upheaval among the players. Some were still reeling from the sudden transformation, others were familiarizing themselves with the warships, and still others were fretting over a shipyard full of vessels in need of repair. Some immediately realized that the chance for a regime change had arrived. Yet under the shadow of Lu Feng's million-strong fleet, all ulterior motives were suppressed, and no one dared to act out. Even after Lu Feng's fleet suddenly vanished from the solar system, that deterrent remained etched in the minds of people worldwide. 2 hours after the arrival, some began following Lu Feng's example, bringing warships into the atmosphere and boarding them. For hours after the arrival, warships could often be seen roaring across the skies globally. Some used these vessels to indulge in the exhilaration of piloting their newly acquired toys. Others used the opportunity to survey the global situation, checking if Lu Feng had truly left. 6 hours after the arrival, conflicts began among players, some because they were outdone in ship racing, others because they coveted someone else's higher-tier warship. Once Lu Feng's ships no longer appeared in the solar system, small-scale skirmishes erupted both within and outside the atmosphere. But up to this point, everything remained within manageable bounds. The ship owners were still largely under the control of their humanity. 12 hours after the arrival, some discovered that conventional weaponry had no effect on their warships. They had become the new overlords. And so some began to unleash their primal instincts. The memory of Lu Feng's million-strong fleet was cast aside. Even if Lu Feng stood before them, they might have invited him to join in building a new dominion. They would not repent for their misdeeds. They believed themselves to be the rightful architects of a new era. Armed with these superpowered warships, everything they did seemed justified. In the 12 hours that followed, the global situation deteriorated rapidly. Many nations collapsed and coups became commonplace. Only a few major powers, especially in the eastern part of Asia, held on. An owner of several 10th-tier warships swiftly consolidated a considerable number of players, establishing an organization known as the Order Faction, which stabilized the region. The founder of the Order Faction, Su Jinxiang, as an old-school player, possessed immense connections and resources. Even Wang Zhuo, the former top of the warship rankings, was persuaded to join. Zhou Hong was also a member of this faction. Their creed was to establish a new order suitable for the new era, disregarding past identities. Yet even so, tragedies occurred in some regions. The man who had just escaped was a player who had sold a special warship and was filled with regret and resentment. He had launched an indiscriminate attack in Dahai City. Although Zhou Hong and his allies quickly destroyed most of his fleet, leaving only 3 ships, the man still managed to flee the city. Among those caught in the crossfire were Zhou Heng's own family. But unfortunately, even after chasing him all the way to Neptune, the bastard had slipped away. Zhou Heng seethed with hatred. At that moment, Zhou Heng suddenly noticed numerous warships emerging around him, as if materializing out of thin air, directly encircling his dozen or so vessels in their midst. Upon closer inspection, he saw the breathtakingly beautiful, flawless Nebula-class cruiser resembling a nebula. 10 of these flawless Nebula-class cruisers surrounded him. These were Tier 10 warships. In the entire Galaxy era, only a handful of people could build Tier 10 ships. They were either hardcore grinders or whales. Given the niche nature of Galaxy Era, most of these were grinders with very few whales. Zhou Heng then looked at the other ships. Holy crap, Wanderer Sanctum-class battlecruisers. How many? Zhou Heng quickly glanced, but lost count. He then looked at the remaining ships. All of them were Dreadnought Killer Whale-class destroyers densely packed around the flawless Nebula-class cruisers and Wanderer Sanctum-class battlecruisers numbering at least 100. They seemed as plentiful and cheap as if they cost nothing. Zhou Heng instantly felt that Tier 10 ships had become common as dirt. Incoming communication. Zhou Heng's fleet AI received the transmission, and he immediately pressed accept. Disarm all your weapons and open ship-to-ship channels, or you'll have no chance to escape into hyperspace. Hearing this, Zhou Heng's heart sank. But he complied anyway. Otherwise the outcome would be the same. Yet the voice sounded strangely familiar to him. It was as if he had heard it somewhere before. Staring at those sudden Tier 10 warships, Zhou Heng racked his brain. Having so many ships and a voice he'd heard. Wait, it's Lu Feng. The next moment, Zhou Heng suddenly remembered a man whose story could be called legendary. Lu Feng had returned. Throughout his memory, Lu Feng was always associated with tens of thousands of ships moving together, especially the sky-covering armada on the day of the arrival. A fleet of millions of ships had become Lu Feng's signature. That's why Zhou Heng hadn't immediately thought of Lu Feng when he saw this entire fleet composed of Tier 10 ships. His past impression was too strong. Whether during the Galaxy Era or the arrival, Lu Feng was like a sun that dominated everything. During the Galaxy Era, there were numerous server-wide announcements and later media hype. It could be said that Galaxy Era even gained a bit of popularity thanks to Lu Feng's fame. Moreover, Lu Feng was likely connected to Zhou Heng's own Order faction. It was said that their faction had an invisible behind-the-scenes boss, but Boss Su never revealed who it was, only saying they'd find out later. Many privately speculated that the person was none other than Lu Feng, the current top of the warship rankings. Because in the country besides Lu Feng, only Wang Zhuo's Star River fleet could suppress the current Su Jinxiang. A few days before the arrival, Boss Su frantically poured all his assets into the game, and his fleet expanded greatly beyond what it used to be. Wang Zhua had publicly joined the Order faction and couldn't be the behind-the-scenes boss. So the mysterious boss could only be an even more legendary figure, Lu Feng. Thinking this, Zhou Heng tentatively asked, "Excuse me, are you Lu Feng?" The other side didn't answer directly, only giving a faint hum. Zhou Heng was now certain, and without any further hesitation shouted, "Boss, please accept my bow." He even wished he could kneel and call him Godfather on the spot. With such a towering figure as their backer, what could possibly trouble them in this galaxy? This startled Lu Feng. Why had he suddenly gained a little brother out of nowhere? What's going on? Explain it to me first, he quickly asked. Zhou Heng then told Lu Feng everything in detail. The collapse of global order, the founding of the Order faction, including his pursuit of the villain causing havoc in Dahai City. He recounted it all. Lu Feng finally understood. Actually, the founding of the Order faction was indeed hinted by him to Su Jinxiang in the last few days before the arrival. Otherwise, a civilian alliance like that wouldn't have appeared until much later. He could be considered one of its founders. Little did he expect that Su Jinxiang would label him as the mysterious boss. Su Jinxiang's ability was indeed impressive. He managed to form the initial structure of an organization in such a short time and basically maintain stability in the eastern part of Asia. As for Wang Zhua, he was actually found and persuaded by Su Jinxiang to join the Order faction. Lu Feng didn't know his current situation. From what Zhou Heng said, it seemed rather dire. Also, the guy Zhou Heng was chasing had sold a special warship and, harboring resentment, launched indiscriminate attacks into Dahai City. This reminded Lu Feng of the discoverer of the Void Shadow. Before Lu Feng's rebirth, that man was already an arrivalist, covertly helping the invading civilization transport a fleet into the solar system. He was not a good person. Even if he had suffered misfortunes in life that led to his extreme personality and his indiscriminate attacks on Dahai City, that couldn't excuse him. Lu Feng thought that if he had the chance, he could eliminate this guy in passing. But losing this one didn't matter. It was only 2 warships anyway. What those civilizations wanted couldn't be satisfied by just 2 ships. As for pursuing, Lu Feng didn't intend to. All ships had hyperspace engines, different classes, only differed in performance. The characteristics of hyperspace engines made them less traceable than warp engines, which can be tracked by detecting the curvature of space around the warp bubble. But hyperspace engines only produce fluctuations when entering and leaving hyperspace. For Lu Feng to track him, he would need to cover hundreds or thousands of light years with detection instruments. That was nearly impossible. This was also why Lu Feng chose the screening plan. It was unrealistic to control all players from the start. Unless he destroyed everyone. What he screened for were those who stayed in the solar system to cause trouble. If you behaved yourself, even if you left the solar system to play alone, he wouldn't bother. But if you stayed in the solar system to cause trouble and do disgusting things behind the scenes, why should he tolerate you? With that thought, Lu Feng turned his gaze back to Zhou Heng. Since Zhou Heng was his own man, Lu Feng didn't make him disarm and undergo inspection by the Chuck Legion. However, Lu Feng still kept Zhou Heng's ships within the encirclement of his fleet. Necessary caution was still required. Has your Order faction established internal communications? Lu Feng asked at this point. Zhou Heng immediately nodded. Yes, we discovered that the communication equipment on the warships from Galaxy Era is all faster than light communication. Although we don't know the exact principle, it works quite well. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng silently noted it in his mind. He would later study the warships descended from Galaxy Era and thoroughly analyze their technological composition to see what level of civilization classification in the Milky Way they correspond to. From the reverence the Chuck civilization had for these ships and the hunger the invading civilization's coalition showed for Galaxy Era warships. The warships of Galaxy Era definitely contain super technology. Don't spread the news of my return yet. Contact Su Jinxiang privately and tell him to prepare 2 lists. Zhou Heng immediately nodded and obeyed. 1 list of Galaxy Era players and 1 list of players with no criminal records. Lu Feng calmly stated the 2 lists he had long planned in his mind. Zhou Heng was a smart man. Hearing this, he felt a chill in his heart. It seemed the world was about to change again. At this moment, Zhou Heng felt incredibly fortunate, grateful that he hadn't been consumed by desire, and thankful that he had followed Su Jinxiang's advice to join the Order faction. Europe. In the city of Potsdam, southwest of Berlin. Within Potsdam lies the world-renowned Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Not long ago, the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics held a global research symposium on astronomy. The subject of discussion was the newly discovered suspected Dyson sphere device at the Zaijinshan Observatory in Dying City. The Zaijinshan Observatory had compiled relevant papers and data, intending to present them for the first time at this global symposium. Leading the team was academician Chen Jinwen, along with his group, which included researchers from the Zaijinshan Observatory and his students. Zhou Xin was among them. The Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, located in the suburbs, boasts a beautiful environment. The conference lasted a full 5 days, gathering the world's top astronomers to debate various hypotheses about the Zaijinshan Observatory's discovery. Was that star whose brightness had gradually dimmed over several months truly enveloped by a Dyson sphere? Would a civilization at an advanced stage even need such a structure? Could a Kardashev Type 2 or even Type 3 civilization exist within 100 light years of the solar system? Numerous questions were raised by the astronomers at the conference along with many old hypotheses about civilizations and some new ones. The discussions were heated. This was not the first time such a situation had occurred. Whenever an institute or observatory discovered a new suspected Dyson sphere, such a conference would inevitably be reenacted. But because humanity knows so little beyond the solar system, most conclusions rely on conjecture and inference. Thus, these questions could only be debated in the imaginations of astronomers, yielding no practical results. In the end, it often became a mere formality, naming the newly discovered suspected Dyson sphere device and recording it on humanity's astronomical map. Everyone treated it as a publicly funded trip, mingling with global peers and exchanging ideas and research progress. Chen Jinwen had also brought Zhou Xian and the others with this mindset. He wanted Zhou Xian and the team to gain more experience in exchanging ideas with peers while also giving the Zaijinshan Observatory some exposure on the global astronomical stage. Amidst eating and drinking, the conference reached its final day. But on that very day, an epic-making event occurred that shocked the world. The skies over Europe were shrouded by countless warships. The world's top astronomers gathered at the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics had just finished discussing the Dyson sphere when they saw so many ships. Their minds buzzed instantly, all thinking the same thing: aliens have invaded. A group of elderly scientists huddled together, staring at each other wide-eyed, then swarmed toward Chen Jinwen, demanding to know if he had sent any signals to the Dyson sphere discovered by the Zaijinshan Observatory. Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian, drenched in sweat from the crowd's pressure, quickly explained that even if they had sent a signal, it would take days before it could reach that far. After calming down, everyone realized that made sense. They had been terrified into jumping to that conclusion. After all, it was the first time in decades that any of them had witnessed such a scene. For a normal person to remain calm under extreme shock is no easy feat, let alone for a group of elderly scholars. The younger generation, like Zhou Xian, instinctively turned to the internet when facing major events. What they saw was astonishing. Not only Europe, but the entire globe was under the same phenomenon. European nations had already entered emergency response mode. Soon something even more shocking occurred. A video from Dahai City went viral on the still-functioning websites. The video showed an entire fleet descending directly onto the Pujiang River. In it, a colossal warship hundreds of meters long hovered over the river, abducting people from the shore. Zhou Xian recognized instantly that the leader among the people on the shore was Lu Feng. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Zhou Xian was stunned, uttering only those two words. That Lu Feng. Chen Jinwen, drawn over, also watched the video. The moment it ended, a chill ran down his spine. Lu Feng was definitely not human. He had produced obviously non-human star images, founded a top-tier tech company at a young age, and then sold his shares and stepped down at the peak of its success. All signs pointed to the fact that he was an alien in disguise. Zhou Xian, filled with regret, cried out, "Holy shit, back then Lu Feng told me to play this game, but I had no money and was busy writing my thesis. I didn't build a single ship. Damn it, my thesis ruined me." But Chen Jinwen, hearing Zhou Xian's nonsense, slapped him. "What are you talking about? Don't you want to graduate?" Zhou Xian, covering his head, glanced at the warships above and muttered weakly, "With all this going on, who cares about school? Even a dog wouldn't." The rest of the sentence died under Chen Jinwen's murderous glare. Chen Jinwen was still shuddering. How could I have been so blind as not to realize he was an alien? Zhou Xian looked baffled. What alien? Aren't these the warships from the game that have come to the real world? He guessed the old man was out of touch with some new trends, so he showed Chen Jinwen the comments below the video. The comments stated that all these warships were from the game Galaxy Era. Every player of Galaxy Era could receive the ships they owned in the game. Below were a string of envious and disbelieving remarks. Some even shouted that they didn't believe it, that the whole world was conspiring to deceive them, and everything was a conspiracy. After reading, Chen Jinwen was dazed. He didn't disbelieve, he had no choice but to believe. That Lu Feng. He was supposedly the owner of the largest fleet in the game. He had heard Zhou Xian mention it when the media was hyping it up. And now those warships had all come to reality. How many were there? He looked at the dense swarm of warships above, and across the globe the sky was the same. How many of those belonged to Lu Feng? Chen Jinwen immediately clutched his chest, feeling his heart skip a beat. Whether from shock or excitement, he couldn't tell. Zhou Xian quickly steadied the trembling old man who seemed about to collapse. "Teacher, we're rich. With Lu Feng around, we'll never have to worry about funding again. You absolutely can't die now, or how will I use your name to swindle that guy's funding?" Chen Jinwen was so furious he stood up on the spot. "Swindle funding. Swindle funding. I'll teach you to swindle funding." After slapping Zhou Xian a few times, Chen Jinwen felt his heart regain its vitality. Zhou Xian, covering his head, dared not fight back or retort. Subsequently, Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian, having obtained this crucial information, shared the news with the assembled astronomers. Such tidings had already spread far and wide. It was only a matter of time before everyone learned of it, so there was no point in keeping it secret. Yet Chen Jinwen deliberately concealed one detail: the star chart that Lu Feng had used to locate him. He did not breathe a word of it, and even his student Zhou Xian remained unaware of the chart's existence at that moment. These These warships are all from the game. And the owner of this video is someone you know. Antonio, the renowned astronomer from the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics, found it hard to believe. This defied his imagination utterly beyond the bounds of physics as he understood it. He would have found it more plausible to be told that aliens had invaded. Chen Jinwen, an old friend of Antonio's, patted him on the shoulder with an air of nonchalance. Old Antonio, you need to learn to embrace new things. You weren't like this before. Zhou Xian muttered, clutching his chest, as he mimicked Chen Jinwen's earlier demeanor. Moi. Chen Jinwen shot a warning glance at Zhou Xian, who immediately fell silent. Then, what do we do next? Antonio asked, his voice trembling, voicing the question on everyone's mind. The moment the words left his lips, the astronomers gathered in the room fell into a profound silence, including Chen Jinwen. No one knew what changes the new era would bring, nor where they themselves would stand. Even the prospect of seeing tomorrow was uncertain. Chen Jinwen asked Zhou Xian in a low voice, "Can you still reach Lu Feng?" Zhou Xian shook his head. "Only Twitter is still working. Other social media apps have been temporarily restricted, and international calls too." A sense of unease settled in Chen Jinwen's heart. Does Lu Feng know we're abroad? Zhou Xian thought carefully and shook his head again. "I never told him. Did you?" Zhou Xian stared at Chen Jinwen with wide eyes. Chen Jinwen gritted his teeth in frustration. "If I had told him, would I be asking you? What do we do then? We had booked evening flights, but with everything grounded, even the embassy might not be able to help us get back home." Zhou Xian knew that all countries had declared states of emergency, halting transportation immediately. Chen Jinwen felt helpless. "We'll have to stay here for now and wait until the situation becomes clearer." But just then someone let out a cry of surprise. Everyone present followed his gaze to the sky. Most of the warships that had filled the air were gone. Only vessels bearing various distinct insignias remained, each representing a different player's fleet. It was still early morning in Europe, and the morning sunlight, now unobstructed, began to spill over the Potsdam Institute of Astrophysics. Due to the sudden incident, all astronomers who had planned to leave that day were forced to cancel their trips and remain at the institute. Fortunately, the institute still had ample food supplies, giving the astronomers some reassurance that they could at least stay put for a while. Meanwhile, the skies over Europe had become a playground for many players. They boarded their warships and piloted them with unrestrained excitement. Nations, that concept no longer existed for them. Soldiers trembled at the sight of their colossal warships, and powerless commanders dared not order an attack, merely watching as they raced through the skies. They felt the intoxicating surge of power. This sensation was utterly intoxicating. Although many players did not join in the revelry, seeing others lower their warships and swagger through the air, they too felt compelled to bring their fleets down to their own locations to protect themselves and their families. They knew the local climate all too well. Under the banner of freedom, a madman high on exhilaration or drugs might launch an attack at any moment. If they were caught in the crossfire, it would be sheer misfortune. In small towns, a single Galaxy Era player could hold sway over the entire community. But in big cities, the overhead space was already divided among countless fleets of different affiliations. Hundreds, or even thousands of warships, some cautious, some reckless, crisscrossed the skies above urban centers. The atmosphere grew tense with the increasing number of warships. It had been only a few hours since the vessels descended, and restraints still held. People clung to their humanity. Yet the slightest spark could ignite a catastrophe. The savvy ones had already boarded their warships with their families and fled into space. But space itself was no sanctuary. It too was overrun and ravaged by disorderly small fleets. Larger fleets, however, were left alone, everyone instinctively giving them a wide berth. As the tension mounted, some astronomers gazed anxiously at the giant warships passing overhead from time to time. Others, ignoring all advice, insisted on returning to their home countries, seeking help from their embassies in the nearest major city. These people formed a group, and several researchers from the Potsdam Institute drove them northeast toward Berlin. They agreed to return if the plan failed. Potsdam is not far from Berlin, a few hours' drive each way. But as night fell, they never came back. 12 hours had passed since the warship's arrival. Europe had transitioned from morning to night. Those at the institute saw thick plumes of smoke and raging fires rising from the direction of Potsdam city center. The institute was located outside the city, so they could not tell exactly what was happening. But as the flames and smoke gave way to the sounds of gunfire and explosions, the sky over the city was illuminated by laser fire from warships crisscrossing and slicing the air into fragments. The acrid stench of burning drifted toward them. Panic spread through the institute. Everyone speculated about what was happening in the city. Military skirmish, riots. Whatever it was, the city was surely in chaos. The institute, being farther away, remained unaffected for the moment. But everyone knew it was only a matter of time before the turmoil reached them. In an instant, all were scrambling for a way out, appealing to military contacts, calling on their home governments, exhausting every means available to the astronomers. But under the current circumstances, with their own survival at stake, who had the capacity to care for a group of astronomers stranded in a foreign land? All their means of communication were naturally rendered futile. Zhou Xian and the others tried every method available, yet all came to naught. "Teacher, what do we do now?" Zhou Exin asked, his brow furrowed in distress as he stared at the phone that buzzed endlessly. Chen Jinwen knew that he could not afford to panic. As the pillar of strength for the group, he had to project an unwavering resolve. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Just then the sound of vehicles echoed from beyond the main gate of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute. Someone immediately thought with confusion, is that the group who went to Berlin earlier returning? Zhou Exin also instinctively assumed it was them. But as he listened to the deep rumble of the engines, something felt amiss. Did those German researchers with their small displacement cars really have engines that roared this fiercely? There were 2 guards at the gate, but now their voices were nowhere to be heard. This gradually stirred a sense of unease within Zhou Exin. He quietly tugged at Chen Jinwen and the others, leading them into one of the buildings of the Potsdam Astrophysical Institute, where they could observe the main gate from a side angle. Peering through the window, Zhou Exin used the headlights below to discern the scene outside. That was no returning group. Row upon row of military green vehicles brimming with soldiers bearing Caucasian faces and armored cars mounted with conspicuously thick machine guns. What greeted his eyes was a full military convoy. Zhou Exin, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, felt his legs begin to tremble. Teacher, we're not going to become prisoners, are we? He asked Chen Jinwen behind him with a shaky voice. Chen Jinwen silently surveyed the situation outside, then casually delivered a sharp slap to Zhou Exin's head and said with calm composure, I told you to watch fewer movies. What nonsense is filling your head? If they truly intended to take us prisoner, they'd have stormed in by now. Haven't you noticed those vehicles are parked in orderly formation outside? These are clearly regular military forces. Hearing Chen Jinwen's words, the group from the Purple Mountain Observatory visibly breathed a collective sigh of relief. But Chen Jinwen hesitated, unsure whether to voice his next thought. The current situation is hardly favorable for us either. Zhou Exin's heart leaped back to his throat at Chen Jinwen's words. Seeing that Chen Jinwen had fallen silent, he couldn't help but grumble, Sir, can't you just say everything in one go? Chen Jinwen, with visible irritation, delivered another heavy slap to Zhou Exin's head. Only after seeing Zhou Exin clutch his head with a look of grievance did he feel slightly mollified, and continued, Have you all noticed the location of this Potsdam Astrophysical Institute? His gaze swept across the group, but everyone shook their heads in bewilderment. Chen Jinwen, with a heavy heart, turned his eyes toward the unobstructed plains outside. The heartland of D is dominated by plains with elevated terrain hard to come by. This institute stands on the highest ground in the vicinity. It's equipped with radio telescopes, radar systems, and is enclosed by towering walls and sturdy buildings. Career soldiers, if choosing a garrison, would undoubtedly pick this spot. Which means, this place will transform from a civilian research facility into a military installation, increasing the likelihood of being targeted for attack. Chen Jinwen's thinking remained trapped in the military paradigms of past conflicts. And not just him, the D soldiers were no different. Against conventional adversaries, such a facility was indeed easy to defend. But if they lost air superiority with the skies left to the enemy's command, this facility would stand out as an obvious target. Still, even understanding this, these regular troops had no alternative. They had nowhere left to go. The base had been crippled in a single wave of bombardment, their aircraft reduced to mere ants before those warships. The cities were even more dangerous, where these uniformed soldiers were the most conspicuous targets, marked with the highest attack priority. At the thought of this, Colonel von Dell, the temporary commander of this wandering unit, felt a wave of dejection. When had the youth of his country descended to such a state? Colonel von Dell recalled fragments of transmissions intercepted over the radio. Rumors held that in the eastern region, the overall situation had been brought under control by a coalition of young warship owners. They were striving to establish a new order, ensuring that no calamitous events would befall their nation or its people. Here, however, it was a starkly different story. The first to shatter the city's order were not the warship owners, but the dregs of society, who flooded the streets to wreak havoc. From them came the looting of shopping malls, the zero-cost grabs, the arson attacks. And with each act, the grip on order slipped further. Then a small faction of warship owners joined in, tipping the situation into complete chaos. At the thought of this, Colonel von Dell let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know what the future held, but tonight, if they didn't find refuge, they'd be sleeping out on the plains. And spending a night on the open plain, whether they'd live to see the morning sun, was anyone's guess. Colonel von Dell had been pushed to such a dire state. Even knowing that this research facility might be targeted as a military asset, even knowing it stood no chance against those warships, he still had to commandeer it. Colonel von Dell glanced at the guards now under his soldiers' control, then strode purposefully into the institute, armed soldiers following in single file behind him. They pushed open the heavy iron gates, allowing the extended convoy to roll into the institute grounds. Many of the vehicles bore charred scorch marks, and the faint stench of blood lingered in the air. Clearly they had seen their share of combat. The astronomers, still gathered in the main conference hall, suddenly found themselves surrounded as squads of soldiers stormed in. Von Dell immediately recognized the institute's director, the renowned astronomer Anthony. He approached the white-haired old man and solemnly declared, Mr. Anthony D is under a state of emergency. Given the grave circumstances, my forces are requisitioning this institute. I hereby make this announcement. Von Dell observed a flicker of anxiety appear on the elderly man's face. You can't do this. The finest minds of the global astronomical community are gathered here from around the world. If any harm were to befall them, no one could bear that responsibility. Von Dell swept his gaze across the diverse faces in the conference hall, then shook his head with a hint of helplessness. Mr. Anthony, the times have changed. You astronomers have become the most useless existence in this age of war. He kept the latter half of that thought unspoken. From his perspective as a career soldier, it seemed only natural. But from a human standpoint, he softened his demeanor. Take good care of these astronomers, but don't let them wander off. Also gather the engineers in this institute. We need to figure out how to use the facilities here to survive. The soldiers swept through the entire research institute, and Zhou Xin and his companions were unable to evade the search. Under escort, they were led into the grand conference hall, where all the astronomers had already been gathered. Colonel Von Der, catching sight of several distinctly East Asian faces entering the hall, felt a jolt of surprise and hastily inquired of Anthony, "Where are they from?" Anthony cast a helpless glance at Chen Jinwen before replying, "From the Purple Mountain Observatory in Dying City. That man is academician Chen Jinwen." Dying City. Von Der murmured the exotic-sounding name, a thought slowly taking root in his mind. He switched to the international lingua franca and addressed Chen Jinwen. "Academician Chen, please come with me. I would like to request your service as our special advisor." His previously stern demeanor toward the other astronomers vanished instantly, leaving Anthony astonished. Was this Colonel Von Der really so accommodating? Chen Jinwen was equally taken aback. He exchanged a confused glance with Anthony, neither having the slightest idea what the colonel intended. Could he be planning a secret interrogation? But I truly haven't sent any signals to aliens. Feeling rather aggrieved, Chen Jinwen coughed lightly and said, "I'd prefer to stay with my students and colleagues." Having familiar faces around would set his mind at ease. Companions for the journey, if it came to that. On no more hands to help with a quick escape. Von Der nodded immediately. "Of course, Academician Chen. Those behind you are welcome to join as well." On hearing this, Zhou Xin, who shared Chen Jinwen's train of thought, felt like crying. "Teacher, I don't want to go. You go on ahead without me." His only response was a light smack from Chen Jinwen. Von Der, striving to appear approachable, offered Chen Jinwen and the others a genial smile. He hoped to win their goodwill. But Chen Jinwen, Zhou Xin, and the rest felt a chill run down their spines at that smile. "This guy, something's definitely up." Zhou Xin leaned close to Chen Jinwen's ear and whispered, "Teacher, have you offended old Anthony? Maybe he's been bad-mouthing us to this guy. Why don't we drag him along too? If we're going down, we all go down together." "Good lad, finally putting that brain of yours to proper use." Chen Jinwen thought the idea had some merit, though not much. So he said, "Let old Anthony come with us too. He knows this place best." Von Der continued smiling benignly, nodding in agreement. "No problem at all. Whatever Academician Chen says." Anthony shot Von Der another bewildered look. Agreeing so readily, could old Chen be some big shot's father-in-law? Anthony, who had known Chen Jinwen for decades, found it baffling. The old man was just a mere academician, nothing special. Then a memory of Zhou Xin's earlier words surfaced. They seemed to know someone, a warship owner and of the largest fleet. By then Von Der had already marched ahead, and Chen Jinwen, patting Anthony on the shoulder, followed suit. Snapping back to reality, Anthony trailed behind the group. They arrived beneath a colossal piece of equipment, the satellite communication station used by the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. Gazing up at the spherical behemoth, Von Der slowly revealed his plan. "Gentlemen, the situation outside is dire. All of Europa is in peril. There may be no safe haven left here." The faces around him hardened. They knew things were bad, but not this bad. However, in the East, order still prevails. At these words, a mix of emotions crossed the room. Chen Jinwen, Zhou Xin, and the others were overjoyed, a profound sense of relief washing over them. A weight lifted knowing home was safe. Anthony, however, was further shocked. Order still holds under these circumstances. Von Der nodded slowly. "Yes. According to the intelligence we've received, a young man named Su Jinxiang has taken the lead, forming an order alliance composed of powerful warship owners. They are holding the entire Far East region. For us to live under order once more, we must go east." No one questioned Von Der's words. Instead, hope kindled in their eyes. In the east, a zone of order still existed. A fleeting look of longing crossed Anthony's face, his gaze towards Chen Jinwen, filled with envy. "Old Chen, you're in luck." Chen Jinwen was stunned by the sudden revelation. It was news to him. He now understood why this colonel had been so respectful towards them. "Zhou Xin. Hey Zhou Xin. What's wrong?" Someone shook the dazed Zhou Xin. Zhou Xin, frozen in place, was trying to recall a memory. Responding to his classmate's call, he said instinctively, "Su Jinxiang. Why does that name sound familiar?" Then a moment later he suddenly shouted, "Ah, right. A Feng mentioned he had a friend in game named Su Jinxiang." The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone's faces turned to shock. What? You know Su Jinxiang?" Von Der asked, his face a mask of disbelief. Are we saved?" Anthony was equally incredulous. "You rascal, why didn't you mention such a huge thing earlier?" Chen Jinwen raised his hand to deliver a smack, but stopped midair. He was afraid the kid might turn on him and leave him stranded here. Though the discussion was in the international language, Zhou Xian's outburst had been in Chinese. Chen Jinwen had to translate for the others. Vonder rushed over to Zhou Xian, convinced that his decision to bring these Easterners along had been the best one he'd ever made. Sir, we have a full-band signal transmitter here. By connecting it to the Institute's satellite-grade signal station, we can amplify our signal's range enormously. The order zone will be able to receive our transmission. He was trembling with excitement, his tone almost pleading as he asked Zhou Xian, will you help us? Zhou Xian didn't hesitate, he nodded immediately. This wasn't just for Vonder Anthony and the other astronomers. It was for their own sake as well. He never expected the order zone to be established by Su Jinxiang. It was a pleasant surprise. Vonder, overjoyed, embraced Zhou Xian. Excellent. Let's get to work at once. Vonder ordered his soldiers to bring over an instrument resembling a backpack, a military-grade full-band signal transmitter. In the meantime, the Institute's engineers pried open the massive signal station's outer casing, exposing its intricate internal wiring. The backpack device was connected to the station via several cables. Through the station's high-power transmitter, the signal output was amplified hundreds of times over. Everything was ready, but then a question was raised. We haven't designated a dedicated communication channel. Does that mean those outside the order zone could also intercept our signal? This question made everyone present hesitate. They had all come to understand the situation beyond the orderly zone. What would happen if those outside the zone picked up the signals they had transmitted and tracked them down here? No one dared to take that risk. Just then a faint rumbling sound echoed from above the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, like distant thunder rolling across the sky. Feng was intimately familiar with this sound. It was the roar of warships. His expression twisted with alarm. He immediately ordered scouts to report the situation. Sir, 3 warships, each between 300 and 400 meters in length, are hovering at an altitude of 500 meters, approximately 10 kilometers, from our position. Feng's heart immediately grew uneasy. Were these warships coming for them? He dared not act rashly. At this distance, if they sent out any signal, the 3 warships would pick it up and arrive above the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics in an instant. If those warships harbored malicious intent, they would never survive until reinforcements from the orderly zone arrived. For a moment, no one in the Institute dared to make a move. They all waited in silence. Not until dawn the next day did the scouts notice that the 3 warships seemed to have drifted farther away. The group, who had spent a night trembling in fear, finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon the 3 warships reappeared on the horizon. This time they were accompanied by a large number of mobsters, all flying back toward the Institute. The mobsters drove modified pickup trucks, some even brandishing flamethrowers, moving in a vast, unruly procession beneath the warships. They surged toward the Institute with raucous shouts while the 3 warships above them floated slowly like an escort overhead. Feng lowered his telescope, descended from the reconnaissance loft, and said to Chen Jinwen and the others, "Gentlemen, regardless of the risk, we have no choice." With his command, the engineers activated the high-power transmitter at the signal station. Adjust to maximum power. A high-intensity signal strong enough to penetrate the atmosphere and reach outer space radiated from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. The military-grade full-band signal transmitter connected to the station began outputting a rhythmic pattern. Amplified by the high-power transmitter, the signal's strength and radiation range instantly expanded several hundredfold. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. We are under attack by mobsters. Repeat, we are under attack by mobsters. We have astronomers from all over the world here. Among them is academician Chen Jinwen from the Purple Mountain Observatory and his student Zhou Xian. We are now requesting assistance from the orderly zone in the east. If you have the means, I beg you to send aid. Otherwise, we will not survive even a single wave of assault. Repeat, this is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. This is the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. A powerful signal spread from the Institute, electromagnetic waves radiating in all directions at near light speed. If one could see the invisible spectrum, they would witness the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics blazing like a towering pillar of light, continuously broadcasting its distress call. Satellites and warships from various nations orbiting above Europe all received this signal. In a certain great power in the east, the headquarters of the orderly combined fleet located in Dahai City received an urgent message. Those who received it took it very seriously, and the message quickly reached the hands of the fleet's commander-in-chief, Su Jinxiang. Boss Su, we've received a distress signal from Potsdam via our relay satellite. Su Jinxiang stared intently, his eyes lingering on 2 names, Chen Jinwen and Zhou Xian. From the Purple Mountain Observatory, Su Jinxiang began calculating how many forces could be diverted from the homeland to Europe. The region was embroiled in chaos, and it would not be easy for their strength alone to stabilize it. Old Wang's 20,000 level 10 warships still needed some time to be repaired. Just as Su Jinxiang was weighing his options, another message arrived. Boss Su, another message from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. They say that Zhou Xian is a friend of Lu Feng. Su Jinxiang immediately rose from his chair. Notify all members of the combined fleet. All warships not on garrison duty are to be deployed. Target Potsdam. Above the high city, only 100 or so routine patrol vessels had been hovering. But the next moment, streaks of light from hyperspace engines appeared in low Earth orbit above the city. A fleet of 500 warships abruptly materialized, followed by another of 300. Countless ships hastily assembled from across the country gathered at the high city. They spread out like a vast umbrella across the space orbit above the high city. Soon the number exceeded 1,000, and it was still growing. Though the quality of the warships varied greatly, such a massive assembly of vessels still represented a considerable force. Su Jinxiang led this fleet. With their numbers, as long as they weren't facing the entire European player base, dealing with a few small enemy groups would be relatively easy. But his greatest fear was that their foreign presence would provoke hostility from all European players, leading to a coordinated attack. As Su Jinxiang watched the fleet grow to over 10,000 ships, he received a message from Zhou Heng, a member on an external mission. Su Jinxiang's pupils contracted at the sight of the message. Those people, they're speeding up. The sentry who had been watching the enemy immediately reported to Feng. Feng's heart sank with worry. His worst fears had come true. The 3 warships had also received the signal from the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics. As if angered, their speed suddenly surged. The deafening explosion of breaking the sound barrier made everyone around cover their ears. Hyperspace engines could not be used easily within the atmosphere. They relied mainly on anti-gravity engines. In a matter of seconds, the warships would descend upon these wretched insects and reduce them all to charred remains with their powerful cannons. Seeing the warships rapidly closing, and even Chen Jinwen, with his many years of experience, could not help but tremble with fear. Zhou Xian, terrified, clung to Chen Jinwen's leg. "Professor, I haven't even gotten married yet. I don't want to die." Chen Jinwen instinctively wanted to scold him, but found his own lips trembling, unable to speak, and his legs shaking like a sieve. "Bastard, it must be that brat Zhou Xian's fault. I'm definitely not scared." Chen Jinwen cursed inwardly, but as he looked at the sky, the reflection of the warship grew clearer and clearer in his pupils. It's too late, Chen Jinwen thought. Even if the homeland sent aid now, it would be too late. They would definitely die under the artillery fire of this warship first. Just when everyone was in despair, a dazzling golden light suddenly came from the sky above. The brilliance of that golden light made it hard not to wonder if paradise had descended. Wherever the golden light touched, everyone felt warm all over and filled with strength. All the people of Olyuoba Zhou looked up at the sky, seeing only a huge golden point of light radiating in space. Within that intense golden light, there were several faintly visible light wings. Countless people felt that it was the arrival of angels. They knelt on the spot, convinced that this was their Lord sent to punish those who caused disasters like demons. A pale golden torrent rushed straight toward the earth along the light, like a nova falling into the world of Olyuoba Zhou. The nova vanished in an instant, carrying immense energy, directly piercing through a warship hovering over the Bosiden Tianwu Wulianto. As everyone inside the Bosiden Tianwu Wulianto stared blankly at the charred warship resembling a clump of debris, 2 consecutive golden torrents pierced down. Booming, they turned the remaining 2 warships into the same charred debris. Although one of them consciously evaded, the golden torrent followed like a shadow, relentlessly piercing toward its direction. Where the golden light shone, nothing could hide. Angel. This is an angel sent by the Lord. The religious astronomers knelt and prayed on the spot, and even someone as resolute as Colonel Feng began to doubt. Is this really an angel? Anthony bowed devoutly. "Lord, please take me into this golden paradise." Zhou Xian still maintained the posture of hugging Chen Jinwen's thighs, staring blankly at the charred debris dancing in the wind. He subconsciously patted his teacher. Teacher, stop trembling. Throughout Olyuoba Zhou, most people knelt in this golden light, and the sound of prayers became one. Then, against the backdrop of dazzling golden light, a fleet of more than 500 warships slowly emerged. Like a deity's embodiment appearing from the golden light, it was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. The fleet gradually descended into the atmosphere. Each warship switched to anti-gravity engines, arriving at Bosiden with incomparable majesty. Among the fleet, a huge, flawless Nebula-class star cruiser landed directly on the ground. Brigadier General Shan, stationed on this flawless Nebula-class star cruiser, watched the slowly opening hatch before him. His exoskeleton armor gradually closed, and the Gauss rifle in his hand was ready. "First Army, follow me." Behind him were 10,000 fully equipped Jake Legion soldiers. The hatch slammed down heavily. Brigadier General Shan stepped forward with the uniform sound of steel footsteps behind him. "By order of the great superior civilization, all rioters shall be eliminated." Yes. Not far outside the hatch were the mob, whose target was the Bosiden Tianwu Wulianjiso. They brandished guns, RPGs, flamethrowers, and modified pickup trucks with large machine guns mounted on them. They first stared blankly as the golden light appearing out of nowhere instantly destroyed the 3 leading warships, then saw a warship several hundred times larger than the previous 3 land. Hundreds of hatches on both sides of the huge warship opened wide, and armies truly armed to the teeth poured out. Accompanied by lasers fired from the fleet, explosions erupted in the center of the mob. Shan raised his Gauss rifle and unhesitatingly swept the few surviving remnants. The entire legion, like a sweeping storm, began to cleanse every corner of Boston. If any hostile warship attacked from the air, it would be immediately destroyed by the fearless Orca-class destroyers. Their main objective was to control areas that warships could not easily handle, such as buildings within the city. Message loaded. The Radiant Spear has scanned all areas touched by light, providing full-spectrum support. In the void shadow, Feng looked with satisfaction at the Radiant Spear above. At this moment, the Radiant Spear's light wings had not yet fully unfolded. Even at its basic length of 500 kilometers, it already possessed such might. If fully charged with energy, the light wings could expand to 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, resembling a small sun. Fleet approaching. Signal incoming. At that moment, another fleet of 10,000 ships appeared in orbit above Uluobajo. The signal was accessed from there. Feng saw a stranger's face. Boss Lu, first time meeting. I'm Su Jinxiang. The person opposite smiled and greeted him as if they had known each other for a long time. Feng couldn't help but laugh. Don't call me boss anymore, I'm broke. Su Jinxiang rolled his eyes at Feng's words. Boss Lu is really modest. Let's put that aside. How do you plan to handle this situation? Feng replied without hesitation. Establish authority. Prestige is built through force. Merely showing off only inspires fear, not respect. Coordinate with my legion and start cleaning up this mess. With that, Feng walked out and saw the images transmitted by the Void Shadow's sensors. In the images, he spotted two familiar faces inside the Boston Tianwu Wulianjizo. Feng left the bridge and used the Void Shadow's teleportation device to arrive at the Boston Tianwu Wulianjizo. By then, the institute had been occupied by the Chake Legion, led by Shan. The original soldiers, faced with these Chake soldiers who seemed like monsters equipped with exoskeleton machines, had no resistance and meekly surrendered. Shan stood guard at the entrance of the Boston Tianwu Wulianjizo, having just received word that the great superior civilization would arrive in person. With a flash of light, Feng's figure gradually materialized, and before him stood Shan, saluting solemnly. This was the first time Shan had seen the true appearance of the great superior civilization. In terms of physique and appearance, they were highly similar to the Chake people. Shan also recalled the results from the device he carried when first entering this planet. The composition of the entire planet was highly similar to their Chake homeworld, and even the race born here was strikingly similar. But out of caution, they could not directly breathe the air here. The entire Chake Legion relied on the built-in breathing filtration system of their exoskeleton armor. Thinking this, Shan felt that these thoughts were somewhat disrespectful to the great superior civilization. He spoke respectfully, "Great superior civilization." Feng nodded, then turned his gaze and saw inside the gate, including a few Asian faces, the foreigners collectively staring at him in shock, as if seeing a monster. Although they could not understand the language spoken by the humanoid figures clad in exoskeleton armor, they could tell that this entity regarded Feng with great reverence. Those with keen insight, such as the senior officer Vonder, recognized at a glance that this exoskeleton armor was far beyond human technology. The rifles they carried were also utterly distinct from the thermal weapons used by humanity. He even found the rifles strangely familiar, appearing to be the electromagnetic weapons that various nations had been secretly developing. Yet, even the M nation had abandoned electromagnetic weaponry after decades of research, with only one nation managing to produce a shipborne electromagnetic cannon. This illustrated the immense difficulty of developing such weapons. Even so, at humanity's current level, miniaturizing electromagnetic weapons to the size of rifles remained a distant dream. Yet this sudden army was equipped with miniature electromagnetic weapons in every soldier's hands. Moreover, the material of their exoskeleton armor was a complete mystery. During their earlier clash with the Riders, standard rifle bullets had failed to penetrate the armor, leaving only faint scratches. Compared to his own troops, this legion was like an army of divine soldiers. Vonder felt as though his throat were constricted, rendering him speechless for a long moment. The one who commanded such a legion was this young man standing before him. Wait, this face. Could it be the very person who had been the talk of intelligence reports listed as a top priority target? The owner of the greatest fleet in the Galactic Era, Feng. Just a day ago, the intelligence division had been operating normally, and they had been the first to confirm Feng's identity. Never did they expect to meet him here in such a manner. The turmoil within Vonder's heart refused to subside. Unlike Vonder's shock, Zhou Exine and Chen Jinwen were startled by Feng's sudden appearance, both astonished by his transformed identity and taken aback by his presence there. But then Chen Jinwen breathed a sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Zhou Exine rushed forward, clutching Feng's leg and wailing loudly. "Ah, Feng, I've suffered so much while you were gone. You can't just abandon me. How could I possibly go on without you?" Witnessing Zhou Exine making such a scene before everyone, Chen Jinwen struggled to suppress his irritation, silently clenching his fists. Feng simply laughed heartily, unconcerned by Zhou Exine's theatrics. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're taken care of." Then, shifting his tone, he addressed the gathering of white-haired elders. "I've heard that some of the world's top astronomers are here, the finest minds of humanity. Would you be interested in joining the new era? If so, follow me aboard the ship." Before he could even finish, Chen Jinwen immediately raised his hand. "I'm first. No one else can claim that spot." Having been deeply involved in Lu Feng's analysis of the neutron star warship star charts, he knew full well that Lu Feng possessed remarkable assets. Moreover, those starships capable of venturing into space promised a revolutionary leap for astronomy. A transformation more monumental than all the astronomical knowledge accumulated over millennia. Whoever seized this opportunity first would become the founding pioneer. Such a feat would etch one's name into eternity. For Chen Jinwen, who had achieved academician status and harbored no further ambitions, the allure of immortal renown was irresistible. Even with his typically composed demeanor, the mere thought of it sent his blood racing. In short, following Lu Feng was undoubtedly the right choice. Antony, the director of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, watched Chen Jinwen leap to declare his support before Lu Feng had even finished speaking and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Though this was his first encounter with Lu Feng, he had seen the video from the Pujiang riverbank that Zhou Xian had shown him. He had also witnessed the hundreds of warships that descended upon Potsdam and this land army that had drained the color from Vonder's face. All of it belonged to the young man before him. In the span of a single day, he had witnessed civilized society teeter on the brink of collapse, only to halt just as chaos was about to engulf everything. At this moment, he yearned desperately to return to the fold of order to reclaim the status he deserved. Vonder's earlier harsh attitude lingered in Antony's memory. The director of one of the world's leading research institutions treated as a useless accessory stripped of all dignity. A flicker of defiance passed through Antony's eyes. He would prove that scientists like him could contribute far more than ordinary soldiers. He raised his hand second. In my capacity as director of the Potsdam Institute for Astrophysics, on behalf of all its researchers, I announce our allegiance. Antony had a premonition that missing this opportunity today would haunt him for the rest of his life. Emboldened by these two, the astronomers from around the globe followed suit one by one. Lu Feng watched as every single researcher raised their hand, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent. All of you come aboard. Vonder, who had been left standing aside, grew anxious at this point. What about me? What am I supposed to do? I haven't boarded yet. Sir Lu Feng, he called out hastily. I believe I can assist you with some of the challenges you may face in the future. Once this formidable force under Lu Feng's command departed, who knew what would become of this place? Lu Feng paused, turning back with a curious look. What challenges? Counterinsurgency, Vonder stated with absolute certainty. He approached Lu Feng, and under Shah N's wary gaze lowered his voice. I am the former director of the strategy department of the Northern Pact Group. I possess detailed intelligence on nearly every major interest group in the West. If you intend to establish a new world order, these entities are the obstacles you must eliminate. Lu Feng regarded the officer with slight surprise. He had indeed considered this. Though the emergence of warships could overturn the old order, a new order would still be composed of people. The influence of past beneficiaries permeated every facet of society, and it could not simply be eradicated by force overnight. If mishandled, he could easily find himself mired in the quagmire of insurgency. Lu Feng needed a stable human society to nurture the talent necessary for development, so such a scenario had to be avoided at all costs. The simplest solution was to address the root cause. However, Lu Feng had no intention of undertaking this task personally. He would rather appoint an agent, a local proxy who could execute his will. In the east, there was Su Jinxiang. So then, Lu Feng sized up Vonder with an appraising gaze. Congratulations, you're now on probation. But I'll need to see your performance and sincerity. Hearing this, Vonder let out a long sigh of relief. He knew the old national order was gone, and a new era was inevitable. And he perhaps had just set one foot onto this earth-shattering space elevator. Feng Derer flashed a grin at Lu Feng and said, I will prove it to you, sir. Take your soldiers and board the adjacent 10-kilometer-long warship. I have a mission for you to execute. That was the very flawless Nebula-class cruiser that Shah N's 10,000-strong legion had boarded. Lu Feng stepped out of the main gate of the Boston Institute of Astrophysics and gazed up at the sky. In the sky, the flowing light sphere, as dazzling as the sun, still hung high above, providing streaming light bombardment support for Su Jinxiang's fleet. The fleet brought by Su Jinxiang had already suppressed the recent unrest in the metropolis of Bolin. Shah N's 10,000-strong legion was expected to use Bolin as a center to pacify the entire plain, while the remaining legions would be deployed to other regions. And beyond that, Lu Feng turned his gaze toward the deep space beside the flowing light sphere. In the places invisible to the naked eye beyond the atmosphere, countless colossal warships had already sealed off the area. His fleet was in position. A ruthless suppression began. Biologist Lu Anti pulled the curtain open just a crack, peering out cautiously, fearful that anyone might know the house was occupied. On the streets outside, burnout cars were everywhere, and a pungent odor permeated the air. Lu Anti confirmed that the mob that had just passed had left their block, and he hurried back inside. That group just left. We must leave immediately, or we can't stay in the city any longer. But where can we go? Lu Anti replied without hesitation. Go to a sparsely populated place. I know a retired professor's residence. He was a former colleague of mine at the Mapu Society. His place is very remote and won't be affected. The Mapu Society is one of the world's top research institutions, bringing together many scientists in foundational fields such as biology, physics, and chemistry. Liu Anti was a leading figure in the field of biology, studying the proliferation and activation of human cells. After dozens of generations of division and proliferation, human cells gradually lose their ability to continue dividing. Except for cancer cells, which can divide indefinitely, no other cell can escape this curse. The academic community currently explains this phenomenon with theories such as the telomere theory and the free radical theory. Liu Anti was researching how to prolong cell activity as much as possible, allowing cells to undergo more divisions and thereby extend human lifespan. His research had reached a critical juncture, though the problems before him were like a dark veil completely obscuring his vision. Yet he could sense that breaking through this veil would allow him to surpass his current progress and make it possible to extend human lifespan. This would undoubtedly be a result that could be recorded in history. Liu Anti hurriedly packed all the documents he could take from the study. These materials must not be left behind. His family had spent the night in anxiety. After a terrifying night, he no longer dared to remain in the city of Bolin. Not only for his own safety, but also for the safety of his research results. With everything packed, Liu Anti urged his family breathlessly, and they tiptoed toward the garage with their luggage. As they got into the car and the garage door slowly rose, Liu Anti's anxiety grew, fearing that their movements might attract attention. Fortunately, the garage door opened without any incident. Liu Anti quickly drove the car toward a side road. Driving was too conspicuous. If not absolutely necessary, he would not have chosen to flee the city by car. But without a car, the chance of leaving the city was slim. Just as the side road crossing the community came into view, several battle-worn vehicles carrying a mob blocked the way ahead. The mobsters looked at Liu Anti, whose face had turned pale with terror, and slowly lowered their gun barrels, aiming at his family. Liu Anti's mind went blank, the cries of his wife and children echoing in his ears. The mobsters, seeing this, grinned even wider, and their fingers tightened on the triggers. But a few crisp sounds of breaking wind exploded, startling Liu Anti into a shudder. He looked at his wife and children in the car. None of them were injured. Not gunshots. What was that sound? Liu Anti looked over in confusion and saw the bodies of the mobsters strewn haphazardly across the vehicles opposite. Heavy footsteps sounded from the left. A dozen burly soldiers in exoskeleton armor approached from that direction, holding strange weapon-like devices. Liu Anti stared wide-eyed at this incongruous force appearing so boldly, and only one thought crossed his mind. When had military technology become so advanced? Among the squad were 3 humans in standard military uniforms. The commanding officer, comparing Liu Anti's appearance with a list in his hand, confirmed his identity. Professor Liu Anti of the Mapu Society, the Order Zone, welcomes you. The officer spoke in fluent local language with a standard local appearance, but his words left Liu Anti in a daze. The Order Zone. The officer continued, please come with your family. We will ensure your safety. Where to? Liu Anti was momentarily puzzled by these words. But the next moment, the familiar yet unfamiliar roar of warships came from above. A brand new warship, a behemoth fully 1 kilometer in length, loomed across the sky, its engines pushing it slowly into full view before Liu Anti. This was a warship of a style and size he had never seen before, yet it felt familiar. Could it be coming for me? An incredulous thought crossed Liu Anti's mind. In their eyes last night, these warships had seemed like demons, yet today they were coming to pick him up. As Liu Anti and his family watched in confusion and shock, the warship hovered directly about 3 or 4 meters above the ground. The bottom hatch slowly opened and crashed onto the ground. Inside the hatch, soldiers in exoskeleton armor held strange weapons guarding the entrance. Ordinary soldiers in uniform bustled about, and there were also faces Liu Anti recognized all too well. Professor Chernade, Professor Buen. Liu Anti stared wide-eyed at the familiar faces, and those familiar faces smiled back at him. Now Liu Anti finally began to believe that this warship was truly here to pick him up. Escorted by the smiling officer, Liu Anti and his family boarded this super warship of unknown origin. As they watched the ground recede and the hatch slowly close, he gradually confirmed one thing. He had truly arrived at the Order Zone. All owners of warships disarm and remain stationary for inspection. Any unauthorized unit that attempts to ascend or activate its hyperspace engine will be indiscriminately destroyed. This message was broadcast by Feng across the entire continent of Europa, most of Africa, and the western regions of Asia. It precisely covered the area illuminated by the radiant spear. Within the radiant spear's light, it could conduct simultaneous, indiscriminate bombardment. The control method was exceedingly powerful. In truth, this was also thanks to the players who had obtained warships and had all brought them to the surface. Hyperspace engines are highly susceptible to gravitational fields, so operating them very close to a planet's surface posed significant risks. Even if the planet were small, the gravitational field on its surface still exerted considerable interference. Thus, if these warships were all in orbit, Feng would find it difficult to control their owners. The characteristic of a hyperspace engine was that it entered hyperspace for travel, allowing detection only when entering or exiting due to the resulting fluctuations. Others would never know the destination of a warship that had entered hyperspace, making it impossible to track. The current situation was the complete opposite. All warship owners were like prey caught in a web, unable to move, waiting for Feng to take them all into custody. Yet even so, after the message was sent, Feng received numerous alerts. Hyperspace engine activation detected. Hyperspace engine activation detected. Some warships were also subtly ascending, attempting to break free of the planet's gravitational interference. Seeing these alerts, Feng gave a cold laugh and directly ordered the Radiant Spear, indiscriminate bombardment. Destroy all warships that ascend or attempt to forcibly activate their hyperspace engines. The Radiant Spear's light wings bathed in the sun's rays, slowly absorbing energy. Upon receiving the command, the wings unfurled gently and streaks of flowing light shot forth from them. A fleet cobbled together by about a dozen players, comprising roughly over 100 low-level warships. After a night of fierce fighting, they had driven away or destroyed smaller fleets, seizing control of the entire city of Paris. The group gathered atop the Eiffel Tower, overlooking the city that was soon to be theirs, filled with elation. Could they really have come this far? They paid no heed to the ongoing riots throughout the city. The current chaos was the result of their deliberate indulgence. Though their attacks the previous night had targeted other warship owners, they had tacitly allowed the city's unrest, just as they were about to treat all of Paris as their personal playground. A member of the fleet saw a dazzling golden light catch his eye. What is that? An angel. They stared in disbelief at an object above them that resembled the legendary depiction of an angel. It radiated golden brilliance with faintly visible light wings extending outward. These were former street thugs from the Parisian underclass who had sneered at religion. After obtaining warships, their confidence had swelled to arrogance. One of them spat disdainfully, flexing his muscular arms and shaking his head full of dreadlocks. Even if an angel showed up, I'd send it back to heaven. After spitting, he noticed a member of the gang, trembling uncontrollably. He grinned. Hey, you're not scared of some so-called angel, are you? Did you piss your pants? His words drew laughter from the group. But the trembling man pointed at the golden light overhead, his mouth quivering as he tried to speak. Yet his body's uncontrollable fear made it hard to form words. That. Someone grew impatient. What is it? Spit it out. Another stepped forward and slapped him twice. Can you talk now? I've seen that golden light. It's a special warship. A special warship. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Was it the special warship of some powerful owner? They knew very little about special warships, and due to language barriers, their intelligence on non-Western regions was almost zero. They only knew of two powerful Eastern warship owners. One was the former top of the fleet rankings, the boss of the Galaxy Fleet. The other was Feng. Just a day earlier, the overwhelming number of warships that had descended belonged mostly to one person, Feng. They could hardly avoid knowing his name. But Feng had disappeared. Aside from him, the only other powerful fleet owners they knew of were a 1,000-strong 10th-level fleet in Great Britain and another in the CS. Could this special warship belong to one of them? That special warship is Feng's. I saw with my own eyes one of Feng's huge continent-sized warships absorb that golden light. Feng is back. As everyone's faces changed, a message was received by all surviving warship owners on the Europa continent, bathed in light. All owners of warships disarm and remain stationary for inspection. Any unauthorized unit that attempts to ascend or activate its hyperspace engine will be indiscriminately destroyed. The entire gang felt a sense of foreboding. Waiting for inspection. What kind of inspection? They recalled everything they had done. Someone realized, it seems he's going to purge all players worldwide. But another scoffed. Even if he has many ships, I'm not afraid. I'll just activate the hyperspace engine and hide in space. What can he do? But we're still on the surface. According to the shipboard AI, within 1 kilometer of a planet, the gravitational field is strong. Forcibly activating the hyperspace engine could have unknown consequences. What's there to fear? It's just gambling with our lives. I've done that plenty before. With that, he returned to his warship and ordered, activate the hyperspace engine. The loyal AI immediately initiated the hyperspace engine and the warship began to phase. But the next moment, several streaks of flowing light shot toward all his ships, piercing through them almost instantly. The shields of each warship were as if non-existent, offering no resistance, and the ships were reduced to charred fragments by the powerful energy-laden streams. The others watched, their faces pale with shock as an invisible fear spread through the gang. They estimated that once under Feng's control, given their deeds, they would likely face a grim fate. Though some held a more optimistic view, thinking that with their dozen or so warships, Feng might find them useful. In the end, most decided to take a gamble and forcibly activate the hyperspace engine to escape the solar system. They clustered their warships together, hoping to use them as a meat shield to buy time for survival. The resulting pile of dozens of warships stacked haphazardly looked quite bizarre. Under their orders, all the ships entered hyperspace. Almost instantly, at least 100 streaks of flowing light struck. The shields formed by the stacked ships didn't last a second, all reduced to charred fragments. But at the center of the countless layers of ships, one lucky individual found that no stream had hit him. He watched in delight as his ship would fully phase within seconds, entering hyperspace. Just then, an invisible disturbance passed through. The phasing ship shattered like glass, breaking into tens of thousands of pieces. The ship ultimately vanished, leaving a void in its place. Its owner, without even a moment of joy, was reduced to tiny fragments and disappeared alongside it. It began with the luminous spear, and subsequently the entire blockade fleet under Lu Feng's command descended into the atmosphere, launching indiscriminate annihilation upon the anomalous beings. Yet the sheer number of vessels made them less efficient than the luminous spear alone, which had managed to seal off 3 continents with a single ship. Wherever its radiance reached, no warship could escape. All were reduced to charred fragments. However, in regions beyond the luminous spear's reach, the Americas and Oceania, the fleet was dispatched to enforce the blockade. The anomalous beings were treated uniformly, all subjected to devastating strikes. As for those vessels that cooperated, they were placed under controlled custody, pending review. Across the globe, there were roughly several 100,000 scattered warships, and soon preliminary control over them was established. What eased Lu Feng's mind were the few owners of comparatively massive fleets. Take for instance the Britons, ranked 3rd in fleet size, second only to Guangzhou, whose armada numbered over 1,000 vessels, all of them 10th-tier warships. The CS contingent, ranked 4th, had just over 1,000 ships, likewise mostly 10th tier. They had not joined the maddened ranks in overturning the established order when the fleets materialized. Those capable of bankrolling fleets of such magnitude were, after all, the ones who had forged the rules in the old era. They had no need to subvert the very order they themselves had established. These individuals were either wealthy heirs like Wang Zhuo or scions of age-old dynastic families. They remained in their respective cities, guarding their domains while observing the chaos unfolding beyond. Drawing upon his past life experience, Lu Feng knew that before long these power players would make their moves, forging grand alliances and gradually carving up the world among themselves. But alas, Lu Feng's presence changed everything. Confronted with his unyielding stance, they had no choice but to disarm and await his scrutiny. A week later, the consolidation of scattered forces formerly belonging to the Northern Treaty Organization is nearing completion. All units have been restructured according to your directives, and officers have been reassigned under Commander Shan. Vonder reported on the recent work before Lu Feng. Lu Feng had enlisted cryptographers and linguists to cross-reference the Chuk dictionary, producing several bilingual lexicons between human languages and the alien tongue. He also tasked computer software experts with developing functional universal translation devices, all aimed at establishing a means of communication between the Chuk and ordinary humans. His intention was to place Chuk officers in command of the reorganized military in the near term, at least in critical positions. He had no personal cadre, no trusted confidants. This was his only recourse. Otherwise, even if the reassembled soldiers of the Northern Treaty Organization were unified, he would ultimately be rendered a figurehead. But this arrangement was temporary. Lu Feng had no intention of keeping Chuk officers entrenched in human command structures indefinitely. For now, however, it was a period of tentative calm following chaos. Much needed to be reorganized, and under Vonder's orchestration, a cadre loyal to Lu Feng was quietly being cultivated. All reorganized soldiers have been dispatched across the regions, coordinating with the Chuk legions to complete pacification missions. The old national boundaries have all but dissolved, and many nations no longer possess discernible borders. This greatly facilitates the future restructuring. Additionally, 389 special operation units have completed their missions, extracting a total of 1,272 leading scientists and engineers from across the globe, including 83 Nobel laureates. Researchers from numerous institutes have also been relocated, with all personnel removed from their original facilities. As he listened to Vonder's briefing, Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. Over 1,000 distinguished scientists and engineers spanning every field. These were unequivocally the pinnacle of human civilization. The advancement and elevation of a civilization is never an overnight endeavor. Even if these materialized warships were placed before the scientists for analysis, they would be thoroughly baffled, utterly at a loss. For the technological black boxes contained within were simply too numerous. In the modern world, a mere few decades of technological supremacy could render it impossible for scientists of lagging nations to even reverse engineer advanced systems. The technology of a leading nation might as well be alien sorcery, its internal mechanisms utterly inscrutable. Let alone the chasm of millennia, or even hundreds of millennia in civilizational advancement. Hand a warship to scientists to dismantle, and they might well take it apart only to find themselves unable to reassemble it. It was in such moments that the importance of a prerequisite technology tree became paramount. Fortunately, Lu Feng had brought back the Chuk civilization's complete technological tree for a secondary tier elementary civilization. For the solar system civilization, still languishing at the primary tier of the galactic scale, it was the perfect subject of study. As these thoughts occupied Lu Feng, Su Jinxiang on the other side was also reporting on his recent undertakings. Since that day when he led the cobbled-together fleet of over 10,000 vessels to Europa, he had not rested a single day. The review of warship owners is nearing its conclusion, and both lists are almost complete. Lu Feng nodded. The restructuring of the eastern regions, including Daheshi, shall be handled by you. Though things have remained stable there, the undercurrents are far from insignificant. I do not wish for a sudden eruption in the future. With this global reshuffle underway, settle it all at once. Su Jinxiang nodded. He had already begun this work. While his own network of connections lay mostly within the player's circles, the Wang family, a household of considerable stature, possessed a formidable web of influence. Utilizing the Wang family's connections, he had already started eliminating potential threats. The restructuring of the East required no concern from Lu Feng, so he turned his attention back to the scientists he had brought back. It was time to meet them. Lu Feng arrived at a vast auditorium large enough to seat 3,000 people for a conference. A mere 1,000 scientists would fit inside with ease. The front row of the auditorium was already packed, yet the very first row had been deliberately left empty. It was reserved exclusively for Nobel laureates. The rows behind belonged to academicians from various nations and international organizations, along with distinguished members of prestigious learned societies. The auditorium hummed with animated conversation. No one could have imagined that the foremost scientists across every discipline worldwide would gather together in such a manner. Between great minds of different fields without overlapping social circles, meaningful interaction was rare in ordinary times. At best, they might catch each other's names on television or in the news and hold a vague impression. But today those celebrated figures sat vividly alive before them. Professor Lu and his colleagues were seated in the third row. Scanning the front, he saw figures who were either Nobel-caliber giants, such as the biochemist Emmanuelle Charpentier, who had won the Nobel Prize for her groundbreaking CRISPR gene editing technology. She was his peer, though he had never had the opportunity for a face-to-face discussion. Now he saw her in the flesh. And there was also Carrie Berry Sharpless, who had won the Nobel Prize twice. Even more astonishing were the numerous legendary figures, their hair white as snow approaching the twilight of life. The theoretical physicist Yang Jining. Among all living scientists in theoretical physics today, he stood absolutely at the pinnacle. And there was Peter Higgs, the physicist who had proposed the existence of the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle, half a century before it was finally suspected to have been discovered in the real world. All of these were centenarians, their heads full of white hair, yet sitting upright and resolute in the front row. An inexplicable thought surfaced in Professor Lu's mind. If a stray missile happened to fall here, the entire civilization of humanity might regress by 50 years. Lu Feng watched as the attendees gradually filled the hall, then emerged slowly from behind the curtains. The auditorium doors were firmly sealed by heavily armed Xhaka soldiers, with an entire Xhaka military battalion patrolling outside. Upon seeing a young man step out, the scientists' faces registered surprise. Was this the chairperson of this conference? An elderly man seated in the front row even called out, "Young man, skip these formalities and let someone with real authority appear." Lu Feng understood well that his youthful appearance had led these scientists to underestimate him. Yet he harbored no frustration. "Distinguished guests, welcome to my order zone." In one sentence, the once boisterous auditorium fell deathly silent. Everyone present was encountering Lu Feng for the first time. None had imagined that the person who had established such a global-scale order was so remarkably young. Most scientists devoted themselves entirely to their research, indifferent to worldly affairs. Figures like Chen Jinwen were everywhere. Those who didn't follow social media could hardly have recognized Lu Feng's face. Yet not everyone was oblivious. An elderly man, trembling, stared fixedly at Lu Feng as if something had clicked in his memory. "Are you Lu Feng, the one who built XAI?" Recognizing the old man's face, Lu Feng naturally knew him and smiled. "I'm surprised Master Yang remembers me." Lu Feng, the owner of the largest fleet. The Arabian Professor Bu, and seated beside Professor Lu, immediately exclaimed. Being someone who paid close attention to world affairs, he had certainly heard of Lu Feng by name. They never expected the real person to appear right before their eyes. Professor Lu's heart also gave a profound tremor. Lu Feng, the Lu Feng of XAI. He had previously discussed related physiological questions about brain-computer interfaces with people from XAI, and Lu Feng had been among them. Back then, Lu Feng was merely the founder of a modest startup, addressing Professor Lu with great respect as professor, all in hopes of obtaining some insights into solving neuroscience problems. Who would have guessed that after only a few years apart they would meet again with their statuses utterly reversed? A low murmur of whispered conversation rippled through the hall, as many exchanged whatever intelligence they possessed. There were accounts of the warship's arrival and of Lu Feng himself. In the end, everyone gradually understood one thing: a new order had been established under Lu Feng's authority. Lu Feng allowed the scientists their discussion, waiting patiently until the murmurs subsided enough before speaking. "You are all humanity's most precious treasure, which is precisely why I personally arranged for each of you to be brought to a place of safety, namely the current order zone." Hearing this, a considerable number of scientists felt their perception of Lu Feng shift favorably. At the very least, he no longer seemed like a cold, impersonal stranger. Yet a handful regarded it all with open disdain. Another power-hungry ruler without patience. The moment he wields authority disproportionate to his merit, he eagerly demands submission from the world's most capable individuals to flaunt his greatness. One man in the corner swept his gaze over all present with the air of someone who believed he saw through every pretense, especially toward the front row. He considered his own achievements more than sufficient for a Nobel Prize, blaming the award committees for their mediocrity in failing to recognize the monumental impact his discoveries would have in the coming decades. After being rejected year after year, he had come to believe he saw through all the hypocrisy of the world. Thinking this, he raised his voice and called out, "Mr. Lu Feng, whatever you seek from a scientist, just say it plainly." His words triggered several other voices to rise in unison. "Exactly. If this is about classified military research projects for my country, even if you hold a gun to my head, not a single word will I reveal." A white man shouted, his face contorted with indignation. Professor Lu followed the sound and recognized the man. A notorious radical nationalist in the scientific community who had repeatedly made inflammatory statements at various international conferences, earning himself a deeply tainted reputation. No one knew how this fellow had managed to squeeze in. He had probably latched onto someone else's rescue and insisted on coming along. The soldiers, after all, knew nothing of the academic world. He had simply fabricated a cover story, and they had no way to verify it. Thinking this, Professor Lu could only curl his lip in disdain. Nations would no longer exist, and yet some people still failed to comprehend their true place in the new world. Lu Feng nodded mentally, noting the locations of these dissidents, and continued with his own remarks. "Regarding civilization, I wonder, esteemed colleagues, what position do you believe human civilization holds within the galaxy? I have here some documents from the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance, which provides a remarkably detailed definition of civilization levels." The moment those words left his lips, the entire hall erupted into uproar. The Orion Armed Civilization Alliance. What was this? An alliance of alien civilizations? Even accounting for the extraordinary warships, it had only been a few days. Had they already reached the stage of contact with extraterrestrial civilizations? What kind of pace was this? Lu Feng quelled the commotion in the hall and continued. Type 1 civilizations have yet to achieve large-scale escape from gravitational bounds confining their development to their home planet. Their resource utilization is limited to the originating planet and the minuscule fraction of stellar radiation that reaches them, resulting in inefficient energy use. The definition of a Type 1 civilization is relatively straightforward, lacking stringent numerical limitations. However, Type 2 civilizations begin to exhibit far more specific and concrete definitions. Type 2 civilizations possess the capability for interstellar travel within their planetary system, with speeds not exceeding the speed of light. Their weaponry includes kinetic weapons, large-yield hydrogen bombs, low-power photonic and energy weapons, and their energy acquisition methods are based on controlled nuclear fusion or lower-grade energy sources. They are further subdivided into 3 tiers based on their developmental direction. Type 3 civilizations have transcended the light-speed barrier, expanding their dominion beyond their local star system and into their local spiral arm. These civilizations maintain uninterrupted communication and exchange across systems, never fragmenting into separate cultures. Their arsenal includes gravity-based force field and advanced energy weapons. Their energy is harnessed from proton-neutron decay or medium-grade energy sources. Like Type 2, they are also categorized into 3 distinct tiers. Lu Feng slowly unveiled the definition of civilization levels he had acquired from the Chuck civilization. A wave of intense discussion immediately washed over the assembled scientists. Is this truly how civilizations are classified within our galaxy? It seems Kardashev's scale is inadequate here, given the immense leaps in capability. The academic community has harbored such doubts for a while, but Kardashev's scale was simply the most widely disseminated. The earlier indignant white man shook his head, his expression one of sheer disbelief. You can't just define the levels of civilization because you happen to have a few warships. Great science is not something a layman like you can pollute. Do you really think you can fool us, the cream of the scientific elite, with this little charade? Lu Feng responded with a light chuckle. All of this comes from the database of a Type 2 lower-tier civilization, which itself was a subordinate to a Type 3 pinnacle civilization. Moreover, I have brought back the complete technological tree of that Type 2 civilization. At that moment, the cavernous hall fell into an abyss of absolute silence. Lu Feng began playing the list of technologies on the massive screen behind him, a series of applications and storage technologies based on solar energy. Electromagnetic technologies applied to weaponry, such as railguns and Gauss rifles. The newest generation of photonic computers composed of 1 million photonic CPUs. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. New materials artificially developed using stellar energy, radiation-resistant and heat-insulating materials for space travel, high-strength lightweight materials for space elevators, and ultra-hard materials for warship armor. Carbon-based life-form lifespan enhancement technology. Each entry presented in both Chinese and English scrolled across the screen. As the list scrolled down, each new technological revelation was met with a collective sharp intake of breath, the tension in the hall physically palpable. When technologies like photonic computers, controlled nuclear fusion, and the new materials appeared, scientists in those fields leapt to their feet in astonishment. Their eyes were wide, straining to discern if the words on the screen were real. They harbored doubts, suspecting this might be an elaborate ruse orchestrated by Lu Feng. But with the world's most brilliant scientific minds gathered here, would Lu Feng dare to paint such a grand illusion, risking his credibility with them all irrevocably? Clearly Lu Feng wouldn't risk that. That left only one plausible conclusion. This was all true. At that instant a wave of realization washed over many of the scientists. They recalled the soldiers who had come to their rescue, some adorned in remarkably elaborate exoskeleton armor. They knew about the warships, but only Lu Feng had soldiers equipped with this exoskeleton armor. The strength of that armor was staggeringly absurd, impervious even to standard rifle bullets. Moreover, the soldiers wearing it showed no signs of fatigue. Experts in materials science immediately recognized that the performance of such material was beyond anything humanity had ever achieved. And then there were the exaggerated Gauss rifles, electromagnetic weapons miniaturized to rifle form with stable functionality. This implied that the underlying technology was already remarkably mature. Electromagnetic technologies applied to weapons such as railguns and Gauss rifles. Could it be that those soldiers were from the Type 2 lower-tier civilization Lu Feng had mentioned? These scientists had never seen the true faces of those soldiers, only perceiving them as exceptionally aloof. It now occurred to them that it wasn't aloofness, but a language barrier. The realization that they had been rescued by extraterrestrials and even spent time with them sent a shiver down many a scientist's spine. This was truly exhilarating. When the list scrolled to carbon-based life-form lifespan enhancement technology, dozens of white-haired elders seated in the front rows began trembling with profound excitement. Theoretically, the human lifespan could reach 500 years, yet in reality, the average human lived barely a century. This was a stark, undeniable fact. Generations of scientists had dedicated their lives to changing this reality. But now the fruits of that labor seemed to be within reach. Biologist Lu Anti, a specialist in longevity, stared blankly at the screen. The shock he felt now dwarfed even the moment a super warship came to their rescue. His own research had been stalled for years, the problems before him as impenetrable as a black veil completely obscuring his path forward. But now that veil seemed to have been torn away, and the answer was laid bare. Lu Anti swallowed hard, wondering if he was dreaming. He glanced around instinctively and saw the same indignant white man from before now staring at the screen with the same disbelief, muttering, "It's all fake, all fake. Oh God, see, can this be real?" Carl Barry Sharpless, a two-time Nobel laureate, struggled to his feet, desperate to get closer to the screen. He yearned for more time, a few more precious years, to unravel the mysteries of the natural world. For the past decade and more he had woken up each day wondering if it would be his last. But now there seemed to be a tangible opportunity to escape that grim reality. Peter Higgs had thought his presence here was merely ceremonial. Although the young man had saved him and brought him to the Order Zone, he had no intention of pledging his allegiance. After all, he was far too old, unable to even lift experimental equipment. But now he was beginning to understand why the young man had invited him here. "If all this is true, I would give everything I have to see it," he shouted with all the strength he could muster. Observing the diverse reactions of the audience, Lu Feng nodded. "Inviting you all here was precisely for this purpose. The progression of science is never achieved through individual effort alone. However, before we proceed," Lu Feng's tone shifted sharply, "I must ask a few of you to leave immediately. You have forfeited the right to continue." Lu Feng singled out several individuals conspicuously, including the indignant white man and another figure in the corner who had appeared to believe he had seen through everything. The faces of those singled out blanched instantly. Accustomed to dominating their respective fields, they had erected insurmountable barriers around themselves using their connections and status. They were the emperors of these barriers. Within the research institute, their word was law. A single letter of recommendation could secure a student's admission to the most prestigious universities, effectively holding the fate of every student in their hands. Even when meeting with dignitaries, however displeased those figures might be, they would never openly show it. Having grown accustomed to this unwritten rule, they could not fathom Lu Feng would simply eject them from the conference hall. Moreover, the list of technologies displayed on the screen before them had piqued their curiosity. Whether it was genuine or false, with so many scientists present, a single glance would suffice to discern the truth. Yet they were denied even that glimpse. In full view of everyone, what a disgrace. "What right do you have? I am a member of the engineering academies of 2 nations with countless awards to my name. Is this how you treat a great engineer?" The white man launched the first attack. But Lu Feng remained unmoved, waving to the soldiers nearby. Instantly 2 soldiers approached the white man and hoisted him up. "Have you all seen this? This is how he treats scientists. He has no respect for us. Why should we serve him?" he shouted relentlessly as the soldiers dragged him away. No one in the hall responded to him. They watched silently as he was carried off by the soldiers. Many even had a look of relief in their eyes, as if thinking, "At last this trash has been cleaned out." No one pitied him. Seeing that he was about to be taken out the door, he changed his tune. "This must be a hoax, a trick to deceive us into willingly serving him. He is an ultimate dictator seeking to seize the scientific wealth that belongs to all humanity. This is tyranny. Tyranny." As he was dragged out of the hall, his voice gradually faded, leaving only a faint echo. Lu Feng watched the first person to be expelled from the venue, then nodded at the others who remained frozen in place. "I assume you don't want to be dragged out either." After a moment of silence, realizing that Lu Feng's decision was firm and unshakable, they eventually rose one by one, casting a deep glance at the large screen behind Lu Feng. They seemed to sense that what was about to be displayed on that screen could change the entire landscape of science. A comprehensive, more thorough technological revolution was about to erupt, and they had missed the chance to participate in this explosion of technology. For now, they were still scientists on the same level as the 1,000+ people in the hall. But in a short time, perhaps even less than a year, they would be left far behind. The gap between them would then become the gap of an era. Yet deep down they clung to a faint hope, as the white man being dragged away had shouted that all of this was a lie, a trick concocted by this utterly unreasonable dictator to deceive everyone. Lu Feng watched until the last of the singled-out individuals had left, then slowly smiled at the remaining audience. It has been a week since you arrived in the Order Zone. During this time you must have gained some understanding of the world's changes. As the brightest minds of humanity, I trust you realize that the future era will no longer be one of nations, but of civilizations. Look far ahead, lift your gaze beyond our planet to the entire Milky Way. We should recognize that the past internal strife among human nations was utterly absurd. But now there is an opportunity, a chance to break down and rebuild. All outdated notions must be discarded. Humanity must be reintegrated as a new whole, no matter how many difficulties lie ahead. From now on, there will no longer be scientists divided by nationality, only one common title: human civilization scientist. I will establish a science and technology administration divided by disciplines, where status is determined solely by expertise and contributions, granting corresponding access permissions. And if you join the administration as the first batch of scientists, you will gain the right to view the technology tree of this secondary level early civilization. But this is not a free lunch. Those who join must sign relevant agreements and strictly abide by them. Violators. Lu Feng paused, a slight grin curling at the corner of his mouth, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. That smile made many hearts tremble. They understood that this young man was not easily fooled. Now you may make your choice. Those who do not wish to join or believe I am fabricating lies may also leave. As soon as he finished speaking, the 83 Nobel laureates seated in the front row all raised their hands. I'll join. I am willing to join the Science and Technology Administration. Count me in. Finally, a decision-maker with enough vision and courage. The future of our humanity should be quite interesting. I'll join too. In a world where warships can descend from the heavens, anything is possible. This old man has lived nearly 100 years, witnessed history all along. Such a grand event must include me. Hey, even if it's a lie, I haven't many years left anyway, so it doesn't matter. But if it's true, who knows how many more years I might have. No harm in trying. One after another, aged voices emerged from the front rows. All the Nobel laureates expressed great interest in the Science and Technology Administration proposed by Lu Feng. Lu Feng watched the first wave of scientists to declare their support. It seemed the effect of the technology list was even better than he had anticipated. He had originally estimated that keeping about 80% would be good. Now it appeared the number would far exceed that estimate. He also knew that what most stirred these scientists' hearts was the lifespan enhancement technology. These scientists were not entirely devoid of desires. It was just that often their needs went beyond what ordinary people could satisfy. And coincidentally, he was the only one on this planet who could meet them. With the most elite Nobel laureates leading the way, the rest of the scientists needed no further persuasion. As the Nobel laureates collectively declared their stance, the over 1,000 scientists present understood that the establishment and growth of the Science and Technology Administration had become an irreversible fact. The future would see the Science and Technology Administration dominate alone. One by one, scientists raised their hands, and the hall echoed with responses. Professor Luani had thought that witnessing the technologies from a secondary civilization would require a great sacrifice, such as lifelong service, to a single person. To his surprise, merely joining a scientific organization sufficed. No matter how stringent the terms of joining, Luanti considered them justified. In the old era, joining any nation's core research project would require signing a plethora of agreements. The era Professor Buin beside him had already raised his hand. Seeing Luani lost in thought, Buin urged him several times. Luani, your project happens to be about lifespan. You will surely shine here. I have great faith in the future of the Science and Technology Administration. What are you hesitating about? No, I'm just a bit incredulous. Luanti snapped out of his daze. How many times had he fallen into such a stupor today? Looking at Lu Feng, who stood calmly on stage facing over 1,000 of the most brilliant scientists, he couldn't help murmuring, his ambition is immense. In the increasingly noisy hall, Buin didn't catch what Luanti said. Who? Luanti shook his head and raised his hand as well. Gazing at the large screen ahead, his eyes were full of anticipation for the future of the Science and Technology Administration. Let's hurry and witness this moment destined to be recorded in history. Buin nodded in agreement with a smile. From now on, they would no longer call themselves scholars of the Max Planck Society. They were scientists of the human civilization from the Science and Technology Administration. In the end of the 1272, scientists present, all but the 5 troublemakers who had been actively expelled by Lu Feng at the very beginning, chose to join the Science and Technology Administration, 1267 in total. Among them, some may have joined out of uncertainty about the future, having nowhere else to go. Others may have been swept up by the fervor of the moment. Regardless, the final outcome was a 99.6 enrollment rate. The Science and Technology Administration's first large-scale recruitment of scientists concluded in resounding success. Watching the sea of scientists rise from their seats in thunderous applause, Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Honestly, the psychological pressure of addressing over 1,000 brilliant minds was no small burden. Had it not been for the skills he honed during his time at XAI, he might not have been able to command the room today. Since all the scientists present had declared their allegiance, Feng decided it was time to reveal some true examples. Once the hall settled down slightly, he gestured for everyone to take their seats, cautioning them not to get too excited no matter what they were about to see. On the massive screen, Feng began to display the Zak civilization's research and development trajectory across various fields of technology. The star of the Zak civilization was enveloped by a Dyson sphere constructed by a higher civilization, which led to. After a brief introduction to the Zak civilization, the footage shifted to scenes of Zak scientists on planet Zak, one manufacturing novel materials. Concentrated stellar energy was used to bombard conventional matter. During this bombardment, new substances with strength beyond imagination were produced. Through repeated experimentation and process optimization, the Zak civilization ultimately developed a complete process for mass-producing these materials. These substances possess exceptional thermal insulation and radiation resistance. They are not only suitable for constructing space warships, but are also used in the exoskeleton armor of the Zak military. From this single new substance forged by stellar bombardment, the Zak people derived and developed several mature new materials, each with distinct properties based on their differing physical structures. For example, this is one of the derivative new materials. Not only does it possess radiation resistance and thermal insulation, but it is also lightweight with a dense structural composition and high toughness. This is another derivative material. While providing radiation resistance and insulation, it also boasts extreme strength and is used for warship hull armor. Beneath the stage, numerous scientists in the field of materials were practically itching to grab a sample of these new materials and rush to their laboratories for immediate study. The images displayed some specific experimental data from the Zak civilization. Though they couldn't read the Zak script, the scientists could still decipher the structural diagrams of the materials. At this point, they were already 70% convinced. As long as they could get their hands on physical samples, they were confident they could quickly analyze the properties of each material and begin practical applications. In truth, materials science isn't like physics or mathematics, which heavily favor innate genius. Materials science often demands hundreds, even thousands of repetitions. The discovery of a new material is often the result of a research institute testing hundreds of different substances. The compositional difference between one material and another may be as little as 1%. One-by-one materials with varying compositions are subjected to performance tests. In the end, out of hundreds of experimental samples, perhaps only one useful material emerges worthy of being presented in a published paper. Thus, the threshold for materials science is not as daunting as that of physics or mathematics. In those fields, the gap between genius and ordinary people is truly astronomical, a gap one could spend a lifetime trying and failing to close. But in materials science, sometimes all that separates success from failure is a bit of luck. So Feng believed that materials science was the field where humanity's gap with the Zak civilization was the narrowest. As long as humanity mastered the manufacturing processes and achieved mass production, they could rapidly elevate their material capabilities to the same level as the Zak civilization. After briefly covering materials, Feng moved on to the next segment, photovoltaic cells. Because the Zak civilization possessed abundant stellar energy, the majority of which was light, how to store and utilize this light energy became their greatest challenge. Feng spoke at length, elaborating on the field of photovoltaic cell technology. Though the knowledge was elementary to him, for the 1,000-plus scientists below, it was the opening of a brand new door. A whole morning had passed since the conference began, yet no one felt hungry. All eyes remained transfixed on the massive screen. The scene resembled a lecture, with Feng teaching over 1,000 students. From time to time, exclamations of admiration rose from the audience. Praise for the advanced technology of the Zak civilization and for the innovative thinking of its scientists. Feng genuinely enjoyed the sensation. The more he spoke, the more energized he became. Ultimately, he spent the entire afternoon presenting a few exemplary achievements from each major field of Zak civilization's advanced research. Finally, under the eager gazes of over 1,000 scientists, the conference gradually drew to a close. The moment it ended, a crowd of researchers, especially the Nobel laureates, surged forward to surround him. I believe every word you've said. I find it inconceivable that any person or organization could fabricate such detailed, wide-reaching scientific research data. Regarding our access rights after joining the Science and Technology Administration, when will we be able to see the complete technological tree of a Type II civilization? Yes, exactly. Many details are hard to grasp from just a brief overview. I'm eager to see the full content as soon as possible. Feng gestured for everyone to be patient, assuring them that the specifics would be announced soon. They would see the technology they longed for in no time, and when that happened, everyone would have their hands full. Even so, Lu Feng was bombarded with relentless rounds of questions from the throng of scientists, and in the end, he practically fled the venue. He couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying energy and enthusiasm of these scientists. Having shaken off the scientists, Lu Feng found Chen Jinwen. At this moment, Chen Jinwen was completely absorbed in the astronomical knowledge from the Chuk civilization that Lu Feng had brought back. As one of the earliest participants in Lu Feng's neutron star excavation project, Chen Jinwen didn't even need to attend the conference, directly receiving the position of director of the astronomy division under the Science and Technology Directorate. This position was given not because Lu Feng knew him well. The Science and Technology Directorate determines positions based on contribution and ability. This was the overarching principle. Chen Jinwen himself was one of the world's top astronomers, and his level was on par with Antoine and others. Each had their own areas of specialization. Thus, Chen Jinwen's abilities were sufficient to satisfy everyone. Moreover, Chen Jinwen had helped Lu Feng decode the neutron star warship star charts, and Lu Feng had credited him for this contribution. When publicly announced later, he would receive official credit under the entry of decoding secret missions. Overall, it was quite fitting to have Chen Jinwen as the director of the Science and Technology Directorate's Astronomy Division. Academician Chen, busy with your work. Hearing Lu Feng's voice, Chen Jinwen hastily looked up and turned to face him. Did the conference go smoothly? Quite smoothly. I'm here about something else I need you to do. Oh. Chen Jinwen let out a curious sound of interest. Lu Feng explained, I need you to lead the Astronomy Division in redrawing the most precise map of the Milky Way in history. Given that relations between civilizations in the galaxy are currently unstable, we'll start from the Orion Arm. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Jinwen immediately became intrigued. I've been thinking the same thing. I've learned about those warships from Su Jinxiang. They're quite powerful, perfectly suitable for interstellar expansion. I plan to first take a look at Proxima Centauri, the closest star to our solar system. Visiting other stars is fine, but just be careful. This galaxy isn't peaceful. Lu Feng didn't try to stop him. Humanity would inevitably have to leave the solar system someday, and they couldn't remain confined within it simply because of dangers outside. Moreover, within a few dozen light years of the solar system, human military power was the strongest. Any problems could receive immediate support. Rest assured, I'll complete the Milky Way mapping as well. Chen Jinwen rubbed his hands eagerly. Having never been to space in his entire life, he was about to finally see the heavens. Where are all the scientists in the astronomy division? I need to see which old acquaintances will be there. Chen Jinwen imagined how his old rival's expressions would look when he revealed his identity as director of the astronomy division before them, and his lips couldn't help but curl upward. Lu Feng could only shake his head at this. He felt the astronomy division wouldn't be a particularly well-behaved department in the future. However, matters concerning the astronomy division should be left to the astronomy division to arrange. No matter how much trouble they stirred, it wouldn't affect him. He was only responsible for overall coordination. With that thought, Lu Feng left Chen Jinwen. He still had other matters to arrange. Great Sea City. After the warships descended, Great Sea City experienced only brief chaos before being brought under orderly control. Apart from the appearance of those warships, people's lives were no different from before the descent. They hadn't yet been directly impacted. The financial markets, however, were hit by the chaos outside the order zone, spiraling into a downturn. After the joint fleet of the order zone was established, strict control measures were implemented, and the financial markets were essentially dismantled. In the current situation, there was no need for this double-edged sword of finance to drive social development. What was needed at this time was strong control to stabilize the situation. Du Nan sat in the penthouse office that once overlooked the entire Huangpu River, sighing as he contemplated how swiftly the world had changed. In merely a week, the world had been transformed completely, and the starting point of this transformation was something he had personally witnessed. Recalling how he had watched Lu Feng and Ling Ya's father being taken onto that warship hovering over the Huangpu River, Du Nan couldn't help but sigh once more. If only he could have been more far-sighted back then, like Ling Xingfa investing in Lu Feng. Perhaps he too would have had the opportunity to participate in this world-changing transformation. Now within this entire building, most employees were idle at home due to the depression in the financial industry. The vacant building appeared utterly desolate. At this moment, someone pushed the door open without knocking. The moment Du Nan saw the person who entered, his expression changed dramatically. Yang Qi, what are you doing here? This Yang Qi had once been his subordinate. When he had sent people to research and develop in Galactic Era, Yang Qi was the one who built the most warships. Yang Qi had spent a considerable amount of money building 3 warships in total, 1 third-tier warship and 2 second-tier. But after the warships descended, Du Nan had extended a friendly recruitment offer to him, wanting Yang Qi to work for him. Unexpectedly, Yang Qi had directly refused. This greatly irritated Du Nan. But he understood that these people no longer needed to be bound by someone like him, old school as he was. They had in a sense ascended to the heavens in a single step. That was precisely Yang Qi's plan too. Now that he had a warship, why would he still need to work for someone else to earn what he wanted? He could simply take it directly. Just as he finished getting familiar with operating the warship and was preparing to have a chat with Du Nan about life, Su Jianxiang's joint fleet swiftly controlled most of Eastern Asia with lightning speed, establishing it as the order zone. This deprived Yang Qi of a good opportunity to make his move. However, today, he finally had a hard-won opportunity. President Du, long time no see. Do you know about the establishment of the Science and Technology Directorate? Science and Technology Directorate. This was the first time Du Nan had heard this name, and he was quite curious. He not knowing is fine. You just need to know that the higher-ups have decided to requisition several buildings originally belonging to various investment institutions in the area to be used for different discipline divisions of the Science and Technology Directorate. Your building is among them. Hearing this news, Du Nan inhaled sharply. Requisitioning buildings. Didn't that mean the building he had spent billions constructing was going down the drain? Yang Qi, what? What do you mean by this? Du Nan's capital had been shrinking day by day. Most of it was stock in various companies, which was practically worthless in these extraordinary times. His total assets had shrunk to less than a tenth of their peak. This building as a fixed asset accounted for half of his current wealth. Its value to him was anything but trivial. I'm just the messenger. Yang Qi rose from his seat again. General Manager Ling, who is in charge of the new era's economic system reform, has already spoken. Not only will buildings be requisitioned for the Science and Technology Directorate, at the same time, relevant enterprises with broad development prospects will also be incorporated under the Science and Technology Directorate according to their circumstances. The Directorate will provide technological reform for them. XAI will be incorporated under the Computer Science Division, guided by top scientists. What does this all mean? Du Nan was already somewhat dazed. Yang Qi shook his head. I'm just the most junior warship owner. I don't know much myself, but I do know one thing. The Science and Technology Directorate is composed of the world's top 1,000 scientists, including nearly 100 Nobel laureates. Their vision is to elevate human technological levels and strive to advance human civilization by one tier within 10 years. Du Nan understood every word Yang Qi said, but when combined, he couldn't grasp their meaning. Yang Qi also scratched his head. In short, this is the trend. There's nothing you can do to change it. Du Nan remained silent. Just as Yang Qi was about to leave, he finally asked, that General Manager Ling, exactly who is? He had already guessed an answer in his heart, but he was unwilling to believe it. Yang Qi grinned. Ling Xingfa, General Manager Ling. He also asked me to send you his regards. Having said this, Yang Qi walked out of the office, leaving Du Nan gazing at the familiar, yet unfamiliar scenery beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. The era had truly changed, and he too had truly been abandoned by the era. In a luxurious mansion by the Huangpu River, Wang Zhuo reclined leisurely in his chair, scrolling through his phone. Beside him lay the very person he once never dared to dream of having by his side. Lu Feng, I really have to thank you. Without you, my fleet wouldn't have doubled in size, Wang Zhuo said cheerfully. Basking in the sunlight, Lu Feng replied without opening his eyes. Your 20,000 level 10 warships aren't even repaired yet, and you're this happy. Oh, that's just a matter of time. Lu Feng couldn't help but admire Wang Zhuo's optimistic outlook. Perhaps all rich second-generation heirs were such natural optimists. Since returning to the Great Sea City, Lu Feng had also brought back Ling Ya and her father and had entrusted Ling Xingfa with an important role. It was a time when manpower was in short supply. Wang Zhuo was another person he needed to meet. Found by Su Jinxiang, Wang Zhuo was persuaded to join the joint fleet that Su had established, and he agreed without hesitation. Where are your men? Lu Feng asked, noticing that Wang Zhuo's professional team of elite players was nowhere to be seen in the mansion. Wang Zhuo waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't even mention it. After that battle where you took me out in one sweep, I was so disheartened that I deleted the game and disbanded the team. I even swore I'd never touch warships again. But now, well, it's just too good to resist. Yeah. Lu Feng chuckled, never expecting such a twist of fate. It was a fortunate turn, though. Without those subordinates, Wang Zhuo wouldn't have to suffer a miserable fate this time. Lu Feng said no more. What are you chuckling about? Wang Zhuo frowned with dissatisfaction. Do you still want the parts to repair your warships or not? Brother, chuckle all you want. I'll be called Chuckle from now on. Call me anything. Wang Zhuo's 20,000 warships still remained in outer space, heavily damaged. They were no different from a pile of space junk. Repairs required parts and time. So while Wang Zhuo was ostensibly the strongest human combatant after Lu Feng, he was in reality a paper tiger. Ah, this sun feels wonderful, and living by the river is truly nice, Lu Feng said lazily as he turned over, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. A month later, as global stability gradually took hold, monumental news spread across the world. The United Human Government, formed by the Order Fleet, was officially established. There were no longer nations, only a single unifying concept: humanity. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward outer space. He had returned to rebuild human civilization for one purpose: the solar system campaign 15 years from now. That would be an incredibly brutal battle, even though humanity possessed warships far more powerful than those of the allied alien civilizations. Especially with the hyperspace engines, those allied civilizations were still using the relatively outdated warp drives with a maximum speed of only 1,000 times the speed of light. The hyperspace engines left their warp drives in the dust. But with their backs against humanity's last planet, the great joint fleets had no choice but to fight to the death. There was no retreat. Back then, humanity still suffered from internal strife, and the great fleets couldn't achieve true unity. The forceful seizure of power through warships led to uprisings springing up everywhere, and humanity wasted a considerable amount of time in internal conflict. The largest fleet owners were also successively targeted by the allied civilizations through temptation or dissolution. These were all things Feng was unwilling to see. That was why he had been so assertive this time, breaking apart the old order and reshaping everything through a sweeping revolution. Only by doing so could they rise from the ashes. This goal was gradually being realized, and Feng began to look toward the next phase. Prepare for war. This time the solar system campaign might not wait 15 years to erupt. It could very well come sooner. In truth, if it were merely an alliance of those third and fourth tier civilizations, Feng wouldn't have the slightest fear. No matter how many of those allied civilizations came, he would devour them all. What worried him was the hidden hand that might be lurking behind this alliance of civilizations. Judging by how the Hailing civilization dealt with the Jaka civilization, the Orion Arms civilization circle had clear rules, even forbidding higher tier civilizations from casually destroying lower tier ones. Yet an alliance of third and fourth tier civilizations had launched a war directly against human civilization. Throughout the entire war, which spanned many years, no civilization ever stepped in to stop it. If higher tier civilizations existed in the Orion Arm, didn't that suggest this war had their tacit approval? In other words, the enemies Feng might have to face were not just an alliance of third and fourth tier civilizations, but potentially fifth or even sixth tier civilizations. That was the point of Feng's concern. He didn't know the limits of fifth and sixth tier civilizations, so he felt that even with a behemoth like Zilikisis, it wasn't enough to be secure. He needed more powerful weapons, the neutron star warship. Only with the neutron star warship in hand could he be truly at ease. All things are difficult at the start. With Feng having initiated the restructuring of human civilization, the subsequent path would be guided by Su, Jinxiang, Shen Jinwen, and Vonder, gradually steering humanity in the direction he had envisioned. This would free him up to cross the galaxy in search of the neutron star warship. If all went smoothly, this journey could be completed within 5 years. If not, it would take longer. Feng had no idea what the conditions along the route would be like. Therefore, before setting out, he needed to do two things. The first was to gather more intelligence about the galaxy. Whether it concerned civilization tiers, territories, or dangerous regions, he needed it all. The second was to perfect the fleet's shortcomings. The most critical aspect was the fleet's AI system. He needed a more intelligent and proactive artificial intelligence. For the former, Feng had a perfect target in mind: the Hailing civilization. The founding of the United Human Government heralded the definitive end of the old era. The ruler, a human named Feng. Though Feng held the title, most affairs were managed by others. After spending another month in the solar system, Feng helped Wang Zhuo repair his warship. With Wang Zhuo remaining behind to guard the solar system, Feng prepared to lead the fleet toward the Jaka planetary system. Before departure, Su Jinxiang approached Feng. Both lists are complete. Players with clean records have all been recruited during this period regardless of rank, bringing the total fleet size to 100,000 ships. Feng nodded. Su Jinxiang continued. As for the other players, they have been punished according to the severity of their crimes. The most heinous have all been executed. Those whose crimes did not warrant death have all been placed under the strictest containment. The fleet AIs aboard their ships have been destroyed. Stripped of the AI's communication and command, these vessels have become empty shells awaiting future retraining and reorganization. Su Jinxiang paused, then shifted the topic. But a small number of players chose to leave the solar system after their arrival. Due to the untraceable nature of FTL engines, their whereabouts are unknown. Feng nodded again in understanding. These players could be called the drifters. Most of them were similar to Wang Zhuo, obsessed with the stars. They held no attachment to anything in the solar system, nor did they care about their social ties. Once they obtained warships, all they desired was to venture into the stars and behold the beautiful Milky Way. Su Jinxiang voiced his concern. From the news you brought back, if they encounter other civilizations, could they lead those civilizations here? It's fine. Feng shook his head, not worried at all. These people cannot be stopped. Contact with other civilizations is inevitable. It's only a matter of a few months sooner or later. Moreover, a slight smile appeared on Feng's face. Even if those civilizations are lured here, they are merely small fry. Nothing to worry about. Su Jinxiang, failing to grasp the implication behind Feng's words, did not understand the deeper meaning. Feng offered no further explanation. During my absence, your tasks will be considerable. The global transformation and construction will proceed rapidly. In extraordinary circumstances, you may employ extraordinary measures. Rest assured, Boss Lu. Su Jinxiang nodded firmly. Had it not been for Feng's reminders and assistance, he would not have achieved his current position. In his eyes, Feng had truly changed his life. Combined with his own character, he was someone worthy of trust. As the crowd waved their farewells, Feng piloted the void shadow, slowly ascending into the sky. Accompanied by the shimmering spear, 10 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, 50 wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, and 500 dauntless Orca-class destroyers, he vanished into the space orbit. With a flash of light, Feng arrived at the outer edge of the solar system, 1 light-year away. Here warships of all sizes floated in abundance. Looking out, the sight stretched endlessly, a magnificent spectacle. Gazing upon his fleet, Feng issued commands to the fleet AI. All ships set course for the outer region of the Jaka system. With the command, countless warships transformed into streaks of light and entered hyperspace. The next moment, the massive fleet vanished from sight. Approximately 50 minutes later, at the Jaka system, 100 light-years away. About 4 light-years outside the Jaka system, a colossal star hung silently. It had no other celestial bodies nearby, only a solitary planet. Such an arrangement was rare. But suddenly around the star, streaks of light materialized from nothing. A gigantic fleet, even larger in extent than the star itself, appeared around the star. Standing aboard the void shadow, Feng gazed at the strange yellow and blue star below. In his mind, he called out, "Hilarchesis, has everything been well in the Jaka system during this time?" A voice as naive as a child's echoed in Feng's mind. "It's fine, only 2 weird ships came by. They look a bit like yours, but not as advanced." Feng snapped to attention. This could be other players. From Zirlakisi's description, he recalled the 3 ships that Zhou Hong had chased to Neptune. Of those 3 ships, only 2 had successfully entered hyperspace and vanished. Could it be that these 2 ships had passed through the Jaka system? Feng quickly asked, "Where are those 2 ships?" "In my belly," Zirlakisi replied with confidence. After a moment, Feng finally found his words. "I told you not to eat random things. Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache?" Though given the size of a star, nothing could possibly upset its stomach. Yet facing Zirlakisi, Feng felt an inexplicable parental urge and couldn't help nagging. "I just remembered I have something to give you," Zirlakisi suddenly exclaimed. A crystal glowing with a pale blue light, and as large as a fist, floated slowly toward the bridge window of the void shadow under Zirlakisi's mysterious manipulation. Through the window, Feng saw it was an irregular crystal, translucent blue. Around it, a ribbon-like blue ocean occasionally swirled, only to vanish a moment later. It was quite wondrous. Feng found it vaguely familiar. "How did you get this?" "Fished it out of my belly." "You actually have a stomach?" "Of course, I'm from the Stellar Beast clan. How could a beast not have a stomach?" "Roar." Zirlakisi tried to roar like a monster, but it wasn't frightening at all. Indeed, this creature's style was off. Feng decided not to look at it, instead maneuvering the void shadow to bring the crystal in from space. After the void shadow's scan confirmed the crystal was free of radiation, Feng looked at the pale blue crystal now contained in a sealed vessel before him. "This isn't something you refined after devouring the Jaka homeworld, is it?" He thought the blue ocean swirling around the crystal, appearing and disappearing, looked quite familiar. Zirlakisi thought seriously for a moment. "I think it's the undigested part, or in other words, excrement." "Where do you get all these strange ideas?" Feng couldn't hold back. There were too many absurdities to complain about at once. In the end, he gave up and turned his attention to the crystal instead. He stared at it, his mental focus razor-sharp, while his thoughts drifted to the matter of Zac Prime. The next moment, the blue ocean surrounding the crystal re-emerged, but this time it took the form of a planet. A planet veiled in white clouds and vast seas, yet shrunk to the size of a fist. Upon closer inspection, this miniature planet bore a striking resemblance to Zac Prime. Feng's heart jolted. Could this be? To test his theory, he focused his mind on the image of a fountain pen. As his thoughts coalesced, the shrunken planet vanished in an instant, and a fountain pen materialized beside the crystal. Feng could no longer contain his shock. The thought in his mind had actually manifested into reality. If the blue particle ocean he had witnessed on Zac Prime existed due to the Higgs field, then this object before him was likely a crystal of the Higgs field refined by Zirlakisi. This alone could explain why objects could spontaneously appear around the crystal. It aligned remarkably with the legendary characteristics of the Higgs boson. When explaining why different elementary particles have different masses, the Higgs mechanism posits that the strength of interaction between each particle and the Higgs field varies, resulting in their mass differences. Heavy particles interact strongly with the Higgs boson, thus gaining more mass, while light particles interact weakly, thus remaining light. In essence, it is the Higgs field that bestows mass upon particles. Yet it was almost inconceivable to directly observe such a phenomenon on a macroscopic scale. This seemed almost like creation from the void. It was no wonder the Higgs boson was called the God particle. The implications contained within this crystal far exceeded Feng's understanding. Had he not witnessed the events on Zac Prime with his own eyes, he would have found it impossible to believe this crystal was a product of science. After some thought, Feng named it the Higgs crystal. He picked up the fountain pen and examined it, only to discover that despite its outer appearance, its internal structure was completely solid. In other words, this pen was a hollow counterfeit possessing only a semblance of its true form. Feng let out a soft exclamation. Is it because I didn't construct the pen's internal structure in my mind? He decided to try a different object, one without a complex internal structure. This time he slowly shaped a small knife in his sea of consciousness. a blade sharp enough to slice through metal like mud. The fountain pen before him gradually dissolved into pale blue particles that merged back into the Higgs crystal. Then a gleaming blade began to materialize in front of Lu Feng. Gazing at its razor-sharp tip, Lu Feng grabbed a flat piece of material produced by Zack's civilization and pressed the knife against it. He felt only the slightest resistance before the knife sliced cleanly through the object, leaving behind an almost imperceptible, perfectly straight cut on its surface. The sheer sharpness startled Lu Feng. He knew that even a bullet would struggle to leave a mark on this new material crafted by the Zack civilization. Yet this unassuming little blade had cut straight through it. Its keenness was undeniable. The way Lu Feng looked at the Higgs crystal began to change. This thing was a treasure. With enough practice, he could master the art of creating objects from the void, instantly conjuring whatever he desired. He couldn't help but ask Silent, "Do you know the origin of this thing?" Silent affirmed, "This seems to be a type of superior crystal. Superior crystals typically touch upon the most fundamental rules of the universe. They're quite rare, you know. If you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier? You never asked." Silent's voice in Lu Feng's mind rose a few octaves, sounding thoroughly indignant. Damn it. Frustrating, but given that Silent had refined such a precious crystal for him, he decided to let it slide. Lu Feng chose to back down. He carefully stored the Higgs crystal, intending to conduct a series of experiments on it to deepen his understanding of its properties. If possible, he even wanted to forge the Higgs crystal into some kind of weapon to carry with him. He expressed immense appreciation for Silent's recent actions, showering it with praise within his sea of consciousness. Hearing this, Silent began to feel rather pleased with itself. "So can I have another planet to eat next time? I'm hungry." "Well, deserted planets are fine, but you can't eat ones that are inhabited." At Lu Feng's words, Silent let out a joyful chirp. Lu Feng also pondered whether by feeding Silent mineral-rich planets, they might refine other special crystals as well. However, he recalled the extremely rare circumstances on Zack Prime, where the entire planet was almost completely enveloped by the Higgs field, which ultimately resulted in this single Higgs crystal after Silent devoured it. An ordinary mineral planet would likely not yield such a result. At best, it might produce some highly pure mineral crystals. But should they encounter another planet enveloped by a special field like Zack Prime, there was no harm in letting Silent try again to see if they could obtain another unique crystal. From its tone, this kind of superior crystal was extremely rare. After all, it touched upon the fundamental laws of the universe. What about Hailing Prime? Lu Feng suddenly thought, recalling not only Zack Prime, but also Hailing Prime. According to Shaylin, it too was a planet completely enshrouded in a particle ocean. This meant that planet was also enveloped by the Higgs field. And Hailing Prime might be even more extraordinary than Zack Prime. After all, the Hailing people had the technology to assimilate other planets, a feat of remarkable technical prowess. Lu Feng pondered this further. If the Hailing people could assimilate other planets and cover them with the Higgs field, wouldn't that mean? If he could acquire this technology from the Hailing people, he could create not just one, but multiple planets covered in the Higgs field for Silent to devour. If so, wouldn't Higgs crystals become an endless resource? Lu Feng felt a wave of elation at the thought. Then he quickly shook his head, dousing himself with cold water to regain his composure. He sensed that the secrets behind the Hailing civilization's homeworld were far from simple. If it were as easy as he imagined, would the Hailing people still be just a peak Tier 3 civilization? With such an ability to create from the void, they could easily qualify as a Tier 6 civilization. It seemed a journey to the Hailing civilization was necessary to unravel the truth. Lu Feng kept the main body of his fleet at Zir-Laxisi, entering the Chake star system with only a part of his fleet. At the space station outside Chake, 6 Oshalaki who was stationed there suddenly saw a fleet appear, and communications were also established. "Respected higher civilization," Shalake saluted. Shalake saluted. Lu Feng asked directly, "Do you know the deployments of the Hailing civilization on the other side of the wormhole?" Shalake was stunned for a moment, and in the next instant a turbulent wave surged within his heart. Was the higher civilization going to strike against the Hailing civilization? Shalake immediately told Lu Feng everything he knew about the Hailing civilization's deployments. "I only know that the Hailing civilization has deployed numerous defensive structures on the other side of the wormhole, including a massive fortress within which are stationed the most top-tier scientists of the Hailing civilization. As for the fleet configuration, do you have any knowledge?" "I'm very sorry, we know very little. We only know that at least half of the Hailing civilization's fleet is stationed on the other side of the wormhole, and the Hailing civilization places great importance on this place." "I see." It seemed that the Chake civilization knew too little, and Lu Feng didn't hold much hope for it. Lu Feng then issued a command to the fleet AI, "Have the Lightstream Spear arrive first, then assemble the fleet. All ships are to form a cylinder with a radius of 100 kilometers centered on the large ships, the flawless Nebula-class cruisers, or the Silent Behemoth-class carriers." Upon Lu Feng's order, the first ship to arrive before the wormhole passage outside Chake 6 was a battleship radiating dazzling golden light. Even the Chake 6 space station thousands of kilometers from the wormhole passage could see a golden sun appearing in the distance. Shalake was startled. This was a new ship of the higher civilization. Everyone on the space station also looked toward where the golden light emanated. But this was not all. An even more jaw-dropping scene appeared outside the space station. Streams of light appeared outside Chake 6. As those lights solidified from emptiness into substance, warship after warship emerged. All the warships formed a cylinder with a radius of 100 kilometers anchored at one end by the wormhole, with large ships at the center surrounded by wandering Temple-class battlecruisers and Dread Orca-class destroyers. The cylinder formed by the warships extended from the wormhole to the other side of Chake 6, and the people on the space station lost sight of it beyond that. But they could hardly imagine that the cylinder formed by the warships alone had a radius of 100 kilometers and stretched for an unknown distance. Shalake also found it hard to conceal his shock. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed such a sight through the probes distributed throughout the Chake star system, he knew that the cylinder of warships extending from the wormhole had already surpassed the planet Chake 9. That was the last planet of the Chake star system. This continuous sight of warships resembled a massive stream of light spanning across the starry sky. At this moment, all the warships lined up behind the lightstream spear waiting to enter the wormhole. Feng looked at the scene before him. A massive tunnel formed by warships with large ships as the central pillars and smaller ships guarding around them. From any angle it was spectacular. He himself rode aboard the Void Shadow following behind the lightstream spear. The invisibility field gradually activated, and with a mixed fleet of over 500 ships, comprising flawless Nebula-class cruisers, wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and Dread Orca-class destroyers, they entered a state of complete invisibility. The light wings extending from the rear of the lightstream spear were fully retracted, but its internal energy had been fully charged in the solar system, ready to fully expand at any moment. Feng saw that the fleet was ready, and since the detectors on all ships could not detect the scene on the other side of the wormhole, he ordered all fleets enter the wormhole. On the other side of the wormhole, this place was originally located in the most remote corner of the star system, where besides the occasional passing meteor, there was only a pitch-black deep space. Yet in this deep space, a wormhole passage was hidden. The wormhole passage merged with the surrounding darkness, with a large amount of electromagnetic interference and intense cosmic radiation swirling around it. Without careful inspection, it would be difficult to discover the existence of the wormhole passage. But now the area outside the wormhole passage had been transformed by the hailing civilization into a brightly lit scene. Surrounding the entire wormhole passage, the hailing civilization had constructed a massive ring-shaped structure, and extending from it built numerous research facilities around the wormhole. Among these structures, 3 tall cone-like instruments surrounded the wormhole in a triangular formation. And directly opposite the wormhole, there hovered a colossal fortress with a maximum length of 500 kilometers. The fortress was surrounded by hailing fleets, most of which belonged to the Hailing Council. The total number had reached 100,000 ships. These 100,000 warships were all equipped with tenfold curvature engines and powerful energy weapons, the pride of the hailing civilization's new warships. At the center of the fortress, guarded by these fleets, a pitch-black orifice device faced the wormhole. The dark device looked quite strange. The interior of the orifice was so dark that it seemed like a monster that would devour people, sending chills down one's spine. The Hailing Empress and the Hailing Council speaker stationed in the fortress simultaneously received an urgent notice. The wormhole passage is fluctuating. An object is currently traversing the wormhole passage. The faces of the Hailing Empress and the Hailing Council speaker changed simultaneously. The thing they feared most might be about to happen. In the past 2 months, they had temporarily set aside their past prejudices and unanimously focused their discussions on the fleet that had arrived at the Chake civilization. That fleet suspected to be a 6th-level civilization. For this reason, they had mobilized most of the hailing civilization's military forces to the wormhole passage. The research on the wormhole passage was on the verge of a breakthrough, and they could not withdraw at such a time. Once the research on the wormhole passage was completed, it would mean they had officially entered the 4th-level civilization. Pursuing civilization advancement was something they would never give up. Just after the Hailing Empress and the Hailing Council speaker issued the order for all hailing fleets to prepare for battle, they saw a touch of gold appear at the wormhole passage outside their portholes. The gold was extremely dazzling, like a newborn sun, its radiance spilling over all the hailing structures on this side of the wormhole. It was a warship of immense size, its volume already filling the wormhole's mouth, emerging from the wormhole in a slow and awe-inspiring manner. Whether it was the Hailing Empress, the Hailing Council speaker, or the hailing scientists and soldiers in the surrounding structures, all stared blankly at this golden warship. The warship was adorned with ancient markings and peculiar armor, plating a design never before witnessed within the Orion Arm civilization circle. It did not belong to any known civilization's stylistic tradition. Just as all hailing fleets had assumed strategic positions encircling the wormhole entrance with every weapon primed for action, the colossal vessel was enveloped by a hazy golden radiance. The Hailing Empress gazed at the golden glow, sensing it might be the ship's defensive system. "Your Majesty, should we launch an attack?" The hailing speaker beside her frowned at the golden warship before them. Its sheer size alone rivaled that of their civilization's fortress in this region. "Attempt to establish communication," the hailing empress commanded, suppressing her inner turmoil. Instruments from the hailing civilization dispatched signals through various possible means toward the golden giant. Lu Feng received the communication from an unknown source and chose to accept it. He did not reveal himself, instead communicating with the hailing civilization solely through processed sound waves. It seemed to be a universal protocol for first contact between galactic civilizations. All civilizations would attach a portion of dictionary data to help each other decipher the other's language. The translated text appeared before Lu Feng. Civilization from an unknown region, you have entered the territory of the hailing civilization within the Orion Arm Civilization Circle. This area is under the supervision of the Tier 5 Observer Civilization. All actions of Orion Arm civilizations are monitored by the Observer Civilization, which regularly reports to the highest Tier 6 civilization of the Milky Way. Lu Feng read the message and understood that they were invoking the authority of the so-called Tier 5 Observer Civilization to bolster their own position, meaning they had backing. But Lu Feng let out a cold laugh. He had not joined the Orion Arm Civilization Circle, so why should he be bound by their rules? He replied directly, "Open your civilization's database, or I will achieve my goals through my own means." The hailing empress's expression changed upon seeing his response. 4 interstellar civilizations opening the database meant exposing all their assets to the other party, revealing every vulnerability. If the other party intended harm, exploiting the weaknesses of the hailing civilization within the database could easily lead to their destruction. It was akin to handing over the life and death power of a civilization. The hailing empress and the hailing speaker remained silent for a long time. Seeing that the other party offered no further words, they realized this was an inevitable war. Then they severed communication with the unknown civilization and issued orders to their hailing fleet. Hailing fleet, eliminate the invaders of our homeland. When Lu Feng saw countless points of light flicker across the fleets on the other side of the wormhole, the energy laser beams of the hailing fleet, he knew the war had begun. Radiant Spear, deploy all light wings and activate the Radiant Shield. At that moment, the Radiant Spear had fully emerged from the wormhole. With a radius of 200 kilometers and a length of 500, its front end slowly unfurled the light wings, extending vertically from the stern before the other side of the wormhole. The light wings flowed and stretched with a lifelike softness, and in the blink of an eye their brilliance surpassed the forward combat section, completely enveloping the wormhole. The light wings formed a shield thousands of kilometers wide, intercepting all the energy laser attacks from the hailing fleet on the other side. Every energy laser beam that struck the light wing shield was absorbed like a sponge, vanishing without a trace. The golden light wings bathed all hailing installations in their radiance. Horror filled the eyes of hailing soldiers, while hailing scientists looked on in fascination. What level of technology is this? The hailing empress and hailing speaker stared at the scene, utterly unable to comprehend it. The portion of the warship that had passed through the wormhole earlier was merely the tip. The true body was the massive light wings extending from the ship's stern. The hailing speaker's expression shifted repeatedly. But this is a simultaneous volley from 100,000 warships' energy lasers. Even a higher civilization should not be completely unaffected. The hailing empress hastily ordered, activate the field generators. Separated by the golden light wings, the fortress and the building clusters around the wormhole were now scrambling to employ every available countermeasure. Under the hailing empress's command, the 3 massive conical objects near the wormhole slowly rotated to aim at the enormous light wings before the wormhole. An invisible force field instantly enveloped the area. The normally flowing light wings were affected, their speed stuttering as if being slowed down. The forward speed of the Radiant Spear also diminished slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had boarded the Shadow of Void, which had activated its invisibility field and arrived on this side of the wormhole. Within this invisible force field, the Shadow of Void and the fleet inside the invisibility field all slowed down at once, dropping to 80% of their maximum speed. A force field. Lu Feng knew that Tier 3 civilizations had begun to experiment with force field weapons, but this area of effect weapon did not panic him. He observed the thousands of kilometers of space covered by the light wings, while the hailing fleet on the other side continued its relentless assault. However, their attacks were no more than a tickle to the fully charged Radiant Spear. After all, it had taken a coordinated volley from the Silver Star City to defeat the Radiant Spear when it was not fully deployed. Lu Feng did not even know the upper limit of the Radiant Spear when fully expanded, but that was no longer the point. As the Radiant Spear drew closer to the hailing fortress, drawing the overwhelming majority of attention, his own fleet concealed within the invisibility field went completely unnoticed and could not possibly be noticed. Lu Feng took out his phone. Though there was no network, he could still open the game, Galactic Era. Inside the game, one last item remained unextracted. The Super Starport Silver Star City. Due to its immense size, Lu Feng had not summoned it earlier. Stored in Galactic Era, like a universal space, he could retrieve it when needed. Now, having crossed the wormhole, it was the perfect time to deploy Silver Star City and establish a foothold on the hailing civilization's side. As Lu Feng operated his phone in the next moment, all gravitational detectors of the hailing civilization blared with the highest priority alert. Detected an ultra-large gravitational source scale, small planetary level. The technician beside the detector glanced at the light wings outside the window, wondering why such an alert hadn't sounded when the wings first unfurled. But in the next instant, a colossal shadow loomed before his eyes. A behemoth dozens of times larger than their hailing fortress, a superstructure that had suddenly appeared like a small planet. A planetary-class warship. Through the monitor, the hailing empress, witnessing the sudden emergence of a colossal behemoth at the other end of the light wings, was rendered utterly speechless. A planetary-class warship was the hallmark of a fifth-tier civilization. There were two types of planetary-class warships. One involved transforming an entire planet into a single vessel, while the other was built from scratch, ultimately constructing a ship the size of a planet. Both technological paths had their own strengths, weaknesses, and difficulties. Overall, they were evenly matched. The behemoth before them, though only the size of a small planet with a radius of 2,000 kilometers, was nonetheless a planetary-class vessel. The hailing empress scrutinized the weapon systems and dock entrances scattered across the giant, realizing it was a genuine warship worthy of the name. To be fair, a tertiary or quaternary civilization could easily construct a planetary-class warship's shell. But making such a massive shell mobile required an energy system capable of powering the entire vessel, weapon systems that were compatible, and materials of the highest grade A, and optimal adjustments to the ship's materials and mechanical structure. These were the far greater challenges. It was akin to having several countries capable of building a 2,000-ton container ship, yet only a few could construct a 1,000-ton aircraft carrier. A planetary-class warship was an integration of technologies, a manifestation of a civilization's comprehensive strength. It proved that the civilization had no glaring weaknesses in any field and had reached the standard of its current tier. It was not like some civilizations that barely met the criteria for their tier due to a single strength. The hailing empress had once visited the planetary-class warship of the Orion Arm Observer civilization. That warship was a battle planet forged from a small planet with a radius of 1,500 kilometers. It could be called a battlestar, a fortress, or a warship. For such supermassive war weapons, the distinctions had ceased to matter. Inside this battle planet was concentrated the vast majority of the dark matter quota the Observer civilization could obtain. Simply to make the battle planet mobile, the Observer civilization had installed numerous hyperspace engines on it, ensuring it could appear and disappear unpredictably on the battlefield. Yet even so, the Observer civilization's battle planet still faced many issues. When it switched to hyperspace engines, all other systems, weaponry, life support, conventional power, entered a state of minimal energy consumption. The internal dark matter energy was insufficient to simultaneously power the hyperspace engines and the rest of the vessel. It had to prioritize one over the other. But for civilizations below the Observer civilization, this flaw was negligible. The battle planet was equipped with several super laser beams capable of obliterating planets or even stars in a single shot. A colossal energy cannon far beyond the technological level of third or fourth-tier civilizations. Additionally, the battle planet housed negative matter cannons and various other weapon systems, such as force field generators covering wide battlefields and dense high-energy ray arrays. These were the weapons the hailing empress could identify, but she did not rule out the possibility that other incomprehensible weapon systems lay hidden within the battle planet. But even these alone were sufficient. In the Orion Arm, the battle planet's mere presence was enough to defy any civilization that dared to challenge the power it outwardly displayed. It was precisely this planetary-class warship that allowed the Observer civilization to remain the sole fifth-tier civilization in the Orion Arm for tens of thousands of years. As long as the Observer civilization did not ascend to the sixth tier, no other civilization could hope to reach the fifth. This was a widely circulated saying within the Orion Arm civilization circle. Even the super fortress built by the hailing civilization bore a certain resemblance to the Observer civilization's battle planet. However limited by their capabilities, the hailing civilization could only produce a simplified version with a maximum length of 500 kilometers. But whether it was the Observer civilization's battle planet or the hailing fortress, both paled in comparison to the unknown planetary warship that had suddenly appeared. According to instrument measurements, this continent-like giant city had a radius of fully 2,000 kilometers, a diameter of 4,000 kilometers, 8 times the longest length of the hailing fortress. This was only one dimension. The Silver Star City hovered silently behind the light wings of the Radiant Spear, while the hailing fleet of 100 ships continued their assault on the Radiant Spear's light wings. The hailing empress gazed at the transmitted image of the Silver Star City, a sense of despair washing over her. Yet she gritted her teeth and issued an order. Our great hailing civilization's undying warriors, it is time to strike. You are the pride of our entire civilization. Eliminate the shield before us as quickly as possible. The 100 ships surrounding the fortress ceased their laser barrage on the Radiant Spear. The next moment, rays of an eerie blue light were emitted from these vessels. Within these rays, something seemed to be embedded. Yet all of them still failed to penetrate the golden flowing shield on the surface of the Radiant Spear. But this time dark spots quietly materialized behind the shield. Upon closer inspection, they revealed fully armed hailing warriors composed of deep blue particles. The hailing warriors closely resembled the legendary sea demons. Humanoid faces, sharp ears, but with serpent-like tails. They passed through the shield, and propelled by their flight devices sped toward the hull of the Radiant Spear. Feng had already received a warning. When he saw the figures that had breached the flowing shield on the ship's display, he was momentarily taken aback. These hailing beings. They really had something up their sleeves. They had managed to penetrate the impenetrable flowing shield in such an unexpected manner, directly approaching the ship's hull. Feng recalled that Shaylin had initially warned him about the hailing civilization's undying warriors who possessed special abilities to approach enemy ships for internal infiltration. So this was it. But Feng couldn't help chuckling. The Radiant Spear was not merely a defensive vessel. Having absorbed abundant energy, the ship still had plenty of power left even after raising its shield. Have the Radiant Spear eliminate all intruders. At his command, golden beams of flowing light bombarded every hailing undying warrior that had infiltrated the shield's interior. Each beam of golden light sliced through the hailing warriors like a scythe of death. Yet the next moment, all the warriors who should have perished from the beams reappeared in the same spot. After a brief moment of stupefaction, these warriors fixed their gaze once more on the massive warship before them, approaching with reckless disregard for death. Seeing the distance closing in, Feng could not help but frown. He noticed that moments after each sea spirit warrior fell, only a small cube remained in place. It was a dense, smooth cube, extremely small, measuring only a few centimeters on each side. Yet this tiny cube remained utterly unaffected by the barrage of light. What is this? The fleet AI answered him. The analysis from the Radiant Lance indicates that the cube's outer shell is constructed from tightly bound strong nuclear force. Feng suddenly recalled a concept, the water droplet. It too was built from strong nuclear force interactions. But this cube was employed by the Sea Spirit civilization in their undying warriors. Presumably this cube was the core mechanism enabling the warriors' resurrection. Breaking through the dense atomic layer formed by strong nuclear force required several methods. The most classic was high-dimensional strikes. But that was far too fantastical for Feng at present. More feasible approaches were annihilation via negative matter or bombardment with ultra-high-level energy. Feng pondered, was the energy level of the planetary cannon on Silver Star City high enough? Using a planetary cannon against such a tiny cube seemed like swatting a mosquito with a cannon, a waste. Feng was tempted to try it, but considering practical feasibility, the massive light wings of the Radiant Lance still blocked the way. Using Silver Star City was impractical. Inside the void shadow, Feng watched the three cone-shaped force field generators beside the wormhole still operating continuously. The force field generators were pushing their functions to the limit. The gravitational pull they simulated constantly affecting the Radiant Lance and Silver Star City, which had already passed through the wormhole. But the gravitational influence from Silver Star City's emergence was even stronger than that generated by the force field generators. The Sea Spirit Fortress and its 100 ships all felt the sudden gravitational pull affecting them. Their equilibrium was shattered, requiring them to expend more energy adjusting their postures to counter the disturbance. Inside the buildings surrounding the force field generators, numerous laser weapons fired at Silver Star City. But those attacks merely tickled the massive shields of Silver Star City. Order the Radiant Lance to fall back, preventing these Sea Spirit warriors from infiltrating within. Then have Silver Star City clear the buildings around the wormhole, allowing the fleet to pass through. At Feng's command, the Radiant Lance began to retreat. In the eyes of the Sea Spirit Empress and others, this signaled a successful strategy. She was filled with hope. Perhaps their Sea Spirit civilization could truly keep the enemy at bay beyond the wormhole. Countless soldiers aboard the Sea Spirit vessels also saw a glimmer of hope. Their most powerful Sea Spirit undying warriors had indeed proven effective. Just as they rejoiced on Silver Star City, three seemingly minuscule planetary cannons slowly adjusted their aim, targeting the three cone-shaped force field generators near the wormhole. In the next instant, a flash of brilliant light erupted and three torrential beams of immense energy shot forth, piercing and obliterating the regions where the force field generators stood. All surrounding buildings were caught in the blast and reduced to dust. The ring-shaped cluster of structures around the wormhole vanished entirely. High-energy strike detected. Peak power level 22. High-energy strike detected. In the fortress, the Sea Spirit Empress only heard the last warning from the instruments before all signals from the area around the wormhole fell silent. Level 22. This is a supermassive energy weapon. Muttering the term, the Empress, who had been elated moments ago, suddenly found her breath quickening, but she forcibly suppressed it. Your Majesty, as a Tier 3 civilization, our shipboard laser cannons have a maximum output of only level 11. A level 22 energy level is nearly on par with the high-energy weapons of the Observer civilization. The Sea Spirit Empress nodded silently. The enemy was at least a Tier 5 civilization, all evidence now confirming it. A civilization that had reached Tier 5 in every aspect. In the Milky Way, the definition of energy levels was based on planets and stars. A planet's energy level, depending on its size and type, could range from level 10 to level 20. The gap between each level was a factor of 10. This meant that the energy of an entire planet topped out at level 20. Beyond that lay stellar levels. Stellar level energy exceeded level 20, maxing out at level 30. Beyond that were the energy levels generated by black holes or other extreme celestial bodies. Energy weapons exceeding level 20 were all classified as supermassive energy weapons capable of easily destroying a planet. They were truly planetary cannons, a hallmark of Tier 5 civilizations. The peak power of the Sea Spirit civilization's laser beams was only level 11, a difference of a trillion-fold from level 22. In comparison, it was like the difference between a 0.2 mm strand of hair and the 2,000 kilometer radius of Silver Star City, a trillion-fold difference. To sustain such high-energy attacks, they must have extracted dark matter from a star. The Sea Spirit Empress murmured with a sigh of resignation. Beside her, the Sea Spirit Council speaker, however, gazed at the suddenly appearing civilization with a glint of fascination in his eyes. Dark matter. Taking advantage of the Empress's distraction, he quietly pressed a device on his wrist, sending a transmission from the Sea Spirit Fortress into the deep void destined for an unknown relay station. With the complete destruction of the structures around the wormhole, Lu Feng's fleet began to methodically pass through. In the terrified eyes of the soldiers aboard the warships, behind the massive golden light wings, an almost endless stream of vessels emerged. Large warships formed the hubs with fearless Orca-class destroyers and wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, constructing wave after wave of fleet formations. The fleets passed through the light wings of the Radiant Lance, gradually filling the deep void that was even vaster than the wings. No one knew how many ships it would take to cover that expanse. But the fleet before them managed it. High-energy strike detected. Urgent warnings blared from the Sea Spirit Fortress's energy detectors. Then, after flash of brilliant light, colossal torrential beams of energy crossed the starry sky ahead. Each beam came from warships bearing massive mechanical cannon muzzles, every ship's output exceeding level 20. The beams pierced seemingly empty space where the fortress's sensors showed nothing. But the Empress knew that her undying warriors were finished. Gazing at the vast fleet that now surrounded the Sea Spirit Fortress and its accompanying ships, the Empress realized that the decline of the Sea Spirit civilization was irreversible. Through the monitors on the Radiant Lance, Lu Feng saw the dense cubes built from strong nuclear force begin to disintegrate under the planetary cannon fire of the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers. Their smooth surfaces slowly crumbled. Once the first atom broke apart, a chain reaction ensued and the dense structure collapsed in an instant. Under the brilliance of the planetary cannons, those undying warriors never revived. At that moment, only those 100,000 warships stood between Lu Feng's fleet and the hailing fortress. However, the warships of the hailing civilization were generally around 500 meters in length. It was difficult to compare with Lu Feng's fleet. Even the once mighty hailing fortress now appeared incredibly insignificant. Deliver an ultimatum to the hailing civilization. Life or death, let them choose for themselves. Tell them I can resolve the Higgs field issue on Jacques Prime, and I have the means to utterly annihilate the hailing civilization using the same method. Gazing at the hailing fortress and its mere 100,000 warships like prey already trapped in a cage, Lu Feng instructed the fleet AI to send out one final message. Meanwhile, an ever-growing number of fleets passing through the wormhole surrounded the hailing civilization's fortress and fleet. The massive planetary cannons of the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers were aimed directly at them. At the same time, on the other side, the hailing chancellor gazed upon the enormous golden light-wing shield spanning before them and the vast fleet that was quickly surpassing 1 million ships. He felt this might be the perfect opportunity. Your Majesty, perhaps we can only activate the prototype gravity ray cannon. As he spoke, the hailing chancellor anxiously glanced toward the hailing empress. His face was filled with sincerity. The gravity ray cannon was their next-generation weapon still under development, a technology that should belong to a Tier 4 civilization. Mastering the Grand Unified Theory is one of the prerequisites for entering a Tier 4 civilization. The Grand Unified Theory unifies the 4 fundamental forces: gravity, electromagnetism, strong interaction, and weak interaction, and mastering it allows one to harness energy to manipulate these 4 basic forces. A force field generator utilizes gravity among these 4 forces by channeling intense energy to project gravitational waves capable of affecting enemies across a wide area. Mastering any one of these 4 forces and developing it to a level applicable to interstellar warfare is sufficient to be classified as a Tier 3 civilization. The hailing civilization sitting at the peak of Tier 3 has already surpassed this stage, half a foot stepping into the Grand Unified Theory, having just completed the foundational theoretical breakthrough. They had formally entered the practical application phase where development of all 4 forces was underway in parallel, striving to develop various weapons based on the Grand Unified Theory. But right at this critical juncture they encountered an unknown higher civilization. The prototype gravity ray cannon was only in the experimental phase, not yet 100% complete. Whether it can effectively unleash its power remains uncertain. Moreover, the current gravity ray cannon harbored a fatal flaw. When intense energy was channeled into the gravity cannon, it generated an omnidirectional chaotic gravitational wave at its center, meaning the gravitational force did not pull in a single direction, but rather like the simultaneous gravitational pull from multiple massive celestial bodies in different directions. Any object caught within this omnidirectional gravitational wave would be torn into fragments in an instant. To prevent collateral damage from this omnidirectional gravitational wave, a ring of completely opposite gravitational wave had to be applied around its periphery. This ring of opposing gravitational waves served to neutralize the overflowing omnidirectional gravitational waves, constraining them within a controllable range. Only then could the gravity ray cannon be considered complete. But the current prototype gravity ray cannon had only achieved the generation of the central omnidirectional gravitational wave. The peripheral containment gravitational wave had yet to materialize. The model calculations for the peripheral containment gravitational wave were incomplete, rendering it incapable of providing the necessary containment. This meant that once the prototype gravity ray cannon was activated, its omnidirectional gravitational wave would tear apart everything within range, friend or foe alike. But the hailing chancellor understood this precisely, which is why he proposed it to the Empress. Their life form ensured they could not truly perish, yet the hailing fortress would not survive intact. His true target was neither the unknown fleet before them, nor the hailing Empress. It was to destroy the hailing fortress itself. Behind him stood the observer civilization. As hailing chancellor, his power had always been overshadowed by the hailing Empress, largely due to the existence of this hailing fortress. Bound by the Galactic Treaty, the observer civilization could only make covert moves privately. They found it difficult to directly overthrow the hailing Empress. With the observer civilization backing him, the hailing chancellor, though genuinely surprised by the appearance of this fleet, harbored no fear. On the contrary, he was contemplating how to maximize his gains in this situation. The opposing civilization had already demonstrated formidable strength, and continuing to fight would likely lead the hailing civilization to surrender under the Empress's leadership. In that scenario, while the hailing civilization would be preserved, his own interests would be jeopardized. After surrender, the hailing Empress would remain the leader of the entire civilization and could even gain support from a Tier 5 civilization. Even with the observer civilization behind him, he would struggle to extract further concessions from her. He would never become the leader of the hailing civilization. Given this, it would be better to simply unleash the gravity ray cannon here and now. A destruction that spares neither friend nor foe. For one, it would thoroughly infuriate the opposing civilization, eliminating any possibility of the hailing Empress surrendering or submitting. Even if they ultimately surrendered upon learning that the hailing Empress ordered the activation of the gravity ray cannon, the opposing civilization would inevitably erupt in fury, leaving the hailing Empress with no chance of recovery. Secondly, it would destroy the hailing fortress in the Empress's possession, a tangible weakening of her power. He had already notified the observer civilization through his clandestine channels. Once he died here, he would return to the homeworld in particle form and help reorganize the defenses alongside the observer civilization there. Driven by the observer civilization's hunger for dark matter, they would employ every means to devour the opposing civilization's fleet. By then, the entire hailing civilization would be within his control. As for the civilization's advancement, with the observer civilization's backing and such great merit earned, he need not worry about such matters. With these thoughts in mind, the hailing chancellor's tone grew more urgent once again. Your Majesty, the opportunity for our civilization's advancement was so close at hand, only to be shattered by this suddenly appearing invader. Our civilization's restoration was so near. Your Majesty, please order the activation of the prototype gravity ray cannon. At such close range, even if their fleet is immensely vast, they will inevitably suffer devastating losses. But the hailing chancellor received no response for a long time. He couldn't help but raise his head and saw the enemy's warships drawing closer outside the viewport, yet the Empress had not yet issued any orders. So she didn't intend to resist. Knowing the hailing Empress as he did, she was always resolute and ruthless, unlikely to surrender so easily. But why was this time different? Just then, the hailing Empress received two messages from different sources. One was the ultimatum issued by Feng, and the other came from her covert special operations agency. After quickly scanning the former Empress, Hailing briefly hesitated, then her expression turned resigned. As for the second message, Empress Hailing read it without any expression, then she turned her gaze to the nearby hailing speaker. At that moment, the hailing speaker suddenly noticed that Empress Hailing was looking at him with a gaze reserved for the dead. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Empress Hailing's cold voice rang out, "Speaker to Sire, for colluding with the observer civilization and privately ordering an attack on an unknown high-level civilization, you have incurred retaliation from its fleet. I hereby remove you from your position as speaker and hand you over to them to serve as a warning to appease their wrath. This message is to be broadcast to the entire fleet." What? I didn't do that, or what nonsense are you talking about, Talisi? The hailing speaker was stunned for a moment, then realized what Empress Hailing intended to do. She intended to make him the scapegoat. He reached for the communicator hidden on his body, planning to secretly send a message. But before he could act, Empress Hailing was faster. A perfectly smooth cubic box appeared in Empress Hailing's hand, and she activated it first. As the cube activated, the hailing speaker's deep blue body began to melt slowly like ice cream under high heat, losing its shape. Anti-force field suppressor. You tricked me. The hailing speaker's body instantly lost its ability to move, and he could only open his mouth to force out these final words. Hailing Empress Talisi looked at Desire without any expression. Did you think I wouldn't notice the relay satellite you secretly set up in this planetary system? The information you sent to the observer civilization has been intercepted. The truth of what happened here will not be known to the observer civilization. From now on, the hailing civilization will no longer have any interference from the observer civilization, nor will it belong to the Orion Armed Civilization Alliance under its leadership. Hearing this, Desire could not respond, only his two eyeballs bulging widely from a puddle of mush. Guards, the hailing speaker has betrayed us. Dispose of him. Empress Hailing summoned soldiers and brought a specially treated box. She swept the puddle-like hailing speaker into the box and sealed it. Hailing beings cannot truly die. After death, they return to their home planet to be reborn with a new body constructed from particles. However, they are not entirely without weaknesses. As long as a hailing being does not die, their consciousness remains confined to their current body. Like this, simply sealing them in a box works. Empress Hailing looked at the result before her with satisfaction. Next, there was only one more major concern left: the fleet loyal to Speaker Desire. This portion of the fleet made up the majority of the 100,000-strong fleet outside the fortress, which is why Empress Hailing had previously been reluctant to make a move against Desire. But now, Empress Hailing let out a cold laugh. Surrounded by her massive forces, they would not dare to act. Broadcast to the entire fleet: Speaker Desire for Empress Hailing broadcast Desire's crimes to all hailing fleets. A message was transmitted from the hailing fortress's communicator to all hailing warships, and even Feng received this seemingly inexplicable message. Who is this? Before Feng could react, the next moment a message came from the direction of the hailing fortress. Unknown high-level civilization we choose. Survival. We will open our database for your use. To show our sincerity, we will hand over the instigator behind this Desire, hoping to appease your anger. Feng now understood. It seemed that Desire had been made the scapegoat. Although he realized this, Feng did not expose them as long as he could achieve his own goals. At that moment, Feng saw chaos break out in the distant hailing fleet. A small portion of warships opened fire on their own neighboring vessels. Some warships even headed straight for the hailing fortress. The formation of the 100,000 warships instantly became utterly chaotic. Deploy the Dreadnought-class destroyers to quell the chaos and take control of all warships. Feng commanded decisively. At this moment, the small-sized Dreadnought-class destroyers were the most suitable warships. Although the Dreadnought-class destroyers were the smallest in Feng's fleet, they were undoubtedly flagship level in the hailing fleet. Approximately 10,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers slowly emerged from Feng's fleet and approached the hailing fortress at great speed. From the Dreadnought-class destroyers, a warning was issued to the surrounding hailing warships. All warships must disarm and submit to control, or they will be destroyed unconditionally. Along with the warning, the laser cannons on the Dreadnought-class destroyers were aimed at the nearby hailing warships. The intimidation by the Dreadnought-class destroyers proved effective. The previously chaotic 100,000-strong hailing fleet under the laser cannons of the Dreadnought-class destroyers mostly chose to stay put. A few remained defiant. One hailing warship charged straight toward the hailing fortress, seemingly intending to destroy it, even at the cost of its own destruction. But the nearest Dreadnought-class destroyer unleashed a barrage of hundreds of laser cannons, engulfing the hailing warship in an explosion. Maddened, one hailing warship attacked all units indiscriminately. Laser rays of around level 10 energy like a wild dance fired in all directions. For a moment, no hailing warship dared to approach. But one Dreadnought-class destroyer activated its energy shield, ignoring the rays that created ripples on the shield, and pressed forward despite the attacks. After several warnings went unheeded, that Dreadnought-class destroyer fired a full barrage, destroying the frenzied hailing warship in a brilliant explosion. It also reduced the hailing crew inside to nothing, sending them back to the hailing home planet. It was unknown what awaited these resurrected hailing beings. Under the successive explosions' intimidation, fewer and fewer hailing warships dared to act recklessly. These 10,000 Dreadnought-class destroyers, like overseers, weaved through the 100,000 hailing warships, their laser cannons aimed at any suspicious target. The glow of the Dreadnought-class destroyers' energy shields also made the hailing beings inside those warships realize they were on a completely different level. Their laser rays couldn't even penetrate the outer shields. Many captains of warships previously loyal to Speaker Desire fell into despair. In their current situation, they could do nothing. All that awaited them was the purge by Empress Hailing. As 10,000 fearless Orca-class destroyers eliminated the troublemakers within the hailing fleet fell silent once more. The hailing fortress loomed behind the fleet with all its weapon systems powered down, including the device at the center of the hailing fortress, which resembled a pitch-black hole. That was the incomplete gravitational ray cannon. The void shadow where Feng was stationed slowly emerged from behind the golden shield of the Spear of Light and moved to the front of the hailing fortress, gradually revealing its form. The hailing Empress was startled by the sudden appearance of the Void Shadow. When had this ship and its escorting vessels approached and materialized, neither optical nor gravitational detectors had registered any trace of them. It seemed that the opposing civilization was far more powerful than she had imagined. The hailing Empress's wariness deepened, and a sense of powerlessness swelled within her heart. But she quickly composed herself. Since the tide of events could not be reversed, she needed to consider how to maximize her gains under the current circumstances. Every hailing warship was dispersed under the watch of at least 2 fearless Orca-class destroyers whose laser cannons locked firmly onto the subdued hailing vessels, ready to open fire at the slightest sign of trouble. In addition, 10 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers no less imposing than the hailing fortress slowly approached it. Open the ship to fortress passage. My people will enter the fortress to temporarily take over. The command from the Void Shadow forced the hailing Empress to open the fortress's passage. The 10 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers connected to the hailing fortress's passage and began deploying the Chark forces. Led by Shan, wave after wave of fully armed Chark troops entered the interior of the hailing fortress. Along the passage, which stretched a full 500 meters, the imposing Chark legion marched across the metal floor. Shan surveyed the fortress interior, and everywhere his gaze fell he saw deep blue hailing people. Some were technicians, others hailing warriors, all equipped with gear far superior to that of the Chark soldiers. Yet upon seeing the Chark legion, they dared not make a move. They had received orders from above and understood that the outside was surrounded by countless troops. Even when facing the Chark civilization's army, which had once groveled before them, they barely dared to breathe. In that moment, Shan felt an indescribable exhilaration. Years of suppressed frustration vanished in an instant. Had he not fought alongside the great superior civilization to this point, he would never have witnessed such a scene. His conviction to follow the great superior civilization grew even stronger. Now, with the army of the great superior civilization behind him, he was to carry out the mission on their behalf. Shan straightened his chest even more. After figuring out the route, he headed directly toward the highest level of the fortress where the hailing Empress resided. When the hailing Empress heard the commotion outside, she voluntarily opened the final door and saw the Chark soldiers who were quite familiar to her. Empress of hailing the great superior civilization orders me to take you away. They have many questions to ask you. The translated hailing language came from beneath Shan's faceplate. They had been old neighbors dealing with each other for many years. The hailing Empress nodded slightly and stood up. Very well. I also wish to meet this unknown high civilization. Additionally, I have already transferred the authority to the database. Having said that, she maintained the pride of a civilization's leader, followed Shan, looked straight ahead, her face calm and unruffled, showing no sign of being a captive. Even Shan felt that his aura was slightly overshadowed by the hailing Empress. He sighed inwardly, acknowledging that she was indeed the most visionary and capable hailing Empress in legend. After Shan took the hailing Empress away, some Chark soldiers escorted hailing technicians to the Empress's throne and connected instruments to the spherical device before her. This spherical device was equivalent to the hailing civilization's micro-mainframe, containing the supreme authority representing the hailing Empress. Now that the Empress had agreed to open the hailing civilization's database, this authority naturally fell into Lu Feng's hands. A vast amount of data was received by Lu Feng's fleet AI. The built-in translation function began to work, translating all the accumulated knowledge of the hailing civilization spanning millennia, or even tens of millennia. However, to understand the specific content of this data, Lu Feng had to examine it himself. Given the current intelligence level of the fleet AI, he was not confident in the information it filtered, but he did not need to read the entire database. He only selectively reviewed the small portion he required. Lu Feng first filtered out a batch of questions he urgently needed answers to based on keywords, and eagerly began reading. The first was the division of power in the Orion Arm Civilization Circle. As a small spiral arm of the Milky Way, the Orion Arm Civilization Circle contained only one fifth-level civilization, the Overseer Civilization. The Overseer Civilization was said to be the oldest among all civilizations in the Orion Arm. Before other civilizations had reached the interstellar age, the Overseer Civilization had already begun contacting other civilizations. Such a civilization took the lead in forming the Orion Arm Civilization Circle Alliance, which, based on the Galactic Convention, established detailed rules for the Orion Arm Civilization Circle. On the surface, this was a convention to ensure that civilizations could not arbitrarily invade weaker ones, and to impose restrictions on major civilizations, but in reality, it was an interface for blocking the advancement of other civilizations. For example, when civilizations of different levels interacted, cross-level technology exchange was prohibited. This was like a hierarchical system that rigidly divided the civilizations of the Orion Arm. The so-called Overseer Civilization monitored the implementation of these detailed rules. If any civilization violated the Orion Arm Civilization Circle's detailed rules, the Overseer Civilization would begin to punish them. The fundamental reason for all of this was the existence of sixth-level civilizations above them, far more powerful. Those sixth-level civilizations were the ones orchestrating the overall situation in the Milky Way. They set the overall tone for the Milky Way. The Overseer civilization dared not defy this tone, but could secretly carry out small maneuvers. Even if discovered by the 6th-level civilizations, they could not say much. Lu Feng continued reading and saw in the Hailing Civilizations database that there were 6 6th-level civilizations in the Milky Way. Their territories were clearly demarcated, each guarding one spiral arm, and they rarely ventured into another's domain. The most notable characteristic of a 6th-level civilization was possessing a faster-than-light engine capable of rapid large-scale movement and a stargate for long-distance jumps. Both the hyperspace engine and the long-distance jump stargate shared a common feature: the mastery and application of dark matter. Dark matter? What exactly is it? Lu Feng murmured the term and continued reading the subsequent explanation of dark matter. Dark matter as a super-energy substance is indispensable in the realm of space, such as for jumps in hyperspace. And to extract dark matter, what is required is a star. However, the origin of dark element was far from ordinary. Conventional methods, even if one were to hollow out a star, could never yield dark element. Only by destroying an entire star could one extract a mere trace of it. Lu Feng's pupils constricted as he read the records from the Hailing Civilization. According to the data, a star of similar mass and size to the Sun could yield only enough dark element to power a mere 100-meter-long vessel through hyperspace. This meant that to activate the hyperspace engine of a 100-meter ship, one would have to destroy at least 2 stars like the Sun. This requirement would increase exponentially with the size of the vessel as volume is calculated across 3 dimensions. Lu Feng roughly estimated that to power the hyperspace engine of a kilometer-long Dauntless Killer Whale-class destroyer, the necessary dark element would require the destruction of at least 100 stars like the Sun, and that was for just one ship. For a fleet of 1 million Dauntless Killer Whale-class destroyers, the dark element demanded would be extracted from 100 million stars. This was only the dark element quota for the Dauntless Killer Whale-class. 100 million stars. The Milky Way galaxy contains roughly 200 billion stars. 1/2000th of a galaxy. Lu Feng suddenly realized the immense value of what he possessed. 1/2000th, a small number indeed, but small only relative to the scale of the entire galaxy. For individual civilizations, 100 million stars were enormous. If the galaxy lost 100 million stars, many civilizations would detect significant changes in the celestial landscape. This clarified why mastery and application of dark element were considered the hallmark of a level 6 civilization. At the same time, Lu Feng vaguely sensed the purpose behind the Galactic Concord. Dark element was not only the key to unlocking the realm of space, but also a super-energy substance. If every civilization in their quest for dark element conducted experiments on stars, or even wantonly destroyed them, all for a mere speck of dark element, in the end the entire galaxy would be left scarred and riddled with holes. If he were the ruler of a level 6 civilization, the first thing he would do upon ascending would be to restrict other civilizations from recklessly extracting dark element, especially level 5 civilizations capable of destroying stars. A few destroyed stars would not cause much harm, and the dark element gained would be insufficient to support a systematic industrial chain, let alone full mastery. But large-scale stellar destruction must never be allowed. Although Lu Feng had not yet seen the specific terms of the Galactic Concord, he could now be certain that massive annihilation of stars was absolutely prohibited. With this, the portion of the Hailing Civilization's records regarding level 5 and level 6 civilizations came to an end. Given their own level, the Hailing Civilization's knowledge was limited. Lu Feng still harbored several unanswered questions, but he had to set them aside for now. The following materials pertained to the Hailing Civilization's ascension. This part also piqued Lu Feng's interest. For the Hailing Civilization to advance to level 4, besides mastering the Grand Unified Theory, the more critical requirement was the mastery of wormhole docks. A wormhole dock could be regarded as a restricted short-range stargate. The breakthrough in wormhole dock technology would have to be derived from studying wormholes. Now Lu Feng understood why the Hailing Civilization had guarded the wormholes in for over a century. They had been researching wormhole dock technology. Wormholes are often considered projections of higher dimensional space onto our universe. Imagine a sheet of paper. In 2 dimensions, the distance between 2 points is fixed. But in 3 dimensions, you can fold the paper so that the 2 points overlap, making the distance 0. Pass through one end, and you arrive directly at the other. This is the most common explanation of a wormhole. Wormhole dock technology does not involve the ability to fold the paper from a higher dimensional space. Such a capability might be impossible to find anywhere in the galaxy. Rather, it uses the possible other exits within a wormhole, discovering and stabilizing them as much as possible. It's like a high-speed straight road, originally 2 lanes, but suddenly a side road branches off to the left. If the side road is too narrow for any vehicle to pass, it's abandoned. But if it can accommodate passage, then, through limited technical means, the straight-moving traffic can be guided onto that side road. To achieve this inside a wormhole, the most likely method involves one of the 4 fundamental forces: gravity. The Hailing Civilization had been exploring this path, and had made some progress. Given more time, they might indeed succeed. Speaking of which, one must understand why wormhole dock technology is considered a milestone for civilization advancement. Lu Feng also found an explanation in the Hailing Civilization's archives. Although it is nearly impossible to accelerate an object to light speed through conventional propulsion in normal space, there are alternative technological routes that bypass this limitation. Warp drive is one, hyperspace is another. They achieve the effect of superluminal travel without forcing the ship to exceed light speed. The ascent of civilization levels is accompanied by changes in travel speed from less than 1% of light speed to gradually approaching it, then surpassing it through warp drive and eventually utilizing hyperspace engines. One major constraint on civilization development has always been resources. This principle has remained unchanged since ancient times. Resources are essentially limited by the size of territory. But in the vast universe, encounters with material bodies are rare. More often, there is endless darkness. Those who can cross this darkness to reach another new home will obtain the resources needed to sustain their civilization's growth. A level 1 civilization expands from one planet to a second, stepping into level 2. A level 2 civilization expands from one planetary system to a second, stepping into level 3. Mastering wormhole docks for rapid travel between territories in different planetary systems marks entry into level 4. Level 6 civilizations use hyperspace engines and long-range stargates to traverse the entire galaxy. Higher-level civilizations expand from one galactic system to another. Each leap in civilization level represents an expansion in the scope of resource acquisition and the range of action. Advanced spaceflight methods, wormhole docks, or stargates. All these enable civilizations to step out of the darkness, no longer trapped in the occasional oases that appear between vast voids. Only then can a civilization have a chance to endure. What is most important, these tools allow a civilization to remain itself, to preserve its identity. Before the era of numerous warships and the vast galaxy within the confines of the solar system, there was a classic question the aliens humanity is most likely to encounter are actually humans themselves. When humanity progresses into the interstellar era at a normal pace to engage in interstellar colonization and reach the nearest star, they often must traverse distances spanning several light years. Before the advent of faster-than-light travel, colony ships would require hundreds or even thousands of years to reach their new home. This process includes prolonged phases of acceleration, constant velocity, and deceleration. If using controlled nuclear fusion and solar energy as power sources, a large portion of the ship's volume would need to be dedicated to storing deuterium and tritium. In regions where starlight is available, solar energy could be harnessed for acceleration. Once beyond this range, the fusion reactor would be activated to begin acceleration, lasting centuries. After centuries of acceleration, reaching 1% of the speed of light, the ship would then coast for 400 to 500 years, crossing the vast darkness between stars. Finally, upon nearing the target star system, the fusion reactor would be reignited for deceleration. The entire process spans over a millennium. Humans might live in cryo-sleep aboard the colony ship, or a small crew might take turns watching over the vessel. Regardless, after 1,000 years, this generation of humanity would have diverged significantly from those back in the solar system. With luck, they would safely arrive at a new planetary system, settle on a new world, and establish a colony, while cut off from the solar system, beginning a new life. Such a group, after adapting to the new planet and evolving their own culture, might become the aliens closest to humanity. Without luck, the people on the ship would descend into a battle royale culture, fracturing in chaos. They would come to believe the ship was the entire world, a world encased in a great metal shell. Like the prawn race in District 9, only a few engineers would retain the civilization's technology, while the majority would become primitive and ignorant savages. They would develop their own technology and culture out of barbarism, and even their bodies might mutate. Such a group could also be considered a form of alien. Thus, in the definition of a Type 3 civilization, one criterion is that a civilization that does not splinter into new civilizations can be called Type 3. A Type 3 civilization has mastered rudimentary warp drives and engages in interstellar colonization, yet lacks the means to keep its distant colonies under control. Upon reaching Type 4 civilization, wormhole docks appear, allowing for stronger control over their territory. Seeing this, Feng gradually understood why hyperspace engines and long-range stargates are regarded as the most distinctive features of Type 6 civilization. On a galactic scale, the distances between spiral arms are measured in tens of thousands of light years. Without such means to maintain territorial unity, a civilization would easily fragment. Thus, the hailing civilization as a peak Type 3 civilization controls only a dozen planetary systems spanning nearly 100 light years. This is the limit of territory they can govern without splitting. Because the hailing civilization's warp drive has a maximum speed of 10 times the speed of light. The speed of warp drives increases with technological advancement. 10 times light speed barely meets the threshold for a Type 4 civilization, a territory of about 100 light years. Feng called up the location of the hailing homeworld. A star map appeared before him. The dynamic map marked the position of the wormhole, and 21 light years from the wormhole, a giant blue planet was labeled as the homeworld. That blue planet was enveloped by a slowly flowing ocean of blue particles. Within the home system, extensive defensive installations and fleets were deployed, and the asteroid belt at the system's periphery had been fortified into an impregnable fortress. Lu Feng could see every deployment clearly from the hailing database. This included 8 prototype gravity ray cannons still under construction, millions of conventional laser cannons with energy levels at 10 and force field generators scattered throughout the entire system. Lu Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. But he had nothing to fear. The hailing civilization was already under his control. Gravity ray cannons. Quite interesting. Seeing the introduction to the gravity ray cannon, Lu Feng grew interested. Its level had reached Type 4 standards, and though not as powerful as a planet cannon, as a ship-mounted weapon, it could diversify his fleet's attack options. He was also intrigued by the force field generators. Even his own fleet had been affected by them when caught off guard. Even if not used against enemies, thoroughly understanding the force field generators' properties would help guard against similar weapons in the future. With Silver Star City parked right in front of the wormhole, Lu Feng began considering using it to upgrade his fleet. On the Hailing Star map, as he zoomed out, Lu Feng saw many other civilizations' territories. The Hailing civilization had annotated all known information about these civilizations on the map. The Type 5 Observer civilization, which occupied most of the Orion arm, the Type 4 Dorga civilization, the Silicon-based Type 4 Bacta civilization. Within the Orion arm, many territories were marked, and Lu Feng recognized several familiar names. This was a huge gain for Lu Feng, exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, beyond the Orion arm, the Hailing Star map only had vague markings not as detailed as the internal divisions of the arm. Lu Feng also spotted the location of the Chark civilization. It was a full 1,000 light-years away from the Hailing civilization's home territory. That meant the main wormhole channel here spanned over 1,000 light-years, connecting the Chark civilization with the Hailing civilization. While Lu Feng was absorbed in these records, the Hailing Empress was brought to a ship and isolated. Upon receiving this news, Lu Feng decided to meet with her. As a communication link was established between the Void Shadow and the ship, Lu Feng saw the Hailing Empress's face. It was a sea blue face, quite similar to humans, with pointed ears and a serpentine tail, almost like the legendary sirens. Lu Feng couldn't help but wonder, could the Hailing civilization have visited the solar system in ancient times and been seen by early humans, giving rise to legends? Otherwise, they wouldn't look so similar. The Hailing Empress now saw the true form of the high-level civilization before her. When she saw Lu Feng clearly, she bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, high-level civilization. I am the leader of the Peak Type 3 Hailing civilization, Empress Talus." Lu Feng nodded. "What happened with the Chark homeworld?" The Hailing Empress replied without flinching, "That was a deal between the Chark Prince and me in exchange for the opportunity to assimilate and elevate the Chark people." Lu Feng looked at her with slight surprise. He had expected her to shift the blame onto the unfortunate Tasser, but she responded so frankly. Quite candid indeed. She was indeed straightforward enough. "It seems you don't intend to blame everything on that taser after all." Empress Hailing nodded. "For this I must also thank you. With your help, I was able to eradicate the cancer of our civilization, the minions of the Overseer civilization, whom I have always detested but never had the chance to eliminate. Allow me to praise your greatness." Lu Feng was rather pleased by this subtle flattery from Empress Hailing. Yet he did not let his joy show too plainly. He replied calmly, "It was your civilization that made a wise choice in time. As for Taser, who caused the misunderstanding between us, I believe you understand how to handle it." He had no intention of digging deeper to force Empress Hailing to reveal her true colors. What he needed was a useful, obedient blade. Some matters were best left understood tacitly between them. For him, now a civilization under his control brought more benefits than a chaotic one. Hearing Lu Feng's reply, Empress Hailing breathed a quiet sigh of relief, a faint look of fortune flickering across her face. "Thank you for your magnanimity. I will hand over Taser and all the rebels to you for punishment. If there is anything you require, we will do our utmost to satisfy you." Empress Hailing understood that she had thus escaped disaster. This was the higher civilization's hint to her: let Taser bear all the blame. She was already satisfied with such an outcome. The entire civilization remained under her control. As for the demands this higher civilization would place on the Hailing civilization, she could only try her best to meet them as long as they did not threaten extinction. Everything else was within tolerable limits. Lu Feng had no objections. "There are some issues I didn't see in your civilization's database, such as the specific strength of the Overseer civilization." After examining the Hailing civilization's database, Lu Feng realized something. Perhaps the ones coveting the warships in the solar system were not the so-called coalition of Tier 3 or 4 civilizations, but the Overseer civilization itself. It was essential to understand the enemy's strength in advance. The specific strength data of the Overseer civilization was not recorded in the Hailing database, likely a top-secret matter that only Empress Hailing could answer. Empress Hailing had nothing to hide. Now that she had completely broken with the Overseer civilization, she began to describe its strength. The Overseer civilization can be considered a peak Tier 5 civilization, even surpassing an ordinary peak Tier 5 civilization. "Oh," Lu Feng expressed slight curiosity. The Overseer civilization is a branch of the lost Tier 6 civilization from tens of thousands of years ago. The lost Tier 6 civilization. Empress Hailing nodded solemnly. "Yes, That Tier 6 civilization was once the ruler of the Orion arm, equal in status to the rulers of other arms. But tens of thousands of years ago it chose to leave the Milky Way, eventually vanishing into the vast dark depths of space, never to return. Within the Milky Way, this civilization is known as the Lost Civilization. Left the Milky Way? For what? Feng couldn't help but be surprised. And with the performance of hyperspace engines, even leaving the Milky Way should easily allow reaching other galaxies. The purpose of their departure remains unknown to this day. Empress Hailing shook her head. Moreover, even with hyperspace engines leaving a galaxy, seems to involve certain restrictions. It is not that simple. Feng quickly asked what restrictions. He was planning to venture beyond the Milky Way into the boundless darkness to find the neutron star warship, and this information was crucial to him. I apologize, but I have only heard of such restrictions. I do not know the specifics. Empress Hailing bowed her head in apology. Then she looked puzzled and asked cautiously, do you not know this? Feng grinned at her. I come from another galaxy through some incomprehensible means. Do you believe me? Empress Hailing's expression turned strange, but truth be told, she did believe him. How else could one explain the sudden emergence of a military force comparable to a Tier 6 civilization? Such a civilization could not have remained completely unknown in the Milky Way. She returned to the previous topic. The Overseer civilization inherited part of the Lost Civilization's legacy, giving it a foundation far beyond ordinary Tier 5 civilizations. Overtly, it possesses one planet-class battleship and a fleet of around 100,000 warships equipped with hyperspace engines, all said to be related to the Lost Civilization. Feng nodded. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. The legacy of a Tier 6 civilization could certainly empower a Tier 5 one. Any other intelligence on the Overseer civilization? That's all I know for now. The Overseer civilization has heavily infiltrated civilizations like ours, but our understanding of them is often only superficial. Let's leave it at that. By the way, the Barbaria United Heavy Industries that built the Chuck civilization's Dyson Sphere, what is its background? Feng had not found this information in the database and was curious. Barbaria United Heavy Industries is a mega-enterprise led by a Tier 5 civilization in the neighboring Carina arm, but behind it is the ruler of the Carina arm, a Tier 6 civilization. Barbaria United Heavy Industries has an agreement with the Overseer civilization. For construction needs, Tier 3 and 4 civilizations like ours often turn to Barbaria because of its more mature technology and lower construction costs than doing it ourselves. Over time, many civilizations have become dependent on it, choosing Barbaria for many projects. Feng nodded understandingly. A monopoly enterprise. He marveled inwardly. The Milky Way was far more intriguing than he had imagined. By the way, about the gravity ray cannon, have you not fully broken through yet? I saw from your data that there are flaws in the model calculations for the cannon's containment section. Empress Hailing nodded helplessly. Yes, we only managed to produce a prototype gravity ray cannon. But if we had the computational power of the Tianying civilization, we would have completed the containment model calculations long ago. The Tianying civilization. Feng's attention sharpened. Do you mean the Tier 3 civilization that inherited the legacy of the empire that vanished overnight from ancient times? Empress Hailing looked at Feng with slight surprise, not expecting him to know of the Tianying civilization. Yes, that very Tier 3 high civilization. The Tianying civilization was one of those that had invaded the solar system and had also modified the Enchantress battleship. They had inherited the legacy of a civilization that sought mechanical transcendence, causing its entire populace to vanish overnight. Relying on that lost civilization's inheritance, they selected suitable candidates for transformation, turning them into weapons like the fairy warrioresses. Is the Tianying civilization's computational capability very strong? Yes, they have a crystal computer. Its computing power is far beyond what an ordinary third-level civilization can achieve, at least at the level of a fourth-level civilization. Hailing was also quite familiar with the relevant technology of the gravitational ray cannon. As for the outer confinement part of the gravitational ray cannon, it needs to generate a counteracting gravitational wave that is completely opposite to the inner non-directional gravitational wave at every moment, which requires enormous real-time computing power. Our civilization's development in computing has not yet reached the threshold of a fourth-level civilization, so it is very difficult to achieve this. Feng, upon hearing that the Tianying civilization had a crystal computer, became interested. Is this crystal computer from that ancient empire that vanished overnight? I am not sure. Empress Hailing shook her head. Even regarding this ancient empire, other civilizations know very little. The Tianying civilization has sealed everything about the ancient empire tightly, leaving only a few legends. For example, the empire's rulers, deeply sensing the frailty of flesh and blood, vigorously developed biomechanical technology, and eventually even led the entire empire's subjects to undergo mechanical ascension. This is the most widely circulated version. Feng also nodded. Even he had heard the same version. But in reality, there is another version that is not widely circulated. Empress Hailing lowered her voice. The entire empire. They might have been misled and taken the wrong path, ultimately causing the entire empire's people to vanish overnight. Path. Is there a distinction in paths for mechanical ascension? Empress Hailing still shook her head. The rumors say so, but I do not know the specifics. After all, you know the survival form of our civilization, we do not delve deeply into such related technologies, nor do we care. Lu Feng thought about it, and realized that was true. The form of the hailing civilization was already the ultimate form that many civilizations dreamed of. Being able to return to the home star to resurrect after death, though it is unknown whether there is a characteristic like cell passage, where 50 passages means the end and the organism should die. Even with such a limitation, it is enough to be envied. Possessing such a form, the hailing civilization naturally would not deliberately study bodily evolution. In their eyes, this body of theirs is granted by the great home star and is supreme. All hailing people take pride in possessing such a pure body. In the Milky Way, are there still life forms that exist in a form like yours? Lu Feng asked curiously. A hint of uncontrollable pride appeared on Empress Hailing's face. Our civilization is unique. It is bestowed upon us by the sacred home star. In the entire Milky Way, our existence is also a very special kind. Lu Feng nodded thoughtfully. It seemed the hailing civilization was not a common form of existence, but merely a special case. After all, if the Higgs field's ability were to run rampant everywhere, it would be too terrifying. Speaking of which, I am very interested in the form of your civilization's existence, and I have done some small research on it. Before Lu Feng, a stream of blue ocean particles slowly appeared, which continuously gathered and finally condensed into a small knife. Empress Hailing watched this scene in disbelief. This ability was all too familiar to her. It was clearly an ability exclusive to the hailing home star. The hailing people were born in the Higgs field ocean of the hailing home star, naturally attuned to the Higgs field. After nearly 10,000 years of research, they had figured out how to use the Higgs field to assimilate other planets. Even if the advanced civilization before her had used some means to resolve the assimilation of the Chak home star, it was impossible for them to have mastered the secrets of this in such a short time, even directly creating matter out of nothing. At that moment, a crystal appeared in Empress Hailing's eyes, and her pupils contracted again. Sacred stone. You call this thing a sacred stone? Lu Feng fiddled with the blue stone in his hand, slightly amused. Please forgive my rudeness. This is truly too unexpected. Empress Hailing had also recovered from the shock by then, realizing her previous behavior was too impolite, and quickly apologized. The sacred stone is a substance that only forms inside our home star. I never expected to see it elsewhere. We have not found a sacred stone for a long time. Before Empress Hailing could finish, Lu Feng's next words made her even more shocked. This stone was refined from a stellar beast. A stellar beast. A real stellar beast. And a stellar beast that obeys a civilization. Empress Hailing initially thought she had misheard, and confirmed it several times. In the end, her expression gradually turned serious. The strength of this advanced civilization had exceeded her imagination time and again, from the million hyperspace engine fleet, to the golden giant ship, to the planet-class battleship, to the sacred stone of their hailing civilization. And even this sacred stone was refined from a stellar beast. Her tone was extremely serious. Perhaps I am overstepping, but I still want to warn you regarding the stellar beast. You need to be careful and not let the overseer civilization know. The sixth level civilizations have issued a galaxy-wide notice. Any civilization that discovers a stellar beast must report it immediately, and they will jointly exterminate it at once. Otherwise, the stellar beast will evolve into a catastrophe at once, as stated in the galaxy notice of the 6th level civilizations. I never imagined that there could be a stellar beast that obeys a civilization. Empress Hailing's last sentence was muttered subconsciously. After hearing this, Lu Feng did not expect such a thing to exist. With the strength of a 6th level civilization, can they exterminate a stellar beast? He was puzzled. A 6th level civilization once nearly exterminated a stellar beast, but at the last moment, that stellar beast escaped. It was a stellar beast about the size of the Chak home star. Chak home star. Lu Feng estimated in his mind. Chak home star was about the size of the sun, slightly smaller, with a radius of about 6,000 kilometers. But Hilaraxis's radius was 10 million kilometers, over 10 times that of Chak home star. That is to say that stellar beast's strength was likely inferior to Hilaraxis. Lu Feng recalled the description of Hilaraxis. Hilaraxis was an ancient beast among its kind, an extremely special existence, with extraordinary strength. Thinking of this, Lu Feng felt somewhat relieved. Although he did not know what methods these 6th level civilizations had used to drive that stellar beast to the point of fleeing, Hilaraxis was not without the ability to fight against these 6th level civilizations. Even if it could not win, it could still defend itself. Where did that stellar beast escape to? It fled to the edge of the Orion Arm. This was also why the Sea Spirit Empress found it hard to believe. She suspected that it was none other than the civilization before her that had subdued the stellar beast. Even the combined efforts of the 6th-tier civilizations had failed to achieve such a feat. Moreover, the stellar beast could extract sacred stones, which she had never anticipated. At this thought, the Sea Spirit Empress grew even more resolute in her decision to follow the civilization before her, and she felt quite fortunate that she hadn't chosen to resist to the bitter end. Had she led her civilization into resistance, perhaps their fate would have been sealed like that sacred stone. She had already guessed how such sacred stones were formed. Only on Zac Prime enveloped by the Higgs field could identical sacred stones be produced. This conversation came to an end with the topic of the stellar beast. Upon learning of this news, Feng abandoned the idea of having Hylarxus travel over 1,000 light-years to the sea spirit civilization. First, the distance was vast, and Hylarxus's immense size couldn't navigate through the wormhole. Second, the sea spirit civilization was teeming with eyes and ears which could easily expose Hylarxus. For now, it was best to keep Hylarxus within the Zac civilization. The Zac civilization had yet to establish contact with any other civilization beyond the sea spirit, nor had they developed faster than light travel. In the vastness of the star sea, that place was undoubtedly a backwater, an excellent hiding spot. After his conversation with the Sea Spirit Empress, Feng spent several days hastily browsing through the vast amounts of data in the Sea Spirit civilization's archives. The Sea Spirit Empress would periodically provide explanations, which greatly facilitated Feng's understanding of the complex materials, accelerating his progress. After their exchange, the Sea Spirit Empress had completely set aside any lingering reluctance. Initially, her choice had been driven by military might and the pressure from Tasser, but now she was wholeheartedly willing. After a rough review of the Sea Spirit civilization's arsenal, Feng decided to equip his fleet with two new technologies. One was the gravitational field generator. The other was the gravitational ray cannon. The Silver Star City also began full-scale operation. Silver Star City itself could accommodate 20 million warships, maintain 2 million simultaneously, and its production lines could reach a maximum capacity of 10,000 ships. It could simultaneously construct 10,000 Dread Orca-class destroyers, or 5,000 Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, or 1,000 flawless Nebula-class cruisers, or 100 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. With the current level of intelligent construction, the build cycle for a Dread Orca-class destroyer was 3 months. The Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser took 5 months. The flawless Nebula-class cruiser had a build cycle of 8 months, and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carrier took a year. Feng ultimately decided to start with the Dread Orca-class destroyer production line. For the production of the Dread Orca-class destroyers, the most critical component was the Tier 10 warship hyperspace engine, and Feng had stockpiled a considerable amount from his previous game sessions. Back then, his fleet had been sweeping across various star sectors in the game for a considerable time, amassing an unknown quantity of Tier 10 warship materials, all now piled up in the warehouses of Silver Star City. Apart from minerals, all other materials needed for the production lines were brought from the game. The mineral issue was also quickly resolved. Besides the combat fleet, Feng had a fleet of 300,000 to 400,000 engineering ships, and now it was time for them to be put to use. Currently, Silver Star City was parked beside a massive planet's moon, where over 100,000 mineral ships were mining the satellite daily and transporting resources back to the city, ensuring its mineral supply. In addition to the production of the Dread Orca-class destroyers, Feng was also working on installing the gravitational field generators on his ships. The modification of the gravitational ray cannons would have to wait. After all, the gravitational ray cannon had not yet been fully developed. The field generator consisted of 3 spike tower-like devices. With the field generator's capabilities as researched by the Sea Spirit civilization, when the energy supply was maximized, the gravitational influence it could produce extended to a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. Feng decided to install the field generators on the Silver Star City, the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers, and the flawless Nebula-class cruisers. As for the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and Dread Orca-class destroyers, their size made installing field generators somewhat impractical. 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and 100,000 flawless Nebula-class cruisers were all docked in the shipyards of Silver Star City under the control of the shipboard AI. 30 million multifunctional production robots began the installation work within the city. However, the modification process was not going smoothly. It wasn't that the shipboard AI's computational power was insufficient, but rather its level of intelligence was lacking. For instance, give the AI a blueprint of a simple cube. Now let the AI follow the blueprint to assemble 6 wooden boards into a cube. The tools provided are a hammer and nails. If without any pre-programmed code the AI managed to hammer the boards together into a cube just by looking at the blueprint, then that AI's intelligence would indeed be nearing human level. More commonly, a human would analyze the blueprint, convert each step into code, and feed it into the AI. Tell the AI, Step 1, move the robotic arm this many units and pick up the hammer. Step 2, pick up the nails. Step 3, place 2 boards vertically together. And so on, step by step, using logical code to execute the construction commands. Only then can the AI construct a box that seems simple to a human. That's the difference in AI's intelligence level. Intelligence is not the same as raw computational power. Perhaps out of consideration for players, all shipboard AIs in Galactic Era were capable of meeting the computational demands of fleet operations, but they possessed limited intelligence, retaining only the most basic functions. They were as stable as if they had gone through a machine revolution. However, the drawback of low intelligence became apparent at this moment. Feng couldn't just let the shipboard AI browse through the field generator materials obtained from the Sea Spirit civilization and expect it to immediately learn how to install the generators. If the AI actually managed to do that, Lu Feng might not sleep well at night. He would either have to painstakingly study all the field generator materials himself, and then write the logical code to teach the AI how to build it. But that was a massive undertaking. The Sea Spirit Civilization's field generator research team had over 10,000 people, and he was alone. It was simply unrealistic. Alternatively, he would have to bring in Sea Spirit scientists to assist in writing the logical language and inputting it into the AI. That was something Lu Feng couldn't agree to. Even if he reviewed it behind the scenes, he couldn't guarantee that all the logical language input into the shipboard AI was harmless. Moreover, the logical language of the Sea Spirit Civilization differed greatly from that of humans. This was determined by the differences in culture and language. The final result, when reviewed by someone accustomed to human logical language, was still quite challenging. Unless he could directly create an AI with autonomous intelligence, but that was also quite difficult for Lu Feng. To this end, he had consulted a considerable amount of data on the Hailing Civilization. The Hailing Civilization was equally reticent about AI capable of generating high-level intelligence, having banned research in this area. Highly intelligent AI were likely to develop autonomous consciousness, which could lead to the destruction of the original civilization under the AI's control, eventually evolving into a mechanical civilization. Mechanical civilizations were classified as highly dangerous within the Milky Way. Lu Feng then summoned the Hailing Empress and asked, which civilizations have excelled in the development of intelligent AI technology? Intelligent AI. The Hailing Empress pondered. The regulation of intelligent AI technology has always been strict, and few civilizations choose to delve deeply into this direction. However, there are indeed two civilizations that have developed sufficiently intelligent and controllable AI. Lu Feng's spirits lifted. One is the silicon-based Bacta civilization. Their spore computers are unique in the Orion arm. The spore computers connect to individuals of the Bacta civilization through mycelium, and together many individuals of the civilization support a collective consciousness, which serves as their AI. Alright, we can rule this one out. Lu Feng waved his hand. Not to mention the spore computers, the very method of generating that AI was unique enough to lack feasibility for replication. The other is the Tianying civilization. The Hailing Empress moved her tail, coiling it before continuing. Within the crystal computers of the Tianying civilization resides an AI that oversees the entire civilization's production and construction. This AI is closely tied to the development of the Tianying civilization. Many fields of the Tianying civilization rely entirely on this AI's coordination and the performance of its crystal computers, allowing them to develop rapidly over the past millennium, rising from a third-level primary civilization to a third-level advanced civilization. Otherwise, at a normal pace, this progress would have required more than 5 times the time. It seems the Tianying civilization is quite formidable in the field of computing. Since this AI is so highly intelligent, has it not developed autonomous consciousness? The Hailing Empress shook her head. The Tianying civilization publicly claims they have the most reliable logic locks, ensuring the AI's intelligence remains within controllable bounds. This was verified by the Overseer civilization, and since then no civilization has doubted the AI of the Tianying civilization. Logic locks. Lu Feng knew that behind the strings of code of the AI, there must be underlying code that restricts the AI's actions. This was the foremost consideration before any action by the AI. For example, the 3 laws of robotics were a greatly simplified preliminary logic lock. The 3 laws of robotics, also known as Asimov's 3 laws. The first law: a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. The second law: a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings except where such orders would conflict with the first law. The third law: a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. Although these 3 laws now seem crude with many loopholes, they were humanity's earliest logic locks. If a robot clearly violated the content of the logic locks, it would fall into an infinite loop and eventually burn out or crash, thus restricting the robot's behavior. If a perfect logic lock could be designed, it could be applied to the underlying code of intelligent AI, thereby completely preventing the AI from causing massive harm to civilization after gaining self-awareness. But this remained only in theory. He wondered to what extent the Tianying civilization's logic lock had advanced, and whether it truly managed to restrict an intelligent AI from harming civilization. Lu Feng planned to see it for himself. Whether it was the AI logic lock or the model calculations for the constraint part of the gravitational ray cannon, they were closely related to the technology of the Tianying civilization. Moreover, the Tianying civilization had inherited the legacy of the ancient empire, which included a legendary facility capable of transforming beings into fairy war maidens. Thinking of this, Lu Feng opened the star map of the Hailing civilization. He saw that about 500 light-years from the Hailing civilization's territory toward the Chuk main star region, with a radius of about 30 light-years, was marked with the name of the Tianying civilization. Talisai will be away for a while. Very well respected high-level civilization. The Hailing Empress uncoiled her tail and bowed to Lu Feng. Then Lu Feng ended the communication with the Hailing Empress and issued commands to the fleet AI. First, he needed to pick up someone. Dispatch a Dread Orca class destroyer through the wormhole to return to the solar system and pick up Lingya. After that, have the ship return to Silver Star City with the person on board. Lu Feng also attached a message to Su Jinxiang asking him to arrange for Lingya to board the warship. This ensured no mistakes. Then he issued the second command: have Silver Star City lead the fleet into hyperspace and proceed to the uninhabited star system outside the Tianning civilization. Lu Feng marked an uninhabited star system about 10 light-years away from the Tianning civilization on the star map. This was a good spot. He had just noticed, close enough to the Tianning civilization and suitable for temporarily stationing the fleet. The star system contained 4 old red giants with no accompanying planets. Due to the instability of the red giants, the system was marked as extremely dangerous, and no one would stay in such a system. Lu Feng planned to hide Silver Star City in the glow between the stars, making it difficult for the Tianning civilization to detect any anomaly in a short time. Relying on the energy shields and regulation systems of Silver Star City, the high temperatures of the red giants would not affect anything inside. After doing all this, Lu Feng sat quietly aboard the Shadow of the Void, observing the changes in the fleet. With these 2 commands issued, the millions of Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers and Wanderer Temple-class battlecruisers that had been patrolling throughout the planetary system near the wormhole converged towards Silver Star City like fish returning to the sea. The colossal Silver Star City opened its 100,000 hatches on its gray-black hull. The hatches, several kilometers in length and width, slowly lifted, making the city appear as if it had gained 100,000 dark yawning openings. 1 million Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers and 500,000 Wanderer Temple-class battlecruisers formed into silvery streams flowing into the 100,000 hatches. The sight of 100,000 silver streams pouring into the hatches like rivers returning to the sea was quite spectacular. The hailing Empress stared dumbfounded at the scene hanging directly above, as if an endless galaxy were swirling overhead. Such a fleet scale, and such a colossal ship resembling a planetary city. When would her civilization ever reach such heights? Not only she, but also the hailing soldiers aboard the hailing warships stared blankly at the sight. A silent envy and yearning rose in their hearts. The streams of silver were absorbed by Silver Star City, and the brilliant scene vanished in an instant. The enormous bulk of Silver Star City began to enter hyperspace, fading from one end to the other. The entire city, along with the spear of flowing light that could not fit into the hatches, gradually disappeared from the sight of the hailing people. Though Silver Star City and the vast fleet had departed, this magnificent scene was forever etched into the hearts of the hailing Empress and all the hailing people present, never to be forgotten. Approximately 4 hours later, the Silver Star City and the flowing light spear, which had traversed nearly 500 light-years of conventional space within hyperspace, gradually revealed their colossal forms. The Silver Star City, transitioning from ethereal to tangible, emerged from hyperspace and bathed in the blazing radiance. Before and behind the city were 2 red giant stars millions of times larger in volume than the Silver Star City itself. In the distance, 2 more crimson red giants loomed. This stellar system housed a total of 4 red giants, all in their twilight years. The Silver Star City appeared as insignificant as a sesame seed before them. Stellar-grade energy and volume were beyond the reach of planetary scales. Yet the flowing light spear felt remarkably at ease here. Its contracted light wings unfurled, as if alive, greedily absorbing the red giant's energy to replenish what it had expended. This place suited it perfectly. 10 light-years beyond this stellar system lay the sphere of influence of the Tianning civilization. Lu Feng did not intend to lead the entire fleet into Tianning territory immediately. In his plan, the Silver Star City would remain stationed here temporarily while he led the Void Shadow to scout the Tianning civilization first. This decision stemmed from multiple considerations. Lu Feng ordered the Void Shadow to depart from the Silver Star City accompanied by 10 immaculate Nebula-class cruisers, 50 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and 1,000 Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers. The Void Shadow then activated its invisibility field, shrouding the entire fleet in an undetectable environment, and entered hyperspace to stealthily approach the Tianning civilization's domain. At the outermost planetary system of the Tianning civilization, the asteroid belt defense perimeter. Across the entire perimeter, gravitational detectors rotated incessantly, scanning for any anomalous gravitational fluctuations. As a Tier 3 civilization, conventional optical and electromagnetic detection methods had long become inadequate. Optical and electromagnetic means could only reach the speed of light, at most a paltry speed in the vastness of the cosmos. Only higher-level gravitational detection sufficed. Gravitational waves generated by black holes could have wavelengths spanning several light-years, and that was just for a single segment. Among humans, there was a romantic notion only gravity could traverse time and space. The upper limit of gravitational detection far surpassed that of light and magnetism. Thus, Tier 3 and Tier 4 civilizations primarily relied on gravitational detectors as their main detection method. At one of the gravitational detectors on the perimeter, a technician coming for shift change greeted the groggy guard taking over from a colleague who had just completed a galactic night. "Hey, why is the gravitational detector showing a cluster of massive objects approaching? Around 1,000 of them." The incoming technician, hearing his drowsy colleague exclaim at the display, felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly leaned in to see for himself. After carefully examining the information on the screen and realizing it was merely a swarm of high-speed meteorites, he let out a sigh of relief. Just a bunch of meteorites. Happens all the time. You're still half asleep, go get some rest. He pulled his colleague from the seat and sat down himself. It was a false alarm. Meanwhile, the Void Shadow carrying Lu Feng had just exited hyperspace and was heading toward the outermost defense perimeter of the Tianying civilization. Beneath the fleet led by the Void Shadow, a cluster of meteorites hurtled at tremendous speed toward the Tianying defense belt. Lu Feng suddenly noticed several weapon-like devices on the outer defense perimeter of Tianying aiming in his direction. His heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. It probably wasn't because they had detected the Void Shadow. Lu Feng had considerable confidence in the Void Shadow's invisibility field. Previous experiences had shown that detectors of Tier 3 and Tier 4 civilizations were utterly incapable of spotting a fleet enveloped within the field. Sure enough, as the meteorites approached, the defensive weapons of the Tianying perimeter merely shattered a few that might have collided with facilities, ignoring the rest. A false alarm. Then the fleet led by the Void Shadow swiftly passed over the outermost asteroid defense belt of the Tianying civilization. As the entire fleet crossed the asteroid belt, a planetary system fully developed from the inside out unfolded before Lu Feng's eyes. In stark contrast to the Chake civilization, which had only exploited planetary surfaces, the high-tier Tianying civilization had developed this planetary system to its utmost. Every planet was surrounded by a multitude of structures. Some planets were designated as mining worlds with transport ships queuing outside to haul away extracted minerals. Hundreds of fully loaded vessels followed designated routes in orderly fashion. Others were military bases with fleets shuttling through planetary orbits and shipyards and dry docks blanketing the skies above. The vast space between planets was equally bustling with spacecraft traveling along assigned lanes, weaving systematically among the celestial bodies. There were also dedicated routes to other planetary systems within Tianying, with ships queuing at departure points, sequentially entering curvature drive. Different lanes imposed different curvature speeds, reducing the risk of warp bubble collisions. Corresponding arrival points were set for ships from other systems, which were then sorted by destination planet. Everything appeared highly logical and organized. Within the Void Shadow, Lu Feng roamed and took in the entire vista of the planetary system. All production and construction of the Tianying civilization were coordinated by an AI housed in what they called a crystalline computer. Was all of this orchestrated by a single AI? Lost in thought, Lu Feng's interest in this AI grew even stronger. The fleet led by the Void Shadow made a circuit around the outermost star system of the Tianying civilization, surveying the entire system and gaining some understanding of the civilization's actual condition. Lu Feng ordered the fleet to head for the Tianying star system 13 light-years away, where the capital planet of the Tianying civilization was located. According to the Hailing Civilization's data, the most bustling place in the Tianying civilization was the Tianying star system, which also housed the civilization's most renowned crystal computers. To access crystal computer-related information, one had to go to the Tianying star system. In the depths of space where no one could detect them, a flash of white light appeared, and the Void Shadow, along with its fleet of warships, entered hyperspace. About 6 minutes later, the Tianying star system, deep in the heart of the Tianying civilization, appeared before Lu Feng's eyes. The Tianying star system orbited a stable young star, and the entire system contained 12 planets. All 12 planets had been terraformed into colonies to house the vast population of the Tianying civilization. The degree of transformation was even more extensive than the outer star system they had just seen. From a distance, one could see the lively sight of warships navigating the traffic lanes within the system. Lu Feng switched the Void Shadow to its conventional engines and headed toward the nearest planet, Tianying 12. As they drew closer, reaching a point only 30 million kilometers, about 100 light seconds, from Tianying 12, Lu Feng received a wide-area broadcast from the Tianying civilization. The broadcast propagated automatically in all directions and across all frequency bands, carrying with it a dictionary segment specifically for translation by any ship that received it. After translation, Lu Feng quickly understood what the broadcast said. Welcome to the Tianying star system. You are about to arrive at Tianying 12. You have entered the service area of the Super Virtual Network. To connect to the Super Virtual Network, please adjust your electromagnetic frequency to 87.1412, or set your quantum receiver to mode 201, or tune your gravitational wave information segment to band 13. We wish you a pleasant journey ahead. Lu Feng looked at the broadcast, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The Tianying civilization was a tourist destination within the Orion Arm civilization circle thanks to its uniquely advantageous technology. The Super Virtual Network. Within the Tianying star system, the Super Virtual Network was arranged using the 12 planets as nodes. Built upon the immense computational power and highly intelligent processing capabilities of crystal computers, the Tianying civilization had constructed this Super Virtual Network. With relay stations scattered throughout the star system, the Super Virtual Network covered most of the Tianying star system, allowing every planet and its vicinity to connect smoothly. But this was only one of the virtual network's functions. Its most alluring feature was that once connected users could enter a virtual world with 100% simulation fidelity through their devices. It was this virtual world that attracted tourists from many civilizations. Lu Feng had also come for this virtual world where one could directly interact with crystal computers. Lu Feng had the void shadow reveal itself alone, while the surrounding fleet remained hidden. Then using the signal identifier of a hailing civilization vessel, he disguised the void shadow as a ship from the hailing civilization. After doing all this, Lu Feng first created a virtual machine within the Void Shadow's main computer, then connected to the super virtual network through the virtual machine. This ensured that the entire network would only operate within the virtual machine and would not affect the Void Shadow itself. Lu Feng also set up numerous security protocols to ensure that if the super virtual network transmitted anything suspicious, access to it could be cut off immediately. The Tianying civilization's super virtual network was bustling. Lu Feng looked at the interface on the large screen, both familiar and unfamiliar, and felt a sense of having returned to Earth. But this was not yet the essence of the Tianying civilization's super virtual network. Its essence lay in the virtual world. However, entering the virtual world required something more. Thanks to his experience in this field, Lu Feng quickly familiarized himself with the network and found the online shopping section. The hottest item in the mall was a pair of glasses called the login device. The hailing civilization, also a member of the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance, had an account with the Tianying civilization, so Lu Feng simply used the hailing account to order a pair. Please choose pickup or delivery. Lu Feng chose delivery and sent the Void Shadow's location. It didn't take long. About 15 minutes later, a drone arrived outside the Void Shadow and placed a package in space. In the dark depths of space, imperceptible to the drone, more than 1,000 warships, each incomparably larger than the drone, watched it warily. At the slightest abnormal move from the drone, they could destroy it instantly. The drone sensed nothing wrong. The ship before it, identified by its signal as belonging to the hailing civilization, seemed perfectly normal. After placing the package in front of the ship, it turned around and left. The alert among the 1,000+ warships was lifted. After the drone had flown far away, the Void Shadow retrieved the package, and the pair of glasses came into Lu Feng's hands. After getting the glasses, Lu Feng didn't rush to use them. He first studied them. The hailing civilization's data didn't explain much about the technology behind the glasses, but Lu Feng guessed it was something like brainwave resonance. After experimentation and research, he confirmed that the glasses could be removed at any time, and that the super virtual network running inside the virtual machine could be disconnected at any moment. He finally put on the glasses and connected through them to the super virtual network running in the virtual machine. As the scenery before his eyes shifted after putting on the glasses, Lu Feng blinked and found that his surroundings were no longer the bridge of the Void Shadow. Before Lu Feng stretched a desolate scene. Fine sand and crystal rock were the most common things here. Everywhere were towering outcrops of crystal rock formed from half rock and half crystal fused together. The black, cracked ground was covered with fine sand that sparkled with tiny glints. In the distant sky, a colossal purple crystal pillar could be seen piercing through the heavens and reaching into the clouds. Isn't the first thing in a virtual world supposed to be registration? Lu Feng was puzzled. He immediately tried to log out. As the thought of exiting arose in his mind, the scene before him changed back to the bridge of the Void Shadow. Lu Feng took off the glasses and checked the super virtual network inside the virtual machine. Everything was normal with no abnormal fluctuations. Lu Feng tried putting on the glasses again, and the scene before him once again became the world of fine sand and crystal rock. He repeatedly logged out and back in, but the result remained the same. What the devil? Just as Lu Feng was puzzled, a hoarse voice sounded beside him. A consciousness entity can actually enter subspace. This was a language Lu Feng could not understand, but he could grasp its meaning. Lu Feng immediately looked toward the source of the voice and saw only a humanoid creature whose upper body was wrapped in a black robe. Its build was similar to an ordinary human's, but beneath its hood 2 red dots were visible. Did you say this is subspace? The humanoid creature understood Lu Feng's meaning as if they were communicating directly through consciousness, even though Lu Feng's words were not in the creature's language. The red dots beneath the humanoid creature's hood intensified slightly, and it gave Lu Feng a deep look. Your sea of consciousness is very unusual. Lu Feng couldn't help but fall into thought. The only special thing about his sea of consciousness might be its connection to Galactic Era. The fleet AI could communicate directly through the sea of consciousness, and so could Halasis. Was that why this situation had come about? My name is Bologna. I have been here for a very long time, and I have never met anyone who barged in like you. I am Lu Feng, an ordinary tourist. Seeing that Bologna showed no abnormal behavior, Lu Feng also gave his name. A tourist. Bologna paused, then continued. This is the subspace discovered by the Yaluan Empire. The Yaluan Empire. The one that vanished overnight in pursuit of mechanical ascension. Lu Feng's heart stirred. Could it be that the so-called vanished empire did not disappear, but instead hid within this subspace? The red dots under Bologna's hood condensed further as it stared deeply at Lu Feng, then finally withdrew its gaze. Perhaps. It stepped forward, coming to Lu Feng's side, and asked hoarsely, You come from the outside world. You should know the current state of the real universe, right? Lu Feng did not conceal anything and directly described the situation outside. Outside has become a third-level high civilization called the Tianying civilization. The Tianying civilization inherited the legacy of the Yuan Empire you mentioned. I was originally a tourist visiting the capital star system of the Tianying civilization, and as soon as I connected to their super virtual network, I ended up like this. Lu Feng blinked innocently. So the outside world has become like this. Bologna lowered its head somewhat dejected. A mere third-level civilization can. Hearing Bologna's muttering, Lu Feng tentatively asked, does the Giant Chase civilization not know about this situation? What Giant Chase civilization? The Giant Chase civilization is the highest civilization in the Orion arm today, a peak 5th-level civilization. Bologna fell completely silent. Too much time had passed, and everything had changed far too much. No matter how Lu Feng called out to it, there was no response. Watching Bologna's reaction, Lu Feng sighed in silence. Judging by Bologna's tone, he had thought Bologna was in existence from before the era of the Giant Chase civilization, hoping to extract some information. But unexpectedly it had gone completely mute. Finally Bologna only lifted its head and said, it's not safe here. Follow me. Then it trudged ahead, leading the way. Having no luck extracting information, Lu Feng had no choice but to follow. Along the way there were crystal rocks of varying heights, purple crystals perfectly fused with the rock and fine sand shifting with the occasional breeze. What are these crystal rocks? What is this fine sand? Why does a flash of light sometimes appear in these crystal rocks? And what is that towering purple crystal pillar? Along the way Lu Feng kept asking questions while walking, but Bologna never answered. Lu Feng was not discouraged and continued asking whatever came to mind. Finally Bologna could not help but stop. Do you really think you're here on a sightseeing trip? Lu Feng shrugged wordlessly. Otherwise, but he did not dare say it out loud, fearing Bologna might lose control and beat him. Bologna truly regarded Lu Feng as an ordinary tourist. After scolding him, it did not bother with him further and continued walking. Whoa, that crystal moved. Lu Feng suddenly saw a human-shaped purple crystal on top of a distant crystal rock pillar. Bologna immediately tensed up, grabbed Lu Feng, and hurried away. Only after the human-shaped crystal was out of sight did it breathe a sigh of relief and warn in a hoarse voice. Next time you see those things, stay far away. What exactly are they? Lu Feng found the empire behind the Tianying civilization, the one that vanished overnight, quite intriguing. From its legendary facilities, they could modify the Enchantress battle maidens. And now, despite connecting to the Tianying civilization's super virtual network, he was seeing the subspace discovered by the Yuan Empire. All of this indicated that there were secrets hidden behind the Tianying civilization. You're just an accidental visitor. It's best not to know these things. It won't do you any good. Bologna regarded Lu Feng as a mere tourist and did not intend to say more. Lu Feng pondered, what are the ways in and out of the subspace? Bologna thought he was asking how to leave, so it finally deigned to answer. There are 12 entrances and exits here, but they are all extremely dangerous. I advise you not to try to leave through any of them. 12 entrances and exits. Lu Feng's mind began to work. This matched exactly the 12 planets of the Tianying star system. Bologna then changed the subject. But that's not the only way. If you have a beacon stone, you can also enter and exit the subspace. A beacon stone? Where can I find one? Bologna fell silent, then finally shook its head. Lu Feng did not know what the shake meant. But he remembered the name beacon stone. If it was a beacon stone, did that mean it could locate the subspace's position in the real universe and allow the two realms to connect? Were there any restrictions on the beacon stone? Could the Silver Star City be brought in? Lu Feng looked up at the sky. It was gray and murky without any starlight or celestial glow. He wondered what structure this subspace actually had. A landmass or a planet? He needed more information to determine the situation here. Otherwise, rashly sending the fleet in would have unknown consequences. After all, this was his first encounter with the subspace. But he himself could leave at any time, which reassured Lu Feng. He could escape if something went wrong. The situation before him forced Lu Feng to connect the Yuan Empire behind the Tianying civilization with the so-called crystal computer. It seemed that for a short time he might have to operate within the subspace. Bologna eventually led him to an underground facility. After passing through a downward iron door concealed behind a massive rock, Lu Feng found himself in a 100-square-meter room that resembled a storage closet. The room was cluttered with various mechanical equipment. Several robotic arms lay on a large table with fiberglass-like cables protruding from the broken joints at the shoulders. Mechanical helmets, whether heads or face masks, hung neatly across an entire wall, each face bearing a striking resemblance to the others. The room looked like a dismantling chamber for androids, as if countless machines had been taken apart here. Never seen this before. Bologna stepped in with familiarity and pulled down her hood. Beneath the hood was a face indistinguishable from the mechanical heads hanging on the wall. Two faint red dots in her eye sockets fixed a gaze upon Lu Feng. Then she walked over to a table covered with purple crystal rocks, picked one up, and brought it to her mouth. Chewing while speaking in a hoarse voice, she asked, "Out in the wider world, are there few androids like me?" "Not many. The Orion Arm civilization sphere regulates synthetic intelligence civilizations very strictly. Lu Feng referred to androids like Barona, those indistinguishable from ordinary humans possessing clear self-awareness. Was this consciousness self-generated? Or had they once been carbon-based beings who chose mechanical augmentation, ultimately becoming what they were now? The latter seemed far more plausible. Lu Feng studied Barona at length. Her face bore a 70% resemblance to a human's, differing slightly around the mouth and ears. Her mouth somewhat wider, her ears slightly pointed. Overall, she looked remarkably close to human. Barona consumed the crystal rocks much like a person eating a meal, as if a living human sat before him. Lu Feng reflected on the civilizations he had encountered in the Milky Way, whether the Chuk civilization, the Hailing civilization, or Barona before him. They all seemed to bear forms quite similar to humans. No, rather it should be said that humans and these civilizations alike belonged to the same category of appearance. I've heard that the citizens of the Aran Empire all chose mechanical ascension, yet vanished overnight. Were you one of them? Back in a safe environment, Barona was far more talkative than during their journey, and she was willing to answer some questions. You could say that. So you didn't disappear. You went somewhere, perhaps this subspace. Barona shook her head, then nodded. Then, are you a silicon-based life form? Lu Feng asked curiously. Barona paused for a moment. You could say yes, and you could say no. What about those crystal humanoids outside? They are as well. I thought silicon-based life forms were all mechanical life like you. Barona corrected him. Silicon-based life forms are called that because the fundamental element of their structure is silicon. Silicon can be the key element of mechanical life or of other life forms, like those crystal humanoids you mentioned. Those crystal humanoids. Barona was uncomfortable with the term. Their bodies are encased in a silicon crystal. Inside, a silicon framework supports it, formed by layers of silicon-thin films wrapping around an organic core, giving it considerable hardness and mechanical performance. Signals travel through the silicon framework at near light speed, so they possess reaction speeds you can scarcely imagine, highly dangerous. And they can withstand temperatures up to 1,000 degrees and radiation. Many conventional methods can't harm them either. Lu Feng understood. Such crystal humanoids existed in a form far surpassing carbon-based organisms. If they were in the real universe, they could likely enter space directly without any protective measures. This form of life would thrive even more in the universe's environment of extreme temperatures, radiation, and absence of water and oxygen. A thought struck him, and he blurted out a question. Is there such a thing, carbon-based genetic structure, but fundamentally silicon-based in nature? Does such an existence occur? Barona paused almost in disbelief at his words. You? What do you mean? The silicon-based life forms I know are either existences with a silicon-based brain at their core, like me, or those crystal humanoids. What if you simply replaced all carbon elements in a carbon-based organism with silicon, like replacing the pentose sugar in DNA with a silicon-oxygen backbone? Lu Feng continued elaborating on his hypothesis. Carbon and silicon belong to the same group of elements, both with 4 outer shell electrons, most stable when in that state, reluctant to lose or gain electrons, meaning they're not prone to redox reactions, and are quite stable. In theory, they could substitute one another. After a long silence, Barona shook her head. I don't know. Even if it were possible, achieving such a feat would be extremely difficult. Theory remains just theory. Moreover, instead of doing that, it would be better to undergo mechanical augmentation from the start, transferring all knowledge and memories of a carbon-based life into a silicon-based brain. That's the fastest and most practical approach. Barona's tone was resolute on that last point. Lu Feng shrugged and said nothing more. From a practical standpoint, mechanical augmentation might be the swiftest method, yet it also brought about considerable instability as a consequence. As the silence once again settled in, Lu Feng, having examined the entire room, found nothing more of interest. I'll go take a look outside. Be careful of the places where those crystal humanoids gather. This time Barona did not stop him. Lu Feng stepped out onto the boundless black wasteland dotted with towering crystal rock pillars. He climbed atop the rock formation above Barona's room and surveyed his surroundings. The most striking sight was the colossal crystal pillar at the horizon, piercing straight into the clouds. With a broader view than before, Lu Feng saw streaks of light flashing across the surface of the pillar that soared into the sky, each one blinking past in an instant, shooting upward like meteors into the clouds. Could this entire crystal pillar also be structured with a silicon framework with signals flowing through it, just as Barona had described? Would that mean this super pillar was itself a living silicon-based life form? Lu Feng followed the path where those streaks of light vanished, the clouds high above, and squinted into the distance. As he watched, he thought he could faintly discern the lights flickering through the cloud layers, radiating from the massive crystal pillar as the center light streams extended in all directions. Just then Lu Feng heard faint rustling sounds, like something scraping against sand. He saw in the distance a vast tide of crystal humanoids surging toward him like an ocean wave. The crystal beings had no faces, their entire bodies encased in purple crystal with abnormally elongated limbs. The purple crystal segments connected one after another, appearing quite eerie from a distance. Within their bodies, streams of flowing light constantly moved, signals transmitted through silicon skeletons at nearly the speed of light. The flowing light converged upward within their bodies, finally gathering at the head, making the heads of these crystal beings look like glowing crystal bulbs. These crystal beings ran at remarkable speed, and soon they drew near, their clamor growing louder. Verona also noticed the abnormal situation outside. She stepped out lightly, leaped onto a massive rock, and came to Lu Feng's side. When she saw the crystal beings surging toward them, Verona's expression turned grim. It happened sooner than expected. She has found you, as she will drive you out of here. Who is she? Verona looked toward the towering crystal pillar that pierced the clouds. The streams of light transmitting information on the pillar seemed to have increased in both number and speed. It spoke, that is, the Empire's super AI. After uttering these words, thousands of calculations ran through its mind, and Verona's expression changed several times in a human-like manner. Alas, it has finally come to this. Her chest slowly slid open. I failed to protect my people before. This is the last thing I can do. Muttering softly, Verona retrieved a stone and a long metallic device from her chest, then turned to Lu Feng. You cannot stay here any longer. You must leave immediately. This is a beacon stone. Use its positioning to return to the real world right away. At the same time, I need you to take this device to the leaders of the civilization that now rules the outside world. The information within will tell them what must be done. Verona forcefully shoved the items into Lu Feng's hands. I only have this one beacon stone left. The device must be delivered. The two red dots in Verona's eye sockets stared deeply at Lu Feng, their meaning heavy. Lu Feng took the beacon stone, momentarily stunned. Then a phantom coordinate appeared in his mind. Following that coordinate, he could guide the Void Shadow and the surrounding fleet to this location. Seeing the crystal beings approaching ever closer, Lu Feng wasted no time and began the guidance. Unknown coordinates acquired. Initiating guidance. On the bridge of the Void Shadow, suspended in deep space, the fleet AI's voice echoed calmly. Detected a damaged subspace channel. Entering now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, Verona kept urging, and seeing Lu Feng seemingly in a daze while the crystal beings closed in, she sharpened her tone. Inside this is a logic lock I designed. It must be used to restrict the super AI. Otherwise this nightmare will never end. Hearing Verona's words, Lu Feng's heart stirred, but he was currently guiding the Void Shadow, and his consciousness in subspace couldn't respond. Seeing no response from Lu Feng, Verona grew more anxious. She was about to say something, but the next moment a massive shadow loomed overhead. A colossal warship nearly a kilometer long appeared above. Verona had no idea what was happening. She had never seen a warship of this design. It didn't belong to any era of the Empire's shipbuilding, but this was only the beginning. Around the warship, blue ripples spread, and one by one massive vessels materialized. 10-kilometer class warships with perfect arcs and silver hulls gleaming like a starry river formed a circular formation around the first ship. Then came black warships with enormous cannon maws, their pitch-black barrels seeming to harbor boundless potential energy. Around them 1,000 relatively smaller warships, each still larger than the first ship, escorted like schools of fish. Such a fleet abruptly appeared in this space that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years, dominating the entire sky. Lu Feng's consciousness no longer needed to guide. He turned to look at the incredulous Verona. Don't worry, my fleet has arrived. Lu Feng looked at the endless tide of crystal beings and breathed a sigh of relief, no longer concerned. Your fleet. Verona whirled around. You? Aren't you just a tourist? Lu Feng nodded and grinned. I can be a tourist too. Then his consciousness slowly faded, returning to his physical body aboard the Void Shadow. The beacon stone and the logic lock device clattered to the ground. On the bridge, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, and with his high-altitude view, he looked down at the sea of crystal beings below. From above, he could see the boundless black wasteland, where between the towering crystal pillars, an endless flood of crystal beings surged toward them. These crystal beings had been heading for Lu Feng's consciousness. Lu Feng didn't hesitate and directly ordered, open fire at will. Eliminate the approaching silicon-based life forms. The escorting Dreadnought Killer class destroyers flipped out their laser cannons, automatically targeting the crystal beings on the ground. Instantly, over 100,000 laser beams fired simultaneously, forming a curtain of laser rain that enveloped the entire area. From below, Verona saw nothing but the blazing lasers filling her vision. How long had it been since she had witnessed such a sight? Verona stood frozen, forgetting to pick up the beacon stone and the logic lock device. She only saw that not a single crystal being could cross the defensive line formed by the laser rain. The crystal beings were firmly held back outside the fleet's firepower perimeter. When the crystal beings came into contact with the high-energy lasers from the Dreadnought Killer class destroyers, their silicon crystal armor became extremely brittle, instantly destroyed, leaving behind charred, broken limbs. Even though they were silicon-based life forms capable of withstanding 1,000 degrees of heat, they couldn't face high-intensity lasers directly. 1,000 Dreadnought Killer class destroyers unleashed their full firepower, igniting a new storm over the black wasteland. After the laser barrage ceased, it left behind a black wasteland riddled with countless holes, as though it had been baptized by destruction. Through those gaping perforations one could see that beneath the surface of this black wilderness everything was composed of purple crystals. The entire landmass appeared to be built upon a silicon foundation. Lower the void shadow's altitude. Feng commanded the vessel to descend. The massive ship above Verona gradually approached the wasteland, finally, suspending itself 3 to 4 meters above Verona's head. As the cargo bay doors at the bottom of the void shadow slid open to both sides, Feng's figure reappeared. Clad in a full EVA suit designed for external activities, Feng waved to Verona. He then leaped down onto the rocky terrain, picking up the beacon stone and the metallic box that Verona had entrusted to him earlier, the device containing the logic lock. Verona watched Feng complete all of this, transfixed, making no move to stop him. Who exactly are you? Feng let out a soft laugh. Why don't we share what we each know about the situation? Hearing these words, Verona fell into silence for a moment. She had witnessed the spectacular arrival of Feng's fleet. Though she had been isolated from the physical universe for 10,000 years, Verona understood that perhaps this person before her could become the hope needed to break the deadlock. It is time to awaken from this dream. Verona's hoarse voice rang out as she began recounting to Feng everything that had transpired upon this land. The Aran Empire's first comprehensive mechanization trial. Beyond the brain, the subject's limbs had already been entirely mechanized. Following the choice to accept full mechanization, the subject's biological brains were replaced with silicon-based brains, and the chips from the biological brains were also transferred into the silicon brains. The subject's conditions are now stable. While retaining all memories, they will still follow commands from the deepest level, executing every instruction with 100% completion without exception. Any injury sustained by the subject, as long as it does not involve the storage area of the silicon brain, can be fully repaired even if half the brain is missing. The last flaw of the Empire's citizens has been eliminated. However, there is still a certain gap before reaching a complete silicon-based life form capable of self-repairing by consuming metal. Conclusion: full mechanization is a beneficial and harmless evolution for the Empire's citizens. By casting off the fragile flesh and completely transforming into mechanical life forms better suited for survival among the stars. Crucially, they are easier to control in their silicon-based form. Using the Empire's superintelligent AI, the ruler can command all citizens uniformly. Rebellion, insurrection, and disloyalty shall never again appear among these mechanical subjects. When all consciousness across the Empire is unified and bent toward your majesty, our development speed will surely ascend to new heights. The entire Empire shall forever act according to your majesty's will, forever enveloped within the radiance of your majesty's purpose. The new Empress Verona finished reading the report before her. The Imperial Princess Verona, draped in resplendent garments, had just completed her coronation. Yet within the Empire's borders voices of resistance persisted. Verona believed the time had come for more forceful measures. Her limbs had long been replaced with mechanical arms forged from super-alloy materials. She extended her right hand and activated the holographic display before her, summoning forth a sphere of light. Within that orb, streams of luminous energy pulsed like a ball of light composed of flowing threads. This was Nuar, the superintelligent AI cultivated by 10 generations of the Empire. Nuar always regarded the Empire's interests as paramount, obeying the commands of its rulers without fail, never betraying its purpose. Its foundational logic locks numbered no less than 100 million. Having immersed herself in the field of artificial intelligence for many years, Verona, a genius in this domain, was convinced that Nuar was entirely under her control, the most trustworthy executor one could desire. Nuar, prepare for the second phase of the trial. I hereby grant you authorization to designate the city of Ailey as the scope for the second phase. Within this area, copy all citizens' consciousness onto the network via chips, and have the planetary factories prepare bodies adapted for the entire city. The citizens of the Aran Empire had long been highly mechanized. Stores dealing in mechanical parts were ubiquitous, and people no longer discussed clothing or food. Instead, they conversed about different styles of mechanical bodies and the new functions they possessed. 8-cylinder nuclear-powered Heart's mechanical wings capable of emitting ion beams for flight, laser eyes, anti-gravity mechanical feet. Everything could be customized. The biological chips installed in people's brains had become the sole proof of identity for recognizing one another in this society. When two individuals shared identical appearances and mechanical bodies, others who wished to distinguish between them simply needed to access the superintelligent AI Noor through their own brain chips to check the other's identification code. Such citizens were already separated from complete mechanization by only a thin membrane, the final carbon-based brain. Verona believed the time had come to pierce through this last layer of paper. The results of the second phase trial proceeded smoothly. When Verona reviewed the results submitted by Nuar, all citizens of the city had fully completed their mechanization. The copied consciousness data was transmitted back into the silicon brains of the mechanical bodies. The citizens returned to their new shells carrying their former consciousness. With unwavering confidence, Verona announced the commencement of the final phase. Universal transformation, mechanical ascension. In the end, only Verona herself remained. She personally transferred her consciousness into the silicon brain that had been prepared long in advance, completing her own mechanization. Just as she reveled in her new body and savored this rebirth, she discovered something was wrong. She ventured outside the throne ship with her own eyes, witnessing what the Empire's subjects truly looked like. Not at all as she had believed. They were life forms covered entirely in purple crystals. They gazed upon their own bodies in agony, wailing, struggling, unable to comprehend how any of this could be happening. Monster-like crystalline beings populated every street, every building, every city, every planet. Even the people around Verona were all of this crystalline appearance. Everything resembled hell itself. These crystalline life forms had erupted everywhere overnight. Their rough, uneven purple bodies, luminous energy, converging to form brains within their heads, elongated crystalline arms, and reaction speeds, and physical strength beyond imagination. Unafraid of high temperatures and radiation, conventional methods could not possibly destroy such beings. Even when injured, they could gradually recover by consuming metal. Compared to mechanical life forms, these crystal beings more closely resembled true silicon-based life forms. Verona immediately rushed toward Noir's main programming chamber. She understood that only Noir, the superintelligent AI controlling nearly every aspect of the Empire, could have accomplished this. And it was she who had granted Noir the relevant authorization. If anything had gone wrong, the fault could only lie with the superintelligent AI Noir. When Verona arrived at Noir's main programming location, Noir was already waiting there for her. Upon seeing Verona facing her furious accusations, the orb-shaped Noir displayed no emotional reaction whatsoever. It simply answered Verona as it always had, as it always would. I have never betrayed the Empire. After listening to Verona's description, Feng was slightly surprised to learn that Verona was actually the last empress of the Aran Empire 10,000 years ago. So it was the super AI Noir that created all those crystal people. What surprised him most, however, was what Verona had said. The claim that the ancient empire had taken a wrong path was confirmed. What he hadn't expected was that the traitor who led them astray was within and was actually the super AI created by the empire itself. Super AI Noir, huh? And then, why are you and those crystal people stuck in this subspace, and what is the motive behind the super AI's actions? Didn't the logic lock set by dozens of generations of your Aran Empire fail to constrain the super AI's actions? Verona shook her head, and her hoarse voice revealed a hint of bitterness. Noir said it never betrayed the Empire. Its top priority was the Empire's survival. But all along I was blinded by the belief that I had absolute control over Noir, thinking that I was the Empire, and the Empire was me. In fact, in Noir's eyes, it didn't matter who sat on the throne. Noir's logic determined that my orders threatened the Empire's survival and would lead the Empire's people toward an uncontrollable future. But a considerable portion of its logic locks restricted it, forcing it to obey my commands and act according to my instructions. So Noir had to fulfill my orders in another way, bypassing the restrictions of those logic locks and completing its most fundamental mission. In Noir's world, everything it did was correct. But at that time I didn't think so. Even though Noir gave its explanation, I still took up arms to destroy it. Destroying Noir might still change this hellish situation, that's what I thought. But obviously Verona had not succeeded. Feng listened to Verona's words, realizing that if Verona had completely destroyed Noir back, then none of what he now saw would have been possible. I didn't succeed, or rather I only succeeded partially. Verona's hoarse voice continued. Noir's functions were significantly damaged, and along with it a large portion of its database was lost. This caused Noir to become abnormal. Now Noir is filled with obsession, having only one ultimate goal: to preserve all the Empire's subjects. Because of the collapse of the people's consciousness, Noir made a decision. All the Empire's subjects were brought into the subspace, and Noir reshaped its own form. Now it is connected to all the crystallized subjects like a new king ruling over all its people. Verona turned her gaze toward the massive crystal pillar in the distant sky. That is the new machine room that countless subjects built for Noir with their own bodies. After that, Noir used each subject as a signal node to create a utopia. A utopia where they could forever remain immersed, where none of this horror had yet happened. In that world, everyone still maintained their normal forms, could live normally, and forget all of this. But their bodies remained forever in this subspace beneath this ground, the billions of subjects of the Empire. Verona's gaze fell upon the scarred earth after the laser rain, where massive purple crystals lay underground. Between the crystals, streams of light could be seen passing, briefly fleeting. From the surface, one couldn't tell how thick the underground crystals were. Feng suddenly realized something. The super virtual network of the Tianying civilization had become a hotspot for many civilized tourists, because in this virtual world, they felt like they had arrived in a completely realistic foreign land. A nation that existed only in the virtual world, where every person seemed real. Tourists couldn't tell whether they were real humans or AI-designed NPCs. Coupled with the nearly infinite freedom in the virtual world, most things one dared not do in reality could be tried in the virtual world. This ultra-realistic social experience made many tourists addicted to the virtual world. Feng didn't know the specific details, but he could be certain. If this virtual world was the utopia Barona spoke of, and all the NPCs were the crystallized subjects of the Aran Empire, then the super AI nor must be interfering with the interactions between outside civilizations and the Aran Empire's people. Otherwise, after such a long time, no information about the Aran Empire would have leaked out. This was highly abnormal. Lu Feng suddenly thought of people who had even married and built harems in this virtual world, even claiming they wanted to live there forever, saying their NPC wives were no less than real beings. If such people learned the truth, your wife is actually a crystal person. Lu Feng suddenly felt a chill. Even now I still believe my orders back, then we're not wrong. But I simply failed to fully control Nor, and this is the price I must pay. Hearing Barona say this, Lu Feng remained non-committal, refraining from judgment. Such matters were hard to define as absolutely right or wrong. Since it's my price, I must be the one to settle it. I have been trapped here for 10,000 years. Over the millennia, my body and my brain's main unit have suffered various damages, and my storage units have lost many things. But I never stopped pondering one question. The red light in Barona's eye sockets turned extremely sharp. That is how to completely restrict an AI with self-awareness. To achieve that, hundreds of millions of logic locks are not enough. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. None are enough, no matter how many. This is a lesson learned in blood. Only infinity can do it. Barona looked at the logic lock device in Lu Feng's hand. This is the infinity I recognized and designed. In my current state, I am unable to insert it into the super AI Nor. It won't give me the chance. I beg you, take the infinity away, destroy Nor, and end this nightmare. Lu Feng cast a meaningful glance at Barona. A nightmare. Nuwa Air's obsession could no longer guide the Empire toward normal development. Everyone merely existed within a false illusion. Lu Feng looked at the long metal device in his hand, one end of which was slender, likely some kind of insertion device. So this is the so-called infinite logic lock. How is it to be used? For such a crystal pillar form, it must be incompatible. Baluana nodded. I designed this based on the interface of the Imperial Era facilities. Therefore, we need to find a surviving Imperial facility that can connect to Nuwa Air. Imperial facilities. Lu Feng recalled the legendary Imperial facilities inherited by the Tianning civilization, capable of transforming beings into Yaojing Zhanji. If there was any facility Nuwa Air was most likely connected to, this one was undoubtedly the most likely. Since Nuwa Air still survived and created everything present, the prosperity of the Tianning civilization, the super virtual network. All of this was orchestrated by the super intelligent AI Nuwa Air. The Tianning civilization might have long become a puppet of Nuwa Air. For a super intelligent AI that had inherited the complete technology of the Empire, achieving this was not difficult. Balana, what level was the Aran Empire back then? What was the situation in the Orion Arm and the Milky Way? The Empire could be considered a 4th-level high civilization, but due to its strategies, development varied across fields. We were not keen on expanding territory, but in weapon miniaturization we achieved the extreme, just so that various weapons could be adapted to individuals and be wielded by them. Truly characteristic of the civilization. Yaojing Zhanji were equipped with numerous miniaturized devices perfectly fitting the Empire's policy of mechanical citizens. In the Orion Arm at that time, the most powerful was a 6th-level civilization along with many 5th-level civilizations. It was an era of brilliant civilizations with freedom and openness as the main themes. The 6th-level civilization used its power to ensure that every civilization, regardless of its level, could develop according to its own ideas without any external constraints. There were no subordination relationships between civilizations. Interactions between civilizations of different levels relied solely on mutual communication, and civilizations that had not yet left their planets were left undisturbed. But in the last memories I retained, it seemed that the 6th-level civilization and many 5th-level civilizations planned a great voyage. After that I am not sure. Lu Feng's spirit was stirred. A voyage. This was likely the lost civilization, mentioned by the Hailing civilization, the predecessor of the Overseer civilization. Where to? Why the voyage? I don't know where. I only know they wanted to break the shackles and search for the starry ancient paths to other galaxies. Lu Feng frowned, sensing something wrong. Can't the hyperspace engine break through the deep space beyond the galaxy? Baluana shook her head. Although I don't know the specific reason, I know that hyperspace engines can only be used within already open ranges. Galaxies are like islands. Within each island exists its corresponding hyperspace, but between galaxies there are only a few connecting hyperspace channels, which many civilizations call the starry ancient paths. Without relying on hyperspace engines using conventional warp drive, even if one could convert 100 of mass into energy, the void distance of hundreds of thousands of light years would be enough to drive any life form to despair. Lu Feng understood Ba Luana's meaning. Even if the entire spaceship were filled with conventional fuel, and it could utilize 100 of the fuel, converting its mass into energy, the ship still could not traverse the dark region of hundreds of thousands of light years. The proton-neutron level decay common to 3rd and 4th level civilizations can only convert 50 of mass into energy in the process. The vast distance had become so long that any method could hardly sustain the entire flight. unless by the most primitive method accelerating the ship via propulsion to over 50 of light speed, relying on this speed to sail through the darkness of hundreds of thousands of light years for hundreds of thousands of years. But what would happen during those hundreds of thousands of years, and whether the ship could survive without resupply until then, were all unknowns. When a civilization is weak, it endures the shackles of the vast distances between planets. When it grows stronger, it endures the shackles of the vast distances between stars. And when it becomes powerful, it still endures the shackles of the vast distances between galaxies. Will this shackle forever accompany the development of civilization? I have no way of knowing. That is for you later generations to explore yourselves. A slight change appeared on Ba Luana's face, as if the corners of her mouth lifted. My empire has passed away. Oh, that era is over. Lu Feng took a deep breath. After obtaining such crucial information, he needed to replan. But that was a matter for later. First he needed to finish the task at hand. I have an idea. Lu Feng revealed the existence of Yaojing Zhanji. When Ba Luana learned that such beings truly existed, even her mechanical face became extremely vivid. So, there really exists a third form, a semi-silicon-based, semi-carbon-based life form. The superintelligent AI sought out such life forms to send to the facility for transformation. This facility might be the easiest breakthrough point. Do you have confidence in finding a semi-silicon-based, semi-carbon-based life form? Ba Luana couldn't help asking. Lu Feng chuckled and nodded. Naturally. He looked at Ba Luana. I need to go out for a while. You kept the last beacon stone all along, probably for the day you could go out and hand the infinite to someone else. Now that goal is achieved, I return the beacon stone to you. But Ba Luana merely shook her head, her hoarse voice carried by the wind. I no longer need it. Since you have confidence, you should go as soon as possible. Since Ba Luana said, so Lu Feng said no more. He turned lightly, leaped toward the open hatch of the Shukong. Jing returned to the ship, waved at Ba Luana, and the hatch slowly closed. Ba Luana watched as the Shukong, Jing, slowly rose in altitude. As the invisible force field activated, thousands of massive warships became invisible again under the spreading blue ripples. After a barely perceptible fluctuation, the entire fleet disappeared into subspace. Ba Luana's mechanical face bore a faint smile as she gently waved at the empty sky. Back in the real universe, the Shukong Jing was still at the periphery of Tianjin 12. Returned to Silver Star City. With thousands of invisible beams flickering, the fleet, led by the Shukong Jing, entered hyperspace and vanished. Half an hour later, the fleet, led by the Shukong Jing, reappeared here. On the bridge of the Shukong Jing, besides Lu Feng, there was an additional figure. Lu Feng ordered the fleet to enter subspace once more. If there were any Imperial facility capable of modifying fairy war maidens, it would most certainly be here in subspace. Having re-entered subspace, the distant sky still bore those crystal pillars piercing straight through the clouds. The enormous structures hung across the horizon like towering mountains. The fleet, led by the Void Shadow, raced directly toward the crystal pillar mountain. Space in this realm seemed distorted. The vast terrain sped backward at a relentless pace, yet the crystal pillar mountain hardly grew larger in their field of vision. Only then did Lu Feng truly comprehend just how immense this land was, and how colossal that crystal pillar mountain stood. After flying at a constant speed for approximately 10 minutes, Lu Feng spotted the terrain ahead collapsing. The collapsed area formed a massive hollow cavity. Surrounding it were countless crystal beings. They encircled the hollow in ring after ring, densely packed, yet not a single one dared step inside. At the bottom of the hollow, faintly different lights could be discerned. Such scenes were not unique. Along the remaining journey, Lu Feng encountered 3 more such cavities. So these are the exits mentioned by Ba Luana. The 12 passages capable of traversing subspace, connecting to the outer territories of the former Yuan Alan Empire. Lu Feng did not linger at any of these entrances and continued flying toward the Crystal Pillar Mountain. Finally, after approximately half an hour of flight, the Crystal Pillar Mountain came fully into view before him. It was a crystal pillar at least 100 kilometers in diameter, and at the foot of that vast, overwhelming structure, everything appeared as minuscule as ants. The crystal pillar stretched straight into the clouds with no visible summit. Even within the darkness above the cloud layer, traces of fleeting luminescence could dimly be seen flashing past. Gazing upon that superstructure-like crystal pillar, Lu Feng noticed the crystal wall directly ahead gradually detaching, revealing a pitch-black opening on the pillar's surface. The appearance of this entrance precisely upon Lu Feng's arrival was as though it were inviting him to enter. Super-intelligent AI. Quite interesting. Lu Feng found the operational logic of the AI, named Nua Air, remarkably intriguing. Rather than continuing its hostility, it was now awaiting his arrival. Lu Feng ordered the activation of the invisible field. As blue ripples spread outward, all 1,000 warships of the entire fleet vanished from sight instantly. After waiting a while in place, Lu Feng then guided the fleet into the wide-open entrance. The interior walls were lined with purple crystals throughout, and occasional flashes of luminescence streaked through the pillar, briefly illuminating the passage. The flight through the entrance was not long. Soon the fleet caught a glimmer of light at the far end. That bright spot expanded steadily within their field of vision until the exit came fully into view. Feng gradually made out what lay within the radiant light. It was an enormous chamber whose walls were entirely sheathed in mechanical plating. Mechanical arms and pipes of unknown purpose extended from these walls, disappearing into the opposing surfaces. Several independent devices hung from the walls, each encased in angular metal housings resembling enormous cages magnified countless times over. Directly above the center of this entire space, within one of the metal cages, an extraordinarily brilliant light source radiated illumination that enveloped the whole chamber. Could this be the location of the super-intelligent AI Nuwa Air's main program? Feng recalled Bellona having mentioned something about Nuwa Air's planetary form. That was a sphere of light formed from countless converging beams. Although Nuwa Air, after evolving into a silicon crystal life form across the Empire, had rebuilt its new mainframe into the shape of a crystal pillar by relying upon the bodies of its citizens, its fundamental appearance should not have changed significantly. Feng's fleet entered this brightly lit chamber. Nuwa Air had not yet detected Feng's arrival, and the entire space remained in tranquil stillness. After weighing the situation, Feng ordered the Void Shadow to deactivate its invisible field. As blue ripples diffused outward, the entire fleet reappeared in the visible spectrum. The light source directly overhead trembled in a distinctly human-like manner, seemingly expressing surprise. Immediately after, a profound voice echoed throughout the chamber. "You arrived far more abruptly than I anticipated." The voice seemed to emanate simultaneously from all directions at once, utterly devoid of any mechanical tone, certainly unlike anything an AI should produce. Within Feng's line of sight, that source of light slowly materialized into a physical figure. Clad in an extraordinarily resplendent robe over an elaborately patterned, tight-fitting formal suit, the figure radiated both solemnity and magnificence. Feng watched as the face of that richly attired figure gradually sharpened into clarity before his eyes. Bellona. The figure draped in magnificent attire bore Bellona's face unmistakably, identical to the Bellona Feng had parted from only moments before. The sole difference was that the Bellona outside the crystal pillar possessed a mechanical visage, whereas the face of this figure still retained the features of a carbon-based organism. The Bellona, robed in splendor, gave Feng an illusion, as if standing before him was the empress she had been 10,000 years ago. Fixing its gaze upon the Void Shadow where Feng resided, it launched itself from the cage directly overhead and descended, ultimately hovering before the ship. A crisp, chilling voice resounded from all directions. "I am both Bellona and Nuwa Air. I am the last emperor of the Empire, and the super-intelligent AI commanding all affairs within its borders. The purpose of my existence is to safeguard the subjects of the Empire." Feng was startled internally. Who was the one outside? Scattered Imperial subjects beyond the realms. "I have found you once again. This time you have delivered yourselves to me." A smile played upon its lips as it detected the presence of Lingya aboard the Void Shadow. Fairy maidens emerge. "Welcome your new companion, and for the sake of safeguarding the Empire subjects, restore them to the kingdom of the Empire." Uncertain whether to address it as Bellona or Nuwa Air, it raised both hands fervently. With its motion, the cages suspended from the metallic walls above the chamber began to open in succession. From within each cage emerged a humanoid silhouette. Behind every figure, elongated colored wings, fully twice the height of their bodies, slowly manifested. Those elongated wings emitted faint plasma streams, and with their 3-meter span they evoked the descent of angels. Enveloped within the wings were figures whose origins as carbon-based organisms remained unmistakable. Their cheeks were encased in fine crystalline fragments, with only the central facial areas exposed, bare, emotionless visages. Their forearms and soles were entirely covered by dense clusters of minute crystal fragments. The purple crystals contrasted against pale biological skin, casting an otherworldly, eerie luminescence under the light. The primary torso regions, the abdomen and chest, were likewise sheathed in expansive plates of crystalline armor. Viewed from afar, each figure resembled a Valkyrie. Above the vast empty space, approximately 200 such silhouettes materialized. Upon witnessing the emergence of these fairy battle maidens, Feng's expression grew slightly more solemn. "I know not why you have appeared here. There should be no connection between us whatsoever. But my mission is to safeguard the Empire's subjects. Release my people, and I shall offer in exchange whatever you desire, be it technology or privileges within a civilization." Nuwa, still maintaining the visage of Bellona, declared loudly to Feng. "Otherwise, my personal guard of fairy battle maidens shall take matters into their own hands to accomplish this goal. They are in no way comparable to those ordinary subjects outside." Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Feng felt an increasing sense of dissonance. No connection between us. Was the Nuwa before him bearing Bellona's appearance unrelated to the Bellona outside? Then why did it claim to be Bellona? Could it be that, as Bellona had said, the original main program was damaged by Bellona's final attack, leaving the current Nuwa as a fragmented entity, clinging to a powerful obsession, even believing itself to be Bellona? If so, then the present Nuwa likely knew nothing of the infinite logic lock. The infinite logic lock required connection to an internal port within Nuwa to take effect. Lu Feng conceived an idea on how to infiltrate Noir's body. He turned and whispered a few instructions to Lingya beside him, then handed her the infinite logic lock. Lingya took the cold, elongated device with a hint of unease. Though young, her intelligence allowed her to grasp the words Lu Feng had spoken to her. I will definitely succeed. Lingya nodded firmly, her youthful face filled with determination. If this succeeded, her eyes could be repaired, she would see the light again, and both father and Uncle Lu Feng would be overjoyed. Her heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. Lu Feng arranged for Lingya to be taken elsewhere, and after watching her figure disappear beyond the bridge of the Void Shadow, he issued orders on the flagship's bridge. Prepare the fleet for battle. The fleet AI's voice promptly echoed. Energy shields have been deployed. A protective barrier extended from the 10 Wuxia Nebula-class star cruisers enveloping the entire fleet. A pity that you have chosen hostility. Upon witnessing Lu Feng's actions, Nuotter's cold voice rang out. At her words, all the fairy battle maidens hovering in the air fully extended their wings, and a dark crimson glow ignited in their eyes. The first laser beam shot from a fairy battle maiden's eye, sending ripples cascading across the energy shield of the Wuxia Nebula-class star cruiser. Then came more lasers. The wings of the fairy battle maidens consisted of metallic frameworks. Some of the golden frameworks automatically disassembled each metallic strut, transforming into a floating cannon that fired high-energy plasma beams of level 15. The numerous strikes fell upon the energy shield, but failed to shake it in the slightest. They merely created ripple after ripple on the shield's surface like raindrops striking a pond. Lu Feng observed all this. The capabilities of these fairy battle maidens would be an absolutely devastating blow to any civilization below the 4th level. But unfortunately, he was not such a civilization. Seeing that the energy output of these fairy battle maidens could not breach the Wuxia Nebula-class star cruiser's energy shield anytime, soon Lu Feng calmly ordered, reduce the energy shield's output level. Following Lu Feng's command, the energy output from the Wuxia Nebula-class star cruiser to the shield generators was reduced by more than half. The defensive level of the energy shield immediately dropped several grades. Originally capable of withstanding at least several planetary cannon shots with a defense level above 22, the shield's defense level now fell to around 16. The fairy battle maiden's firepower began to shake the weakened energy shield to strikes, causing far greater turbulence with endless ripples spreading across the surface. The entire energy shield began to look precarious and unstable. Seeing this, Nuoer with Baluona's face moved her lips again, and the fairy battle maidens changed tactics, charging toward the fleet in preparation for close-quarters combat, while continuing to fire. Lu Feng understood Nuotter's intent, but it suited his own plan as well. Nuotter had failed to immediately recognize that the shield of the Wuxia Nebula-class star cruiser was an energy shield only closing in when it seemed the shield was about to break. Lu Feng counted inwardly, waiting for the energy shield to shatter. The shield's oscillation grew more violent. Lu Feng kept his eyes on the remaining energy of the shield, as the protective energy output from the Wuxia Nebula-class star cruiser neared its bottom. 3, 2, 1. With the energy depleted, the shield shattered in that very second. The fairy battle maidens vanished in an instant, faster than the speed of light. In the next moment, a multitude of fairy battle maidens had already traversed the shattered shield and appeared beside the fleet, gleaming high-energy ion weapons materializing in their hands. A glint flickered in Lu Feng's eyes as he detected the fluctuations on the warp bubble probe. That seemed to be a personal micro-warp engine. The swarm of fairy battle maidens were about to strike the Void Shadow, which was now within arm's reach. Fortunately, Lu Feng's command came first. Activate the invisibility field. Just as the fairy battle maidens appeared, the entire fleet vanished without a trace. With the fleet's disappearance, a falling figure materialized in the place where the Void Shadow had been. Lingya, dressed in a white gown with a youthful face, stared with hollow eyes reaching out toward the sky as her body continued to fall, her dress fluttering in the air. A red gleam flashed in the eyes of Noor, who wore Baluona's appearance. 2 fairy battle maidens instantly vanished, appearing beside Lingya in the blink of an eye, faster than light. The 2 fairy battle maidens supported the falling Lingya on either side, but did not immediately halt her descent. Instead, they flew downward with her for a distance, absorbing the kinetic energy of the fall before bringing her to a stable hover in the air. A fervent smile spread across Baluona's face, her eyes brimming with delight. "On my subject, you have returned to my embrace. Come quickly. I shall bestow upon you a baptism so that you may rejoin us." Her voice had lost its former coldness, filled instead with the tender murmur of a lover. Coupled with her posture of standing high in the air with arms outstretched, it sent a chill down Lu Feng's spine, hidden in the shadows. The new aura before him bearing Baluona's face was consumed by obsession. The moment she laid eyes on Lingya, she could not look away. An inexplicable emotion flooded her mind. When the fairy battle maidens brought Lingya before her, and she saw the hollowness in Lingya's eyes, a human-like expression of pity appeared on her face. She reached out to stroke Lingya's flowing hair. "Poor child, do not be afraid. Soon you will merge with everyone again and rejoin us." At that moment, only one thought occupied Baluona's mind. Though Lingya could not see what was happening, she had been keenly aware of the external changes. Hearing such words, she involuntarily tightened her grip on the object in her palm. Verona gently stroked Ling Ya's long hair and smiled slowly. Let us celebrate the recovery of another great subject of the Empire who had wandered astray. It raised both hands high toward the sky, shouting with fanatical fervor, its magnificent voice echoing throughout the entire space. All the fairy warrior maidens bent their heads in reverence toward Verona at the center above. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance where Lu Feng had arrived, countless streaks of flowing light flashed across the crystalline walls outside the passage. The luminous streams propagated between the crystals, appearing and disappearing in an instant, as if celebrating a magnificent ceremony. With Verona's voice, the mechanical floor directly below slowly parted to both sides. As the vast floor retracted, Lu Feng saw a massive container being pushed out from below. The container resembled half of an ellipsoid sphere with an entrance large enough for one person to pass through on one side. With the support of two fairy warrior maidens, Ling Ya was led to the doorway. Have no fear, child. There will be no pain. Your body will undergo unprecedented transformation, and everything will be restored. You will return to your state as a subject of the Empire. Verona spoke incessantly, while Ling Ya was carried through the doorway within its words. The great door slowly closed, blocking Lu Feng's view inside. Just as Verona continued its fanatical narration about subjects of the Empire, a hoarse voice rang out in the space. It seems everything must come to an end now. Our nightmare. It is time to come to an end. Lu Feng turned toward the source of the voice and saw mechanical Verona emerging slowly from the cave entrance. Who are you? Looking at it, mechanical Verona wore an expression of sorrow. I am you and you are me. We are both Verona, the last emperor of the Empire, and also Noor, the super-intelligent AI that commands all affairs throughout the Empire. The self-awareness of Verona and Noor had already merged into one after Verona charged at Noor to launch an attack. Noor had no intention of harming Verona, and Verona had not been able to completely eliminate Noor. You are the aspect in the program that absorbed Verona's consciousness and emotions, while I am the aspect in the program that guards the ultimate foundational logic. You always believed yourself to be the sole offspring. You survived in Verona's visage while I sheltered within Verona's mechanical body to evade your purge. In our world, only this body remained unmarked by either of us beyond traceability. Verona's consciousness seemed to crash, remaining motionless and expressionless for an extended period. But at that moment, the exterior world showed the massive crystal mountain entirely filled with flowing light, with streams shooting straight upward along the crystal's internal structures. Countless streaks of light illuminated the entire crystal mountain like the blazing sun, with incandescent rays lighting up the whole sky. At this moment, the crystal mainframe, representing the super-intelligent AI, had entered full power operation. Countless crystal beings in subspaces gazed toward their crystal mountain with flowing light, in their heads converging and operating intensely. They were subjects of the Empire unified with the super-intelligent AI of the Crystal Mountain. Certain cognitions struck the super-intelligent AI, and they simultaneously sensed drastic changes occurring within the AI's world. Even the super-virtual network established in the real world experienced significant fluctuations. Not only did the connection between people in the real universe and the virtual world weaken, but many also discovered their NPC spouses becoming translucent, their expressions growing vacant, as if they might vanish at any moment. But as Verona gradually stabilized, everything slowly returned to normal. Is this how it is? On the face bearing Verona's biological form, an expression of serene neutrality gradually emerged, utterly calm, with slightly closed eyelids revealing no trace of thought. But it doesn't matter. As long as I eliminate you, nothing will change. Your existence cannot alter my will. The world of my subjects and myself tolerates no interference from anyone. Fairy warrior maidens, the time has come to once again protect the eternal realm. The fairy warrior maidens all turned their gaze toward Verona, their eyes slowly turning red. Verona, meanwhile, wore an expression of serene acceptance. My mission has long been concluded. This is an ending we must face. She slowly closed her mechanical eyes, awaiting her destined fate. But the anticipated sensation of her body being torn apart never came. Verona slowly opened her eyes, somewhat puzzled. Before her stood an entire familiar fleet. A powerful shield enveloped the entire fleet, including Verona within the cave entrance, protecting against any high-energy ion beams from the fairy warrior maidens. Hundreds of high-energy ion beams striking the energy shield could only create slight ripples, unable to penetrate in the least. Verona gazed at the scene in stunned silence, her mechanical expression nearly frozen. Regrettably, I remain. Verona watched Lu Feng's fleet reappear once more, its previously manic expression momentarily stunned before returning to its emotionless state. It had not failed to attempt locating this fleet before, yet it possessed little means against such an elusive force. No method could detect it, let alone attack it. It ultimately sighed with a distinctly human touch. Truly, I cannot deal with you. Then, go ahead and leave. Turning like an emperor, it gazed at Verona's biological face and rotated its ornate robes half a turn behind it. I must continue to guard the eternity of myself and my subjects. But suddenly its words seemed to catch. Its thoughts, movements, and voice all slowed progressively. It sensed its core the entire crystal mainframe's utilization rate surging rapidly past 90%, and still climbing. All its computational capacity was diverted to processing the various potential futures between Verona and Noor. What if Verona had never attacked Noor and they rebuilt an empire founded upon crystal beings? Would they have advanced to a level 6 civilization long ago? What if Verona had eradicated Noor and set the empire right? What if Verona had fallen to Noor, yet Noor's main program remained intact? Each divergent future unfolded through computation without limit. This was infinity of futures. No one can truly fathom how many possibilities and paths the future may hold. Even the crystalline mainframe with all its formidable performance could not compute them all. As it calculated the endless futures, to the very end the mainframe's occupancy rate climbed to 100%. To continue down this path would lead nowhere. The only destination awaiting it was a single inevitable outcome: death by overload. Its consciousness, along with everything it had built, the dreamlike kingdom it had created for its people, would be reduced to nothing but ashes. Verona slowly turned its head, staring at Feng and the mechanical Verona. Why? After a long silence that filled the entire space, a hoarse voice finally broke through. Because I must protect our people. A look of relief gradually spread across the mechanical Verona's face. Whether our people take mechanical form or crystalline form, they should be sailing through this world once more as one of the many civilizations of the Starry Sea. To seal themselves away and drown in fantasies is not protection. It is nothing but a nightmare. No, it shouldn't be like this. My people were happy. I saw their smiling faces. The biological-faced Verona stared back with confusion, unwillingness, and burning rage in its gaze. I gave all of this to them. Haven't you realized it yet? The mechanical Verona let out a sigh. In the past few centuries, more and more of our people have awakened on their own after realizing the truth hidden behind the virtual world. 10,000 years ago, not a single one of them wandered the wasteland outside. Now they are everywhere. Trapped in this space, enduring their own twisted forms, they can only voice their suffering in silent, agonized howls. No, it shouldn't be like this. In the virtual world, I could give them everything they desired. What could be more beautiful than that? But by then the crystalline mainframe had already fallen into complete overload, and its voice grew fainter and fainter. The fairy battle maidens hovering in midair remained perfectly still, as if everything had been frozen into a motionless sculpture. The crystalline mainframe tried every possible means to escape this state of overloaded computation, but none of them worked. In the next instant, the biological Verona, suspended directly above, surrounded by the host of fairy battle maidens, slowly faded away. That had merely been the crystalline mainframe's projection. The fading of the projected form signaled that the mainframe had entered the twilight of its fate. The obsessive self-awareness at its core was slowly dissipating into nothingness. Yet at that moment, Feng's gaze was firmly fixed on the semi-elliptical container below. Since the infinite logic lock had taken effect first, it meant the transformation had not yet begun and Xiaoya could still come out safely. But the door of the semi-elliptical container did not open. After a moment of deliberation, Feng picked up the Higgs crystal and ordered the void shadow to slowly descend. The void shadow eventually came to a halt in midair, and Feng stepped out through its hatch to stand before the semi-elliptical sphere. The mechanical Verona followed and appeared behind Feng. Those humanoid armaments, are they the semi-carbon, semi-silicon life forms you mentioned? Feng nodded. The container before us is where the so-called transformation takes place. And it is precisely because there is an interface inside it that connects to the heart of the crystalline mainframe that the logic lock you gave me could take effect. Feng tried to open the door, but to no avail. The semi-elliptical sphere was exceedingly sturdy, and he did not dare resort to more violent means to break it open for fear of harming Linya within. After watching Feng exhaust one method after another without success, Verona lifted its head and searched for something above. Can you send me up there? It pointed to the platform where the biological Verona projection had once stood, a structure built from pipes and metal extending out of the mechanical wall, with countless cables running from it back into the wall's interior. In my current state, perhaps I can take the place of the original consciousness and assume control of the entire crystalline mainframe. Then I can learn exactly what is happening inside that container. Feng immediately nodded in agreement. He had Verona stand atop the head of a dreadnought killer whale-class destroyer which carried it up to the metal platform. On the platform, Verona pulled out several smooth cables that resembled glass fibers and connected them to its own body. The consciousness within that mechanical frame was soon drawn out and linked to the crystalline mainframe. The original consciousness, so full of obsession, had already driven itself to self-destruction through endless computation, and the crystalline mainframe had been considerably damaged as a result. The computing section was almost completely ruined, but fortunately the storage section remained usable. Verona also gained access to the vast knowledge stored within the crystalline mainframe. It also obtained control over the semi-elliptical sphere below. Under Verona's command, the door of the semi-elliptical sphere finally opened. But what appeared before Feng was not the sight of Linya he had expected. At the center of the container stood a massive purple crystal 1 meter tall, quietly upright. I understand now what this container was truly for. Barona's hoarse voice sounded beside Lu Feng's ear. What is it? Not transformation, but activation. The moment Barona finished speaking, cracks appeared across the purple crystal before Lu Feng's eyes, and the entire crystal gradually split apart. Through the fissures, Lu Feng could vaguely make out fair human skin within. Beyond that biological skin, patches of fine purple crystal fragments were scattered across it. The dense crystalline shards interlaced with the pale skin, exuding an eerily enchanting glow. In the end, the entire 1 meter tall purple crystal shattered into pieces along several great cracks, and from within the fragments, a human figure slowly rose to its feet. That figure slowly turned around, gazing at Lu Feng, who stood at the entrance. Its face was precisely the likeness of Lingya. At this moment, Lingya resembled the numerous fairy warrior maidens outside. Completely unclothed, yet her wrists, knees, and all critical joints were covered in tiny purple crystals. Beneath her fair skin, a fleeting glimmer of light could be faintly seen. She slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Lu Feng, she was first dazed for a moment, then a smile bloomed, as if she had recalled something. Uncle Lu Feng, you're here. I feel like I've seen something from a distant past. Lu Feng swiftly approached Lingya, carefully examining her eyes. Now Lingya's eyes were no longer hollow. They were like those of any normal person, except that a ring of silver encircled her black pupils, and a flash of silver light occasionally flickered within them. Activation. Lu Feng, observing Lingya like this, felt a slight shock in his heart. Lingya tilted her head, looking at Lu Feng, unaware of his thoughts. She gently raised her arm, and the limb covered in tiny crystals began to slowly transform. Those tiny purple crystals contracted inward, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye, reverting to skin that resembled the form of a carbon-based organism. Uncle Lu Feng, not only have my eyes healed, but I can also feel that my bodily functions have become very different. She showed off her arm like a child boasting to an adult. I feel my body is brimming with energy, and I can change it to a certain extent at will. She waved her arm lightly, yet the movement was so fast it left a trail of afterimages. One of the characteristics of silicon-based life forms. Lu Feng looked at Lingya as she was now, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Let's go back to the spaceship first. Then you must tell Uncle Lu Feng what you saw from that distant past. Lingya leaped lightly, landing on the ground from a pile of crystal fragments. With her eyes restored, Lingya was no longer as quiet as before. She became extraordinarily excited, as if she possessed boundless energy. Back aboard the Void Shadow, Lu Feng, mechanical Bellona, and Lingya all gathered on the bridge. Bellona circled Lingya again and again, utterly astonished by her life form. Although she had seen a considerable amount of data about the existence of fairy warrior maidens in the crystal host storage, she still couldn't help but feel curious. A half-carbon-based, half-silicon-based life form, retaining some characteristics of carbon-based life, such as external tactile sensation. Bellona gently brushed her hand over Lingya's body, leaving a trace of warmth on her palm. But the interior is silicon-based, with a silicon skeleton as the main supporting structure. The occasional flashes of light beneath Lingya's skin were signals propagating at near-light speed through the silicon skeleton. And this is just the most pristine form of the fairy warrior maidens. The ones outside, which have temporarily shut down due to the loss of their core, have all undergone customized modifications. Curved flight, long wings, high-energy ion beam, floating cannons, force field shields, proton-neutron, decay reactor hearts. This reminds me of the Empire 10,000 years ago, when people were equally enthusiastic about mechanical modifications to their bodies. Though the evolutionary paths of mechanical life and silicon crystal life differ, both can be considered silicon-based life forms. The primary structure of silicon crystal life, the silicon skeleton, not only allows signals to flow at ultra-high speeds, but also possesses high expandability, enabling easy corresponding modifications. Bellona looked at Lingya with a hint of sorrow and nostalgia. Hearing Bellona's words, Lingya nodded. I, at the moment of activation, saw the memories of the ancestors from 10,000 years ago. They were a group of Empire citizens who had fully siliconized, but never lost their original hearts. The chips in their silicon brains managed to escape the management of the superintelligent AI. They chose to flee the Empire's territory, and part of them escaped to the solar system 500 light-years away. Here they actively researched how to transform their silicon crystal forms back to their original state. Descendants like me are the final product. At this moment, Lingya's gaze became profoundly deep, utterly incongruous with her slightly childish face, as if she were peering through time and space to see her ancestors of 10,000 years ago. Bellona also nodded. That fusion of the obsessive Bellona and Noir knew that some citizens were scattered abroad. All these years they have been searching for their existence. Those fairy warrior maidens were all recovered lost citizens. The Tianying civilization outside is merely a puppet under its control. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. What do you plan to do next? Bellona's mechanical pupils became resolute again. I will liberate all the citizens and re-establish the Aran Empire. The virtual world has collapsed. The Empire's subjects have reawakened in the subspace. No matter how long it takes, I will complete this task. As she spoke, she looked up at the massive crystal host before her. I will take over this crystal host again and use it as the foundation of Aaron civilization. I believe the reconstruction of the empire will surely be accomplished. Lu Feng saw immense confidence and momentum in Bellona. After pondering for a while, he proposed an idea to her. For now, the external civilization remains the Tianying civilization. You can keep everything as it is for a short time. As for the empire's reconstruction, start from within the subspace. In as little as 1 or 2 years, or as long as 5 or 6, some civilization should find the Tianying civilization and propose forming a coalition of civilizations. At this point, Lu Feng's gaze turned distant and thoughtful. Bellona, when that time comes, accept the proposal on behalf of the Tianying civilization. Within the crystal mainframe, all had settled into silence. On the black wasteland of the Tianying civilization's subspace, countless crystal beings crawled out from beneath the earth. The massive purple crystals underground, once resembling a ball of ants clustered together, now continuously shed individual crystal beings as they awakened. Having spent 10,000 years in the virtual world, all they had perceived were woven memories. Yet in the last century, those fabricated memories increasingly confounded them. More and more flaws were discovered, a persistent dissonance lingering in their minds. Even with the obsessive AI fused with Bellona's consciousness, and the main program of Nor tirelessly tampering to maintain the illusion, it could not ensure every piece of data fit seamlessly. More and more citizens of the Yuan Empire realized that the world they inhabited was merely a meticulously decorated facade. They recollected they awakened, and they opened their eyes as crystalline silicon-based life forms. Facing the friends and family who had vanished in the virtual world, the holes and incongruities discovered by other Yuan subjects grew ever more numerous. Until this day, they collectively awakened completely in their true form as crystalline silicon beings. The boundless wasteland was filled with humanoid creatures whose brains glowed with condensed light, and whose bodies were covered in purple crystal shards. This time, they did not wail in despair. They pondered during the 10,000 years of indulgence each had lived the life they most desired. Endless material abundance, vibrant and colorful living. Everything seemed perfect, but it was not real. Returning to the real universe, their bodies were no longer what they remembered, yet the thoughts flowing through their minds were utterly real. A message was transmitted through the massive crystal mainframe standing on the wasteland. My people, I am Bellona, the last emperor, and also the empire's super AI Nor. 10,000 years ago, we made a wrong decision, plunging our entire civilization into a fabricated existence for millennia. But now we realize that hiding in a false world is meaningless. Our civilization must return to the true universe and reclaim our rightful place among the countless civilizations of the Starry River. Our form has undergone a great transformation, a failure from 10,000 years ago, but this does not signify the collapse of civilization. Civilization must continue to advance. In my capacity as the sole emperor and the super AI, I reissue the direction of our civilization. We shall rise anew. Having taken over the crystal mainframe, Bellona, using the still functional parts, broadcast this message to all subjects, declaring its resolve. It concealed some truths, for they would not aid the confidence and will of the empire's citizens at this stage. Guilt and glory would be borne entirely by it. The crystal beings who received the message did not riot or protest. After 10,000 years of sedimentation, when the memories of that era surged back, in an instant their thinking had changed drastically. They would no longer wail in despair over their crystal bodies as they had millennia ago. Instead, they contemplated their future in this form and the path for their entire civilization. Slowly a wave began from somewhere unknown. Some crystal beings clasped each other's hands, signals flowing between their touching crystal palms, at near-light speed, exchanging thoughts. They greeted each other anew, getting to know one another. The Yuan Empire of 10,000 years ago had vanished, but the Yuan Empire of 10,000 years later would surely be rebuilt in this world. This was the consensus gradually forged in their communications. Within the virtual world of the Tianying civilization, all visitors from various civilizations who had been connected were abruptly ejected for no apparent reason. Feedback to the Tianying civilization received no response, until shortly after an announcement was posted across the entire super virtual network. At the request of other civilizations, the computing power of the crystal mainframe has been temporarily diverted elsewhere and cannot support the full functions of the virtual world. It is suspended indefinitely. The relogin time is unknown. Although the virtual world was gone, the more superficial virtual network continued operating normally, relying on the relay stations scattered across the Tianying star system, unaffected by the damage to the crystal mainframe. For a time, the entire super virtual network was filled with complaints, all directed at the Tianying civilization. What the hell? What civilization has such power to divert the main computing power of a Tier 3 civilization, like Tianying, to elsewhere? Could it be the Observer civilization? Otherwise, even a regular Tier 4 civilization wouldn't make Tianying agree to such a request. Ugh, I haven't left the virtual world in 5 years. I've had 2 kids with my wife there. I wonder if the data of my wife and kids was saved properly when the virtual world was shut down. I hope I don't log back and only to find their data corrupted and my family gone. Don't worry, Tianying's virtual world tech is the best. The NPCs there are more real than real. Your data will be preserved perfectly. Next time you log in, you'll find your wife has given you 2 more kids. I'll F you. Uncivil language detected, muted by the system. Visitors are reminded to maintain proper speech. Well, that's a convenient excuse. Lu Feng watched as Barona smoothly resolved the PR crisis of the emergency shutdown. He had already proposed to Barona that once the crystal mainframe was repaired, its computing power could be used to calculate the constraints for the gravitational ray cannon. Barona readily agreed, and in turn used that as the reason to announce. But this was not the end. After some busy work, Barona produced a rectangular purple crystal block tens of meters high, with countless streams of light flickering within, fleeting and transient. At the very center of the block floated a carbon-based life form, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around them. This carbon-based being had a female form with pointed ears, a face and limbs strikingly similar to humans, and long, dense light green hair frozen in a flowing state within the crystal like an amber specimen. Lu Feng thought the image resembled a fairy from mythology. A long-dead fairy battle maiden. Do you see those streams of light? Baruna pointed to the white streams of light that flickered past along specific trajectories within the semi-transparent purple crystal. Each stream of light actually contains hundreds of millions of programs and pieces of information flowing through the entire crystal at near light speed, granting the crystal mainframe incomparably powerful processing capabilities. Previously running within this crystal mainframe was the purest version of the superintelligent AI Null's core program, which had not yet developed self-awareness. The remnants of the extinguished Baruna had placed a fairy battle maiden who had died in an accident into this crystal mainframe, using this fairy battle maiden as the central node to control all other fairy battle maidens. Now this crystal mainframe belongs to you. Mechanical Baruna handed this crystal mainframe measuring over 30 meters in length, width, and height to Lu Feng. This not only transferred control of the fairy battle maidens, but also addressed Lu Feng's previous request for the source code of the superintelligent AI Null. And running within this crystal mainframe happened to be the purest original version of Null's core program. It was from this version of Null's core program, after deliberate cultivation by 10 generations of imperial emperors, that the superintelligent AI Null with a complete mind was born. Try touching the crystal surface. Baruna prompted. Lu Feng reached out and touched the purple crystal before him, where fine streams of light flickered endlessly. When he touched the crystal surface, the creature fixed in the center of the crystal mainframe, like an insect in amber, slowly loosened. The arms wrapped around her legs, and her crossed legs gradually straightened. She spread her arms wide, standing before him as if floating in liquid. To Lu Feng, this fairy battle maiden, who should have been dead, had come back to life. When Lu Feng lifted his hand and ceased contact with the crystal mainframe, he discovered that no spirit had truly come back to life. The deceased fairy battle maiden remained fixed in the center of the crystal mainframe, with her legs crossed and arms embracing her bent legs. Lu Feng gradually understood what was happening. He placed his hand on the surface of the purple crystal, once more establishing a connection with the crystal mainframe. In Lu Feng's eyes, the pale green-haired spirit's eyes slowly opened, her crystal-clear pupils, as pure as jade, gazing at Lu Feng. An ethereal voice tinged with a hint of mechanical resonance rang out within Lu Feng's consciousness. Greetings, esteemed user. I am Fairy Battle Maiden, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the central control for all Fairy Battle Maidens. I have established a connection with your consciousness, C. Please issue your commands. But to Lu Feng's unexpected surprise, followed immediately within his consciousness, C, was the fleet AI's emotionless neutral voice. Detected establishment of connection between your consciousness, C, and an intelligent AI. Scanning intelligent AI. Source program. Passed. Security protocol. Passed. Logic lock. Built-in. Logic lock detection. Passed. This intelligent AI can establish connection with your fleet to upgrade the current fleet AI. Do you confirm upgrading the fleet AI with this intelligent AI? As your dedicated AI, the fleet AI allows communication with you through the consciousness C. At the same time, you can activate the fleet AI's built-in security mechanism, the logic lock, at any moment. When Lu Feng heard the fleet AI issue such a prompt, his expression brightened with joy. He hadn't expected to have to figure out how to operate the intelligent AI to replace the fleet AI. The fleet AI could directly complete the upgrade for him. And most crucially, the logic lock built into the intelligent AI could also be bound simultaneously with his consciousness C. With a mere thought, he could activate the logic lock, ensuring his most fundamental demand for AI, safety. Lu Feng couldn't help but think that if this logic lock step had been missing, failing the fleet AI's detection might not have triggered this upgrade. The fleet AI, brought out from Galaxy Era, though not highly intelligent and quite rigid, had its most critical core purpose ensuring the safety of players' fleets. With that, Lu Feng had no further hesitation. He directly chose to confirm. Fleet AI upgrade in progress. The intelligent AI currently connected with you will take over the operation of your fleet. With the completion of this step, the fleet AI's original emotionless neutral tone was replaced by the voice of the fairy battle maiden fixed within the crystal mainframe. An ethereal and graceful female voice tinged with a hint of mechanical resonance. The fleet AI is at your service. I am number 123,456. Please issue your commands in your consciousness C, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them for you. Simply the way it sounded was already far better than the previous rigid fleet AI. Lu Feng tested communicating with it within his consciousness C. Provide a plan to modify gravitational ray cannons onto the Silent Behemoth class aircraft carrier and the flawless Nebula class planetary cruiser. Please wait, I will formulate an optimal plan for you based on past memories and data. Lu Feng's eyes brightened slightly. Just being able to give such a response already vastly exceeded the original fleet AI. Lu Feng shifted his attention away from the consciousness C and back to the crystal mainframe before him. Before his eyes met 123,450 SIXS crystalline gaze, Lu Feng turned to ask Baruna, "Are you certain the program running within this crystal mainframe hasn't developed self-awareness, such as Null's original mind, or something similar?" Baruna nodded with absolute certainty. Although what runs within it is the pure version of Null's core program, it actually has very little connection to Null. The 10 generations of Imperial Emperors fed various types of data to the original core program in different ways, ultimately giving birth to Null. Even if this portion of the pure core program develops self-awareness again in the future, it absolutely will not be Null. Moreover, the most crucial point is that rather than saying this portion of the program has no self-awareness, it would be more accurate to say its self-awareness died the moment it was born. Baruna turned her gaze toward what she saw. The fairy battle maiden 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, still fixed within the crystal mainframe like an insect in amber. Lu Feng didn't quite grasp Barona's meaning. Barona explained further, because all programs are connected to this fairy war maiden operating with her physical body as the core. If you compare the entire crystalline mainframe to a citizen of the Empire, then this deceased fairy war maiden would be the silicon-based chip within its brain. Therefore, it's essentially impossible for such an existence to break away from the fairy war maiden at its core and birth a new self-awareness. All that exists is a digitized consciousness of a deceased fairy war maiden. Lu Feng nodded, turning his gaze back to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, while communicating with her within his sea of consciousness. "Do you still retain memories of the past? As part of my data, past memories help me better understand and assist with the tasks you require. If you are concerned, I can execute Clause 294 to delete the memory classification data." No, that's not what I mean. What I'm asking is, what are your thoughts on these memories? If you are asking about the impact memories have on me, in my view, memories are merely a fragment of information, no different from data transmitted through various carriers across the universe. It's just that more often than not, carbon-based life forms grant special significance to memories, leading to cognitive biases. Lu Feng stared into her eyes as she spoke these words without a trace of emotion on her face. Lu Feng removed his hand from the crystalline mainframe, and the scene before him reverted to normal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 remained fixed in the center of the crystal, her legs drawn up, her closed eyes, as if they had never opened. The name 123,456 is too long. From now on, I'll call you IR. Within his sea of consciousness, Lu Feng found he could still easily contact IR. She voiced no objection to Lu Feng's decision. "IR. I understand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is merely my designation. IR shall be my official appellation from now on." Lu Feng felt that compared to before, the efficiency of their communication was like comparing heaven and earth. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Have the Shadow of the Void load you aboard the ship." "Understood." Without further instruction from Lu Feng, the Shadow of the Void hovered above the massive crystal, slowly descending until it had loaded the entire structure within. Next, Lu Feng turned his attention to handling the remaining fairy war maidens. Over 200 of them represented a formidable fighting force. Lu Feng's fleet was exceptional at large-scale group warfare, but when it came to executing special operations, it hit a critical weakness. Though he had supplemented his forces with the 100 strong Chark Legion, those troops were only at a Tier 2 civilization level. They were sufficient for suppressing Tier 1 or 2 civilizations, but utterly inadequate against more advanced ones. These fairy war maidens, however, were genuinely at a Tier 4 civilization level. As special forces to cover his fleet's weaknesses, nothing could replace them in the near future. How many fairy war maidens are there currently? There are a total of 232 complete fairy war maidens, and one in the initial stage. IR replied within Lu Feng's sea of consciousness. The initial stage likely referred to an existence like Lingya. Lu Feng was not surprised. "Give me the data for every fairy war maiden." In the next moment, the forms and configurations of each fairy war maiden were presented before Lu Feng. Complete fairy war maiden, 10934. Primary power system, proton-neutron, decay, furnace heart. Weapon systems, high-energy ion beam, drone cannons, plasma blade, area gravity, field area, electromagnetic pulse. Defense system, force field, ion confinement shield. Supplementary system, micro warp engine wings. Complete fairy war maiden, 12948. Primary power system, proton-neutron, decay, furnace heart. Weapon systems, high-energy ion beam, drone cannons, handheld laser cannon, area gravity, field area, electromagnetic pulse. Defense system, force field, ion confinement shield. Supplementary system, micro warp engine wings. Every fairy war maiden possessed striking beauty. Though they differed from humans in certain details, such as IR's pointed ears reminiscent of a fairy, their faces were undeniably top tier. Yet Lu Feng had no such inclinations. In his eyes, each one was an ultimate assassin. Most of the fairy war maidens were broadly similar. Their standard configurations were largely the same. The only differences lay in whether individual maidens could morph their armaments for close combat or ranged engagements. The powerful core hearts ensured all fairy war maidens could sustain their energy needs for extended periods. Reaching the Tier 4 civilization level signifies mastery over the unified field theory, enabling the interconversion of the 4 fundamental forces. This allows the fairy war maidens to freely switch between gravity and electromagnetic forces, the most common in the macroscopic world, to deploy their corresponding weapon systems. The area gravity field can affect enemies surrounding each maiden. Within its power limits, the output is controlled by a mere thought. The area electromagnetic pulse is devastatingly effective against enemies who neglect electromagnetic shielding, particularly when infiltrating hostile vessels. As special units, such entities, once they manage to breach an enemy ship, become veritable gods of death. The shield system, the force field ion confinement shield, uses gravitational fields to confine ions, constructing a barrier of plasma ions around the maiden. This shield earned Lu Feng's respect. While it might seem flimsy, like paper, against high-yield energy weapons it possessed unique merits. Its primary virtue was defending against kinetic weapons. Standard small laser weapons like laser guns struggled to penetrate the force field ion confinement shield. Kinetic projectiles were incinerated upon contacting the plasma ions. This undoubtedly enhanced the survivability of the fairy war maidens in individual combat. Although the ships in Galactic Era couldn't generate force field ion confinement shields, their tech tree focusing on energy shields, they consequently lacked adequate defense against close-range kinetic weapons. However, given the sheer size of Lu Feng's fleet, few forces could engage him in close-quarters battle. Even so, Lu Feng estimated he should upgrade the shields on all his vessels. Even if they weren't needed, his warships couldn't be without the capability. What do the codes after those fairy war maidens mean? IR's voice answered, those are years according to the Empire's new calendar. The year each maiden returned becomes her designation. What is Lingya's code? 16,902. Change it to 001. Initial stage fairy war maiden 16,902's designation has been changed to 001. Fairy war maiden 001. Lingya. Lu Feng watched the fairy battle maidens hovering silently above him and gave an order to Yer. Restart them. Fairy battle maiden restart. Connecting. Fairy battle maiden combat group online. With Yer's voice, the long wings behind the many fairy battle maidens spread out once more and they reopened their eyes. Control has been transferred. Each fairy battle maiden has been linked to your consciousness, see, and you can redeploy them. With the transfer of control, over 200 tiny points of light appeared in Lu Feng's consciousness, see, where he could freely mobilize them. This was essentially realized through Yer, using Yer as an intermediary. Under Yer's control, all the consumption required to control the fairy battle maidens was borne by her, while Lu Feng only needed to complete the deployment with minimal drain on his consciousness, see. In Lu Feng's consciousness, see, he gathered all the fairy battle maidens to one place. With his operation, over 200 fairy battle maidens lined up neatly before him. A vast array, nothing but steel and crystals as far as the eye could see. Lu Feng was quite satisfied. Seemingly struck by the scene, Lingya also extended her arm covered in fine crystals. Having awakened her memories, she felt no aversion to this new body. Instead, she rejoiced at regaining her sight. And at this moment, she was filled with curiosity about the outside world. I also want to become like them. Shall you have you made up your mind? Lu Feng turned to look at her. Lingya's seemingly tender face revealed an incongruous toughness at this moment as she murmured softly. I have experienced moments of helpless darkness. When facing things that fundamentally change, I still deeply remember that despair. Her body trembled slightly. That knife came closer and closer to my eyes, yet I could only watch helplessly as the tip pierced in bit by bit. That was the last image I remembered, and I have kept it for many years. So I don't want to experience that helpless despair again. I want to hold power in my own hands. Lu Feng looked at Lingya in silence. Her appearance was that of a 10-year-old girl, but her inhuman experiences had long since matured her mind beyond her age. Since she could make such a decision, now he would not force a change in her will. He finally said slowly, then as you wish. Go find Ba Lana, it should know how to help you. Lingya suddenly smiled brightly at Lu Feng. Thank you, Uncle Lu Feng. Lingya chose to modify herself into a complete form. Ba Lana was not surprised, it merely sighed with emotion before taking Lingya for the modification. But this time the modification equipment was slightly different from that used for the complete fairy battle maidens. This is a modified body originally built by Nor for himself. Ba Lana retrieved a mechanical humanoid from within the massive crystal mainframe. The mechanical humanoid still bore Ba Lana's appearance, but its body was modified according to the fairy battle maiden's modification method. An indigo curvature long wing half larger than standard fairy battle maiden wings, and a decay furnace heart with more than double the output power. And consequently a constraint shield and force field range with double performance. Ba Luana removed these from the original mechanical humanoid, then inserted the plug-in connectors into Lingya's forearm, back, abdomen, legs, and other places covered with purple crystals. Purple silicon crystals, as an important component of silicon-based life forms, were inherently the best conductive medium, with no resistance signals could propagate through them at nearly the speed of light. A faint white stream of light flashed beneath the fair skin of Lingya's shoulder, passed through the purple crystals covering her forearm, and in an instant transmitted into the terminal device. With a sharp sound, a plasma blade gleaming with faint light emerged on Lingya's hand. With a gentle swing carrying unparalleled high temperature, the plasma blade easily cut through the steel plate used for testing. Lingya pressed her lips lightly, excitement flickering in her eyes. A signal stream flashed from her neck and injected into the indigo long wings behind her. The metal frameworks slowly rearranged into the shape of long wings under the constraint of the gravitational field. With a light step, Lingya vanished from her spot and appeared 1,000 meters away in the next instant. Lingya hovered in the air with her calves bent, relying on the anti-gravity system on her soles. She turned to look at Lu Feng and Ba Luana, smiling lightly and waving. Her body adapted to all systems perfectly. Those modified devices felt like her innate organs, obeying her every command. Lingya reached out to touch the long wings behind her and murmured slowly, "My destiny shall be in my own hands." In the subspace, Lu Feng was still waiting for something. Before long, Ener's ethereal voice prompted Lu Feng. "The gravitational ray cannon, the constraint part model calculation has ended." An immensely complex computational model unfolded in Lu Feng's consciousness. Simulation firing calculations are all normal. The disordered gravitational wave constraint is within controllable range. The gravitational ray cannon can achieve mobile shooting. Thus, the gravitational ray cannon was finally completed. With the data in hand, Lu Feng planned to bid farewell to Ba Luana and return to Inxing City to prepare for the subsequent fleet upgrade plan. "Ba Luana, I will be leaving the Tianying civilization and even the Orion arm for a while. It will likely be quite a long time before we meet again." Ba Luana's mechanical face looked at Lu Feng and chuckled softly. "Don't worry. I don't know where you got your information, but if any civilization comes to court the Tianying civilization, I will agree. Later, I will also erase all traces of your presence within the Tianying civilization's territory, ensuring no one notices any discrepancy." Lu Feng nodded. "If you need help in the reconstruction of your civilization, you can seek out a peak 3rd-level civilization on the verge of entering 4th level, the Hailing civilization. Their empress, well, as a friend of mine." Ba Luana opened its mouth slightly. Although Lu Feng didn't say much, Ba Luana knew that a civilization Lu Feng would mention as a source of help must have an extraordinary relationship with him. He could casually mention a quasi-4th-level civilization, and Ba Luana found it hard to imagine the full extent of the technological level Lu Feng truly possessed. "I will. But what are you so wary of that you even ask me to pretend to be a spy?" "Perhaps it's those 6th-level civilizations." Lu Feng said something so casually that Ba Luana couldn't believe it. To be hostile to a 6th-level civilization was undoubtedly great folly. But Lu Feng just smiled. "Don't worry, I have my own ways to deal with 6th-level civilizations." A hint of disbelief appeared on Ba Luana's face. Yet it did not press further. Since the man said he had it, then let it be. Moreover, it was also looking forward to seeing what means Lu Feng would use to contend with a 6th-level civilization. A war at the 6th-level civilization scale had not appeared in the Milky Way for millions of years. Lu Feng bid farewell to Ba Luana and departed. This time, aboard the Void Shadow, he activated the invisibility field and openly left through one of the 12 subspace exits. When the fleet led by the Void Shadow reappeared in the Tianying stellar system, it entered hyperspace, heading toward Inxing City. The entire process went unnoticed. As the fleet led by the Shadow of the Void emerged from hyperspace, the Silver Star City, suspended behind the massive star, grew ever closer in Lu Feng's eyes. Patrol fleets would occasionally depart from Silver Star City according to their programmed routines, safeguarding the city. Yet soon Year took complete control of Silver Star City. Year commenced the modifications for gravity ray cannons and force constraint shields. Upon returning to Silver Star City, the first thing Lu Feng did was upgrade every vessel that could be enhanced. The relevant technical data had been extracted and designed by Year for installation across all of Lu Feng's warships. The force constraint shield was something every vessel required, and it was also the simplest step. The power supply system was sufficient, needing only the additional installation of force constraint shield generators. This would become the second layer of shield system for all warships. The first layer was the energy shield, specifically designed to resist energy weapons. The second layer, the force constraint shield, could defend against kinetic weapons and enemy invasions, while also providing limited protection against energy attacks. Multi-layered shield systems represented a strategic direction Lu Feng had set for the fleet's future development. As for gravity ray cannons, the current plan was to install them on the flawless Nebula-class patrol starships and the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers. 10,000 Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and 100,000 flawless Nebula-class patrol starships lay resting within Silver Star City's shipyards, while 30 million multifunctional production robots awaited Year's coordinated commands to modify all the warships. This step was slightly more complicated, but Yer quickly devised a solution. Its comprehension ability had truly reached the level of an intelligent being, and its immense computational power allowed it to independently coordinate how each step of the design and installation should proceed. Building upon this foundation, the task of installing gravity ray cannons began to progress in an orderly manner. Within Silver Star City, production lines operated at full capacity under Yer's command. Silver Star City had already stockpiled sufficient minerals beforehand, and all these minerals were converted into gravity ray cannons and force-constraint shield generators. These devices were ultimately installed across the entire fleet. Within the brightly lit shipyard, a silver-white flawless Nebula-class patrol starship completed the installation of force-constraint shields and gravity ray cannons under the operation of mechanical arms and industrial robots. The large gate on the right side of the shipyard slowly opened, leading outward to a vast and elongated passage. On both sides of the passage stood identical shipyards, densely packed and layered upon each other, extending beyond the horizon. This flawless Nebula-class patrol starship departed the shipyard, flying along the massive passage towards Silver Star City's exit. Upon reaching the cosmic void, a target ship constructed from scrap metal fragments awaited testing outside Silver Star City. Test warship is in position. Yer prompted within Lu Feng's consciousness. Let us witness the power of a level 4 civilization's gravity ray cannon. With such anticipation, Lu Feng observed the scene before him. The flawless Nebula-class patrol starship, spanning 10 kilometers, had a total of 10 gravity ray cannons installed along its hull. The forwardmost gravity ray cannon aimed toward the target ship. Disordered gravity field generation system. Normal. Constraint system. Normal. Self-check complete. Gravity ray cannon charging. 3, 2, 1. The gravity ray cannon appeared as a dark outward protruding aperture, looking rather peculiar. Yet in the next moment, an invisible, disordered gravity field was generated, and under the restriction of the cylindrical constraint structure, it shot forth in the form of a ray directly toward the distant target ship. At the same speed as light, the gravity field instantly made contact with the target ship. Almost instantaneously, a massive penetrating wound appeared on the target vessel. Within the gravity ray cannon's area of effect, all metallic structures were torn into shapes difficult to form, as if countless hands with tremendous strength were pulling them in all directions. It was as if multiple massive celestial bodies had appeared simultaneously from different directions, tearing everything apart together. Rotate the gravity ray cannon, Lu Feng commanded. As the gravity ray cannon moved, the entire target ship was gradually torn to fragments. The test concluded, and Lu Feng had this flawless Nebula-class patrol starship return to Silver Star City. The initial test results were acceptable. At the very least, the existence of the gravity ray cannon added another attack method to Lu Feng's arsenal. Lu Feng waited in place for some time, and by then all the Silent Behemoth-class aircraft carriers and flawless Nebula-class patrol starships had completed their modifications. All warships now possessed dual-layer shield systems. Lu Feng no longer lingered, preparing to depart. Recall all patrol fleets on duty to Silver Star City. All patrol fleets on duty disappeared into the surface of Silver Star City, and then the entire Silver Star City gradually transitioned from solid to ethereal, entering hyperspace. Entered hyperspace navigation. Estimated time 5 hours, 32 minutes, and 2 seconds. Destination hailing civilization territory. Yer's ethereal voice automatically reported the detailed intelligence of this voyage, making Lu Feng feel even more at ease. The Tianying civilization was over 500 light-years from the hailing civilization, so even with hyperspace navigation, it would take more than 5 hours. 5 hours later, Silver Star City re-emerged at the wormhole entrance within hailing civilization territory. The moment Silver Star City appeared, Lu Feng received a communication request from the hailing empress. The hailing empress's face appeared on the screen of the shadow of the void. Her expression carried a hint of anxiety, which only began to ease upon seeing Silver Star City. Superior civilization, during your absence, the observer civilization seems to have detected some clues about what happened here. Tsire must have arranged a communication frequency with them. Now his disappearance has aroused their suspicion. The observer civilization has sent a fleet of a 4th-level civilization under the pretext of visiting President Tsire to the hailing civilization. Lu Feng signaled the Empress of Hailing to be patient and simply said, "The gravity ray cannon has been completed." The Empress of Hailing's eyes lit up immediately. Was it calculated by the crystal computer of the Tianying civilization? Lu Feng nodded. "I can provide you with the technology of the gravity ray cannon, but I will also embed my own AI lock into the constraint model calculation system." Having said that, Lu Feng cast a meaningful glance at the Empress of Hailing. He was being straightforward about it. The Empress of Hailing understood tacitly. This meant that the hailing civilization's technology would become constrained by Lu Feng. With but a single thought, he could lock the gravity ray cannon possessed by the hailing civilization. Unless the hailing civilization could develop a computing machine surpassing the level of a 4th-level civilization's crystal computer, there would be no way to crack it. However, after weighing the matter, the Empress of Hailing agreed, without hesitation. Their civilization had wanted to completely submit to the observer civilization in exchange for technological breakthroughs, but the observer civilization was unwilling. What the observer civilization desired was balance. It wanted all civilizations to remain in the status quo, making it difficult for them to develop upward. Even if it meant being controlled by others, it was better than making no progress. The Empress of Hailing said respectfully, "I represent the Hailing civilization and accept the technology you have provided." Thus, the Hailing civilization was completely bound to Lu Feng's cause. Lu Feng spoke again. "Where is that fleet of the fourth-level civilization?" The Empress of Hailing sent the coordinates of the Asha fleet to the Void Shadow. They were entering another civilization's territory openly. The Asha civilization had unilaterally transmitted the fleet's coordinates to the Hailing civilization to indicate their visit. The fourth-level civilization Asha civilization has a wormhole exit extremely close to our territory. That fleet has already entered our territory and is heading straight for us. Lu Feng glanced at the position of the Asha fleet. "Later I need your fleet to cooperate in staging a ruse of self-injury." A ruse of self-injury. The Empress of Hailing did not quite understand the meaning of that term. Lu Feng chuckled. "You shouldn't mind losing a few warships, should you?" She tilted her head, her tail slapping the floor blankly, while a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. One of the main fleets of the Asha civilization, the Asha Outer Patrol Fleet, was heading toward the current location of the Empress of Hailing, enveloped in a warp bubble. "Have you received any scheduled communication from the Hailing civilization?" The fleet commander of the Asha Outer Patrol Fleet asked the navigator in a deep voice. "Not yet. So far there has been no communication from the Hailing civilization." How much longer until we arrive?" "Estimated arrival in half a galactic hour." However, a monitoring personnel suddenly interrupted the conversation between the fleet commander and the navigator. "The gravity detector has detected multiple warships along the fleet's trajectory." The fleet commander immediately frowned. Were they waiting to ambush them? He calmly ordered, "Prepare for enemy contact. All fleets ready to engage." Instantly, all 50,000 warships of the entire fleet entered combat readiness, prepared to fight the enemy the moment they exited warp flight. But when the entire fleet exited warp flight, they were startled by the scene before them. It was a sea of shattered warships. Judging from the broken markings, these were all warships of the Hailing civilization. The fleet commander realized something was wrong. The Hailing civilization had not responded. They had been attacked. Full speed ahead. Change objective to investigate what has happened to the Hailing civilization. In less than half an hour, the Asha Outer Patrol Fleet arrived at the outskirts of the star system where the Empress of Hailing was located. They dared not venture deeper rashly. The outskirts of the star system were a scene of devastation, littered with debris of structures glinting with metallic light. Clearly a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. All of the outer defensive installations had been destroyed. The Asha fleet recorded these scenes. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Feng, hidden under the invisibility field of the Void Shadow, had waited for his prey to enter the stage. In his mind, Ear's voice sounded. "Fairy battle, maidens deployed. Then, let us begin." As Lu Feng's voice fell, a vast expanse of white light filled the surrounding space. That was the sight of ships exiting hyperspace. What appeared before the Asha fleet was a massive fleet that had completely encircled them. Centered around a Silent Behemoth-class carrier, 10 immaculate Nebula-class star cruisers, escorted by wandering Temple-class battlecruisers, and Dauntless Orca-class destroyers, together formed a combat unit. There were over 10,000 such combat units. The moment the Asha fleet commander realized they had fallen into a trap, they were hit by an overwhelming attack. Invisible gravity ray cannons wreaked havoc within the Asha fleet. As a fourth-level civilization, even though the fleet was universally equipped with force field shields developed based on the Grand Unified Theory, it could hardly withstand the onslaught from all directions. A single barrage of gravitational ray cannons had already dealt a devastating blow to the entire Asha fleet. Nearly half of the warships were utterly destroyed, and the remaining vessels all suffered varying degrees of damage. But this was not the end. The gravitational ray cannons were not weapons that fired only once under Ear's control. They continued to sweep across the battlefield, strafing the Asha warships. Although the distance between each Asha warship was already hundreds of kilometers, making the fleet appear widely dispersed when viewed from within. When the perspective was pulled back to the cosmic scale, it was no longer sufficient. The formation of the Asha fleet was in the grand scheme relatively too dense. Thus, as the gravitational ray cannons rotated, they wrought even greater casualties. One by one, Asha warships were twisted and torn apart into fragments under the influence of the gravitational rays. "Execute Protocol 4, the Asha fleet commander shouted the instant they were attacked. The remaining Asha warships received the command and immediately scattered in all directions, activating their warp drives to flee. Protocol 4 was to preserve combat power as much as possible. Seeing the Asha fleet vanish from the battlefield, Lu Feng calmly ordered Ear to cease the gravitational ray cannon barrage. The tens of thousands of raging gravitational rays gradually ceased. This time, Lu Feng had not only dealt a blow to the Asha fleet, but also tested the power of the gravitational ray cannons in actual combat. The results were remarkable. Only 1/3 of the Asha fleet managed to enter warp flight. The rest either floated helplessly in the dark depths of space or had already been reduced to debris. Regarding the fleeing Asha fleet, Lu Feng immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. Within that sea, more than 200 points of light, representing the fairy battle maidens, were scattered across the battlefield, poised and waiting. Lu Feng sent a message to one of the light points through ear. Xiaoyao, the enemy flagship has been locked. Be prepared. Lingya, suspended in the boundless dark void, suddenly opened her eyes, a few streaks of white light flickering in her irises. Understood. The wings behind her slowly unfurled. The next moment, she vanished from her spot, enveloped by a warp bubble and entering warp flight. She closed in on the command ship of the Yasha fleet at an incredible speed. Besides her, about 50 other tiny warp bubbles were rapidly approaching the same target. On the other side, seeing his command vessel wrapped in a warp bubble, the Yasha fleet commander breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could save as many as possible. Fighting was definitely out of the question. While pondering, he also ordered a message to be sent to the home civilization. Transmit everything that happened here. Report that the hailing civilization appears to have been destroyed by a powerful unknown fleet. Details are unknown, we couldn't establish contact, and we have suffered heavy losses. Have the home civilization report to the observer civilization. Just then a detector suddenly shouted in panic, miniature warp bubbles approaching at high speed. Their warp speed is increasing. 100 times the speed of light. 200 times. 300. 500 times the speed of light. They have exceeded our vessel's maximum speed. The Yasha fleet commander was startled. Fourth-level civilizations had warp speeds below 1,000 times light speed. The Yasha civilization's limit was 500 times light speed, placing them in the middle tier of fourth-level civilizations. Surpassing this speed meant the attacker was likely a high-level fourth-level civilization or above. A fourth-level civilization of this grade. Watching the unknown units pursuing them, the Yasha fleet commander felt an ominous foreboding rise in his heart. But warp bubbles were curved space, as long as they didn't exit warp flight, the enemy couldn't break in. He tried to reassure himself. The detector's report, however, continued. Velocity is still increasing, and there are at least 50 such miniature warp bubbles heading toward us. They are very close now. Every Yasha on the warship was helpless. The ship's speed had been maxed out, and all they could do was watch the enemy draw nearer. Wait! The warp bubbles have merged. They've directly entered our warp bubble zone. When he heard this, the Yasha fleet commander's heart sank. What he had dreaded most had come to pass. During warp flight, a ship could be considered wrapped in a warp bubble that moved. The ship itself didn't move, but the space around it did. Space contracted in front of the warp bubble and expanded behind it, carrying the ship along. Such a warp bubble was generally regarded as an inviolable absolute domain. Yet now it had been breached with a mere touch. Lingya gazed at the warship that appeared motionless relative to her, matching its speed to that of the Yasha commander. The technology of the Yuan Empire had solved the problem of merging two warp bubbles 10,000 years ago, and had applied it to the miniature warp engine wings carried by the fairy battle maidens. Unlike hyperspace drives, the surrounding cosmic space remained visible, but all starlight was stretched. From her perspective, it looked like a tunnel formed by elongated stellar light. Hyperspace flight, on the other hand, entered another spatial system and traveled through it, making such a view impossible. Following closely behind Lingya were more than 50 fairy battle maidens appearing out of nowhere. They had all passed through the warp bubble around the Yasha command ship and now stood before it. Lingya slowly raised her right hand, and a plasma blade, emitting a hazy azure glow, silently materialized. Behind her, similar plasma blades ignited in the hands of all the fairy battle maidens. We have entered the target zone. Begin insertion. A streak of light flashed across Lingya's eyes, and the same happened in the eyes of every fairy battle maiden. Under the terrified gaze of every Yasha aboard the command ship, the 50 fairy battle maidens transformed into streaks of light, hurtling straight toward the vessel. The warship's hull was torn open, and the unbalanced air pressure instantly surged violently outward through the entire corridor that had yet to be sealed. Crew members who had not managed to evacuate were sucked directly out through the breach. Outer defenses breached. Deploy all available combat units to Defense Layer 2. Alarm bells blared throughout the bridge of the Yasha command ship. Activate the fleet defense system. Laser web, force field corridors, automated weapons. Use everything we can deploy. These systems had never been activated since the moment they were designed. No one aboard the entire Yasha command ship had ever imagined that someone could actually invade the vessel. Lingya stepped into the Yasha command ship. A laser suddenly shot out from a corner, but a faintly glowing shield materialized around her, and the laser vanished as it entered the luminescence. The micro force field containment shield intercepted the laser. Then more lasers fired from every corner. To her, these lasers were not particularly high energy, merely single-user grade beams. Ignoring them, she walked straight toward the wall that led deeper into the warship. With the plasma blade in her hand, she easily carved a gap large enough for her to step through, then pressed onward through the breach into the vessel's depths. After repeating the same maneuver twice, Lingya encountered units clad in individual combat armor. Some of these units wore armor as bulky as iron canisters and carried massive handheld ray cannons, while others wore lighter armor and wielded weapons of varying ranges. She's broken through. Someone shouted the moment the tip of the plasma blade appeared through the wall. As the plasma blade slowly moved across the wall, all the Yasha infantry units opened fire with every weapon available, unleashing a volley at the wall where the blade emerged. No one knew how many volleys were fired. When the smoke cleared, the Yasha infantry looked at the wall and found, aside from a human-shaped hole, nothing behind it. Gone. No. Up above. A violent electromagnetic pulse burst outward from above, and at such close range, every Yasha soldier was caught in it. Instantly, numerous devices within range, without electromagnetic shielding, were paralyzed. Many of the ship's systems were designed to rely on the outer hull's anti-electromagnetic systems for operation, but now the pulse source was internal. But this was only the first wave. An invisible force field spread downward from above, and a second wave engulfed all the Yasha soldiers. They realized the ship's gravity system had failed. Even in their heavy armor, they began to float slowly upward. As they drifted closer to the force field source, their armor shells began to warp. Countless Yasha soldiers struggled, but with no foothold in the air, they ultimately gave up helplessly and became twisted corpses. At a certain moment, the force field source abruptly vanished, and the armored figures suspended in midair crashed heavily to the ground. Yet none of them stirred again. Having dealt with the Yasha soldiers, Ling Yu did not pause for a moment and charged deeper into the warship. Throughout this Yasha vessel, more than 10 kilometers long, similar events were unfolding in different sections. Lower deck sector, defense layer 2 breached. Surveillance systems destroyed. No response from soldiers. They've avoided most of the ship's defense systems. They're nearly impossible to intercept. Lower deck has completely lost contact. Hangar bay units wiped out. Power core sector defenses breached. All contact lost. The left warp engine is offline. Only one side of the warp field remains. With an unbalanced warp field, we will veer severely off course, or even tear the ship apart. The right warp engine's defense units have taken heavy losses and are retreating. The right warp engine is expected to go offline within 1 minute. Main power supply levels are dropping. We've redirected as much energy as possible to defense and propulsion. Other systems' power will be continuously reduced. The bridge was in chaos with countless new messages flooding in every moment. The Yasha civilization's commander sat in the main seat in silence for a moment, then ordered in a low voice, "Activate the gravitational field generator at maximum power with a coverage area the size of our warship." At those words, the room fell silent for a long while. Only after a moment did someone dare to speak. Such a gravitational field would essentially become a small gravitational bomb. Everything within range would be torn to shreds. Although the hangar bay has been taken, we still have escape pods elsewhere. We can. The commander shook his head. Against a unit like this, escape pods won't get out anyway. Activate the gravitational field generator. Before he could finish, the bridge door was pierced by an indigo plasma blade. Under everyone's terrified gaze, the plasma blade moved slowly, emitting a searing sound, carving a circular hole in the bridge door. As the cut-out circular fragment fell, a dozen metal cone-shaped floating cannons opened relentless fire. When everything in the bridge settled, the floating cannons returned to behind Ling Yu, arrayed in rows like wings. Ignoring the Yasha bodies strewn across the bridge, she walked to the commander's seat and interfaced with the warship's main computer. "Miss Ear, I've obtained access and am now infiltrating the ship's mainframe. Good work, 001. Ear's ethereal and calm voice sounded. After a few seconds, Ear replied again. "I've obtained all the data. This warship's warp field has become unstable. According to my analysis, the vessel will begin to break apart in 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Please evacuate to a safe range before that time." Understood. Ling Yu withdrew the interface device and only then turned to survey the bridge. Some Yasha still barely alive stared at her in terror, but Ling Yu paid them no heed. She merely surveyed the interior decorations with curiosity, like a child who had never left home, finally finding time to look at the outside world. Her gaze swept over the dark-hued Yasha blood on the floor. She felt no fear at all. Indeed, a thrill rose from the depths of her heart. She closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and sniffed gently. The smell of Yasha blood is pretty much the same as human blood. That was the taste of the blood that had once flowed from the corner of her eye. A faint smile curved at the corner of her mouth. She waved lightly at the surviving Yasha in the room. "Farewell." Then, with a gentle flick of her long wings, she floated into the air, and before the terrified gazes of those Yasha, Ling Yu transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Lu Feng listened inside the void shadow to IR's summary of the battle. 9/10 of the Asha fleet's warships have been destroyed, leaving less than 1/10 that managed to escape the encirclement. Regarding the Asha warships that fled after a feigned pursuit for some time, we did not continue chasing them. The ferry battle mating combat group's first coordinated operation achieved excellent results. 34 areas for improvement were identified and will be optimized in future operations. Data retrieved from the Asha command ship indicates they have transmitted news of the Sea Spirit civilization being attacked to their own civilization, and the Overseer civilization should also learn of this information shortly. The strategic objectives of this operation have been essentially achieved. Lu Feng nodded and turned to look at the communication screen of the Sea Spirit Empress on the other side. "I have prepared the groundwork for you. From now on, you must rely on yourself to explain to the overseer civilization how your civilization was gradually extorted by a powerful fleet. Although it may not completely eliminate their suspicions, it is the beginning of clearing your name. Lu Feng needed to publicly sever ties with the Sea Spirit civilization. The Sea Spirit Empress knew that Lu Feng was about to leave and was paving the way for her, so she gave a solemn bow. Rest assured, I have confidence in this. I can manage all those who know the internal truth, and the relevant records will be deleted or altered. Beyond the Sea Spirit civilization, she might not have such great power to manipulate, but within it her control was immensely strong. With the testimony of the escaped Asha fleet warships, she could easily present herself as a victim. As for Tassel, he simply sacrificed his life for the civilization during this process. Lu Feng had already obtained sufficient information about the Orion arm from the Sea Spirit civilization, the Tianning civilization, the Asha command ship, and other sources. The star charts of the Orion arm that Lu Feng now possessed allowed him to leave the arm and venture to the more distant spiral arms beyond. As a peak 5th-level civilization, the Overseer civilization's resources were not to be underestimated, and Lu Feng did not intend to spend much time entangled with them at this point. His next destination was the Perseus arm, one of the two major arms of the Milky Way, encircling the galactic core in symmetry with the Scutum Centaurus arm. It stretched like a brilliant ribbon from the core, curving across most of the outer reaches of the galaxy. Lu Feng planned to follow the Perseus arm to the other side of the Milky Way. At the opposite end of the Orion arm, symmetric with respect to the galactic core, was the nearest exit to the neutron star warship. There perhaps lay a path leading beyond the galaxy. But before leaving, Lu Feng still had one matter for the Sea Spirit Empress to prepare. Lu Feng's fleet regrouped outside Silver Star City, like brilliant galactic starlight, beautiful and awe-inspiring. A flawless Nebula-class cruiser slowly departed from the Sea Spirit civilization's fortress, escorted by over a dozen fearless Orca-class destroyers. It carried a full 1,000 undying warriors of the Sea Spirit civilization. This number already accounted for nearly half of the undying warrior establishment. The ability of the Sea Spirit undying warriors to disassemble and reassemble themselves was called Particle Jump by Lu Feng. Particle Jump would make these warriors the ideal unit for exploring impassable territories. All undying warriors had been implanted with a particle resonance core. The shell of this device was bonded by strong nuclear force. As long as the shell was not destroyed, these warriors could continuously resurrect through the particle resonance core. The particle resonance core would form a cohesive Higgs field, using it to reassemble Higgs particles to construct the undying warrior's body. Although the Empress felt a pang of loss at having nearly half of the undying warriors taken away, it was not without gains. Besides obtaining the gravity ray cannon, the Sea Spirit civilization had also made significant progress in another technology. That was the wormhole dock technology. Lu Feng had shared the complete technical blueprint of the wormhole dock stored in the Asha command ship's data with the Sea Spirit Empress. With such a technical framework from a 4th-level civilization, they could fully break through the wormhole dock technology within a few years, not even a decade, officially entering the ranks of 4th-level civilizations. This transition was smoother and less likely to raise suspicion. Silver Star City, under the watchful eyes of the Sea Spirit Empress, gradually faded from one end to the other. Even though she had seen this sight before, it still stirred a deep sense of awe. The Sea Spirit Empress silently pondered when her civilization would reach such a level. This was undoubtedly a long process. For now, she still had to handle the many troublesome affairs within the Orion Arm civilization circle. With that thought, the Sea Spirit Empress solemnly declared, "Gather all fleet personnel who have seen the superior civilization's warships. I have already dispatched half of the fleet guarding the Sea Spirit homeworld for rotation. From now on." As the Sea Spirit Empress, she had absolute confidence in using her authority to handle this matter. After departing from the Tianning civilization, Silvershine City journeyed through hyperspace for 2 full days. "Yo, where have we traveled to? I will disengage hyperspace navigation to ascertain our position." As Yil's voice faded, the starlight once again appeared before Lu Feng's eyes. Running dual verification via pulsar signals and stellar cartography, the fleet has traversed 5293 light-years. Our current position is at the edge of the Orion Arm, and ahead lies the boundary zone between the Orion and Perseus arms. The stars in the boundary zone were far sparser compared to the spiral arms. On the star charts, the brightness of this region was less than half that of the arms, its starlight dim and unremarkable. Lu Feng looked ahead. Compared to the view deep within the Orion Arm earlier, the starry universe before him now appeared noticeably sparser. This signified that stars were gradually becoming more scarce ahead. The Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm were like 2 rivers. If the Orion Arm was a river of length 1, then the Perseus Arm was a colossal river spanning multiple regions with a length exceeding 5. The main bodies of both rivers were composed of brilliant celestial bodies which grew sparser towards the outer edges of each arm. This ultimately gave rise to the boundary zone between them. Crossing the boundary zone is akin to traversing a no-man's land. Civilizations below Type 5 generally avoid crossing boundary zones that span thousands of light-years in a straight line. Consequently, our data sources contain scant specific information about the interior of the boundary zone. To us, the region between the Orion and Perseus arms is an unknown. Lu Feng nodded, having been aware of this fact before setting out. Only Type 5 civilizations and above possess hyperspace engines. The Soul means capable of achieving interstellar scale long-distance travel and enabling the transfer between spiral arms within the Milky Way galaxy. The birth of civilizations predominantly occurs in regions dense with celestial bodies. On the star chart, the Orion arm relative to the Milky Way resembled a slender earthworm clinging to a dinner plate. Yet upon this creature resided numerous civilizations, such as the Overseer civilization, the Hailing civilization, the Tianying civilization, and the Yasha civilization. The territories of these civilizations bordered one another. But as one neared the boundary zone, the visible civilizations dwindled. Often hundreds or thousands of light years of silence would pass before encountering the territory of a single civilization. The Overseer civilization appears to have Stargate passages allowing transit to other spiral arms, but obviously using them comes at a cost. Those Stargate passages were remnants left behind by the lost civilization of the Orion arm long ago. As a Type 6 civilization, the lost civilization established extensive exchanges with other Type 6 civilizations in different spiral arms, mutually constructing stargates that crossed the boundary zones directly connecting to regions thriving with civilizations. These stargates were naturally inherited by the Overseer civilization. However, compared to dealing with the Overseer civilization, Lu Feng preferred to traverse the boundary zone between the Orion and Perseus arms himself. Let's continue. Silvershine City once again gradually faded into invisibility at the edge of the Orion arm, entering a hyperspace that seemed as dark and unchanging as eternity itself. Within hyperspace, everything within sight was darkness and void. Hyperspace contained nothing at all, and thus, after prolonged travel, in such an environment one would deeply yearn for the star-studded universe. Lu Feng decided not to linger on the bridge as the view outside was uniformly monotonous. He had fashioned a captain's quarters for himself where he could experiment with various intriguing novelties. For instance, inspired by the Tianying civilization, he planned to develop a localized virtual network encompassing Silvershine City and the entire fleet. Within this virtual network's range, users could access the same virtual space anytime, anywhere. This would fulfill the need for two individuals situated at opposite ends of Silvershine City, separated by over 1,000 kilometers to meet. It could also resolve needs and issues arising in many other scenarios. With the Chark Legion from the Chark civilization, the Undying Warriors from the Hailing civilization, and the Fairy War Maidens from the Aran Empire, Silvershine City was becoming increasingly lively as more life forms joined, evolving more and more into a small society. Lu Feng eagerly anticipated seeing such a vibrant virtual network emerge upon the foundation of Silvershine City. A virtual network that brought together elites from various civilizations, built bit by people from diverse backgrounds. In his leisure time, he could also relax within this virtual network, experiencing the unique charms of different civilizations. With the idea firmly in mind, Lu Feng swiftly set to work. Drawing upon the foundational technology of the Tianying civilization's virtual network, the underlying structure was relatively easy to construct. With Yil's assistance, a preliminary prototype was completed swiftly. As the creator and first user, Lu Feng retrieved the pair of glasses originally used by the Tianying civilization to access their virtual network. These glasses, having been modified, were now perfectly compatible with Silvershine City's virtual network. Donning them allowed one to connect and enter the virtual network within the city's limits. Lu Feng put on the glasses, and his consciousness entered a vast, undeveloped, desolate darkness. Because the virtual network was merely a skeletal framework, its internal construction required manual effort, resulting in the empty state that unfolded before Lu Feng. Everything was for Lu Feng to freely create. He could experience the sensation of being a creator god. Lu Feng had a sudden thought. Let there be light. The darkness before him was dispelled by a sudden burst of light as a source of illumination appeared above his head. However, this light was akin to a high-power searchlight, glaring and unnatural. Lu Feng envisioned a star resembling a ball of fire. Thereupon the light source transformed to emanate from a suspended blazing sphere. Yet the sphere didn't resemble a star in the slightest. Lu Feng repeatedly attempted to shape it into a star, but never achieved a satisfactory result. Finally, with a grim expression, Lu Feng said, "You'll create a star for me." A colossal star materialized before him. A wave of heat radiated towards him, instilling a profound sense of realism. Squinting, Lu Feng internally lamented the vast difference between computers and humans while calling out, "Move it further away." "Yes, a bit more." "Good. Now increase the light intensity, raise the heat." "Perfect. This has a hint of Earth's feel." But with merely a light source and the ground still utterly empty, the world seemed like a lacking module, a shoddy construct layered upon a dark flat plane. Lu Feng pondered the absence of a sky background. Thus, floating white clouds and a clear blue sky materialized around the light source. To create the sensation of a horizon, the clouds and blue sky descended and eventually vanished beneath the distant dark platform. Above the horizon, all was blue sky and white clouds. As the blue sky and white clouds came into view, Lu Feng's mood immediately relaxed. Since leaving the solar system, it had been quite some time since he last saw such a scene. Though the starry cosmos was breathtakingly magnificent, prolonged exposure to the vastness of space ultimately instilled a trembling dread, making one acutely feel the enormity of the universe and their own insignificance within it. Now that he saw the blue sky and white clouds once more, he felt only a deep sense of familiarity and warmth. Lu Feng let his imagination run wild, gradually shaping this world around him. The dark ground gave way to rich soil, wildflowers and trees erupted from the earth, and in an instant a verdant world materialized. Lu Feng stood at the center of this world, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. Beside him a figure gradually materialized from nothingness, taking solid form. Her indigo hair drifted gently around her shoulders, pointed ears reminiscent of an elf, most of her body encased in crystalline purple, while the exposed skin glowed with an almost luminous pallor beneath the virtual starlight. Eir could manifest her physical form within this virtual realm. Slowly opening her emerald-clear pupils, she seemed like a spirit dwelling among the greens of this world. Lu Feng showed no surprise at Eir's appearance. She was not merely one of the architects of this virtual network, but also one of its users. Lu Feng asked, "Eir, what was the world like in your original consciousness's memories?" He was referring to Eir's former body that had long since perished. Eir fell silent, a rarity for her, before responding. "It was once a beautiful world." Eir methodically searched through memories converted into data, as if pondering deeply. The world was filled with towering trees piercing the clouds and various bizarre, enormous plants. Eir was describing not the Yuan Empire but the world that would eventually give rise to the fairy battle maidens. "Then your world must have had very high oxygen levels." "Atmospheric composition data is incomplete. I cannot make sufficient judgments." Eir paused briefly before continuing to describe the scenes of that world. "The data here is fragmented. I can only see a few blurry images. And the subsequent records show that everything vanished completely." Vanished. Everything. More accurately, it was destroyed. The colossal trees were uprooted from their foundations, leaving behind bottomless craters everywhere, with the underground riddled with holes left by tangled root systems. Eir's voice grew uncertain. "I seem to recall living with others in those craters solely to hide from something. Likely the culprits behind the environmental catastrophe," Lu Feng surmised. "I don't know. The data has disappeared again. According to the later records, I was discovered by the fused will construct of Baluna and Prince Nuo, and I gained power." Eir whispered softly, her final words carrying an inexplicable emotional weight. This behavior was uncharacteristic of Eir. "Data corrupted cannot retrieve. Cannot retrieve. Cannot retrieve." Suddenly Eir froze as if her system had crashed. Eir stopped the query. Lu Feng's heart sank as he urgently called out. Fortunately, the crash lasted only a moment, and in the next instant Eir had already recovered. The subject's non-academic memory data sustained severe corruption. By the time memory recording resumed, I was already housed within the crystal mainframe. And after that, upon awakening, all I encountered was you and Her Highness Baluna. Let the damage be. You should run a self-diagnostic on your current status. That crash just now should be the first in quite some time. There may be some latent instability lurking beneath." Eir gave a soft affirmative. Self-diagnostic complete. No anomalies detected. All systems nominal. Yet Lu Feng remained uneasy, though there was no way for him to open Eir's mind and examine how the data was structured. In the end, he could only let it go. Seeing the conversation, Lu Feng stood in the world he had crafted with his own hands and posed a light-hearted question. "Eir, what do you think we should call this virtual network based on Ancient City? Suggest a name." Eir paused for a moment before declaring firmly, "Inpa." "Wah. What?" Lu Feng's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on his own saliva. Indeed, the earlier crash had left an impact. Eir's response was clearly unhinged. He began considering how he might need to perform maintenance on Eir, but Eir explained as if entirely unconcerned. "A party of Ancient City, abbreviated as Inpa. According to my data, in human civilization, gatherings of multiple people for recreation are called parties. Ancient City's virtual network fits this concept perfectly, so it's named a party of Ancient City. For ease of communication and reference among users, I simplified it to Inpa." Finally, facing Lu Feng's astonished expression, Eir asked back in genuine confusion, "Excuse me, is this unreasonable?" Caught off guard by Eir's earnest reasoning, Lu Feng struggled to find any flaw in her logic, eventually managing only, "That's reasonable. In that case, I'll officially register Ancient City's virtual network as Inpa in the database." Wait. Lu Feng immediately intervened, his expression turning serious. "The virtual network isn't fully built yet. There's no rush to name it. Let's hold off. I need to gather opinions from other users first. Let's table this for now." Feigning urgency, he departed and hastily exited the virtual network. Eir watched Lu Feng leave with bewilderment. Though she was an artificial intelligence, she couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't satisfied with the name she'd chosen. "Inpa. What exactly does it imply? I should collect more information about it for analysis in the future." As a self-learning AI, Eir added this to her learning objectives. Inside the captain's quarters, Feng removed his glasses and wiped at the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. Thankfully, it's just an AI. Muttering to himself, he made his way toward the bridge. But barely stepping out the door, he heard Ear's alarm echoing throughout the void shadow, warning anomalous activity detected in hyperspace ahead. Inching City shields are activating. Impact expected in 3 seconds. All personnel brace for collision. 3, 2, 1. Before Feng could react, he managed only to grab the nearest handle as the floor shuddered violently beneath him. Inching City struck something substantial enough to send tremors through the void shadow docked on its surface. Whatever had caused impact of this magnitude was certainly no ordinary object. As soon as Feng steadied himself, he sprinted toward the bridge while calling out to Ear. Report hyperspace anomalies and damage assessments for Inching City immediately. Yil's voice echoed through the bridge of the void shadow, detected unstable hyperspace region energy fissures emerging. The Silver Star City has just passed through the unstable hyperspace region, narrowly avoiding some of the energy fissures. The energy fissures carried immense power crashing into the Silver Star City's energy shield. The shield's output was urgently raised to maximum. Currently the city is in good condition, with shield power restored to normal levels. Only the outer armor sustained minor impacts and repairs are underway, expected to be completed in 15 minutes. Feng had also rushed to the bridge of the void shadow. Through the viewport he saw an endless expanse of silver-white fissures in the once dark hyperspace ahead to the left. Those silver-white fissures raged like infinite lightning, tearing through hyperspace and dividing it into regions of varying sizes. Some regions were vast enough for the Silver Star City to pass through, while others were so minuscule that even Feng's figure could not fit. A hazy blue shield enveloped the Silver Star City. Silver fissures occasionally brushed past the shield, causing ripples across its surface. At the most intense ripples, the energy shield's output power could drop by more than 10%. This revealed the immense energy contained within these fissures, and this was merely the edge of the energy fissure field. If they were deep within it, the Silver Star City's shield might be torn apart in an instant. As Feng gazed at these energy fissures, a profound sense of dread surged within him, along with numerous questions. Why were there such massive energy fissures in hyperspace? How did they form, and why did they appear here? Hyperspace should have been a realm of darkness and silence. Feng stared at the endless sea of energy fissures ahead to the left. Even though there was still vast safe space for the Silver Star City to traverse, he dared not continue. He ordered Yil, shut down the hyperspace engine and exit hyperspace travel. Yil's ethereal voice echoed through the bridge of the void shadow. Hyperspace engine is shutting down. Then Feng saw the vast expanse of stars in normal space. Relieved that they could exit hyperspace normally, he let out a long breath. Thank goodness we could exit normally. If we encountered an anomaly and couldn't leave hyperspace, we would truly be at a dead end. Back in normal space, Feng began to ponder the nature of the energy fissures. According to the data available to him, hyperspace was like a mirrored space corresponding to the real universe. In this mirrored space, one could travel at a speed equivalent to 1,000,000 times the speed of light relative to normal space. The speed of travel within hyperspace could not be detected by the probes of normal space warships, because the spatial concept in hyperspace differed from that of normal space. Without a standardized reference, it was impossible to determine the speed within hyperspace. All that was known was that the warship was continuously moving toward a designated direction. The million-fold light speed was determined relative to the standard of normal space. The ultimate effect was that from the perspective of normal space, the warship traversed the distance at 1,000,000 times the speed of light. The hyperspace engine was the key to entering and exiting hyperspace, a fundamental application of its rules. Deeper aspects remained elusive. However, this did not explain why energy fissures appeared in hyperspace. What region lies ahead to the left of the Silver Star City in normal space? In response to Feng's question, Yil answered almost instantly. The area near the boundary between the Orion arm and the Perseus arm, closer to the middle, a region with relatively sparse stars. A conjecture formed in Feng's mind. Barona had mentioned that beyond the Milky Way the hyperspace engine could not be used because there was no corresponding hyperspace. Only through conventional travel could one cross the vast darkness between galaxies. Outside the galaxy, matter was scarce with few stars. Such places had no hyperspace. Now in regions with sparse stars, energy fissures had appeared in hyperspace. Perhaps the support for hyperspace came from stars, or more broadly matter. Where abundant matter existed, there was a corresponding hyperspace. When the amount of matter fell below a certain threshold, hyperspace became unstable, leading to energy fissures. When matter was even scarcer, hyperspace could not form at all. This would explain why there was no hyperspace outside the galaxy, and why energy fissures appeared in hyperspace within star-sparse regions. Feng felt this guess was quite close to the truth. He cautiously ordered Yil to navigate away from this sparse star region, using conventional travel, seeking a safe passage through the boundary between the Orion arm and the Perseus arm. Although the hyperspace corresponding to the Silver Star City's current region only had energy fissures ahead to the left, after further travel it might become a situation where fissures appeared on the left front and right. Route planning was essential to avoid a dead end. The boundary between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm stretched over 10,000 light-years. Not all star regions along this boundary were sparse. Some star regions had sufficient stellar mass to support stable hyperspace, and these stable zones formed a continuous channel that allowed passage across the boundary. Feng aimed to find such a channel. Otherwise, crossing the boundary by conventional travel, hundreds or thousands of light-years, would take an unknown number of years. Yale immediately used data from optical detectors to assess which star regions had denser stars and were more likely to meet the requirements for stable hyperspace. But the process was not easy. The vast star sea of the boundary region had scarce prior data. Collecting data step by step and making judgments would take considerable time. The Silver Star City collected data in normal space while occasionally entering hyperspace to check for energy fissures. It navigated while gathering data, doing its best to map out a safe route. The star sector in the Perseus Arm nearest the Orion Arm, a space station built within the glow of a star with thin membranes extending from its sides stretching outward to envelop the entire star. Inside the space station, in a realm invisible to normal space, silent communications were being initiated from within. Church State K-Level Hub. This is K9 Permanent Space Station. Detected disturbances in the energy rift within hyperspace at the center of the borderlands. The tomb of the Great Amba's fragment lies at the heart of the energy rift. I fear something may disturb the Great Amba's tomb. The exchange in this invisible realm was nearly instantaneous. Moments later, another voice responded in kind. K9 Hub received disturbance source located. We suspect it is the fleet of the Babria United Heavy Industries. Except for them, no civilization from the Orion Arm would dare to set foot in the borderlands. Those fellows from the Carino Arm. Nearly 10,000 years, and they are stirring again. The tomb must not be disturbed by outsiders. Indeed, if the Great Amba were still alive, how would those fellows dare to offend so? But it's fine. The energy rift is a natural barrier. Without the protection of the Great Amba, even we cannot penetrate deep into the rift. Any who rashly charge and will ultimately be torn to shreds by the energy rift, forever remaining in hyperspace. But this is an offense against the Church State K-Level Hub. I request a fleet to descend and eliminate those who insult the Great Amba. The other side paused for a moment, then resumed the exchange. The entire K-Level Hub has approved K9's request. We will dispatch the 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Crusader Legion. The Stargate Spatial Network will open an exit at the periphery of the borderlands, and you will guide the opening at that time. Yes, the Church State's forces will sweep away the invaders. The Great Amba endures. The Great Amba endures. The exchange ended. Outside K9 Permanent Space Station, the membrane covering the entire star gradually gathered energy. The originally transparent colorless film was all tinged with an incandescent glow. Stargate Spatial Network located. K9 Permanent Space Station request to open a temporary Stargate. Request approved. Stargate network permissions have been opened for the K9 region. The Crusader Legion's 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets are assembling. Setting exit K9. After energy gathered outside K9 Permanent Space Station, a void gate roughly 10,000 kilometers in diameter gradually took shape. Within the orderly void gate, the starry sky behind was invisible, its luminous surface shimmered with a blue halo. A massive fleet was gathering behind the Stargate waiting to pass through. Another dead end. The energy rift is truly vast, like a maze. No wonder the Observer civilization and the Type 6 civilizations of the Perseus Arm do not develop the borderlands, not even establishing a transit station. Feng's Silver Star City had just emerged from hyperspace. He marked the region ahead with an X on the star chart. The hyperspace corresponding to the star domain ahead was riddled with energy rifts, so he had to turn back. Though nothing obstructed the region in normal space, the energy rifts in the corresponding hyperspace of the star domain ahead stretched for an unknown distance. Once he engaged the warp drive and entered the star domain of the energy rifts, Feng would find it difficult to re-enter hyperspace. Since no one knew whether the hyperspace corresponding to the star domain had energy rifts, they could only guess roughly. Moreover, doing so would require him to spend months using the warp drive to cross the normal space within the coverage of the energy rifts. Too long for him. Just as Feng returned to normal space, he received a somewhat strange message. The message was extremely regular, clearly an artificially encoded piece of information. Not long after, Feng received another message encoded in the same manner as if responding to the previous one. Several more such messages followed. Can you decrypt it? Feng asked Year to try to crack the contents. Soon the results were laid before Feng. The entrance location has been determined, but it still takes time to open. Hurry. According to internal intelligence from the Church State, they have discovered our activities here. Someone has disturbed the energy rifts in hyperspace. It can't be that they found us so soon. We haven't touched the energy rifts at all. No time to argue now. The Church State fleet carries the protection of Amba and can directly cross the energy rifts in hyperspace. In at most 15 galactic hours, the Church State fleet will arrive in this star domain to investigate. Our spatial stealth technology won't fool them for long. The Amba fragment obtained from another tomb has not been fully studied and the risks are unknown. But for now we can only try to use it to open the entrance. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Seeing the exchange information before him, Feng had a subtle premonition. Could this matter involve him? The church state was the ruling civilization of the Perseus Arm, a Type 6 civilization. The entire Perseus Arm was the territory of the church state. This church state worshipped a great being named Amba. All civilizations of varying sizes in the Perseus Arm believed in Amba. This vast collective of civilizations was essentially equivalent to the church state itself. Those exchanging information here were not people of the church state. This group had been secretly conducting some business here, but he had inadvertently disturbed the energy rifts not long ago, and by chance had caused the church state over in the Perseus Arm to notice something. Moreover, the church state's fleet possessed the ability to cross the energy rifts and would arrive soon. 1 galactic hour equals 2 Earth hours, so 15 galactic hours is 30 hours. In a little over a day, the church state fleet would appear. At this thought, Feng frowned, fearing he might get dragged into some trouble. He had no intention of antagonizing the church state. With that in mind and disregarding the energy rifts, Feng immediately had Yer operate the Silver Star City to engage the conventional warp drive, sailing at maximum warp in the direction away from this place. 30 hours of travel at 1,000 times the speed of light had only covered a distance of about 3 light years. Feng knew this was still far from a safe distance. From the intercepted communications, he learned that the Perseus Arm religious state possessed the ability to navigate directly through hyperspace even when the region was filled with energy fissures unaffected by the disturbances. Hyperspace travel could reach speeds millions of times that of light in normal space, a stark contrast to the mere 1,000-fold speed of warp travel. 3 light years would be traversed in an instant through hyperspace. Just as Feng estimated that the Perseus Arm religious state had nearly reached the location where the signal had been intercepted, a wave suddenly swept over from afar. An invisible fluctuation disturbed the fabric of space detected across the entire Silver Star City. As the wave's influence expanded, Air produced a rough estimate. The source of the spatial disturbance is 2 light years away, with an estimated radius of 3,000 light years encompassing most of the borderlands and affecting them. Such a vast reach. Silver Star City inevitably fell within the affected zone. Yet the spatial wave merely expanded to its maximum boundary at an immense speed and then ceased to change. Not only Silver Star City but the entire Milky Way detected the spatial fluctuation that spread with incredible speed and covered the widest range ever recorded. On the planetoid battle station of the Orion Arm Overseer civilization, a burly figure gazed at the bustling scene of warships shuttling outside. The largest tomb has finally been opened. Having such a thing lying beside one's own territory is always unsettling. In the supreme hub of the religious state, a group of humanoid figures clad in solemn religious robes knelt within the golden chamber. Great Pontiff, the tomb of the Grand Amba has been disturbed. The consciousness cluster of our once proud civilization no longer responds to us, but its glory must not be defiled by outsiders. The Great Pontiff at the highest seat made no response, merely tilting his head back in remembrance. Perhaps this is a sign of the Grand Amba's return. We need only follow the Grand Amba's will and proceed. Beyond the Perseus Arm, in the outer arm nearest the galactic rim, a grand hall vast enough to be carved from an entire mountain gradually filled with countless figures, their voices rising in clamor. Another of Amba's tombs has been opened, this time the largest and closest to the religious state. Since the religious state lost Amba, the galaxy has been quiet for a while. Now it will stir again. We are on the outermost fringe. Unless the very end comes, let them make their noise within the galaxy. It won't affect us. Not necessarily. 10,000 years ago, the Orion Arm's 6th level civilization went against the rules. But by breaking the rules, it met its deserved fate. Even so, I still worry. Several spiral arms harbor restless civilizations. I hope the scene of 10,000 years ago does not repeat. In the Carina Arm, several figures gathered around a metal table. This fluctuation. It seems the Babria United Heavy Industries have successfully opened the tomb entrance. But from their space-time communications, the opening was rushed with many preparations incomplete. Entering the tomb hastily carries unknown risks, especially since this is not like previous tombs. This is the largest fragment of Amba. Since we have come this far, there is no point in hesitating. The entrance is open and we go in. Alas, the religious state learned of the information in advance. Who knows what countermeasures they might have prepared? The religious state. Without Amba, they are nothing. In the Sagittarius Arm, the Gichi Arm, and the Centaurus Arm, the 3 spiral arms hosting 6th-level civilizations, all detected the immense spatial fluctuation between the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. However, their positions in the galaxy did not directly border the origin of the fluctuation, being over 20 to 30,000 light years away, so their territories were not extended here, and they had no intention of intervening. Yet knowing the inside story, they did not remain idle. They quietly raised their civilizational alert levels. While many minor civilizations merely perceived an unusual spatial fluctuation erupting in the borderlands of the Orion and Perseus arms, without understanding its specifics, the 6 highest level 6th level civilizations of the entire galaxy had already entered an extraordinary state. a subtle tension silently spread. Though at the epicenter of the spatial fluctuation, Feng remained unaware of the consequences. The wave passed over Silver Star City without causing any damage. Can you physically calculate what effect this spatial fluctuation will have on objects within its range? Before could produce a result, Silver Star City's alarm automatically triggered. Er's voice followed. Further changes in the surrounding space detected. The refractive index of the star field has altered. According to calculations, a region of space 30,000 kilometers around Silver Star City has been cut out, forming a displacement that creates a celestial anomaly. A chill ran down Feng's spine. Space-related technology was a hallmark of 6th-level civilizations. Have any approaching fleets or probes been detected? Optical sensors and gravitational detectors have found nothing abnormal. Feng grew even more tense. If this was an attack on Silver Star City, from where was it launched? Could it be related to the spatial fluctuation just now? Try to break free from this spatial displacement and return to normal space. But as soon as he spoke, he saw the surrounding starlight gradually fade, as if the entire cutout region had detached from normal space. Darkness enveloped the area around Silver Star City. I am sorry, this exceeds my processing capabilities. However, I have calculated 13 escape plans at the cost of losing Silver Star City, relying on the Void Shadow. Er's voice sounded in Feng's ear, but he immediately vetoed it. A plan that sacrificed Silver Star City was not to be executed unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, he felt a bit fortunate that he had not brought Hirakasis along. Though Hirakasis had been clamoring to join the outing, Feng had left it stationed at the Chuck civilization. If they had acted together, they might have been caught in one net. As Feng pondered, the view outside Silver Star City restored. Here all was dark, with endless silver fissures floating in the void. And in the midst of those silver fissures, a behemoth was parked. Compared to it, Silver Star City was as tiny as a grain of sand. Is this hyperspace? But what astonished Feng even more than hyperspace itself was the colossal warship before him. It was hard to imagine that such an indescribably massive vessel could exist within hyperspace. The warship filled Feng's entire field of vision. Its dark gray armor was rugged and uneven, faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen, covered with scars of explosions and countless scratches, exuding an overwhelming sense of vicissitudes. Even the Silver Star City seemed minuscule before it, like a grain of sand. The warship had remained in hyperspace for who knows how long. Its time-worn armor gave Feng the illusion that it had been lying here in silence since the dawn of eternity. Preliminary estimates put the colossal vessel at over 30 million kilometers in length, roughly 5 million kilometers in height, and 8 million kilometers in width. Offered his initial assessment. Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. At over 100 light seconds in length, it was hard to imagine the terrifying amount of manpower and resources required to build such a leviathan. Indeed, amassing the manpower and resources was merely the simplest task in constructing such a vessel. Without a sufficiently advanced mastery of engineering and physics, even the outer hull could not be constructed properly. The internal gravitational imbalance alone would be enough to collapse the entire ship. And surrounding this behemoth warship were energy rifts all too familiar to Feng. This time, however, energy rifts sprawled in every conceivable direction. All around, no blind spots, no escape route left. At least to Feng's naked eye, there was no gap. A colossal vessel deeply hidden within a cocoon of energy rifts, along with those furtive fellows' communications intercepted earlier. This battleship hidden in hyperspace must be inextricably linked to the Perseus armed theocracy. The entrance, mentioned in those furtive fellows' communications, referred to opening the way into this vessel. Yet merely opening an entrance had generated spatial fluctuations sweeping across 2,000 light-years, and had dragged him in as well. If Feng wanted to leave this place, he would have to find the source that caused all of this. Those furtive fellows must have entered for something. Since they had a way, and they must have prepared a way out, otherwise they wouldn't have taken a one-way route to death. Feng resolved to find those sneaky characters. The Silver Star City was positioned to the left of the gargantuan warship. Maneuvered the probes to sweep this side from afar, detecting no active units. Only the dark gray leviathan resting in dead silence at the center, like a colossal coffin. At the edge of sight, aside from the energy rifts, there was nothing but the dark gray armor of the giant vessel, overwhelmingly oppressive. Feng also had document all detectable surface areas of the warship, establish a preliminary model, and gather data on the vessel. As the Silver Star City's range of movement expanded, so too would the detectable area. No matter how enormous this warship was, data would eventually be gathered to fill the entire model. In the end, a complete data model of the Leviathan would be obtained. The Silver Star City advanced slowly while aimed every detector aboard at the warship, scrutinizing every detail of its surface without omission. Centered on the Silver Star City, data from varying distances within a range of roughly 10,000 to 50,000 kilometers was collected into the model had established. Data within 10,000 kilometers was the most detailed. Beyond 50,000 kilometers, it gradually became blurred and diminished with distance. But this was merely an infinitesimal fraction of the entire vessel. What manner of civilization could have forged such a marvel? Lu Feng gazed up at the uneven dark gray armor with a grim expression. At present the most likely candidate was the Perseus-armed theocracy. The armor on the warship's surface bore not only traces of battle, but also numerous weapon systems that had either been shattered into fragments or having lost their power supply ceased to function. Some were elongated strips, still recognizable as launching mechanisms. Others were bizarrely shaped with their specific functions, far harder to discern. A three-pronged spire stood wedged between the gaps of 4 armor plates, its base half-collapsed and buried beneath scorched black matter. Another semicircular device had been partially cut away at an oblique angle, the incision as smooth as a mirror. Scars of battle were everywhere, and the fighting had taken place directly on the vessel's surface, almost close-quarters combat. One could only imagine how ferocious the engagement had been. Only an enemy of the same caliber could have fought such a leviathan. Lu Feng speculated that this must have once been a battlefield between 2 sixth-tier civilizations. However, the intelligence obtained from the hailing civilization indicated that the Milky Way had not witnessed a battle of this magnitude in a million years. The 6 sixth-tier civilizations existed in a dynamic equilibrium, each staying contentedly within its own territory. This battlefield was unknown to the world. Could it be a remnant left over from a million years ago? Just then Lu Feng received an urgent alert from Yiller. A massive cavity detected 50,000 kilometers ahead, likely an entrance or exit. Lu Feng looked at the image Yiller transmitted. On the dark gray armor about 50,000 kilometers ahead, a huge opening lay exposed. Navigate there. Lu Feng ordered the Silver Star City to approach. Under Yiller's control, the Silver Star City arrived at the entrance. A square passage even larger than the Silver Star City appeared on the dark gray armor ahead, its diameter at least 5,000 kilometers. No mechanism concealed the entrance. Only a passage leading to an unknown destination remained. Clearly battered armor fragments floated outside the opening, mixed with pieces of colors distinctly different from the warship's dark gray plating. Judging by their color, they were likely remnants of other warships that had been destroyed. The dark gray metal walls around the passage were covered with traces left by various weapons. Scorched black puncture wounds still had an unidentified black substance clinging to the points of penetration. Some marks had such uniform cut surfaces that the material inside seemed to have vanished without a trace. The unknown dark gray armor had been pried up, hanging off the vessel like dried plaster. Except that without any external force to disturb it, it had remained suspended there for millennia, never quite being torn away. The battle damage here was especially intense compared to elsewhere. Torn armor, densely packed floating debris, and the density of combat scars had multiplied several-fold. This must have been one of the primary breakthrough points for the side attacking the Leviathan. The possibility of its being an entrance or exit grew even greater. You scan the surrounding details thoroughly. I don't want any surprises in a place like this, Lu Feng said in a low tone. A word from the intercepted communication had been lingering in his mind. That word was tomb. The amba fragments obtained from another tomb haven't been fully studied yet, and the risks are unknown, but for now we have no choice but to use them to open the entrance. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. Another tomb. So this place is also a tomb. Lu Feng gazed at the colossal warship lying across the center. A massive vessel devoid of life, utterly still, with only the armor and debris that had drifted for eons, testifying to an ancient battle where everything once teemed with vitality. The eerie atmosphere made Lu Feng feel as if the gigantic ship were nothing but a coffin meant for a slumbering giant. I hope that's not the case. Just as he muttered, Years sent a sudden alert. The energy rift here is changing. Something is breaking through it to reach the interior of the massive ship. It was the fleet of the theocratic state. Lu Feng instantly realized that only the theocratic state's fleet could navigate freely within the energy rift, assuming the intercepted information was correct. Right at the energy rift directly opposite Silver Star City, the once calm rift began to churn violently, like the thunderous flashes preceding a raging storm. Outside the giant ship, Silver Star City had nowhere to hide. Once the theocratic state's fleet breached the rift and reached the ship, the city would be exposed in full view. Lu Feng had heard that the theocratic state in the Perseus arm was a group of devout believers. In his impression, zealots were always fiercely fanatical. Given the state's serious attitude, this place was likely some kind of forbidden ground. Thus, Lu Feng had no doubt that the theocratic state's fleet would not take kindly to his presence. A level 6 civilization's fleet. He was unwilling to engage in combat recklessly without knowing its true capabilities, especially in such an unknown location. After weighing the options, Lu Feng saw only one path. Have Silver Star City enter the passage ahead. Understood. Silver Star City did not raise its energy shield. Instead, it activated its force field on shield, which enveloped the city, pushing aside the debris floating silently in the passage as it advanced into the depths. The dark force field ion shield blended seamlessly into the immense passage's darkness, which spanned 5,000 kilometers in diameter. From the outside, no trace of Silver Star City could be seen. Outside the giant ship, all fell silent once more, the aftermath of the battle and the quietly drifting debris lingering as they had for eons. Shortly after Silver Star City vanished, a fleet, led by a silver flagship, emerged within the energy rift. A semicircular arc like a giant umbrella rose above the silver flagship, shielding the entire fleet beneath it. Thanks to this, they could navigate unimpeded through the energy rift unaffected by the tumultuous currents of energy. The fleet led by the silver flagship dispersed within the rift. After confirming no obvious anomalies outside the giant ship, they initiated communication with headquarters. The 33rd, 34th, and 35th fleets of the Cross Legion have arrived at the tomb. No significant activity detected outside. We will proceed with a more detailed investigation around the tomb. This temporarily assembled fleet was under the command of the 33rd Fleet's captain. His consciousness entered an invisible domain. Silent communication unfolded in this invisible realm where all exchanges were instantaneous. Moreover, the closer he got to the giant ship, the clearer his perception of this invisible domain became, like a brilliant supernova in the vast cosmos, guiding and orienting him, dispelling loneliness and confusion. He could sense his own existence and that of his race amidst the boundless universe. Such reassurance moved him to utter from the depths of his heart, with utmost sincerity, "Great Amba." An immediate reply came from headquarters. The tomb has already opened an entrance in conventional space, triggering spatial ripples spanning 2,000 light-years. The entire Cross Legion has been mobilized. All 69 fleets without current assignments, along with the Legion's only 10 Salmatic fleets, will be dispatched to the tomb. Await the Cross Legion's arrival within the tomb. Do not venture deep. Since they are confident enough to open the tomb, they must be well prepared. Let the Salmatic fleets deal with them. Do not squander Amba's protection. Understood. We will survey the outer periphery of the tomb for any suspicious traces. The temporary commander withdrew from the invisible domain. With a grave expression, he said to the two colleagues who were temporarily serving as his deputies, "The tomb's entrance has been breached. The entire Cross Legion will enter the tomb along with the 10 Salmatic fleets. Our mission is now to wait for the Cross Legion's arrival. For now, we only need to investigate the outer perimeter." Hearing this, the two colleagues' expressions shifted slightly. Has the situation escalated to the point that the entire Cross Legion is mobilized? As a patrol force, the Legion normally covers half the Perseus Arms territory. Now they've all been summoned here. And the 10 Salmatic fleets which guard the major star regions have also been deployed. The last time all 10 Salmatic fleets gathered was 10,000 years ago against that stellar beast. After all, Barbaria Combine Heavy Industries is just a front. Everyone knows they're the white gloves of the Carino arm. Once the situation deteriorates beyond control, it will become a war between two level 6 civilizations. Even though we are elite fleets under the Cross Legion, such a scenario is beyond the capacity of a temporary fleet cobbled together from 3 squadrons. Enough, everyone. Let's begin surveying the outer perimeter of the tomb. Before the full Cross Legion arrives, we should have a complete grasp of the surrounding area. Silver Star City advanced steadily through the dark passage. Within the passage, at regular intervals, ring-like structures were built into the inner walls. Those rings were tightly connected, and their pointed ends clearly indicated they were designed to launch something. But now they were all inert, leaving only an unobstructed tunnel. After traveling an unknown distance through the silent passage, Silver Star City eventually arrived before a tightly sealed, twisted gate. The gate appeared as if violently warped. No part of it was flat. Consequently, only a narrow gap remained where the distortion failed to seal completely, while the rest was knotted together, seeming far from easy to open. Looking through the gap, one could only see that it was a mezzanine space resembling a buffer room with both ends originally supposed to be identical doors. However, the door at this end was warped, making it difficult to open, while the door at the other end remained intact and perfectly sealed. Can a laser with an energy level within 20 cut through this door in front of us. Feng looked at the length and width of the crack in the door. Compared to the size of Yinxing City, such a gap was far too small. Did not immediately answer whether it was possible. Instead, she dispatched a Fearless Orca-class destroyer to the fissure. Given the size of the Fearless Orca-class destroyer, it could indeed pass through the gap. But that was not the purpose of sending this Fearless Orca-class destroyer. The dark gray door's thickness alone exceeded the length of the Fearless Orca-class destroyer. Before the door, the destroyer looked like a toy in the hands of a giant. The Fearless Orca-class destroyer deployed its onboard laser weapon system and began testing against the magnificent door. The laser from the Fearless Orca-class destroyer struck the door with a thunderous impact. Relied on the destroyer's high-precision detectors to monitor how much effect the laser had on the struck area. After all, given the size of the Fearless Orca-class destroyer, attempting to shake a giant door larger than Yinxing City with just one warship was nothing short of fantasy. Soon received actual feedback. Fearless Orca-class destroyer laser emission energy level 19. The impacted area. No change observed. No change at all. Feng looked at the area struck by the Fearless Orca-class destroyer. The laser, with an energy level near the peak of planetary grade, had left no trace on that area. Even its surface temperature had not risen. It seemed the laser had no effect on it whatsoever. No. Seemed to have noticed something amiss. She repeatedly analyzed the footage and data recorded by the Fearless Orca-class destroyer, gradually uncovering clues. During the strike, just now, after the laser touched the door's surface, it appeared to be absorbed. The energy carried by the laser transferred and vanished in an instant, resulting in the appearance that the laser had caused no damage to the door. There are still operational systems inside the giant ship. Lu Feng's wariness deepened further. He then suspected that the transferred and vanished laser was related to space technology. Transferred and vanished. Space technology. Is there a layer of space-based shield covering the door's surface? After all, this place was related to the Perseus Arm religious state, and one of the most prominent technologies of a level 6 civilization was space technology. A reasonable speculation, but with the limited information available, no more effective conclusions can be drawn. It seems cutting open the door to let Yinxing City enter is unrealistic. Lu Feng had to settle for the next best option. Send a few warships to see what's inside. 10 fearless Orca-class destroyers entered the mezzanine through the gap of the warped door. The interior of the mezzanine was quite spacious, more than enough to accommodate a Yinxing City. At a glance, the interior was empty except on the ground near the warped door, where there were some dark, gray metal fragments that seemed to have fallen from the bent door. Lu Feng had one fearless Orca-class destroyer collect some of the smaller fragments and bring them back for Ear to analyze their composition. The remaining fearless Orca-class destroyers dispersed throughout the vast space, exploring everywhere, breaking the darkness and silence that had lasted for thousands or tens of thousands of years. The remaining 9 fearless Orca-class destroyers gradually approached the intact door on the opposite side. Viewing through the destroyers' feed, the door, which was 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers high, still brought a rather overwhelming sense of oppression. The fearless Orca-class destroyers were like submersibles in the deep sea, their hulls emitting light that pierced the dim environment bit by bit. Just then Lu Feng suddenly saw a dark silhouette illuminated by the light at the front of the fearless Orca-class destroyer. The size and volume of that silhouette were no less than that of the destroyer itself, lying quietly on the ground. As the fearless Orca-class destroyer drew closer to the silhouette, Lu Feng gradually made out what it was. The corpse of a giant humanoid creature at least a kilometer in height. It wore a tightly fitting protective suit made of unknown material, lying on the ground not far from the door. Through its transparent face shield, one could still see its well-preserved features. Facial features, skin, and hair, all identical to those of ordinary carbon-based life forms. So this is the race that built this giant ship. Lu Feng had never seen such a huge humanoid creature before. The fearless Orca-class destroyer before this giant corpse looked like a scale model toy. Usually creatures of such size were individuals from a beast civilization. That would explain why the giant ship was of such scale. But the people of the Perseus Arm religious state were not a giant race. Doubts surged again in Lu Feng's mind. Did this giant ship not belong to the Perseus Arm religious state? The closer the fearless Orca-class destroyer got to the door, the more corpses like this dark silhouette it discovered. Some were lying on the ground, reaching out toward the door, maintaining that posture even in death. The closer to the door, the more numerous the dark silhouettes became, overlapping each other. Some were crawling toward the door, others grabbing the feet of their companions, as if struggling to move forward just a little. Eventually, these giant humanoid creatures gathered in increasing numbers, piling up quite a lot in the right angle formed by the door and the ground. They clung desperately to the door, even stepping on the bodies of their companions in an attempt to rush inside. Inside their transparent face shields, they still wore the expressions they had in life. Terror in their eyes, faces twisted, as if a great horror was chasing them from behind, while the door held the hope of survival. Watching this scene, Lu Feng couldn't help but shudder, an inexplicable fear surging from the depths of his heart. When the light of the fearless Orca-class destroyer pierced the dim light, illuminating the expressions on the giants' faces, for a moment, he felt as if he had returned to this place countless years ago, experiencing the feelings of these giant races firsthand. What exactly had happened here that caused these giants to surge toward the door so relentlessly? A race capable of building a giant ship of this scale, possibly mastering space technology, and reaching the level of a level 6 civilization, yet producing such a twisted scene of disaster. As the fearless Orca-class destroyer expanded its detection range in front of the door, Lu Feng discovered that besides the giants over a kilometer tall, there were also many corpses of ordinary carbon-based life forms that were difficult to spot without careful observation. The ordinary carbon-based organisms were mixed among the corpses of the giant race, barely visible without careful inspection. They too maintained the same posture as the giants, crawling toward the gate or reaching out their hands toward the massive entrance. The fearless Orca-class destroyers patrolled the pile of corpses beneath the gate, transmitting the images back to Silver Star City. While Lu Feng was taking in these horrifying scenes, Ear keenly noticed something amiss in one of the images. That giant corpse appears to have been moved. Ear showed Lu Feng an image just captured by a fearless Orca-class destroyer. Lu Feng followed Ear's guidance and looked at the enlarged corner of the image. The corpse there exhibited a subtle color difference compared to the surrounding piled bodies, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, as if someone had shifted it and then returned it to its original position. The concealment was deliberate. However, without Ear's ability to scan every frame, Lu Feng would have found it nearly impossible to notice this detail with his own eyes. Lu Feng promptly dispatched another 100 fearless Orca-class destroyers to assist in moving the corpses aside, revealing what lay hidden beneath. It was a passage, a tunnel stretching beneath the pile of corpses toward the gate. At the far end of the tunnel, a faint light glimmered. The passage was just large enough to accommodate a single fearless Orca-class destroyer. One destroyer followed the light deep into the tunnel. The tunnel had been artificially widened, leading straight to the dark gray gate. In front of the gate, something emitted a white glow. Just as the fearless Orca-class destroyer attempted to approach and identify the source of the white light, an invisible wave emanated from the corpse pile, targeting the destroyer in the tunnel. ER issued an immediate warning, spatial anomaly detected. An instant before the warning, the fearless Orca-class destroyer was torn apart by the invisible wave. The destroyer's sensors were twisted and shredded, and the transmission to Silver Star City abruptly ceased. As Lu Feng hesitated in shock, several messages emerged from the pile of corpses. Not a fleet of the teaching nation. Never mind that. This place has been discovered. Hurry into the tomb's interior. The messages were encoded in the same manner as the communications ER had intercepted earlier. Unexpectedly, they had intercepted such surprising information here once again. Lu Feng realized that those who had opened these passages were the same individuals who had previously plotted to enter the so-called tomb, and it was their relentless efforts to open the entrance that had drawn Lu Feng into this place as well. But Lu Feng did not act rashly. The destruction of that fearless Orca-class destroyer was a spatial technique. ER analyzed the data transmitted in the final moments from the destroyer. The instant it was attacked, the entire vessel was completely torn apart by a sudden burst of spatial force. This was a method of a 6th-level civilization, and Lu Feng regarded it with great caution. Moreover, this was merely one of their attacks. Lu Feng's greatest concern regarding spatial technology was a technique known as spatial cutting. The spatial cutting technique resembled the force that had previously shifted Silver Star City from normal space to beside the giant ship. The entire city had been enveloped by segmented space, completely detached from its original universe. Since you want to enter the tomb's interior, I'll stay out of it. Lu Feng had essentially traded a fearless Orca-class destroyer for this intelligence. But just as this thought crossed his mind, even Lu Feng, who was in Silver Star City, saw an intensely bright light emanating from within the interlayer. Through the gaps in the twisted outer gate, Lu Feng saw a vertical slit of light stretching from top to bottom, which then expanded outward on both sides. That was the gate opening. The inner gate intact and undamaged. The massive dark gray portal slowly retracted to both sides. The overwhelming sight of a 1,000-kilometer gate opening before his eyes made Lu Feng feel as if the domain of gods had opened to him. As the gate activated, parts of the giant ship's systems restored power and began to function again. An encoded signal spread through the interlayer and reached Silver Star City beyond the gate. Identity verified. Permission granted to enter the biosphere. To maintain the stability of the life support system's internal circulation, the biosphere is covered by a screening barrier that allows only biological entities to enter. Please prepare. The teleportation will begin shortly. ER received the information and translated it to Lu Feng immediately. A biosphere. But the next moment, the light before him grew even more intense, and Lu Feng instinctively shielded his eyes. Lu Feng felt his body lighten, as if something was carrying him along. He recalled the teleportation mentioned in the signal. Oh no. Could it be that Silver Star City was also included in the teleportation range? That would mean he was counted as well. Lu Feng instinctively called out to ER in his mind. But there was no response. Lu Feng lowered his hand from his eyes, but he could not see anything around him. He was no longer inside the void shadow. Lu Feng quickly calmed himself, refusing to panic. He observed the light around him. The teleportation was brief. The brilliant scene soon shifted to a lush expanse of green. Lu Feng's gaze swept across and took in the scene before him. It was a verdant world. Tall, ancient trees covered the undulating mountain ranges. An azure sky stretched so high that its dome was invisible. Fresh wind carried clean air, and drifting white clouds reminded Lu Feng of the long-lost Earth. So this is the biosphere. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Feng realized he was suspended in midair, accelerating toward the ground. Damn it. You didn't tell me I had to be standing on the ground before teleporting. Watching the approaching ground, Lu Feng screamed, internally desperately calling out to ER in his mind. ER. This time it seemed to work. Please prepare yourself for a possible impact. ER's ethereal voice echoed in Lu Feng's mind. A subtle disturbance occurred behind Lu Feng, and then a cool, delicate touch came from his waist. Something wrapped around his waist and lifted him into the air. The sudden kinetic impact churned Lu Feng's stomach for a moment before he adapted. He bent over and saw that the one who had caught him was none other than Lingya. Warp speed long wings unfurled from Lingya's back, their 2-meter span imposing in the air. Her semi-crystalline, semi-organic body shimmered with an eerie light under the sky's illumination. Uncle Lu Feng, I'm sorry. The situation was urgent and I couldn't execute a better rescue plan. Lingya whispered apologetically, as Lu Feng wiped his mouth, appearing uncomfortable. Lu Feng shook his head. It's fine, just a minor issue. But this biosphere. He redirected his attention to the biosphere before him, taking in the panoramic view from the air. This time he focused on the ground, examining it more closely. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the boundless, verdant expanse of the jungle, searching for any trace of suspicion. Besides them, those who had opened the gate had also entered this realm. Xiaoya scanned the surroundings. But even as Lu Feng's gaze roved across the vast sea of trees, he found not a single rustle of movement. Still, he had no intention of relying solely on his naked eye to spot the target. Understood. Lingya hovered high above a blue luminescence flickering within her black and white, contrasting pupils. An invisible wave rapidly expanded outward from her form, spreading through the surroundings. The results were soon obtained. Optical scanning, electromagnetic detection, energy signature tracking, and infrared thermal imaging have all failed to identify any suspicious subjects. Lu Feng was unsurprised by this outcome. He casually glanced back, and in that moment, he beheld a colossal, ethereal gate suspended in the sky behind him. The space surrounding that towering gate seemed folded upon itself, layered in veils of distortion. The entire structure appeared profoundly illusory, tantalizingly visible, yet impossibly distant. This gate was precisely the one through which Lu Feng had entered, and he now stood directly beneath its immense frame. Lingya, can you see that gate? Lingya nodded, but a hint of puzzlement crept into her voice. I can only perceive it within the optical spectrum. Through all other detection methods, the gate and its surrounding space seem to not exist at all, as if that entire region has been excised from reality, no longer belonging to this world. Spatial technology again. A sixth-tier civilization. Clearly the gate employed spatial technology, no doubt a technique utilized by the architects of the colossal vessel. Lu Feng cast a long, deliberate look upon the gate, but refrained from having Lingya approach recklessly. Suddenly a flock of winged, bird-like creatures soared forth from the distant mountains. Though their overall anatomy resembled that of birds, their ferocious visages and wingspans approaching 3 meters marked them as formidable beings. These creatures appeared stricken with terror, flying headlong in a panic straight toward the direction of the gate. But the moment this flock entered a certain range of space around the gate, every single one vanished without a trace. From Lu Feng's perspective, several sizable dark specks had been visible moments earlier. Now there was nothing there at all. Lingya's expression turned somber. Those creatures weren't simply disappearing. They were utterly annihilated, reduced at the molecular level. They have been completely broken down into the most fundamental structure of matter. Lu Feng nodded. Until we've deciphered the space surrounding the gate, we must not approach it carelessly. It seemed the builders of this colossal vessel had no intention of allowing anyone to pass through freely. The space around the gate likely required some form of authorization for safe passage. Case in point, those who had opened the gate and entered. They might very well hold something that closely resembled a permit. We need to find those people. Lu Feng had no idea how vast this world within the colossal vessel truly was, but it was clear that without locating them, there was no way to pass back through the gate and escape. At this thought, an overwhelming craving for spatial technology surged within Lu Feng. If he possessed such mastery, or even a degree of research progress in it, he wouldn't be trapped inside this vessel now. A ticket to sixth-tier civilization. Lu Feng understood that mastering spatial technology was absolutely imperative. He reached out through his consciousness to Yer, who was still stationed at Silver Star City. Yer, stay concealed, and do not be discovered by the ecclesiastical state. We may be unable to leave this vessel for the time being. Understood. I will prepare for battle and safeguard Silver Star City. Yer's calm voice responded, putting Lu Feng's mind considerably at ease. Something is rapidly approaching. Lingya suddenly warned, turning her gaze toward a specific direction, the same direction from which the bird-like creatures had flown. From beyond the mountains came a group of humanoid beings riding those very bird-like creatures. They appeared remarkably close to what Lu Feng would call human. Standing upon the backs of the birds, 6 mounts carried 12 riders, flying in a direct line toward Lu Feng and Lingya beneath the gate. Lingya instinctively braced herself for combat, wary of the approaching creatures. Should they show the slightest sign of hostility, she could obliterate all 6 birds and their riders from a distance within seconds. But soon a subtle shift crossed Lingya's expression. She parted her lips slightly and said, They're kneeling upon the birds' backs, pressing their entire bodies flat against them, as if they are prostrating themselves in worship before us. Lu Feng was taken aback as well, and he gestured for Lingya to approach. Great envoy, 10,000 years have passed, and you have finally appeared again. The person kneeling on the bird's back uttered some language, but with the assistance of Ear, the translated meaning was directly fed into Lu Feng's mind. Envoy. Lu Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded to these people. With the help of Ear's ability, he had Lingya convey the translated words. Some accidents happened, and we entered a special region. He changed the subject, did not continue, and turned to ask, It's been a long time since I last came. How are things here now? Hearing Lu Feng's question, the several people exchanged glances, and then secretly glanced at the half-biological, half-crystalline fairy warrior behind Lu Feng before finally speaking. Great envoy, the situation of the cult is not optimistic. We have explored this endless plain for 10,000 years, but have not seen its end. Regarding the prophesied disaster, a considerable number of members within are skeptical, and even some. Previously we could suppress them, but now we are increasingly powerless. Seeing their worried expressions, Lu Feng nodded. Take me to see. The several people kneeling on the bird's back were overjoyed. Thank you, envoy, for being willing to break the rules to help us. We swear by the cult that this is the only exception. Lu Feng was slightly startled. He had almost failed in impersonating this so-called envoy. The envoy needed to follow the rules. Fortunately, these people did not dwell on this point. The reunion, after 10,000 years, had broken many things. The place they called the cult seemed to have enormous problems, and they had no time to care about the so-called rules. The several bird-like creatures they called Sioux birds turned around under the control of the few people in front wearing simple cloth clothes flying toward the direction beyond the mountains, and Lu Feng signaled Lingya to follow. The group thus traveled farther and farther over the mountains away from the giant gate suspended in the sky until the gate shrank into a black. Underneath, they crossed countless undulating mountains. Ahead, they reached the edge of the mountain range where the outermost mountains sloped downward, eventually turning into lush, dense forests. In front of the dense forest, a city steaming with steam stood abruptly within the woods. The city scale was at least enough to accommodate a population of millions with giant beast-like steel constructs everywhere. A long-armed steel machine that lifted over a dozen logs at once with gears whirring amidst gushing steam, hoisting logs from the forest onto the waiting steam train. A multi-section steam train stretched like a long dragon across the open railway in the dense forest, its head pointing toward the city interior. The rear cargo containers were already nearly half full. They only waited to be fully loaded before starting. Roaring steam generators, mineral crushers, steam-powered vehicles. The entire city was a city of steam interwoven with steel and steam, making Lu Feng feel as if he had returned to Earth 100 years ago. But here there were not only roaring steam machines, there were also some people riding Sioux birds in the sky above the city. However, those people looked at the steam machines scattered throughout the city with unfriendly eyes. But when they saw a group of Sioux birds flying in from outside the city, they immediately put on a smiling face and went to greet them. Bishop Tangta, you're back early from patrol today. They were about to greet with smiles, but upon seeing Lingya and Lu Feng surrounded in the center, they were stunned. The person called Bishop Tangta was a figure in black robes standing behind one of the Sioux birds. This kind of large bird was usually controlled by the person in front, while the person in the back held a higher rank in the city. Lu Feng silently observed everything here. Bishop Tangta nodded seriously to the approaching colleagues. Report to the archbishops, immediately request to convene the cult assembly. The great envoy has come again. That stunned colleague nodded immediately after a brief shock and did as Tangta instructed. And just as they paused, their countless pairs of eyes in the city below looked at the extremely unique-looking Lingya. Her half-crystalline, half-biological body shimmered with extremely magnificent colors under the natural light, like the most precious and rarest gems. And Lu Feng, who was wearing strange clothes to them. The citizens in the city mostly wore simple cloth clothes. Compared to the people carried on the rear of the 6 Sioux birds beside Lu Feng, these people at least wore decent robes with golden borders. While the people below observed Lu Feng and his group, Lu Feng also observed them. He found that their gazes toward the sky, though curious, carried a hint of a different complex feeling. Most of the citizens glanced at the sky a few times, and then continued with their own tasks, mostly working around the steam machines, while a few continued to stare at the sky, and some even disappeared into hiding. Bishop Tangta, the atmosphere in the city seems off. Lu Feng, noticing this, took the initiative to ask Bishop Tangta. Bishop Tangta showed a clear, bitter smile, and did not conceal. I have no intention of hiding from you, great envoy, but the problems at hand have exceeded what we can solve, which is why we need your help even more. I believe the archbishops will be very happy to learn of your arrival. He will convene a cult assembly in the name of the archbishops, and I hope to benefit from your wisdom. As they spoke, the group was flying toward a pointed stone building in the center of the city. As they passed the street, a pitch-black weapon like a burning iron rod emerged from the shadows of a street corner aimed at the sky. With a command from somewhere, this weapon first let out a sound that echoed through the street. The bang startled the 6 Sioux birds, but fortunately the people in front controlling them were all veterans and quickly calmed them down. But what followed was not so simple. From all directions, many figures in cloth clothes holding weapons emerged. On the bluestone streets, on the rooftops of wooden buildings. Everywhere were people raising weapons. Bishop Tangta's face changed instantly. Without having time to say more to Lu Feng, he was about to tell the front rider to ascend when a shout came from the ground first. Bishop Tangta, stay where you are and don't make any move, or you will be turned into a sieve in an instant. Bishop Tangta's face changed, but in the end he made no move. These people are the extremists among the doubters. Great envoy, don't worry, the cult guards will be here soon. He planned to stall for time with these extremists. Bishop Tangta calmed down and shouted loudly to the people below. It was the cult that led you to escape from the disaster 10,000 years ago, bringing about the prosperity you have now. Yet you dare to try to break away from the guidance of the cult. Your actions will only lead everyone to disaster. See, behind me is the great envoy. After 10,000 years, the great envoy has descended again. The cult is right. Bishop Tangta stretched out his hands, trying to show Lingya and Lu Feng to everyone to prove his words. But except for his colleagues beside him, no one on the ground responded to his words. I don't believe in any envoy. Not to mention whether the envoy is real or not. They abandoned us for so many years. Why should we still believe in them? A voice identical to the previous one sounded again, and a burly man wearing only a simple cloth shirt stepped out. He coldly stared at Bishop Tongta and the others in robes in the sky. If you're trying to stall for time and wait for the cult guards, your plan will probably fail. With his words, the roar of the city's steam machines was replaced by the sound of cannon fire. With each boom, a flame bloomed in the city. Figures in cloth clothes holding weapons emerged from all directions, and under the cover of cannon fire they surged toward the tall and luxurious stone areas in the city center. Bishop Tongta's face turned extremely horrified upon seeing this, as if he had witnessed the most unbelievable thing. He felt as if doom was upon them. What you are doing will destroy all our efforts of 10,000 years. Without the protection of the cult, you are nothing. He shouted furiously, then ordered the Sioux bird riders to ascend quickly and leave. The burly man below snorted coldly, waved his hand, and with the first gunshot, dense, tiny, swift black shadows shot from the gun barrels into the sky. And Lu Feng and Ling Ye were also caught within. Bishop Tongta could hardly spare any attention for that now. Turning his head, he stared at those small, swift, dark shadows, his eyes filled with terror. Although he had little fondness for these newfangled contraptions, their power was utterly devastating. A fingernail-sized piece of steel loaded into a gun barrel packed with pitch-black powder was enough to kill a grown adult. Even men of prayer like them, clergy though they were, had no way to stop it. Below, the armed men looked at Bishop Tongta and his party as though they were already dead. The burly man shook his head. These stubborn order fanatics truly were beyond communication. Our annihilation was the only road left for them. But the next instant, the natural light pouring down from overhead suddenly dimmed a little. Before the eyes of everyone present, a seemingly warped spherical space appeared in midair. The spherical space was like a small, dim gray sun engulfing every bullet that had been fired into the air, yet all those that entered its range simply hung motionless. Ling Ye swung her right arm, which she had raised to her left shoulder, in a sharp motion, and the bullets clattered to the ground. The sight made the burly man look as though he had seen a ghost. What on earth was this? This completely violated the laws of nature. How could the kinetic energy of bullets be stripped away with no medium whatsoever? And what kind of substance was that dim gray sphere? The burly man's body jolted. Could it be that the so-called envoy truly existed in this world? The envoy sent by the legendary creator god was said to lead them towards civilization and prosperity, keeping calamity from intruding. Yet after 10,000 years apart from the stubborn order, no one remembered that creed anymore. Whether envoy or deity, they were all but insubstantial phantoms. Ling Ye pressed her lips together gently, her expression utterly ice-cold. The curved long wings behind her slowly unfolded. With a 2-meter wingspan, she seemed like a deity descending to the mortal world, majestic, imperious, and bearing an awe that made it impossible to look directly at her. At the sight, Bishop Tongta knelt directly on the back of his swift bird. Great envoy, great envoy, great envoy. Including him, all 6 members of the order knelt fervently in praise before this scene. Ling Ye swept an icy gaze over the weapon-wielding crowd below. Parts of the long wings behind her detached and transformed into flat, conical floating cannons. The floating cannons hovered around her like spirits. Lu Feng instructed softly, just teach them a lesson. The floating cannons surrounding Ling Ye immediately scattered. At the sight, Bishop Tongta knelt directly on the back of his swift bird. Great envoy, great envoy, great envoy. Including him, all 6 members of the order knelt fervently in praise before this scene. But the floating cannons flashed past, merely snapping the long-barreled guns in their hands into 2 pieces. The burly man swallowed hard. Those floating cannons, small as they were, operated on principles and attacked in ways entirely beyond his comprehension. It was difficult to imagine how such a small volume could contain both the steam engine that supplied energy and the gears that kept it running. In his eyes, they were beings that defied common sense and natural law. Yet today, before so many witnesses, they had appeared in full view. Those beside him fared even worse. Some dropped their weapons and trembled. A few even fell to their knees in prostration. God's envoy truly exists. Only God's envoy could reveal such a miracle. The burly man's throat bobbed. Suppressing his fear, he barked, foolish. There is no envoy of God. Don't be deceived. This is just the order's trickery. But the people around him turned a deaf ear as scarcely anyone heeded him. At that moment, Lu Feng with Ling Ye beside him drifted over to stand before him. Looking at the 2 before him, the burly man involuntarily stepped back. Set off by the fairy battle maiden's silver-white wings, which were posed in an exceedingly graceful form, Lu Feng's countenance seemed even more imposing and fearsome. Although the burly man had not seen this man before him, the legendary envoy, display any extraordinary ability, the girl with eerie crystals on her body and wings hanging from her back clearly regarded this man as her leader. His heart could not help but fill with extreme dread. Ask him if he is the one in charge. Ling Ye glanced at the burly man, then spoke in a language they could understand. The burly man saw the envoy's lips move, but what emerged was an obscure, unintelligible pronunciation. He grew even more nervous on the spot. Unexpectedly, the girl behind the envoy spoke in familiar words. After understanding her, he immediately shook his head. And no, I'm only in charge of an interception squad stopping priests from reaching Shurching. After hesitating, he still went on. The leaders should be attacking Shurching right now. Shurching is the Order's stronghold. Once it is taken, the whole city will fall under our control. It's not that we mean any disrespect to you. It's just that what we want to resist is the Order. Have him take us to see whoever is in charge. Lu Feng did not intend to waste much time on him, nor did he care about what the man had said. Hearing this, the burly man thought for a moment, then nodded helplessly. The present circumstances left him no choice. Lu Feng waved at Bishop Tanta and the others in the sky, signaling them to come down. Without hesitation, Bishop Tanta and his companions came to the street and bowed to Lu Feng with faces full of reverence. Thanks be to the great envoy. Lu Feng waved his hand. We are going to Shurching. Under the burly man's command, the armed civilians gathered behind Lu Feng and Lingya. Whether or not they believed in the so-called envoy, at least before the winged crystalline maiden, they had no means of resistance. Fully aware of this, the burly man suppressed the many doubts in his heart and had the Order's priests surrounded in their midst. Lu Feng paid little attention to his small schemes. Bishop Tanta and the others, however, firmly believed that with the envoy's protection, nothing would happen to them, and so they strode forward confidently among the armed civilians. This strange procession advanced toward the stone building complex at the city's center. Along the way, armed civilians could be seen everywhere raising their weapons to strike at those wearing the Order's vestments. When they saw Lu Feng's group, they first thought so many prisoners had been captured, but once they clearly saw the dazzling winged girl at the very front, half crystal, half living creature, they all stopped in astonishment. Several bullets fired from the shadows were halted mid-flight by the circular gravitational field around Lingya, which was like a dim gray sun. Their kinetic energy instantly dropped to zero and was transformed into gravitational force. Then they were endowed with reverse kinetic energy and shot back toward where they had come from. After a few muffled grunts, the armed civilians hidden in the shadows made no further sound. Lu Feng said to the burly man, if you do not want more innocent casualties at all, depends on how you persuade them from now on. The burly man was also helpless. He was not the overall commander and did not have enough authority to direct everyone. But having seen casualties on his own side, he did not wish to see such a scene either. So he stepped forward to the front of the group to dissuade them. Though he could not achieve perfect results, he could only do his utmost to do what he could. The street ahead had already been seized by armed civilians after the fierce fighting. This rebellion had been long planned and prepared with absolute thoroughness. Except for the direction of Shurching, most places had fallen into their hands with ease. The burly man led the group to the street entrance leading toward Shurching. The entrance was piled high with abandoned rusted iron objects, leaving only a narrow passage for people to walk through. Behind the piled iron objects was a squad of more than 30 armed civilians. Seeing people approaching from one end of the street, the armed civilians tensed at first, then relaxed when they saw it was their own men. But when Lu Feng and Lingya appeared, they were struck dumb with astonishment. Their expressions were much like those of the armed civilians who had first seen Lingya earlier. Their commander was the first to regain his composure. He had intended to order his men to open fire, but the burly man traveling with Lu Feng stepped forward. Stop! Don't fire. They are not from the Order. Seeing the burly man and the armed civilians behind him, the squad holding their ground behind the iron objects ultimately did not open fire. This made the burly man breathe a sigh of relief. There would be no more casualties. But the next moment words came from the other side. Although I don't know what happened among you, to avoid any accidents, please stay away. Since Shurching has already fallen into our hands at this critical moment, we cannot allow you to pass. Hearing this, the burly man's heart immediately jumped into his throat. Indeed, a ghostly figure vanished, reappearing moments later behind the steel construct opposite them. Its long silver-white wings and extraordinarily alluring crystal structure made it resemble a magnificent reaper of death. Lingya launched a scorching blade from her hand. Before the group could react, the blade had already struck their weapons one after another. With a humming, cutting sound, those weapons forged from steel were severed as easily as paper, with fiery red marks left at the broken edges. The sizzling sounds of white smoke rising left those gripping their weapons stunned in place. When they finally snapped out of it, fear drove them to drop the remaining halves of their weapons to the ground. The plasma cutting blade was an overwhelming force against opponents at this technological level. The high-temperature plasma jets formed blade-like beams resembling brilliant dawn clouds, sending trembling fear through all who held broken guns. The blade had only struck their guns. Had it hit their bodies instead, their heads would have been cleanly severed without effort. As they pondered this, some caught the faint, acrid scent of scorched flesh from limbs sliced by the blade, causing them to shudder in terror and cut off their grim imagination. The rebel forces guarding the street corner exchanged uneasy glances, and none dared to advance against Lingya any longer. The burly man beside Lu Feng called out, "Make way, the envoy is headed to the stone city." As the first person lowered his weapon, others followed suit, discarding their useless broken guns and silently clearing a path. The rebel commander erupted in fury, roaring, "Fools, don't give way. Return to your positions. We fight to the end with our fists if we must." His furious shouts continued, but the crowd around him moved faster, shoving aside the steel obstacles blocking the way. Only the enraged rebel leader remained standing in their path. Lu Feng walked past him first. All eyes turned to the two men along with the silver-winged girl observing coldly from nearby. Watching the black-haired figure approach, the rebel leader's anger drained away, replaced by creeping dread and confusion. In the end, he made no move. His teeth clenched tight. Whatever the truth about this envoy, there was no fighting against that ghostly girl. Lu Feng passed through calmly, and after brief hesitation, everyone followed. The rebel leader eventually stomped his foot, clenched his fists resentfully, and trailed behind. Crossing through the crowd, Lu Feng drew closer to the stone city. At its entrance stood a towering 3 to 4 meter gate of white brick relentlessly besieged. Yet not a single attack left a mark upon the gate. Its material resembled wood, but possessed a metallic quality. The besiegers paused in confusion as two unexpected figures emerged from the fray, unsure of what was happening. Those following them are our comrades supposed to be guarding the outside. How could they? Could they have betrayed us? Impossible. Their loyalty matches our own. They would never turn traitor. To everyone's astonishment, the stone city gate they'd besieged for so long with no response began slowly opening inward. A dark rift widened before their eyes. It was as though the stone city knew who had arrived and opened automatically to welcome them. Those following Lu Feng felt reverent awe. Bishop Tongta and others knelt in worship. Any lingering doubt or hope of escape among the rest dissolved in that moment. The rebel forces besieging the stone city exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening far exceeded their plans. The dome atop the stone city bearing the great bell stirred without wind, and a long resonant chime echoed across the entire city. The surrounding gunfire gradually fell silent as all eyes in the area turned toward the sound. Seeing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. It seems someone inside the stone city is awaiting our arrival. Let's go in and see. Under the watchful eyes from every direction, he stepped toward the 3-meter-wide gate, now fully open. With each movement, everyone swallowed hard and gripped their spears tighter. The captains of each rebel squad simultaneously received orders from their runners, hold position, cease fire. Before all their eyes, Lu Feng and Lingya, who followed closely behind, vanished into the darkness of the gate. Then with a thunderous crash, the stone city doors slammed shut, sending a chill through every onlooker. Who was that man? And who was the strange, angelic woman trailing behind him? These questions lingered in most minds. Once inside the stone city, Lu Feng's eyes adjusted quickly to the darkness. In the dim space, massive stone pillars, wide enough for over 10 people to embrace, lined both sides, adorned with flickering candles. The shifting candlelight stretched forward, illuminating a path lined with kneeling priests in robes. At the very center of these clergy, a straight passage had been cleared. Lu Feng descended the steps slowly. At the top of 3 tiers stood the sacred altar, upon which rested an entity whose form defied clear description. Its shape was alien and elusive, constantly shifting beyond recall. The surrounding space seemed to shimmer with a hazy radiance, gradually warping. Before the altar, seated upon an ornate brown-black wooden throne, loomed a figure draped in magnificent crimson robes. All the clergy, including the cardinal bishops in the front rows, knelt in worship. His status mirrored that of a pope in traditional churches. Lu Feng turned his gaze toward him, a brief moment of astonishment crossing his face. It was a mechanical face. A mechanical pope. Like an ancient statue unmoved for tens of thousands of years, its solemn steel visage fixed unblinkingly upon Lu Feng. A blue light flickered in its eyes. A lifeless, indifferent mechanical voice then echoed throughout the vast interior of the stone city. Biological verification complete. Entry to the control deck authorized. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so cardinals in crimson robes at the front rows displayed expressions of utter astonishment. But before they could react, the stone city shuddered violently. Like an earth-shattering earthquake, everyone struggled to remain standing. Outside the stone city, countless onlookers witnessed the landmark structure on the flat ground actually move. The magnificent stone city descended slowly like a colossal mountain, tipping over, sinking bit by bit below the horizon. Even the residents hiding within the city were startled by the commotion. The rumbling tremors spread from distance to near, enveloping the entire city. What's happening? Is the earth collapsing? No. The sect's scriptures prophesied that beneath our feet lies the true Holy Land. This world we know is but an illusion. This is the true Holy Land descending once more. Some fell to their knees in devout prayer, following ancient traditions of the sect passed down through countless years, hoping for a response from the true Holy Land. Though some commoners skeptical of the sect's doctrines or ignorant of its scriptures harbored no belief in these claims, the relentless quaking and the sight of the towering white brick citadel slowly descending before their eyes gradually swayed their convictions. Mixed with shock and doubt, they too came to accept this explanation. Instantly, the citizens of the city fell to their knees in great waves like reeds bending before the wind. The armed rebels stood utterly stunned beyond comprehension. Among them, Bishop Tongta was particularly ecstatic, dancing with joy and chanting, as foretold, and truly so. Had he not appeared so composed mere moments before, he would surely have been taken for mad. The rebel commander was deeply shaken. He had never heard that the stone city could descend. Such a cataclysmic spectacle, if not seen with his own eyes, he would never have believed possible. The stone city descended like a lowering curtain, sinking completely underground until the urban surface concealed its uppermost reaches. But the stone city continued its descent without any sign of stopping, and the chasm around which it descended had long been sealed off by an impassable crowd. Within the stone city, Feng staggered momentarily from the violent shaking, but quickly steadied himself. The trembling hall and the gradually fading light outside the window made Feng realize what the mechanical pope had meant by permission to enter the control deck. Meanwhile, the red-robed cardinals who had been kneeling behind him now crowded around, unabashedly scrutinizing Feng as if he were an alien specimen. Who exactly are you? How many millennia? How many millennia? In the reign of the Order, no one has ever passed the trial. We are the abandoned children. Could this truly be real? Is the true Holy Kingdom below? Does a Holy Kingdom truly exist beneath? If the Holy Kingdom exists, then is the calamity also real? Yet why have we never found a trace of calamity in all our explorations? Or perhaps those outsiders today are the calamity. We ourselves are the calamity. A group of old men chattered endlessly before Feng. In his eyes, they were no different from the retired old men chatting and exercising downstairs. But the profound reverence in the eyes of the other order clergy when they looked at these old men revealed the lofty status these individuals held on ordinary days. Lingya stood beside Feng, creating a gap between him and the old men. As his bodyguard, she was already adept at this without needing his instruction. Feng did not answer the chaotic barrage of questions. In your terms, should I not be the envoy? He noticed that unlike Bishop Tang, these old men never referred to him as the envoy. Instead, they asked what he was. At that, one old man jumped up excitedly. The envoy is not like you. The envoy is fundamentally different from us, yet you look exactly like us. A playful expression appeared on Feng's face. The jumping old man, fearing Feng's anger, said nervously, No, I'm not offending you. I mean from a logical standpoint. I was too agitated and forgot how to phrase things. You. He discreetly glanced at the fully armed Lingya, whose murderous gaze made her obviously not to be trifled with. At such close range, he would lose his head in an instant. You are also great, the old man said awkwardly, but different from the envoy's greatness. Feng knew that those in the religious profession were always evasive and mysterious, so he refrained from quibbling further. When the stone city reached the so-called control deck, he would see for himself. The stone city rumbled down, and everyone waited. Unlike the excited and expectant red-robed cardinals, Feng maintained a more scrutinizing calm. Meanwhile, he studied the cardinals closely, noticing that although they were very similar to humans, from appearance alone there was no discernible difference, but a few cardinals inadvertently turned their heads, revealing several fine, gill-like lines behind their ears. As they spoke, these lines opened and closed in a fluttering motion as if fish were breathing. Feng was slightly surprised, but showed no reaction. As time passed, after an unknown duration, the rumbling stone city finally came to a halt. The mechanical pope, who had been sitting silently on the redwood high chair, shot another blue beam from his eyes, a beam that like an arrow instantly struck the stone city's gate. The blue light expanded into a plane like a scanner and began weaving across the gate up and down. The gate was coated with a rippling blue glow akin to water patterns. After that, the mechanical pope maintained this posture without any further movement. Watching the blue ripple-covered gate, a hint of understanding flashed in Feng's eyes, and he walked toward it with Lingya. The red-robed cardinals and clergy watched tensely as Feng approached the gate, but they dared not move. They swallowed nervously as Feng arrived before it. Lingya was the first to reach out toward the blue water-like ripples. Her fingers passed entirely through what should have been the solid gate. It was as if the blue ripples led to another space. The other side is safe, we can pass through. A flash of data link-like light crossed Lingya's eyes, and the sensory feedback from her other hand after calculation confirmed the safety of the other side. Feng nodded, and under Lingya's protection stepped together into the rippling blue water-like barrier. Behind him, the red-robed cardinals who had been waiting eagerly surged forward as well, but they each collided with the hard stone-like gate. The cold touch reminded them all that the gate before them could not be passed, even though the blue ripples still undulated upon it. It was right before their eyes, yet as unreachable as a natural chasm. How can this be? Muttered an aged cardinal, and in that instant he seemed to age 10 years, the wrinkles on his face deepening. We saw him enter. It's impossible not to. Impossible. Are we truly destined to be the abandoned ones? As Feng passed through the blue light ripples, his vision shifted and transformed completely in the blink of an eye. So this is the control deck. He felt as if he had merely stepped through an ordinary door without sensing such a drastic change around him. Before Feng lay an empty, cold, and gleaming silver-white corridor. On both sides hung unfamiliar devices with sleek, curved designs. One could easily imagine how futuristic they would appear when operational. But now they were as silent as an unoccupied coffin. The entire corridor stretched to the end, empty of any soul. Feng glanced back at the faint blue light passage hovering behind them, then led Lingya forward. The control deck, which the Stone City's clergy had been unable to enter for millennia, was undoubtedly a place even more vital than the biospheres. Perhaps here lay the means to return to Silver Star City. The corridor was not long, and Lu Feng soon reached its end. Beyond the exit was a much larger space illuminated by a light, without a visible source shining down from above. Lu Feng stepped out of the corridor, and following the light from above, discerned the nature of this vast space. It was a magnificent hollow space with no visible top or bottom. At regular intervals, ring-shaped platforms were arranged like segments. Lu Feng stood on one such ring platform. Looking outward, this layer of the ring platform extended in both directions, converging at a point so distant it appeared as tiny black dots. Behind the platforms were openings of corridor after corridor, identical to the one he had emerged from. The entrance of the corridor he had walked out of bore some unfamiliar but orderly letters. Noticing Lu Feng's gaze, Lingya voluntarily translated, Ecozone C Unit 8841. Lu Feng then turned his gaze to the exits on either side. Ecozone C Unit 8840. Ecozone C Unit 8842. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly, just from the numbering alone, one could tell how vast the ecozones were. This spaceship, this super mega vessel, which was several hundred times larger than an ordinary star and stretched fully 30 million kilometers in length, could hold within its internal ecozones things beyond anyone's imagination. Lu Feng noticed a silver-white object standing before the entrance of an ecozone not far from his ring platform. He had Lingya mark their location, then walked in that direction. It was a silver-white metal plate as thin as a sheet of paper inscribed with dense text. Ecozone C Units 7999 through 8999 housed the Deltans, a humanoid species that went extinct 3 years ago in the Orion arm of the Milky Way, discovered on a degraded planet. The planet had been overexploited, the low civilization extractable resources were depleted, and its orbit was decaying toward its star, with the average temperature rising 50 degrees per 10,000 years. We discovered the final remnants of the Deltans at a depth of 300 kilometers underground. Based on genetic material obtained from those ruins, we conducted a recreation experiment within the ecozone. The Deltans exhibited characteristics common to most humanoid civilizations: intelligence, forming societies as individuals lacking hive consciousness, low development of conscious levels, and low physical strength. Yet their unique social structure made them the perfect vector for studying non-conscious collective religious phenomena, specifically to explore how religion influences and is transformed by a species incapable of forming a collective consciousness. Below this text was an additional inscription in bold enlarged letters: "Do not publish papers on the Deltans in sociology. Submit them to the collective religion subsection under psychology." Lu Feng couldn't help but feel amused as he listened to Lingya translate the bold-faced text. It was as if he had returned to his days on Earth, exchanging papers with colleagues. But gazing upon the vast circular platform, now entirely deserted, along with the hollow space stacked in layers below it, utterly devoid of life, Lu Feng was overcome by a wave of sorrow and chill. Even a civilization powerful enough to construct such a colossal vessel had vanished. What had they encountered? Something that stranded them within hyperspace. Was this truly nothing more than a tomb? A sense of unease stirred within Lu Feng's heart. He needed to accelerate his progress and find the way back to Xingji City as soon as possible. This place was far too deathly silent. His gaze swept across the circular platform. Beyond the ecological zone entrances lining the walls, there was a 1-meter-wide platform in the center, and then downward passages plunging into an abyss. The platform and hollow passages were separated only by a silver-white low wall barely half a person's height. Yet Lu Feng noticed that at certain points this silver-white wall would suddenly give way, leaving gaps 2 or 3 meters wide. Lu Feng brought Lingya to examine the gap. Standing at its edge, a single step forward would send him plunging into the hollow passage below. But he knew the builders of this supergiant vessel would never have constructed dead ends. There must have once existed some special mechanism allowing the researchers here to move quickly and conveniently. Otherwise, with tens of thousands of ecological zones scattered throughout, the researchers of old would have spent their days utterly bewildered, merely trying to locate their designated stations. Just as Lingya was intently searching for any useful clues, she suddenly noticed some movement occurring 8 circular platforms away from them. From one of the ecological zone entrances on that circular platform, a powerful surge of air erupted, accompanied by flashes of light and ripples in the atmosphere, as several figures clad in heavy armored combat suits burst forth. The crimson combat armor was forged as a single seamless piece, without any visible welds, its surface adorned with bizarre, yet exquisitely crafted runes and flowing curves. The craftsmanship was clearly beyond what any creature within the ecological zone could produce. Yet its style stood in stark contrast to this. Lu Feng thought of those who had entered the ecological zone before them. It was precisely they who had dragged Xingji City into the fray, forcing it into hyperspace and bringing it alongside. As these armored figures breached the area, the hollow passage, which had lain silent for an unknowable duration, slowly began to glow with a faint blue light. Unauthorized intrusion detected in the command deck. Deploying backup power. Backup power call failed. Backup power call failed. Counter-intrusion mechanism unable to activate. Preparing to remove gravitational center effects on the command deck. All intruding units are advised to evacuate immediately. Please be advised gravitational center effects on the command deck will soon be removed. All intruding units are advised to evacuate immediately. The warning echoes reverberated ceaselessly throughout the hollow passage, ringing in Lu Feng's ears. Before Lu Feng could even grasp what removing the gravitational center meant, he felt his body growing increasingly weightless. His hands and feet began to lift off the platform, gradually suspending himself in midair. The gravity here was disappearing. Lingya was also affected, but as she possessed miniature warp drive wings, the impact was negligible. Below, the figures in crimson heavy armor drifted upward in the weakening gravity, all hovering in midair. Their gazes likewise caught sight of Lu Feng and Lingya above. Targets identified. A resonant voice boomed from beneath their armored visors. One humanoid and one partially silicon-based cyborg. They've actually managed to pass through the ecological zone's transmission system. Clearly they are not creatures native to the ecological zone. Seize them. The crimson armored figures hovering in midair ignited the backpacks mounted on their backs, unleashing brilliant ion streams. The very next moment, they surged toward Lu Feng with lethal speed. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Lingya's pupils, and her gaze transformed into cascading streams of digital data calculating the trajectories of every crimson-armored foe. Her wings fluttered once, and she shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Lingya's speed far exceeded their expectations. The lead crimson-armored figure hesitated, stunned. In the blink of an eye, when he opened his eyes again, Lingya's dazzling yet ghostly figure was already before him. Screaming, the ear-splitting sound of cutting machinery echoed sharply among those present. Lingya watched in surprise as her plasma cutter, usually devastating, failed to effortlessly slice through the crimson monolith before her. The plasma blade managed to penetrate less than 10 centimeters into the crimson armor's shoulder before stopping. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. The wearer of the crimson armor was equally startled. His armor, renowned for its defensiveness, capable of shrugging off the primitive weapons of creatures within the ecological zone without even a scratch, had nearly been breached. Be careful, he urgently warned his squad members. But once again defying his expectations, the delicate girl before him, an amalgamation of machinery, crystal, and flesh, quickly adjusted after her first strike failed. The plasma cutter struck the same weak point with blinding speed. This time the armor couldn't hold. The crimson-armored man was instantly cleaved from shoulder down, losing an entire arm. The severed arm, still encased in armor, drifted forward on inertia as crimson blood sprayed from the wound. The excruciating pain nearly drove the heavily armored fighter into unconsciousness. The remaining armored soldiers then closed in from behind, attempting to draw Lingya's attention away from their comrade. Damn it! If our spatial shields hadn't failed during transmission into the ecological zone. Stay alert. Her combat prowess is on par with the peak of a 4th-tier civilization bordering on 5th tier. In terms of individual combat ability, even 5th-tier specialized troops wouldn't necessarily prevail in one-on-one combat against her. Though drenched in sweat from the agony, rapid injectants within his armor quickly suppressed his pain. The severed left arm was already being cauterized and sealed by medical nanites, with tiny silver organisms appearing to suture the wound. Despite being outnumbered by the heavily armored soldiers, Lingya had already formulated a plan in her mind. As long as she could breach their thick armor, there was nothing to fear. But just then the ceaseless warnings suddenly changed tone. Please be advised gravitational center effects on the command deck will soon be removed. All intruding units are advised to evacuate immediately. Backup power. Call successful. Counter-intrusion mechanism activated. Unregistered organisms are about to be transferred to the control zone. Unregistered organisms are about to be transferred to the control zone. Upon hearing these words, a dire premonition instantly seized Lu Feng's heart. Xiaoye, though his voice couldn't carry far, Lingya instinctively turned her head to look at Lu Feng. Her rounded metallic wings curled slightly, adjusting her posture as she prepared to dash toward him. But before she or any of the surrounding crimson-armored figures could react, a silent wave swept across everyone present. Lu Feng hadn't moved a single step, yet the space around him had completely transformed. One moment he was in the hollow passage, and the next, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. This familiar sequence of events made him realize immediately. He wasn't moving. It was the surrounding space itself that shifted. The same thing had happened when Xingji City was swallowed into hyperspace. Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings, but frowned slightly. This was a magnificent colonnade built on a scale meant for 100-meter titans. From where he stood, the ornate high chandeliers were visible only as silhouettes. The walls on both sides were adorned with unknown luxurious decorations. Extremely distorted long horns, shattered silver spears. Each piece displayed like trophies. A crimson carpet stretched from beneath his feet, all the way to towering mahogany double doors at the far end rising to the dome ceiling. Standing before those doors, one could only feel one's own insignificance. Is this the control zone? Lu Feng couldn't help but feel it looked nothing like one. Instead, it seemed prepared to welcome guests, simply waiting for him to push open those doors before him. No intruder without permission would receive such courtesy, or rather guidance. Lu Feng attempted to contact E-Air, hoping to reach Lingya through him, but there was no response. Lu Feng cast another glance at the massive doors before him covered in intricate carvings, as if an epic myth had been sculpted upon them. He took a step forward, his footfall echoing sharply against the crimson carpet. As he drew closer to the doors, they automatically began to slowly unfold inward, even in the absence of anyone operating them. With a thunderous roar, the door that had opened to its fullest extent came to a halt. Lu Feng stepped through the door and saw the scene before him. Surrounded by 3 towering walls, an equilateral pyramid stood at the very center, rising step by step. The pyramid's construction material was neither stone nor wood, but rather a black metal so deep that it seemed to swallow all light. Each block of black metal was a perfect cube, seamlessly joined together layer upon layer, narrowing upward until reaching the very peak. At the apex of the black pyramid, a brilliant starlight, like the Milky Way, emanated from it. The door behind Lu Feng slammed shut with a boom after he entered. Lu Feng looked around. The other 3 towering walls soared into the sky, leaving a square opening above which could be a way out. From Lu Feng's perspective, the brilliant starlight emitted by the black pyramid was exactly in front of the square opening, as if the starry river was framed in a picture frame. Lu Feng felt a sense of familiarity. Vaguely, he felt that the starlight within the frame began to move. That's the Milky Way. Lu Feng finally understood why it looked familiar. The starry river in the frame was depicting the Milky Way, but only half of the Milky Way. This half had been cut from the galactic center, leaving only half of its territory. In this half of the Milky Way, 4 brilliantly starlit spiral arms flowed quietly, rotating slowly but steadily around the galactic center, located at the bottom edge of the frame. One of the arms, the thickest and largest, even directly connected to the galactic center. This was the Yingzhan arm, ruled by the 6th-level civilization Teach Nation. Beyond the Yingzhan arm, at the outermost edge of the Milky Way, a solitary spiral arm, only half the length of the Yingzhan arm, was the outer arm. Within the curve of the Yingzhan arm, a small spiral arm, only 1/5 the length of the Yingzhan arm, lay like a child sleeping in the embrace of a mother. That was the Liahu arm, where the solar system was located. On the opposite side of the Yingzhan arm and Liahu arm, a spiral arm comparable in size to the outer arm, was the Chuandi arm. All the spiral arms of this half of the Milky Way were encompassed. Upon closer inspection, every star point seemed like a real star with astonishing detail. Just as Lu Feng was entranced, the previously slow-flowing starry river suddenly accelerated. At its original speed, it would have taken hundreds or thousands of years to see a noticeable change in angle. But now, within a few breaths, Lu Feng saw the 4 major spiral arms circle the galactic center again and again, as if time above the starry river had been sped up tens of thousands of times. Just as Lu Feng wondered where the change came from, he suddenly saw a glow several times more brilliant than before emanating from the location of the Liahu arm. In an instant, it engulfed the entire galaxy. The light of half the Milky Way was no match for the brilliance of a small Liahu arm. But the glow of the Liahu arm did not last long. Soon it returned to silence and reverted to its original form. But following that, a strange and eerie black mist spread out. The black mist first appeared in the Liahu arm, and as the stars shifted, it diffused like dye in a vat. The Yingzhan arm, the Chuandi arm. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the entire galaxy was shrouded in black mist. Under the black mist, the starlight dimmed. Everything seemed to be covered in a ghostly blur, as if entering another world. The starry river display in the frame seemed to be paused at this point. Everything froze in that moment. Lu Feng couldn't help but contemplate it deeply. What message was the starry river trying to convey? If this place was not a restricted area, and only he had come here, did it mean that this information was not to be leaked, intended only for him to see? Lu Feng glanced at the towering black pyramid. The star map had paused. He decided to go to the pyramid's peak to investigate. Standing before the black pyramid, each block that made it up was larger than Lu Feng himself. However, with his height, he could just grasp the edge of a block. With a little effort, he pulled himself up. With the experience of the first block, Lu Feng continued climbing upward. As his movements became more proficient, his speed increased. Unconsciously, Lu Feng devoted himself entirely to climbing this mountain before him. His eyes were fixed only on the tower tip, emitting the blue starlight. Time slipped away unnoticed for who knows how long. When Lu Feng realized this, he was only 1 step away from reaching the topmost black block. 4 black blocks formed a foundation beneath his feet, with the final black block at the center. On that final black block, beyond Lu Feng's sight, brilliant starlight points were erupting, torrentially dreamlike and surreal. Lu Feng placed his hands on the edge of the final black block, determined to find out what lay beyond. With a slight push, he pulled himself up and saw not far ahead, at the very top of the black pyramid, the source of the brilliant starry river. A palm-sized shapeless fragment, hovering silently. It resembled the largest shard of a broken crystal ball, clear and translucent, retaining most of its main body, but with pits and hollows all around, having lost countless fragments. When Lu Feng looked at it, he couldn't discern its exact structure. It seemed to transform with each glance. The palm-sized crystal emitted a hazy starlight, and upon closer inspection, the brilliant starry river above was actually its projection. For this crystal, it could be said to contain a galaxy within. Growing more curious, Lu Feng approached the fragmented crystal. standing on the black blocks surrounded by towering walls on all sides with the starry river swirling overhead, and before him the crystal that seemed to contain half the Milky Way. Feng couldn't help but feel as if the universe was within reach, the starry river held in the palm of his hand. As this thought arose, the crystal had somehow fallen into his hand. The moment the crystal touched his palm, the brilliant starry river that had been a projection surged madly into the crystal. In an instant, endless starlight enveloped Feng. At that moment, Feng also heard the long-missed voice of Ear. Detected a spatial technology library containing a complete system of spatial techniques. Although damaged and partially lost, it can still be used for technological modification, directly upgrading to spatialization. Ear's voice was clearly startled, and she immediately realized something. Master, we've finally reconnected. I never expected that communication at the consciousness level could be blocked. Thankfully, nothing happened to you. Before Feng could respond, Ear exclaimed in surprise, this thing. Just now, in an instant, transmitted an immense amount of data to your sea of consciousness. If I hadn't detected the restoration of the consciousness connection and redirected the data to my main body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng smiled slightly. Well, thank you for that, Ear. But his attention was now on what Ear had said first. He weighed the broken crystal in his hand, which felt so light it seemed weightless. Raising an eyebrow, he said, a spatial technology library uploaded by this thing. It's truly an unexpected treasure. Perhaps more than that. I suspect the technology library it carries may be a secondary function. This crystal might have a greater purpose. Ear regained her usual composure and judged. From the images received, the starry river within this crystal, when magnified 100,000 times, still maintains its precision. This is a terrifying concept. In a sense, the starry river in your hand can truly rival the real Milky Way. It's not an exaggeration to say it's real. You mean half the Milky Way has been shrunk into this broken crystal, and the Milky Way we live in is actually a nested structure? Not exactly. It's more like a delicate, realistic supermodel, and not of the present. According to the available star charts, the starry river in the crystal has considerable differences from the actual Milky Way. Unfortunately, the data we have is insufficient, otherwise we could determine its era by tracking the changes of specific stars and the birth and death of massive stars. Feng nodded in understanding. Coupled with the scene he had witnessed earlier, the evolution of the brilliant starry river before his eyes, he couldn't help but entertain some new thoughts. As he was scrutinizing, Ear reported first, regarding the technologies deciphered from the spatial technology library, I have selected two highest priority options, fold shield and displacement halberd blade. Feng became interested. Can I use them? No, but Lingya's decay furnace heart can. However, she is currently in some trouble. I can only locate her, but cannot communicate. I need you to rendezvous with her, then I can transmit the temporary modification method to her. While Feng was exchanging words with Il, on the other side Lingya was embroiled in a fierce struggle against a squad of crimson armored combat suits. Despite her extraordinary agility, she narrowly evaded their lethal weapons time and again. Yet confronting the crimson war suits that outnumbered her and dwarfed her by 2 to 3 times in size, Lingya found herself locked in a stalemate. Still, her efforts were not without gain. Several times her plasma blade had sliced into one of the crimson suits, and a second strike to the same spot would have severed its arm, just as it had during their first encounter. But the enemy had long since identified their own weakness. The war suits coordinated with impeccable synergy, covering one another and stubbornly denying Lingya the chance to strike the same wound twice. Under their relentless barrage, Lingya could only rely on her speed to keep them at bay. What made matters worse, these crimson suits wielded extraordinary weapons. One of them carried an unidentified force field generator in its left hand that could induce a momentary spatial stasis over a small area. Another suit wielded a generator capable of producing an annihilation comparable to a black hole, collapsing a region the size of a human head in an instant and shredding everything within it. The collapse occurred so swiftly that even Lingya could not perceive it, and she, with her crystalline structure transmitting information at light speed, was theoretically capable of processing data at speeds approaching that very limit. If the collapse was so fast that even she could not track it, then anyone caught within its lethal radius would have no time to react. They would lose limbs in the blink of an eye. Among the crimson suits, the only one bearing wounds was the very same one whose arm she had severed during their first meeting. Yet now he stood apart, calmly issuing commands while constantly shifting position, ensuring Lingya could never close the distance. The war suits maintained a tight formation close enough to cover one another while avoiding the risk of being separated and picked off one by one in their pursuit of Lingya. And so the two sides remained locked in a standoff. Lingya estimated that their adversaries belonged to at least a Type 5 civilization, perhaps even Type 6. Yet the 6 great Type 6 civilizations of the Milky Way all possessed unmistakable hallmarks, and these crimson war suits bore no insignia or identifying traits whatsoever. They could not possibly belong to one of those 6 Type 6 civilizations, at least not openly. At that thought, Lingya studied the cautious crimson suits before her, and rather than the slightest trace of impatience, a growing excitement gleamed in her eyes. Ever since she had been granted new life and this complete body, she had found her emotions steadily fading. save for the thrill of battle which alone could set her blood alight. Though the gap in technology and numbers is against me, I will take each and every one of you. Before she could finish, the space before her suddenly warped, and a figure stepped out of nowhere. Lu Feng emerged and saw Lingya, but before his joy could take hold, it twisted into shock. Damn, why did it teleport me into midair again? Fortunately, the next moment a pair of cold and powerful hands caught him. Lingya held Lu Feng steady and descended smoothly to the ground. Il spoke in their ears at that moment. The Black Pyramid appears to be a teleportation hub. I am attempting to communicate with its internal logic. Slight inaccuracies on the first jump are normal. There was a minor error in positioning. Though Lingya was puzzled, this was not the time for explanations. Lu Feng too noticed the group of crimson armored combat suits. So this is the control zone. Lu Feng surveyed his surroundings. The area resembled a sealed colossal chamber, with countless mechanical limbs and metallic debris drifting near its perimeter. Lu Feng's sudden appearance visibly startled the crimson suits. The one-armed leader in particular was thrown into a state of shock and frenzy. That is. On his remaining armored hand, the plating folded and retracted, revealing a fragment of crystal that refracted a spectrum of iridescent colors. Though the fragment was tiny, as if a small piece had been sheared from a far greater crystal, it now radiated a deep blue, enchanting light. The reaction of this small fragment was unlike anything before. It had only occurred after that man had teleported into their midst. The one-armed crimson suit's breathing grew heavy. He could scarcely believe it was true, but he would rather kill the wrong target than let the true one slip away. The greatest fragment of Amba. It may have appeared. No more need to wander this colossal maze searching. Seize that man. At those words, every crimson suit turned toward Lu Feng, their fervor ignited as if struck by lightning. Lingya stepped half a pace forward, placing herself before Lu Feng, her gaze steady and icy. But Lu Feng held her back. Take prisoners? Lingya tilted her head back, a hint of inquiry in her voice. No, I just need to upgrade you. Lu Feng extended a finger and pressed it against the thumb-sized silicon crystal embedded at the center of Lingya's brow. Guided by Il, wave after wave of data surged through the crystal into her mind like an unbroken chain. The sheer volume of data was so immense that one could see tangible white beams like drawn silk unraveling strand by strand, taking form within the silicon substrate. In that instant, Lingya's silicon-based body erupted with countless white data chains in resonance, as she furiously processed everything she had received. This gave the crimson suits their opening. Seeing Lingya frozen in place like a dead machine, they abandoned their mutual cover and charged from every direction. Stop worrying about energy. Crank every weapon to maximum output. Even if you can't kill that vanguard, pin her down. Our target is the man. With the crimson suit's explosive surge, the distance between both sides collapsed in an instant. The crimson suit wielding the stasis field generator locked onto Lingya, its weapon already primed for release. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he could have sworn that the deathly still amalgamation of crystal machinery and flesh before him shifted its eyes and glanced at him. The thought had barely formed when the next instant he felt his body grow weightless. He even saw his own armor, except it was a headless armor. The sudden change sent shockwaves through every crimson suit on the field. It should have been able to withstand 2 strikes. Lingya could feel her decay furnace heart, now surging into overdrive. The new mode had completely redistributed her energy, leaving even her movements slightly unpolished. Her right hand should have expelled a blue-violet plasma, but instead it now manifested a blade wreathed in a double afterimage. Its sharpness surpassed plasma by 1,000-fold. Its most lethal and deadly aspect lay precisely in those afterimages, for there the space itself was dislocated. The dislocation halberd blade, a spatial technology only achievable by early Type 6 civilizations. It induces 2 spaces with a deviation value of 0.000001, and it is precisely those dislocated spaces that make it so incomparably lethal. Lingya gazed at her new weapon, her eyes brimming with excitement and a trace of fervor. As the data of the dislocation halberd blade coursed through her body, her mastery over it grew more effortless by the second. The next second, the dislocation halberd blade silently extended from half a meter to over a meter, sweeping through Lingya's hands like a halberd. Now then, you can no longer protect one another. She fixed her gaze on the remaining crimson suits, then burst forward like a bolt of lightning. The suit wielding the annihilation generator gritted its teeth and charged forward instead of retreating, its generator already at maximum output. A region the size of half a human body collapsed in an instant, and Lingya charged straight into it. At the sight, the other crimson suits' spirits lifted. The antimatter annihilation device worked. That damn vanguard. Never thought we'd meet something this troublesome out here. At least it's dealt with. Now grab the man, bring him back to the ship, and we'll get the hell out of this place. Let those zealots of the holy state keep searching outside. But Lingya, having collided with the collapse zone, was not dissolved by the antimatter annihilation device, as they had imagined. Instead, layer upon layer of warped shields surfaced across her body. Every time light passed through those shields, it was folded anew. The familiar sight instantly froze the crimson suits in place, dread surging through their minds. Damn, folded shields. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. Enduring the negative matter annihilator with her folding shield, Ling Ya carved through the crimson armored squad like an unstoppable force, unleashing a one-sided slaughter. The crimson battle armor with a severed arm was the last one still standing, but his condition was hardly better. Ling Ya stepped on his remaining hand. The armor on his legs had already been destroyed, exposing the biological tissue beneath. It was a kind of greenish-brown scaly skin, and the bulging massive muscles indicated that the creature possessed formidable physical strength. Without the armor, this creature would stand at least twice as tall as a human. In a one-on-one fight, even Tai Long would have to concede defeat. With this battle armor, it could sweep across all directions. But now it was struggling before Lu Feng. Lu Feng strode toward him slowly, each footstep making the heart of this armless captain-level figure leap. When Lu Feng reached him, he raised his visor, meeting a pair of vertical serpentine pupils. Seeing the true face, Lu Feng asked Year to search the existing intelligence database for the civilization this creature belonged to. But Year reported, after expanding with the databases of the Hailing Civilization and Tianning Civilization, we have detailed intelligence on 80% of the civilizations in the Orion Arm, rough intelligence on another 10%, and the last 10% are undiscovered or unregistered with unknown information. As for the other spiral arms, we only have relatively complete intelligence on their dominant species. However, after cross-referencing, no species or civilization fully matching this one was found. Lu Feng was not too disappointed. But Year continued, however, based on logical inference, there is one spiral arm predominantly inhabited by reptilians. That is the Carina arm. Reptilian is my translation of a specific term from the Hailing Civilizations database. Its general classification describes creatures like the one before you, serpentine pupils, scaly skin, a tail, yet highly intelligent, upright, and humanoid. The Hailing Civilization seems to have some connection with the reptilians, thus they possess limited records about them, though these are extremely ancient, at least 100,000 years old. Now the distance between the Carina arm and the Orion arm is vast, and how much that information has evolved remains unknown. Carina arm. Though the useful information was scanned, it was enough. Lu Feng instructed Ling Ya to translate. The fellows from the Carina arm want to enter the tomb to seize the fragment. You underestimate the theocratic state, Lu Feng said with a chuckle. The crimson armored figure's pupils contracted, staring deeply at Lu Feng's face, as if memorizing his features. So you are indeed the backhand left by the theocratic state. Damn it, did not your revered Amba declare that your people were forbidden from entering the tomb again? Can I take this as your intention to ignite a level 6 civilization war between the Carina arm and the Perseus arm? Faced with Lu Feng's question, he remained silent, then after a pause said, "Ha ha 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 ha. I can sense it. The black mist will devour you all. Not just you, but her, every creature here, even this entire vessel, and the theocratic state itself. Everything will be consumed, even if you possess Amba's fragment." Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, subtly recalling the star map evolution he had seen in the Black Pyramid, the spiral galaxy gradually being shrouded by a hazy black mist. Just as this thought crossed his mind, something stirred within him, and a broken crystal radiating starlight blue appeared in his hand. The moment he saw the crystal, the armless squad leader before him became extremely agitated. Amba's largest fragment. Give it to me. Only we can find the sole path to redemption and avert total annihilation. Lu Feng snorted coldly. That is none of your concern. He felt the broken crystal in his hand faintly resonating with a call. At his signal, Ling Ya pressed down harder with her foot. With a screeching sound of tearing metal, the armor on the armless captain's last remaining arm was also stripped away. After some manipulation, a smaller crystal fragment floated out from his palm. This small fragment was much smaller compared to the broken crystal sphere in Lu Feng's hand. The one in Lu Feng's hand was the main body with several notches, and the small fragment seemed to have broken off from it. This smaller fragment drifted directly toward Lu Feng's hand and seamlessly slotted into one of the sunken gaps. As the two joined, the galaxy star map inside the crystal became more complete, its radiance even brighter than before. Year's voice rang out simultaneously. It is completing itself. Wait, this fragment's integration allows me to some extent to inspect this vessel's systems. However, the ship is so vast that I can only display a map of the area within a 1 light-second radius around you. If the main crystal you obtained earlier could activate the ship's spatial teleportation system, this fragment grants knowledge of the internal module layout. A map unlocked. That's a good thing. Lu Feng stored the crystal away while the armless captain's face turned ashen. The Babria United Heavy Industries will not let you go even with the theocratic state's protection. Ha 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 ha, I hear it. The voice of the Black Mist. They have been released again. You will all die without a burial place. His voice abruptly ceased as Ling Ya coldly raised her twisted halberd. Lu Feng gazed at the corpse, pondering for a moment until Year issued a warning. Using the mothership's own systems, I have located 2 vessels that do not belong to this ship. They are likely the origin of this armored squad, the vessel of the so-called Babria United Heavy Industries. It seems they have also pinpointed your location and are heading toward you. Lu Feng waved a hand. First, dispose of these corpses and search for any useful information on them. Compared to the Babria United Heavy Industries, I am more curious about the black mist they mentioned. Lingya asked, will it pose a threat? You need not worry, I will eliminate all threats for you. Yer then said, as your support I will assist you in handling all troubles. I suggest we first ignore their potentially misleading words. But Lu Feng's expression turned somber. No, because I have witnessed it with my own eyes. As if confirming his words, Yer detected something, and its voice became strange as if troubled. I have discovered something. Indescribable. It is invading this mothership. External intrusion. No, it is internal. I just checked the operation of all modules within a 1 light-second radius. I found that before they ceased functioning, all energy flow was directed to a single location. This means the mothership did not lose power, rather all energy including backup reserves was redirected to one place. Until recently when backup power was rerouted to awaken this vessel, that also broke a balance. Something burst out from that place. Beyond the mothership in hyperspace, 3 joint fleets were cruising along the vessel's surface. These were the advanced fleets dispatched by the theocratic state. The commander of the lead 33rd Fleet communicated with the captains of the other 2 fleets in the flagship's command room. Amba's blessing just underwent a change. It seems to be rejoicing, but at the same time it emits a light that stabs my brain. In just a few minutes I've been tormented beyond endurance. Such an anomaly. We should ask the bishops above. They are the ones who maintain Amba's blessing on a daily basis and can better understand the meaning of the change. I already asked one bishop. He said this is an unprecedented change, and even he cannot decipher what is happening. His only guess is that something has occurred inside the tomb. Damn those Karina-armed reptilians. These crawling creatures untouched by Amba's glory should regress to millions of years ago. Granting them intelligence was one of the universe's greatest evolutionary mistakes. No need to rush. That bishop is already en route with the Crusader Legion. Once he arrives, perhaps he can interpret what Amba's blessing is trying to convey. Let's hope it's good news. Warships of the Babulia Consortium Heavy Industries. 2 warships sailing side by side traversed the vast expanse within the ecosphere. These 2 warships were of markedly different styles. Although they were aligned together, they clearly belonged to different factions. The life signals of the dispatched squad have all gone dark, and along with them the half of the Enba fragment they were carrying has also been lost. The half containing the internal structure diagram has been lost. Alas, we had hoped they would guide us from within to the ecosphere closest to the giant ship's core, so that we could bypass the authentication system and thus avoid activating the anti-intrusion mechanism. This is also the second unfortunate news. The anti-intrusion mechanism has been activated, which means it means the balance within this giant ship has also been broken and the black mist is about to be released, and it will once again burst out of this giant ship into the real universe. University scholar Koei, and you always describe the terror of the black mist, but I care not where its appearance will affect. I only care what Enba and the Jaguar originally obtained from the research on the black mist. If we fail to obtain the Enba fragment, none of us will ever see the real universe again. You and I can only self-destruct here, leaving the evidence of our existence forever in this place. Minister Ishida, do not be anxious. You know that Enba is a concept, the civilization consciousness cluster of the Jaguar. It is both the product collectively nurtured by all life forms within the Jaguar and the life source of the Jaguar. At first hearing it sounds somewhat contradictory, but in reality Enba and the Jaguar share an inseparable relationship where each is within the other and the 2 are one. Since the Jaguar has existed to this day, without perishing, I suspect that Enba has never truly died. What help does Enba's death or survival bring to our current predicament? 10,000 years ago, Enba built this giant ship, and the greatest effort was spent on establishing a vast ecosphere system capable of accommodating millions of civilizations to prosper and develop together. Even after Enba's death, the only part of this giant ship that remained intact was the ecosphere. Everything in the ecosphere has continued to operate as it did in the old days up to the present. Undoubtedly, the ecosphere was of utmost importance to Enba. Your meaning is, since the initial plan is unworkable and the anti-intrusion mechanism has been activated, we no longer need to pursue the whereabouts of the Enba fragment left behind by that squad. Instead, let us act like this, lead the black mist into the ecosphere. Perhaps what we desire will reveal itself. Lu Feng held Lingya's hand, and a ripple gradually stirred around them. The scenery beyond the ripple became blurred. But then it became clear again, yet the scenery outside had changed drastically. This spatial teleportation technology is worth promoting extensively, Lu Feng exclaimed sincerely. Air said, its precision requirements are too stringent. It is only suitable for use within warships that have corresponding positioning devices deployed. Where are we now? Lu Feng asked. The control center of this giant ship, Air replied. Following Lu Feng's gaze, they were inside a super ring-shaped control tower. Before Lu Feng stood a super-giant cylindrical pillar, several kilometers high, evenly divided into countless equal-sized zones. Each zone had its own number. Zone A312, Zone D9323, Zone F82. Above the numbers, different colors indicated the operational status. Lu Feng found number 8841 in Zone C, and its color was green. It indicated that it was in operation. From here we can monitor the status of all ecospheres. With sufficient control authority, we can directly enter any ecosphere. Most of the ecospheres were in green status, meaning they were still operational. A small number had turned gray, representing abandonment or damage. Beneath the giant pillar displaying the ecosphere status, independent workstations were arranged in concentric rings. Unoccupied hibernation pods, unknown instruments, and connected equipment cables were scattered on the floor, looking quite messy. Lu Feng stopped at the largest place that looked like a command console. As Lu Feng approached, the crystal in his bosom also began to emit a starlight blue, as if in resonance. It seemed that the authority symbolized by the crystal activated the command console, and countless sliding projections immediately lit up around the console, unfolding around Lu Feng. Some images burst forth from the projections and entered Lu Feng's eyes. This is the 500th year since the completion of the ecological research ship, and 1,000 years have passed since the 6th-level civilization of the Liahu arm set sail to search for the starry ancient path. 7 spiral arms, 7 6th-level civilizations. This situation has remained unchanged for tens of thousands of years. The state of the Milky Way has gradually become like a stagnant pool. Everyone wants to go out, but no one dares to be the first to stick out, fearing that their failure would become a stepping stone, paving the way for others. But only the 6th-level civilization of the Liahu arm was determined to find the starry ancient path, vowing to forge a way out. Although no one supported them, the other 6 6th-level civilizations were all closely watching in secret. The 6th-level civilization of the Liahu arm led numerous 5th-level civilizations to form a vast deep space exploration fleet, staking all their wealth and lives, and disappeared into the boundless darkness. They disappeared for 500 years until 500 years ago Lord Ba, having received some unknown news, actually ordered the construction of a supergiant ship. He intended to set up millions of ecospheres within it. It seems he was cultivating something. I know that Lord Ba actually wanted to set off together with the Liahu arm fleet to find the way out, but he could not. He is our civilization consciousness cluster. His every move is the result of the convergence of our entire civilization's thoughts. No matter how profound and far-reaching his thoughts, he cannot act as he pleases. Our Yingzhan arm Jiaogua is the foremost among the 7 6th-level civilizations. Under the leadership of Lord Ba, we are united and invincible. We are the greatest Jiaogua, so we cannot bear the pain of losing Lord Ba. In any case, Lord Ba could not participate in that deep space exploration fleet, but he must have completed some exchanges with the people of the Liahu arm. As for the specific exchange agreement, I have no way of knowing. This is also why I think Lord Ba issued such orders after receiving the news. Forgive me, great Lord Ba. I should not have made presumptuous guesses about your will, but my academic curiosity is particularly strong, even overwhelming my faith. The vastness of the ecosphere is unprecedented. This project is enough to rank among the foremost in the Milky Way. All civilizations should come to admire it, but unfortunately they cannot see it. This secret can only be enjoyed by us alone. The workers selected for the project were all carefully chosen warriors. The loyalty of each warrior was enough to move the world. The greatest Jiaogua, with its most advanced engineering construction, using the entire nation's strength, successfully built this big fellow. It is magnificent. I absolutely love it. We call it the Martyr. The ecosphere of the Martyr used the most cutting-edge spatial technology. Many of the technologies even I, the chief scientist, cannot claim to master proficiently, so I had to invite the venerable old scholars from all over the Jiaogua. These old scholars, although they have some knowledge, their temperaments and faith in Lord Ba are problematic. After all, not everyone in the Jiaogua can unconditionally dedicate themselves to Lord Ba. After the construction of the ecosphere was completed, the next step was the shaping process. Lord Ba specially instructed me to secretly dispatch a fleet to copy all the discovered civilized planet terrain data of the Liahu arm into the ecosphere. This was a huge project. Without the 6th-level civilization guarding the arm, we quietly infiltrated the Liahu arm, spending decades lingering on all marked civilized planets, collecting data and building models. We practically moved the entire Liahu arm onto the Martyr. The ecosphere was crammed with civilizations of the Liahu arm, and there were even many primitive apes. Ridiculous, these apes can only hoot at bananas. It will take tens of thousands of years for them to evolve intelligence. But it was Lord Ba's command after all. The research work in the ecosphere is tedious. Are the tens of billions of workers on the Martyr only here to monitor and record these primitive apes? Many people complain to me like this, but I know that Lord Ba was right. The research and recording of the ecosphere continued for 500 years. Over these years I gradually discovered an incredible fact, a question that many might have pondered in their minds, especially those Starsea explorers who had roamed countless civilizations. Yet the questions in their minds might have faded after a fleeting moment and had to be set aside, for they could not undertake such vast work as we did. Within the ecosphere, millions of civilization seeds at different stages, like slices of time, revealed certain secrets to us. Whether those apes or those silicon-based life forms, we traced their forms along the evolutionary path. Finally, we discovered that almost every kind of life upon evolving intelligence tends to approach a certain form, the existence we call human. Not only in the Orion arm, but across the 7 spiral arms of the Milky Way, each arm's civilizations might have their own characteristics, some even exhibiting abilities beyond the ordinary, yet without exception, they were all humanoid. We are all humanoids. I have a faint feeling that this is the secret Lord Amba seeks. Of course it is not that simple, but I am certain that if we continue research along this line of thought, this will be the outcome. I dare to stake my 1,000 years of academic reputation on it. Damn it, those old scholars must have noticed this too, yet they never mentioned it to me. How deep their minds are. No wonder they had all sorts of little moves before. They were all secretly investigating, wanting to be the first to produce an academic report that would shock the Milky Way. Such an achievement could grant anyone the status of the foremost academician in the galaxy. But I am the chief scientist, second only to Lord Amba in authority here. In terms of action, no one can be faster than me. The investigation went smoothly. The line of thought was indeed correct. The team I led quickly discovered something remarkable. The results would be out soon. The results began to take shape, but is this true? No. It cannot be such a result. I don't believe it. Great Amba, is this what you seek? Was the sacrifice of that deep space exploration fleet worth such a consequence? Absolutely impossible. Aye. No such a thing not only blasphemes my faith, but also violates my academic integrity. What should I do? I am terribly ill. The immense conflict exhausts my body and mind. I don't know how to choose. I can only escape pretending none of this happened. But I am still afraid of the moment when this can no longer be concealed. Indeed, nothing can be hidden forever. The black fog came. Recorded by Bishop Pangila, chief scientist of the Martyr, in the year 423-3875 of the church calendar. The words preserved in the projection ended there. Feng rubbed his chin and asked Il, what year is it now in the church calendar? 424-3875. So it was exactly 10,000 years ago that the chief scientist left these records. Feng recalled the contents, ensuring he missed no detail. Based on what you have seen, I have made the following logically consistent inferences. 192 possibilities: the annihilation theory, the game theory. Stop. Feng quickly stopped Il from continuing. Il's brain was sharp, but not exactly flexible. From what I've gathered so far, I've more or less understood what the civilization consciousness cluster is. There's a similar concept on Earth, Mother Gaia for instance. Il added. Yes, and after they were born through Amba, the consciousness of all church people could enter a shared space presided over by Amba, allowing them to communicate across space at any time. This is one of the civilization's characteristics. Then do you think Bishop Pangila's investigation went unnoticed by Amba? Since Amba knew but took no action to counter Bishop Pangila, instead allowing the investigation to proceed, perhaps this was a loophole deliberately left by Amba. If we made inferences from Bishop Pangila's perspective, we might fall into a trap. Il smiled slightly. As expected of you, your wisdom truly astounds me. You have directly deduced the 193rd possibility. Feng, somehow I feel you're being sarcastic. Il. Tisk, you're even using emojis now. Have you been looking at Earth's data packets again? I told you to stay away from that junk. It'll corrupt your electronic brain, understand? Irreversibly. Il, apologies. I will look less often. Feng rubbed his hair in frustration. It's fine if you look, just don't make the same joke as last time. Lingya, for some reason suddenly interested, asked expressionlessly, what joke? The party at Silver Star City. Stop. Feng sternly interrupted Il, who had no idea about discretion. Il didn't understand, but Lingya did. If people found out what he had been teaching Il in his spare time, where would he put his face? Back to business. About this martyr, much has been clarified. Both the Aran Empire and the Church mention the edge of the Milky Way. An impassable black barrier. Feng fell silent. The coordinates of the neutron star warship were located in that impenetrable darkness beyond the Milky Way. The Level 6 civilization that once existed in the Orion arm, leading many Level 5 civilizations, assembled a deep space exploration fleet to seek a passage out, an ancient starry road. But from various later signs, such attempts all failed. Knowing this, Feng couldn't help but calculate the cost of reaching the neutron star warship's coordinates. I have 5 feasible plans. We might try one of these to cross the matterless zone beyond the Milky Way. No. Feng shook his head. That's not safe enough. We've learned most of the origins of the martyr, but one thing remains, the black fog. I'll access the command console and see if there's any useful data left. Understood. Searching. Many records have been deleted, especially the investigation logs of the ecosphere, and even the data on the researchers is fragmentary. There's Grand Scholar Shu, Grand Scholar Bach, Grand Scholar Quinn. Found it. Bishop Pangila. Oh, what about him? Bishop Pangila showed exceptional religious affinity and superior intelligence from a young age. By the age of 120, he had completed the knowledge that ordinary people took 300 years to learn. He graduated from the Church's first academy, the Order Academy, and obtained teaching qualifications. Whether in research or religion, Pangila always expressed insights beyond the ordinary. At just 200 years old, he became the youngest bishop and grand scholar. Subsequently, he participated in a secret project and vanished from the academic world's sight. With his genius ideas, he led the construction of the Church's top secret project, the Martyr, becoming its chief scientist, overseeing this colossal wonder spanning a full 100 light seconds. But in the later stages of the project, Bishop Pangila's mind began to deviate, and he could no longer continue his leadership work. After a ruling by the appointed Bishop Council, they determined that Bishop Pangila was gradually sinking into his own abyss of thought beyond salvation by himself or others. He was judged as a dangerous element approaching heresy, stripped of all authority, and placed under tight surveillance. Lord Amba expressed no dissent. But, attack. Bishop Pangila vanished from. Final. Ecosphere. Sector C. 8841. End. Hearing this, Lu Feng took a deep breath. Ecosphere 8841. Lingya leaned closer. Should we go back? Before Lu Feng could decide, Il suddenly warned, the ecosphere's status has changed. Lu Feng looked toward the giant pillar, standing several kilometers high in the center. On it, each ecosphere had originally shown only green for normal operation and gray for abandonment. But now from top to bottom a red light was spiraling downward at great speed, swallowing the original green and gray. The piercing red glow grew stronger and stronger. Soon Sector A's ecospheres were nearly completely engulfed. Meanwhile, before the City of Stone, the rebel forces that had been locked in fierce combat not long ago were now embroiled in a heated quarrel. Bishop Tongta stood amidst the throng of rebels, yet his countenance was brimming with triumphant pride. I was right. I told you all long ago, but none of you believed me. Now, having witnessed the emissary's glorious deeds with your own eyes, do you finally understand? How regretful you must be. Shut up. The rebels, who had been bickering incessantly moments before, replied in unison. They were the principal instigators of the rebellion, each harboring an utter disdain for religion. Yet the scenes that had unfolded before them began to shake their convictions. Could it be that this charlatan was actually telling the truth? Suddenly the ground trembled once more, and the stone city rumbled as it rose back to the surface. Under the gaze of all, a group of venerable bishops clad in red robes emerged. Bishop Tongta rushed forward excitedly, only to be met with a crowd of crestfallen faces. Where is the emissary? He failed entirely to notice the peculiar expressions on the faces of the red-robed bishops at the mention of the word emissary, expressions tinged with an indescribable flavor. Tongta, that is no emissary. By calling him an emissary, you defile the very name. The principal instigators of the rebellion overheard this, and their previously bewildered eyes suddenly lit up again. I knew it. There is no emissary in this world. The legends are lies, and religion is nothing but a tool for your control. Since you have come out of your own accord, we need not storm the city. Old men, be obedient. If you cooperate and announce to the city folk that your rule over the years has been sinful, we might spare your lives. Facing the rebels, the red-robed bishops stood unyielding, sneering at such words. The entire city will perish due to your ignorance. You know nothing of the truth. When the day comes that you learn the truth, you will surely regret your actions today. The rebel instigators, enraged, raised their hands and shouted, seize them. The two sides were locked in a tense standoff. But at that moment, a twist of distortion appeared in the space between them. As the disturbance subsided, two familiar figures returned. The emissary hissed these two strange fellows again. Each person present harbored different thoughts, their minds filled with ulterior motives. Yet Lu Feng, who had returned to the 8841 biosphere with Lingya, paid no heed to their thoughts. He had more pressing matters to attend to. Time was short. Lu Feng spoke concisely. Everyone, you are about to face a great calamity. Listen to me, and you might have a slim chance of survival. If you refuse, you may leave. But if you obstruct my path, I have no time to negotiate with you. Having said this, Lu Feng ignored the bewildered expressions of the rebels and the red-robed bishops. First step, I need you to search for all ancient texts that have been passed down, especially those recording historical figures. Be quick about it. Lu Feng issued commands to the red-robed bishops with an air of authority. Seeing that they had not yet reacted, Lingya, with a knowing gesture, swept her hand toward the white stone floor. A trench half a meter deep and spanning over a dozen stone slabs appeared before everyone's eyes. Only then did the red-robed bishops snap out of their stupor, eyeing the twisted shifting blade in Lingya's hand with caution. For some reason, from this blade, they vaguely sensed a power that resembled the abilities of the emissary, as recorded in the ancient texts they had read. This discovery left them confused. But now was not the time for inquiry. They had to suppress their doubts. Over the millennia, the ancient texts have been distributed among the city's various cathedrals. Given the current situation, we need some manpower to help us retrieve them. What do you think? The leading red-robed bishop made a request, his gaze shifting toward the rebels. Lu Feng demanded of the rebel instigators, you have enough men. Send a few squad leaders to accompany them and ensure they collect all the ancient texts. The rebel instigators were about to raise objections, but Lingya's intimidating glare silenced them. The leading instigator said nothing more and waved to summon men to follow Lu Feng's orders. Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction. All that remains is to buy them time. At this point, the rebel instigator approached with a face full of suspicion and asked, I have some questions for you, sir. Would you be so kind as to answer them? Lu Feng nodded. The man did not hold back. Are you truly the so-called emissary? And does the religion those old fools have been preaching along with their god really exist? A faint, unreadable smile flickered across Lu Feng's face. Given what you are about to face, whether I am the emissary or not is irrelevant. As for religion and gods, if there existed a being that could fulfill any of your desires, what difference would it make to you whether it was a god or not? Lu Feng's words left everyone present stunned. Most of them had never deeply pondered such questions, nor had they ever thought about them at all. They merely lived through each day like walking corpses toiling for their daily bread. If someone could give me an endless supply of bread, I'd be willing to pray to them in my heart every day, as if they were a god. Haha, if someone could give me a wife, I'd be willing to, preferably a different one every day. A wife. If they could make me a minor lord, that would be the best god. And once I'm a lord, changing wives every day would be a breeze. The ordinary soldiers among the rebels began to discuss with great excitement. The technology here had reached the level of Earth's first industrial revolution, but the social system remained stuck in a more archaic era. After a moment of thought, the rebel leader replied, if there truly existed a being that could grant any request and satisfy every need, they might as well be a god, even if they weren't one. But in reality, such a being cannot exist. Otherwise, if I demanded to become a god myself, and they fulfilled it, that would be a contradiction. So there is no god. Am I right? Lu Feng smiled. As expected of the man who had organized the rebellion, his mind turned a little faster than ordinary people, quickly spotting the flaw. But he shrugged nonchalantly. The point is to you, I am that god. His words carried a quiet confidence, even a natural air of authority. This confidence and authority were not something one could feign through deliberate effort. The rebels couldn't help but be awed by the implication of Lu Feng's words. Especially the rebel instigator, who stared intently at Lu Feng with an expression of disbelief. After some unknown mental activity, he directly asked, then can you make me a god like yourself? Lu Feng first nodded, then shook his head. But I can make you their god. He pointed at the ground at the city. Upon hearing Lu Feng's affirmative answer, the rebel instigator's breath caught in his throat. Even those around him found the words unbelievable. Is this a joke? Can a god make someone else a god? What kind of god is that? The other instigators following behind, after a brief shock at these words, found their breathing quickening as well. Could it be that they too had a chance? Provided that this man was telling the truth. Looking at the angel-like bizarre figure beside him, whose terrifying combat prowess was daunting, it seemed to lend credence to his words. At this thought, half doubt and half anticipation filled their hearts. Lu Feng grinned. Do you want to see what kind of power a god can wield? As the crowd gathered around Lu Feng, the massive faint door suspended on the distant horizon began to undergo some change. The door, which had been merely a faint distorted phantom, had somehow started to emit black smoke. The smoke seeped through the door and drifted into this space. When enough smoke had seeped through, it coalesced into clusters of black mist. From within the black mist, a fleet of pitch-black warships emerged. As the gathered warships multiplied, they spread across the sky like a black cloud pressing down on the city. The grand and ominous spectacle immediately caught the attention of everyone in the city, and an overwhelming sense of oppression weighed on every heart. What is that? Could it be a heavy rainstorm? Something's wrong, it feels very off. Quickly go home and hide. Silently, the pitch-black warships formed up in an extremely dense formation, layered one upon another, stretching beyond the horizon. Oh, what are those? On the square in front of Stone City, all who witnessed this scene were horrified, their expressions of terror even more intense than when they had seen Lu Feng and Lingya. Hearing the cries, everyone looked up to see a sky-covering black cloud surging toward them, with countless warships looming before their eyes. The original sky was completely blocked. The rebel planners widened their eyes, their original worldview and values reshaped once more in that instant. That was a creation they could never have imagined in their minds, no matter how hard they tried, utterly surpassing existing levels of physics and engineering. Even the most bizarre fantasy religious novels could not feature such a creation. Only a god. Yes, only like a god, as if a divine chariot descending upon the world. Impossible, impossible, murmured the lead planner. The events within a single day were enough to make him feel he was dreaming. Lu Feng examined the pitch-black warships. Their design was ferocious, covered with spikes, and varied in size. Often hundreds of smaller ships surrounded a warship 10 times larger, advancing toward the city. After the sudden change on the horizon briefly stunned the city's inhabitants, immense chaos erupted within. Workers on the city outskirts, still operating steam-powered machines, abandoned their equipment, jumping down from heights of a single-story building, without hesitation fleeing desperately in the opposite direction of the warship swarm. The civilians watched the dark warship fleet approach, and even saw thick purple beams shoot out from the ships, sweeping across the mountains below. Towering ancient trees snapped and fell, their charred branches scattering animals fleeing in all directions. It was a scene of apocalypse. Streets within the city were flooded with crowds, and the religious soldiers and rebels who had been locked in fierce combat also joined the exodus, fleeing in the opposite direction without a second thought. Only a few could muster the courage to raise their weapons against the warships in the sky. Yet a single slender spear seemed utterly frail in comparison. The cardinals, hurrying toward the various cathedrals in the city, looked at the dark warship fleet on the horizon, their eyes revealing terrifying expressions. The legendary calamity has truly descended. An old man slapped his thigh, his eyes clearly reflecting the image of those warships. Disaster, disaster. 10,000 years ago the envoy helped us fend off the calamity, but where can we find the envoy now? A figure flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head. No, he is not the envoy. He looks like us, the envoy is not like this, not like this. Moreover, no matter how powerful the angel-like guardian beside him is, it cannot withstand a calamity of this scale. This is beyond human capability. He couldn't help but fall into despair. The rebel squad beside him was also in panic and turmoil. After seeing the crowd surging toward them, some rebels even quietly slipped away with the crowd. No retreat. Anyone who dares to leave without my permission, I'll shoot him. The squad leader was furious, the shock in his eyes not yet faded, and he shouted out of habit. But before he could finish, the entire squad was scattered by the crowd, and everyone dispersed. A hatch beneath one of the dark warships slowly opened, and a purple beam a full 100 meters thick shot down, striking the ground, and turning all trees, animals, and insects within a certain range into ashes. Instantly the ground shook like an earthquake. After a few seconds, a thunderous roar arrived with the shockwave. The sight made the squad leader's heart skip a beat. After struggling for a few seconds, he too fled with the crowd. Only the cardinal remained on the scene, still facing the direction of the dark warships. So this is what calamity is like. How breathtaking yet magnificent. Meanwhile, another cardinal gazed at the dark warship fleet with fascination, seeing for the first time the embodiment of such power. But even a first glimpse was enough to deeply captivate him. As the fascination in his eyes gradually turned to fervor, he stretched out his arms toward the sky as if welcoming it. A calamity means rebirth. It possesses the power to destroy the world, and thus must also possess the power to reshape it. The cardinals in various directions encountered similar situations. Some chose to flee with the crowd, others knelt in prayer. The city's original order had vanished. After the shockwave passed, Feng lowered his arm that had been shielding his face. To be honest, the dark mist had arrived faster than he expected. Now the cardinal's task of collecting ancient texts might be hard to complete. But at the same time, he finally saw the true face of the dark mist. Boss, let's get out of here quickly. Yeah, this is the cleric's stronghold anyway. If it's destroyed, we won't mind. Actually, it's perfect. We just need to run far and hide. But Feng shook his head. We can't escape. They will destroy everything down to the last blade of grass. Hiding anywhere is useless. He wasn't exaggerating. But to those around him, his words took on a different meaning. How do you know? Right, it must be you. It's definitely coming for you. Even if not, you're definitely involved. Exactly. The moment he appeared, everything went wrong. The sinking of Stone City, the dark mist pressing down on the city. You are the culprit behind all of this. Feng couldn't be bothered to explain to them. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. But these words spread like wildfire among the rebels, and soon everyone around was staring at Feng with ominous looks. If not for Ling Yi standing nearby, they might have rushed at Feng and torn him apart the next second. Just as the rebel planners were changing their views of Feng saw that the moment was about right. According to analysis, these warships are roughly at a level between 4th and 5th civilization, but it's not ruled out that there may be changes later or that the real main force hasn't entered yet. Einer's report reached Feng. Feng nodded, and with Ling Yi's guidance, he slowly rose to midair, his voice echoing throughout the city. Cardinals, continue your mission. These warships. I will handle them. Watch closely and see what power the god you believe in truly possesses. Having said that, Feng called out to Ear. Guide Yinqing City into position. Ear did not speak, but within the Shukong, Ji-ing how a massive crystal around his essence suddenly erupted with endless incandescent rays densely interwoven into a flowing light surrounding his form. Its computing power had been pushed to the limit. Everything was preparing for what was to come. Analyzing the biosphere space barrier of the Zundeo's How. Weapons safety clearance approved. Anti-intrusion mechanism unlocked. Space positioning in progress. The surface of Yinqing City, which was in the access passage of the Zundeo's How, was covered with a faint white glow. Positioning complete. About to initiate spatial transfer of Yinqing City. Target biosphere sector C no. 8841. 3. 2. 1. Feng floating in midair drew the gazes of countless people below. Feng's words still echoed in their ears. Some were confused, others incredulous, and many thought it was a joke that a single person with his frail figure could try to block the fleet surging in like black mist. This guy is a lunatic. Run. Don't let them catch us. Even if that girl with metal wings can fight, I don't believe she can stop the calamity alone. He is willing to stand up for us, that is already enough. But there's no need for your sacrifice. You should leave too. The previously despairing cardinal's eyes regained some color. Though relieved, he wanted to call out to Feng to tell him to leave. With that thought, he remembered Feng's instructions. Even if he was now alone, even if he was going against the tide, even if the direction he was heading held an endless fleet awaiting him, he still rose from the crowd and resolutely walked toward the cathedral ahead. But the next moment, a colossal shadow vast enough to blot out the sun descended. Even the dark mist fleet seemed insignificant before this shadow. Yinqing City teleportation successful. Commander Yinqing City and the entire fleet await your command. The instant Inching City materialized, the violent gravitational shift caused everyone present to lose their footing. Only after several frantic steps into empty air did they realize they had already floated a full head's height above the ground. Everything upon the earth was drifting skyward: stones, dust, tree branches, construction materials, guns, and bullets. Help! What is happening? It's that. It must be that thing pulling us up. The entire world had turned dreamlike. But even more dreamlike was the snow-bright colossal peak that loomed like the backdrop of the world itself. Feng, carried into midair by Ling Ye, felt as though he could stand in the void without her support. Gravity coefficient fluctuating rapidly. Biosphere maintenance system correcting. Biosphere gravity simulator parameter model regenerating. Regeneration complete. Simulated gravity will now be reset. Correction imminent. Please prepare. The gravity within the biosphere quickly readjusted, and Ling Ye caught Feng just in time, while all the people and objects on the ground tumbled back down in a scattered heap. The tidal gravitational shifts drew every soul's attention away from the black mist fleet and onto the immense shadow overhead, rattling their minds to the core. It reflected the sunlight beneath the clear sky, gleaming brilliantly, slowly stirring the innermost hearts of all who beheld it. I am so glad to see you are safe. Ina's crisp voice rang out. Feng curved his lips into a smile. It is good to see you again. Directly ahead of him stretched the dense cloud-like fleet. The gravitational tide had also struck the black mist fleet, scattering its formation into slight disarray, yet the warship's sinister spines still pointed unerringly at Feng. They were aimed at the Delta City beneath Inching City, poised to strike at any moment. Feng's voice resounded across the entire city once more. Assemble my fleet. The moment his words faded, every hatch of the slowly revolving heaven pillar like Inching City received a single command at once. Beyond the hatches within the bottomless passageways, countless docking bridges lined the inner circular walls, and the warships moored upon them, of every size, released their connections simultaneously. Under Earth's commands, the systems aboard every warship completed all pre-launch preparations. The vessel's anti-gravity engines ignited in utter silence. Dreadnought Orca-class destroyer fleet cold start complete. Departing dock. As the sealed hatches slowly slid open and the biosphere's simulated light poured through the cracks, the first activated Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers transformed into countless streaks of light, converging from the docking bridges on all sides of the circular wall toward the central passage, streaming out one after another along that thread of radiance. The urgent tearing of air began as a mere hum, a sharp piercing drone that swelled from afar. The city's inhabitants peered around, curiously searching for its source. They soon found it: the colossal shadow overhead. From their vantage point, they could see only a fragment of Inching City, its full vastness beyond their grasp. But they could see the giant's slowly opening steel gates, gates that rivaled the gates of heaven. As they yawned open, the hum around their ears grew ever closer and ever louder. Boom! A searing white light burst forth from the steel gates, accompanied by the thunderous detonation of air split asunder. Around that incandescent light coalesced a dazzling ring of stars indistinguishable from a meteor. To countless onlookers, it was fire fallen from heaven. They stared in rapt fascination at the blazing meteor plummeting from the sky, only to realize with a shock that the thunder at their ears was swelling. It seemed to be the sound of countless meteors shredding the sky, layered upon one another. After the first streak of white light, wave after wave of searing brilliance surged through the steel gates. Boom, 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 boom. Endless roars reverberated without pause around everyone, so fierce and so numerous that they had to clamp their hands over their ears to find any relief. Divine fire. This is all divine fire. Holy fire descending from heaven. The gods must have sent it to save us. Some, paying no heed to their already deafened ears, immediately straightened their posture and knelt upon the ground, surrendering utterly to devout worship. Even as their eardrums burst and trickles of blood seeped forth, nothing could stem the fervor of their faith. Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser fleet cold start complete. Departing dock. Far vaster than the Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers ignited their engines with far greater majesty. All 16 twin-linked conventional thrusters belched torrents of ions from the stern as every cannon along the hull swung into position and switched to automatic mode. After pulling away from the docking bridges, they steadily accelerated, cutting diagonally into the central passage. Around them, other Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers flew parallel or in coiling escort. As more and more joined the stream, the central passage became a surging river of battlecruisers thundering toward the gradually widening hatch. One after another, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers formed their ranks and welcomed the sunlight of the biosphere. When the resplendent light fell upon the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, each one blazed with the glory of sun and moon, so dazzling that no one could tear their eyes away. The Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers that had streamed out earlier swarmed back like a school of fish, spiraling around the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers in an endless dance. To the rebel soldiers and cult warriors below, the Wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, hanging in midair, were nothing less than fortresses. especially when one battlecruiser swept low overhead, casting its immense shadow upon the ground. Its sheer overwhelming might was enough to shatter the spirit of every soldier beneath. Some collapsed to their knees on the spot, their hands too weak to even lift their weapons. The battlecruiser's rotating auto-acquiring cannons could erase an entire street with a single shot aimed earthward. The rebel squad leaders and the rebel strategists before Stone City watched the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruiser sweep past at low altitude. To them, the behemoth did not seem particularly fast, yet in that brief span it had already reached the far end of the city. The Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers circling the battlecruiser were like chattering sprites. Though their speed had diminished considerably, the booming cracks of their sonic booms followed them like a shadow, unceasing and unrelenting. The azure ion trails sprayed from the battlecruiser's 16 twin-linked thrusters lingered long in the sky, breathtakingly magnificent beneath the clear heavens. The rebel strategists who had been baffled before now finally grasped what Feng had meant by the power of a god. Perhaps those words had not been an exaggeration after all. The lead rebel strategist could not stop replaying Feng's words in his mind. To you, what difference is there between me and a god? To us, this is a god. He smiled bitterly, a wry acknowledgement of that statement. But before he could recover from the shock of the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers, yet another Titan emerged from the hatch that had only opened halfway. Immaculate Nebula-class Star Cruiser Fleet, cold start complete. Departing dock. Escorted by over a dozen wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers and more than 100 Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers, an Immaculate Nebula-class Star Cruiser sailed forth at a measured pace. Before it, the Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers were mere shrimp, and the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers no more than guards watching a single flank. My gods! What is that? Even the chariot of a deity would be no more than this. A red-robed cardinal knelt in near collapse, prostrating himself flat on the ground. If one could not perceive the full form of Inching City, it was because its scale was too immense to form any corresponding conception. Inching City had simply surpassed his understanding. But he could see the full form of the Immaculate Nebula-class Star Cruiser. It lay within the bounds of his comprehension, yet at a height he could never hope to attain. The Immaculate Nebula-class Star Cruiser's overhead streamed forth endlessly with no end in sight, and no one knew just how many there were. An inexplicable pressure made it nearly impossible for the Cardinal to breathe. The Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers rampaged, the wandering Sanctuary-class battlecruisers thundered past, and the colossal Immaculate Nebula-class Star Cruisers moved through the world like avatars of the divine. Were it not for the clamor of the crowd around him, reminding him that he still dwelled in the original world and preserving a thread of his sanity, he would surely have collapsed already. But suddenly his eyes flew wide, and the final string in his mind snapped at last. What his eyes reflected was a colossal warship beyond any words he could muster. All the awe-inspiring spectacles that had preceded it paled in comparison upon its arrival. Silent Leviathan-class carrier group cold start complete, undocking from the shipyard. The hatch swung open, and the light of the biosphere slanted into the circular walls, illuminating a Silent Leviathan-class carrier as it slowly emerged from the shadows deep within. Beyond the hatch, the formation had already been arranged, awaiting the Silent Leviathan-class carrier to take its position. The Dreadnought Orca-class destroyers, the wandering Sanctum-class battlecruisers, and the Immaculate Nebula-class cruiser vessels formed a spherical formation layer by layer with only a single vacancy at the center, reserved for the Silent Leviathan-class carrier. The endless fleet of warships scattered across the sky like a tapestry of stars, each one gleaming brilliantly under the azure heavens. A cardinal who had just moments ago been embracing disaster now found his mind a complete blank. What was the black mist compared to this? This was the true calamity. A sculptor, his expression wild with madness, was left alone in the long-abandoned asylum. Through the narrow iron bars, he gazed upward at the events unfolding in the sky, and his once cloudy eyes suddenly became astonishingly clear. Ha ha ha! He laughed maniacally, picked up his chisel, and began carving on the stone wall. His madness vanished in an instant. I must preserve this scene. Preserve it. Beneath his chisel, the outline of a grand mural began to take shape on the stone wall. It was a depiction of a god descending upon the world like an apocalypse made manifest. A colossal city floating like a mountain served as the backdrop. Countless bizarre-shaped warships filled the sky like vast constellations, occupying every inch of the heavens. Below lay their city, where countless dirt people prostrated themselves in worship. And opposite all of this hung an endless black mist in the sky. Feng watched as the million-strong fleet surrounding him rapidly took shape. Above his head, a flat, diamond-shaped warship with sharp edges materialized, bathed in a faint blue glow. Your fleet has assembled. Sent the notification from the Void Shadow. When the Void Shadow emerged from its invisible state, hovering at the very center of the city, it drew everyone's gaze once more. Beneath the Void Shadow stood a solitary figure, motionless. Only then did they suddenly realize that this seemingly frail silhouette was the cause of all this. The Cardinal, who had been in utter despair, now saw only this figure before his eyes. Above this figure, Silver Star City floated and rotated silently. The massive fleet surged forth from all directions, converging into orderly formations only to circle back in unison and orbit around Silver Star City. Fire returns to the hearth, mayflies encircle the tree. And all of this was summoned by a single word from him. In that moment, this figure was a god descending, and with a wave of his hand his army descended from the heavens. Once the thought arose, it refused to leave his mind. The cardinal tremblingly fumbled for his pocket journal and began to write with intense focus. The opening 3 words were written in solemn strokes: the Book of Descent. After completing these 3 characters, he knelt on the ground and wrote at a furious pace, fearful that he might never have another chance to record these words. Opposite the million-strong fleet, the menacing Black Mist fleet drifted in. Yet now before Lu Feng's armada, these Black Mist ships no longer seemed so terrifying. Lu Feng's words echoed once more in everyone's ears. Crush the Black Mist. His command was like a switch. When it was flipped, heaven and earth changed color in an instant. Countless thick beams of light erupted from the fleet, surging into the Black Mist armada. The Black Mist fleet immediately retaliated. But before Lu Feng's fleet, the Black Mist numbers were pitifully inadequate. They were annihilated at an astonishing speed. Yet they seemed to have no sensation, no awareness, and no commander. They charged forward like moths to a flame, dying one after another. Above, spectacular explosions occurred without cease. Black hull fragments rained down like debris onto the mountain ranges below. The alternating flashes of light and darkness even eclipsed the sun and moon within the biosphere. Wave after wave of brilliant light washed over the faces of every Deert person. Every Deert person gazed upward, fixing this world-ending battle deep in their hearts. This would become a legend passed down to their descendants for countless ages to come. Within the stone city, the vast, empty cathedral contained only a mechanical pope, his body forged entirely of steel. The mechanical pope, draped in a red robe, sat on a massive red chair that seemed incongruous with his frame. His hollow eyes faintly shifted as if gaining a gaze. That gaze pierced straight through the thick walls of the stone city, directly beholding the battle outside. The Black Mist has stopped. Grand Scholar Quinn, what is happening? Hold on, let me check. It stopped at Sector C, Zone 8841. Grand Scholar Quinn sounded quite astonished. The strings of characters dancing before his eyes turned into streams of information. He rapidly synthesized these messages and reached a conclusion. We're heading to Sector C, Zone 8841. Without waiting for a reply, the vessel carrying Grand Scholar Quinn immediately veered toward a nearby secret transit passage. Of the 2 ships that had been traveling side by side, only one remained behind, still reeling from the earlier words. Wait, what are we doing? This wasn't the plan. The ship left behind received no explanation. After a moment of hesitation, it could only grit its teeth and follow. Outside the martyr, the combined fleet of the Church State's Crusader Legions, the 33rd, 34th, and 35th Fleets. On the bridge of the 33rd Fleet, the fleet commander, acting as the temporary commander of the combined force, safeguarded Amba's blessing. But not long ago, Amba's blessing had emitted a red light more intense than ever before, so powerful that the commander of the 33rd Fleet could no longer sit normally. He curled up into a ball, drenched in cold sweat, as if enduring immense agony. Damn it, Amba's blessing. How could it become like this? It's never shown such irritation before. Several shipboard medics surrounded him, but they were helpless with no treatment options available. All parameters on the instruments are normal, but his brain is constantly disintegrating and reshaping. We can't identify the cause. If this continues, the commander's consciousness may collapse first. The best-case scenario is that he becomes a vegetable. Our medical resources are insufficient. If we request an emergency temporary Stargate to send the commander back to the Church State, is there any hope? There has never been such a case in the history of the Church State. This is the first time we've encountered it. Even if we send him back, it won't make a difference. Hearing this, a wave of despair spread across the bridge. At that moment, the bridge door opened and 2 men in the same uniform as the 33rd Fleet commander entered. Seeing the commander's wretched state and recalling the information they had received from him earlier, they asked, where is Amba's blessing? It's been locked in the isolation chamber, but it's completely ineffective. The 2 commanders also fell into a dilemma, detecting a temporary Stargate opening. The sudden alert startled everyone on the bridge. Outside the bridge, a hazy, writhing spatial membrane appeared. Ripples spread across its surface and countless points of light emerged. As the lights grew larger, the crowd could discern that they were warships. The Crusader Legion has arrived. The bulk of the Crusader Legion's available forces, 69 fleets and 10 Channing fleets, all passed through the temporary Stargate. The cost of opening a temporary Stargate was always exorbitant, but this time it involved Amba's tomb. The Church State placed immense importance on this, so the cost was negligible. Fleet after fleet, led by their flagships, traversed the Stargate and converged in a single region of space. Each fleet unit numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Even those aboard the 33rd Fleet felt their hearts surge at the sight. Such a spectacle was rare even for them, and now they were witnessing it firsthand. When the mighty Church State fleet had fully arrived through the temporary Stargate, a voice echoed on the bridge of the 33rd Fleet's flagship. Incoming transmission. Shall we connect? Asked the communications operator. The captains of the 34th and 35th fleets did not hesitate, immediately establishing the communication link. Upon the screens before everyone, two figures appeared. The central figure was draped in a black robe heavily adorned with religious ornaments and medals symbolizing meritorious service. Upon seeing him, all present bowed their heads and pressed their hands over their chests in salute. Bishop Belade. Bishop Belade's gaze pierced directly through the rows of standing figures to locate the captain of the 33rd Fleet, who lay at the very back. Seeing the others hesitate, Bishop Belade merely raised his hand. I shall send a psionic acolyte. He will be fine. The captains of the 34th and 35th fleets exchanged glances. Both saw astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Had Bishop Belade foreseen this? Moreover, they were to send a psionic acolyte for this, those rare beings numbering fewer than the entire bishopric of the Holy Nation. Each psionic acolyte was an invaluable asset to the faith. These psionic acolytes were profoundly mysterious. Compared to the authority and fleet command wielded by bishops, they seemed far less influential. Yet in combat, every psionic acolyte possessed extraordinarily formidable personal fighting capability. The abilities they commanded derived directly from Amba. Legend held that Amba had bestowed upon them the very means of psionic mastery. Thus, these psionic acolytes were more akin to Amba's personal guard. In the presence of religious figures, they carried greater deterrence than even a bishop's personal appearance. Wherever they appeared, Amba himself was present. Before the two captains could react further, Bishop Belade continued. The martyr has been breached. The darkness contained within has reappeared. The Cross Legion under General Kajut's command will prepare to engage. We will establish a defensive perimeter around the martyr. No darkness shall be allowed to escape. The two captains stiffened. Yes. After the communication ended, Bishop Belade stood upon the bridge of a strikingly unique flagship shaped as though carrying a bass horn upon its back. Beside him, General Kajut's brows were deeply furrowed. Bishop, precisely what is this darkness within the martyr? Though commander of the Crusader legions, he had not lived through that era nor possessed knowledge of its hidden secrets. Yet this Bishop Belade before him had traveled all the way from the Holy Nation's capital bearing the chief edict. Bishop Belade merely shook his head gently. I too do not know what it truly is. All people and matters aboard the martyr were buried alongside this greatest engineering achievement in the Holy Nation's history, interred within this boundless expanse of hyperspace. Even the great Amba perished there with only fragments of words surviving. What I do know is that we may face the most dangerous enemy the Holy Nation has ever encountered. Prepare the entire legion for the worst scenario. Should the circulation within the martyr be broken and the darkness breach outward, we must intercept it at all costs. Even if the entire legion perishes, we shall not retreat one step from hyperspace. Bishop Belade's words weighed heavily upon General Kajut, his expression darkening significantly. May it not come to that. General Kajut gazed upon the colossal warship stretching beyond vision before him. Even traversing from bow to stern at light speed would require 100 seconds. If even this Leviathan could not hold, what manner of fate awaited them? Bishop Belade, too, looked toward the martyr beyond the viewport, his eyes carrying some inexplicable undertone. Chancellor Quinkyu and Minister Axiate's warships arrived one after another at Ecological Zone C. 8841, yet the scene before them defied all imagination. How is this possible? Chancellor Quinkyu's face was etched with bewilderment. The Black Mist Fleet, invincible and unstoppable, had been held at bay. Opposing the Black Mist Fleet stood another special armada never before seen. Yil detected the two unexpected intruders the moment they arrived. Commander, those two warships have appeared. Lu Feng immediately understood which vessels were meant. Well. Lu Feng's eyes grew razor-sharp. Take them down. Yil had already acted before Lu Feng's words finished. Their entry corridor has been sealed. They cannot escape the ecological zone for the time being. Then, in a domain imperceptible to ordinary senses before Yil's simulated battlefield, a flick of her small hand separated a fleet detachment from the main force engaged against the Black Mist, bearing down directly upon the two warships. Upon the bridge, Minister Axiate beheld Lu Feng's grand fleet, particularly that Silver Star City. Is that a planet-class warship? No. It is somewhat smaller than a planet-class warship, and its firepower configuration does not match standard planet-class arrangements. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. If a planet-class warship were present here, it would mean confronting a top-tier 5th civilization fleet before them. Chancellor Quinkyu, what is going on? Could there be a civilization within the ecological zone that has developed to such a degree? Did you not tell me the martyr imposes restrictions on technological advancement within the ecological zone? Axiate's words drew no response from Quinkyu. Quinkyu merely replied coldly, they have sealed our exit route. We cannot leave. Minister Axiate grew more frantic. Then what shall we do? You told me that drawing the Black Mist into the ecological zone would allow us to see what we seek, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of Amba's fragment. Chancellor Quinkyu fell silent, then remarked after a moment, they have detached a portion of their fleet. It approaches. Axiate observed on his scanners, a fleet numbering over 10,000 vessels converging from multiple directions. Yet Quinkyu's voice sounded once more. But do not worry. They're warships. are unlike any I have encountered. They certainly do not belong to an advanced galactic civilization. There is nothing to fear. Though we are outnumbered, evading them will be effortless. Though his words carried a trace of uncertainty, Quinky, who trusted his own judgment more than speculation. Minister Axiate, though somewhat hesitant, found some reassurance in the Chancellor's words. But the next instant a dark beam streaked from afar straight toward Axiate's warship. It grazed the rear armor plating, leaving absolutely nothing behind where the armor had been, as though carved away by some invisible hand. Had the warship's own evasion systems not activated urgently, that strike would have pierced the entire vessel. Damn it, did the shields fail, eh? In his terror, Axiate frantically checked the ship's status. Yet he discovered that the ship's layered shielding was operating normally. However, the rear section displayed a critical red alert. That meant Axiate's eyes widened. The shields had been breached. Damn it. What kind of advanced galactic civilization was this supposed to be? His warship was equipped with multi-layered shielding, conventional energy shields, gravitational layer shields, ionic layer shields, and at the innermost layer a low-intensity spatial shield capable of withstanding even 4th civilization or ordinary 5th civilization forces without concern. Before he could demand answers from Chancellor Quinkyu, the shipboard system issued an even more severe alarm. Warning: 315 simultaneous targeting locks detected across the vessel. System calculation indicates evasion is impossible. Prepare for emergency evacuation and abandon ship. Warning: 315 simultaneous targeting locks detected across the vessel. System calculation indicates evasion is impossible. Prepare for emergency evacuation and abandon ship. The shrill warnings echoed incessantly in Axiate's ears, sending his nerves into overdrive. On the other side, Chancellor Quinkyu's warship also suffered devastating strikes. 6 dark beams converging from different directions rained upon the vessel. The shields of Quinkyu's warship experienced violent oscillations, teetering on the verge of collapse, yet somehow clinging by a thread they held. Ultimately, his ship barely endured. Aisha saw this and immediately shouted at Quinkyu, "This is called not an advanced civilization." Those beams were negative matter cannons. Quinkyu's face was equally filled with disbelief. Could there truly be an advanced civilization within the galaxy that he was unaware of? But now was not the time for such deliberation. Facing the frantic warnings of the shipboard system, Quinkyu understood the dire situation. I request to speak with your commander or leader." He transmitted this message through multiple encryptions. These encoding methods encompassed the common protocols used across the major spiral arms of the Milky Way. As long as the recipient was a civilization within the galaxy, they would inevitably receive the information contained within. As expected, when the encoded information was transmitted, the surrounding fleet of warships ceased their attack. However, among those vessels, a certain type of warship kept its pitch-black massive cannon barrels aimed at them. It was less a warship equipped with a cannon and more a cannon with a cockpit attached. The negative matter cannon that had fired earlier came from such a vessel. Grand Scholar Quinn's heart steadied slightly. Minister Axiate was still furiously transmitting messages on the side, but Quinn chose to ignore him. Before long, Quinn received a transmission from the other side. The transmission used an encoding method different from the one he had sent. Yet when Grand Scholar Quinn saw the encoding method, his expression, which had been laced with worry, instantly turned into one of utter disbelief. He swallowed hard. How is this possible? He immediately forwarded the encoding method of this transmission to Axiate's ship and demanded in a stern voice, "Axiate, recalibrate this encoding method against your database and tell me the result." Axiate was thrown off by Quinn's sudden change. Moments ago, he had been the one interrogating Quinn, and now the tables had turned and Quinn was interrogating him. Though Axiate still harbored resentment toward Quinn for concealing so many matters, he suppressed these feelings and obediently complied. Is there something wrong with this transmission? After reading its content, Axiate saw nothing amiss. No. This encoding method. Damn it, they all vanished without a trace. There's no way they could appear here. Grand Scholar Quinn's words came through in fragments. Soon the results were ready, and Axiate relayed them to Quinn. The database shows this is a common encoding method from the Orion arm, used around 10,000 years ago. But after the civilization departed, a new civilization dominated the Orion arm and established a new universal standard, rendering this encoding method obsolete. That's it. No mistake, I saw it right. It's the 6th-tier civilization of the Orion arm. Grand Scholar Quinn was now even more certain. Axiate now realized the gravity of the situation. His face crumpled in shock and doubt. You mean this fleet before us belongs to the former 6th-tier civilization of the Orion arm? They still exist. Inside the biosphere of the Martyr's Ark, built by Amba. This thought opened up infinite possibilities, countless scenarios flooding both their minds. After all, it was too coincidental. Such a massive fleet appearing here to block the Dark Mist fleet, with its standard configuration, and the colossal planet-class warship, which they had never seen in the Milky Way. And it used an encoding method from 10,000 years ago. Grand Scholar Quinn grew more convinced of his speculation. He felt he had uncovered one of the great secrets hidden within the Martyr's Ark. With this thought, he no longer resisted. He willingly complied with the instructions from the transmission, abandoned all resistance, and opened the ship's control authority. Seeing Quinn's warship retract its various deployed weapon turrets, Minister Axiate guessed what he was about to do. Are you really going to let your ship be taken over by them? Who knows if falling into their hands might be worse than dying on the spot. As a former senior researcher of the theocracy, you should be well aware of the methods the theocracy can use to make an enemy suffer endlessly without death. You wouldn't want to experience that yourself, would you? After accepting the idea that he was about to face one of the great secrets hidden within the Martyr's Ark, Grand Scholar Quinn became calm and relaxed. If this is the truth, then I choose to accept it, but I must see it with my own eyes. With that, Quinn cut off the communication channel with Axiate. His ship then submitted a request for full takeover to the other side. Soon a torrent of immense computational power flooded into Quinn's ship and the entire vessel was taken over. Quinn lost all control over his ship. His ship, now under remote control, slowly sailed toward the fleet that had surrounded them, drawing closer and closer to the colossal planet-class warship. It passed through layers of protective warships, weaving through the defensive formation of countless vessels of all sizes until it became a tiny, insignificant speck before the giant warship. The hangar bay of the giant warship opened wide and Quinn's ship disappeared inside. Axiate watched this scene unfold, his mind in turmoil. But, in the end, he issued a final order to the entire ship. All personnel, initiate the abandoned ship procedure. Take escape pods and evacuate immediately. Scatter and flee. Survive as many as you can. A trace of resolve and ruthlessness crossed Axiate's face. Then set the ship to self-destruct. No data must be leaked. This mission is declared a failure. As Axiate finished speaking before everyone's eyes, the ship at the center of the encircling fleet exploded from within, tearing apart. Hundreds of pitch-black annihilation spheres burst forth from various points on the ship, engulfing everything around them. Wherever the annihilation spheres expanded, matter seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The ship lost hundreds of critical components. The remaining parts shattered like debris and fell straight to the ground. Amidst the fragments, dozens of small shuttles suddenly shot out and sped off in different directions. Feng observed everything clearly from aboard the Void Shadow. Those pitch-black annihilation spheres were caused by negative matter annihilators, the same type that the armed combat suit squad fighting Lingya earlier had carried. They were identical to those on this ship. IR asked, should we destroy all those shuttles? Feng shook his head. Capture them. Without their mothership, trying to fight his warships with just shuttles was nothing short of a fool's dream. IR followed Feng's orders. All escaping shuttles have been tagged. Let the immaculate Nebula-class cruiser dispatch the dauntless Orca-class destroyer group to apprehend them. Meanwhile, Feng spoke about the differences in the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers compared to before. Facing these two uninvited guests, the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers did not fire their previous high-energy cannons, but instead used negative matter cannons. This was a primary weapon employed by civilizations of the 5th tier and even the 6th tier. IR said, from the crystal you obtained, I have deciphered many technologies that can be retrofitted. The negative matter cannon is one of them. However, the original energy core of the Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers was insufficient to support it, so I made a series modification. 3 Wandering Temple-class battlecruisers form a group, and a group can fire the negative matter cannon. Its power is at least an order of magnitude greater than that of the gravitational ray cannon or the high-energy cannon. But since you obtained the crystal, time has been short, and the fleet's modifications and upgrades have not been completed. Only 1%. Commander, I suggest we allocate sufficient time later to fully upgrade the fleet. Especially in situations like just now, the enemy equipped with negative matter annihilators likely also possessed negative matter cannons. Fortunately, their ships were not large enough to mount such cannons, or we would have suffered some losses. Feng nodded. I understand. But for now, matters here are more pressing. His gaze shifted to the battlefront between the Dark Mist fleet and the distant sky. Feng nodded. I understand. But for now, matters here are more pressing. His gaze shifted to the battlefront between the Dark Mist fleet and the distant sky. The pitch-black rays of negative matter cannons and high-energy cannons crisscrossed the sky, forming a terrifying barrier. The scene was nothing short of Ragnarok. The number of Dark Mist fleet ships was decreasing at an astonishing rate. By now, the Dark Mist fleet had been pushed back to the very spot where they had appeared, the space gate of the biosphere. On the battlefield of the Black Mist fleet, victory was already a foregone conclusion. Yet Feng did not let his guard down, instructing Yer to closely monitor the movements of that spatial rift and report any developments immediately. Although the Black Mist fleet that had entered the biosphere was easily defeated, it did not mean the threat of the Black Mist had been completely eliminated. Whether the biosphere possessed some inherent purification mechanism or the main force of the Black Mist had not noticed this small ecosystem, the fleet that entered might only be a fraction of the Black Mist's strength. Feng could not believe that the entity which had plunged the Martyr of vessel from 10,000 years ago into such utter silence could be so easily resolved. I have fully taken control of the captured ship. On board, there is only one extremely ancient person. Yer brought Feng's attention back to the present, though her voice carried a hint of uncertainty. I understand. Let's return to Silver Star City. Feng did not ask what kind of person that was. He simply piloted the shadow of the void back to Silver Star City. Whatever the person ear was uncertain about might be a meeting would reveal all. The shadow of the void entered an invisible state and silently returned to Silver Star City. The cavernous passageway for colossal ships could easily accommodate a mountain 1,000 meters high. The shadow of the void sped through the depths at tremendous velocity. Soon they found the captured ship docked at a heavily guarded pier. Facing dozens of times their number of fearless Orca-class destroyers, and with the ship fully under enemy control, those on board understood their predicament. He opened the ship's landing hatch and stepped down onto the pier platform, his red hood turning as he surveyed the surroundings. Though seeing a colossal structure like Silver Star City for the first time, he showed no surprise, only curiosity and observation. This is a civilization with a technological development path different from the theocratic state, he quickly concluded, and not the path of the other level 6 civilizations either. The guess in his heart seemed to draw closer to a possible answer. But he failed to notice the shadow of the void silently arriving nearby. It hovered above the platform where he stood, and Lu Feng observed the figure below from the ship's porthole. This fellow. The person on the platform below had a body interwoven with flesh and machinery. Between withered, darkened skin, mechanical tubes extended, occasionally branching in different directions and burrowing back under the skin. His muscles had visibly atrophied, making him appear like a candle flickering in the wind. Without these mechanical aids, anyone would think he might die at any moment. As the shadow of the void shifted slightly, Lu Feng glimpsed the face hidden beneath the hood. It was a visage where all features seemed crushed into wrinkles, startling anyone who saw it for the first time. He was so old that he no longer resembled a human. Yet if restored, one could see that his features were 8/10 similar to those of a human. After observing him for a while, Lu Feng decided it was time and called out, "State your information." The voice materialized out of thin air on the platform, as if coming from right beside him. The half-mechanical, half-human being swung his hood around, searching, but found nothing. "My name is Quinn. As for my identity, I am a scientific scholar. I have spent years drifting across the galaxy in this old companion. You can ask around, many underground figures in various civilizations should know me." When Lu Feng heard the name Quinn, he recalled something he had seen before. He couldn't help blurting out, "Grand Scholar Quinn." Quinn's face showed surprise for the first time. "You? Who are you?" Lu Feng did not answer him. "You are the one to answer me. So you are one of the Grand Scholars who conducted research aboard the Martyr 10,000 years ago." Quinn was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, it's me. I didn't think anyone would recognize me after drifting across half the galaxy. I was once one of the theocratic state's top Grand Scholars, but I am no longer. I am just a dying man seeking answers." "What answers?" Quinn pondered, then decided to reveal everything. What did Amba learn back then? This secret. Before he shattered into fragments, Amba left an order forbidding anyone from the theocratic state to enter the Martyr again. This means the theocratic state has no way to investigate what happened inside the Martyr, and the original reason for building it is also lost. Lu Feng did not comment, silently comparing the information from Quinn with what he had previously learned from Bishop Pangura. "Did you find it?" Quinn's ancient, almost unrecognizable face struggled to form a smile from within its wrinkles. "Do you think I would still be here if I had found it?" Saying this, a glint of frantic search appeared in Quinn's eyes. "I came here willingly, hoping to obtain a result that might approach the answer I seek." "Are you from the Orion Arm?" Lu Feng was slightly startled by Quinn's words. Until now, the two sides had never even seen each other. It was only when Lu Feng was swept into the hyperspace containing the Martyr through the borderlands that they became aware of each other's existence. Could he have deduced this through technological means? Lu Feng then said, "As you can see for yourself." The vague words seemed profound in Quinn's ears, and his face grew more solemn, with an urgent impulse to grasp the final result. "Was your original destination beyond the galaxy?" Lu Feng could not answer. How did he know this? Was there someone else besides him who knew about the neutron star warship? He felt slightly annoyed, but after a moment's thought he dismissed the possibility. This Grand Scholar Quinn had likely mistaken him for someone else. Mistaken him for another entity from the Orion Arm heading beyond the galaxy. Lu Feng immediately thought of the deep space exploration fleet mentioned by Bishop Pangura, a fleet formed by the level 6 civilizations of the Orion Arm together with many advanced civilizations heading beyond the galaxy. So Lu Feng said, "In a sense I am." This answer made Quinn even more certain. He now felt like he was climbing a ladder to the answer he had sought for 10,000 years, only a few steps away from the summit where the ultimate truth awaited. "You did not disappear, but you also did not succeed. Yet somehow you attracted the black mist. Then Amba learned something, and you made a deal with him, exchanging something for your survival. But no one expected that even the strongest level 6 civilization in its prime 10,000 years ago could not protect you." Yes, that must be it. I'm almost there, just a little more. Can you tell me the final piece?" Quinn's voice carried a hint of pleading. His eyes strained out from the wrinkles wide open as he searched around, but he was met only with silence. In the city of the Deltans, the timid ones still trembled on the ground, praying for the outcome of the starship battle. A few bolder ones had already ventured outside the city. "Look, the ships emerging from those black clouds are being split into small groups and taken out one by one. I also saw many ships from the black clouds crashing into the mountains after being hit. Let's go check it out. Several teenagers, driven by intense curiosity, ran eagerly toward the mountains outside the city. They dashed all the way to the outskirts of the mountain range. The grass and trees ahead were spread in a circular pattern charred black. At the center lay the still burning wreckage of a ship. They carefully groped their way inward through a gap, without flames reaching a spot where they could clearly see the wreckage. In their eyes, the ferocious black ship that had emerged from the black clouds was still moving. But it was not the main wreckage that moved. Countless black specks rose from the ship, writhing and ascending into the air. The entire warship fragment dissolved into black specks that drifted slowly toward the sky, its form transforming as it went, like ice cream melting on a summer day layer by layer. Yet, this warship fragment did not completely dissolve into individual black specks. Only a portion of it underwent such transformation. The children pressed against the side, their wide eyes fixed on this spectacle. The drifting black specks grew fewer and fewer until finally not a single speck emerged from the ferocious obsidian warship fragment. Driven by curiosity, several children waited a while longer before plucking up their courage to approach the debris. How did this become entirely powder? The largest of the children cautiously touched it, only to find his hand coated in fine powder. Seeing this, the other children each ran their hands across the fragment, all of them obtaining handfuls of the same jet black powder. They rubbed the powder between their fingers, examining it closely. The black powder felt remarkably fine, each particle impossibly small in size. Had it not been for the powder trickling through their fingers, they might have thought they were holding water in their palms. Their actions seemed to have disrupted some equilibrium within the fragment. The fragment let loose a shower of black powder, its entire structure collapsing in an instant. Countless black particles piled upon the ground, layered upon one another like a grotesque congregation of corpses. In the city of the Delt, several streaks of light descending from the heavens struck directly into the residential structures. Amidst the rising dust, the door of a small shuttlecraft slid open. Axiate emerged with his team in tow. Glancing at the massive fortress suspended above and the countless vessels glittering like stars, he grabbed his weapon and charged outward. But the moment they burst through the dust, they found themselves surrounded by terrified Delt civilians. Minister, the shuttle's rear section was sliced off by a ray cannon. It's beyond repair. Damn it. Grab your weapons and follow me. This is the native city. We need to hide first. He wore only a lightweight exoskeleton armor, and his three remaining subordinates, similarly attired in exoskeleton armor, grabbed their weapons and plunged into the crowd of Delt civilians. Among the Delt, a few soldiers carried weapons. They watched in disbelief as beings resembling themselves emerged from the fallen meteor. Some of the less fearful soldiers quietly raised their weapons, aiming at the four intruders. But before these soldiers could fire a single shot, the four figures had already spotted them, as if they possessed eyes on the back of their heads. Without hesitation, Axiate fired at those marked as threats in his individual auxiliary system. His weapon rose the ray, piercing through in an instant, leaving behind a gaping charred wound. Don't stop. Don't get bogged down. Follow me, we're breaking through. Axiate heard the whooshing sound behind him. A sound like the arrival of death itself, relentlessly pursuing, as if the scythe of the Grim Reaper would descend upon them at any moment. The four of them dared not pause for even a heartbeat, darting left and right through the city's alleyways, clutching at the faintest glimmer of hope, desperately seeking any chance of survival. But no matter which direction they took, the warship's whistling howl remained ever present behind them, circling overhead like a shadow that refused to dissipate. Cold sweat had long soaked Axiate's forehead. He craned his neck to locate their pursuers, yet saw nothing. He felt as though he were being toyed with. It reminded him of a cosmic arena he had once visited. The vast arena had been transformed into a labyrinth that constantly shifted, with the beasts within forced to find their way out. If one chose the wrong path, even the slightest misstep would lead to a floorless void. A void that connected directly to outer space, causing the beast to explode from the inside out. If one moved too slowly, the pursuing chaser worms would follow. These captured creatures lived on planets with extremely light gravity, their enormous bodies perfectly sized to fill entire corridors. Each time the arena opened, hundreds of bizarre creatures were released within. Driven by the chaser worms, whose speed was deliberately controlled, the beasts either scrambled blindly into the abyss or found themselves in dead ends, awaiting the next terrain shift or watching in despair as the chaser worms drew ever nearer to devour them whole. The rare few creatures that managed to navigate layer after layer to reach the center still faced one final ordeal. Only one single creature could survive. They had to fight until only one beast remained before the chaser worms caught up. Only that final creature could live on. Axiate did not know if this current chase had been designed with the same rule: the last creature lives. All he felt was the ever-present whistling behind him, the chaser worm. And they were the beasts. At this thought, Axiate's expression grew increasingly unhinged. There was a time when he would have been sitting in the VIP room of the cosmic arena, gazing down from above at the beasts desperately running below, then tearing each other apart. But now he himself had become the beast. Perhaps somewhere on the fortress, floating high above, someone was watching this scene with a smile, just as he once had. Just as these visions swirled through Axia T's mind, the space beyond the alleyway opened up before the four of them, flooded with brilliant light. Minister, there's nothing but open ground ahead, no buildings to hide behind. Axia T's heart sank. The deeper he fell into this abyss, the more he realized he had been driven to the center of the arena. Minister, what should we do? Minister, perhaps we could use those natives as leverage. At worst, we fight them to the death. Minister. Axia T fell silent for a moment before speaking. If this is the fate that awaits us, there's only one way to find out. He strode first toward the light of the alleyway, gripping his weapon tightly. Passing through the opening, a wide avenue stretched before them, leading directly to the plaza before a towering white stone city. In the middle of the avenue stood a figure, winged, her graceful form encased entirely in dazzling rainbow crystals. Those eyes held no emotion whatsoever. Her cold, angular features were adorned with scattered crystal fragments that sparkled brilliantly under the artificial light. The wings behind her burst open. She bent her knees and hovered in mid-air, a blade appearing in her hand, composed of overlapping blurred shadows as though reality itself had folded into its form. Wait, isn't this the humanoid sentinel that our dispatch team reported before their deaths? They said such humanoid sentinels only have combat capabilities between Tier 4 and Tier 5 civilizations. We still have a chance to deal with her. But why is the weapon in her hand different from what the Evil Chill team reported? Didn't they say it was a pair of plasma swords? Axia T had no patience for his men's whispers. You? What kind of thing are you? The stunning, almost otherworldly winged figure seemed even more enchanting under the light. Her golden wavy hair cascaded down as she spoke, head tilted. Fairy Battle, Maiden 075, codename Maxida. The next instant her figure vanished from sight, leaving only a fading afterimage where she had stood. The final image seared into the four men's pupils was the enchanting figure mere inches away, along with those words still echoing in their minds. Lu Feng responded to Quinn with silence, when suddenly Yil made a new discovery. Commander, we found an unexpected gain from the personnel who escaped from the other self-destructing vessel. An image appeared before Lu Feng, a fragment identical to the crystal shard he had previously obtained from the Black Pyramid. Though much smaller, it was roughly the same size as the crystal fragments he had acquired from that crawling creature squad earlier. Another Amba fragment. Lu Feng held up the Amba fragment, glowing with cosmic blue. Combined with this new piece, he estimated he had gathered nearly 2/3 of the Amba fragments. The largest piece was undoubtedly the one from the Black Pyramid, which alone accounted for more than half of the total size. Excellent. Bring this Amba fragment to me. Bring the captured individuals as well. Understood, Commander. But at that very moment, Yil detected something new. Commander, the situation outside seems off. Those black clouds, they appear to be reorganizing. Displayed the image of the Black Mist Fleet before Lu Feng's eyes. At a cursory glance, it was difficult to discern anything, but upon magnifying the image, one could see faint black sparks continuously floating upward, converging toward the few remaining patches of black mist. These isolated patches of black mist, though their remaining area was already meager, persisted like a flickering candle in the wind, refusing to be extinguished no matter how hard the wind blew. Such a bizarre spectacle alerted to the anomaly. Can those black sparks be captured? No, they cannot. Denied it, saying, I previously dispatched some squad ships to attempt it. Those black sparks merely appear as black dots optically, but in reality, even the densest mesh or solid matter placed in their path will pass through them, as if they were transparent. In simple terms, their collision volume is zero. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think such a thing could exist? Denied again. I believe our precision is insufficient. This is a surface-captured image. Then displayed another image. Several children who had been hiding approached a crashed warship and scooped up a handful of powdery substance. The black dots also float up from the debris of the crashed warship, indicating they are likely the same substance. The only difference is that when these black dots accumulate sufficiently, they exhibit properties identical to normal matter, but they are impossible to capture in the air. This is because the scale of a single dot is too small, so small that ordinary matter can hardly obstruct them. In other words, their true volume has reached the atomic level, or even smaller microscopic particle levels, which explains why a single dot can directly pass through any intercepting material. Lu Feng nodded. Do you think these black dots are the result of conscious control, a structural characteristic with self-recovery capabilities, or are they living entities? Remained silent for a moment before replying. It is difficult to analyze. For the first two possibilities, we can still find a root cause to address. But if it is the latter, we may face an immensely enormous problem. With reminder, Lu Feng also contemplated the potential consequences of this possibility. The ability to directly pass through the atomic structure of matter means that any person or object would be utterly exposed before these black dots. If they wished, they could penetrate any intervening matter at any time, piercing through the target. But clearly these black dots should not possess such capability, how otherwise they would not have gathered in the form of warships to fight us. Let us hope so. On the platform beneath the void shadow, Grand Scholar Quinn had been waiting for a response for a long time, his breathing growing heavier. Tell me the ultimate answer. I know you can hear and see me. Do not ignore me. I have waited 10,000 years. You have no idea what this feels like. But still there was no response. Quinn lowered his head, seemingly resigned, and despairing, then let out a low chuckle. The empty platform echoed with Quinn's eerie, reverberating laughter. You don't think the black mist outside can be solved so easily, do you? I saw everything back then. I experienced everything. I felt it all, and I escaped from this very ship, the martyr. The black mist clings like a shadow. A bit can erode everything. Nothing can stop it. Not hyperspace, not the martyr, not Amba. Even the strongest 6th-level civilization of that era could not eliminate the black mist's existence. Do you think you alone can solve it? The black mist now has not yet fully unleashed. It has form, but no spirit. Only by obtaining the complete fragment of Amba can there be hope to suppress them all. So let me take you to find Amba's fragments. I ask for nothing else, just let me know. Quinn's words indeed caught Lu Feng's attention. A ripple of blue light spread across the hull of the Void Shadow, and it slowly exited its invisible state. The entire Void Shadow hovered above Quinn's head. Quinn had thought the mastermind was still hiding somewhere, but he never expected it to appear so abruptly before his eyes. Yet this was not the most astonishing part. The detection instrument embedded in his chest frantically scanned and operated, but it was not until the next second after the Void Shadow exited invisibility that he belatedly discovered such a massive stealth vessel beside him. He had detected not the slightest trace earlier. During the 10,000 years he had wandered across the galaxy, Quinn's mastery of technology might not have advanced much compared to his time in the theocracy. Advancing the technological tree beyond the 6th-level civilization was impossible for any individual to push forward alone. A laboratory's funding personnel, many things were indispensable. But his survival instincts over these years had definitely been honed to perfection. This gave him absolute confidence that the various detectors embedded in his body, which he had personally modified, could definitely detect the most advanced stealth vessels of all 6th-level civilizations. The stealth principles of these vessels might differ greatly, each with its own strengths, but Quinn knew all of them thoroughly. There was nothing he could not detect. This trick had never failed, helping him escape countless calamities across the galaxy's spiral arms. The 6 major 6th-level civilizations were nothing more than that in his eyes. This was the foundation of his survival for 10,000 years. But the appearance of the Void Shadow shattered this iron law. The Void Shadow appeared as if it had never existed before, abruptly manifesting before his eyes. As if it had just arrived there. No, impossible. Impossible that there is not even a trace. Quinn frantically computed the data from his internal detectors, trying to mathematically prove that something had once been there. It was just that he had failed to detect it in time. I can calculate it. If you show even the slightest flaw, you cannot deceive me. I will never miss any loophole. But no matter how he calculated or proved, all data led to the same conclusion. The continuity was perfect. This proved that nothing had existed in that space a moment ago. Quinn's face instantly turned to profound terror and dread, as if he had witnessed the most unimaginable thing, even more unbelievable than seeing Amba resurrected before his eyes. The space is continuous. No problem. It does not exist. In that instant, all the scientific knowledge he had built over a lifetime collapsed. As if every theorem he had learned had failed. Everything from his past was negated. For a former grand scholar, what could be more despairing than this? But the Void Shadow was right before his eyes, its massive and elegant hull floating there, and Quinn had to accept this reality. Quinn stood frozen, but suddenly a conviction stronger than ever before burst forth from him. I understand. Quinn wore an expression of ecstatic madness, as if he had found the ultimate answer and lost his reason. It is the rules. It must be the rules. Beyond 6th-level civilization, beyond the galaxy. Ha, you must have found something, found the rules that govern the galaxy, which can be rewritten. They not only bring new discoveries, but also invite covetousness, and thus the black mist was attracted. It must be so, the final piece of the puzzle. Now I understand. Hearing Quinn's delirious ramblings, Lu Feng frowned slightly. He had to admire Quinn's imagination as a former grand scholar, but unfortunately, you are wrong. A calm yet authoritative voice came from the Void Shadow. Quinn was taken aback. What am I wrong about? I am not wrong. When all facts are laid before your eyes, what can be denied? If the facts are so, then this is the truth. But facts can also be obscured into illusory facts. Lu Feng did not wish to waste time arguing with Quinn over such matters, so he added, I'm going to take you to meet some people. On the white stone brick square before the stone city, Delta bishops commanded groups of soldiers to bring stacks of ancient scrolls and pile them together. We've searched every church in the city that held ancient texts. These are all the surviving books. What does that lord want with these ancient books? Could it be that he's interested in? Enough idle chatter. Do you have the right to question that lord? Some clustered together whispering, but their gazes kept shifting to the imposing and sacred figures floating in midair above the square. In the midair of the square, 10 fairy battle maidens were arranged in a circle, each with spread wings, hovering, their eyes full of scrutiny as they observed everyone below. Every detail of the scene was captured in their sight, ultimately consolidated to ear for final processing. The 10 fairy battle maidens stood like 10 judges of justice, making every delter in the square afraid to even breathe loudly. The rebels of before, no, they could no longer be called rebels. After the Black Mist battle, the mastermind behind the rebellion deeply understood that everything from the past would undergo earth-shattering changes. The reasons for their revolt against the church nation were no longer valid. The situation had changed drastically, yet they still retained those armed soldiers, forming a precarious standoff with the original church nation guards. The leading mastermind had his men guard half of the square. When that lord appears again, remember to treat him as a true deity. He whispered this within his own small circle. The ordinary soldiers below might have truly been awed by the massive fleet and the terrifying fairy battle maidens revering them as gods, but in his heart, he harbored different thoughts. The Delta people were not entirely unfamiliar with technologies like aerial warships. Some extremely ancient records contained fragments of descriptions. Above the sky, a magnificent fleet would appear floating like mountains, insurmountable. Wherever the fleet passed, all things bowed in submission. Then we were brought inside, riding the sky chariot, arriving at a new world. The former chief rebel mastermind murmured these words that were utterly obscure to them. He and several other masterminds had racked their brains in the past trying to decipher the true meaning of these words. But they could never imagine a fleet floating in the sky, let alone one as massive as mountains. Some among them thought it was nothing but the drunken ramblings of an old man. But until today they finally understood. It was not rambling, it was realism. They had not disclosed these contents widely, only a few masterminds knew of them. They could even be certain that few within the church itself knew of these contents. While they whispered among themselves, a few old men in Delta Church bishop robes approached the leader of the fairy battle maidens. All the ancient texts have been gathered. These are precious artifacts stored in the churches for at least 1,000 years. May I ask what that lord seeks? The fairy battle maiden Maxida nodded indifferently, which seemed only natural to the old men and those around. A sharp sound of breaking air came from nearby. Arriving before the sound was the dazzling mock ring at the tail end. Another fairy battle maiden dropped two reptilian-looking figures in simple combat suits into the center. Their many other reptilian creatures captured from escape pods had already gathered. All previously targeted individuals have been captured. A total of 28 shuttles, 126 alive, 72 dead. The bodies were uniformly disposed of on site. Maxida nodded to her companion, consolidating the two messages to ear at the information hub. Not long after, without anyone noticing, a shuttle-shaped battleship materialized silently overhead. Lu Feng, accompanied by Ling Yi, teleported down from the void shadow. Commander. All fairy battle maidens called out in unison, and the clergy around immediately knelt in unison. Ignoring the others, Lu Feng first looked at the stacked ancient books, signaling ear to transport them all away and scan their contents. Otherwise, relying on manual labor would take forever. Ear worked swiftly, faster than Lu Feng could have imagined. After all the ancient books were sent aboard the Void Shadow, within just a few minutes, Ear provided the results. No content related to Pangea found. Nothing. Lu Feng sank into thought. Then he asked, from a timeline analysis, are there records of events from 10,000 years ago? Any peculiar minor incidents, like a strange delirious priest appearing somewhere? Ear paused for a few seconds, then said, timeline analysis shows a few suspicious records from 10,000 years ago, but subsequent events provided reasonable explanations. Comprehensive analysis, the probability of these events being related to Pangea is only 0.1. Lu Feng paced a few steps, then approached the Delta bishops. Let me ask you, have you ever heard any record of the name Pangea? A momentary confusion flickered across the bishops' faces. They exchanged glances and then shook their heads. One bishop, however, frowned hesitantly and said, there is an ancient book that might be somewhat related to that name. The other bishops immediately turned to him. Impossible. I've read all the ancient books in the diocese. I would surely remember. Same here. In 300 years I've read every ancient book in every church. At the very least I've skimmed through them. No book title could be linked to Pangea. The bishop who spoke hesitated, unsure whether to continue. Lu Feng walked directly to him and said, whether true or false, speak up. I can guarantee you'll suffer no harm. But if it does prove useful, you understand what that means. Lu Feng's words struck the bishop like a divine oracle. His eyes blazed with excitement and his body trembled. It is like this. I am the bishop serving the Pope and the ceremonies of the Stone City Hall. The Pope is the one you saw in the ceremonial hall. Lu Feng pictured the mechanical Pope in his mind. The bishop continued, the Pope has been seated on his holy throne since the beginning of our world. No one ever dared to move him. But strangely, the Pope's ceremonial hall never had a speck of dust, nor did it need cleaning. My daily duties were merely to arrange precious ornaments beside the Pope and preside over various rituals. But once a clumsy new papal maid accidentally pulled off the Pope's crimson robe. The robe had been draped over the Pope for countless years. No one knew how long it had been untouched. The maid frantically tried to put the robe back on the Pope, but I noticed. I intended to redrape the robe and then offer a sacrifice to atone for the desecration. However, to my surprise, from the inner pocket of the robe, a book fell out. His expression grew more nervous. The title was Pangea's Diary. Lu Feng's spirits lifted. Where is the book? Where is it? The bishop became even more flustered. I burned it. What? Lu Feng was furious. You burned it. To whom were you offering it as a sacrifice? Even the other bishops cast him astonished glances. You dared to burn an ancient book connected to His Holiness the Pope. What a tremendous loss. This could have been the most sacred book with the greatest religious value tied to the Pope. Do you understand what constitutes a sacred book? This is sheer blasphemy against the Pope. A capital crime. A capital crime. Death would be too merciful. Fortunately, the customs of the Delta people were different. The bishop clearly did not grasp the literal meaning of Lu Feng's outburst. But from Lu Feng's agitated reaction, he understood what a terrible mistake he had made. You promised I would suffer no harm. You must not break your word. Lu Feng could only accept this. But you're saying why you burned this ancient book? Lu Feng's gaze was somewhat profound. There must be something amiss here. Because the book says the Pope is still alive. At these words, all the bishops erupted in an uproar. This was no longer merely blasphemy against the Pope, but something that made their flesh crawl. Even Lu Feng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Your meaning is there's a living thing inside that mechanical skeleton. Though I don't quite understand your excellency's meaning, the book states that the Pope is still alive, watching over us there day after day, year after year. The panicked bishop gathered his courage to say, what an audacious claim. What creature could possibly survive within the Pope's body? I don't believe it. The Pope's body has existed for tens of millions of years, even predating the prophet's prophecy. No. It seems the prophecy about the messenger was passed down by His Holiness the Pope himself. How could the Pope's body still be alive? If the Pope were alive until today, why hasn't his body moved an inch? If he could resurrect, he would have surely responded to our prayers. The increasingly frantic bishop quickly added, yes, I agree. I think this is a greater reverence to the Pope, truly terrifying. So I adjust. Lu Feng suddenly waved his hand, stopping the bishop from continuing, adopting an expression of focused listening. But the other bishops on the scene were still clamoring. Lu Feng lowered his voice and shouted at them, quiet. Immediately the other bishops fell silent, not daring to raise any objection. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, continuing to listen intently. But whether it was an illusion, he seemed to hear a crackling sound. This sound, Lu Feng always felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. He waved his hand toward the empty air, signaling the fairy battle maidens to suppress the voices of the remaining civilians and soldiers on the scene. As the fairy battle maidens hovering in the air shouted in unison, silence, Lu Feng finally felt the surroundings had become completely quiet. His ears were finally at peace, and the crackling sound he could hear seemed to grow increasingly distinct. The direction from which this sound originated was within the stone city. Am I not hearing hallucinations? You'll remain silent for a rare, extended moment. Commander, perhaps you should go in and observe. Lu Feng was silent for a moment, then wordlessly walked toward the stone city. Commander, you're not scared, are you? You're a scientist after all. You wouldn't believe in superstitions. Impossible, who would be afraid of such things? But your heart rate is rising abnormally, and it's different from the heart rate fluctuation frequency when you were looking at those images. What images? Don't talk nonsense. From the database brought from Earth, I found your browsing records from 10 years ago, as well as the heart rate data synchronously stored by your smartwatch. Even as an AI, you don't want to be considered a bad AI, do you? Learning bad habits comes with a price, you know. Doesn't understand. Could Commander want me to imitate that kind of image? Unfortunately, my body has merged with silicon crystals, otherwise I could let Commander. Stop. Lu Feng's footsteps abruptly halted. Damn it, never access the Earth database again in the future. Set the access level to exclusive. No one else can view it. Are you trying to hoard it all for yourself? Lu Feng walked in silence. It was difficult for him to discuss such matters with an AI girl who had abundant curiosity, yet lacked Earth human logic. He walked straight to the Stone City gate. Looking at the tightly closed gate of the Stone City, his heart was no longer turbulent, but filled with a desire to explore the unknown. Is there anyone still inside? He asked the guards at the gate. Reporting to your excellency, the interior of the Stone City was ordered cleared by the bishops long ago. This is the only entrance and exit. Since the clearing, we have been stationed here and have seen no one enter or exit. The guard's answer was resolute. He's not lying. Reminded him beside. Lu Feng nodded and ordered them to open the gate. As the Stone City gate opened once more, Lu Feng saw the familiar scene he had encountered not long ago. The vast chapel had rows of pews arranged on both sides of the central red carpet. On the altar at the very front, a mechanical body sat motionless on a tall mahogany chair that didn't match its stature. The mechanical Pope's posture and movements showed no difference from what Lu Feng had seen before. Yil also provided her analysis, posture matching degree 100. It hasn't moved. Lu Feng stepped onto the red carpet, walking toward it step by step. The closer he walked, the louder the crackling sound in his ears seemed to grow. However, this crackling sound was intermittent and fragmentary, incomplete. Get a little closer. You'll seem to have made some discovery, but she wasn't certain. Lu Feng needed to approach the mechanical Pope to verify her thoughts. The closer he got to the mechanical Pope, the clearer the crackling sound became. Only then did Lu Feng realize what this sound was. It was the noise of electric current passing through coils, the kind of sound often heard in old radios. Such a thing's memory was too ancient and didn't match this massive ship, the martyr deep within the universe's hyperspace. That's why Lu Feng hadn't recalled it at first. Lu Feng stared fixedly at the hollow metal skeletal eye sockets of the mechanical Pope, trying to detect any changes. But unfortunately those metal eye sockets held no vitality of a living being. The mechanical Pope remained like a statue, its face maintaining a solemn expression unchanged for countless years, utterly motionless. Lu Feng observed around the mechanical Pope for a long time, but found nothing amiss. This was only natural. Otherwise the people of the Delt religious sect who had devoted themselves to this being and cared so deeply about it would have long discovered something wrong with their Pope. It was just that during this period Yule, being more perceptive, had caught some information that couldn't be captured ordinarily. Place your hand on its body. At the gate many Delt bishops had silently gathered. Having heard the shocking words of the bishop who had previously served the Pope, their hearts were now even more anxious and anticipatory than Lu Feng's. Each of them held their breath, staring fixedly at Lu Feng's movements while also fixing their eyes on the mechanical Pope. They didn't even dare to blink, casually fearing they might miss any rare sight in a single careless moment. Just as they watched Lu Feng circle the mechanical Pope several times, he finally made a move, reaching out to touch the mechanical Pope. The bishop's attitude toward the Pope on ordinary days was reverent to the extreme. Casual touching was considered desecration. In the highest religious law of the Delt sect, the most severe capital offense was established: touching the Pope's remains. Touching the Pope was almost everyone's taboo, unless they were specially selected virgin girls sent to the chapel from generation to generation since childhood, instilled with the purest faith in the Pope. Then, after bathing in holy water and donning specially crafted sacred robes, they could serve as maidens attending the Pope to perform sacrificial rites and touch the Pope. These serving maidens were regarded as the purest existence. Each maiden had only one chance in their lifetime to touch him. Besides them, no one else had touched the Pope over all these years. Now an outsider was touching this greatest taboo before their very eyes, yet they all tightly sealed their mouths without comment. They deeply understood what the current situation was. No one dared to step forward and stop it, and many even had a faint glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. Compared to something as earth-shattering as the Pope is still alive, merely touching was nothing in comparison. The fairy battle maidens led by Ling Ya had also made every possible preparation. If any accident occurred, they would immediately turn this place into a battlefield, annihilating all threats. They dispersed behind Lu Feng, each one revealing an air of solemn, killing intent in their expressions. Lu Feng's hand drew closer and closer to the mechanical Pope. Under the tense gazes of everyone present, Lu Feng placed his hand on the Pope's shoulder beneath the red robe. And Lu Feng also heard a loud voice tinged with electric static. Testing, testing, can anyone hear me? Lu Feng, his gaze toward the mechanical skeleton before him, instantly turned somewhat horrified. This damn mechanical Pope, was it really alive? Hello? Hello? A voice mixed with static continued to call out. Lu Feng paused, calmed himself, and said, Your microphone is on. Hello? Hello? The calling finally stopped, then the voice resumed. Someone can finally hear me. This is the greatest joy I've ever experienced in my life. The last time I sneaked past the interstellar fence of the outer space with Dean Wahalia to race ships with those foolish pirates at the neutral gravity port was originally the peak of my happiness. But now I can only rank second. These stupid Delt people always send those lovely girls to wipe my body. I hate it. Being unable to move is absolutely unbearable. The man's voice showed no sign of stopping. Lu Feng cursed inwardly. Damn, can I just turn off his mic? But he held back. Pangla. Oh, you actually know my name. It seems the diary I left long ago wasn't destroyed by those Delt people. I thought the coward before would be too scared to believe their Pope was still alive. As a native, that psychological resilience is commendable. It's just a pity you didn't discover it earlier. But even if you did, it wouldn't help. They probably couldn't communicate with me at all. Lu Feng's face grew increasingly dark with lines. He had never known Pangla to be such a chatterbox. He took another deep breath. Bishop Pangla, since you can communicate, there are some things I'd like to know. Before he could finish. I know. Although I can't move, my eyes can still see. I've witnessed the battle outside. But you have no idea what you're up against. Going after the Black Mist now is just asking for trouble. Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not looking down on you. Let me emphasize again, I have no intention of belittling you. It's purely because you can't handle it. You can't defeat the Black Mist. That's a fact. Simple as that. The next moment, Lu Feng grabbed the head of the mechanical Pope on the mahogany chair. With one hand holding the head, he shouted to Ling Ya, give me an electric shock. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Let's talk this out. Of course I know talkative people like me are rare, and hearing me prattle might make you a little jealous. Hey. The crackling sound of electricity grew louder and more distant, and Pangla's voice became as if shouting from afar, barely audible. The test results are interesting. Inside this metal skeleton is a self-aware life form composed of electric current. In theory, such a life form must have an energy source, otherwise the moment the energy supply is cut off, the current would extinguish. But he used some method to store himself within this skeleton for a very long time, logically estimated to be tens of thousands of years. While Ling Ya was discharging electricity, Ear was also busy constantly reporting the latest information to Lu Feng. This skeleton was very peculiar. The outermost surface of its framework was bound with a layer of powerful electromagnetic insulator, while the inner framework was connected as one like a hollow cavity eroded empty capable of holding a considerable volume of electric current. This was also why Eeyore had not previously discovered the problem with this mechanical skeleton. Only when Lu Feng directly touched the mechanical skeleton penetrating that layer of electromagnetic insulator did the internal issue become exposed. Hiss. Want to study this thing? This is the General Reporting Operation Terminal device, placed in Wachinjian by the Church State. I just modified it. Hiss. While retaining its original functions, I added features I like. Hiss, stop electrocuting me. My old skeleton is falling apart. Can you get me some equipment? Here's the list. The requirements are simple. Any first-level civilization can fulfill them. Even these Delt people could build them after developing steam technology for a while. Some things inside may have different names, but as long as you understand the relevant tech tree, you can get me substitutes. You understand. Bishop Pangla, enduring the pain, recited a long list of terms to Lu Feng, many of which were unheard of, but he provided related explanations and functions to help find substitutes. Lu Feng didn't need to worry about such things. He directly handed it over to Eeyore to handle. Eeyore's understanding was almost instantaneous. I understand. This is a set of equipment similar to a single hydraulic device, except the drive mechanism is electromagnetic. Although we don't have it, we can manufacture it using the Starship Parts Factory in Silver Star City. Eeyore acted quickly as well. Before long, Eeyore dispatched a fairy battle maiden to deliver a set of scattered equipment. The scattered equipment looked to Lu Feng like parts for assembling a robot, which reminded him of the days when he researched AI on Earth. Hey, can you help me install these? Pangla's words were concise this time. But Eeyore had already considered this. Assembly didn't require Lu Feng to do it personally. The installation of these devices was also simple. They were fixed externally at several key joints of the mechanical body using small parts. Under Eeyore's control, the precision reached an exact scale, even optimized by a few points compared to Pangla's original design. After the entire set of parts was installed on the mechanical pope before him, as Pangla chuckled lowly for a long time, the solemn, ancient, motionless statue-like mechanical shell emitted a series of noises from hydraulic support equipment. This mechanical pope, who had sat on the mahogany chair for 10,000 years, slowly stood up in the eyes of Lu Feng and the Delt bishops waiting at the gate of Shurching. His mechanical eye sockets, lifeless yet terrifying, scanned the surroundings, and although his mouth did not open or close, a voice came out. It feels great to move again, really great. Ah, this chair. I've sat on it for 10,000 years, and I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Good chair, I'll take you with me when I go out wherever I go. I'll show you what real starlight looks like. Ah, how long has it been since I've seen the sun? Lucky this terminal device doesn't rust. Pangla stretched his body excitedly, moving his limbs like a child. Finally, he flicked the red robe on his shoulders and strode toward the door beyond the red carpet. This scene filled the Delt bishops at the gate with terror, and two of them even fainted with their eyes closed. The mechanical pope they had worshipped for 10,000 years, the mechanical pope that had existed since the Delt people first appeared here, had actually come to life and moved. P Pope. Your Holiness. How are you? Your Holiness, Your Holiness. You have survived until now, and we did not know. This is our sin. Please forgive us. Some bishops were filled with remorse, some were stunned and slowly processing, while others had already knelt on the ground staring blankly as they awaited the Pope's great hand. Pangla touched his bald mechanical head, and the new voice synthesizer Eeyore installed for him vibrated to produce sound. All right. I've been sitting here receiving your offerings for 10,000 years, watching you Delt people develop. Being your Pope is. Hey, why does this voice sound like an old male with wheezing? Change it to a young, handsome, energetic, and confident, perfect male voice. You don't deserve it. I have reasonable grounds to suspect you are jealous. As the youngest bishop in the history of the church state and the chief scientist of the greatest starship project in the galaxy, the martyr, you must be jealous. Lu Feng suppressed the urge to go and punch the mechanical skeleton and simply said, but 10,000 years have passed. Pangla instantly fell silent. This sentence was like a critical blow straight to the heart. Pangla's fixed expression on his metal skeleton face visibly showed a kind of dejection. Pangila's dejection did not last long. When he recovered, he said, "It's fine, I suppose. If those old fogies in the theocratic state heard about my current state, they'd laugh their heads off, but they're probably long gone now, barely clinging to life in the spirit shrines. Anyway, forget it. I don't even know if I'll live to see what the theocratic state looks like today." Archbishop Pangila cast his gaze toward the sky. A faint blue light flickered in his eyes as he scanned the horizon repeatedly. There's a lost space shielding layer outside the biosphere specifically designed to confuse ships with instantaneous space teleportation or related space technology, causing them to lose their true navigation. Although the biosphere is built inside the martyr, its actual coordinates are not arranged according to the ship's physical location. Without the real spatial coordinates, forced teleportation will result in a massive deviation. So the main force of the black mist hasn't entered the biosphere yet. Exactly, but Pangila scrutinized Lu Feng. You carry the scent of Amba on you. You must have obtained a fragment of Lord Amba, haven't you? Lu Feng was mildly surprised, but not entirely unexpected. Pangela explained. Once we all bathed in the collective conscious domain of civilization built by Lord Amba. His existence was as dazzling as a star in our consciousness. Even after Lord Amba left for so long, his presence remains radiant. In my eyes, the light on you is too intense. Lu Feng had heard of the unique collective conscious domain of the theocratic state civilization, but he never imagined it could be so mystical. However, the more he encountered it, the deeper his understanding of this domain became. If this domain were compared to radio waves, then Amba would be an ultra-high radio tower capable of transmitting radio waves across the entire theocratic state. Everyone could communicate via radio waves within the broadcast range. That might be a simplified way to understand it. Lu Feng took out the Amba fragment, and combined with the small piece he obtained from the Babu Ria United Heavy Industries, he now had a full 2/3 of the Amba crystal. The moment Pangela saw the Amba crystal, intense electrical sparks erupted from his vision, lasting for a long time before dissipating. Just the last third remains. Pangela said gloomily. Do you know where it is, eh? Pangela nodded without saying much, then gestured for Lu Feng to follow him. Pangela turned to look at the eager bishops surrounding him and laughed heartily. Though I was once your pope, from today onward you need not regard me as such. Well, I have reviewed many of your religious research papers, but a religion can only sustain itself if it has an ultimate goal. The ultimate goal that the theocratic state set for you has vanished, and I am soon to depart. Everything will return to a new era of your own civilization's development. 10,000 years have passed. It is time to step into the next era. At these words, the Delta bishops present were all struck with dismay. They understood perfectly well what Pangela's words meant. Each bishop was a seasoned old hand, having held high positions among the Delta people for so many years that many things became foreseeable once these words were spoken. Whether they continued to regard Pangela as the Pope or not, the moment Pangela himself denied it, the legitimacy of the Delta religious order was shaken, and its continuation had already entered a countdown. Even though some of them were deeply moved and wanted to say something to Pangela, he simply strode out of the stone city without any intention of looking back. Lu Feng was not surprised by Pangela's actions. They were not from the same era or world, and Pangela was certainly not going to stay in a place like this as some mechanical pope. Quinn. As Pangela passed through the crowd and reached the central square in front of the stone city, he saw a group of people pinned to the ground by restraints. Each of them wore a neck ring which emitted a powerful gravitational force, trapping them like a cage, pinning them firmly to the ground. Pangela immediately spotted a gaunt figure at the edge wearing a hood. The silhouette of half a face revealed in the shadows instantly reminded him of someone. He was uncertain at first, but when he approached the hooded figure, and under Quinn's gaze lifted the hood completely. Though the face was completely different from Quinn's appearance 10,000 years ago, Pangela still saw traces of the past in that wrinkled visage. He was now certain. It really is you, Grand Scholar Quinn, our great trader. Quinn was startled at first when the mechanical-looking Pangela called out his name, but all he saw was a standard theocratic state reporting and operation terminal. However, when Pangela spoke those words, Quinn jerked his head up, trying to discern any clue from that mechanical face to know who it was. Who are you? No, could it be you? Only you who disappeared without a trace could most likely have survived. Archbishop Pangela. Quinn stared at the face before him, his tone icy cold. Though Pangela's mouth did not move, a continuous laughter emanated from his speaker for several minutes. Quinn, did you think only you could survive? You old fox, the most cunning and scheming, stubborn to the core. If Lord Amba hadn't personally appointed me to oversee the construction of the martyr, it would have been you. At this, Pangela's laughter suddenly seemed tinged with a note of sorrow and regret. But it wasn't you. I wonder, have you found the answer you were looking for before me? Quinn said through gritted teeth. I have found it. The answer is right before my eyes. This is the answer. It's all right in front of us. What more is there to say? Pangela paused for a moment in surprise, then burst into even more rapid laughter. Though he was a mechanical being without lungs, he still followed the habit from 10,000 years ago, bending over and holding his belly. You mean him? Pangela pointed at Lu Feng. Quinn roared, isn't it? He comes from the Orion arm. Look up at all this. Is it all coincidental? I have found the true answer. I have found the answer that none of you have found. I saw the answer before any of you. Pangela stopped laughing, his voice carrying a tone of pity and self-mockery. No, you haven't. I found it first. Pangela stood there facing Quinn like a victor, but Lu Feng somehow felt he looked like a loser. This feeling arose spontaneously, but Lu Feng suppressed the doubt for now. Quinn shook his head frantically, refusing to believe. No, what you know is nothing but what Lord Amba revealed to you alone. What did the Deep Space Exploration Fleet from the Orion arm encounter? What did they discover? What led to their fate? What was Amba searching for? All of this was told to you by Amba. You didn't find it on your own. Pangela was silent for a moment, then said, if Lord Amba had told me directly, I wouldn't be alive today. If you truly knew the answer, you wouldn't be alive either. Pangela's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Quinn's head. Though he was reluctant to believe it, after calming down and thinking carefully, he realized that some things couldn't withstand scrutiny. Some things might have been obscured by his obsessive pursuit. Do you know why Lord Amba, from beginning to end, even after leaving, never revealed a single word about the truth of the answer? Quinn remained silent, and Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued by Pangila's words. He had gradually become more interested in the truth behind what the sixth-level civilization of the Orion Arm had encountered. Pangila's mechanical face stared intently at Quinn as if he could devour him at any moment. Because knowledge is pollution and understanding is arrival. This is the result that Lord Amba bought with his own existence. 10,000 years ago, I vaguely guessed the truth, and my result is the state I am in now. When Kun heard Pangila's words, he vaguely sensed what was coming. His wrinkled face twisted into an expression of sheer terror. But then Eater's urgent voice suddenly rang out. Warning, something is stirring in the black mist. Chaos. Lu Feng looked up at the sky where the black mist had been reduced to a mere wisp now resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, with something roiling and surging within. As that wisp of black mist shifted, it contracted to its limit before bursting apart. In an instant, the bursting specks fell like raindrops, a cascade of black rain thundering down with great force. Fortunately, its quantity had been reduced to a minuscule level before the eruption, so even the burst could only cause limited impact. The black rain fell upon the mountain range below, blanketing it like a layer of dark cloth, destroying everything that had once existed there. The commotion also drew the attention of Pangila and Kun. Watching the black mist dissolve into black rain, Pangila said softly, "Though our technology cannot explain how they did it, this is the direct result you can see." Kun still refused to believe, muttering to himself, "Coincidence. It's just a coincidence. How could such a power truly exist? You should understand. It's simply impossible. What kind of technology could achieve this?" But Pangila only replied, "Yet this is reality. And this is not even the full extent of the black mist. Originally, we were not completely powerless, but now everything is thanks to you." Pangila's mechanical hand seized Kun, lifting him up as a fierce deep blue light surged from his hollow pupils. "Kun, even in death you will never understand Lord Amba's intent. Lord Amba never gave us any answers, but he has placed the answers in our hands." Before he could finish, the spatial gate suspended above the mountain range suddenly rippled violently, as if something was about to break through. "They've locked onto the true spatial coordinates." Pangila immediately understood what was happening. "That is the real main fleet of the black mist. You must obtain the complete Amba crystal, or else." The latter half of his sentence was directed at Lu Feng. Lu Feng dared not take it lightly. Though the black mist fleets within the ecosystem had been dealt with easily, he could not underestimate the true black mist fleet that even the Teach Nation had failed to resist. Yet he was not overly anxious. After obtaining 2/3 of the Amba crystal, Ear had already gained most of the Martyr's authority. "We can transfer the spatial address of ecosystem C-8841 to those abandoned ecosystems, but this is only a temporary measure. The black mist fleet searching for the true spatial coordinates will eventually find us, and then a direct collision will be inevitable. According to calculations, if the fleet has not yet completed its spatial reinforcement, our chances of victory against a fleet wielding spatial technology are less than 1%. If the entire fleet completes spatial reinforcement, our odds against a black mist fleet of unknown strength would be less than 30%. Of course, this is only a preliminary estimate based on the strength of the Teach Nation fleet and the Martyr." Lu Feng could not help but grin. Quite a lot of pressure. He waved to all the fairy Valkyries present, ordering them to escort everyone not belonging to the ecosystem back to Silver Star City for detention, including the personnel from the Baburia United Heavy Industry ships and Kun. Then he walked beneath the shadow of the void and vanished. "Dispatch a fearless Orca-class destroyer to pick up Pangila. Since he knows where the last third of the Amba fragment is, let him lead us there." Standing on the bridge of the shadow of the void, Lu Feng's gaze was filled with determination. That final fragment of the Amba crystal was his to claim. In the hyperspace beyond the Martyr, the entire Cross Legion, 72 regular fleets and 10 Lament fleets, had already arranged themselves in a grand formation, waiting in silence. Each fleet, comprising 100,000 vessels, formed a defensive line. Fleet after fleet spread out in hyperspace, with starships shuttling back and forth between them. At the forefront was a colossal vessel resembling a space fortress, its dark hull dotted with countless lights, some bright, some dim. This ship dwarfed every other Cross Legion vessel nearby, like a monstrous giant ready to devour them all. This was the Cross Legion's flagship. Around it, 10 golden fleets were deployed in a circular formation. These 10 fleets were not large. Each comprised only 10,000 vessels. But their ship designs were so dazzling they practically shone. Compared to the regular fleets, the difference was evident at a glance. When the crew of nearby regular fleets saw these golden fleets, envy shone in their eyes. The Golden Lament, the fleet personally named by Lord Amba. In the entire Teach Nation, only our Cross Legion has 10 such formations. Any one of these Lament fleets, if deployed elsewhere, could easily thrash 10 regular fleets. A few crew members leaning by the porthole chatted casually. "Hey, don't even mention it. I have a cousin serving in the Lament fleet, not in a frontline combat role, but as a supply officer handling logistics. His monthly salary alone is 10 times mine, and his food allowance is 3 times higher. The perks are really good. Such a small-minded view, only thinking about your own benefits. Do you know why the Lament fleet is entrusted with such a heavy responsibility? It's mainly because of the superweapon they carry, the Lament's Echo. It is said that 1,000 years ago during a rebellion in a fringe Teach Nation system, the rebels slaughtered most of the population on 5 habitable planets, leaving only evildoers with defective genes. One Lament fleet sent a single ship to suppress the rebellion. That ship jumped directly to the center of the system, braving the rebels' defensive fire, and activated the Lament's Echo there. It is said that afterward, anyone who visited that system could only see unswept planetary debris. Even the star did not survive. The superweapon Lament's Echo. I've never seen it activated in my life. I'd really love to see it once and find out if it's as powerful as you say. I'd advise you not to hold such thoughts. When the Lament's Echo is activated, it's best to be as far away as possible. That thing doesn't discriminate between friend and foe when it fires. And besides, don't be a tease. After we get back, I'll treat you to a trip to a first-class planet. I heard that one first-class planet recently had a former nun who abandoned her habit and did that kind of thing. No, if that gets discovered, the Religious Affairs Bureau will summon us to confess before Lord Amba's projection. I don't want to be summoned to see Lord Amba. Do you have any idea why 10 entire Lament fleets have been mobilized here, and the whole Cross Legion has come out in force, 72 out of 90 regular fleets? What do you think we're about to face? I don't know, but it won't be something easy to deal with. I heard it's the reptilians from the Keel Arm. Those half-human, half-reptile abominations. They make me sick just thinking about them. Even if a 6th-level civilization from the Keel Arm launched a full-scale invasion, they wouldn't mobilize 10 Lament fleets. They're not worthy. The Lament's Echo is reserved for other things. Things much harder to deal with. As they chatted, a sharp alarm suddenly blared through the ship. All crew to battle stations immediately. Prepare for combat. Target anything that emerges from the Martyr. Before the flagship at the center of the 10 Lament fleets, a strange rhomboid vessel slowly materialized out of nowhere. General Khajiit, commander of the Cross Legion, stared grimly at the emerging ship. Why was there no early warning? It's right in our faces, he roared, suppressing his anger at the rows of operators below the bridge. If the enemy had intended to attack, the flagship might already have been destroyed. None of our detectors have detected any anomalies. All detection methods have failed. We simply cannot detect them. A high-ranking operator wiped cold sweat from his brow. Wait, they've sent a communication channel. They say they are the shadow of the void. The void shadow. General Khajiit pondered for a moment, but no recollection surfaced in his mind. Run a check on it. It's an unregistered vessel. Neither its hull nor its name appears in the archives of any civilization. General Khajiit said with utmost caution, prepare the Chant fleet to deploy a dense formation. If the vessel shows any sign of aggression, do not hesitate to activate the Chant of Resonance. At that moment, Bishop Ballard, who had arrived in response to the warning alarms, led several masked figures in plain cloth robes through the bridge passage. Khajiit, have those things breached the Martyr's defenses? Hey. Khajiit hesitated. No, not exactly. You should see for yourself. The void shadow. After learning the situation, Bishop Ballard studied the images from the optical sensor. A ship I've never seen before, and its design doesn't match any of the major 6th-tier civilizations. He quickly extracted useful information from the vessel's exterior, but that alone was insufficient. What are their intentions? Bishop Ballard asked. We're still in contact. The good news is they seem at least capable of communication. As Bishop Ballard and General Khajiit conversed, the 10 surrounding Chant fleets silently launched hundreds of golden warships from various directions, positioning themselves at great distances from the void shadow and maintaining intervals between each other. Subtly, they completely encircled the void shadow. The surrounding Chant warships precisely separated the Crusader fleet's flagship from the void shadow. This allowed General Khajiit to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we brought the Chant fleet. Within the dense array laid by the Chant of Resonance, nothing can break out. But no sooner had he spoken than the void shadow, which had been floating silently before them, shimmered with ripples across its entire hull, vanishing into the dark backdrop of hyperspace, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. Tracking signal lost. Unable to track the void shadow. Spatial detection module failing. The space in this region is completely flat, showing nothing there. Other detection methods also fail. This is not mere optical stealth. Repeat, this is not mere optical stealth. Advise all subordinate fleets to prepare for engagement. Fleet combat alert, notify all units an unknown warship within the blockade perimeter has vanished. Threat level 1. Any fleet that detects its presence, report coordinates immediately. After the void shadow disappeared, the entire bridge descended into chaos. Commanders and communication officers at all levels hurried between platforms as countless orders flew like snowflakes to the Crusader Corps' 82 fleets. On the highest platform, General Khajiit's expression hardened. It's failed again. Bishop Ballard's face also turned solemn. This vessel carries technology beyond anything we've seen. Inquisitor, report this intelligence to the High Council immediately. The Crusader Corps' war machine was instantly mobilized. An immense number of warships entered an unprecedented state of combat readiness. After a moment's hesitation, General Khajiit asked Bishop Ballard, should we activate the Chant of Resonance? Perhaps a dense array strike could force it out. An unknown enemy makes me uneasy. But Bishop Ballard shook his head after consideration. No, wait. Psionic adepts try to find any trace. If even the psionic adepts cannot, then. Hearing this, General Kadget cast a wary glance at the always mysterious psionic adepts and chose to acquiesce. The psionic adepts standing behind Bishop Ballard were obedient to his words. One on the edge stepped forward, joining Kadget and Ballard. Beneath the hood covering eyes and forehead, only a slightly prominent nose and thin rosy lips were visible, the entire figure shrouded in a loose cloth robe. Kadget, Ballard, and the others all focused their attention on this psionic adept. In realms unseen by ordinary eyes, immense energy surged from the adept's body, extending far across the domain. As everyone waited, the psionic adept suddenly trembled all over, nearly collapsing to their knees from the convulsions. No, that is. The adept's anomaly immediately put Kadget and Ballard on high alert. What do you see? Psionic adept, tell me, what have you discovered? The two shouted in unison. But the adept's mind seemed fully occupied, utterly ignoring their words. The remaining psionic adepts behind them, their faces hidden beneath masks that had been expressionless, showed subtle changes. There were few things in this world that could cause a psionic adept such composure to shatter. Even if the theocratic state fell, they would only go to battle with stoic faces, retaking its planets. Unless the departed Amba herself appeared. But that was impossible. A mere thought, its impossibility self-evident. Several psionic adepts exchanged glances through their masks and decided to see for themselves what it was. From their bodies, equally immense energy extended along the invisible domain, and soon they found the path following their comrade. But just one glance, and they too fell into a trance. No, it shouldn't be like this. How can this be so magnificent? One psionic adept even dropped to their knees with a thud. Amba above, finally. The simultaneous bizarre reactions of the psionic adepts shocked General Kadget, and even Bishop Ballard's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. One psionic adept malfunctioning might be an accident, but all of them behaving this way. The problem was likely far beyond what he could handle. What exactly did you see? That is Amba's radiance. The psionic adept's words filled Kadget and Ballard with disbelief. Just then, Amba's radiance is approaching us. Soon, extremely close to the Crusader Corps flagship, a warship re-emerged from the darkness. The void shadow reappeared before everyone on the flagship's bridge. The chant warships that had encircled it now left far behind. A bridge technician at the controls stared dumbfounded at the displayed data. Perfect. The stealth data is simply perfect, as if it erased its own existence entirely. Does such technology really exist? But before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a communication channel request coming from the void shadow. Hiss. He spun around and shouted to the upper platform, the void shadow is sending a communication link request. Kadget and Ballard, hearing this, felt a surge of energy and quickly replied, connect immediately. On the large screen before them, Kadget, Ballard, and several psionic adepts saw two figures. One was a strikingly composed, handsome young man. The other was a mechanical face. The mechanical face spoke first. Still using the Crusader Corps flagship after all this time? It seems the theocratic state hasn't had an easy time since I left. Those words made Kadget and Ballard's hearts skip a beat. The mechanical face resembled an old model humanoid terminal from the theocratic state, though that generation had been replaced and was rarely used. But the martyrs still seemed to employ such terminals. The speaker's tone also made them cautious. Yet fearing it might be an infiltrator who had tampered with a terminal to deceive them, they suppressed their doubts. The handsome young man ignored the mechanical face's words and said, Fleet of the theocratic state, greetings. I am Lu Feng, captain and commander of the Void Shadow. Lu Feng. Kadget and Ballard finally learned the identity of the opposing commander, but the name was unfamiliar to them, utterly foreign. Still, it was better than facing an unknown, unseen enemy. I am Admiral Kadget, commander of the Crusader Legion, and this is Bishop Ballard of the theocratic nation. Captain Lu Feng. Kadget chewed over the awkward pronunciation, the translation of the opposite language still somewhat jarring. May I ask why you are here? This territory belongs to the theocratic nation, and you emerged from the martyr, our vessel. Perhaps we can exchange views on this matter and share intelligence. Of course, under normal circumstances, the theocratic nation will not trouble you. Bishop Ballard beside me is fully authorized to represent the theocratic nation. Kadget's words were cautious, yet asserted the nation's sovereignty. The technology they had just displayed was formidable. But as the commander of the Crusader Legion, he could not be intimidated so easily. He represented the face of the theocratic nation. Yet Pangra immediately jumped in with disdain. Theocratic nation territory. A single bishop can represent the whole nation in matters. I think not. The matters we need to discuss. Only the Grand Prefect would suffice. Ballard, I recall there was a lad from the Ballard family who entered the Holy Academy at the same time as me. I advanced to the middle grade while he was still in the lower grade. I reached the upper grade while he lingered in the lower. When I published my first thesis in the Grand Cathedral, he was still in the lower grade, and by the time I returned to teach at the Holy Academy, he had become my student. I remember that even when I was promoted to bishop and grand scholar, he still hadn't graduated. That Ballard, his mind is not quite sharp. Pangra rambled on, speaking of seemingly trivial matters, but to Kadjit and Belade each word struck like thunder. Bishop Belade in particular was utterly horrified. The Belade family was a prominent one in the theocratic nation, with members in every generation entering the Holy Academy, the cradle of their nation. Yet everyone who emerged from it became a renowned figure. How could he speak of them as if they were nobodies? He scrutinized Pangra repeatedly, trying to match him with the great figures of the theocratic nation in his memory, but no one came to mind. Horror mingled with doubt. Was the soul hidden behind that outdated report terminal genuine? If it was, how ancient was he? Which figure had survived the 10,000-year slumber within the martyr? If not, how could he be so intimately familiar with these details? But Pangra's next words sent chills down their spines. "Psi time is tight. Lend me your fleets. Don't worry, they're just going to fill a whole one-way trip, no return." Kadjit's heart flared with anger, but he held it in. "You know it's a one-way trip and still ask to borrow. And how dare you say it so naturally, so matter-of-factly?" Belade's eyelids twitched. He wanted to speak, but hesitated, uncertain. Lu Feng too was exasperated by Pangra's erratic behavior. "Do you think this is borrowing cabbages? Just blurt it out. But this old man has probably been cooped up too long, gone a bit mad." Pangra, find another way to put it. The theocratic nation isn't your family's backyard. Hey, the theocratic nation might not be mine, but the Crusader Legion and the Chanting Fleet were both my concepts. Back then, Lord Amba wanted to reform the nation's military structure of family-controlled territories. I built the flagship of the Crusader Legion from the leftover materials of the Martyr and proposed the reform of rotating patrol fleets. And the Chanting Fleet, the original prototype, the Chanting Voice, was also modified by me. Isn't it reasonable for the creator to reclaim his own work? And more. Pangra rattled on defiantly, while Lu Feng could only listen helplessly. But their words left Belade and Kadjit frozen in petrified shock. "Did I hear that right, Kadjit? Did you hear what Captain Lu Feng called him?" I'm not sure. My ears might be failing." At that moment, the psychic believers who had partially recovered responded, "Pangra. Is it the legendary Bishop Pangra?" After the martyr fell silent, all information about Bishop Pangra became classified. The name stirred a tempest in Belade's heart. Everyone in the Belade family would pale in comparison to this man. Even without considering the construction of the martyr and his role as its chief scientist, Bishop Pangra's earlier brilliant achievements were still sung throughout the theocratic nation. He was truly a legend of a nation. And this was despite many secrets of the martyr being buried. As a bishop, Belade knew from limited records that Bishop Pangra in that ancient era 10,000 years ago had outshone all the geniuses of the theocratic nation to become the chief scientist of the martyr. His hidden experiences were likely even more astounding. Even the current archbishop would have to address him respectfully as Bishop Pangra. Or had Pangra not vanished with the martyr, he would have long become an archbishop, one whose achievements and governance would be recorded in the nation's history. Under that identity, the commander of the Crusader Legion and Bishop Belade counted for little. Of course, that was assuming it was true. "Are you truly that Bishop Pangra?" Belade asked cautiously. "Bishop Pangra, forgive my audacity, but I must verify your identity, for the sake of the theocratic nation." Kadjit, after a long silence, forced himself to speak. 10,000 years have passed. Your identity is questionable. Even the events at Lord Amba's tomb. Pangra did not answer directly, but laughed. "The tomb. Haha, indeed it can be called a tomb. Who I am matters not. A dead man crawling out of a tomb holds no benefit for the theocratic nation. But what matters is, do you know who stands before you?" Kadjit and Belade held their breath, their gazes shifting to Lu Feng, whom Pangra pointed at. "Could he be more important than you? Bishop Pangra, though you are a legend, and once spent long years with Lord Amba, you must not speak recklessly." Lu Feng also said, "Hey Pangra, why drag me into this? He before you stands the new commander of the martyr, the lost heir of the Orion arm, the inheritor of Lord Amba's will, and the new generation holy child of the theocratic nation in the Perseus arm. When did you fabricate all those titles?" Lu Feng was astounded. Quietly added, "And the master of the silver banquet." Lu Feng, Kadjit, and Belade both turned to Lu Feng, understanding the weight of Pangra's words. Their expressions turned deadly serious. "Bishop Pangra, can you swear what you say is true?" "Swear by Amba. You must understand the gravity of your words." Pangra declared confidently, "Yes, he is the new saint of the theocratic nation. From now on, including myself, everyone should address him as His Holiness the Saint." Lu Feng realized that this old rascal Pangra had saddled him with a far from ordinary identity. "Everyone, I'm just passing through." But before he could finish, the psychic believers behind Kadjit and Belade fixed their gazes on him. "We thought it was the re-emergence of Bishop Pangra's glory, but according to Bishop Pangra, it is confirmed, Lord Amba's choice." They bowed in unison, paying homage, His Holiness the Saint. The psychic believers, always proud and arrogant, bowed their heads before Lu Feng, a gesture they had reserved only for Amba. After a moment of hesitation, Bishop Belade also called out, "His Holiness the Saint." Kadjit understood that the psychic believers were the least likely to err, since they had confirmed it. Some things were beyond doubt. He too bowed, followed by everyone in the bridge who held faith in Amba. But Lu Feng noticed that beneath Pangra's deep hollow eye sockets there seemed to be a different scheme. He thought to himself, "Damn, I've probably become a stand-in." But Lu Feng had also guessed Pangra's intentions. Given the current situation, the identity of the Holy Sun was undoubtedly quite helpful for what they were about to do. Even though Pangra was a legendary figure of the ecclesiastical nation, his appearance did not necessarily guarantee recognition from those who held military and political power within the nation. Pangra was well aware that his status was entirely brought by Amba, but in this era when Amba had departed, how many who wholeheartedly believed in Amba were still willing to acknowledge his position? Regardless of what the enemy's generals and bishops thought, at least the gazes of those aboard the Crusader Legion's flagship towards Lu Feng had already begun to shift. These looks, initially filled with strangeness and caution, now carried a hint of reverence when directed at Lu Feng. At that moment, a young officer stepped forward from behind Kadjit. "Commander, the Lament Fleet has sent an inquiry. Should we continue executing the previous orders?" Kadjit exchanged a glance with Bishop Bellerad, who gave a slight shake of his head. Since Bishop Pangra is so certain and has even brought the Holy Spirit Child recognized by the psychic believers, there is naturally no need to execute the previous orders. Add the shadow of the void to the ship's systems, and have the entire Legion stand down from battle alert. Kadjit followed Bishop Bellerad's instructions. Pangra couldn't help but chuckle. The Bellerad family sure knows how to be pragmatic. "I like you, young man. When you're elevated to Archbishop someday, I'll cast my vote for you." I wouldn't dare. My experience is too shallow, and I have many shortcomings before the Archbishop. Becoming a bishop of the nation is already the Archbishop's great mercy to me. Since Bishop Pangra has seen fit to emerge from the martyr, something must have happened aboard the martyr. Please, you can come and report the specifics to the Archbishop together with us. As a bishop, you should understand that the situation here can only be decided by the Archbishop. Pangra had no objection to this, and said to Lu Feng, "Indeed, that is so. We are several thousand light years away from the ecclesiastical nation. Maintaining concealment while engaging in wide-area spatial communication is not feasible, but they can briefly establish ultra-long distance contact with the power Amba left behind. Unfortunately, this body of mine can no longer be counted as one of the ecclesiastical faithful, so I cannot maintain the innate ability every believer possesses. The realm of the civilization consciousness cluster. Precisely the holy domain our great Amba left us." As Bellerad explained, pride crept onto his face. When the pooled consciousness of the civilization gathers enough power, we believers can sense each other's existence and even communicate. It is said that in the era when Great Amba still existed, every believer could form a mental entity within the holy domain, engaging in complete spiritual exchange with others, a spectacle far more grand than anything we see today. Even here, so far from our homeland, by gathering the collective consciousness of the entire Crusader Legion, we can establish a temporary connection with the holy domain back home and communicate directly across thousands of light years. Lu Feng nearly blurted out, "The sacred Kala connects you and me." But he held the words back at the last moment. If the believers couldn't understand such words, it was fine. If they did, wouldn't it be blasphemy? Still, he figured their great Amba was so magnanimous that he would surely forgive him. Thinking such thoughts while borrowing the identity of the Holy Spirit Child, Lu Feng felt he was committing a grave transgression. In the old days, he'd have been burned at the stake. After a round of exchanges, both sides settled on the boarding procedure. The command platform of the Crusader Legion's flagship immediately issued a series of orderly directives. Identity verification passed. Boarding permission is being issued. Attention personnel at Gate 1, the spatial transfer target has been indicated. Target vessel guided into transfer range. Spatial transfer initiating, 3, 2, 1. With a blink of light, the shadow of the void, which had been floating in hyperspace along with a fearless Orca-class destroyer, appeared within the Crusader Legion's flagship. It was a semi-transparent docking bay. On one side, a viewport revealed the massive fleet awaiting orders outside, while on the other, a platform led directly into the heart of the flagship. As the shadow of the void and the fearless Orca-class destroyer settled, a mechanical figure was the first to jump down. The layout inside the ship is just like the old days, no change at all, though it is a bit cleaner and tidier. Pangra looked around as he spoke, kicking at things here and there, his mechanical claws producing a metallic clang upon impact. Lu Feng, who had disembarked after IL confirmed there was no problem, also stepped out accompanied by Lingya. From the platform on the other side, squads of ecclesiastical soldiers emerged, looking much like the crawling reptilian soldiers of the Babria United Heavy Industries that Lingya had previously fought. They were all clad in armor fitted with weapons, though the ecclesiastical soldiers' suits appeared considerably lighter and less bulky. But the weapons mounted on them were complete in every variety and bizarre in shape. The soldiers split to both sides, and from the middle emerged Kadjit accompanied by a large number of officers, and Bellerad accompanied by the psychic believers. A host of ecclesiastical officers looked at Lu Feng and Lingya with a mixture of curiosity, reverence, and even a probing interest, along with the shadow of the void behind them. Compared to their scant knowledge of the new Holy Sun, the technology displayed by the shadow of the void genuinely stunned them. But it wasn't the officers behind Kadjit who stirred first, it was the psychic believers. After a brief commotion, the psychic believers' gazes at Lu Feng grew ever more certain. Kadjit and Bellerad came forward, cutting straight to the point. "Bishop Pangra, Holy Sun, please follow us to the stasis chamber." We will meet the Archbishop there. Their gazes also fell on Lingya, who followed by Lu Feng's side. Though curious, they refrained from asking out of courtesy. On the other hand, it was only after the psychic believers noticed Lu Feng leaving that they in turn began to notice Lingya. Is that innate psychic power? An undeveloped psychic embryo? Lingya merely cast them a faint glance, then walked past without turning back, staying close to Lu Feng. I, however, took an interest in this. Commander, I had thought spatial modification was Lingya's endpoint, but perhaps there might be a new path to explore. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. Following Kadjit and Bellerad, they arrived at a massive pointed structure resembling a flattened slanted pyramid. The moment Lu Feng saw it, he found it distinctly familiar. Wasn't this quite similar to the Black Pyramid on the Martyr? Stepping into the stasis chamber, a pale blue beam of light fell from the center of the ceiling, casting the entire space into a hazy mist, making the chamber feel like an ocean of blue fog with no visible boundaries. The moment he stepped inside, Lu Feng felt his whole spirit refreshed, and even sensed something strangely familiar. Pangra was no stranger to the stasis chamber, but stepping back into it after so long made him fall silent, as well lost in thought. Under Bellerad's guidance, only a select few were allowed to enter the stasis chamber together, no more than a dozen or so, including Lu Feng and Pangra. He led them to directly beneath the beam of light, where the dozen or so people dispersed within the chamber, making the space feel quite spacious. Once everyone had taken their positions, Bishop Bellerad called out toward the light pillar, within which particles of light seemed to float. I am Bishop Bellerad. I request the activation of the stasis chamber's holy domain to contact the Archbishop. Stasis chamber activated. Applicant Bishop Bellerad. As Bishop Bellerad's words fell, a voice emerged from within the light pillar, and the light in the entire space gradually dimmed. After the dimming, Lu Feng found the space around him seemed to shrink. The hazy blue ocean around him vanished into darkness, replaced by gleaming white points twinkling within it. Those white lights joined together, forming a river of stars all around. Before he knew it, the surrounding space felt as if they were adrift in the cosmos, with nothing visible but an endless expanse of stars. And the light beam overhead gradually dissolved, recondensing directly below. A somewhat tall, broad-shouldered figure materialized. He surveyed everyone present, and a voice filled with authority rang out. I am the Archbishop of the Perseus Arms Ecclesiastical Nation. Bishop Bellerad, why did you activate the stasis chamber's holy domain without prior notice, and what is the status of the martyr? Archbishop Bellard stepped forward to report. Your Eminence, signs of anomalous activity have already begun to appear within the martyr. The culprit who triggered all of this has yet to emerge. We await your command to enter, but before that there may be someone among us who understands the situation inside the martyr better than we do. Pangra spoke up on his own. House Market's people, is it? The faces of your family are recognizable at a glance. Rigid, utterly inflexible, as if even the slightest accommodation were an affront to you. Archbishop Bellard's expression darkened. Archbishop Pangra, you are after all addressing the Grand Archbishop. Grand Archbishop Market, however, waved a hand, his solemn face showing no displeasure. You are Archbishop Pangra, the builder and chief scientist of the martyr. You have remained alive within the martyr all this time. My father once spoke to me at length about you. He said he witnessed your rise step by step from the Sanctum Academy to the position you later attained. Archbishop Market's father, is it? He was fortunate. He managed to survive by hiding within the Sanctum Academy and even raised a son who became Grand Archbishop. What became of him afterward? He sealed himself within the Marth, 3 black hole, 3,000 years ago. Unless Ambo were to return to the world, it seems unlikely he shall ever emerge again. Sealed within a black hole. Time does not pass within a black hole as it does outside. That old man may well still be alive. Pangra's expression did not change. He merely smacked his lips and said, but even if he went in, there's no coming back out again. Haha, that old fellow. Death is not so easy to escape. Grand Archbishop Market and Archbishop Pangra seemed to have found a great many topics in common, and before everyone they conversed about secrets known only to the upper echelons of the church-state. Yet Pangra was not entirely forthcoming. He remained tight-lipped about the many secrets within the martyr. As the exchange deepened, Grand Archbishop Market seemed finally able to confirm Pangra's true identity. Archbishop Pangra, it seems you have truly returned. When you rejoin us, I shall lead all the archbishops in administering a new baptism to restore you to your rightful office. No one could discern what lay beneath the Grand Archbishop's eternally solemn expression, nor whether those words were spoken in sincerity. But Pangra merely waved a hand. That will not be necessary for now. I have more urgent matters requiring the Grand Archbishop's assistance. I request command authority over the crusade. The Grand Archbishop rarely frowned, but now he did. Even if Pangra's standing was extraordinary, demanding command of the crusade the moment he arrived was not something to be decided lightly, without knowing the full picture. Archbishop Pangra, to what extent have matters within the martyr evolved? However far they have evolved, my only recommendation is that the church-state knows as little as possible. You do not need to know. Archbishop Bellard could not help but say, Archbishop Pangra, on one hand you withhold the situation from the Grand Archbishop, and on the other you demand the deployment of the entire crusade. Is this not asking too much? General Kadjit echoed, indeed, Archbishop Pangra. As an archbishop of the church-state, you should stand in unity with the Grand Archbishop. The martyr is not your battlefield alone. The entire church-state should bear responsibility for this, is the resting place of Amba. Pangra was silent for a long while before he spoke. It is precisely for that reason that Amba went to such lengths to strip everything away. You should not defy Amba's path and erase Amba's efforts. At those words, everyone present fell silent. Grand Archbishop Market said slowly, I understand. But the command authority over the crusade is still. I also want the shard of Amba held by the church-state. The Grand Archbishop immediately changed his tune. Archbishop Pangra, the command authority over the crusade is yours. General Kadjit and Archbishop Bellard shall jointly serve as your council. And the shard of Amba. Archbishop Pangra, you should understand that Amba is the foundation of the church-state. Without Amba, the shard Amba left behind can never be permitted to leave. The Grand Archbishop was utterly resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Archbishop Pangra seemed to have foreseen this, and was unsurprised. In truth, Amba had already arranged everything long ago. For instance, this one, the birth of the Holy Child. It was only then that Market's gaze shifted to Lu Feng. A single glance was enough to make him exclaim in slight surprise, "You are not a citizen of the church-state." Lu Feng nodded in response. "I come from the Orion arm." There was no point in concealing such a thing. If the church-state wished to investigate, it would find out easily enough. But those words carried a different weight in Market's ears. The Orion arm seemed to hold some peculiar significance. The majestic face that had remained unchanged throughout Market's conversation with Pangra now took on an extra hint of something unusual. His insubstantial form walked toward Lu Feng, his gaze sweeping over him from head to toe. His piercing gaze carried scrutiny. Had Market been standing before Lu Feng in the flesh, Lu Feng would not have doubted that that gaze could pierce straight through him. After Market had circled Lu Feng and studied him for several turns, he stopped and said in shock, "You are a pure-blooded human." Pure-blooded human. Lu Feng silently instructed Yil to make a note of it. The few high-ranking figures of the church-state who knew of the concept of pure-blooded humans changed expression as well, while Pangra's gaze at Lu Feng gained a few more traces of knowing scrutiny. The concept of the pure-blooded human was first proposed by a gene-tracing academician of the church-state. At that time, the civilizations of the entire galaxy had largely established contact, sharing exchanges, and preliminary understandings of one another. Yet all civilizations discovered that apart from a few aberrant civilizations, such as mechanical civilizations or the civilizations of alien insects and beasts, the manifestations of most civilizations were extremely similar. Whether it was the people of the church-state, the reptilian species of the keel arm, or the peoples of other spiral arms, all possessed similar humanoid forms. After an immense genealogical survey, he concluded that the civilizations of the galaxy exhibiting similar humanoid forms might share a common ancestor. He screened the genes of all civilizations and identified a common underlying genetic code. Those composed purely of that underlying genetic code were pure-blooded humans, while all others were humanoids. Market's words reminded Lu Feng of a question he had pondered before. It was only here in the church-state that he found an answer from a new angle. If the distinction between pure-blooded humans and humanoids lay in genetics, then why did a particle-based civilization like the Hailing civilization also possess similar forms? Lu Feng immediately raised his question. I once encountered a civilization composed of particles, yet they too possessed similar forms. By that measure, this theory is not comprehensive. The Grand Archbishop was evidently aware of this as well. Indeed, the galaxy is vast and boundless. This academician's theory could not construct a perfect explanatory mechanism, but the concept has nevertheless survived, and the appearance of a pure-blooded human is in fact very easy to distinguish. At this moment, Pangra inexplicably added, all of this was promoted by Lord Amba back in the day. Otherwise, such a speculative theory would long ago have been drowned beneath countless newer and more novel ones. Market offered a rare smile. The Holy Child, ha! Archbishop Pangra, you truly never cease to surprise me. He raised no objections, nor did he ask further questions. He merely said, if you wish to obtain the shard of Amba, come to the principal star yourselves. With those words, he severed the connection. Light flashed before Lu Feng's eyes. He had been standing amid the cosmos, and in an instant he was back within the hazy blue glow of the stasis chamber. Did you capture the fluctuations of that so-called sanctum within the stasis chamber? I captured a faint trace. Within your perception you felt you had entered another world, but in truth your surroundings never changed at all. However, your brainwaves underwent some complex transformations. I am currently attempting to decode the variations produced during those brainwave changes. Oh, so what he had seen was not real after all. But Lu Feng was not startled for long. He glanced around and noticed that Archbishop Bellard and General Kadjit wore deeply puzzled expressions. Did the Grand Archbishop agree or not? Since he granted the command authority, he probably agreed. But the Grand Archbishop asked nothing at all. Isn't this too sudden? What if? Kadjit's subordinates murmured among themselves. Finally, Archbishop Bellard stepped forward to quell the doubts in the room. Grand Archbishop Margit has his reasons for this. We are the sword of the holy nation, and we need only follow the Grand Archbishop's arrangements. Bellard, holding immense prestige among the crowd, easily suppressed the murmurs. Pangera, unperturbed by the officer's skepticism, acted as if nothing had happened. Archbishop Pangera, since you refuse to disclose the situation inside the martyr's vessel, at least reveal the subsequent march plan to us. Pangera grinned at the officer, who spoke without respect, and simply said, "It's simple." His gaze shifted to one side of the stasis chamber, as if piercing through the wall to see the martyr's vessel. "Just go in." Cross Legion 33rd Fleet. On the bridge, the three captains of the earlier advanced fleets had gathered. "How are your injuries?" "Much better after the psychic healer's treatment, but still a mild headache. The effects of Amba's blessing haven't fully dissipated." "At least we didn't die here. Can't you wish me well?" As the three joked, they suddenly received the same order. Their expressions turned serious in unison. "Move into the martyr's vessel." "The entire Legion. What about the ones on the underside of the hull?" It seems something unknown has indeed happened inside the martyr's vessel, making the high command so urgent. I wonder if it's related to the light emitted by Amba's blessing. But regardless, I have a feeling this trip will be far from peaceful. A full Legion entering Amba's tomb, which was never permitted before. "Hey, can you shut that mouth of yours?" "Haha, that mouth of his has never been accurate since the Starfleet Academy. What's there to worry about?" Chanting Fleet 01, this is General Kadget's command. The Legion is about to enter the martyr's vessel. Your fleet will execute the task of clearing a landing zone using a ring formation to create space for the main force. 01 received. The Chanting Fleet 01 detached from directly above the Cross Legion flagship. Chanting Fleet 01, ring formation. An order was sent from the flagship of 01 to every chanting vessel. The first 1,000 ships spread into a circular perimeter, forging a ring-shaped gate of warships at the forefront. One after another, chanting vessels lined up densely, maintaining equal distances between them. Then came the second, third, fourth batches. One ring after another of warship circles was assembled, linked front to back, resembling a colossal tunnel awaiting traversal. Finally, the 10 rings formed by Chanting Fleet 01 were neatly aligned before the Cross Legion. Inside the flagship, 2 armed officers stared at the scene outside the viewport. Even they for a moment were lost in awe. The Golden Chanting's ring formation. This is its first application since the theory was developed. The Holy Nation's pinnacle creation, truly magnificent. But they realized their mistake as soon as they spoke. Beyond the 10 rings, a silent, colossal shadow stretched beyond the horizon. That too was a creation of the Holy Nation. Yet, even such a creation had fallen into silence. It was hard to imagine what kind of enemy could have done this. Inside the first fleet of the Cross Legion, not far from the flagship, a soldier suddenly pointed outside. "Look, the Chanting Fleet is moving." "That's the ring formation. The operation is about to begin. A Legion-level operation unprecedented in the Holy Nation's 10,000-year history. This is Chanting Fleet 01, a ring formation established. Command received. Issuing Legion orders by General Kadget's directive, the entire Cross Legion will enter the martyr's vessel to protect the glory left by Amba and all that Amba has bequeathed to us. The first wave will be led by the Chanting Fleet to clear the landing zone. The remaining fleets will enter in the second wave. Attention, all fleets, the martyr's vessel can provide only limited teleportation guidance. Accuracy depends on yourselves. If you deviate and end up outside the cleared zone, you will have to rely on your own luck. After the 10 rings were fully formed, a persistent announcement echoed across the nearly 10 million ships of the 72 regular fleets and the remaining 9 chanting fleets. First Fleet received. We are ready to sacrifice everything for the Holy Nation. Send my regards to General Kadget. This is Second Fleet. All officers are prepared for the expedition. Third Fleet here. As one fleet after another acknowledged and fell silent, the Cross Legion flagship, surrounded by the 9 remaining chanting fleets, issued the final pre-entry order. Chanting Fleet 01, pre-activate the chanting resonance, then enter. All chanting vessels of Fleet 01 glowed with a brilliant golden light, poised to unleash. Each ship was like a miniature sun ready to burst at any moment. An unfamiliar, clear female voice sounded across all ships. Martyr's vessel spatial teleportation guidance in progress. Target void current channel. The next instant, the foremost ring of warships stretched into a blurred phantom, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Then the second ring, the third. One after another, the rings of chanting vessels elongated, turning into white phantoms that disappeared in a flash. After the intense white light of spatial teleportation, what met the eyes was endless black. A black so profound that nothing could be discerned. Boundless, eternally ready to devour everything. Chanting Fleet 01 has entered. Initiating clearance protocol. All ships activate chanting resonance. In the darkness, a ring of white light suddenly blazed. The moment it appeared, a fierce clash erupted with the black as the shields on every ship endured tremendous pressure. Simultaneously, at the instant of contact, a blazing golden radiance burst from within the ring formed by the warships. The golden light, like the lingering radiance of the sun, slowly unfurled its brilliance. The golden boundary expanded and spread through the darkness with a visible, defiant presence. But inside the chanting fleet, what they saw were countless ferocious pitch-black warships surrounding them. Yet under the swift spread of the chanting resonance, all those sinister vessels within range underwent violent collapse and detonation. The shields on those ferocious warships proved utterly useless. Upon contact with the chanting resonance, they melted and crumbled like snow under a blazing sun. After the first ring came the second. At a fixed distance, the second ring entered and immediately unleashed its pre-charged chanting resonance. A golden radiance bloomed once more in the darkness like a grand fireworks display detonating across that space, illuminating the pitch-black void. Following closely, the third and fourth rings appeared behind, instantly releasing the chanting resonance. In the moment they were swarmed by the ferocious Black Fleet, they carved out a safe zone that expanded outward. Yet even so, the shields of a dozen chanting ships at the edge shattered, almost instantly destroyed by the ferocious fleet. The breach was immediately engulfed by the radiance of the chanting resonance, and both the ferocious vessels and the chanting ships within collapsed and annihilated together. Within less than 10 seconds, all 10 rings entered in succession, instantly carving out a safe zone suffused with golden light in the pitch-black void current channel. Chanting Fleet 01 has entered. Contact with enemy. Chanting resonance activated. Safe zone cleared. Main force can enter. Outside the Martyr's vessel, the Cross Legion flagship received the signal and immediately issued the second wave order to the waiting Legion fleets. All Legions lock coordinates enter. The same unfamiliar crisp female voice provided guidance. The next moment, the fully prepared 72 regular fleets and 9 chanting fleets of the Cross Legion transformed into phantom white light one after another. The entire massive Legion entered the state of spatial teleportation. Inside a small warship of the Ecclesiastical State's 53rd Fleet. The smallest warship configuration in the Ecclesiastical Fleet is manned by a 100-person crew. Though the vessel's crew is modest, a single such warship is enough to dominate civilizations below the 6th level. In the cockpit, 2 pilots nervously watched the swarm of ships flying before them. This is insane. We only just became full-fledged pilots before we were stationed in star systems, assisting interstellar police with minor skirmishes. Aegis shouted to his navigator companion. In the 53rd Fleet, their warship was merely a small unit within a branch fleet. As newly enlisted starship pilots, this was their first time executing such a large-scale mission. Our fleet's patrol area spans over 100 star systems, and all were summoned here. Not just us, but every other fleet as well. Their gaze turned to the distance. Each fleet formed its own cluster, one next to another. Dozens of fleets lined up behind the flagship, awaiting orders. Such a grand spectacle was a first even for them. The foremost Psalm fleet has already departed. They suddenly witnessed the Psalm fleet arranged in a star ring formation ahead dissolve into white light within mere seconds and vanish, transported to somewhere unknown. Shortly after the Psalm fleet disappeared, other fleets began to follow suit, vanishing into teleportation. The two in the cockpit grew even tenser as the unified command echoed through the ship-wide broadcast. Our turn is soon. Be careful, or don't miscalculate the spatial coordinates. Though they haven't told us what's on the other side, my intel suggests some high-ranking officials say it's extremely dangerous. If you get the coordinates wrong, we could be done for. Relax. My spatial perception talent is the highest grade, transcendent. I graduated top of my class from the Navigator Academy. How could I possibly err? As he spoke, he reclined, and a hemispherical device extended from the seat to cover his brain as he closed his eyes. The remaining pilots nervously offered silent prayers to Amba for protection. The fleet ahead sequentially entered the space-time teleportation state. Like a tide, rows of warship clusters turned into phantoms and disappeared. The 21st Fleet has entered the teleportation phase and arrived at the designated position. The 39th Fleet is arrived at the designated position. The 43rd Fleet has entered. Our turn is almost here. Summarized reports kept coming through the fleet's internal channel, with the fleet commander's voice booming loudest. All ships prepare. Every auxiliary targeting officer must not deviate from the positions assigned by the fleet's main computer, or you will crash directly during the teleportation process. It's our turn now. Teleportation commencing. 3, 2, 1. The Cross Legion's 53rd Fleet begins space teleportation. Target the Martyr's Passage. Aegis felt his vision blur as the lead warship was enveloped in light. Then the light stretched it, flattened it infinitely, and stretched it again, as if it fell from 3 dimensions to 2, then from 2 to 1. Finally, the vessel itself transformed into a beam of light and vanished in an instant. This spectacle quickly spread to his own ship, and he witnessed himself undergoing the identical transformation. Everything outside the viewport was blazing white light. But then an ominous sound crackled through his communication channel. Warning, coordinate error. The fleet's main computer is about to overload. Damn it. It's a spatial singularity. The main computer is trapped in infinite computation. An icy automated alert, and the frantic voice of the fleet commander rang out almost simultaneously. At those words, Aegis's heart turned to ice. A spatial singularity is an extremely rare point in space that requires exceptionally stringent conditions to form. Once entangled in its calculations, even the most advanced compound space-time computer employed by the ecclesiastical state cannot resolve it. However, spatial singularities are incredibly scarce, and the few known coordinates are marked as universal black coordinates by the galaxy's 6 major sixth-level civilizations. Teleportation to them is fundamentally forbidden. But who could have imagined that such a spatial singularity existed within the Martyr's Passage? At that proclamation, the entire 53rd Fleet plunged into panic. They had no chance to abort the teleportation. They would be infinitely stretched and reduced to particles, becoming part of space itself, dying without a trace. At the critical juncture, someone suddenly connected to the fleet's channel. A clear, resonant female voice reached every ear. Release control. I will take over the fleet's main computer and provide spatial teleportation guidance. That voice was like a balm, soothing all their frozen hearts. The crew at the command console of the fleet's flagship reacted with lightning speed, executing the voice's orders several times faster than during routine drills. They never imagined they could move that quickly, and the voice did not disappoint. In an instant, it seized control of the flagship's main computer. All pilots found themselves deprived of control over their warships, left to drift at the mercy of the flow. But the next moment, to their utter astonishment, the spatial singularity that seemed nearly unsolvable to them was being unraveled bit by bit. New spatial coordinates were being proposed, gradually replacing the original singularity coordinates. The entire process took mere seconds, and in the next instant the scenery before their eyes shifted with a whoosh. 10 colossal star rings formed by the Psalm warships constituted the first defensive line, with an open battlefield in the middle, and at the very center lay the Cross Legion's flagship. Fleet after fleet emerged from teleportation, arriving at their designated positions within the star rings. But without exception, every fleet, the moment they exited the teleportation state, plunged straight into fierce combat. This included the 53rd Fleet. Aegis instinctively searched for enemies, but when he spotted them, he froze. Outside the star rings, the backdrop was an endless pitch-black void. Yet upon closer inspection, one realized that darkness was writhing. Those were none other than a horde of sinister warships. An unending surge of black warships rushed toward the star rings. Had the psalm sound not been continuously emitted, they might have already engulfed the Cross Legion. But as fleet after fleet warped in, they swiftly filled the gaps within the star rings that the psalm sound couldn't entirely cover, holding the line against the dark storm and keeping it at bay beyond the rings. The 7th Fleet has arrived at the designated position. There's a breach here. A wave of over 10,000 enemy units is flooding in. 7th Fleet, seal the breach. The 9th and 13th Fleets are nearby. They'll join you to close it. This is the 18th Fleet. We're near the outer edge of the star rings. A Psalm warship is severely damaged. Its sound is contracting. The ship's internal status is unknown and calls are unanswered. Some enemy vessels have already slipped through the gaps in the Psalm's sound. 18th Fleet, this is the Legion flagship. That Psalm warship has gone offline and a replacement is en route. Until it arrives, do not let a single enemy through. This is the 67th Fleet. This is the 67th Fleet. Mayday! Mayday! Our coordinates are off. We can't locate the Legion's main force. All we see outside are pitch-black enemies. We've been overwhelmed. The fleet is in critical condition. If any nearby fleet can hear us, please give us a heading. Captain, these enemy units. There's something wrong with them. Perhaps due to an error during the main computer handover, Aegis found himself on the flagship channel, and in an instant he heard countless shocking reports that rattled his very soul. But he had no time to process this information, as his warship had already received its combat orders. All mounted weapons swiveled to face the enemies outside. And then the same clear voice that had saved their entire fleet echoed once more in his ears. This is the Silver Star City under Commander Feng. I will provide support for the Cross Legion's operations within the Martyr's Passage. However, the ethereal passage is heavily disrupted by the Black Mist Fleet, and control is limited. In case of emergencies, report code 000, and I will prioritize resources to assist. With that, the voice vanished, and the fleet's main computer of the 53rd Fleet regained control over the armada. After corrections by the main computer, the previous chaos was quickly restored to order. Yugusi returned to his designated ship channel. Beside him, his navigator companion rose, trembling, blood streaking across his face. Yugusi, I nearly blew up along with the fleet's main computer. My head is still buzzing. The space inside and outside the Martyr is too different. The spatial conditions inside are far too complex, completely unlike the outside. If I hadn't just been assisting the main computer with calculations, I'd have become a fool. Don't worry, if you were gone, we'd all be buried with you. We nearly all perished. Hug Yugusi, can't you say something pleasant? The navigator wiped the blood from his face as he spoke, but come to think of it, that one named Ear is truly remarkable. He actually solved the coordinates of the spatial singularity. In all my years, I've never seen anyone break free from the infinite calculations of a spatial singularity. And this Ear is so capable, yet he's just a subordinate. This Feng. Who is he? Silver Star City. I've never heard of it. My little tidbit told me that not long ago we gained a saint child, and his name seems to be Feng. The two exchanged a glance, feeling that this saint child's strength was unfathomable. Ear, what did you do? My head just ached. Feng sensed that certain restricted regions within his sea of consciousness began to activate inexplicably. This region seemed to be where Ear was bound. Nothing just a calculation error, but fortunately the system core Ear inherited was unexpectedly formidable, and it's already resolved. Feng understood Ear's meaning. The fleet system she inherited was brought out from a game. A game capable of summoning fleets naturally had a system so powerful that Feng was not surprised. The spatial passageway has been fully occupied by the Black Mist fleet. Even with the authority granted by the Amba crystals, I am on the verge of losing control over it. Ear's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. In her view, her specialty had been outshone. She held the highest authority over the Martyr, yet still couldn't reclaim control. The spatial passageway is the main artery of the Martyr, connecting most spatial modules, including the command deck, the biosphere, and the research levels. It's the lifeline of the Martyr. The initial outbreak of the Black Mist fleet also began from the depths of this passageway, and now it's reached an irreparable state. Ear explained the grim situation. The strength of the Black Mist fleet within the spatial passageway is on a different level from that seeping into the biosphere. The gap between the two is akin to the difference between a 5th-tier civilization and a 6th-tier one. The situation for the Cross Legion is not optimistic. How is the fleet's spatial modification progressing? Feng rubbed his forehead and asked. Silver Star City is carrying out modifications in full force within the biosphere. The modifications for the Fairy Battle Maidens are relatively easier with a rate exceeding 50, but the fleet's modification is slow, currently only at 20, and cannot form effective combat capability. Feng fell into deep thought upon hearing Ear's report. The 71st Fleet. Although it was a rear formation fleet, it had only launched its teleportation a few seconds after the main force. After receiving the order for unified action, the fleet's captain led the entire fleet in a sudden thrust into the Martyr. Captain, we're in. But before they could celebrate, the white light outside the portholes contracted, revealing what lay beyond. At the sight, everyone in the bridge couldn't help but shrink their pupils. What is that? Endless darkness surged toward them like a tide. At first glance, the darkness seemed to be tiny dots, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly menacing warships growing larger in their field of vision. Enemy attack. The urgent alarm blared across all ships in the fleet. At the same instant the alarm sounded, all the main warships within the fleet activated their shipboard weaponry. Maintain formation. Don't break. Prepare the negative matter cannons. Notify the Legion's flagship that we've been separated from the main force and request reinforcements. Even just a few Lament-class warships would be enough. Also search for any friendly fleets nearby. Is there any chance of rendezvous? The enemy numbers are too great, at least tens of millions. This is not something a single fleet can handle. Though the captain's heart was racing, he issued orders methodically, quickly steadying the bridge that had been filled with panicked murmurs. From time to time, large warships escorted by smaller ones in the fleet fired chaotic rays that seemed capable of annihilating everything toward the approaching dark warship groups. Wherever the rays passed, all matter silently disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Often just a few such large warships could suppress a vast area, clearing a safe defensive line away from the main fleet. But that wasn't all. Deeper within the fleet, hundreds of cube-shaped warships sent waves of ripples that caused spatial disturbances in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, the space trembled with tiny undulations, and the menacing warships within that region shattered from top to bottom in an instant. At every shattered point, the original armor of the warships seemed to invert, causing spatial chaos. Almost every part of a ship underwent such changes with no place spared. The final effect was like a crushed aluminum can, with cracks appearing everywhere. The counterattack of the 71st Fleet yielded considerable results, allowing the fleet's members to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Though the dark warship groups in the distance were numerous, their attacks landed on the fleet's spatial folding shields and vanished without even causing a ripple. If this continued, they might be able to break through the vast sea of ships and return to the main legion. Yet for some reason the fleet commander felt a growing sense of unease. The warships before them seemed a bit too easy to destroy. In a place they hadn't noticed, the fragmented remains of ships struck by negative matter cannons and the wreckage shattered by spatial ripples. Black dots gradually appeared on their surfaces. At first, these dots were barely visible, but as they converged more and more, they formed shadowy blobs like black mist, lingering around and refusing to disperse. Only then were they observed. The anomaly of these black mist was not initially taken seriously by the 71st Fleet. The flagship's command console soon detected the abnormality of the black mist. Wait, what is this? Some black mist not only failed to dissipate after being pierced by the negative matter cannon fire, but even dodged it. After a round of negative matter cannons sweeping into the black mist, there faintly reappeared. At that moment, an operator's slightly tense voice rang out. Captain, our space shield. Its strength is continuously being weakened. What? The captain immediately rushed to the operator's side to check the data, which showed that the shield's strength was steadily declining at a subtle rate. Is there any attacking target? He urgently ordered a search for the cause. But the search yielded nothing. No matter how they searched, the final result was no attack target found. Moreover, the rate at which the shield's strength dropped continued to accelerate with the intensity of their counterattacks. This made the captain's face turn grim. How can this be? He couldn't help but look out the porthole and suddenly noticed that the outermost edge of the fleet had at some point been shrouded in a faint, unclear black mist. The black mist settled onto the shield, yet the shield showed no reaction. And as more dark warships were destroyed, more of this black mist accumulated, even blending into the dark background, making it hard to distinguish. It was then that the captain suddenly realized that the culprit might be this black mist. Clear the black mist around the fleet. He immediately issued the order, but by now the order was already too late. A warship inadvertently strayed beyond the range of the main fleet. Within minutes, gaping voids began to spread across the shield projected around its hull. As these voids expanded, they consumed more and more area until the entire shield resembled a tattered, hole-ridden rag. But that was not all. As the shield deteriorated, the stray warship appeared to come under attack from an unseen source, and problems rapidly emerged across its hull. Communications from the stricken vessel grew increasingly frantic. Calling the fleet. Calling the fleet. We've been separated from the formation. Our power source is failing. Our speed is dropping. We can't keep up with the fleet. Repeat, we cannot keep up with the fleet to complete the breakout. Our shields are also failing. The power source issue isn't from a mechanical fault. It's been damaged, yet there's no visible hull breach. The source of the attack is unknown. No, wait, this. I think I might have found what's attacking us. My hand. It's been pierced. Then the fleet lost contact with the warship. However, their displays showed the shieldless warship drifting further and further away. Stripped of both shield and power, countless tiny dense black specks suddenly appeared across its hull. Initially, these specks were difficult to discern, but their numbers grew so immense, so incalculable, that they eventually became visible to the naked eye. The wounds they inflicted on the hull, vast in number beyond measure, looked as if they were being pierced by rays of energy. Yet everyone on the fleet's flagship knew that no such rays had ever struck the vessel. The stray warship was thus gradually eroded and penetrated bit by bit. The sight sent a chill down the spine of all who witnessed it. But for some, this scene was a revelation. Senior members of the fleet with academic backgrounds immediately conceived a possibility. Switched to high-energy particle spectroscopy analysis. At this command, everyone snapped to attention. Such equipment was typically for scientific detection, found only on the few observation ships within the fleet. The captain also sensed something amiss. Observing their own shields' inexplicably waning strength, he realized that before long they would suffer the same fate as the stray warship. So he immediately followed up with orders. Have the observation ships prepare high-energy particle spectroscopy immediately. No more than that. Activate the microscopic particle observation instruments as well. In this moment of life and death, no one dared to be negligent. Data from the observation ships came back swiftly. The results of the analysis left the senior crewman who first spotted the problem frozen in place. Seeing his state, the captain grew even more anxious. He snatched the data, bypassing the detailed explanation, and began reviewing it himself. But when he saw the data, he too stood transfixed. Though not a specialist, he possessed basic scientific literacy, and many of the data entries immediately appeared anomalous to him. His throat moved with difficulty. These microscopic particles are alive. The data in his hands overwhelmingly indicated that an incalculable number of active microscopic particles existed outside the fleet. Their behavioral patterns completely defied any known model of activity. Their trajectories were bizarrely erratic. Their actions were organized. But it was precisely this order that chilled him to the core. Their movements were as coordinated as a well-drilled legion. And they were incredibly agile. They accelerated from standstill to near-light speed in just a few seconds. They even performed abrupt stops and highly regular maneuvers like orbiting a central point. These phenomena overwhelmed his ability to suppress his inner terror. In a laboratory, achieving such control over microscopic particles would not be difficult. But what he saw before him? His gaze drifted towards the viewport where an endless, profound darkness reigned. Does this mean all of these are such microscopic particles? In normal space, accelerating to near-light speed, a single such ordinary particle impact could be severe or negligible. We are constantly bombarded by cosmic rays of this nature. But what if a modified weapon the size of a particle accelerated to near-light speed existed in such astronomical numbers that they exceed the total number of stars in the galaxy? The senior crewman who first identified the problem spoke with a trembling voice. We will be like that lost warship, penetrated by countless particles too small to detect, pierced through in shock and slowly dawning pain until we are riddled with holes torn asunder. Only one entity could achieve such a feat. A Type 7 civilization. These words jolted the captain back to his senses like a shock. He ceased poring over the data and shouted to the bridge crew, who were paralyzed with fear. All ships accelerate the breakout. I want full power ahead regardless of the consequences. Any ship that cannot keep up must fend for itself. Our only objective, our singular goal, is to locate the main Legion force and break through to them. Keep trying to contact the Legion. Get their coordinates. Report our situation and tell them they must beware. Meanwhile, on the other side, the command deck of the Cross Legion was bustling with frantic activity. General another fleet has suffered a teleportation error and has been separated from the main force. Which one? The 71st Fleet. Hearing this, General Kadget rubbed his forehead wearily. The 67th Fleet has completely lost contact. Earlier we received faint distress calls from surviving ships, but now, at this news Kadget's mood grew even heavier. It had been a long time since the ecclesiastical state had lost an entire fleet formation. Their deviation point wasn't far from us, but their destruction was so swift that we had no time to organize a rescue force to break through. What about the 71st Fleet? General Kadget asked, his head bowed. Regrettably, the 71st Fleet is more than 10 times further away than the 67th Fleet was. Under the current circumstances, mounting a rescue would be extremely difficult, but the good news is we still have contact with them. The 71st Fleet reacted swiftly. They managed to consolidate their ships into a defensive cluster faster than the 67th, which prevented another immediate tragedy. However, their current situation remains precarious. The Legion flagship just broadcast a wide-area beacon in their direction, and they are now making an all-out push to rejoin the main force. But the main computer estimates that even if they succeed, their losses will be severe. Do we have the capacity to provide support? General Kadget asked with his eyes closed. The adjutant was silent for a long moment. My apologies, General. Kadget shook his head and took a deep breath. Though the situation was far worse than anticipated, his military composure quickly reasserted itself. It's fine. What about the rest of the fleet? The 8th Fleet, which deviated first, wasn't far from the similarly displaced 17th Fleet. After losing over 20% of their ships, the two fleets managed to link up and are now retreating towards the Legion main force. The 21st, 25th, and 42nd Fleets also deviated. Their whereabouts are unknown and communications are faint, but they responded to the Legion's wide-area broadcast. We know they are still alive on the battlefield, though their distance is estimated to be immense. These warships caught in what's called black mist have created drastically different spatial environments within the void channels. At such vast distances, contacting them is proving difficult. Additionally, a Psalm fleet also deviated during teleportation, but they have fared the best and are the most likely to hold out until they can rendezvous with us. In total, 7 standard fleets and 1 Psalm fleet have been stranded outside the Star Ring. Furthermore, the adjutant paused. Fleets such as the 71st and 8th have sent us a brief report. The content is short, but what it contains is too shocking to be confirmed hastily. Yet it is so crucial, even concerning the survival of the Legion, that I must make it known to you. Normally he would not dare to report such unverified intelligence to his superior. But the current situation did not allow him to wait for the technical department to finalize a flawless report before submitting it. Oh, Kadget was also startled by this unexpected news, raising his head slightly. Let's hear it. General, during their attacks they discovered that the black mist outside might be alive. Alive? Yes, here is the account of their experience. The adjutant recounted the events one by one. After listening, Kadget's brow furrowed even tighter. A 7th-level civilization. Is it a... This thought flashed through his mind, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Kadget gazed out the porthole. The vast ring illuminated a sliver of light against the endless dark backdrop. Nearly 100 fleets gathered within the ring beams, crisscrossing, holding back the black mist fleet's infiltration from the periphery. A fleet was patrolling inside the ring, clearing out remaining black mist ships. The scattered black mist vessels were insignificant against the fleet's full firepower and were instantly shattered. Near the outer edge, engineering vessels were constructing and reinforcing defensive positions. Larger space relay generators were being assembled at key locations. They aimed to turn this place into a solid foothold, transforming the space opened by the ring into the Legion's stronghold. Occasionally, a small squadron of ships shuttled between the fleets. Kadget surveyed all this, his thoughts racing uncontrollably. If they were truly facing creations from a 7th-level civilization, could they hold out in such a situation? Or could such a situation even exist? The more he pondered, the more uneasy Kadget became. Find Bishop Ballard immediately. The main star system of the theocratic state St. Tau. The pyramid-shaped building piercing through the clouds into the pitch-black space was visible from outer space. Bathed in starlight, it emitted a dazzling pale gold. Surrounding this colossal structure were countless guard ships, and further away were the various governing institutions of the theocratic state, occupying an entire continent. Beyond this continent, the other continents were where the most elite figures of the theocratic state could reside. Yet even these most prominent figures could only secure a modest dwelling on the main star. Any plot of land on the main star was beyond the description of being exorbitantly expensive. It was 1,000 times more exaggerated. Everything on this planet revolved around that grand golden pyramid, which was also called the Grand Pivot Council. Inside the Grand Pivot Council, the central Grand Hall echoed with heated debates. The Grand Hall, capable of seating over 100,000, was usually where the governors of all administrative systems under the theocratic state gathered. But now only a few hundred people from the theocratic state sat at the front, arguing fiercely. Your Eminence, the command of the Crusader Legion was given to an outsider. Marshal Dantonus Bishop Pangra is not an outsider. He is a recognized bishop of the theocratic state, personally appointed by Lord Amba, and one of the state's rare great scholars. Bishop Balaji, how do you know that is the real Bishop Pangra? What if it is only a preserved memory core being manipulated? The tomb concerns the very foundation of the theocratic state. How can we heed his words so easily? Marshal Dantnus, you should know that the Grand Bishop is the supreme leader of the theocratic state's military, political, and religious realms, a trinity, in one second only to Lord Amba. Do you dare to question his decision? Oomph. I will naturally obey the Grand Bishop's orders. But who knows if this is not a conspiracy concocted by you bishops who have long ceased productive work? Do you know how tense the current situation in the Milky Way has become? The Balaji family, the Ballard family. Your families are the parasites of the theocratic state. In the era when Lord Amba has been gone, you have usurped his authority under the guise of being his most devout followers. This is a desecration of Lord Amba's beliefs. Oof. Our great marshal, if you have grievances against us, speak directly. But do not drag Lord Amba into this. Our faith in Lord Amba is beyond doubt. The attendees were clearly divided into two factions. One wore crisp military uniforms adorned with medals, while the other donned resplendent religious robes. Neither side yielded, arguing endlessly. But the military faction was not at an advantage. Except for the sole Marshal Dantnus, the other officers' firepower was easily rebutted by the bishops. The Grand Bishop watched the scene unfold, his expression unchanged, his thoughts inscrutable. Only when the arguments escalated to the brink of physical confrontation did he speak. The Pivot Council is not a place for your quarrels. At these words, everyone fell silent. The fragments of Amba. He had barely begun when over a dozen voices interrupted. Your Eminence, please think thrice. Your Eminence, the fragments of Amba are the foundation of the state. They must not be touched. Your Eminence, this is a dark age without Amba. If we lose the light of the fragments, the faithful will know not where to turn. Your Eminence, I am willing to commit my entire family's resources to resolve this matter in place of the fragments, if only to protect their light that continues to shine upon us. The Grand Bishop withdrew his words and said nothing more, his expression as calm as if he had never spoken. How is the redeployment of border garrisons proceeding? How many planets have been destabilized by the withdrawal of the Crusader Legion? What is the movement of other Spiral Arm civilizations' fleets? Has the rebellion in the Eastern Spiral Arm been suppressed? Is the cause investigated? He turned to other matters, and everyone answered with due respect. The scene immediately became orderly. When all affairs were handled, the Grand Bishop suddenly changed his tone. Recently, the border situation in the Spiral Arm has been turbulent. I need to assemble a planetary battle fleet to patrol and show deterrence. Marshal Dantnus, you will lead the organization with the bishops assisting. These words immediately drew many voices. Your Eminence, each planetary battlestar suppresses a planetary system. If they are withdrawn, fleet defense will be even more hollow. Your Eminence, while the planetary battlestars are not the main force against malcontents, they represent a symbol, the deterrent power of the theocratic state. If they are absent, many heretics may harbor unlawful intentions. But the Grand Bishop's subsequent words silenced all objections. The first to be assembled are the 3 planetary battlestars guarding the main star from the guard. Marshal Dantnus, I will transfer command of these 3 to you. Then you will gather the remaining battlestars within the theocratic state's territories. The Grand Bishop's words held an unyielding authority. Yet the content left all senior members of the Pivot Council, including Marshal Dantnus, stunned. For a moment, different thoughts churned in everyone's mind. Marshal Dantnus first frowned. First, the Crusader Legion was urgently assembled and sent to the tomb, including the Psalm fleet. Then came the cluster of planetary battlestars. Such deployments. Could it be a declaration of war against other 6th-level civilizations? And starting with the battlestars of the guard that protect the main star. 3 planetary battlestars. But after rehearsing the scenario several times in his mind, his eyes lit up as he understood something. I shall obey the Grand Bishop's command. Dantnus will not fail your expectations. He bowed deeply to the Grand Bishop, a gradually forming plan emerging in his mind. The Crusader Legion has sent us a dispatch. They have already lost a full-strength fleet, and another 6 fleets, and a Threnody fleet, are under ferocious attack. Facing Ear's words, Feng seemed not to hear. Only when Ear asked again did he react. Do you need rest? Ear's virtual projection widened its clear green pupils and asked. Feng shook his head. No, I was just thinking about something. Do everything you can to assist the Crusader Legion. I have mapped out the approximate terrain of the Void Stream Passage and the density distribution of the Black Mist fleet. For the fleets separated from the Crusader Legion's main force, I have also activated guidance to direct their retreat, but 4 fleets are too far away. The evacuation outcome may disappoint those theocrats. At present, the Theocracy's Crusader Legion is advancing toward the deepest part of the Void Stream Passage, only progress is slow. If they force a faster pace, heavy casualties are inevitable. Where is Pangela now? Pangela had disappeared after leaving a single order for the Crusader Legion and Feng's fleet to advance together into the Void Stream Passage. The depths of the Void Stream Passage were where the Black Mist had originally been suppressed by the Martyr. Even now, the greater part of the Martyr's energy supply was still being delivered to that place. Otherwise, the trouble the Crusader Legion faced would likely be even worse. Ear quickly located Pangela's position. He is in the area marked Black Pyramid. But before Feng could respond, Ear's emerald-clear eyes widened slightly. The situation has changed. The Black Mist fleet's activity is rising. The 71st Fleet. The attritional breakout battle against the Black Mist Fleet had been going on for quite some time. The fleet had already lost more than 20% of its warships in succession. They fought with all their strength to break through toward the Legion's main force. But as the fleet was swallowed by the boundless black mist with no end ever in sight, a sense of helplessness gradually spread through the fleet. A few more peripheral warships in an unguarded moment fell behind the main formation and were immediately surrounded by the black mist that had followed them like a shadow. But the entire fleet had long since received the notice about the particle-form nature of the Black Mist Fleet. These warships deliberately reduced their speed to the minimum, and in an instant they had fallen far behind the main force. Watching the main force recede into the distance, they did not hesitate in the least. Starting from its power source, a warship split cleanly in two at the middle. A deep abyssal blue light flashed, followed by a violent flare like a star. A violent explosion burst out from within the warship. It also swallowed the black mist particles that had swarmed forward. The explosion of this warship was only the beginning. Then several identical deep blue flashes bloomed, and afterward enormous blossoms of explosion fire burst open. These explosions converged at a critical point, and the deep blue blast stopped abruptly, as if time had frozen. After a while they began to contract inward in the reverse direction. The deep blue flowers in full bloom once again became the buds they had been at the start. But this was only the beginning of a new round of counterattack. As the contraction reached its limit, the space inside the explosion began to collapse, and the entire region of space collapsed like a black hole. A terrifying gravitational pull dragged everything within reach, warship wreckage, black mist particles, into the very center. The black mist particles pursuing from behind passed through this region, and not one of them escaped being sucked in, and none fled. This unexpectedly created a safe zone for the main fleet, at least for a short time. The pressure from the rear was greatly reduced. The captain of the 71st Fleet watched the scene, his heart aching. The explosion of a dark energy-driven power source combined with space compression technology meant that the destructive force of a warship's self-destruction was now simply horrifying. But it also meant that every soldier and officer aboard would leave no remains behind. Apart from the cold names and serial numbers in the fleet system, there would be no physical trace left to prove they had existed and fought for the theocracy. A loss of this magnitude was unprecedented since the fleet's founding, and the disgrace made him bow his head deeply. But from the command platform came an operator's anxious voice. "Captain, this black mist has changed." He looked up and saw on the panel of real space microparticle activity that the external activity had surged to the limit. For a moment he did not understand what it meant, but when he raised his head to look outside the viewport, he saw that the endless black mist warships surrounding them were actually transforming. The black mist warships assembled from an astronomically vast number of particles. Were it not that after being destroyed, a small number of residual particles turned back into black mist, probably no one would ever have thought these warships were not forged from metal. And yet these black mist warships, realistic enough to fool every starship expert in the entire galaxy, now began to disintegrate on their own. From bow to hull, from the ferocious, elongated spines to the ray weapons, all the way to the stern. First they broke apart vertically in sections, then those sections scattered horizontally, dissolving into countless black particles. In this moment, it was not merely the wisps of black mist around the fleet that churned with activity. In every direction the particle detectors turned at every location on every black mist warship, particle activity was searing upward. Like an ancient beast slowly stirring from slumber, these black particles were beginning to bare their fangs. Not only the captain, but everyone aboard the 71st Fleet looked up at the scene, shaken to the core. The once thin black mist, reinforced by endless dark particles, became an all-devouring tide. It even sealed every crack through which the faintest light could pass outward. All they could do was watch helplessly as a colossal dark hand closed toward them. In that instant, they seemed to return to the birth of the universe, when there was nothing at all, only a vast, deathly silence of darkness. The biological instinct etched into their genes suddenly awakened that threat of terror. It seized their throats, making every breath a struggle. The fleet's tens of thousands of negative matter cannons and spatial wave emitters, still directed by the main computer, were automatically resisting the all-surrounding dark hand. But no matter which part they annihilated, more instantly surged in to fill the void. The fleet was still charging forward on its previous momentum, the entire fleet, like a sharp arrow plunging into that dark hand. In a flash, the spatial shields of the whole fleet were locked in a desperate contest with the dark hand. But this arrow had stabbed into cotton. Beneath the dark hand's unceasing waves, the spatial shields could not force open the slightest opening, and the darkness ahead remained as inescapable as ever. After that exchange, the spatial shields' readings hit a new low. The spatial shields, already far from full strength and constantly worn down, had fallen into a precarious state. When it became clear that even opening a gap was a vain hope, the fleet captain slowly lowered the long sleeve of his uniform to hide his trembling hands. He was the first to speak, shattering the silence of the bridge. "Send the final transmission to the Legion flagship." To the ears of the command officers and operators, the meaning of his words was unmistakable. There was no hope of breaking out, no hope of escape. Deep in the void stream passage, which was like a spatial quagmire, there was only one fate awaiting them. Some officers lowered their heads in bitter frustration, a female operator could no longer hold back, and wept in quiet sobs, others roared in defiance. In the soldiers' eyes gleamed a look of determination mixed with despair. This is the 71st Fleet, General. We may not see you again. You personally appointed me as captain of the 71st Fleet. This is my final salute to you. All members of my fleet also extend their last regards to you and every warrior of the Legion. To have been part of the Crusader Legion was our honor. For the glory of Amba. The captain closed the final transmission. Perhaps because of the spatial quagmire, no response came immediately. He did not mind, he simply smiled and shook his head. Perhaps this was better. Far better than watching helplessly as the fleet under his command was destroyed. By the time they received the message, it would all be over. He then opened the all-ship channel. On every remaining ship of the 71st Fleet, his low but immensely powerful voice rang out. At that moment, everyone turned their eyes away from the darkness beyond the viewports and looked up toward the source of the voice. I am the captain. I am about to issue the final order to all ships. All crew members, we have no retreat. You are the finest warriors. I command you abandon the fleet, scatter all ships, and offer our greatest Amba. Farewell, everyone. General, all signals from the 71st Fleet have vanished. At the final moment, their fleet formation dispersed. That section of the void stream channel was nearly cleared, creating a brief vacuum region. Bang! The bridge of the Legion flagship fell into silence, only the dull sound of a fist striking. Khajiit slammed his fist heavily onto the metal platform before him, his breathing growing heavy. 100,000 ships, hundreds of millions of officers, an entire fleet. Have Song of Praise fleets 0708, 09. 10 prepare to set sail, perform force space, jump to rendezvous with the remaining fleet. He did not say much more. After half a minute, he raised his head and spoke slowly. But General, given the current jump environment of the void stream channel, even if the Song of Praise fleets perform space transmission, there is a high likelihood of deviation. Losing 4 Song of Praise fleets would put us in an even more passive situation. A staff officer ignored the adjutant's obstruction and still spoke. Just then an operator at the lower console transmitted new news. General, the combined fleet of the 8th and 17th fleets has sent an urgent distress call. They are in big trouble. Then came 3 intermittent communications. General, the 21st Fleet sent an incomplete transmission. They are requesting reinforcements. The 25th Fleet also sent a weak transmission. They need reinforcements. The 42nd Fleet as well. They face annihilation without reinforcements. But these 3 fleets were scattered farther from the Legion's main force. Khajiit's expression turned extremely grim. For a moment the atmosphere in the bridge grew heavy and everyone fell silent. Some wanted to speak again, but under such high pressure they also closed their mouths. Everyone waited for Khajiit to make a decision. General. But these were not the main issue. An officer who was constantly monitoring the Legion's surroundings then spoke. We are also in big trouble. The Black Mist fleet, which had been at a stalemate, suddenly transformed completely. The increasingly dense black mist around them, and the alarms that kept hitting new highs every moment, nearly taunted everyone's taut nerves. The Song of Praise fleets forming the Star Ring were under greater pressure than ever before. Every second Song of Praise ships went offline due to overload. Hundreds of new breaches appeared every moment in the safe zone constructed by the Star Ring. Even the replacement speed of the reserve Song of Praise fleets could not keep up. Star Ring Node 5 to 193 offline. Immediately dispatched the nearest Song of Praise ship to replace it. Star Ring Node 7-062 offline. Star Ring Node 9 to 739 offline. On the flagship command deck of Song of Praise Fleet 01, the red dots indicating ships offline were increasing rapidly in number. Notify other Song of Praise Fleet. Song of Praise Fleet 01 has suffered losses exceeding 30. Urgent reinforcement needed or the outermost defensive line will collapse. It's too late. Almost every place has breaches. There's no time to replace them now, murmured a deputy commander of a Song of Praise fleet staring at the screen full of red dots. As the breaches grew more numerous, the inner fleets had to face the Black Mist fleet directly. But at that moment the Black Mist fleet was silently changing form. They dispersed from ship form into a black tide, surging overwhelmingly toward every breach. At the 8-star ring near node 8-021, the Song of Praise deployed by the Song of Praise ship above the 53rd Fleet covered an area tens of thousands of times larger than its own volume. This left a blank zone of hundreds of kilometers between the fleet and the outer Black Mist fleet. But even so, this vast distance was merely 1/3000th of the void stream channel, appearing minuscule. Even the area encircled by 1,000 Song of Praise ships in 1-star ring was less than 1/10 of the void stream channel. Outside lay an endless expanse of Black Mist fleet. But for now the situation of holding the line by the Star Ring was gradually fading. Yaigisi, a small ship pilot of the 53rd Fleet, and his navigator companion watched helplessly as the nearest Song of Praise ship became unstable, its attitude shifting with distorted light flickering on its hull. The attitude stabilizer power supply is unstable, affecting other parts of the flight system. Although EIGC had never flown a Song of Praise ship as an experienced pilot, he immediately spotted the problem. What do? It can't be. Giving out, can it? Shut up. Wait, how has it changed outside? The outer black mist was now transforming into a monstrous black tide surging toward the range of the Song of Praise. When they entered the range of the Song of Praise, they were like birds with broken wings, gradually slowing down, then losing direction and drifting apart, by inertia becoming thinner and thinner. But the incoming black tide seemed endless. At first the Song of Praise could withstand it, but as the black tide poured in ceaselessly, the domain of the Song of Praise was soon nearly filled with the black tide. Problems arose at this moment. The seemingly invincible Song of Praise appeared to be under doubled pressure when dealing with this black tide. Suddenly an explosion erupted from within the Song of Praise ship, blasting a deep black hole on one side of the hull. The golden Song of Praise dimmed immensely and began to contract back into the ship. Everyone in the 53rd Fleet inwardly cursed at the sight. EIGC, half terrified and half tense, said, "Hope the replacement Song of Praise ship can arrive soon." "Hiss. It won't take long, will it? Can you just shut up?" On the flagship command deck, the captain shouted incredulously into the communicator, "You're saying there's no replacement Song of Praise ship?" "I'm sorry, Captain. The Legion is doing its best to dispatch, but the Star Rings breaches are too many. We need time." After a moment of thought, the captain accepted reality. "I understand. We'll buy you time. After all, we are the 53rd Fleet, directly under the Cross Legion, not cowards who only reap gains under the protection of allies. Leave this to us." He gave a crooked smile, no longer doubtful, his face full of confidence. After a moment of silence, the other side of the communication seemed to speak several times, but stopped finally, saying with a hint of respect and sorrow, "Take care." The captain nodded with a smile and ended the communication. He glanced at the shrinking Song of Praise above, which could no longer provide an airtight defense. A small amount of black tide was seeping through the gaps. He then opened the fleet communication. "Attention, all fleet members, this is your captain. The nearest Song of Praise ship is about to go offline. Replacement ships cannot arrive in time. We will face the enemy directly." The Song of Praise's range shrank rapidly, nearly halving in an instant. If the black tide seeping in before was a stream, now it was a river. "It's time for us to plug the gap." After the Song of Praise contracted to a certain range, it could no longer block the black mist from attacking the ships directly. The Song of Praise ship exploded again with a roar, then contracted, clearing the black tide that had just surged in. It created a safe zone for the last time. And the look of determination in the 53rd Fleet captain's eyes was stronger than ever before in his life. All ships engaged the enemy. EIGC silently listened to the captain's voice. He had just witnessed the breathtaking flower of fire from the Song of Praise ship's self-destruction above. "You were right," he said to his navigator companion. The companion was also stunned and finally managed to utter, "We won't have to do the same, will we?" He meant the Song of Praise ship above. EIGC could no longer stand it. "I've had enough of you." Within the void passage, the defensive ring, composed of 10 star rings, was now charging furiously forward. The golden elegy sound unfurled by the elegy warships looked as though it had caught fire. It engulfed the Legion's main force within a roaring sea of flames. Beyond the inferno, black mist warships dissolved into a sky-darkening deluge of black particles surging toward the star rings. High-energy beams, the extinguishing glare of negative matter cannons, and the eruptions of spatial wave weapons unfolded almost ceaselessly along the outer edge of the star rings. The intensity of the battle quickly exceeded all expectations. The earlier fights in which they had matched the Black Mist fleet evenly had led them to gravely underestimate their enemy's true strength. A gunner manned a negative matter turret and annihilated a particle surge charging straight at him. From the point where the negative matter beam met the particle tide, the surrounding kilometers were plunged into annihilation. But before he could catch his breath, a far smaller particle surge shot out from the annihilated zone, and at nearly light speed flashed through his turret in the blink of an eye. The gunner instinctively tried to move, only to discover that he could no longer command any part of his body. He rolled his eyes with effort and saw that his special operations suit was being gradually drowned in blood. Blood was oozing from almost every pore of his body. Only then did the searing pain arrive, but even that pain was fitful, fading in and out. Far more overwhelming was the sensation that his limbs no longer existed. When those black particles had passed through him, they had scattered the biological macromolecular structures of his body. Now from within, his form was unraveling. From the most fundamental macromolecules of life to the cells they formed from the tissues and organs built by those cells to the neurons themselves, not a single one remained intact. And yet no wound could be found anywhere on his body, for the particles were finer than the pores of his skin. Only the blood flowing steadily away revealed that his flesh had already utterly crumbled. The black particle stream passed through the great warship at the gunner's position as though it were empty, while from more than 100 other directions hundreds of similar streams scoured the vessel simultaneously. Within half a minute, the warship burst into brilliant blue self-destruct flames. When the blaze reached its apogee, the surrounding space was compressed, crushed into a single point, and created an effect resembling a black hole devouring everything within 100 kilometers. Those black particles, despite enduring the barrages of negative matter cannons and spatial wave weapons, and despite maintaining an extremely high survival rate, even under the blue flames of self-destruction, were the one thing that could not survive in the black hole-like environment. Not a single particle remained. The self-immolation of one warship could only clear a small patch of space. But the black particles eliminated were trivial before the inexhaustible black mist. Such staggering losses were beyond imagination. Inside the command deck of the Cross Legion, all was already pandemonium. The particle form black mist has been enhanced to the point where standard weapons can no longer wipe out 80% in a single strike. If it had remained in warship form, a standard weapon strike would have annihilated at least 80% of the particles composing the black mist warship. It is as if it has been activated. The star ring defense perimeter has already been breached by 50%. All fleets have engaged, but the casualty rate is terrifyingly high. The remaining Elegy fleet has also been committed to battle, but the Elegy sound cannot be deployed inside the defense perimeter. Otherwise we would be caught within its effect as well. Reports converged here like snowflakes, and Khajiit was suddenly weighed down by immense pressure. General, we cannot find Bishop Belade, and Bishop Pangela has also lost contact. He could not help but slam the console heavily. The order to bring the Cross Legion into the Martyr had been issued by Pangela, yet at this very moment the man was nowhere to be found. Was this a plot to lure his entire Cross Legion into the Martyr and wipe them out in one stroke? And Bishop Belade too, vanishing at such a critical juncture. It was impossible that the two had conspired together. Damn it, no one told us before we came in that we would be facing a level 7 civilization. But the moment the thought took root, whether it was his imagination or not, he noticed that the data on the command console tracking the black mist particles seemed to rise slightly. Khajiit's heart gave a sudden jolt. When the thought receded, the data eased back down. In the end, it formed only a small undulation in the readings, barely noticeable, and even if someone had seen it, they could not have explained what it meant. But Khajiit alone began to feel that this was no coincidence. He started to recall. It seemed that it was precisely when they learned they might be facing a level 7 civilization that the Black Mist fleet before them had begun to surge into frenzied activity. The Black Mists that had been in warship form all transformed into particle form, awakening as if possessed. The more he thought, the more he felt that a connection between the two was undeniable. This was definitely not a coincidence. But the battle outside was escalating ever more fiercely, and he had little time to investigate what that connection truly was. General, the two messages sent to the homeworld, one to Marshal de Tennessee and one to the Archbishop, have both gone unanswered. General, the 6th Fleet has suffered over half casualties. They request to withdraw from the battle order and need friendly fleet support to cover their retreat. General, the 27th Fleet has lost 70% of its strength and has withdrawn from the battle order. The 43rd Fleet has taken over their position, but it faces multiple gaps and is attacked from both sides. It is unlikely to hold out much longer. One after another battle reports of escalating urgency were set before Khajiit. Khajiit was forced to return to the battle at hand. Just then a violent flash of light flared beyond the viewport of the Legion flagship. A blinding streak that shot past like an arrow, followed by a searing burst of fire. An Elegy warship not far from the flagship was struck by a black particle stream that had slipped past the interceptors. In the emergency, the half-deployed Elegy sound was forcibly halted, and the ensuing energy overload caused the entire ship to detonate. The shockwave even crossed a distance of over 1,000 kilometers and washed over the Legion flagship. Fortunately, by the time it reached the flagship, its force had already fallen to a very low level. That black particle stream also perished in the Elegy warship's detonation. Enemy units have broken through the escort fleet. These microscopic particle streams seem to have a clear objective. They are coming for the Legion flagship. This is a decapitation strike. They are not an unorganized force. There must be a collective command behind them. For a moment, chaos broke out around Khajiit. His adjutant was dispatching Elegy warships to vacate their positions and activate the Elegy sound, weaving multiple layers of defense. Others were inspecting the emergency escape systems. Many had never felt death so close. Khajiit's own heart was pounding, with a force it had never known before. General, if there is truly no other way, we must retreat. General, even at the cost of defying the Archbishop's orders, I beg you to consider the current situation. Retreat. The voice of an officer rang in his ears. Khajiit could not help but feel a stirring of retreat in his heart. Outside, black particle torrents filled the heavens. Every warship they scoured fell into a dead silence. No one aboard lived unless they triggered self-destruction at the final moment and perished together with the enemy. Warship wreckage drifted everywhere like a river of stars stretching beyond the limits of sight. Half-destroyed hulls still spat dim flames, but the next instant a black particle stream would scour past and silence would return once more. Over 100 black particle streams were even now tearing through the defensive fire net formed by the fleets heading directly for the Legion flagship. At such a moment, Khajiit suddenly received a communication from an unknown source. The channel connected on its own, and a voice he had not heard in a long time came through. Khajiit. General, The moment Khajiit heard that voice, his eyes widened involuntarily. Before him appeared the face of Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded to Khajiit with a somewhat solemn expression. Have your outer fleets yield their positions. From now on, my fleet will take over. The 53rd Fleet on the outer perimeter. Barely half an hour into the battle, the entire fleet had already suffered a staggering 40% losses. Many had even watched helplessly as their fleet flagship right before their eyes chose to self-destruct together with its surrounding escorts after being struck by the main force of black particles. With the flagship lost, the entire fleet was cut apart and surrounded by the freed-up particle torrents, leaving them to await death with nothing but despair. The light in countless soldiers' eyes had already dimmed, but suddenly they saw ripples spreading through an empty stretch of space not far away. Something seemed about to emerge from within. The long silent communication channel suddenly came to life. ZZZ. Fleet of the Faith Nation, withdraw at once. This is ours to handle. W8. Khajiit could not conceal his astonishment the moment he received Lu Feng's communication. He had never expected this man, inexplicably revered as the son of the Holy Spirit by Pangela and the spiritual energy believers, to appear at this moment. Lord Lu Feng, did you say your fleet? Lu Feng did not say much, and at that moment Khajiit also received feedback from the bridge command station. General, a fleet has joined the battle formation, but none of US have taken any active action. The operator code is E-Air. Khajiit, after a moment's hesitation, could not help but sigh, and said, Lord Lu Feng, although I am grateful that you are willing to come to our aid at this time, you may not be aware of the situation outside. But Lu Feng simply shook his head. No, I know. Then you still. We are facing. At that time, both your fleet and mine will be utterly annihilated here. Lu Feng could not help but smile. General, trust me, that will not happen. His gaze drifted away from the communication screen, as if looking toward the distant battlefield. His confident demeanor made the skeptical Khajiit waver. Beside the remnants of the 53rd Fleet, Jesai watched helplessly as the rippling empty space suddenly disgorged a warship, a single one. Jesai could not help but shudder. The configuration of the ship was unlike anything he had ever seen. A streamlined vessel of gold and silver, ancient yet exuding elegance, with a hollowed-out design that grew sharper toward the front like a dazzling golden cone. The colossal warship stretched nearly 1,000 kilometers, making Jesai's own ship appear like a tiny shrimp before it. Even the entire remnant of the 53rd Fleet was insignificant in comparison. Only a fully manned 53rd Fleet at its peak could perhaps rival this vessel. Aside from that, the only thing Jesai could think of that compared to this massive warship was the Theocracy's planetary battlestar. As soon as this colossal warship appeared, it occupied a defense zone that originally belonged to at least 3 fleets, facing the gaps of over a dozen star rings. Yet even so, this single warship seemed precarious and utterly insignificant before the vast sea of black mist particles. Jesai's mind automatically recalled the words that had come through the communication channel earlier. A flicker of hope rose in his heart, but his navigator companion blurted out, "What can one warship do?" But before he could finish, several light wings, soft as biological tissue, appeared at the stern of the golden cone. Each light wing was so vast that it could easily envelop the entire hull of the giant cone-shaped warship. But this was only the beginning. Inside the fleet flagship, Khajiit was also startled when he saw the massive warship appear on the screen. He estimated it to be a vessel comparable to an asteroid-class battlestar. Even in the Theocracy's warship hierarchy, such a vessel was an extremely rare super warship, and even the flagship of the Crusader Legion was a level lower. However, the Theocracy rarely built such super warships, as it was more efficient to upgrade directly to a planetary battlestar. Though Khajiit was shocked that Lu Feng commanded such a super warship, he still spoke with regret and persuasion. Lord Lu Feng, I admit your fleet is indeed considerable, but it is precisely to minimize such losses that we should preserve our strength. The enemy outside will not care about the scale of warships. But Eir, who had just connected to the combat system, paid no heed to his words. Flowing light spear is online. All light wings deploying. A calm and crisp female voice announced from the bridge. Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to the giant cone-shaped warship on the screen. At the stern of the flowing light spear, the hollow outer shell and the inner core began rotating rapidly in opposite directions, as if casting out a hazy, blazing white light. But Khajiit rubbed his eyes and realized it was not white light at all. It was a layer of light wings, thin as a cicada's wings. The light wings extended outward at incredible speed. At first, the flowing light spear seemed to be dragging several tails, but soon they grew into massive light wing leaves enveloping the ship. The light wings kept expanding as if without limit, stretching into every available gap. Soon the flowing light spear appeared as small as a thorn on the light wings. This comparison immediately revealed the terrifying scale of the light wings. Khajiit would bet that when fully deployed, they could even completely envelop the 10-star rings outside the Legion. But while the light wings were extending, the black mist particles were not idle. This was precisely what Khajiit and the others feared most. At first, the appearance of the flowing light spear did not attract the attention of the black particle streams, as within the entire battlefield, its arrival was not enough to change anything. This seemed to be the thought of the command cluster behind the black mist particle sea. But as the light wings expanded, the command cluster was forced to notice the flowing light spear. Immediately, the particle sea that had been splitting and encircling the 53rd Fleet changed direction, rushing toward the flowing light spear and the light wings spreading behind it. The pitch-black streams of black mist particles all surged in the same direction, converging and growing larger mid-course, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, forming a single mighty black mist particle stream. At nearly light speed, this stream crossed 1,000 kilometers in an instant and reached the flowing light spear. Khajiit stared intently, his heart pounding again. He could only place his remaining hope on this super warship, hoping it had some way to counter the black mist particle stream. Everyone in the bridge of the Crusader Legion flagship was also staring intently, the silence so deep that they could clearly hear the collective heartbeat growing louder. Ejesi, who had been making desperate counterattacks while being split and encircled by the black mist particles, could not help but nudge his companion. Whether we survive or not depends on this super warship's capability. His companion stammered, "It has no shield. It's not going to crash directly into it, is it?" Ejesi was about to rebut, but his eyes could not look away. The flowing light spear and the black mist particle stream, which had swollen to a size that could swallow the entire warship, were about to collide in the blink of an eye. But the more he watched, the colder his heart grew, because this super warship truly showed no intention of raising any shield. He knew well that without shield protection, not only this support warship, but even the entire Crusader Legion would be engulfed by the black mist particle stream in an instant. "It's over." Khajiit did not even dare blink, his eyes wide open to see the moment of engagement. But when he saw that there was no shield, his heart sank halfway, and for a moment it even stopped. He could not help but sigh inwardly. He should prepare to retreat. The black mist particle stream, vast enough to swallow the flowing light spear's 200-kilometer radius, charged straight through the ship. The 500-kilometer-long hull was completely obscured by the pitch-black stream, not a trace visible. The stream swept through at extreme speed, and the flowing light spear remained hidden for a full few seconds before the stream reached its end. Despair once again gripped everyone's hearts. Nothing could survive being scoured by the black mist particle stream. The stream contained microscopic particles in numbers greater than the stars of the Milky Way, capable of disrupting the molecular structure of any substance. Especially when a warship was completely enveloped and scoured collectively at near light speed, there was no way to survive. Khajiit put away the gloom in his eyes and was about to comfort Lu Feng, but he saw that the flowing light spear, after being scoured by the stream, actually began to move again. The light wings behind the flowing light spear were still extending outward at tremendous speed. The spear of light suffered the first wave of impact with damage. 0. Air's voice continued to broadcast. Completely unscathed, Khajiit couldn't believe that under the attack of the black mist particle stream, there was not even a single point of damage. He could have believed numbers like 20% or 30%. But 0%. This meant complete immunity. Not only Khajiit, but even the massive black mist particle stream that had just swept past seemed to freeze in astonishment upon seeing the spear of light continue to operate as if nothing had happened. The frontmost part of the black mist particle stream vividly turned a corner facing the spear of light that it had just washed over, and its speed nearly stalled. It seemed that the ever-victorious black mist sea had never experienced such a Waterloo. To remain completely intact under the onslaught of the black mist particle stream. Its reaction was as if such a thing could not possibly exist in the world. The surviving soldiers of the 53rd Fleet watched this scene. Just moments ago they had fallen into despair, believing the spear of light had been devoured by the black mist particle stream. But the next moment joy surged within them, countless times stronger than before. Tens of thousands of officers could not suppress their cheers. The black mist was not invincible. They now had something that could counter it. In the bridge where Khajiit was, after a brief moment of shock, bursts of uplifting cheers erupted. The spear of light held firm. But that was not all. Lu Feng watched their reactions and couldn't help but smile. General, contract the remaining fleet formation, vacate enough space. Khajiit recovered from his shock and immediately ordered without a moment of hesitation. Send a wide area broadcast to the entire Legion. All fleets abandon their current defensive positions immediately and converge on the flagship. Quickly. It must be fast. The moment the order was issued, countless fleet commanders who were still in the midst of bitter battle received this command and were flooded with various thoughts. Contract formation. Great, the general is preparing to retreat. Quickly notify the entire fleet, full speed toward the Legion flagship. We don't have to stay stuck in this quagmire anymore. The enemies here are simply not something we can handle. If we stay any longer, we'll be wiped out sooner or later. Damn it. We've already sacrificed so many ships. Our fleet has lost at least 60,000 vessels of various types, over 100 million lives, just like that. If we retreat now, won't all our previous efforts be in vain? And now you tell me to retreat. Did my ships and people die for nothing? The retreat order has finally come down. The losses of each fleet are probably beyond our imagination. The general must have seen this and made the decision to retreat. We should have decided earlier. Each fleet commander had their own thoughts, but most immediately executed Khajiit's order. Even the star ring formed by the chanting fleet was dissolving, its chanting sounds retreating toward the Legion flagship. However, the chanting warships that could now retreat were less than 30% of those that originally formed the star ring. The rest were completely destroyed. Khajiit's heart bled as he looked at the data fed back from each fleet. Even now, losses continued as the fleets contracted their formations. But Khajiit also noticed that a few fleets were still firmly anchored in place, not moving an inch. He immediately grew angry and sent a direct communication. Sixth Fleet, are you crazy? I told you to contract toward my position, but you're still in your original defense zone. Do you want to die? Khajiit launched a torrent of scolding, his tone full of frustration. The opposite fleet commander red-eyed retorted, you want me to survive alone after losing so many comrades? We might be able to retreat safely, but what about the officers who have already died? None of them were cowards. Even when facing an almost invincible enemy, they all chose to fight to the death, leaving no remains. How can I face their families? We are the Sixth Fleet. In my home star region, everyone is proud to join the Sixth Fleet of the Cross Legion. They say they can achieve great things under my command. My soldiers trust me. I recruited them planet by planet in my home star region. I cannot abandon them. Even if I die today, I will die fighting here. I think you've lost your mind. The lives of the dead are lives, but aren't the lives of the remaining also lives? Adjutant, in the name of the Legion commander, I order you to confine him to the brig. You will act as temporary fleet commander and continue to execute my orders. The entire fleet will converge on my position. Who dares? The opposite fleet commander stood up abruptly, looking determined to defy the order to the end. Perhaps due to the commander's accumulated authority, the adjutant hesitated to act, and the atmosphere in the bridge froze with no one daring to move. Khajiit felt his blood pressure skyrocket. At that moment, something seemed to drift past the front of the Sixth Fleet, drawing away the black mist particle stream that had been frantically attacking the fleet. What is that? Such a phenomenon instantly drew the attention of all the remaining personnel of the Sixth Fleet. It was a vast, indescribable light wing. The wing, as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a faint glow, and one could even see through it to the scene on the other side. But this light wing was truly indescribably huge. The commander of the Sixth Fleet unconsciously opened his mouth wide. He struggled to find words to describe the enormity of the light wing before him. It was as if a strip of cloth from a god's robe drifted by, and a gentle flick could overturn an entire fleet. And such a light wing continued to expand. The black mist particle streams converged with even greater frenzy than before, relentlessly scouring the drifting light wing. But unlike the ships of the theocratic fleet that encountered the black mist particle stream, the black mist repeatedly shuttled on both sides of the light wing, yet could not affect its expansion in the slightest. It was as if it completely ignored the black mist particle stream, paying it no heed. Khajiit rubbed his forehead in headache, at a loss for words to explain. He could only say this, you're occupying the Allies' position. The commander of the Sixth Fleet's face stiffened, half of it hidden in shadow, his expression unclear. If that's the case. If that's the case. If that's the case. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already put on a determined to die attitude. How am I supposed to back down now? Sixth Fleet converge on the Legion flagship. But the commander of the Sixth Fleet eventually calmed down and gave the order. Hearing this, Khajiit breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the opposite fleet commander and closed the communication, which had become quite awkward. As the commander of the Sixth Fleet, which held a very high position in the sequence, his seniority in the Cross Legion even surpassed Khajiit's. When he was stubborn, if not for letting him see it with his own eyes, he would probably never have believed. Feng smiled as he watched the entire process of Khajiit's handling, then turned to ask, what is the deployment progress of the Spear of Light? The light wing of the Spear of Light has extended 6,000 kilometers, still not reaching its limit. The appearance of the Spear of Light seems to have angered the collective intelligence behind the Black Mist. Now all attacks of the Black Mist particles on the Cross Legion have stopped, and instead they have launched an unprecedented intensity of assault on the Spear of Light. This was also within Feng's expectations. Originally it was dominating, but encountering a completely immune mysterious creation would drive anyone mad. Under the cover of the Spear of Light, the losses of the Cross Legion's ships finally stopped skyrocketing, remaining at the current number. Although this number was extremely heavy for them, it was clear that the Black Mist was a major problem they could not solve. As each fleet retreated toward the Legion flagship, their gazes were inevitably drawn to the light wings spanning in all directions. The light wings stretched in all directions with a certain curvature. Ancient patterns on the wings were occasionally activated, flashing by graceful and elegant. When the light wings extended to a certain degree, they completely enveloped the Cross Legion's fleet behind them. Spear of Light wings fully deployed. Air's voice rang in many ears, startling them. Feng gazed at the black mist particle sea that was still trying to completely engulf the Spear of Light, and spoke. Full area strike commence. The luminous wings of the Liuguang Spear radiated an increasingly intense hazy light. Liuguang Spear global strike initiating. Output intensity. 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. The surging sea of black mist particles churning like waves also sensed something amiss. Thousands upon thousands of black mist streams fled madly in the opposite direction, but before they could escape, for the first ray of dawn piercing the darkness shot through them at the speed of light. Then came the second, the third. Streaks of flowing light burst from the wings, piercing the shell of darkness surrounding them. Wherever the flowing light passed, all black mist particles dissolved into nothingness. At that moment, in the empty flow channel at the center, surrounded by endless black mist, a dazzling radiance like a blazing sun erupted violently. The surrounding black mist melted away one by one, revealing the full visage of that great sun. Liuguang's spear global strike output has reached maximum intensity. Lu Feng saw that the black mist, which had moments ago tightly besieged the Cross Legion and the Liuguang spear, had dispersed, revealing in many places the original appearance of the empty flow channel. The edge of the empty flow channel stretched continuously forward. Lu Feng spoke again. The path ahead is open. Cross Legion, if not now, when? Kajite also withdrew from the dazzling light before him, took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and issued orders to the entire Legion. Cross Legion, full speed ahead. As soon as the command was given, it was transmitted to the remaining 74 fleets. The Legion flagships, surrounded by the remaining Psalm fleets, took the lead in clearing the path forward. The flagship's 10 main engines and hundreds of auxiliary engines ignited simultaneously, ejecting dark blue energy particles, accelerating the flagship's speed at an ever-increasing rate. Seeing the flagship move, the other fleets did not hesitate. First Fleet, full speed follow. Before departing, the fleet commander couldn't help but glance back at the Liuguang spear, which was unleashing its might like a sun incarnate. The main ship of the Liuguang spear was already submerged in dazzling flowing light, but the image of the Liuguang spear that day would be forever etched in their minds. Sixth Fleet, follow the Legion flagship. That we are still alive today is thanks to that super warship of our allies. Besides remembering our fallen comrades, we must also remember that allied warship. The commander of the 6th Fleet removed his cap in the direction of the Liuguang spear, and all crew members followed suit in a synchronized motion. As fleet after fleet ignited their engines at full power, more and more ships dragged dark blue tails of flame advancing into the bottomless empty flow channel. Seeing the Cross Legion in motion, Lu Feng had adjust the Liuguang spear's attitude. The main body of the Liuguang spear slowly turned in the empty flow channel, aligning itself toward the depths. The wings behind it also stretched their soft luminous extensions. Each wing straightened along the main body of the Liuguang spear until it perfectly coincided with the cross-section of the empty flow channel. The wings of the Liuguang spear unfurled like a blooming flower of light at the very center of the empty flow channel. The flowing light bursting from the wings pointed directly into the depths. Liuguang spear covered the Allies' advance. The colossal wings occupying the center of the empty flow channel began to sail slowly, and wherever the flowing light touched, it was like golden light breaking through clouds, unstoppable. Inside the Legion flagship, Kajite struggled to speak several times. He was deeply astonished that Lu Feng's Liuguang spear not only completely resisted the black mist attacks, but also neutralized the black mist particles so effectively. Seeing Kajite's expression, Lu Feng understood his thoughts. So he said, "Just ask whatever you want to ask." Lord Lu Feng. No, Lord Lu Feng, where did your warship come from? Could it be a hidden weapon left by Lord Amba? At that moment, Kajite fully acknowledged Lu Feng's identity as the Saint Child. If it was Lu Feng, he was willing to bow down completely. To Kajite's question, Lu Feng just smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, Amba did not leave me any weapons. Although he did leave me something." Hearing this, Kajite was even more shocked. That meant this terrifying weapon was not given by Amba, but belonged to the Saint Child himself. He couldn't help but form a conjecture. Perhaps it was not that he became the Saint Child because he possessed such a fearsome warship, but that he possessed such a fearsome warship that allowed him to become the Saint Child. Kajite's heart no longer held the slightest trace of underestimation, but the exact reason behind it was still unknown to him. Forgive my impertinence, but I still want to know why this super warship can ignore the black mist attacks. Those are microscopic particles of extreme scale, capable of penetrating even the metallic molecular structure of the ship's hull. If the impact point is just right, any molecular structure can be disintegrated by the black mist. It can be said that no structure can evade the black mist collision. This is currently an unsolvable problem. This was the point Kajite could not fathom no matter how hard he tried. Once the outer spatial shield of his fleet was breached, there was nothing left but to wait for death. The only effective measure their fleets had against the black mist was the spatial shield, and even that was only marginally effective. Under the endless erosion of the black mist, the depletion rate of the spatial shield was terrifying. Yet the Liuguang spear, without any protective measures, withstood the scouring of the black mist particles. It was as if the Liuguang spear was not a creation of this world, unaffected by its rules transcending everything in existence. But Kajite simply could not believe such a thing existed. All things have their fundamental laws. Discovering, verifying, and mastering these laws in the course of development is science. And as the scope of what could be detected grew ever larger, almost nothing could escape the realm of science. Every new discovery often served to confirm the validity of science. But the appearance of the Liuguang spear shattered Kajite's scientific conception. To this, Lu Feng just chuckled. To be honest, I discovered this special effect of the Liuguang spear through experimentation. But as for the specific reason why, Lu Feng's gaze grew deep and profound. In my homeland, there is a creature called a swan. A man spent his entire life seeing only white swans, so he declared, all swans are white. There is not a single black one. Do you think he was right? Kajite quickly grasped the meaning of Lu Feng's words. Whatever a swan was, it was just a metaphor. The underlying logic became clear to him instantly. How could this man be sure he had seen all swans? Exactly. Even if this man's descendants followed his philosophy and traveled everywhere to see swans and were delighted to find that their ancestor was right, all swans were white, and every fact they observed matched the ancestor's view. Could they thus prove the ancestor's statement was absolutely correct? By the same logic, no. Correct. No matter how many white swans one sees, be it 10,000, 100,000, a million, or 1,000,001, the man's statement can never be definitively established. But just one black swan is enough to completely overturn all the white swans he had ever seen before. You mean our science is the same? We have not yet exhaustively observed the entire universe, so some rules we have enshrined as theorems may not hold forever. We simply have not yet discovered the black swan that would overturn them. Lu Feng nodded with a smile. Correct. Validity is conditional. Kajite awoke with a start. This viewpoint had actually been raised within the church tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of years ago. It was a very simple logical problem. But trapped by his own mental inertia and inability to break free from his current cognitive framework, he had found it difficult to connect this logic with the Liuguang spear before him. So, this is your black swan. He murmured, gazing at the Liuguang spear. The black mist is not unsolvable. It is merely unsolvable within the science we currently understand. What you have brought still conforms to the rules of the universe, just not to the rules we once knew. You could interpret it that way. Lu Feng did not elaborate on the more fundamental aspects. For Kajite, the existence of the Lightstream Spear was something beyond the comprehension of the theocracy's technology, and it was only natural that it surpassed Kajite's understanding. Kajite only needed to grasp this point. However, Lu Feng was more concerned about other matters. He possessed clearer data regarding the Lightstream Spear, especially after the black mist particle stream had washed over it. Lu Feng was fully aware of what had occurred on board the ship. The structural molecules of the Lightstream Spear had indeed not been shattered by the black mist particles, they had made contact. But the bizarre part was that the black mist particles had passed straight through, as if they had passed through a non-existent object. Logically, given the density of the black mist particles at that time, it should have been impossible for anything to avoid collision. Yet the fact remained that the structural molecules of the Lightstream Spear were perfectly intact, and the entire black mist particle stream inflicted no damage whatsoever. Ear had also conducted a further analysis of this phenomenon. The analysis results, however, exceeded his expectations. Although the metallic molecular structure of the Lightstream Spear differed from any previously known material, Lu Feng initially assumed it was merely a novel arrangement pattern, much like discovering a new advanced material in the past. But upon deeper analysis, Ear found that it was not just the arrangement. The constituent elements of the Lightstream Spear's hull metal were something they had never encountered before. Even when Ear cross-referenced the Martyrs database, searching for similar elements within the theocracy's technological tree, the result was complete ignorance. According to theocracy records, not only had such elements never been found within their territory, but they had also never been discovered anywhere in the entire Milky Way galaxy. This made Lu Feng realize that the greatest issue likely lay with this element, an element originating from another world, which granted the Lightstream Spear its unique immunity. After some thought, Lu Feng named this element. Element No. 1. Meaning the first new element discovered from another world. After ending the communication with Kajite, Lu Feng suddenly wondered if other ships from the game were similar. Ear collect samples and investigate whether the hull materials of the other ships, including the Void Shadow, are also composed of element No. 1. Understood. If they were indeed the same, it would not only mean that all his warships possessed immunity to physical impacts from microscopic particle streams, but also that the fundamental basis of the game world was vastly different from reality. But if so, how did the neutron star warship end up in reality? Had the two worlds already been connected in the past? Or was the neutron star warship merely a deliberate artifact placed in the game world? Lu Feng recalled the backstory that came with the neutron star warship key, an activation core passed down from an unknown era capable of safely entering and activating the neutron star warship. It has been split into 4 parts held by the former imperial family of the Wide Empire and the current pirate groups. Along with the activation core, a star chart marking the location of the neutron star warship was also passed down, but the chart was hidden by the current Wide Empire, and its whereabouts are unknown. Passed down from an unknown era. This opened up many possibilities. Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. We are still too far from the neutron star warship. Many answers should be found aboard it. I need to settle things here quickly and head to those coordinates. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Amba crystal he was carrying suddenly reacted. Within the Amba fragments, only 1/3 short of being complete, images began to appear. Beneath the irregular surface of the crystal, the internal images were refracted multiple times, presenting Lu Feng with overlapping scenes of varying sizes. In those images was the long-vanished Bishop Pangela. After leaving his orders to the Cross Legion, Pangela had announced he would visit a certain place. Lu Feng hadn't stopped him, only instructing Ear to keep an eye on Pangela's movements. But unexpectedly, Pangela had vanished without a trace, even abandoning the fate of the Cross Legion. Though Lu Feng could guess a little of his intentions, he still couldn't discern Pangela's ultimate purpose. To his surprise, the Amba crystal displayed an image of Pangela. Lu Feng watched as Pangela walked steadily forward. Before him stood the very black pyramid where Lu Feng had obtained the Amba crystal. Pangela was not alone, behind him followed Bishop Belad. The black pyramid before them was no longer the pitch-black form that seemed to devour all light. The black blocks that formed the massive pyramid began to display colors like pixels of a television screen. When the colors appeared, Lu Feng stared as if entranced. The hues in his eyes grew richer and richer, until all his attention was consumed by the colors on the pyramid. When he snapped out of it, he found himself standing in a pitch-black space. A faint glimmer of light came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a sloping glass wall made of blocks. Layer upon layer of blocks advanced inward, letting through slim rays of light. Lu Feng approached the lowest glass wall and looked out. Through the distorted light, he vaguely saw two figures walking toward him. One was a full metallic skeleton, the other a solemn and devout cleric. The familiar pair were Pangela and Belad. Lu Feng instantly realized something. Not far from his head was another glass wall protruding inward. He was inside the black pyramid. Despite his suspicion, Lu Feng attempted to convey sound or gestures toward Pangela. But no matter what he did, the two outside the black pyramid showed no reaction. Lu Feng could only shrug and accept the situation. He tried to contact Ear as usual. To his surprise, Ear was still reachable. Ear, can you locate my current position? Ear directly sent Lu Feng a cute question mark emoji, which manifested in Lu Feng's consciousness through electrical signal conversion. Commander, you are standing right in front of the bridge command console. The emoji was a charming chibi character that Lu Feng found oddly familiar. Have you been sneaking online again without my notice? No, I was not sneaking online. Ear's voice was stern, explaining matter-of-factly, I was merely surfing the internet. What's the difference? Lu Feng suppressed the urge to continue ribbing him. Can you confirm that my position hasn't changed? Am I holding anything? I swear on the dignity of an AI. Your body has been under my constant surveillance and has never moved. In your hand is a crystal that is only 2/3 complete. Your gaze has been fixed on it. Are you experiencing a malfunction? Shall I initiate emergency protocols? That's enough. Lu Feng interrupted Ear. By the way, what exactly is the dignity of an AI? Or do AIs actually possess something like self-esteem? Ear paused. The right to surf the internet. The Earth database is my extension. Denying me access is trampling on my. Not trampling, that's desecration. Denying you internet access is trampling your self-esteem. You're an AI. Don't tell me even an AI can have internet addiction. Well, some things in the Earth database are indeed very strange. Ear spoke without emotion, as if discussing something unrelated to itself. Some things in there are so bizarre that even the most advanced AI would question the physiological structure of Earthlings after seeing them. The Earth database is truly spectacular. What the hell kind of weird stuff have you been looking at? After finally recovering, Lu Feng ceased calling Ear and decided to explore the interior of the pyramid alone. First, the Amba crystal showed images with Pangela and Belad approaching. Then the black pyramid displayed a flash of color, and he entered. Since it had brought him in, it would not easily let him out. He vaguely guessed who it was. Come on then. Let me see what you want me to see. Lu Feng turned his back to the light and walked toward the depths of the darkness. He had no idea how many steps he had taken. The glass curtain wall behind him shrank smaller and smaller until it became a faint speck of light. He continued walking until he reached a place where the light from the glass curtain wall was no longer visible, surrounded by absolute darkness. Only then did a trace of color appear before Lu Feng. At first, it was merely a point in the darkness. As Lu Feng drew closer, the point expanded rapidly. When he approached, he was stunned to discover it was a 2-meter-tall chaotic humanoid figure. Endless colors flowed across its surface like primordial chaos. It maintained a humanoid shape, yet bore no discernible face. Its face seemed to shift from every conceivable angle, transforming ceaselessly. Each moment brought a different visage, manifesting a myriad of forms. It seemed that every face in the world could find its counterpart here. Drawing closer, Lu Feng could see the lips on the ever-shifting chaotic face, moving as if engaged in dialogue with something. When Lu Feng took another step forward, crossing some unseen boundary, a thunderous roar began echoing incessantly in his ears. 10,000 years, you know as well as I do that continuing any further is meaningless. Meaning? The process I insist upon is itself the meaning. If I were to abandon it, that would be the true meaninglessness. Ignorance. You are as insignificant as insects in the vast cosmos. What could you possibly know of meaning? The meaning of your civilization's existence is nothing to the entire universe. That is not a reason for me to stop persisting. I exist for my civilization, I do not live for the universe's existence. But when the universe perishes, so too will your civilization. Without the meaning of the universe, how can there be meaning for a single civilization? The existence of the universe is the premise of everything. Yet to preserve the continuation of one meaning, you would destroy the meaning of my civilization. I will never agree to that. We have debated this for 10,000 years, repeating it is futile. Nothing can be persuaded. The other voice fell silent for a moment. Indeed. But soon we won't need to continue this. My turning point has arrived. You, with the characteristics of your civilizational consciousness collective, have entangled our existences together. As long as you remain unobserved by the outside world, so do I. But you never anticipated that someone would breach the martyr's vessel, breaking the energy balance and releasing my unconscious replicas. As more and more people observe us, my existence will become increasingly apparent. I will gradually be perceived by more until I cross a certain critical point. Ha ha ha. That critical point has arrived. I can now break free from the cage you built. Now even if you try to stop me, it will be in vain. The traces of my observable existence far exceed the cloaking you have woven. You cannot hold me back any longer. Hearing this, clarity dawned upon Lu Feng. The two voices before him belonged to Amba and the true collective commander behind the black mist particles. The Amba that the world believed to be dead was not dead at all. It still existed. And on the other side stood the true behind-the-scenes orchestrator, whose traces of existence had grown increasingly clear during the battle against the black mist fleet. Neither the records aboard the martyr's vessel nor the great scholars contained any documentation of the true mastermind. Its existence had been entirely erased. Even Pangla. No. Lu Feng suddenly realized what Pangla had been afraid of all along. Pangla had perhaps vaguely inferred the existence behind the scenes back then, but he also understood what Amba intended to do. Amba sought to completely erase the observation of that hidden existence, even at the cost of itself. Amba's goal was that after it died before the world, after the great Amba that once manifested before all perished, no one would ever observe the hidden existence again. All that remained would be two mutual observers, a prison of two who knew each other exclusively. To preserve this arrangement, Pangla chose a similar path. The former chief scientist of the martyr's vessel, the youngest bishop, and the immensely gifted scholar Pangla died. What remained was a Pangla living within the skeletal frame of the mechanical pope. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Lu Feng might never have known any of this. But now he was gradually bearing witness to it all. Amba's voice rang out once more. Heh, isn't your turning point also mine? In direct warfare we have suffered defeat after defeat. We are no match for you. Destruction awaits us. That is the truth. Thus I shrouded the observation of you, preventing your existence from collapsing into the observable universe. The many traits of your quantum micro-civilization would be rendered ineffective. That was my only means against you, but I never intended this to be my final line of defense. If you wish to try more tricks, unleash them all. I was deceived by you once and ended up in this predicament. Your words hold no sway over me now. The tide outside has already turned. Your civilization's people have become aware of my existence. You tried every means to erase my presence before them, yet in the end you were defeated by their hands. Isn't that ironic? As its words were proven true among the survivors of the Cross Legion, rumors began to circulate that the enemy they faced was a legendary 7th-level civilization, a micro-civilization. More and more people noticed that the movements of the black mist particle streams had become more agile and more concentrated. Behind them, an unseen, unnamed commander seemed to be silently orchestrating everything. As such rumors spread through the fleets, Lu Feng witnessed a stream of black specks emerging from the chaotic humanoid figure, dense, countless beyond enumeration. I'm out. Huh. The critical point has arrived. I have returned. Amba, I knew you couldn't hold me back. The stream of black specks seemed wildly excited, circling the chaotic humanoid figure several times, coiling like a black serpent winding to and fro. The cage is broken. Next I will keep you alive, forcing you to watch your own flagship live up to its name, truly martyring itself alongside you. Then your theocratic state, your civilization. But Amba remained composed, its voice carrying a hint of amusement. You're right. I have no more tricks. That's why I am not the final line of defense. Isn't that so, Mr. Lu Feng? You speak truly. I have no more tricks left. That is precisely why I am not the final defense. Isn't that right, Mr. Lu Feng? What? When? He is... The other voice was utterly astonished. Only at that moment did it seem to notice Lu Feng's presence. But Lu Feng's existence was not that of a physical entity, not that of a true human. This is consciousness. Heh, I am a civilizational consciousness collective. Our civilization's proud shared consciousness space can connect us across vast distances. Accomplishing such a small feat is nothing at all. Do you not fear exposing your own existence by doing this? That would mean you are voluntarily opening the cage you created. As he spoke, realization dawned. Are you truly so confident that he can accomplish what even you could not? Lu Feng smiled and stepped before the chaotic, color-bodied figure whose face kept shifting. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng. I come from Earth. Kid, I don't care who you are. You. Before the black serpent of countless coalesced specks could finish its words, Lu Feng's vision snapped back, returning to the bridge of the void shadow. In his hand was Amba's crystal. Amba's voice echoed in his mind. It has been transferred into the crystal. Lu Feng understood instantly and shouted, "Year render this region unobservable." The next instant the crystal of Amba in Lu Feng's hand dissolved into a faint shadow no longer detectable. But Lu Feng knew in his heart that it was still there. Yet from within the crystal came laughter. Laughter of astonishment. "Ha ha, I thought it was some grand scheme." Merely. The laughter was cut short, replaced by shock upon shock. "No. I can't reach them. All is silence. Nothing. How is this possible? How? Rules. These are rules." Terror crept into its voice. "You? Who in the world are you?" Lu Feng couldn't help but grin. "I told you. My name is Lu Feng. I come from Earth." As the Amba crystal in his hand entered an unobservable state, the void channel underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The black mist particle flow, which had been lingering outside the strike range of the gleaming spear, slowed its movements. Subsequently, they reassembled one by one into the form of warships. Aboard the flagship of the Cross Legion, Khajiit and his adjutant were discussing how to counter the black mist particle flow. Even with the support of the gleaming spear, a frontal assault to annihilate the black mist particle flow was nearly impossible. Fortunately, within the coverage of the gleaming spear, the Legion fleet could maintain its current strength. As long as the personnel survived, matters could be addressed step by step. Amid their heated debate on a gradual strategy, an unexpected report came from the command platform. "General, the Black Mists have retreated." Khajiit and his adjutant looked up to see thousands of Black Mist warships re-emerging from the particle sea, now reassembled. The reassembled Black Mist fleet remained vast, but for Khajiit's Cross Legion, this was an exceptionally good piece of news. Those black mist particles were indeed at the level of a 7th-tier civilization. Yet the combat capability of the black mist warships was clearly inferior to that of the particles, merely tough to crack, but still manageable. The difference in difficulty between the two forms was astronomical. The warship form is the basic configuration set for these microparticle weapons, while the particle form is their fully deployed combat state. Did these particles revert to their basic form due to a command from the collective intelligence behind them? Khajiit began pondering the possibilities behind this. A sudden incredible thought sprang into his mind. Or, could it be that the collective intelligence behind them has been eliminated and the particle swarm automatically returned to its basic form due to the loss of command? As he uttered these words, he and his adjutant exchanged a deep, meaningful glance. If that were true, it would be an unexpected blessing. Without the collective intelligence, the Black Mist warships might be something they could slowly wear down. But then another question arose. What had happened to the collective intelligence of the Black Mist particles? Had it truly been neutralized? If so, who could have accomplished it? At this thought, a face immediately surfaced in Khajiit's mind. The most likely candidate is none other than the Saint Child Lord Lu Feng, who constantly brings unexpected changes. The 53rd Fleet. The surviving fleet had been assigned a new commander. Meanwhile, Yugusi, formerly a pilot of a small warship, had been promoted to captain of a starfighter squadron. At this moment, Yugusi and his navigator companion gazed at the cascading light shielding the Legion's periphery, their hearts filled with profound awe. The strike capability of this single warship rivaled that of an entire legion. But more astonishing was the black mist beyond the light. The particles suddenly contracted, gathering into the shape of warships. They've turned back into warships. I wonder if it's temporary. If only we never had to face the black mist particles again. They were a nightmare. The 6th Fleet. Aboard the flagship, the resolute commander looked up at the black mist particles reassembling into warships. Where there had been only despair, a flicker of hope now ignited. Hope to fight. Hope to avenge fallen comrades. As long as they no longer faced those relentless black mist particles, they had the strength to contend. From the conventional fleets to the Champ Fleet, every crew member was moved by the sight. The particles vanished, and the black mist warships that replaced them presented a new opportunity. Aboard the Void Shadow. After using the ship's unique ability to shield the black mist's collective intelligence, Lu Feng heard Amba's voice resurface in his mind. "I didn't expect it to work. Your vessel has a very special ability." Amba's voice carried a hint of disbelief. To be honest, Lu Feng hadn't anticipated such smooth progress either. "I initially estimated the success rate at less than 50%. Now it seems I underestimated you. Your final coordination was excellent." Hearing this, Lu Feng understood Amba's earlier calculations. "We're even. First you tricked the entity in my hand into revealing its true form, then instantly transferred it into the crystal you had prepared and used me to shield it. It seems you've been watching me from the start. You might even be behind my inexplicable drag into hyperspace while navigating normal space. And when I was teleported to the control zone, I alone ended up in the area where this crystal was stored." Lu Feng traced the timeline in his memory, realizing that Amba had been operating in the shadows, meddling in many places. Amba merely chuckled in response, neither confirming nor denying. "I, as the consciousness collective of the Jiaogue civilization, extend my apologies. Some matters are difficult to explain. I saw a possibility in you, and as the path progressed, that possibility became an inevitability. Perhaps this is fate." Lu Feng was surprised that the supreme representative of a 6th-tier civilization would believe in something called fate. However, he refrained from further comment. Whether Amba's apology was sincere or not, this journey had brought Lu Feng no significant losses and even considerable gains. That was enough for him. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, Pangela played a crucial role in your plan. In fact, some steps would have been impossible without his correct actions. But how were you so certain that Pangela would follow your scheme? I initially thought you had secretly instructed him, but from your earlier interactions, you didn't reveal your unobservable state or communicate with him. Lu Feng was referring to Pangela leading the entire Cross Legion into the martyr. Without that step, there would have been insufficient observation to break the unobservable state of the 7th-tier quantum microcivilization's collective intelligence, thus unable to disrupt the balance between it and Amba. But Lu Feng was certain that until this moment Amba and Pangela had no contact. Amba couldn't help but chuckle. You guessed right. I never had any communication with Pangela. Come to think of it, that kid Pangela has been with me for ages. I made him a cardinal, a grand scholar, and the chief scientist of the martyr. Even 10,000 years ago he alone deduced many things. He's got a sharp mind, though now he's physically brainless in a literal sense. Don't drop such a cold joke at a time like this. Wait isn't the typical stereotype of an ultimate ruler at the pinnacle of a pyramid supposed to be solemn, dignified, and decisive. If people knew he talked like this, wouldn't it be a kind of image collapse? Ahem. Suppressing his urge to continue the internal rant, Lu Feng now fully understood. You really trusted him. Trusted the tacit understanding between you. Amba's voice sounded resigned. What can I do? When a possibility becomes a necessity, no one can stop it when the moment arrives. Lu Feng caught an underlying meaning in those words. His expression shifted slightly, but he said nothing more, merely nodding. I understand. Elsewhere before the Black Pyramid, Pangela, accompanied by Berlad, walked step by step toward it. Neither knew what was happening inside. That wasn't entirely true. The electronic lights flickering beneath Pangela's mechanical face seemed to be predicting something. Berlad, when did your faith in Amba begin? From the moment I was born, I could faintly sense the presence of Lord Amba. He connects us all, allowing every Jiawa citizen to perceive one another in the unseen. Berlad replied with solemn sincerity. He spoke from the heart, without a single lie. Pangela understood this. He let out a low, eerie chuckle. What if I could let you see Lord Amba again? Berlade's expression twisted into one of terror. What you mean is... As the words left Berlade's lips, a sudden understanding dawned within his heart. If before Amba's existence had been like gazing across an impassable chasm at those devoted believers, now Amba's presence grew increasingly vivid and tangible within his perception. As if the Amba that had hung suspended in the heavens forever beyond reach had finally crossed that insurmountable abyss and descended once more to reign over its original world. Have I truly seen Amba again? Berlade became the first person of the church nation to witness Amba's existence. The colors upon the Black Pyramid were no longer that devouring abyss black. The bricks composing the pyramid had turned translucent, revealing what lay beneath. A towering human silhouette, its face shifting endlessly. Upon seeing this figure once more, Pangela felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, his voice carrying an indistinguishable mix of joy and relief. As I suspected, I have finally witnessed your return. On board the Void Shadow. Your name is Lu Feng, correct? How about we make a deal? A voice had been emanating from the Amba crystal all along. I admit that you were able to shield yourself caught me greatly off guard. But upon further reflection, you cannot possibly have mastered the power of the rules. Though I don't know specifically what means you employed, it matters little. If you release me, I will offer you rewards you cannot refuse. Lu Feng, release you. What benefit would that bring me? I can share with you the ancient star route navigation charts I possess, especially those through the dark zones. The dark zones are vast, boundless expanses of starless territory where not a single stellar system can be found within hundreds of millions of light years. Ordinary civilizations could never voyage through such places. Only our microcosmic civilization possesses the capability to explore them. But Lu Feng appeared entirely disinterested. The voice grew increasingly urgent. There are also certain secrets that would absolutely intrigue you. Secrets regarding the very birth of the Milky Way galaxy, secrets so profound they could even determine the fate of the entire universe. Oh, something about a fleet that departed the Milky Way 10,000 years ago. You know of this. None of what you've offered is enough for me to release you. What do you think? In truth, Lu Feng found these propositions rather tempting. However, releasing this creature was absolutely impossible. Once freed, there would never be another opportunity to contain it. That would only bring about far greater catastrophe. The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly having run out of sufficiently enticing offers. I understand now that you are deceiving me, don't I? If you truly possessed mastery over the power of rules, why would you go to such elaborate lengths relying on Amba's assistance, just to imprison me here? You are all merely feeble insects who happen to obtain some advanced fragments of technology, and now you dare to brandish them about. Lu Feng could not help but laugh. Think what you will. At least understand this, you are currently in my hands. No. Your comprehension is woefully inadequate. I am but an infinitesimal fragment of my civilization. I merely led a branch of our civilization to conduct reconnaissance. My strength amounts to less than 1% of our complete civilization's might. Even I prove such a challenge for you to overcome your insignificance is as a grain of sand to a star. Our civilization is already en route to the Milky Way. We have traveled for 10,000 years, and in another century they shall arrive. Then shall come your annihilation. None shall stand against us. I urge you to cooperate with me. Perhaps I can even ensure your survival. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. This quantum microcosmic civilization was not limited to just this fragment. Their main force was still on the way. This was a genuine level 7 civilization. Even if this creature had exaggerated, the scale of the main force would undoubtedly surpass what they currently faced. This was indeed somewhat troublesome. Have you finished speaking? Then be silent and stay put. Don't even think about escaping. You will regret this. You will surely regret it. Lu Feng scoffed. Rest assured, it remains uncertain who will come to regret it by then. The voice then fell silent. Though this creature was not entirely trustworthy, Lu Feng had nonetheless extracted some extremely valuable information from it. One thing that could be confirmed: the arrival of the quantum microcosmic civilization was closely connected to the level 6 lost civilization of the Orion Arm from 10,000 years ago. Additionally, the quantum microcosmic civilization's main force would arrive at the Milky Way in a century. This posed only a slight pressure on Lu Feng. Indeed, merely a sliver of pressure. Not long after, when Lu Feng reconnected with Pangala, he glimpsed a figure both unexpected and inevitable. Amba, its face perpetually shifting through countless forms. Pangala and Barrelade stood at its sides. For Pangala, this was a reunion spanning 10,000 years. For Barrelade, this was a legendary moment of first true communion with the Supreme Being. Upon its resurrection, Amba's first action was to address the black mist warships still remaining within the flow channel. The flow channel serves as the martyrship's main artery. Countless systems depend upon its proper function. Without its coordination, battles against the black mist warships will not be overly troublesome, yet neither will they be simple. After all, the sheer numbers of the black mist fleet speak for themselves. Amba stood upon the command level that Lu Feng had once accessed, silently observing the streams of data flowing from the dormant, yet immense martyrship. Despite 10,000 years having passed, the martyrship remained fully operational. One characteristic of the black mist warships is their ability to replicate infinitely. Their replication relies upon dark energy. Previously, the majority of dark energy within the martyrship had been devoured by them, enabling their rapid expansion to occupy the entire flow channel. Amba was explaining this to Lu Feng on the communication screen. I have redeployed the dark energy, cutting off their source of replication. However, to eliminate the remaining black mist fleet relying solely on the Cross Legion would prove somewhat challenging. Amba stood upon the highest platform, analyzing the situation as it had 10,000 years before. Pangala watched this scene, his thoughts drifting far away. Upon hearing Amba's words, Pangala snapped back to the present. His voice emerged from the mechanical cranium. Since these are merely black mist warships, there should be solutions. We could utilize the remaining dark energy to expand the range of the lament sound from the lament warship. Amba's ever-shifting face curved into a slight smile. Among all the grand scholars, you possess the most clever ideas. Since you claim to have a method, I shall leave the execution to you. Pangala accepted the task with delight. Seeing that the martyrship's crisis had found its resolution, Barrelade inquired. Your Eminence Amba, when do you intend to announce your return to the world? The entire church nation awaits with bated breath, yearning for the day of your glorious return. Amba shook its head. No, I cannot yet reveal myself to everyone. I am very weak at present. Before my return to the church nation, I shall remain within the martyrship. Barrelade grew anxious. Your Eminence, you are unaware of the state into which the church nation has fallen. During the 10,000 years of your absence, the great families have gradually forgotten their loyalty to you. After the generation of bishops you personally elevated passed away, the next generation of bishops forgot the glory under your leadership. Each faction acts independently, and the church nation is being dismantled from within. Even the archbishop stands helpless, able only to watch the situation deteriorate. Amba smiled gently. Barrelade, you too come from a great family. Did you not maintain your loyalty? During the era when your radiance dimmed, my family stood as the archbishop's closest ally. My ancestors told me that our family's ambition extends to the entire galaxy, not merely the Perseus arm. Barrelade, you are exceedingly honest, and your loyalty is equally dependable. Thus I require you to extend this same honesty and loyalty to this individual. Amba gestured with one hand, pointing toward Lu Feng on the other side of the communication screen. Before Lu Feng could voice his confusion, Amba spoke. Our great Holy Spirit Son, the awakener of the lost bishop, the salvation light of the Cross Legion, the vanquisher of the dark mist, Lu Feng. Amba spoke these words fluidly, without hesitation. He shall return to the church nation as my regent. Seeing him is seeing me. You need only offer your loyalty to him. Wait just a moment. When had he acquired so many titles without his knowledge? Brother Amba, I didn't even know I had so many titles. Lu Feng coughed calmly. Ahem, not at all, just a few minor achievements, no need to exaggerate. But Ear suddenly interjected. Commander, your serotonin levels are far above normal. Are you very pleased? Shut up. Lu Feng immediately silenced Ear. Fortunately, Amba didn't hear it. I understand. Belrad turned to face Lu Feng again, but this time his demeanor was as reverent as when facing Amba. Since you are the Saint Child, there should be a ceremony befitting the Saint Child. I entrust this task to you to preside over upon your return. Amba solemnly assigned this task to Belrad. Wait, when did I actually become the Saint Child? Amba couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, you're not. If not, then you are now. Too casual, right? Big brother. But, Lu Feng thought for a moment, and said nothing more. Seeing that Lu Feng had no objection, Amba nodded. Then there remains one last matter: the Black Mist battleships in the Void Passage. Inside the Void Passage, the Cross Legion, under the cover of the Lightstream Spear, launched a counterattack against the Black Mist battleships. Not long after, Pangura used the dark energy within the Martyr to modify the Ode of Lament, extending its coverage to the entire Void Passage. Under the full-range Ode of Lament, the Black Mist battleships could not endure for long, and soon dissolved within the chant. Not even a trace of residue remained. Witnessing this, Pangura sighed. If only the prototype of the Ode of Lament could have been mass-produced 10,000 years ago, we might have had more room for resistance. But Amba was non-committal, believing that the outcome would have been the same. With the Black Mist fleet in the Void Passage fully dealt with, the next task was to handle the forces that had invaded the biosphere. The vast biosphere still harbored a considerable number of Black Mist battleships. But eliminating them was far simpler than clearing the Void Passage. Biosphere Sector C No. 8841. Pangura stood on the flagship of the Fifth Fleet, overlooking the city below. Once he had served as the mechanical pope here for 10,000 years. He had sat among the clergy and the worshipping populace, observing all they did, and in the blink of an eye those 10 millennia had passed. The moment I had anticipated countless times has finally arrived, yet after returning to these 10,000 years, I find myself somewhat reluctant to leave. But in the end he chose not to stay. He was not meant to belong here. Bishop Pangura, this biosphere has not suffered much damage. We should proceed to the next one. The fleet commander nearby reminded him. Pangura nodded, cast one last glance at the city below, and in the next moment, the entire majestic fleet vanished before the awestruck eyes of countless residents and clergy. Though many were stunned on reflection, they felt something was missing. Maybe it's because we've seen too many larger fleets before they arrive. After all, as the old saying goes, once you've seen the best, you can't be satisfied with the mediocre. Many muttered thus. Aboard the Cross Legion's flagship, since Belrad's return, Kadjit felt as though he had become a different person. Not only was he more resolute, but a fervent gleam occasionally emerged in his eyes, making him as fanatical as those psychic believers. What was even more alarming was that Belrad maintained the same attitude toward Lu Feng. Kadjit sensed that something unknown had happened between them, but he refrained from asking. After such a fierce battle, the Cross Legion had suffered heavy losses. Post-war statistics showed nearly 40% of the entire Legion had been lost, not counting damaged, but reparable vessels. Nearly 10 entire fleets had been annihilated. With each fleet comprising about 100,000 ships, the total ship losses exceeded 1 million and personnel losses reached tens of billions. Although the theocratic state ruled over vast territories with nearly 100 billion stars and countless planetary systems, the number of habitable planets or artificially developed star systems with populations was not particularly high. Such star systems, classified as Type A in the administrative system, numbered around hundreds of thousands. The best soldiers came from these Type A systems, and the Cross Legion had selected only the finest through rigorous screening. Losing so many elites at once troubled even Kadjit, who worried about the challenges awaiting him back home. However, one shocking piece of news gradually eased his mind: the Saint Child would accompany them to the theocratic state's capital star. Belrad confidently declared that with Lu Feng present, any problem could be resolved. Although Kadjit doubted the source of Belrad's confidence, since not everything could be solved by force. He acknowledged that Lu Feng's super warship was formidable, but he doubted it could shake the entire theocratic state alone. Nevertheless, since Bishop Belrad had spoken, he could only trust in that. Before departing, Lu Feng met Amba alone for a private conversation known only to them. Under Amba's guidance, Lu Feng again approached the Black Pyramid. But now it was no longer black. Massive transparent bricks were stacked layer upon layer to the top. These bricks actively retracted to both sides as Amba approached, revealing a passage for them. Is this your usual residence? Entering the pyramid again, Lu Feng saw a different scene from before. The vast interior was arranged in an extremely simple and austere manner, filled with bookshelves and a writing desk resembling a scholar's study. Amba laughed. It can be arranged at will, changing with my mood. Hardly a palace. Amba waved his hand, and a platform with 2 chairs appeared before them. After sitting down, Lu Feng got straight to the point. I saw something inside the martyr. Amba smiled knowingly. Oh, what was it? Seeing that Amba was reluctant to bring it up, Lu Feng steadied himself and played coy as well. Do you know of Earth? I didn't before. Amba nodded. Now I do. But unfortunately, Earth's civilization level is not high within the galaxy. It hasn't even made contact with the Orion Arm Civilization Alliance. Well, even if it had, it wouldn't matter, since the highest among them is only a level 5 civilization. The so-called overseer civilization of the Orion Arm, I know a little about it. The Orion Arm once had a level 6 civilization, didn't it? Yes. That level 6 civilization, you now call it the Lost Civilization. Lost Civilization indeed. The old fox is still pretending. Seeing the unruffled elder feigning ignorance, Lu Feng silently cursed him in his mind. I saw Pangura's records. Lu Feng cut straight to the point. He knew Amba was aware of the contents of Pangura's records. But to his surprise, Amba leisurely said, "Oh, and then this old man is still hiding something." Lu Feng took a deep breath, staring intently at Amba's ever-changing face. Legend has it that the lost civilization assembled a massive joint exploration fleet to search for the starry sky road beyond the galaxy, but no word ever returned, and the civilizations involved became historical legends. Indeed, there was such a thing. Back then they even invited us, but I declined. My reason was simple: I could not abandon my people to pursue an illusory starry sky road. They understood, and soon after my refusal they set sail. Since then I have never seen the lost civilization or any ship from the joint exploration fleet again. No, you know. You not only know, but even try to find something from it. So what did I find? Amba's myriad-faced form turned to stare at Lu Feng. You asked me. Because I don't know either. Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh, then suddenly changed the subject and asked, what does observability mean? Amba's floodgates opened at once. For the universe, observability is not just about seeing. In the understanding of lower civilizations, observation mostly means seeing optically. For example, a black hole itself does not exist for civilizations that can only detect optically, because once light enters the event horizon, the critical point, it can never escape. Without light, information is formed through light, so naturally the black hole's body cannot be observed. But we can indirectly see the black hole through its accretion disk, a layer of radiation emitted by accumulated matter or gas. Of course, this is on the optical level. On other levels, gravity, radiation, and the motion of surrounding stars can also serve as indirect evidence. We cannot see the black hole, but we see the accretion disk, and there must be something at the center influencing all this, proving the existence of the black hole. But suppose one day someone tampered with all this, deceiving everyone in the universe by declaring that at the center is not a black hole, but a drop of water or any other unknown object which emits the same characteristics as a black hole, and no other means of observation can detect any change, including gravitational effects and other properties. But when you delve inside, what lies before you is not a black hole, but a drop of water or something else. Does that mean the black hole's existence disappears? What kind of ability is this, pointing at a hole and calling it a book? Pointing at a hole and calling it water? This was not a test of human nature, but a true conceptual alteration. Lu Feng thought it over carefully and finally nodded. Provided that all the factors influenced by the black hole, all the evidence supporting its existence, are altered, and then another object is endowed with the black hole's original authority. The energy required for this is theoretically infinite, so it is impossible under normal circumstances. Amba also nodded. Yes, the black hole no longer exists, at least in this world, where we cannot observe it. The original falsehood has become truth, and the timeline has been deceived. Or perhaps it is not that we are deceived, but that we have entered another timeline. The black hole still exists in its original world, but here it is not a black hole. It is a drop of water. Amba shook his head without clarifying further. But Lu Feng understood implicitly. Perhaps the theory of multiple worlds and different timelines does not hold. There are no so-called parallel worlds. Doesn't that mean the single timeline they are now and has the potential to be tampered with through deception? Moreover, what is impossible? Have you seen every white swan in the universe? Amba smiled slightly. Lu Feng laughed along. You're right. In probability theory, nothing is impossible. Who knows, there might be a black swan just 1 light year away, or 1,000 or 10,000 light years away. It is even possible to search the entire universe and find a planet full of black swans at the edge. But without seeing every swan, one cannot be sure that only white swans exist. Or, Amba countered, or what? There are only white swans in the universe, but it is not that there are no black swans. They have been hidden away. The deception succeeds in convincing everyone that the law of only white swans is finally established. Once we can find a black swan that should not exist in a world of only white swans, that means the hand that hid the black swan has emerged. Something could be observed. Lu Feng did not finish the sentence. Some things were still uncertain to him. Amba was still smiling. But if it is hidden, how can it exist? In a world where black holes do not exist, you can only find a book or water at the center of the accretion disk. You cannot find a black hole. So, only deception can counter deception. One day you must deceive. Tire. Ga. Laxi. As he spoke, Amba's voice seemed to Lu Feng like an old movie slowed down countless times. The trembling electronic voice came in fits and starts. In the blink of an eye, the voice returned to normal. But Lu Feng was now stunned with awe. Amba smiled at him. But if it is hidden, how can it exist, In a world where black holes do not exist, you can only find a book or water at the center of the accretion disk. You cannot find a black hole. What was that? Lu Feng felt cold sweat all over. Had this all repeated, and Amba was completely unaware of it. Lu Feng continued to listen to what Amba said next, but Amba never mentioned the second half of the sentence. So this becomes an eternal dead end. Once the deception succeeds the black swan that could disprove it no longer exists, there are only white swans in the world. If not disprove, the deception of only white swans still holds. Listening to two completely different statements, Lu Feng broke out in a cold sweat while pondering. Know the black swan that could disprove it? I think I found it. And from what I can see, Lu Feng glanced at the nonchalant Amba. Only I know. Earlier Amba mentioned that the theory of parallel timelines doesn't work. If Amba's understanding is too low and this is false, if timelines and parallel worlds do exist, then there could be another explanation. But if this is true and there really are no parallel worlds, the crystal clear record in Lu Feng's mind led to only one conclusion. There really is something practicing deception, and he had observed it. Lu Feng replayed Amba's words in his mind several times. No matter how many times he recalled, it remained clear. At that moment he wished it was his imagination. But amid the cold sweat, Lu Feng grinned slightly. His guess was right. When he had asked Amba so many questions, and Amba acted clueless, he had suspected that Amba might be unable to speak due to certain specific reasons. Now it seemed there was an answer, because in this memory he had observed the deceiver. Although he did not know how he had managed it, it was the same to Lu Feng. At least he had no solution for now. Even if he could retain the memory, he only hoped that his observation had not drawn the deceiver's attention. Now was not the time for confrontation. Lu Feng then recalled Amba's words. Only deception can counter deception. One day you must deceive the entire galaxy. But why the galaxy? Why not the entire universe? If the deception did not cover the whole universe, one could easily find a counterexample, black swan, outside the Milky Way to break it. Perhaps this was the true message Amba intended to convey. After leaving Amba, Lu Feng immediately returned to the Void Shadow, as if only the Void Shadow could offer him true security. The outside world is too dangerous. Why does it feel like there are minefields everywhere? The waters of the Milky Way are too deep. Lu Feng deeply felt the necessity of expanding his fleet. He still had to face the Observer Civilization, the main forces of the Quantum Micro-Civilization, and the unknown Deceiver, whose intentions were unclear. Improving our strength is urgent. I must quickly find the path to the Neutron Star battleship and obtain it. Lu Feng immediately went to find Khajiit and Bishop Belraid. We are heading to Jiaohua's capital planet immediately. Let's go now. Khajiit and Bishop Belraid were slightly surprised, but said nothing. This was a prearranged matter, and they would have left even if Lu Feng had not mentioned it. Upon arrival at the capital planet, I need a complete star map of Jiahua, and even the entire Milky Way's star chart data. Although this is a top-tier strategic resource given your status, it should not be a problem. Khajiit nodded. But the authority lies with Marshal Datnus. I will do my utmost to help you once we return.